The man originally just wanted to relax and enjoy a relaxing trip on a cruise ship. Unexpectedly, a sudden, mysterious bolt of lightning struck the cruise ship, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. When he awoke, he had a splitting headache and was lying on a deserted beach on an unfamiliar island. Beside him was only a stunningly beautiful young woman. There was no one else around, as if the whole world consisted of just the two of them. However, a moment later, a primitive man adorned with bone ornaments and wielding a spear suddenly appeared and attacked them directly. Without a second thought, he grabbed the young woman and began to flee. Just when they were at their wits' end, a piece of unpolished jade on his body suddenly absorbed his blood, instantly giving him a tremendous boost in physical abilities. He turned the tide of battle and killed the primitive man. In order to survive in this primitive jungle where there are no laws or moral constraints, and in order to uncover the secrets behind the deserted island and find a way to leave, he and the young woman began their arduous struggle for survival. They built shelters on the island, searched for scarce survival supplies, and gradually formed teams with other survivors to face the harsh environment and hidden threats together. He tirelessly eliminates those with ulterior motives and protects the team's safety. As time goes by, he gradually uncovers the deepest secrets hidden on this deserted island. An urgent call came to his ears. Zhou Feng felt dizzy, as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. Xiao Feng, a gentle female voice, trembling, entered his ears. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a stunningly beautiful woman kneeling beside him. Her features were so exquisite that she resembled a movie star, and her white t-shirt was already soaked with seawater and covered with fine sand. Where am I? Zhou Feng propped himself up and found himself lying on a desolate beach with no one around. A splitting headache struck him, and he tried to recall what had happened last night. They were on a cruise ship when they encountered a storm on the high seas. A blinding flash of lightning ripped across the sky, and he immediately lost consciousness. When he woke up again, only Aunt Qin was beside him. Aunt Qin, do you remember how we got here? Zhou Feng turned and asked. Qin Xiaoxue was his neighbor and also his mother's colleague. This trip was originally a company-organized tour, and employees could bring their families. Originally, Zhou Feng's parents were supposed to go with him, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he went instead, only to encounter this unexpected turn of events. Qin Xiaoxue looked dazed and shook her head. She recalled that she and her daughter were in the cabin when they saw the lightning, and then she lost consciousness. When she woke up, Zhou Feng was beside her, but her daughter was nowhere to be seen. Qin Yan, I wonder how she is, Qin Xiaoxue sobbed softly. Aunt Qin, she'll be all right. If we were able to drift to shore, she certainly can too. Zhou Feng comforted her softly. However, deep down, he always felt that this shipwreck was unusual. Their condition did not seem like they were washed ashore by the waves, but rather as if they had been teleported to this place. He reached into his pocket and was surprised to find his phone still there, and it was even working. Zhou Feng was overjoyed, but soon noticed that there was no signal in the upper right corner of the screen. No matter what he tried, he couldn't make a call, and even GPS navigation was completely unusable. There's no signal here, he said in frustration. A hint of panic flashed across Qin Xiaoxue's face. Then what should we do? Let's go find Qin Yan first. Zhou Feng looked around. They walked along the coast for more than 10 minutes without finding anything. The island was vast, with coconut groves stretching deep into the mountains, seemingly without end. Apart from seashells and pebbles, there wasn't a single item left on the shore. All of this made Zhou Feng even more certain. This was no ordinary maritime disaster. Qin Xiaoxue appeared anxious. She had divorced her husband over a decade ago and raised her daughter alone. Bai Qin Yan was her everything. If something happened to her daughter, she couldn't imagine how she would survive. Just as she was lost in thought, Zhou Feng suddenly approached, covered her mouth, and pushed her down behind a rock. Qin Xiaoxue was startled and completely taken aback. Before she could even speak, she heard Zhou Feng whisper, Aunt Qin, don't make a sound. Before she could react, still annoyed, she heard him continue whispering, someone's coming. The two of them held their breath. Looking through the cracks in the rocks, Zhou Feng saw a dark-skinned man emerge from the coconut grove. He was lean and muscular, holding a spear in his hand, and his neck was adorned with bone ornaments, making him appear to be from some kind of primitive tribe. The two remained motionless. The primitive man looked around warily, then finally turned and left. Qin Xiaoxue breathed a sigh of relief and asked with lingering fear, who was that? I don't know. Zhou Feng frowned. What if he knows Qin Yan's whereabouts? Unlikely. Zhou Feng shook his head. He could sense that the man was completely out of touch with modern society. Aunt Qin, this place might be more dangerous than we think. Zhou Feng said gravely. What do you mean? That native might be a cannibal. Qin Xiaoshua's expression changed drastically. Her body went limp, and she almost couldn't stand. Zhou Feng quickly supported her and gently comforted her. Don't be afraid. Maybe I guessed wrong. Qin Xiaoshua nodded gently, forcing herself to calm down. Let's get something to eat first. Zhou Feng changed the subject. The two walked along the beach to a coconut grove and found several fallen coconuts. Zhou Feng tapped on one with a stone for a while before finally cracking it open and handing the coconut juice to Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin, please have some first. You go first, she said, a little embarrassed. Drink up. You need to replenish your energy, Zhou Feng insisted. Qin Xiaoshua took the coconut, took a sip, and the sweet fruity aroma filled her mouth. Zhou Feng smashed open another coconut, climbed the tree to take more, and gazed into the distance. At the edge of his vision, besides the boundless sea and dense forest, there were no man-made structures. There were no signal towers or lighthouses, which meant that they were on an uninhabited island far from any shipping lanes. How do you know how to climb trees? Qin Xiaoshua couldn't help but ask. My cousin is a wilderness survival blogger. I learned some things from him during summer vacation in high school, Zhou Feng replied with a smile. Aunt Qin, please wait here for me. I need to use the restroom, he said awkwardly. Okay. Qin Xiaoshua nodded, watching Zhou Feng leave, a sense of unease rising in her heart. Just as she was pondering, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching from not far away. The direction wasn't where Zhou Feng had left. She turned around nervously, only to see a lewd-looking young man walking towards her. Hee, I didn't expect to find a beautiful woman here. The young man smiled in an unsettling way. Qin Xiaoshua suppressed her disgust and asked, Are you also a passenger on the Wanli cruise ship? Of course, but we should look out for each other now, the young man said, reaching out to get closer. Don't come any closer. Qin Xiaoshua cried out in alarm and backed away. The young man's laughter was grating as he approached step by step. Just then, a figure swept in like the wind. Zhou Feng roared and kicked the young man to the ground. The fist landed heavily, and the young man cried out in pain, begging for mercy. Get lost, Zhou Feng hissed angrily. Before the young man fled into the jungle in a disheveled state, he viciously uttered a harsh threat. You just wait. Zhou Feng gritted his teeth as he watched his retreating figure, his fist still trembling. Qin Xiaoshua then threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. It's all right. I'm here, Zhou Feng comforted her softly. At that moment, a complex mix of emotions welled up inside him. On this deserted island, danger lurked everywhere, and they had to rely on each other to survive. Qin Xiaoshua suddenly realized something and her expression turned tense. Could that man know Qinyan's whereabouts? Unlikely otherwise. Zhou Feng stopped mid-sentence. Before he finished speaking, Qin Xiaoshua understood his meaning. If Bai Qingyan really fell into that person's hands, her chances of survival were slim. But then she thought, if that young man had really seen Bai Qingyan, he probably would have already made his move, instead of only now plotting against her. Even so, the thought of her daughter possibly encountering unknown dangers filled Qin Xiaoshua with anxiety. I initially thought the most terrifying thing would be the savage natives, but I never imagined that the real danger might come from our own kind on the cruise ship. The Wanli cruise ship is a melting pot of all sorts of people, including many foreign tourists and unfamiliar crew members. Who knows what would happen if Bai Qingyan were discovered by these people? Aunt Qin, Bai Qingyan will be all right. Zhou Feng comforted her softly. Although it was just a reassuring remark, Qin Xiaoshua was still extremely grateful. If it weren't for Zhou Feng, she probably would have met with misfortune just now. They continued their search. Before that, Zhou Feng took off his coat, simply turned it into a bundle, and put 2 coconuts inside, their only source of food at the moment. As darkness fell, the two still hadn't found any other survivors or encountered any further danger. Exhausted, they had no choice but to rest under a large tree. Zhou Feng knew that if they continued searching aimlessly, they wouldn't be able to hold on until nightfall. The jungle was cold and dangerous at night, and they needed to find shelter as soon as possible. But Qin Xiaoshua was preoccupied with her daughter and had no time to think about anything else. Aunt Qin, let's walk a little further in that direction. If there's still no one there, we'll have to figure out where we'll spend the night, Zhou Feng said, pointing to a grove of trees in the distance. Okay, Xiaofeng, I'll listen to you. Qin Xiaoshua nodded, her trust in Zhou Feng deepening. She knew that this 18-year-old boy was her only support. Whether or not she finds her daughter, she will forever remember this kindness. She just doesn't know what a young man like Zhou Feng could possibly care about, or what kind of repayment he might desire. They walked a few hundred meters more, when suddenly Zhou Feng noticed something unusual on the ground. Wait, he whispered, crouching down. There were multiple sets of footprints on the ground, the footprints of people wearing shoes, not natives. He also noticed that the nearby bushes were bent and broken, clearly indicating that someone had passed by. These weren't left by natives, Zhou Feng confirmed after careful examination. They're shoe prints, and there are quite a few. Qin Xiaoxue took a slight step back, her expression still uneasy. Were they from the ship? Although she was no longer a primitive woman, she was not at ease. That lewd young man had left a deep shadow on her. In this environment, lacking the constraints of law and order, humanity might completely collapse. Probably. Zhou Feng nodded, his brows slightly furrowed. But the immediate question was, should they approach this group? If they also harbored ill intentions, they would likely be walking into a trap. Suddenly, Zhou Feng looked down and saw a small object on the ground. He bent down and picked it up. It was a cartoon rabbit pendant. It's Qing Yan's. It's the charm on her bag. Qin Xiaoxue recognized it at a glance and immediately became excited. This pendant is extremely unique. There shouldn't be another one like it on the ship. Then she should be among that group of people. Zhou Feng's expression hardened, and he immediately took Qin Xiaoxue's hand, resolutely heading deeper into the bushes. Now that he had found a clue, he had to risk exploring it. Zhou Feng held a wooden stick in his hand, which he had used to scout ahead, and now it was his only weapon. The two followed the footprints for about half an hour until night had completely fallen, and the tracks on the ground were almost unrecognizable. Just as he was about to give up, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared ahead. "Aunt Qin, be careful," Zhou Feng whispered a reminder. The two approached stealthily. After passing through a patch of low bushes, they finally saw what was ahead. It was an open space with a bonfire burning in the center, its light illuminating 7 figures, 2 men and 5 women. Several fish sizzled over the fire, filling the air with their aroma. Qin Xiaoxue spotted her daughter, Bai Qingyan, sitting on the ground, her face filled with fear and utter helplessness. She almost lost control of her emotions and was about to scream when Zhou Feng, quick as a flash, covered her mouth. This was the second time this had happened, and she quickly understood why. She couldn't reveal herself rashly now. "Something's not right," Zhou Feng said in a low voice. "What is it?" Qin Xiaoxue asked nervously. "Look at those 3 women over there," he said, narrowing his eyes. Following his gaze, Qin Xiaoxue finally noticed that the 3 women all had injuries on their faces and their clothes were torn. Some looked blank, while others sobbed with their heads down, clearly having just experienced inhuman torture. The other woman sat beside the 2 men, her head bowed and her face full of obsequiousness. She seemed to have chosen to adapt to this jungle law in a different way. "What should we do?" Qin Xiaoxue's heart ached, her voice trembling. Although Bai Qingyan hasn't met with any immediate danger, it's only a matter of time before she falls into the hands of this group. "Don't rush things. At least she's safe for now. I need to think of something," Zhou Feng said in a low voice. He carefully sized up the 2 men. One was burly and muscular, clearly a trained fighter. The other, though obese, was surprisingly heavy and difficult to handle. Fighting 2 against 1, his chances of victory were slim. Just as he was pondering a solution, a gust of wind swept from behind. He was about to turn around when a heavy blow struck the back of his head. His vision went black, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. A voice filled with hatred rang in his ears. "I told you. I'm going to kill you." Qin Xiaoxue cried out, "Xiaofeng." She rushed to Zhou Feng's side, tears streaming down her face. Her hand trembled as she reached out to touch the back of Zhou Feng's head. It was wet and burning hot. In the dim moonlight, she saw that it was blood. "Don't die, Xiaofeng. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have dragged you to find Qing Yan." Qin Xiaoxue sobbed uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to her, the blood streaming from Zhou Feng's forehead meandered down his neck, slowly dripping onto the blood-red jade pendant on his chest. The next moment, a strange red light flashed across the jade. Chapter 4: Unpolished Jade. The young man shouted excitedly, waving his thick wooden stick, the very weapon he had used to ambush Zhou Feng during the day. It turned out he had only gone out to take care of personal matters, and upon returning, he unexpectedly discovered Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue secretly watching the campfire. This gave him the perfect opportunity to launch a sneak attack, and without hesitation, he knocked Zhou Feng unconscious. The muscular man by the campfire, hearing the young man shout, immediately stood up, a look of interest on his face. He walked up to the 2 of them, his gaze landing directly on Qin Xiaoxue, a greedy glint in his eyes. This muscular man was originally a crew member on a cruise ship. After the storm, he woke up to find himself on a deserted island, and unexpectedly discovered a woman lying unconscious beside him. Having been busy with work for a long time and having not been able to go ashore, He knew that in this unregulated environment, he could do whatever he wanted without anyone interfering. So he forcibly took control of the woman and quickly met the young man and another fat man. The three of them swiftly formed a small group. They were birds of a feather, treating the other women on the island as less than human, abducting any who were alone to use as playthings. It wasn't until they met Bai Qingyan that they decided to keep her for later, planning to enjoy her the next day, as they were too exhausted from their daytime antics. Seeing the mother and daughter reunited in the distance, Bai Qingyan couldn't help but rush over, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling as she called out, "Mom." Qin Xiaoxue was also overwhelmed with emotion, hugging her daughter tightly and asking her, barely suppressing her feelings, if she was hurt. Bai Qingyan looked anxiously at Zhou Feng lying on the ground and asked with concern, "Is he still alive?" Qin Xiaoxue nodded, while choking back tears. She had just realized that she needed to treat Zhou Feng's wounds quickly to prevent them from getting worse. But surrounded by desolation, she couldn't find even a clean piece of cloth and could only frantically search for a way to stop the bleeding. Meanwhile, the young man was gesturing excitedly and shouting, "Boss, look, it's a mother and daughter." The muscular man became even more interested upon hearing this, but unfortunately he was exhausted and said with a helpless smile, "Let's play again tomorrow." The young man's eyes were filled with greed as he tentatively asked if he could go first. After all, he had long harbored wicked thoughts about Qin Xiaoxue. But as soon as he said that, the muscular man's face darkened instantly, making the young man realize he had misspoke. "Boss, I'm sorry. Of course, you should go first with the women." The young man quickly apologized with a smile. The muscular man nodded in satisfaction and casually pointed at Zhou Feng. "Throw that guy into the sea." The young man responded and was about to drag Zhou Feng away when suddenly a hand grabbed his wrist tightly. Zhou Feng woke up. While unconscious, Zhou Feng vaguely sensed a strange change within his body, as if the blood jade had brought him some kind of power. Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan were instantly moved to tears when they saw him open his eyes, almost unable to believe that he had actually pulled through. The young man was stunned for a moment, then roared and raised the wooden stick high, ready to continue his attack. However, this time Zhou Feng did not give him another chance. He suddenly yanked the young man's trouser leg, pulling him to the ground with swift and decisive movements. The young man was horrified. He had never imagined Zhou Feng's strength would be so astonishing. Zhou Feng flipped to his feet, swung his fist, and slammed it hard into the young man's face, knocking out several teeth. Before the young man could react, Zhou Feng swiftly grabbed his neck and twisted it sharply. With a sharp crack, the young man's head lolled to an unnatural angle, his eyes glazed over, drool dripping from his mouth, and he was completely lifeless. This scene stunned the muscular man, who clearly hadn't expected Zhou Feng to kill someone so easily. "You're asking for death," he roared as he charged forward, a dagger flashing in his hand. Qin Xiaoxue cried out in surprise, completely unprepared for this man to be armed. Zhou Feng's heart tightened. After all, he had never been in a real fight, especially with a knife. But he immediately realized he couldn't retreat. If he ran, Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter would be killed. He gritted his teeth, grabbed a wooden stick from the ground, and charged forward without hesitation. The stick was much longer than a dagger, and Zhou Feng moved quickly, striking repeatedly. The muscular man couldn't find an opening to fight back, and the dagger was knocked away after only a few blows. Immediately afterward, his arm was also slammed hard, and a sharp pain shot through him, turning his face deathly pale. "Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I surrender." The muscular man finally couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy. But Zhou Feng showed no mercy, swinging the wooden stick and delivering a vicious blow to his head. Blood gushed out immediately, and the muscular man collapsed to the ground with a thud, unconscious. Witnessing this, the others panicked. The fat man and several women screamed and darted into the bushes, disappearing in an instant. After cleaning up the scene, Zhou Feng was panting heavily, with only Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan by his side. He watched the fleeing figures, neither chasing nor having any interest in doing so. Those women were probably terrified, and the fat man wasn't worth his effort. Qin Xiaoxue walked to Zhou Feng's side, gently hugged him, and whispered to comfort him, "Xiao Feng, they are all bad people. You did nothing wrong." She was worried that Zhou Feng would be traumatized. After all, this was his first time killing someone. Bai Qingyan rushed forward, grabbed his hand, and threw the blood-stained wooden stick to the ground. "You did this to save me." Her voice trembled, her eyes reddening. Zhou Feng gently shook his head and whispered, "I'm fine." Although this was his first time killing someone, he didn't feel psychologically broken. In fact, he had gradually prepared himself mentally since arriving on the island. At this moment, Qin Xiaoxue suddenly noticed with surprise that Zhou Feng's head wound had scabbed over. How did it heal so quickly? She exclaimed, moving closer to examine it. Just moments ago, she had clearly touched her hand covered in blood, but now it was as if she had never been injured at all. You see, the biggest danger in this environment is wound infection. Once it becomes inflamed and causes a high fever, the consequences could be unimaginable. Zhou Feng was also stunned for a moment, then subconsciously touched the blood jade on his neck. Chapter 5: The Anomaly. Zhou Feng was now completely certain that the abnormal changes in his body were definitely related to the jade pendant that had suddenly appeared in his pocket. This jade pendant wasn't originally with him. He only discovered it upon waking, which aroused some doubt in his mind. However, he didn't have time to think about it now and immediately checked the condition of the two men on the ground. The two men were already lifeless, their deaths undeniable, which sent a chill down his spine. Recalling the power he had unleashed just now, even he felt a lingering fear. That power was far beyond what an ordinary person should possess. Zhou Feng then went to the campfire, inspected it again, and took a few grilled fish and a backpack. Inside the backpack were 2 lighters and some snacks, which seemed to have been left by some survivor. Of course, he didn't forget to take the muscular man's dagger with him. Having an extra weapon is always a good thing. He turned to Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter and said, "Let's get out of here quickly. We can't stay here any longer." Qin Xiaoxue nodded vigorously. After all, there were still 2 corpses lying on the ground, and the atmosphere was unbearably oppressive. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and decided to return to the place where they had picked coconuts during the day, as it was relatively familiar and safer. He wasn't sure if he would encounter natives or other dangerous survivors in the other unfamiliar areas of the deserted island. Although they had survived this time by sheer luck, no one could guarantee they would be so fortunate next time. The jade pendant possessed restorative power and strange strength, but it might not be able to save his life in the event of a fatal attack. The thought of Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter losing their support made him even more vigilant. The 3 quickly arrived at the shoreline they had visited during the day. The night wind was biting, so they had to take shelter in a shady thicket. Zhou Feng gathered some branches to place on the ground, then shared the grilled fish to stave off hunger and barely regain his strength. To avoid attracting attention, he deliberately didn't light a fire, lest the campfire reveal their location. After a short rest, Zhou Feng inquired about Bai Qingyan's past experiences, trying to find out how she had ended up in those people's hands. Bai Qingyan recounted softly that she too had lost consciousness after being struck by lightning, and when she woke up, she found herself under a large tree. She then searched everywhere for her mother and Zhou Feng, but could not find them. As she spoke, she glanced at Zhou Feng furtively, biting her lip, her expression a mixture of grievance and lingering fear. She said she had tried to hide alone, but was eventually caught by several men who were utterly despicable. They had already harmed 3 women. If she had been any later, she would likely have suffered the same fate. Thinking of the women's whereabouts, Bai Qingyan felt a pang of regret, wondering if they were still alive. Qin Xiaoxue quickly comforted her daughter, saying that it wasn't her fault at all, but all the fault of those bastards. Zhou Feng, however, noticed the detail and frowned, asking, "You mean you woke up under a tree?" Bai Qingyan nodded. Yes, it wasn't on the beach, it was definitely under a big tree. Zhou Feng was even more puzzled now. If it drifted in from the sea, how could it appear under a tree? Even more outrageous, Bai Qingyan told him that the muscular man had already been on the island 3 days prior. 3 days ago? Zhou Feng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. The timing didn't add up. If they had fallen into the water at the same time, how could there be a 3-day time difference? When he first woke up, although his head was spinning, he didn't feel like he'd been starving for 3 days. As soon as Bai Qingyan finished speaking, tears welled up in her eyes again, and she sobbed softly. "This place is too strange, I want to go home." Qin Xiaoxue held her daughter, sighing helplessly. She wasn't sure if she would leave alive. Zhou Feng looked at the mother and daughter and said firmly, "Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen to you." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Qin Xiaoxue. He was determined to protect Aunt Qin. Qin Xiaoxue nodded, a grateful smile on her face. "Thank you, Xiaofeng, but please don't be so impulsive in the future." "I understand. I'll be more careful in the future," Zhou Feng nodded earnestly. After a day of fright and running around, the 3 of them were exhausted and soon fell asleep leaning against the bushes. In a daze, Zhou Feng felt someone hug him from behind, the soft touch startling him. He instinctively whispered, "Who is it?" He immediately realized that besides Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan, there was no one else beside him. Could it be Aunt Qin? The thought made his heart skip a beat, but then a familiar voice gently rang out. "It's me thanking you for saving me today." Bai Qingyan's voice echoed in his ears. She was deeply moved today, especially when Zhou Feng risked his life to save her. It almost brought her to tears. We're friends? Of course I'd save you, Zhou Feng replied softly, though a sense of emptiness lingered in his heart. He had always treated Bai Qingyan like a brother. Bai Qingyan seemed a little scared and said softly, "What if we can never get out?" This made Zhou Feng fall silent as well. He didn't know what the future held either. Then let's live here together. Sooner or later someone will come to rescue us, like Robinson Crusoe, he said, recalling the book Robinson Crusoe, in which the protagonist was rescued after 28 years of wandering. 28 years? Does that mean I'm an old maid? I don't even have a boyfriend yet, Bai Qingyan complained resentfully. She hugged him tighter and her hands wandered over his chest, her movements somewhat improper. Then you can stay an old maid, Zhou Feng chuckled, his tone slightly teasing. You're so annoying, Bai Qingyan muttered softly. Go to sleep, there might still be danger tomorrow, Zhou Feng yawned. He was indeed very sleepy. The soft breathing of Qin Xiaoxue could be heard from beside her. It was clear she was exhausted as well. Okay, Bai Qingyan replied softly, only to hear Zhou Feng already snoring, leaving her speechless. She hadn't expected Zhou Feng to fall asleep so suddenly, leaving no room for imagination. But seeing him sleeping soundly, Bai Qingyan felt even more heartache and decided to start sharing some of the chores with everyone tomorrow. The next morning, Zhou Feng had a dream. He dreamt he was eating steaming hot buns, which smelled delicious. He raised the bun, about to take a big bite, when he smelled coconut. Suddenly, he heard a scream. Ah! Qin Xiaoxue screamed, and Zhou Feng immediately woke up, realizing he had just grabbed something he shouldn't have. I'm sorry, he quickly apologized, his face flushed. Qin Xiaoxue hurriedly covered her chest. It's nothing, I just wanted to check if you had a fever. Last night, she was worried that Zhou Feng's wound would worsen, so she had been taking care of him the whole time. She never expected to be mistakenly grabbed, and the scene became instantly awkward. Qin Xiaoxue blushed and ran away, leaving Zhou Feng scratching his head and smiling wryly, the fragrance from his dream still lingering in his mind. Just as he touched the spot where he had been injured yesterday, he felt some scabs that had fallen off. To his even greater surprise, the wound had completely healed, without a trace of pain. His heart tightened, and he became even more certain that all of this was related to the jade pendant around his neck. This rate of recovery was definitely abnormal, and if others were to discover it, it could lead to disaster. To avoid any further complications, Zhou Feng secretly resolved that he must never tell anyone about the jade pendant. Just then, he walked a short distance away and saw Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan busy building a makeshift shelter. The shelter was made of branches and leaves, hidden in the bushes, and impossible to spot unless you got close. You've done a good job, Zhou Feng said with a smile as he approached and looked at them. We've been busy all morning, Qin Xiaoxue replied, wiping the sweat from her brow with a smile in her eyes. Chapter 6 Fishing. Zhou Feng looked at the completed temporary shelter and said from the bottom of his heart, You've worked hard. On the deserted island, water and food were scarce, and building a shelter was no easy task, especially for women, who were even more physically demanding. His gaze fell on Qin Xiaoxue, whose white t-shirt was already covered in dust and sweat stains, and she looked exhausted. As he focused intently on Qin Xiaoxue, Bai Qingyan beside him sounded somewhat displeased, her tone tinged with jealousy. However, Zhou Feng didn't ignore her either. He raised his hand to look at her palm, which was covered in scratches from tree branches, quite a feat for a girl who had never done heavy work before. What caught Zhou Feng's attention even more was the limited space in the shelter. The simple leaf hut felt cramped for 3 people. Qin Xiaoxue explained somewhat apologetically that there weren't enough suitable branches, so they had to squeeze in together at night, adding with a laugh, It'll be warmer if we squeeze in. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement, a small sense of anticipation even stirring within him. Then he went and got some coconuts as supplies. Coconuts had become their staple food, quenching their thirst and filling their stomachs. But there weren't many coconut trees, and they would eventually run out. He knew he needed to find some new food sources, otherwise they wouldn't be able to survive on coconuts alone for long. So he decided to go to the beach to see if there was a chance to get some food. Bai Qingyan immediately offered to go with them, and Qin Xiaoxue also wanted to help. However, Zhou Feng shook his head and refused. He felt that the beach was not safe at the moment, and if they were exposed, they might be targeted by the natives or others. It was safest to have them stay near the bushes. He walked alone along the beach, carefully observing the activity on the shore. He found some hermit crabs and small shellfish, but these weren't even enough to fill a gap in his teeth. To feed the 3 of them, he would have to try his luck in the water. He cautiously walked to a shallow area, and saw many small fish swimming near the coral reef. If he could catch a few, it would solve his protein problem for a few days. Although he had learned some survival skills from his cousin, he had never fished with his own hands. Seeing the fish dangling right in front of him, he was momentarily at a loss. But soon, he noticed a strange phenomenon. When he stared at the fish, their movements seemed to slow down considerably. He realized that it wasn't the fish that had slowed down, but rather his own speed that had increased, which must be related to the mysterious jade pendant. He immediately found a thick tree branch on the shore, sharpened and polished the end, and returned to the sea. Without much effort, he speared 3 large fish, each weighing 3 or 4 pounds. A truly bountiful harvest. He carried the fish back to his makeshift camp in the bushes. Bai Qingyan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the fish, thinking they were far superior to the small fish the muscular man and his companions had caught. Qin Xiaoxue didn't say much, immediately took the fish, and began to clean its belly, removing the scales and gills with a dagger. Her movements, though slow, were very skillful. She looked at the fresh fish with a slight regret. It would have been even better with some seasoning. Zhou Feng smiled and said, "It's all right, seawater is salty anyway, the taste won't be too different." He took the cleaned fish to the beach to wash it, and when he returned, the campfire was already lit. The fish was placed on the fire, and soon the aroma filled the air. The sizzling oil from the grilled fish filled the entire camp, and this kind of warmth was precious on a deserted island. Actually, this kind of plump fish would be more suitable for making soup, but unfortunately, they didn't even have a container to make soup. Bai Qingyan's mouth watered as she looked at the grilled fish, and she eagerly reached out to grab it, but Qin Xiaoxue suddenly slapped her hand away. Bai Qingyan was stunned, not understanding why her mother reacted this way. Qin Xiaoxue frowned, and said that Zhou Feng had risked his life to catch it, and she shouldn't have touched it first. Bai Qingyan felt a little wronged, saying that she had also helped, gathering firewood, and that Qin Xiaoxue had cleaned the fish. But Qin Xiaoxue insisted that Zhou Feng had contributed the most and should be the one to distribute the food. Bai Qingyan could only look at Zhou Feng with a wronged expression. She never expected that one day she would have to listen to his arrangements for meals. Seeing her pitiful look, Zhou Feng smiled and handed her 2 grilled fish, one for each of them, while he took one for himself. He tore off a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, juicy and delicious, so fragrant that he couldn't stop eating it. Bai Qingyan was stunned by how he ate. She hadn't expected him to enjoy it so much. Qin Xiaoxue also thought the fish was too big and offered to share one with her daughter, while Zhou Feng could eat the other. Bai Qingyan wanted to object, but ultimately held back. After all, Zhou Feng was her savior. Besides, she noticed her mother staring at her and knew that if she spoke up, she would probably be scolded again. So she simply went along with it, saying that girls have small appetites and that Zhou Feng should eat more. Zhou Feng smiled, handed the fish back, and said he could catch more that night, so everyone shouldn't be shy. At that moment, Bai Qingyan smiled, thinking that Zhou Feng was quite a gentleman. Qin Xiaoxue asked him with concern if he wanted to eat more, but Zhou Feng shook his head and said he could make do with coconuts. Everyone needs to conserve their energy. Surviving on a deserted island requires teamwork. One person can't do it alone. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxue felt a mix of emotions. She knew that she and her daughter were currently just a burden to Zhou Feng. If they weren't neighbors, they would have given up long ago. Thinking about this, she couldn't even imagine what the mother and daughter would have been going through without Zhou Feng. In the blink of an eye, Bai Qingyan had already gnawed the fish down to the bones, and only then did she understand why Zhou Feng had been eating so voraciously. The grilled fish was just too delicious. She simply couldn't stop eating it. Qin Xiaoxue ate very carefully, not even wasting the fish skin. She quietly handed half a fish to Zhou Feng. The fish was neatly divided, showing she had planned to save it for him. Zhou Feng took the fish, feeling a warmth in his heart. Chapter 7 New Survivors. Zhou Feng saw the half-fish Qin Xiaoxue handed him and understood her meaning, so he didn't stand on ceremony and took it and ate it all. Although the fish was simple, it was a rare delicacy on this resource-scarce deserted island, and Zhou Feng ate with great satisfaction. Bai Qingyan sighed softly, suddenly remembering the women who had run away before, a faint worry creeping into her heart. If they hadn't run away back then, perhaps they could still be watching over and helping each other now. At least they wouldn't be so lonely. Everyone has their own fate. Zhou Feng shook his head lightly. He had long since seen through the vicissitudes of life. Bai Qingyan looked at Zhou Feng's profile, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. She really wanted to ask if the murder last night had affected him, but she swallowed the words back, not wanting to dredge up unpleasant memories for Zhou Feng. Suddenly, Zhou Feng's brow furrowed, his gaze warily fixed on the beach. He quickly grabbed handfuls of damp soil and used them to smother the campfire. Bai Qingyan grew anxious and whispered, "We finally managed to get the fire going. What are you doing?" The wood in the bushes was damp, making it difficult to start a fire. She and her mother had struggled quite a bit to get it going. "Someone's coming." Zhou Feng responded in a low voice, his expression serious. Qin Xiaoxue immediately realized what was happening and quickly covered her daughter's mouth to stop her from making a sound and attracting unnecessary attention. The group held their breath and followed Zhou Feng's gaze. Sure enough, several figures were approaching them in the distance. They walked unsteadily, looking extremely exhausted, their faces covered in dust, clearly having been starving for several days. Zhou Feng's eye sharpened. These people were of unknown identity. If they were like the previous group of thugs, things would be troublesome. In this environment, there were no laws, no rules. Everything depended on strength and the weapons at hand. It's Manager Guo and his group. Qin Xiaoxue suddenly whispered, recognizing the people in the group. An image flashed through Zhou Feng's mind. Manager Guo was the leader of this trip. He had seen him a few times on the ship before. Sure enough, the person walking at the front of the group was a portly middle-aged man with a balding head, exuding an air of authority. Even if it was an acquaintance, Zhou Feng didn't rashly step forward. They weren't sure of the other party's attitude, and they couldn't risk revealing their stored supplies. But clearly, the other party had already spotted the smoke from their campfire and was heading straight for them. Seeing that they couldn't hide any longer, Zhou Feng and his companions had no choice but to step out and greet them. "Look, it's Qin Xiaoxue and the others," a man as thin as a monkey shouted excitedly. Manager Guo, hearing the voice, beamed and walked with even more energy. Bai Qingyan, however, frowned and muttered under her breath, "How is this guy still alive?" Zhou Feng knew why Bai Qingyan disliked him. Manager Guo had previously pursued Qin Xiaoxue, and after being rejected, she had been taking revenge, making things difficult for her at work. So seeing Manager Guo now made Zhou Feng feel uneasy as well. "Great, Xiaoxue, you're all right." Manager Guo approached with his men, greeting them with a forced smile. "You must have collected quite a few supplies, right? I saw some smoke earlier, probably grilled fish." Several of his men began to speak, their eyes gleaming as they seemed to have their eyes on the food in their hands. Qin Xiaoxue instinctively glanced back at their makeshift shelter, where coconuts and snacks she had stolen from the muscular man were still hidden. These were all valuable supplies. If discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Xiaoxue, we need to help each other now. Let's share whatever good stuff we have." Manager Guo's smile remained unchanged, but his voice began to become forceful. Just as Qin Xiaoxue was about to speak, Zhou Feng stepped forward, blocking her way, and said firmly, "Our supplies will not be shared with you." Manager Guo's smile froze instantly, and the atmosphere turned cold. The skinny man immediately jumped out, pointing at Zhou Feng and shouting, "Who do you think you are? You have no right to speak." Zhou Feng coldly smiled and brandished the dagger in his hand. The sharp blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and no one dared to make a move. Upon seeing this, Manager Guo and the others quickly took a few steps back, their eyes filled with apprehension. However, they were clearly starving and unwilling to give up easily, while Manager Guo feigned a kind heart. "Xiaozhou, right? We're from the same company. We shouldn't be so selfish at a time like this." As they talked, they started to offer Zhou Feng empty promises. "If you're willing to share some food, I'll arrange a job for you when we get back." It's so hard to find a job these days. It's not easy to have a stable job, and this opportunity is right in front of you. The people around him echoed, urging Zhou Feng not to miss this once-in-a-lifetime benefactor. Zhou Feng laughed after hearing this, admiring Manager Guo's masterful pie-in-the-sky technique. He had managed to weave together decades of the future with just a promise. Enough with the nonsense. Zhou Feng's eyes turned cold. "We're barely alive right now. Who has the time to listen to your empty promises? If you know what's good for you, get away from us." As he finished speaking, the dagger in his hand flickered slightly, his tone utterly ruthless. Manager Guo's face darkened, but he still stubbornly insisted, "This deserted island isn't your home. We have the right to stay here." He turned to Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter, trying to persuade them to switch sides. Their side had 7 people, more than Zhou Feng's, and seemed to have the advantage. Qin Xiaoxue firmly shook her head. "We'll stay with Xiaofeng, we won't go with you." Bai Qingyan even made a face. "Go play by yourselves, don't bother us." Manager Guo snorted coldly, turned around, and walked with his men to a nearby open space to sit and rest. Bai Qingyan, however, was a little worried. She pulled Zhou Feng's arm and whispered, "What if they refuse to leave or try to steal our food?" "That means they're tired of living," Zhou Feng said calmly. but his grip on the dagger tightened. Even without this knife, he believed he could handle these people on his own. Qin Xiaoxue gritted her teeth and declared, "If things really come to a head, I won't just sit here and wait to die." Her concern wasn't for the food, but rather that if these people harbored evil intentions towards her and her daughter, they would be no different from the muscular man before. "Zhou Feng, something's wrong," Bai Qingyan suddenly cried out, pointing into the distance. "They've gone towards the coconut trees." Chapter 8. Even on a deserted island, there are workplace rules. Zhou Feng looked in the direction Bai Qingyan was pointing and saw two men who had arrived under the coconut tree and were discussing how to get the coconuts down. He waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry about them." Actually, he had already picked quite a few coconuts. There were only a few left on the tree, not worth fussing over. Bai Qingyan, however, was a little anxious. In her view, those coconuts weren't just fruit, but also an important source of water for them. She frowned and asked Zhou Feng, "Are we just going to leave them like this?" Zhou Feng chuckled and jokingly replied, "Are you going to go and tell them that you planted these coconut trees?" Bai Qingyan blushed immediately, muttered, "How annoying," and didn't say anything more. Zhou Feng sighed. "As long as they don't cross the line, there's no need for us to fall out with them right now. Now is not the time to break off relations. A conflict could easily lead to unnecessary trouble." He finished speaking and planned to catch a few more fish from the nearby rocky area while it was still early for dinner. Before leaving, he handed the dagger to Qin Xiaoxue, telling the women to keep it for self-defense. "If anything happens, shout loudly. I should be able to hear you," Zhou Feng instructed. Qin Xiaoxue nodded, gripped the dagger tightly, and said firmly, "Don't worry, we can protect ourselves. You just need to be careful." Zhou Feng nodded, turned, and left, disappearing behind the bushes. Meanwhile, the two men, after much effort, finally managed to get 5 coconuts down from the tree, wrapped them in their clothes, and took them back to Manager Gua. Manager Gua himself didn't lift a finger, but when it came to distributing the coconuts, he acted as if it were his due. There were 5 coconuts for 7 people. He first took one for himself, then gave one to his secretary, Li Ran, who had a popular online presence. Next, he arranged for his henchman, Wang Jun, to also take one. The remaining 2 men and 2 women had to share 2 coconuts each. The 2 workers were unhappy and questioned Wang Jun about why he got one too. "Manager Gua, we picked the coconuts. We have no problem with you and your secretary taking one. But who does he think he is?" Everyone knew perfectly well that this secretary was actually Manager Gua's bed partner, a fact that had been widely discussed in the company for some time. Wang Jun sneered. "You'd still be starving if I hadn't spotted the coconut tree first." Hearing this, the 2 men's faces darkened. The coconut tree was quite conspicuous. Even if Wang Jun hadn't said anything, they would have found it sooner or later. "If you're not satisfied, you can go pick a few more," Wang Jun said, unyielding and showing no respect for them. Seeing their tempers escalating, Manager Gua finally spoke up. "As you know, the company is going to lay off staff next month. At your age, the thing you fear most is losing your jobs." Upon hearing this, the 2 immediately deflated, lowering their heads and remaining silent. They had both bought houses, and the monthly mortgage payments were enormous. They couldn't afford to lose their jobs. Seeing this, Manager Gua continued to press them. "Of course, I'm not threatening you. I just hope you'll perform well so I can help you keep your jobs." The 2 men gritted their teeth and nodded. "Don't worry, we'll definitely listen to you." Their words seemed harmless, but every single one weighed heavily on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. Manager Gua patted them on the shoulder. "Good performance. When the rescue mission comes, I'll promote you and give you a raise." Wang Jun chimed in, saying that the outside world must already know they had perished. He added that if they held on for another 3 to 5 days, rescue would arrive. Hearing this made the group feel a little better, and they turned back to the coconut trees to continue carrying materials. After drinking the coconut juice and filling their stomachs with coconut pulp, the group finally recovered a bit, and their complexions looked much better. Just then, Wang Jun suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, "Manager Gua, look over there." Manager Gua was initially impatient, but he was stunned when he saw what was happening. In the distance, Zhou Feng was carrying several fat fish and walking back towards the bushes. "Where did this kid get these fish?" Manager Gua's eyes practically lit up. "I just woke up yesterday and had only had some coconut juice today, and my stomach is already growling. How could I not be tempted by some fresh fish? They were caught over there." Wang Jun pointed, his eyes full of greed. "Let's go take a look. Let's catch a few too." Manager Gua stood up, ready to lead the group over. Just then, Li Ran's coquettish voice came from beside her. "Manager Gua, I'm exhausted. Can I stay here and rest for a while?" Li Ran looked pitiful, and her clothes couldn't hide her internet celebrity face and exaggerated figure. She looked like a product from a certain platform. Manager Gua immediately changed her expression. Okay, you can rest first. As soon as she finished speaking, the other two female employees objected. One said she was also tired, and the other said that catching fish was a man's job, and they wouldn't be able to help. Manager Gua was now impatient, his face turning cold as he said, "If you don't go, you won't get any fish later." His attitude was a complete contrast to the doting manner he had shown Li Ran earlier. The two women were seething with resentment, but dared not argue. After all, they had refused Manager Gua's advances and were already used to this kind of treatment. He could only stand up, suppressing his anger, and walk on, secretly envying Qin Xiaoxue. Not only did she not have to work, but someone even caught fish for her to eat. The group arrived at the shallows and found that there were indeed many fish swimming among the corals, and they all became excited. However, their excitement quickly turned into frustration. They discovered they couldn't catch any fish at all. None of the group knew how to fish, nor did anyone know how to make a harpoon. Manager Guo reluctantly tried to make a few wooden harpoons following Zhou Feng's instructions, but they were inaccurate and shallow, completely useless. In the end, they could only pick up some seashells to take back, which didn't even fill half their stomachs. When they got back, Li Ran saw that they were empty-handed, and her tone didn't hide her disappointment. "No way, you didn't catch any fish? I just saw Zhou Feng with a whole bunch." Chapter 9. You want to be my dad? Manager Guo sat on the ground, scratching his head in frustration. How come that guy named Zhou Feng is so good at catching fish? If only this kid were an employee of my company, I could have his personnel file in my hands and control him no matter what. Unfortunately, he's independent and doesn't have many weaknesses. What's worse, judging from Zhou Feng's posture just now, he had no intention of sharing a fish at all. Sigh, how exactly did Zhou Feng catch the fish? One of the men sighed. Manager Guo narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "He definitely won't tell you that it's his stable source of food. If it were him, he would never easily tell others." Wang Jun gritted his teeth and said, "If all else fails, let's just rob it." The other man frowned. "They have a dagger, have you forgotten? We have 4 men here. Are we afraid of just one?" Wang Jun waved his hand dismissively. The two men working exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's thoughts. It was a 4-on-1 situation, but if a fight broke out, Manager Guo would definitely be the first to back down, and Wang Jun might not even join in. In the end, it was the two brothers who suffered. Did they really want to fight to the death? They weren't stupid. Manager Guo spoke up at this moment. "Wang Jun, we are all civilized people, not street thugs. There is no need to actually use a knife." He had long sensed that the two men were somewhat resistant to each other, and now was indeed not the right time to take action. Upon hearing this, the two men quickly seized the opportunity to back down. "You're right. We were confused for a moment." Li Ran, sitting to the side, said somewhat discontentedly, "So we're just going to leave it at that? We'll just be eating these shellfish tonight." "Huh, do you really need to go toe-to-toe with a young man?" Manager Guo chuckled, his eyes subtly revealing his true feelings. Wang Jun immediately chimed in. "Manager Guo is truly brilliant. His thinking is completely on a different wavelength from ours. Do you already have a brilliant idea?" "Of course." Manager Guo's eyes lit up. Men like Zhou Feng's age are most susceptible to women taking the initiative. "Xiaoran, could you do me a favor and go have a chat with him to see how he catches the fish?" To put it bluntly, this tactic is a honey trap. Everyone was speechless after hearing this. "That's it. Anyone would think that way. But you're shameless enough to make it sound so high-sounding." Li Ran leaned gently against Manager Guo, her voice sweet and coquettish. "Manager Guo, I only admire you. How could I be flirting with others?" Manager Guo smiled with satisfaction. The two female employees next to him almost rolled their eyes on the spot. With Manager Guo's physique and face, you still admire him? "Shaw, he's a professional green tea bitch. I'll make you suffer for a bit. I'll take you home later," Manager Guo whispered in Li Ran's ear. Li Ran's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she immediately agreed. "Then you must keep your word." "Of course." Manager Guo nodded in satisfaction. Li Ran turned and walked towards Zhou Feng. She had only taken 2 steps when Manager Guo suddenly called out to her, "Etc." Li Ran was somewhat puzzled. Manager Guo walked over and skillfully rolled up her short top, revealing her waistline. This combination of high-waisted hot pants and strappy high-heeled sandals instantly creates a walking embodiment of sex appeal. Wang Jun's eyes widened, and he was practically drooling. The other men stared wide-eyed, inwardly cursing Manager Guo for being so cunning. "All right, you can set off now." Manager Guo nodded with satisfaction, as if admiring a work of art. On the other side, Qin Xiaoxue was teaching Bai Qingyan how to prepare fish. The fish's internal organs must be thoroughly cleaned, especially the gallbladder. Bai Qingyan studied diligently, frantically imitating her mother's movements. A short while later, he suddenly cried out, "Ah!" She accidentally pricked her hand with a fish fin, and blood immediately flowed out. "How could you be so careless?" Qin Xiaoxue frowned and quickly took out a strip of cloth to help stop the bleeding. "But I felt a little sad. I've never let my daughter do housework all these years, and now she's learning these things on a deserted island." "It's nothing, just a small wound," Bai Qingyan said with a forced smile. Zhou Feng then walked over, took out a plastic bottle, and carefully poured out some water to rinse her wound. This is a mineral water bottle that was found in the muscular man's backpack. Although the water was gone, the bottle was kept for storing water. His movements were gentle, and Bai Qingyan's cheeks flushed. "How can you be so clumsy? You're nowhere near as good as your mother," Zhou Feng teased. "Of course, I've never cooked before." Bai Qingyan pouted. "It's not just about food. Aunt Qin is beautiful inside and out. She's amazing at everything," Zhou Feng said half-jokingly, but his tone was sincere. Qin Xiaoxue, listening from the side, blushed slightly and couldn't help but glance at Zhou Feng a few times, her heart pounding. Could it be that this child really has those feelings for him? "Are you trying to woo my mom? To become my stepfather?" Bai Qingyan teased, squinting her eyes. "What's wrong? We're in the apocalypse now. What's impossible?" Zhou Feng spoke in a very serious tone. He used to think these things to himself, but things are different now. On this deserted island, he doesn't want to have any regrets. "Then go ahead and chase him. I don't care," Bai Qingyan muttered, thinking he was joking. "Okay, I'm relieved that you don't object." Zhou Feng grinned. "What nonsense are you two spouting? Do you think I don't exist?" Qin Xiaoxue finally couldn't hold back anymore, her face turning completely red. "Aunt Qin, I'm not joking. I'm serious." Before Zhou Feng could finish speaking, he heard footsteps nearby. He immediately turned his head and saw a woman dressed in a revealing and sexy manner walking towards them. "Sister Qin, and Zhou Feng too, right?" Li Ran smiled sweetly. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Feng's expression immediately changed, his tone turning icy. He recognized her at a glance. She had been following Manager Guo around, clearly indicating she was no pushover. "I just came to see you all, that's all," Li Ran said, trying to build rapport. "If there's nothing else, please leave. We don't welcome outsiders here," Zhou Feng replied coldly, showing no politeness. Chapter 10 Internal Strife. Li Ran's face fell after being rebuffed by a single sentence. How could she be willing to leave like this? What hasn't been done yet? Manager Guo promised to buy her a gold necklace afterward. Isn't she sticking to Manager Guo all this time just for some money? Li Ran gritted her teeth, put on a sweet smile, and approached Zhou Feng again. "Zhou Feng, I'd like to talk to you alone. How about we sit in those bushes over there?" She even flicked her hair, her eyes filled with a hint of provocation. Zhou Feng didn't even lift his eyelids. "Just say what you have to say here. I have nothing to hide from them." "Oh dear, there are some things I can't do right now, but I can give you something in return." Li Ran tried to tempt her further. Zhou Feng's face immediately turned cold. "I'm not interested in a woman like you. Go back and play with your Manager Guo. Don't come here to disgust me." Li Ran's face instantly turned pale, and she gritted her teeth in anger. "You'll regret this." She turned and walked away quickly, her face full of shame and anger. She could tolerate being rejected by a wealthy man. This wasn't the first time. How dare a kid who looks like he hasn't even grown up yet give her attitude? This is an absolute disgrace. Bai Qingyan, who had been listening the whole time, looked at Zhou Feng with some surprise. "Wow, you've got quite the composure." With the way Li Ran just displayed her figure, any other man would have already followed her. With such beautiful women around, who else would I even look at? Zhou Feng winked and smiled. "TCH, so glib," Bai Qingyan said with disdain, but she was secretly quite pleased. She was actually quite worried. She didn't even want to think about what might happen in the bushes if Zhou Feng really went with Li Ran. Qin Xiaoxue frowned slightly. "What's this woman doing here? Why should I care about her? Just don't disrupt our rhythm." Zhou Feng seemed indifferent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Ran returned to Manager Guo with a dark expression. "How is it?" Manager Guo's heart skipped a beat when he saw her expression. "That kid completely ignored me and even told me to get lost." Li Ran sat down on the ground in anger and stomped her foot hard. "You're not interested in me?" Wang Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. He had long coveted Li Ran, and today's outfit was exactly what his dream girl looked like. "I never thought there were men who could refuse. Those two bitches around that guy must have him completely bewitched by them," Li Ran said with a face full of resentment. Wang Jun suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly. He had long thought that Qin Xiaoxue, that widow, was much prettier than Li Ran. In the company, Which man wouldn't prefer to pursue Qin Xiaoxue? Looking back now, it makes perfect sense. So what do we do now? Everyone looked at Manager Gua. What else can we do? Go and collect some food first, and we'll talk about it when I come up with a solution, Manager Gua said impatiently, waving his hand. The subordinates looked at each other in bewilderment. Where can I collect it? How do I collect it? What are you standing there for? Go! Wang Jun roared, forcefully issuing the order. The remaining 2 men and 2 women could only silently get up and head towards the beach. They split up, with 2 men in each group. They're enjoying the breeze and the shade. While we're looking for food here, Yang Wei cursed as he walked. Just bear with it. He's the manager, what can we do? Fan Jian sighed. I think from now on we'll have to do all the hard and dirty work. Yang Wei was getting more and more annoyed. Starting yesterday, the 2 of them have practically become free laborers. The key isn't the work itself, it's having to serve that coward Wang Jun and that woman Li Ran, Fan Jian said through gritted teeth. It's one thing for Manager Gua and his ilk to be high and mighty, but they even have to fawn over their secretaries and lackeys. Who can stand that? Especially Li Ran, who has absolutely no connection with them. Yet she's always pointing fingers and making irresponsible remarks. Let's just bear with it for a few more days. Maybe we'll get compensation when the rescue arrives. Yang Wei sighed and drew a huge SOS on the beach with a twig. This is the 6th distress signal they've drawn today. But Fan Jian stood aside, his expression gloomy. Don't you feel like something's not right about this? Huh? What did you say? Yang Wei was taken aback. Think about it. We lived in the lower deck. If the accident had happened back then, we would all have died, but we all drifted to this island and none of us were seriously injured. Fan Jian lowered his voice. Also, Manager Gua and his team lived in suites on high floors. How did they also fall into the water? Do you believe so many coincidences? Yang Wei was stunned, his mind starting to race. Yes, this sounds increasingly far-fetched. What do you mean? What I mean is, this shipwreck might not be so simple. Don't expect any rescue. Fan Jian's gaze was calm. But Manager Gua said it would be soon. Huh, that's just to coax you into doing the work, Fan Jian sneered. They just want to give us hope so that they can easily exploit us. Only then did Yang Wei realize what had happened, and he looked annoyed. Damn it. We've been played for a fool the whole way. He was furious and turned to go back to confront Manager Gua. Fan Jian reacted quickly and grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Of course I'll beat him up and let him know I'm not someone to be trifled with. Yang Wei clenched his fists tightly. Fan Jian shook his head. What are you going to do? Beat him to death? It's just a scolding. What good will it do? Upon hearing this, Yang Wei also became dejected. Yeah, he's not a murderer. At most, he'll rush up and yell a few words. What good will that do? But we can't just keep suffering in silence, can we? Manager Gua is living the high life, while we're stuck here doing all the hard labor. You think this is what you call miserable? Fan Jian said coldly. None of us have any wilderness survival experience. If we really go hungry, we'll be the first ones to give up. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yang Wei's stomach rumbled. He nodded and smiled wryly. Yeah, all the stuff I collected today, even after sorting it out, isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Then what do? Quit. If you really don't want to do this, let's break up and go it alone. Let's see who starves to death first. Fan Jian shrugged. Yang Wei nodded. Then let's disperse. If we work together, we won't starve. Fan Jian suddenly laughed. You're content with that? Didn't you always say you liked that woman Li Ran? Chapter 11 Rebellion. I didn't. Yang Wei blushed and quickly waved his hand, denying it immediately. But his guilty look had already given him away. In the company, how many male employees don't secretly stare at Li Ran? She usually dresses flamboyantly, wearing short skirts and black stockings, and sways her hips wherever she goes. She always speaks with the affected, high-pitched voice, which is incredibly sweet. Everyone may look down on Manager Gua, but who doesn't envy him in their heart? However, Yang Wei wasn't just lusting after someone's body, he was genuinely tempted. At the company's annual meeting last time, he got drunk and confided in Fan Jian in the restroom. Stop pretending, I already knew what you were thinking. Fan Jian glanced at him sideways, his tone indifferent. Do you really think Li Ran can do it? Yang Wei asked hesitantly, a struggle flashing in his eyes. The next second he shook his head again. Forget it, if she doesn't agree, wouldn't I be incredibly embarrassed? Fan Jian didn't really understand his taste. Li Ran doesn't have a good reputation in the company. She may be flirtatious, but she's really worthless. But right now, Yang Wei is the only brother he can rely on, so Fan Jian has no choice but to go along with him. Don't worry, those few good-for-nothings, how could they possibly get any food? Fan Jian sneered. It won't last long. Li Ran might come looking for you herself. Then you're right. Yang Wei's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and his anger flared up again. On the other side, Bai Qingyan looked worried and couldn't help but look at Zhou Feng. You mean, we're just going to leave those people to go find food? Manage? How do you manage it? Zhou Feng lowered his head and continued sharpening the wooden stick in his hand, his tone calm. Are we supposed to feed them? They deserve to starve to death. This is the third stick he has made. The sharpened end can be used to stab fish, and it can also be used as a weapon. He kept one for himself, and the other two were for Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan. They could use them for self-defense in critical moments. Zhou Feng never intended to treat others as part of his team. Having fallen on such a low point, it's good enough if we can take care of the people around us. As for the rest, so be it. I'm not worried about food, I'm worried about safety, Bai Qingyan said in a low voice. Didn't you say before that there might be savages on the island? As she said this, a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. At first she didn't pay much attention, but now that she's eaten and drunk her fill, safety has become the main concern. That savage is probably just passing by, and will be fine for now. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and said, we're already lucky that this place hasn't been targeted. But what if savages really come? Bai Qingyan couldn't help but shudder at the thought of that scene. She is only now realizing what cannibalism fear means. You guys run away, I'll stay behind and hold them off. Qin Xiaoxue, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. She was tidying up the campsite, using tree branches to make beds. Although she was silent while working, she was very firm in her stance when it mattered. Mom, what are you saying? Let's run together. Bai Qingyan suddenly became anxious, and her eyes turned red. I'm too old to run anymore. It's good that you young people can survive. Qin Xiaoxue shook her head. I don't care. If you don't run, I won't run either. Bai Qingyan stubbornly bit her lip. Silly girl. Qin Xiaoxue sighed, and was about to say a few more words of advice when Zhou Feng interrupted her. Stop talking nonsense. If something really happens, the three of us will come together. His eyes were resolute as he gazed toward the jungle. Just then, the sound of arguing came from afar, breaking the brief silence. Are you two useless? You've been here all day and haven't brought back anything. You're not even as good as those two women. Wang Jun stood with his hands on his hips, pointing at Yang Wei and Fan Jian, cursing them with spittle flying everywhere. With an attitude like that, you think you can stay with the company? What a joke. Now is the time to test people, and this is the kind of behavior you all exhibit? Yang Wei and Fan Jian stood to the side, their eyes cold and silent. Wang Jun was completely oblivious to the awkward atmosphere and treated them like his underlings, just like before. All right, that's enough. Manager Guo waved his hand, appearing magnanimous. After all, this is the first time anyone has encountered something like this. Manager Guo, you are so kind and benevolent. Wang Jun immediately began to flatter him, but Manager Guo changed the subject. But to be honest, the female employees can find shellfish and oysters, and you came back empty-handed, which really disappoints me. After saying that, he announced directly, I won't share this meal with you. You'll only realize where you went wrong if you go hungry and reflect on your actions. Yang Wei sneered, finally unable to hold back, and spoke. Manager Guo, we don't care about your stuff. The moment those words were spoken, the air froze. Manager Guo's expression changed. What do you mean by that? It's meaningless, Fan Jian chimed in. From now on, we'll split up. This isn't the company, so don't try to order us around. Wang Jun immediately jumped out. You want a rebel? Don't forget, Manager Guo can fire you with a single word. Shut up. Bang. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Wei punched Wang Jun in the stomach. Wang Jun let out a wail, knelt down on the ground, and curled up like a shrimp. I've put up with you for too long. Still not satisfied, Yang Wei delivered 2 more powerful kicks. Stop. Stop fighting. Li Ran shouted from the side, trying to step forward and break up the fight. But her legs were too weak to move, and she didn't dare to get close at all. You guys, now choose a path. Yang Wei pointed to the 3 people still standing with Manager Guo. Will you continue to work like a slave for him, or come with us? During this time, he and Fan Jian had already figured it out. Manager Guo shrinks away as soon as something goes wrong. Wang Jun and Li Ran are a pair of bloodsuckers. The 2 female employees were well aware of their situation. If they continued to follow Manager Guo, they would be the ones doing the fishing while the 3 of them ate the meat. The 2 female employees exchanged a glance and silently walked over to Yang Wei. Manager Guo's face instantly turned as dark as a pig's liver. You need to think this through, the rescue will be here soon, he said, trying to finish his last bite. Will they really come? Fan Jian shut him up with a cold remark. At this point, even Manager Guo himself was uncertain. The more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed, the more bizarre the details of the shipwreck became. Li Ran, Do you want to come with us? Yang Wei looked at Li Ran one last time, his tone revealing a hint of expectation. However, Li Ran simply shook her head slightly, her expression extremely serious. I think unity is the most important thing. I believe in Manager Gua. He can lead us to survive. A hint of disappointment flashed in Yang Wei's eyes, but he nodded anyway. Okay, you can come anytime you want. After saying that, he left with his men without looking back. Behind him, Li Ran's eyes flickered, and a cold smile quietly appeared on her lips. She bet on both sides from beginning to end. Chapter 12 is very soft. It seems like they've broken up. Bai Qingyan observed for a while. They discovered that Yang Wei and the others had gone into another thicket in the distance. They were about 300 or 400 meters away. They have already parted ways with Manager Gua and others. Moreover, Yang Wei and his group had also lit a fire, seemingly roasting something. It seems they also have a lighter, and they must have gotten their hands on some food. It's because of the uneven distribution of profits, Zhou Feng said, shrugging. Zhou Feng, thank you. You're the one who brought all the food. Bai Qingyan was very grateful to Zhou Feng, especially seeing Manager Gua and the others break up so quickly. Let's not talk about that anymore. We've known each other for so many years. Zhou Feng smiled. Bai Qingyan nodded. It's getting late. Let's get some rest today, Qin Xiaoxua said. It's getting dark now. Based on their experience yesterday, from dusk to darkness, it only takes a dozen minutes. Okay, let's go to sleep early then. Zhou Feng was the first to lie down on the tree branch. These branches are very soft and comfortable to lie on. Bai Qingyan was going to lie in the middle position, just like yesterday. However, upon seeing this, Qin Xiaoxua took the initiative and occupied the middle position first. Because Qin Xiaoxua was the first to wake up this morning, they discovered that their daughter and Zhou Feng were actually pressed tightly together. Bai Qingyan had her arm around Zhou Feng, and they looked very intimate. There's clearly plenty of space on the ground. 5 or 6 people could lie down comfortably. The two of them still ended up together. Although Qin Xiaoxua knew that Zhou Feng was a good kid. But Zhou Feng was, after all, a man. What if things get heated and something happens? What should we do then? Mom, you want to sleep in the middle? Bai Qingyan asked in surprise. Okay, you can sleep on the side. Qin Xiaoxua blushed, too embarrassed to talk about what happened yesterday. But she was certain that at least she was in the middle and nothing should happen. Why do you sleep so close to Zhou Feng? Bai Qingyan asked, puzzled. Qin Xiaoxua didn't know how to explain. Well, if it's inconvenient, I'll just find another place to sleep. Zhou Feng sat up and scratched his head. Actually, sleeping with Qin Xiaoxua and the others was also a way of protecting them. With Manager Gua and others there now, who knows if they might come to steal things in the middle of the night. Several grilled fish were hanging on the branches of a tree next to the campsite. Zhou Feng now feels that all 5 senses are extremely sensitive. Even in one's sleep, he can detect any slightest disturbance immediately. What's inconvenient about this? Go and rest. Qin Xiaoxua lay down. Seeing that her mother offered no explanation, Bai Qingyan could only lie down. Looking at Zhou Feng on the other side, who was facing him, Bai Qingyan felt a little disappointed. She really enjoyed the feeling from last night. I don't know how much time has passed. Qin Xiaoxua then felt an arm draped over her abdomen. The arm wrapped tightly around me. He could hear Zhou Feng's breathing in his ear. Qin Xiaoxua tried it twice, then gave up. He couldn't help but laugh to himself. Xiaofeng is such a restless sleeper. Fortunately, I switched places with Bai Qingyan. But being held like this doesn't seem so bad. When Zhou Feng opened his eyes, it was already dawn. He immediately realized that he was actually holding Qin Xiaoxua. This gave Zhou Feng a thought. Could it be that I was in this position all night? And Aunt Qin never refused. Thinking of this, Zhou Feng unconsciously clenched his fingers a few times. I felt the softness of her abdomen. There's no excess fat. Instead, it has a warm, cozy feel. Qin Xiaoxua said. Zhou Feng squeezed it a couple more times reluctantly before letting go. What Zhou Feng didn't know was, Qin Xiaoxua, who had her back to herself, had already opened her eyes. The expression on his face was very complicated. Last night, Zhou Feng's unintentional actions could be interpreted by Qin Xiaoxua as him not sleeping soundly. But this morning, to Qin Xiaoxua's relief, Zhou Feng did not take any further action. Instead, he stood up and went outside. After another 10 minutes or so, Qin Xiaoxua pretended to wake up. On the contrary, Bai Qingyan next to her was still half asleep. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Qin Xiaoxua noticed that Zhou Feng was standing at the edge of the bushes, looking into the distance. Look at those people, they're catching fish. Zhou Feng squinted and looked over. It was Yang Wei and Fan Jian. I stood in that coral area early in the morning. Although they didn't have harpoons and couldn't fish like Zhou Feng, they still managed to do it. However, he made a wooden fish trap himself. I guess they threw it in last night, and there must have been some small fish or something similar inside as bait. They are now going out to sea to check their catch. When the two men lifted the fish cage up, cheers erupted. Obviously, there are fish swimming inside. The other two women cheered along with them. This means they won't go hungry anymore. Although a fish trap can catch very few fish. However, by making more, one can have a stable food source. They're catching fish over there. What will happen when all the fish are caught? Qin Xiaoxue immediately showed a worried expression. Zhou Feng chuckled upon hearing this. There are plenty of fish over there, and we can't just rely on those fish. We need to find other food sources, Zhou Feng said. Seeing Zhou Feng smile, Qin Xiaoxue immediately breathed a sigh of relief. With Zhou Feng here, she felt much more at ease. However, Zhou Feng was still uncertain about the outcome. Who knows if we can find a stable food source? However, he couldn't show any confusion in front of Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter. That would definitely make the two women even more fearful of the future. At the same time, on the other side, Manager Gua and others were also standing on the beach. They just watched as Yang Wei, Fan Jian, and the others caught a lot of fish. That bastard Fan Jian. He actually knows how to weave fish traps. He kept it a secret before. Wang Jun gritted his teeth. Manager Gua's face darkened further. They haven't eaten anything since last night. After Fan Jian and the others left, they also tried to find food, but found nothing before nightfall. I went to bed hungry. Now, seeing how much Fan Jian and the others have gained, Wang Jun was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. Manager Gua, please think of a solution quickly. I'm also very hungry, Li Ran said, shaking Manager Gua's arm. Manager Gua glanced at Wang Jun. In the past, he would definitely have asked Wang Jun to find them food. But now, Wang Jun is the only person by her side. If I force Wang Jun to leave as well, then I will gain nothing. Let's go into the bushes now and see if we can find some food, Manager Gua said slowly. Chapter 13. These fish are all ours. Go into the bushes? Li Ran frowned and looked in the direction of the bushes. She always felt there must be something terrible inside. We can't sustain ourselves on fish alone for long. There might be some wild fruit in the bushes, and we all need fresh water right now, Manager Gua explained. Their only source of fresh water is the coconuts they picked yesterday. Furthermore, Manager Gua went on to say that there might be residents on the island. Once the residents were contacted, they would never have to go hungry again. Yes, Manager Gua is indeed very insightful, Wang Jun continued to flatter. Pack your things, and let's go. Manager Gua began to gather their belongings. When Yang Wei and the others left yesterday, they had already taken their belongings. Nothing was left for Manager Gua and the others. Li Ran hesitated for a moment, but decided to go with Manager Gua and the others. After all, we haven't encountered any danger yet. Deep down, Li Ran didn't want to stay on the island any longer. I'd rather take a gamble. Zhou Feng noticed this as Manager Gua and the others headed deeper into the bushes. What are they trying to do? Qin Xiaoxue asked curiously. They probably won't find much food on the beach, so they'll probably try their luck in the woods, Zhou Feng said after a moment's thought. But aren't there savages in there? Should we notify them? Qin Xiaoxue couldn't help but ask. After all, they are colleagues. We should tell them, Zhou Feng nodded. Although Zhou Feng didn't like Manager Gua and others. But we can't just stand by and watch them walk into danger step by step. At least they need to be mentally prepared. There are other survivors on the island, some of whom are no different from beasts. They are also very dangerous. Bai Qingyan had somehow gotten close to the two of them. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng subconsciously touched the back of his head. The scars have disappeared, and even the hair seems to have grown back. But I will never forget that feeling of being on the verge of death. So Zhou Feng approached Manager Gua and the others. Kid, what are you doing? Wang Jinyi showed a displeased expression as soon as he saw Zhou Feng walking over. Seeing Zhou Feng continue walking forward, Wang Jun subconsciously took a few steps back. Wang Jun took a punch from Yang Wei yesterday. My abdomen still feels a dull ache. Are you going into the bushes? Zhou Feng asked Manager Gua. Of the three people, Manager Gua was the one whose word was law. That's right, there's no future in staying on this beach. Manager Gua nodded. Didn't you say there was a rescue before? Then it would be easier to be found on the beach, Zhou Feng said casually. Manager Gua wasn't angry at all when Zhou Feng mocked him. He simply smiled and said so. He welcomed Zhou Feng to team up with him. Team up with you guys? I'm not interested. I just came to tell you that there are savages on this island, and they might eat people. Zhou Feng recounted his encounter with the savages. He also mentioned that he met several other survivors. Those survivors were also people on the ship. However, they enslaved the other survivors. Of course, Zhou Feng didn't say that he killed two of them. You're just making up stories. There are wild men on this island, aren't you? Wang Jun didn't believe it at all. She felt that Zhou Feng was just trying to scare her. Thank you so much, young man. We'll be careful, Manager Gua said politely. But after Zhou Feng left, Manager Gua immediately showed a disdainful expression. Savage? You're kidding me. He wouldn't have come here specifically to lie to us, would he? Li Ran couldn't help but say. Li Ran couldn't see any reason why Zhou Feng would come to deceive them. The reason is simple. He doesn't want us to leave. He wants to wait until we're really starving to death before we beg him for help, and then we'll become his servants, Manager Gua sneered. So that's how it is. This guy is malicious. Wang Jun nodded in agreement. Li Ran was slightly taken aback, feeling that Zhou Feng shouldn't be that kind of person. They simply watched as Manager Gua and Wang Jun walked into the bushes. Li Ran hesitated for a moment, but still followed. They didn't listen to you? Qin Xiaoxue saw Manager Gua and the others, but still resolutely walked into the bushes. Without the slightest hesitation. They don't believe me at all. Zhou Feng spread his hands. In fact, after he turned and left. Then I heard what Manager Gua said. We've done everything we could. Qin Xiaoxue sighed helplessly. But now we should also consider migrating into the forest, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Why? Isn't it nice here? Bai Qingyan was still quite afraid of the woods. Zhou Feng gave a brief analysis of the current situation. They are now facing a shortage of fresh water, and the remaining coconuts are not enough. We must find fresh water in the forest. Moreover, being on the beach is not necessarily safe. This place feels a bit too spacious. Being on the beach actually makes you more likely to be spotted. Then where are we going? Qin Xiaoxue asked seriously after listening. Zhou Feng pointed in a direction. I saw it from the coconut tree before. There seemed to be a cliff over there. Maybe we can find a place to shelter from the wind and rain there. Their current residence is under a tree. It's hard to withstand wind and rain. Getting sick in this environment is like adding insult to injury. When are we leaving? Bai Qingyan asked as well. We need to store some food first, and it should be enough for tomorrow, Zhou Feng said after thinking for a moment. Next, Zhou Feng instructed Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan to light the fire. He then went to the coral reef area to catch fish. 1 trip, 2 trips, 3 trips. Zhou Feng quickly caught more than a dozen big fish. Qin Xiaoxue was responsible for cleaning the fish. Bai Qingyan then hung the fish on the fire to smoke them. In this environment, smoking can dry out the moisture inside the fish. It should be fine to leave it for at least a few weeks. Grilled fish, however, is only available for 2 or 3 days. Just as Zhou Feng returned with a few more fish, Fan Jian and Yang Wei stopped him halfway. Both of them were holding wooden sticks in their hands. Similar to the wooden stick in Zhou Feng's hand, both had their tips sharpened. Young man, aren't you going a bit too far? Fan Jian said, looking displeased. They have only just found a way to reliably obtain food. Zhou Feng actually started fighting with them for the fish. So many were caught in just one morning. What's it to you if I catch my fish? Zhou Feng said calmly. This land is ours now. Get out of here and put the fish you're holding on the ground. Yang Wei sneered. Are you guys just going to rob us outright? Zhou Feng realized now. However, he was not surprised. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Chapter 14 Confessing to Auntie. Kid, you broke the rules first. If you hadn't caught so many fish this morning, we wouldn't have come looking for you. Yang Wei's face showed anger. They caught 4 fish in the morning. I just had a delicious grilled fish meal. They discovered that Zhou Feng had arrested more than a dozen more people. This infuriated them, who felt that Zhou Feng was deliberately going against them. That's when he came over, still furious. Tell me about the rules on this island, Zhou Feng said, amused. This was the first time he had heard of any rules here since arriving on the island. Enough with the nonsense. Put the fish down for us, or don't blame us for taking everything from you. Fan Jian said viciously. If you're so capable, come and take it yourself. Zhou Feng squinted. Fine. You asked for this. Yang Wei roared and swung his wooden stick at Zhou Feng. Seeing this, Zhou Feng shook his head inwardly. Although he had no prior combat experience. But Zhou Feng also knew that weapons shouldn't be used like that. The only way to defeat an enemy is to hit them in the head. Moreover, Yang Wei's figure appeared to Zhou Feng as if in slow motion, posing no threat whatsoever. He raised the wooden stick and stabbed it directly. Ah! Yang Wei cried out in pain, clutching his abdomen. Yang Wei's clothes were ripped at the waist, and blood was everywhere. You! Fan Jian panicked and hesitated to go forward, holding the wooden stick. Although this is just a superficial injury. But if an infection occurs on a deserted island, death is certain. If you come looking for death again, I don't mind killing you all. After all, I've already killed people before. Zhou Feng's gaze was icy. What? The guy in front of me has already killed someone. Fan Jian's face turned ugly upon hearing this. Seeing Zhou Feng's expression, Fan Jian understood. This kid is definitely not bluffing. But when exactly did this guy kill someone? Before or after arriving on this island? When Fan Jian came to his senses, they discovered that Zhou Feng had already left with the fish. Fan Jian rushed to Yang Wei's side to check on his injuries. Fan Jian's expression then turned even more unpleasant. Zhou Feng didn't hold back at all in that attack. Yang Wei had a wound about 10 centimeters long on his waist, from which blood was flowing freely. Am I going to die? I've never even been with a woman before. Yang Wei wailed. Last night, although they took the 2 female employees with them, they separated from Manager Gua and the others. However, Yang Wei and his group did not take any extreme actions. After all, we're all acquaintances. You should be fine. Let me bandage you up. Fan Jian also lacked relevant first aid knowledge. The only option was to remove Yang Wei's clothes and stop the bleeding from his wound. Meanwhile, when Zhou Feng arrived at the camp, then you see Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan both holding sticks in their hands. What are you doing? Zhou Feng asked, looking surprised. I saw you were in trouble and wanted to help you. Bai Qingyan said resolutely. Zhou Feng was left speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry, they're no match for me, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Those 2 were just being aggressive. He's nowhere near as muscular as the previous guy. Xiaofeng, are you alright? Qin Xiaoxue came to Zhou Feng's side. They examined Zhou Feng carefully, even lifting up his shirt. This made Zhou Feng quite embarrassed. Zhou Feng, why is your face so red? Bai Qingyan asked, puzzled. Qin Xiaoxue was taken aback, realizing that Zhou Feng was shy. She then let go of his hand, feeling embarrassed. But Qin Xiaoxue couldn't help but feel a little amused. I didn't see Zhou Feng show this expression the previous times I accidentally touched my body. So this kid can be shy too. Don't worry, Aunt Qin, I'm fine. Zhou Feng coughed lightly. What was that scream just now? Qin Xiaoxue asked. Zhou Feng quickly began to explain. He recounted the whole story. Yang Wei took the initiative to harm himself, thus inviting trouble upon himself. Those fish aren't theirs, why are they stealing them? Bai Qingyan said indignantly. Then he started muttering again. Bai Qingyan felt that Fan Jian and the others were not as good as that Manager Gua. At least Manager Gua and his group didn't come over to take their things. Zhou Feng didn't think that Manager Gua was particularly noble. It's just that we haven't reached that stage yet. In such an environment, even the deepest evil thoughts in people's hearts can be unleashed. Former friends and colleagues may all change their tune. By evening, more than a dozen smoked fish had been prepared. If you eat sparingly, you can last 3 or 4 days without any problem. Zhou Feng packed all the smoked fish into his backpack. In addition, important items such as daggers and lighters were also packed away. These are their most precious assets now. In the morning, Zhou Feng smelled a faint fragrance. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then Zhou Feng opened his eyes and found himself holding Qin Xiaoxue. Auntie, you smell so good. Zhou Feng blurted out the question unconsciously. Qin Xiaoxue was still half asleep. She didn't sleep well at all last night. I keep having nightmares. I dreamt of Yang Wei and others coming to take revenge on Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was beaten until his head was bleeding. She finally slept soundly in the middle of the night. Of course, Zhou Feng's groping hands were constantly around her during this time. Qin Xiaoxue was both amused and exasperated by this. If they can get back alive, Qin Xiaoxue would definitely ask her best friend if Zhou Feng used to sleep like this. He's always been so dishonest. A few seconds later, Qin Xiaoxue realized what had just happened. Xiaofeng, let go quickly, Qin Xiaoxue whispered. Fortunately, Bai Qingyan was not nearby at that moment. They probably went to the restroom. In addition, it was just dawn, and people couldn't see their surroundings clearly. Otherwise, if she were discovered, Qin Xiaoxue wouldn't know how to explain herself. Aunt Qin, I don't want to let go. Zhou Feng hugged her even tighter. Xiaofeng, what do you mean? Qin Xiaoxue panicked a little. I don't know why Zhou Feng suddenly said that. Auntie, I like you, Zhou Feng whispered. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoxue's heart trembled. She never imagined she would hear those words from Zhou Feng. Auntie likes you too. Qin Xiaoxue tried to appear calm. Even if Qin Xiaoxue understood that Zhou Feng didn't mean it that way, she also had to pretend not to understand. I've liked you for a long time, but I didn't dare to confess back then. But after coming to this island, I realized how fragile people are, so I don't want to have any regrets, Zhou Feng whispered in Qin Xiaoxue's ear. Chapter 15 Twisted Ankle. In fact, Zhou Feng's embrace of Qin Xiaoxue at night was intentional. He wanted to see Qin Xiaoxue's attitude. Aunt Qin didn't seem to mind. Then I have a chance. You silly child. Qin Xiaoxue felt that Zhou Feng must have arrived on the island afterward. The pressure I'm under is too much, that's why I have these thoughts. Qin Xiaoxue could understand. After all, Zhou Feng carried the lives of the three of them on his shoulders. Aunt Qin, please say yes and become my girlfriend, okay? Zhou Feng continued. Become Zhou Feng's girlfriend? How is that possible? Qin Xiaoxue never had such a thought, not even in her dreams. Just then, Qin Xiaoxue heard footsteps. It was Bai Qingyan who returned from afar. They always go to the toilet more than 100 meters away. After all, men and women are different. Just hearing the voice is enough to make me shy. Xiaofeng, let go of me first. Qin Xiaoxue said anxiously. The way the two of them are acting now is just too ambiguous. Zhou Feng was practically pressed against him. Auntie, please promise me you'll think about it. Zhou Feng knew very well that Qin Xiaoxue was out of the question. She immediately agreed to become his girlfriend. Qin Xiaoxue needs time to consider. Okay, I'll think about it. Qin Xiaoxue could only agree for now. To Qin Xiaoxue's relief, Zhou Feng let go of himself the next second. At least my daughter didn't see it. Footsteps approached, and Bai Qingyan returned to the camp. Are you still sleeping? Bai Qingyan muttered. Then he lay down on the ground and covered his body with leaves to rest. Although we can eat fish these 2 days. But Bai Qingyan always felt listless, probably because she wasn't getting enough nutrition. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Zhou Feng pretended to wake up. The sun had just risen above the sea level. Qin Xiaoxue also got up, but she didn't dare to look at Zhou Feng any longer. I always felt that Zhou Feng's gaze was particularly intense. After a quick meal of smoked fish, Zhou Feng and the others set off. It was still a bit chilly on the island in the early morning. Aren't we leaving a little too early? Bai Qingyan couldn't help but mutter a few words. Her clothes were all the thinnest. A slight breeze made her shiver with cold. Here, take this. Zhou Feng took off his shirt and handed it to Bai Qingyan. Are you crazy? What are you going to wear? Bai Qingyan stared at Zhou Feng in disbelief. Zhou Feng was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt, but now he's completely shirtless. However, what surprised Bai Qingyan was, she noticed that Zhou Feng actually had quite a bit of muscle in his upper body. He even has several abdominal muscles. Strangeness? While on the boat, Bai Qingyan also saw Zhou Feng sunbathing. Zhou Feng didn't have these muscles back then. It can't be that the hunger over the past few days caused fat loss and muscle exposure. I'm not cold, you can wear it. Zhou Feng smiled. Since that night, his body has changed. Zhou Feng sensed that many things were different. I have become stronger. Don't be stubborn. Hurry up and put it on. I'm not that cold anymore. How could Bai Qingyan let Zhou Feng go shirtless? She quickly tossed the clothes to him. All right then. Zhou Feng nodded and put his clothes back on. Xiaofeng, where did you get that jade pendant? Qin Xiaoxue, who was standing next to him, also noticed that Zhou Feng was wearing something around his neck. A friend gave this to me. Zhou Feng originally wanted to say that he found it in his pocket after waking up on the island. But now he doesn't know what this red jade represents. Just to be on the safe side, it's better not to say anything. A friend gave it to you, and you've been wearing it ever since? You have a girlfriend? Bai Qingyan's face immediately turned ugly. Qin Xiaoxue was in a daze for a moment. My heart was filled with mixed feelings. Zhou Feng already has a girlfriend, yet he said those kinds of things to me this morning. Was he making fun of himself? Thinking about this, Qin Xiaoxue felt even her steps falter. What? It's a male classmate of mine. His family runs a jade processing business, and these are scraps they don't want. Zhou Feng made up a reason casually. Bai Qingyan and Qin Xiaoxue both breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a male classmate. I knew it. I hadn't heard you had a girlfriend. A smile immediately appeared on Bai Qingyan's face. Qin Xiaoxue kept her head down and didn't say anything. A faint smile played on her lips. Before they knew it, they had been traversing the bushes for an hour. Zhou Feng kept using a wooden stick to probe the way ahead. Clear away the weeds blocking the way and drive away the animals. Otherwise, what if a poisonous snake jumps out of the bushes and bites them? That would truly mean certain death. Although it took more than an hour to walk. But they actually didn't travel very far, less than 2 kilometers. However, later on, the number of bushes actually decreased. The roads were actually much easier to travel on. Mom, why are you always behind me? Bai Qingyan noticed it as she walked. Qin Xiaoxue stayed behind the two of them the whole time, seemingly keeping her distance. Qin Xiaoxue didn't dare to get too close to Zhou Feng now. She didn't know why either. Perhaps she was afraid Zhou Feng would ask how she had made her decision. Just then, Qin Xiaoxue suddenly slipped. I stepped on a patch of moss and slipped and fell to the ground. Aunt Qin. Zhou Feng rushed forward, but he was still a step too late. He could only watch as Qin Xiaoxue fell to the ground. Mom, how are you? Bai Qingyan immediately went over to check as well. My foot seems to be swollen. Qin Xiaoxue looked at her left ankle, her expression a little flustered. Spraining your ankle at a time like this? Isn't this dragging Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan down? Aunt Qin, Let me take a look. Zhou Feng immediately grabbed Qin Xiaoshua's ankle. Qin Xiaoxue wanted to pull her foot back, but Zhou Feng held her hand tightly, making it impossible for her to move. The warmth of Zhou Feng's hand could still be felt where the person had been grabbed. Zhou Feng carefully examined the area where Qin Xiaoxue was injured. It's starting to look a little red and swollen now. The situation will definitely get worse soon. Normally, you should apply ice now. However, the conditions simply do not exist right now. Zhou Feng grabbed his ankle and gently pressed the red and swollen area. Qin Xiaoxue frowned. Zhou Feng, do you know how to treat this? Bai Qingyan looked at Zhou Feng with suspicion. Is this guy trying to take advantage of me? Ahem, and he probably can't walk anymore. Zhou Feng coughed lightly before releasing Qin Xiaoshua's foot. This is probably the only time we'll have such a legitimate opportunity to take advantage of someone. What should we do then? Bai Qingyan panicked a little. It's all right, I'll carry Annie on my back, Zhou Feng smiled. Chapter 16 The Fall. No way. Why don't you leave me here and find a campsite yourself? I'll come back to you when my foot is better. Qin Xiaoxue quickly shook her head. Mom, how can that be? Who knows what dangers might be here? Bai Qingyan rejected the suggestion. It's too dangerous for someone to be alone in a place like this. Aunt Qin, come on up. We can just walk a little slower, Zhou Feng said from the side. All right then. Qin Xiaoxue reluctantly agreed. Qin Xiaoxue actually understood this in her heart. Zhou Feng and his daughter would not abandon him. But she still didn't want to be a burden to both of them. Qin Xiaoxue blushed as she leaned on Zhou Feng's shoulder. Her body was almost pressed against Zhou Feng's. It also reminded me of what happened this morning. Qin Xiaoxue had no idea what Zhou Feng was thinking. Zhou Feng carried Qin Xiaoxue on his back, but he didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, their walking speed was faster than before. He knew this wasn't just a psychological effect, but that his body was actually undergoing some changes. What pleased Zhou Feng the most was the road was very bumpy. Every sway is a pleasure. I will definitely experience it properly in the future. Bai Qingyan took the initiative to pick up the backpack and their wooden sticks and went ahead to scout the way. After walking for another 2 hours, it was almost noon. They rested twice during the trip and finally got very close to the cliff. What delighted them was puddles can be seen on the ground from time to time. This proves that there must be a water source nearby. Soon they arrived at the foot of the cliff. A small cave appeared before them. It extends about 7 or 8 meters down the rock face. There's a cave here. Great. And it's on a hillside. Bai Qingyan looked pleasantly surprised. Don't make a sound, Zhou Feng quickly whispered. Bai Qingyan then realized that she had been too reckless. Who knows if this cave is inhabited by wild men? Even if there are no wild men, there may be other wild animals. You all stay here for now. I'll go take a look. Zhou Feng put Qin Xiaoxue down. Then he picked up a wooden stick and carefully approached the cave. The cave is located halfway up the mountain. The entrance is about 5 or 6 meters wide. Although it's midday, the light is rather dim. I can't see what's inside clearly. Zhou Feng approached little by little, while simultaneously sniffing intently. Many wild animals use scent to mark their territory. Fortunately, there was no pungent smell here. Zhou Feng approached the cave step by step. There were no signs of any biological activity inside the cave. Moreover, it's cool inside, completely different from the outside temperature. The space overhead is also quite large, at least 3 meters high. What surprised Zhou Feng even more was he discovered a small spring not far from the cave. It flowed down the hillside directly into the bushes below. Although the water flow was very small, Zhou Feng tasted it and found it to be fresh water. Finding a place to live is not difficult. The real challenge is finding fresh water. The process of treating spring water is much simpler than that of treating stream water. Zhou Feng quickly helped Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan into the cave. The two were very excited when they saw that there was fresh water here. The most scarce resource along the way is fresh water. They only brought some coconut water, and they had to drink it sparingly. Can we drink this spring water directly? Bai Qingyan's mouth was already dry from the journey. There shouldn't be any problem. Zhou Feng had already tasted it. The spring water doesn't appear to be polluted. Then I'll have some. Bai Qingyan couldn't hold back any longer and lay down on the ground to drink a few mouthfuls. A chilling sensation ran through me. Then he filled a mineral water bottle with some more water and handed it to Qin Xiaoxue. This water is even a little sweet. Qin Xiaoxue couldn't help but exclaim after taking a sip. Let's eat something first. Zhou Feng took the grilled fish out of his backpack. Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan split up. Zhou Feng ate 2 of them by himself. Just as Zhou Feng put down the grilled fish, he suddenly froze. They noticed a glow emanating from the nearby rock wall. When Zhou Feng looked closely, he realized that it wasn't a ray of light at all. It seems there's something reflecting light in the distance. Lie down first. Zhou Feng said quickly. Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan were taken aback, wondering why Zhou Feng was so nervous. However, they all followed Zhou Feng's instructions and lay down together. Zhou Feng observed the reflection for several minutes. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the reflection remained motionless. This proves that the thing doesn't move. Zhou Feng gestured for the two of them to stand up, and then he looked toward the direction of the light. Just a few hundred meters to the north, deep in the woods, something was shimmering through the leaves. What is that? Bai Qingyan also noticed it. I don't know. It could be some kind of metal, Zhou Feng said after thinking for a moment. Only metal could produce such a flash. No matter what it is, Zhou Feng has to go and take a look. After all, it was so close to their cave. I'll go with you, Bai Qingyan immediately offered. I'm not going there for fun, and you also have to take care of Aunt Qin. Zhou Feng shook his head. If both of them leave, what should we do if something happens to Qin Xiaoxue? Qin Xiaoxue's ankle is still swollen. You guys go ahead, I'll be fine on my own. I'll call if anything happens, and you need help more than anyone else, Qin Xiaoxue quickly said. Zhou Feng wanted to say something more. However, he simply couldn't win an argument with either of them. In addition, the distance is not very far. So Zhou Feng could only take Bai Qingyan there first, and said he would be back soon. Before leaving, Zhou Feng left the dagger with Qin Xiaoxue. At least it can be used for self-defense. Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan walked through the woods one after the other, and soon arrived at the place where the light was shimmering. When Zhou Feng saw what was in front of him, his mouth dropped open in shock. Bai Qingyan looked on in disbelief. Is this a helicopter? Bai Qingyan blurted out. They could see it clearly at that moment. A helicopter crashed to the ground, its fuselage damaged. The helicopter didn't look very big. It could only carry about 3 or 4 people. Moreover, the wreckage was surrounded by various types of vegetation. It's clear that the helicopter has been here for quite some time. The flash just now was from a piece of glass in front of the helicopter. There's no one up there, is there? Bai Qingyan asked with a look of horror. I don't know. I'll go take a look, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. He parted the weeds and came to the helicopter door. Inside, it was covered in rust and thick layers of mud. Seeing this, Zhou Feng's heart sank. Judging from the appearance of the helicopter, it must have been down for a long time. Chapter 17 Wreckage. Bai Qingyan sensed something was wrong when she saw Zhou Feng's gloomy expression after he got out of the helicopter. What's wrong? Are there any corpses inside? Bai Qingyan's voice trembled slightly. Although it wasn't the first time I'd seen a dead person, but the thought of possibly rotting corpses inside still made her feel nauseous. No, nothing at all. We only found this. Zhou Feng held up something. Bai Qingyan looked over and saw that it was a round, bulging thing. It is about the size of a person's head. Bai Qingyan almost screamed. She breathed a sigh of relief after she could see what it was. It turned out to be a metal helmet. It's all right, Bai Qingyan said. Not good at all. Zhou Feng shook his head. What's wrong with it? Bai Qingyan asked, looking puzzled. The existence of this plane proves at least 2 things, Zhou Feng said, holding up 2 fingers. First, this island is more dangerous than imagined. Helicopters crashed here a long time ago, but no rescue was carried out. As for the second point, the number of humans on the island is probably greater than we imagine, Zhou Feng said, squinting. More than we imagined? What do you mean? Bai Qingyan was a little frightened by Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng began to analyze. Before this, Zhou Feng and the others believed that there were only 2 types of people on the island. One group consists of survivors of the shipwreck. Another possibility is that they are the savages on the island. However, this aircraft proved otherwise. Perhaps there were survivors on this island long ago. For example, on this helicopter. Not only were no bodies found, but, moreover, there was basically nothing of value. Everything was taken away. Zhou Feng even discovered that the helicopter's fuel tanks had been pried open. What do we do then? Bai Qingyan panicked. Of course, the first thing to consider is how to survive, Zhou Feng said before he could finish. Screams came from the direction of the cliff. Ah, it belongs to Qin Xiaoxue. Not good. Zhou Feng immediately ran towards the cliff. Bai Qingyan chased after them. At the same time, I was praying in my heart that nothing would happen to my mother. When Bai Qingyan arrived at the bottom of the cave, she was already panting heavily. However, Bai Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Qin Xiaoxue was unharmed. Mom, are you all right? Bai Qingyan asked hurriedly. Meanwhile, he muttered to himself. The mother made such a loud noise. She must have encountered some kind of insect or something. I'm fine over there. Qin Xiaoxue pointed to a tree in the distance. Bai Qingyan looked over. They discovered that Zhou Feng was already standing there. And under that tree, there was a person lying down. I heard noises outside when I was cleaning up the cave, Qin Xiaoxue began to explain. But she glanced over instinctively. Then they saw a person with blood all over their face, staggering over. Then Qin Xiaoxue screamed. This was also the signal they had agreed upon. But what Qin Xiaoxue didn't expect was that after she finished shouting, the person instead fell to the ground and remained motionless. At the same time, Zhou Feng went forward to check. Bai Qingyan dared not go over. After all, before coming to the deserted island, she was just an ordinary little girl. But then I thought about how Zhou Feng was about the same age as me. Zhou Feng has already worked very hard collecting food these past few days. We can't let him face everything alone. So Bai Qingyan mustered her courage and went to Zhou Feng's side. The person on the ground had a face covered in blood. Bai Qingyan glanced at it only once before quickly turning her head away. Is he still alive? Bai Qingyan asked. He's already dead. Zhou Feng shook his head and sighed, then stood up. The man had already passed away when Zhou Feng arrived. How did he die? He may have died from shock due to excessive blood loss. His face was slashed. You know this person. He's manager Guo's lackey. I think his name is Wang Jun, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Zhou Feng recognized the clothes the person was wearing. What? It's him. Bai Qingyan glanced at the corpse again. The clothes the corpse was wearing looked very familiar to me. What happened to them? What about the other two? Bai Qingyan's voice trembled slightly. I don't know, but it certainly won't end well. Zhou Feng grabbed the corpse's ankles with both hands. Now that Wang Jun is in trouble, it will be difficult for those two to escape unscathed. But right now, the most important thing is to hide the body. Zhou Feng quickly hid Wang Jun's body in a thicket. He had no tools and no way to hide it. After returning to the cave, Zhou Feng told Qin Xiaoxue what had happened. Although Qin Xiaoxue usually looked down on Wang Jun, that's manager Guo's lackey. Those muscular guys from before, although they were also on the ship. But they didn't know each other. Wang Jun was different. He was a colleague with whom he spent every day. He heard that he died just like that. But now that she heard that Wang Jun was dead, Qin Xiaoxue also felt the cruelty of the deserted island. But right now, the most important thing is their place still safe? I think it's still safe here for the time being, Zhou Feng concluded. Zhou Feng examined Wang Jun's body. There were marks on Wang Jun's wrists where he had been strangled by a rope. They must have escaped from someone. Moreover, Wang Jun must have fled a great distance to barely make it here. He may have even fainted several times during the journey. However, the other party did not chase after them. There's some precious fresh water in the cave now, and Aunt Qin's foot is injured, so let's stay here for now, Zhou Feng added. After all, Qin Xiaoxue had an ankle injury. Even if they wanted to leave, it would be very difficult for them. Moreover, Zhou Feng doesn't know where is safe. If we leave this place, we might find ourselves in an even more dangerous situation. What should we do then? I'm sorry, I'm the one who held everyone back. Qin Xiaoxue said with a face full of apology. Auntie, please stop saying things like that. We're family, Zhou Feng said seriously. We're one family. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoxue recalled Zhou Feng's confession earlier. This child, they genuinely want to become family with themselves. Want to become my husband. Bai Qingyan, standing nearby, misunderstood. She assumed they had known each other since childhood and were neighbors. So we're like family. Coo coo coo. Just then, the sound of birds chirping came from not far away. Zhou Feng immediately looked over. In the distance, a pheasant was spotted perched on a treetop. There's meat. Zhou Feng was overjoyed. However, how to capture that pheasant became a problem. Zhou Feng saw many stones on the ground and immediately picked up a few. Then he smashed it hard at the pheasant. Bang! The pheasant seemed startled and immediately flapped its wings, trying to fly away. It flew less than a meter before crashing to the ground. Chapter 18, Stripping. Zhou Feng, you're amazing. Bai Qingyan jumped up excitedly. Bai Qingyan's favorite food used to be stewed chicken. Let me go take a look. Zhou Feng picked up a wooden stick and walked over there. They quickly brought the pheasant back. It weighed about 2 pounds. Pheasants in nature are actually not very heavy. But the taste of pheasant is incomparable to that of sea fish. Qin Xiaoxue still plucked the hair. After plucking the pheasant's feathers, use a dagger to clean out its internal organs. Then chop it into small pieces. Bai Qingyan gathered many branches and lit a campfire. This time they had a tool for stewing meat, the helmet that Zhou Feng had picked up earlier. After cleaning, it can be used as a pot. Soon, a fragrant aroma filled the cave. Bai Qingyan's mouth watered as she looked at the pot of chicken. However, Bai Qingyan then thought of something, and her expression changed. Won't this smell attract other animals, or people? If it were just animals, Bai Qingyan wouldn't be so worried. The key is humanity. Animals might be a possibility, but humans definitely won't, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. The smell can only travel a few dozen meters at most. The human nose isn't that sensitive. If any animals come, then we can give them extra food. As long as it's not a large carnivore, Zhou Feng is confident he can handle it. Moreover, there are probably no large animals on such islands. That's good. Bai Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. The image of Wang Jun's corpse kept appearing in her mind from time to time. This pot of chicken was stewed for more than 2 hours. It finally reached the point of being mushy and falling apart. The three of them have a pot, but no bowls or anything like that. They could only find large leaves to temporarily use as a substitute for a bowl. Although there are no chopsticks, you can just find 2 twigs to use instead. The pot of chicken was quickly devoured by them. Although there is no salt or other seasonings available, the three of them haven't had a proper meal for several days. They all ate until their faces were glistening with oil, and in the end, they even licked the soup clean. There's only 1 chicken leg left. Aunt Qin, you should eat this chicken leg. It will help you recover faster. Zhou Feng handed the chicken leg to Qin Xiaoxue. My ankle doesn't hurt that much anymore. You can have it. Qin Xiaoxue tried to return the chicken leg. Zhou Feng simply stood up and avoided Qin Xiaoxue. Qin Xiaoxue's legs were weak, and she couldn't keep up with Zhou Feng at all. Upon seeing this, Bai Qingyan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. What are you laughing at, kid? Come and eat. Qin Xiaoxue handed the chicken leg to Bai Qingyan. Mom, you should eat it. Bai Qingyan quickly refused. Qin Xiaoxue was a little helpless, so she could only wrap the chicken leg in leaves and put it in a shady place. Let's eat together at the next meal. On the other side, Zhou Feng, having finished eating and drinking, took a wooden stick and went out. There's still some time before it gets dark. Zhou Feng wanted to take advantage of this time to thoroughly search the surrounding area. Let's check if there are any potential dangers. This time, Zhou Feng had a few more stones in his hand. He carefully selected these stones from the bottom of the cliff. Each stone was the size of an egg and had sharp edges and corners. He discovered that in this environment, throwing stones was actually quite threatening. If the stone is thrown accurately enough, its power is terrifying. With the power currently contained within Zhou Feng's body, he felt he could even kill someone with a single punch. After walking around the area, Zhou Feng didn't make any new discoveries. They found another wild rabbit, which Zhou Feng killed with a stone. Lunch is sorted out for tomorrow. Before returning to the cave, Zhou Feng prepared to check on Wang Jun's body. However, when Zhou Feng parted the bushes, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Wang Jun's body had been disturbed. Zhou Feng remembered clearly that he had Wang Jun's body facing up. But now the body is lying on its side. Generally speaking, wild animals will leave traces when dragged. But there are no traces here. It's a human. Zhou Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Who exactly came to examine Wang Jun's body? Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan? Impossible. They didn't have the guts to examine the body. It must be someone else. The most crucial question is whether the other side has already discovered them. Is this place still safe? Could the person who examined Wang Jun's body be the murderer who killed him? Zhou Feng didn't know, so he could only return to the cave first. He told Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan about the situation. What do we do now? Bai Qingyan panicked. Regardless of the reason, Bai Qingyan felt a sense of fear. I have an idea, which may be the only solution right now, but it requires some sacrifices from you all, Zhou Feng said slowly. Sacrifice? What sacrifice? Bai Qingyan asked. Xiaofeng, whatever your idea is, we'll listen to you. Qin Xiaoxue said firmly. They are only alive now because of Zhou Feng. Qin Xiaoxue was willing to make any sacrifice. After all, this wasn't the first time Qin Xiaoxue had brought up the matter of her taking the last place. I want you to take your clothes off. Zhou Feng scratched his head. You scoundrel. Bai Qingyan immediately became agitated. At this critical moment, Zhou Feng was actually thinking of this. And they have to come along too. Does that mean you want to have some fun when you're facing danger? Don't want to die without ever experiencing the pleasures of a woman? If Zhou Feng were to make the request to her, Bai Qingyan felt she would consider it. But now they're being made to go together. How is that possible? Xiaofeng, you must have something on your mind, right? Qin Xiaoxue blushed, thinking it must be a misunderstanding. Zhou Feng is definitely not that kind of person. Yes, this island is full of dangers. If we leave now, we might end up in an even more dangerous place. So we might as well stay here for now. That's why I want to make a dummy out of your clothes and put it in the cave as bait, Zhou Feng said, nodding. Upon hearing that Zhou Feng was doing this, Bai Qingyan realized that she had misunderstood him. I'm sorry, Zhou Feng, I didn't mean it that way. I thought you. Bai Qingyan stammered, but still didn't say that Zhou Feng was a hooligan. Used as bait? So you're going to stay here and guard it. Qin Xiaoxue realized what Zhou Feng was planning to do. He had to stay behind alone to face the danger. Okay, you guys go stay over there by the helicopter. It should be safe there. Zhou Feng nodded. Moreover, it's not cold inside the helicopter at night. Then let's take them off. Qin Xiaoxue started first. Chapter 19 Sneak Attack. Actually, Zhou Feng had seen them wearing bikinis while on the ship. However, the bikini and the clothes underneath are ultimately different. Seeing that Qin Xiaoxue had started, Bai Qingyan took off her t-shirt. Zhou Feng glanced at Qin Xiaoxue a few times, then quickly turned his head away. It's so attractive in this desolate wilderness. Don't be shy. Who knows when we can leave? Don't be so formal. Qin Xiaoxue smiled instead. Exactly. It's really nothing. Bai Qingyan blushed as well. Zhou Feng scratched his head and turned around. I think there's nothing wrong with what the two of them said. If you care too much, it will only make things awkward for both of you. Moreover, in such a place, clothes would be subject to a high degree of wear and tear. Before long, they will all need to make clothes out of leaves. When it gets dark, you guys sneak over there, Zhou Feng said. He was unaware that he was being watched. This is the safest approach. Okay, Qin Xiaoxue nodded. They then agreed on a secret code. If Qin Xiaoxue is in danger, shout your name towards the sky. Zhou Feng will be there soon. Anyway, they were only a few hundred meters apart. What if you're in danger here? Bai Qingyan asked. If I'm in danger, I'll set this pile of firewood on fire. You guys run towards the beach, and I'll come find you, Zhou Feng said, pointing to a large pile of firewood next to the cave. Those were collected by Bai Qingyan and herself before. It was originally intended to be used as firewood. Once ignited, it will surely burst into flames. They could also see them from where Bai Qingyan and the others were. Zhou Feng could have shouted to make a sound, but that would have been too obvious a signal to retreat. If an enemy were to appear, they would definitely be aware that there are other people around. Okay, Bai Qingyan nodded. If Zhou Feng is in danger, they probably won't be able to help even with their abilities. The best outcome would be simply not to hold others back. It got dark very quickly. Bai Qingyan helped Qin Xiaoxue walk towards the helicopter under the cover of night. Zhou Feng also gave the dagger to Bai Qingyan as a self-defense weapon. He used the wooden stick he used to stab fish, as well as many stones on the ground, as weapons. Girls like Bai Qingyan, who use wooden sticks, don't actually have much fighting power. You can't knock someone out immediately. Only those with a dagger pose a threat. Watching the two people leave, Zhou Feng picked up a dummy next to him. This was made from twigs and weeds. Zhou Feng then picked up the t-shirt that Qin Xiaoxue had folded and placed beside him. When Zhou Feng picked up the clothes, he had a strange feeling. I subconsciously leaned closer and took a sniff. Although I've worn it for several days, it doesn't have any unpleasant smell. It actually has a familiar taste. It's the kind of smell that Zhou Feng has been catching every morning these past few days. No, this is not good, Zhou Feng muttered to himself. Only then was the t-shirt put on the mannequin. There was a faint light inside the cave. When the light is shown on the mannequin, it looks almost exactly like a real one. Zhou Feng placed the two mannequins in the innermost position, making them even more blurry. He then scattered many small stones around the rock walls of the cave as he climbed up. After the preparations were almost complete, Zhou Feng closed his eyes and lay down to rest inside the cave. In this situation, the earlier you rest, the better you can maintain your energy. Otherwise, you'll be extremely tired if you stay up until the early hours of the morning. I don't know how much time has passed. A faint sound suddenly came from outside. Creak, creak. That was the sound of someone stepping on pebbles. Zhou Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Listen carefully to everything around you. The sound stopped abruptly, as if it had just been Zhou Feng's imagination. But after waiting for 2 minutes, the sound continued. It was that creaking sound again. Someone was slowly making their way towards the cave, walking on the slope. And there was more than one footstep. There are 3 in total. They are approaching the cave. Zhou Feng is now extremely grateful. Fortunately, I had a backup plan, otherwise they would have been in trouble today. These guys definitely have bad intentions. Zhou Feng quietly got up and hid in a corner of the cave. This corner is in a rather unique location. Only by entering through the cave entrance and turning around can one discover Zhou Feng's hiding place. Soon, the 3 people outside the cave quietly arrived at the cave entrance. The 3 of them did not exchange a single word throughout the entire process. They clearly knew what they needed to do. The 3 of them went straight for the dummy on the ground. Zhou Feng, standing behind them, could see everything clearly. These 3 people are not savages. They are clearly modern people. However, their clothes were very worn and their hair was messy. Clearly not a recent survivor. The 3 men each held a spear and thrust it at the dummy on the ground. Upon seeing this scene, Zhou Feng felt his blood rush to his head. Imagine that all 3 of them are lying inside the cave. So now they're either dead or seriously injured. Zhou Feng roared. He grabbed a wooden stick and rushed over. One of the attackers even made a sound of confusion, because he could sense that what was wearing clothes was not human at all. The next second, he let out a scream. His body was stabbed hard. The wooden stick in Zhou Feng's hand pierced his body. They even pinned him against the rock face. The man screamed repeatedly, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. "Asshole! There's an ambush!" The other two quickly turned around. Zhou Feng had already dropped the wooden stick and lunged at one of the people. The fist slammed into the man's face. Click! The man's nose bone shattered instantly. He was knocked to the ground by Zhou Feng's punch, rolling over and howling in pain. Zhou Feng then sidestepped to the side, dodging the spear that was thrust at him from behind. He turned to look at the last attacker who was still standing. Judging from his appearance, this person is about 27 or 28 years old. He was just covered in dirt. Zhou Feng bent down and picked up the spear from the ground. Now it was the attacker's turn to panic. "Let's talk this out." The attacker swallowed hard. "Can't we talk this out? Why didn't you think of that when you attacked us?" Zhou Feng roared in a low voice. The attacker's expression changed slightly. Seeing Zhou Feng raise his spear, he quickly shouted, "Wait, I know a lot of information. I'll use that information to save my life." The attacker raised his hands. "Ho Chuan, if you dare to tell anyone, the boss won't let you off the hook." Just then, another attacker covered his face and said, "Puff." Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Feng thrust his spear forward and pierced the opponent's chest. The man's body twitched a few times, then fell silent. Upon seeing this scene, Ho Chuan couldn't help but gasp. The person in front of me is a formidable character. Chapter 20 Interrogation. If you tell me everything you know, I'll spare your life. Zhou Feng turned to look at Ho Chuan. Ho Chuan swallowed. "What do you want to know? What's the name of this island? And who are you people? And how did you get here?" Zhou Feng asked. In fact, Zhou Feng had too many doubts in his heart. "We can only start by asking the simplest questions. We don't know the name of this island either, but some people call it Paradise Island," Ho Chuan quickly said. "Paradise Island?" Zhou Feng frowned. Before this trip, he had done his research online. "I've seen many places that claim to be Paradise Islands. For example, Fiji, Bali, and the Hawaiian Islands. It's really just a form of tourism promotion. Is this place also called Paradise Island? Could this be some kind of tourist hotspot? Who called this island Paradise Island?" Zhou Feng quickly realized the problem in Ho Chuan's words. Since Ho Chuan and others created these names, there must be other people involved. "We found a stone tablet with the words, Island of Paradise written on it," Ho Chuan said slowly. "Stone tablet? There's a stone tablet on this island. That stone tablet is located near our current residence, about 3 kilometers away from here," Ho Chuan said, pointing in a direction. Zhou Feng nodded to himself as he saw that direction. Ho Chuan was probably not lying. Wang Jun and the others headed in that direction. "When did you arrive on the island?" Zhou Feng asked, squinting. Ho Chuan explained that they were crew members on a fishing boat. While passing through a certain sea area, the weather suddenly changed. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Everyone fainted, and when they woke up, they found themselves on this island. "I've been here for more than half a year now." They waited in vain for rescue. Zhou Feng frowned immediately. This experience is exactly the same as theirs. And these people have actually been here for half a year. "Did you kill the body in the bushes?" Zhou Feng asked again. Ho Chuan nodded. "Why kill him?" Zhou Feng asked in a deep voice. Ho Chuan quickly waved his hand. "Our boss was looking for something. So after we captured him and interrogated him, we didn't expect him to run away on his own." "What is it?" Zhou Feng asked. "There shouldn't be anything of value on Wang Jun." "I don't know." Ho Chuan shook his head. Zhou Feng frowned. Seeing that Zhou Feng was about to get angry, Ho Chuan quickly tried to explain. He really didn't know what he was looking for. The boss just told them to take all of Wang Jun's personal belongings back with them. They chased after him all the way here and found Wang Jun's body. While searching through the bodies, they realized there were other survivors there. In order not to alert the enemy, I secretly hid myself first. "You haven't gone back yet." Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then it proves that no new attackers have arrived yet. Ho Chuan immediately said that the boss did not know that they had discovered another survivor. They hadn't had time to go back and report the news. Zhou Feng nodded, probably because he saw 2 women with him. "Therefore, I felt that the 3 of them were almost certain to succeed." "So you attacked us to find something too?" Zhou Feng squinted. "The survivors on this island, even if they don't help each other, there is no reason to carry out a meaningless killing on the other side. It must also be related to what the other person said about looking for something. It definitely wasn't the supplies they were carrying, although each of them carries something with them, more or less. For example, daggers, lighters, and cell phones. There's no need to go on a killing spree over these things. Especially now that there is no electricity or signal, electronic products are just for show." Zhou Feng's phone had already run out of battery. "We don't know either. The boss didn't say what we were looking for. Anyway, We can't leave anything behind. Ho Chuan shook his head. Is that so? Zhou Feng squinted. I took the pendant out from inside my collar and glanced at it. Could it be the pendant I'm wearing? Zhou Feng felt that if there was something, it would allow the other party to kill without restraint. That must have extraordinary value. For example, the pendant you wear. Where did this pendant come from? How did it end up in my pocket? Zhou Feng knew nothing about this. But the magic of this pendant is absolutely worth the risk for anyone. At the same time, Zhou Feng glanced at Ho Chuan out of the corner of his eye. He clearly saw the surprise and greed that flashed in Ho Chuan's eyes. Zhou Feng deliberately exposed the pendant. I just wanted to see the other person's expression. Ho Chuan's judgment has now proven that he was lying. Ho Chuan definitely knows something. He just hasn't told me. The people you killed had companions, right? What happened to them? Zhou Feng asked. Accompanying Wang Jun were Manager Gua and Li Ran. Now that Wang Jun is dead, what happened to the other two? They're still alive, inside the base, Ho Chuan explained. They're not dead yet. Zhou Feng asked in surprise. I increasingly felt that Ho Chuan's words were full of lies. Li Ran is young and beautiful, so it's normal that she didn't die. But how come Manager Gua, with his fat head and big ears, didn't die? Wang Jun suffered such torment. How could Li Ran be alright? How could that be? Even if Manager Gua is still alive, why keep him around? Do you have any other questions? Ho Chuan's tone became somewhat urgent. They clearly wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Have you seen any wild men here? Zhou Feng asked again. No. Ho Chuan shook his head. Okay, you can go now, Zhou Feng said. Don't worry, I definitely won't go back to the boss's side. If I'm the only one who goes back after the three of us leave, he'll kill me, Ho Chuan said confidently. Then they retreated step by step to the entrance of the cave. Then he turned around and ran quickly down the slope. But at that moment, a whooshing sound came from behind. Bang! A stone hit Ho Chuan squarely on the head. Ho Chuan fell to the ground with a thud. Zhou Feng slowly walked over. Pick up a large rock from the side and smash it down hard. After hiding the three bodies in the bushes, it was already daylight. Zhou Feng arrived at the site of the helicopter crash. Bai Qingyan and Qin Xiaoxue came out to greet Zhou Feng when they saw him. Zhou Feng first returned the shirt to them. After all, it's hard for anyone to stand having two such beautiful women like that. Nothing happened last night, right? Bai Qingyan asked, her face showing slight dark circles under her eyes. Clearly, she didn't sleep well last night. Zhou Feng hesitated for a moment, but then told him everything that had happened. After all, there are so many dangers on the island right now. They should know too. So Zhou Feng recounted what had happened, omitting the details of the jade pendant. What? There's actually such a madman on the island. Bai Qingyan's face turned ugly. They actually killed anyone they saw. This island is far more dangerous than we imagined. Qin Xiaoxue muttered to herself. Aunt Qin, how's your foot? Zhou Feng asked. It doesn't hurt anymore. I can walk now, Qin Xiaoxue said. Zhou Feng just saw Qin Xiaoxue walk out on her own. Let me check it out. Zhou Feng came to Qin Xiaoxue's side. Without saying a word, he took off her shoes. Chapter 21 Danger. Oh dear Xiaofeng Yu. Qin Xiaoxue was a little at a loss. She could only stand by holding onto Zhou Feng's shoulders. Zhou Feng squatted down and took a quick look. It was discovered that the swelling in Qin Xiaoxue's ankle had subsided. It seems there's no problem. Only then did he help Qin Xiaoxue put on her shoes. I have an idea now. I don't know if you agree. Zhou Feng stood up. We'll listen to whatever you say. Qin Xiaoxue immediately expressed her support. I'll listen to you too, Bai Qingyan replied. Zhou Feng explained his thoughts. Basically, it's about going back to the beach to find Fan Jian and Yang Wei and their group. Why are you looking for them? Bai Qingyan was furious when she mentioned those people. Those guys weren't good people either. What worries me is that those people might also be killed, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Manager Gua and Li Ran's fate is currently unknown. However, Zhou Feng felt that they were very likely to be coerced. They led their people to the beach where they had first been. After all, the boss was looking for the jade pendant. They will not let any survivor go. That has nothing to do with us. They brought it on themselves. Bai Qingyan showed no compassion whatsoever. In particular, Zhou Feng and Fan Jian had previously had a conflict. If they get caught, they'll definitely keep asking about our whereabouts. They'll come looking for us sooner or later, Zhou Feng explained. So why not take advantage of the present moment and go find Fan Jian and the others? Although some minor conflicts had occurred before, but at least they were colleagues before, which is far more reliable than strangers. It's safer when everyone is together. Then we can go somewhere else, Bai Qingyan said. No one knows if there are other dangers on the island. We can't act rashly any longer. Zhou Feng shook his head. They were quite lucky this time. If it's like Manager Gua and others. If you directly intrude into the other party's territory, you'll be in dire straits from the start. Li Qianqian and Sun Hong are quite pitiful. We should go and remind them, Qin Xiaoxua said at this moment. The two names Qin Xiaoxua mentioned refer to the two female employees who were working alongside Fan Jian and Yang Wei. Both of them had only been with the company for less than 6 months. I was a complete newcomer to the company. He's usually quite honest. They probably never imagined they'd end up on this deserted island. All right then. Seeing that her mother had said so, Bai Qingyan could only nod in agreement. When Zhou Feng returned, he first placed all their food on the helicopter. Furthermore, Zhou Feng made many secret signals around the cave. Along the only route, many stones were quietly placed. Anyone who passes by will inevitably touch these stones. They didn't bring any supplies, just water and weapons. Their weapons were the spears left behind by Ho Chuan and others. The spearhead is made of sharp iron. I don't know where they found it, but they tied it to the front end with hemp rope, looping it around in circles. This return trip will be much faster. In addition, they cleared a road yesterday. It took me 4 or 5 hours to get here yesterday, but today it might only take a little over an hour. As Bai Qingyan walked along this road, she also realized it. Zhou Feng is right. If those thugs follow this road, they will be discovered very soon. During this trip, Zhou Feng paid special attention to Qin Xiaoxua. They all chose routes that were relatively easy to travel. More than an hour later, they indeed reached the edge of the jungle. You two wait here. I'll check the situation first, Zhou Feng said to the two women. Okay, be careful. Qin Xiaoxua nodded emphatically. Let me help you, Bai Qingyan said, wanting to offer her assistance. Zhou Feng was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. This only means that I am fine on my own. All right. Bai Qingyan finally had no choice but to compromise. Zhou Feng bent down and came to the edge of the jungle. His eyesight and hearing are now much better than before. They immediately saw the gathering place that Fan Jian and his group had set up. When he saw the scene clearly, he couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, Fan Jian and Yang Wei were holding weapons. It is also a sharpened wooden stick. The other two female employees hid beside them. There were 6 people in front of them. 5 of them were men, and the other one was Li Ran. However, Li Ran looked quite disheveled. The clothes I wore yesterday are gone. I've been replaced with a very oversized set of men's clothes. Moreover, the clothes were covered in bloodstains. Zhou Feng recognized him immediately. Those are Manager Gua's clothes. Judging from these bloodstains, Manager Gua is now in grave danger. You think you can resist with these wooden sticks? A dark-skinned man grinned and said. He was the boss Ho Chuan was talking about, Wu Wenrong. Boss, let's just kill them. Those 2 girls look pretty good. A man standing nearby, holding a spear, shouted. It was exactly the same as the spears held by Ho Chuan and his 2 companions. Don't rush, talk to them. After all, I still need to look for something, Wu Wenrong said, waving his hand. We have no grudge against you. Why are you coming to kill us? Fan Jian's face was ashen. On the other side, Yang Wei's performance was even worse. His hand holding the wooden stick was trembling. Moreover, his gaze would occasionally drift towards Li Ran. His eyes were filled with grief. Yang Wei was clearly heartbroken to see Li Ran in this state. Nothing, just looking for something. Where are the other 3 people? Where are they? Wu Wenrong's gaze swept around. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng understood. The 3 people Wu Wenrong mentioned were probably himself and his 2 companions. Therefore, it is very likely that Wu Wenrong really didn't know. Ho Chuan and his group discovered their trail. Instead, it was from Manager Gua and Li Ran that they learned there were still survivors here. So they rushed over at daybreak. However, since that place was quite far from the beach, they arrived much later than Zhou Feng. Do you think we'll survive if we tell you? Manager Gua and Wang Jun are both dead now, aren't they? Fan Jian sneered, his gaze fixed on Li Ran. Fan Jian wasn't stupid. He understood after seeing Li Ran wearing Manager Gua's clothes. Those 2 people are likely to be in grave danger. They died a terrible death, Li Ran said, her voice trembling with tears, though none of them actually fell. Looking at her swollen eyes, you could tell that the tears had stopped flowing. Snap! A man immediately slapped Li Ran hard across the face. Mind your own business. Chapter 22 Kneeling in Thanks. I'll fight you to the death. Upon seeing this, Yang Wei immediately grabbed a wooden stick. He charged fiercely towards that person. Upon seeing this, the men all stepped back. They did not underestimate Yang Wei just because he was holding a wooden stick. After all, this is a deserted island. Even if the injury is not serious, once infected, the chances of survival are slim. In addition, Yang Wei is young and strong, and still has a lot of strength. Even without any particular method, it still looks powerful and energetic. Of course, more importantly, They all knew that Yang Wei's skills couldn't last. Sure enough, after a dozen seconds, Yang Wei was already exhausted. I haven't eaten much these past few days. I have now exhausted all my strength. Leave them alive, Wu Wenrong said calmly. One of the men next to him was the first to make trouble. He raised his spear and swung it at Yang Wei. However, he did not stab any vital areas. Instead, he aimed for Yang Wei's thigh, trying to restrict his mobility. Yang Wei quickly stepped back. At that moment, two more people rushed over and stabbed at him. No matter how hard Yang Wei tried, he still got hit on the arm with a stick. I only felt numbness, soreness, and pain in my arm. Let's give it our all. Upon seeing this, Fan Jian roared in anger. He charged forward, brandishing a wooden stick. Even if the two of them attacked together, they were no match for these people. Sun Hong trembled as she looked at the scene before her. What kind of hellish place is this? Sun Hong couldn't help but mutter to herself. I initially thought it was just a maritime accident. I am incredibly lucky to have survived. But little did they expect that there was such a group of lunatics on the island. Demon, pervert, serial killer. While Sun Hong was unaware, a man grabbed her arm and began tearing at her clothes. Their faces were filled with greed. Sun Hong let out a piercing scream, but it was to no avail. The man did not stop what he was doing. Instead, his gaze became even more intense. His expression became even more frantic. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Qingqing's legs went weak. He knelt directly on the beach. She was timid like Sun Hong and lacked her own opinions. Seeing Sun Hong being bullied, Lu Qingqing was so frightened that she could only tremble. Just then, suddenly, a stone flew from a distance. It hit the head of the person who was pulling Sun Hong squarely. Bang! The man instantly fell face down onto the beach. This sudden scene startled everyone present. No one expected that an attack would come from afar. But Zhou Feng's attacks were not limited to that. He had already emerged from the bushes. Another stone flew over. Bang! Another unlucky guy was knocked down. This guy was much luckier. The stone only grazed his scalp. But in the blink of an eye, blood began to flow down, staining half of his face red. Who goes there? Wu Wenrong turned around and glared fiercely at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng's sudden appearance filled Fan Jian and the others with elation. They never expected that Zhou Feng would appear to help them at this time. You should know that they had a history of conflict. Moreover, they are now at their last gasp. It can no longer be sustained. It's only a matter of time before they get caught. Now that Zhou Feng has appeared, they have finally been given a chance to catch their breath. Zhou Feng, spear in hand, charged toward Wu Wenrong and the others. Upon seeing the spear in Zhou Feng's hand, Wu Wenrong's expression changed. He recognized the spear. They were all weapons belonging to his own men. But now it's in Zhou Feng's hands. But Wu Wenrong and his group didn't have time to be amazed. Zhou Feng had already charged forward, brandishing his spear. Where did this brat come from? You're asking for it. A man rushed over. This man was clearly skilled with a spear, and he went straight for Zhou Feng's vital points. However, Zhou Feng was faster and stronger. He dodged the man's attack, and the spear pierced the man's abdomen. Uft. When Zhou Feng pulled out the spear, blood gushed from the man's abdomen instantly. The man looked shocked and clutched his stomach. His eyes were filled with pain. Zhou Feng did not give him a second chance. The spear pierced his chest again, and the man fell to the ground. Seeing Zhou Feng's ferocity, Wu Wenrong's expression also changed. Attack him together. Kill him. At this moment, Wu Wenrong only had two people with him. The man with blood on his head roared as he charged at Zhou Feng. But Fan Jian made his move at that moment. The man who had been knocked unconscious by the stone had his spear fall to the ground. After picking it up, Fan Jian attacked from behind. Kill that man with blood on his head. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng used his spear to pierce the neck of another of his men. Seeing that he was all alone, Wu Wenrong suddenly came to his senses. In the blink of an eye, I found myself in a desperate situation. Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. Wu Wenrong raised his hands and quickly retreated. Surrender? Zhou Feng sneered. You surrender? You were just about to kill us. Yang Wei's eyes were filled with rage. Surrender now? Are you kidding me? You don't know anything about what's happening on this island, do you? I can tell you a lot of information, as long as you're willing to spare my life. Otherwise, with just a few of you on the island, you're sure to die. Wu Wenrong continued to plead. Fan Jian and Yang Wei were both tempted by Wu Wenrong's words. Because, just as Wu Wenrong said, they had no idea what was going on the island. I initially thought it was an uninhabited island, but I didn't expect so many people to suddenly appear. Moreover, it seems that Wu Wenrong and his group have lived on the island for quite some time. They should know something about the island. How about we spare his life for now and wait until later? Fan Jian squinted and made a gesture. Fan Jian wanted to get some information from Wu Wenrong. We'll take care of this guy when we get back. But Yang Wei's eyes were red. Yang Wei could not forgive what had happened to Li Ran. I really know a lot of your information. This island is not as simple as you think. Wu Wenrong wanted to continue to demonstrate his value. Just then, Wu Wenrong let out a scream. The spear pierced his chest. Wu Wenrong turned around and looked at Zhou Feng in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Zhou Feng suddenly launched an attack. You killed him, Fan Jian exclaimed in astonishment. Fan Jian originally intended to spare Wu Wenrong's life. Do you think he'll tell you the truth? Won't he take the opportunity to escape? Keeping him around is just a threat, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. Most importantly, Zhou Feng had already learned some information from Ho Chuan. Wu Wenrong probably couldn't come up with any fancy ideas either. The only important piece of information should be what Wu Wenrong is looking for. What is Wu Wenrong's motive for hunting down survivors everywhere? Zhou Feng suspected that Wu Wenrong was looking for something. It's the jade pendant I wear. However, Zhou Feng knew that Wu Wenrong would not reveal this matter. Killing him is killing him. It's a good thing. Yang Wei gritted his teeth. Just then, Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan ran over with spears in their hands. They were worried about Zhou Feng, so they secretly followed him. But by the time they arrived, the battle was already over. Zhou Feng then killed the person who had been knocked unconscious. There is no need to leave any survivors now. This was also the first time Fan Jian and Yang Wei had ever fought someone to the death. However, they did not experience much emotional fluctuation. They've had so much going on the deserted island that they've become somewhat numb. Sister Qin, Sun Hong, and Lu Qingqing both burst into tears when they saw Qin Xiaoxue. It's all right. It's good that you're all right. Qin Xiaoxue quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Why did you bring people here? Just then, Fan Jian picked up the spear from the ground and roared fiercely at Li Ran. During the fight, just now, Li Ran stayed hidden to the side the whole time. When she saw Fan Jian pick up a spear and pointed at her, she suddenly broke down. I have no choice. I have no choice. Why don't you just kill me too? I don't want to live anymore. Speak up. Why did you harm us? Fan Jian roared. Upon seeing this, Yang Wei quickly grabbed Fan Jian's arm. Yang Wei wanted to defend Li Ran. Fan Jian was speechless. Unexpectedly, Yang Wei actually liked Li Ran. Even at this time, we must speak well of Li Ran. All right, don't make things difficult for her. Manager Gua and Wang Jun must have already said it, Zhou Feng said, walking over at this moment. His words seemed to be an attempt to exonerate Li Ran. However, that is indeed the case. Manager Gua must have already revealed the information. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, Fan Jian immediately put away his spear. Zhou Feng just saved their lives. Fan Jian would not oppose Zhou Feng at this time. Moreover, Fan Jian understood that Zhou Feng was right. Judging from the clothes Li Ran was wearing that belonged to Manager Gua, it was clear that Manager Gua was in grave danger. People like Manager Gua would definitely betray them. They already revealed their location. Leaving Li Ran behind might just be to guide the way. Can I stay? Li Ran looked at Zhou Feng with pleading eyes. Li Ran still didn't want to die. Zhou Feng frowned, looking somewhat troubled. I can take care of her, Yang Wei quickly said. He then came to Li Ran's side and gently put his arm around her. Li Ran was taken aback. Clearly, he hadn't expected Yang Wei to support him at a time like this. 2 lines of tears slid down her face as she leaned her head against Yang Wei. Dispose of the bodies first. See if you can find anything of value on them. If not, throw them into the sea, Zhou Feng ordered. Zhou Feng originally wanted to find out what had happened from Li Ran. But seeing Li Ran's current state, Zhou Feng decided to wait a while before asking. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, Fan Jian and the others sprang into action, including Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing. They already regarded Zhou Feng as their leader. They began examining the body on the ground. Zhou Feng went straight to Wu Wenrong's side and began searching his body. They wanted to see if Wu Wenrong had any jade pendants or similar items on him. I checked several times, but still found nothing. The only option was to throw Wu Wenrong's body, like everyone else's, into the distant sea. The shoreline here is all rocky. There is no sandy beach. The body is unlikely to wash back ashore. After all this is done, Fan Jian and the others brought out grilled fish and shared it with Zhou Feng and the others. More than a dozen fish of various sizes were grilled all at once. There are also some oysters, shellfish, and crabs. This is all the food they collected yesterday. The original plan was to eat a little bit every day. However, after surviving this ordeal, they were exhausted both physically and mentally. They urgently need food to replenish their bodies. While eating, Zhou Feng also asked Li Ran a question. What exactly happened after they left yesterday? Li Ran stayed close to Yang Wei, and her emotions had stabilized considerably. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's question, she slowly began to recount her story. It turns out that after they left the beach yesterday, they headed in one direction. Soon they encountered a man who greeted them warmly. That man was one of Wu Wenrong's subordinates. They were tricked into going to the residence of Wu Wenrong and others. Then what awaited them was a nightmare. Li Ran described feeling insulted. Manager Gua and Wang Jun were subjected to inhumane torture, and they revealed everything they knew. Yang Wei held Li Ran's hand the whole time as she was saying these words. Clearly, Li Ran was able to say these words because Yang Wei encouraged her. Later, Wang Jun somehow broke free and ran away, and his whereabouts remain unknown to this day. As for Manager Gua, he died from excessive blood loss. Li Ran sighed. Li Ran naturally had no feelings for Manager Gua. It's all about self-interest. Mom, Li Ran is so strong. Bai Qingyan whispered in Qin Xiaoshua's ear. She herself couldn't even imagine it. Given the current situation, just being alive is already a blessing. Qin Xiaoshua sighed softly. Any woman who encounters this situation deserves sympathy. Just then, Yang Wei stood up. Zhou Feng, we were sorry for what we did to you before, and we apologize now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wei knelt down and kowtowed to Zhou Feng. Upon seeing this, Fan Jian also kowtowed. If Zhou Feng hadn't come to our rescue today, they will all likely suffer. When Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing saw this, they also wanted to kowtow. Otherwise, Li Ran's fate will be there tomorrow. However, Qin Xiaoshua and Bai Qingyan stopped them. Don't be so polite. Zhou Feng doesn't like this either. The two of them quickly said, you can all get up. After all, we're all acquaintances. It was just some minor conflict before, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Why did you come back? Fan Jian asked, looking puzzled. I ran into a few of their other people and learned that they might be looking for you. If I don't help them, they will definitely follow the trail to find you, Zhou Feng said frankly. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian lowered his head, revealing a guilty expression. Because after Zhou Feng left, Fan Jian did indeed follow the trail Zhou Feng had taken and walked for a while. If Wu Wenrong and others torture him, Fan Jian would probably just give in. Thinking of this, Fan Jian couldn't help but glance at Li Ran. I think I went a bit too far by pointing at Li Ran just now. Now I have a suggestion, Zhou Feng continued. Chapter 23 We join. Go ahead and say it. We'll listen to you, Fan Jian said, raising his head. Although the young man in front of me looked 7 or 8 years younger than me. However, after what happened before, Fan Jian had already realized this. Zhou Feng is far superior to me in every aspect. And what about you guys? Zhou Feng's gaze swept over the other people. Yang Wei, Li Ran, Sun Hong, and Lu Qingqing. We'll listen to you too, the group quickly replied. Right now, we should stick together so we can survive better. I will be the leader of the team, and I will arrange your work, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Can you be fair? Lu Qingqing asked. Lu Qingqing still remembered how Manager Gua had exploited them. No, there is no absolute fairness in this world. I can only try my best to keep everyone alive. Zhou Feng shook his head. Zhou Feng made neither empty promises nor verbal threats. He was just telling the truth. I'm talking about the food. Can you be a little fairer? Lu Qingqing didn't give up and continued to press on, biting her lip. After all, being hungry is no fun. No, we don't have a stable food source right now, so those who contribute more should get more, and those who contribute less should get less, Zhou Feng said. If that's the case, then that's great. I'll join the team. Lu Qingqing nodded. This was already a very satisfactory answer for Lu Qingqing. I'll join too. I'll join too. Others chimed in. They all knew that in this situation, someone needed to step forward. All right, right now we have something we must do, which is to go to Wu Wenrong's base and take their supplies. Zhou Feng squinted his eyes. According to Li Ran's description, there was no one else in Wu Wenrong's base. That's right, I didn't even think of that. Fan Jian slapped his thigh. Those guys lived on the island for more than 6 months. They must have collected a lot of supplies. Then let's get started, Zhou Feng said, standing up. Fan Jian and Yang Wei did not have any serious injuries. The wounds Zhou Feng inflicted on Yang Wei last time are now beginning to heal. There were no signs of inflammation. Wu Wenrong and his group did not conceal their presence on their way here. Therefore, it is very simple to follow in their footsteps. In addition, there was Li Ran as a guide. The journey was not difficult. After walking for about an hour, Li Ran, who was ahead, pointed in a direction. It's over there. There's a river over there. Following the directions given by Li Ran, Zhou Feng and the others quickly discovered a small river. The river is not wide, probably less than 2 meters wide. Some fish can also be seen swimming in it. There's fresh water here. Fan Jian's eyes were filled with surprise. The presence of fresh water means that a base can be established here. However, Fan Jian then had an idea. They came here specifically to find Wu Wenrong and his group's base. It makes perfect sense that there is fresh water here. Li Ran led them forward for several hundred meters. Then I saw an open space in front of me. The open space was filled with sheds made of tree trunks, secured with straw ropes. Although these sheds look very simple, they can provide shelter from the wind and rain. The ground was covered with a thick layer of leaves and weeds. It presents a triangular shape. Moreover, these sheds are built on a low slope, so strong winds definitely can't reach them. In addition, there are wooden racks for drying clothes outside the shed. The top is covered with smoked-dried fish and piles of coconut shells. Zhou Feng even saw several strips of cured meat hanging on the wall. The cured pork was covered with glistening salt grains. Although these salt grains are coarse, they are still edible. So much food. And meat too. Bai Qingyan's mouth watered at the sight of it all. Even though I just ate grilled fish, I still feel hungry. Where did they get the salt? Did they boil seawater to make it? Zhou Feng was also surprised and went up to smell it. It must be sea salt. It has a fishy smell on it. Yang Wei moved closer to the cured meat and examined it carefully. What are you doing? Zhou Feng should be the one to distribute these things, Fan Jian said, frowning. I know, I'm just checking what kind of meat this is. It looks like wild boar or something, and there are some I don't know what they are, but it's definitely not human flesh, Yang Wei said with a grin as he turned around. You can even look at meat? Li Ran was a little surprised. Most people don't know how to distinguish between different types of meat. My second uncle sells pork. I often watch the shop for him during holidays, so we get to know each other pretty well over time, Yang Wei said, scratching his head. Yang Wei, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Li Ran stepped forward and put her arm around Yang Wei's arm. Yang Wei chuckled, a little embarrassed. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but purse her lips when she saw this. She's so good at charming men. If they weren't on a deserted island, given Yang Wei's skills. None of these can be considered a special skill. Li Ran, where is Manager Guo's body? Zhou Feng asked as he emerged from one of the thatched huts. He did not see Manager Guo's body inside the thatched hut. It only contained some basic daily necessities. Most of them are made of wood. All I saw was an iron pot used for cooking. Although it is called an iron pot, it is actually made from a single piece of iron. Wu Wenrong and the others probably cooked and ate together all the time. Fortunately, the thatched hut was well ventilated and there was no strange smell inside. They hung Manager Guo's body over there. Li Ran pointed in a direction, her face pale. Why hang it over there? Yang Wei felt puzzled. They say it can attract prey, Li Ran said. To attract prey? These guys are ruthless, Zhou Feng said, squinting. They didn't even spare the corpses of the dead. While it didn't reach the point of cannibalism, it was close. The smell of blood can attract many carnivores. Now that we know the whereabouts of Manager Guo's body, so we can't just leave it hanging there. If possible, bury it. You guys clean up this thatched hut first, and we'll live here from now on, Zhou Feng said, then indicated that he would go and check on Manager Guo's body. I'll go with you. We can look out for each other if there's any danger. Fan Jian said, holding a spear. You stay here for now. I feel more at ease with you and Yang Wei here, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. Although Li Ran said that there shouldn't be any other living people here. It's always good to be careful. All right then. Fan Jian didn't insist any further. Xiaofeng, be careful and don't be as reckless as before, Qin Xiaoxue said with a worried expression. Chapter 24 Trap. Qin Xiaoxue didn't want Zhou Feng to act recklessly. When faced with danger, you must know when to retreat. Yes, I will. Zhou Feng was a little amused and exasperated. This wasn't the first time Qin Xiaoxue had reminded herself of this. Does Aunt Qin think I'm just a child? No. Zhou Feng made up his mind. I need to let Aunt Qin know that I am a man. A man she can rely on, a man she doesn't have to worry about. Zhou Feng picked up the spear and walked toward the place Li Ran had indicated. Bloodstains can be seen on the ground from time to time. In addition, Zhou Feng's nose is now very sensitive. You can smell the blood in the air. About 700 or 800 meters later, under a few trees. Zhou Feng then saw Manager Guo's body. When Zhou Feng saw the corpse, he couldn't help but gasp. Manager Guo was hanging upside down on a tree, about 2 meters above the ground. The body was covered in wounds and was unrecognizable. In some places, it was even deliberately slashed. The ground was covered in dripping blood. There were animal footprints on the ground. They were clearly attracted by the smell of blood. Zhou Feng stepped forward, intending to put the body down. However, he soon noticed that something was wrong with the ground beneath the body. The ground was slightly raised in a large area. Its color is also different from the surroundings. Zhou Feng immediately realized it. There's a trap. Of course, this trap is probably not for people. It was set for animals, not animals. Zhou Feng cautiously stepped forward and grabbed the turf on the ground. He pulled suddenly. The turf was pulled away, revealing a large pit inside. This large pit is more than 2 meters long and nearly 2 meters deep. Moreover, there were several sharpened wooden stakes stuck in the pit. If he falls, he will definitely be seriously injured. These wooden stakes were stained with dark red blood, indicating that the attempt had been successful several times. This trap is not bad, but the way it attracts prey is too despicable. Zhou Feng couldn't help but shake his head. It is estimated that Wu Wenrong and others used this method to hunt and kill some animals. That's how those cured meats ended up hanging on the wooden rack. Of course, it wasn't always human corpses. There must be some other animal organs or the like. Zhou Feng looked at the deep pit on the ground. This place would be a good place to bury Manager Gua. It's a bit of a waste to use it for burying people. However, they can learn to make such traps to hunt animals in the future. Zhou Feng first found a few stones and filled in the space below, to prevent the corpse from falling and being pierced. Then, the rope binding Manager Guo was lowered down little by little, all the way down into the deep pit. Zhou Feng was somewhat moved. Manager Guo usually exploits his employees. I bet many people would like to hang him on a streetlight. Surprisingly, it didn't get stuck on the streetlight. Instead, it got stuck in the tree. However, their fates were all equally tragic. Zhou Feng then cut the rope, and Manager Guo's body fell into the deep pit. Zhou Feng didn't have a shovel or anything like that in his hand. They could only use their hands to dig up some soil and lightly cover the body, then find some weeds to cover it up. After doing all this, Zhou Feng did not return to the camp. Instead, it wandered around. Because he still remembered what Ho Chuan had said. There is a stone tablet around here. Many things may be related to that stone tablet. Zhou Feng searched for more than half an hour, but still couldn't find the stone tablet. Finally, with no other option, he had to return to the camp. Several people from the camp came to greet them. Boss, have you seen Manager Guo's body? Fan Jian asked as Zhou Feng returned. You call me boss. Zhou Feng was both amused and exasperated. Fan Jian was at least 10 years older than him. It wouldn't be convenient to call you anything else, so we just discussed it and decided to call you boss. That's the most appropriate. Fan Jian blushed. After all, it's ridiculous to call an 18-year-old boy boss. Fan Jian was also a little embarrassed. I won't call you boss, I'll still call you Zhou Feng, Bai Qingyan muttered beside her. Actually, you can call me whatever you want. Zhou Feng didn't seem to care about the name. He recounted what he had discovered. After learning of Manager Guo's tragic end, Fan Jian and the others also looked grim. Manager Guo and Wang Jun may be bad, but they shouldn't be killed, Lu Qingqing said sadly. There's nothing we can do, he's just unlucky, Yang Wei said, shaking his head. Li Ran, standing beside him, showed no change in expression. She was just closer to Yang Wei. We don't have time to think about other people right now. It's not easy for anyone to survive. Let's focus on how we're going to live here from now on. There are still many dangers ahead, Qin Xiaoxue said at this moment. Is there still danger? Lu Qingqing was taken aback. By the way, you guys don't know about the natives, do you? Zhou Feng looked at Lu Qingqing and the others. He recounted the story of the indigenous people. I heard there are cannibalistic natives on this island. Fan Jian and the others immediately turned pale. Actually, when Manager Guo and the others wanted to go into the forest, Xiao Feng warned them not to enter here casually, but unfortunately, they didn't listen. Qin Xiaoxue shook her head regretfully. It's not just the natives. The other survivors aren't much better off either, Bai Qingyan said through gritted teeth. She recounted her encounters with the muscular man and others. That means there are even more dangers on the island. Sun Hong's voice trembled. Fear was also evident in Li Ran's eyes, and she instinctively gripped Yang Wei's arm tightly. It's true that there are dangers on the island, but these guys can stay there for half a year. We're stronger than them. Of course we can survive too, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing Zhou Feng say this, everyone present couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yes. Although Wu Wenrong and his gang had a large number of men, they still managed to kill them. How did those scumbags manage to survive on the island for so long? I'm sure I can do that too. But everyone knew the truth in their hearts. Their ability to defeat Wu Wenrong was not due to their own superior skill. It was as if Zhou Feng had descended from heaven. In other words, as long as Zhou Feng is here, they can survive. All right, let's assign rooms now, Zhou Feng said. There are 4 thatched huts in total. One of the rooms was the cleanest, and the bed in that room was also the best. It was built with neatly stacked stones. It was covered with thick animal fur. It seems that Wu Wenrong slept alone. Fan Jian immediately stated that the room should be given to Zhou Feng. The others nodded in agreement, offering no objections. As for how the remaining few people will be distributed, it's actually quite simple. Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter lived together. Fan Jian and Yang Wei lived together, while the other 3 women slept together. This allocation won't work. Zhou Feng shook his head and looked at Qin Xiaoxue. Chapter 25 Kiss. Aunt Qin, why don't you go sleep in the cleanest room? I'll switch with you, Zhou Feng said. How can this be? Qin Xiaoxue was about to refuse. Zhou Feng waved his hand. This indicates that he is now the boss here and has the final say. And if it's allocated like this, Zhou Feng and Fan Jian's room. It happens to be both the front and the back. This means that the 2 rooms where the 5 women lived were essentially protected. If there's any sign of trouble, then all the men were the first to hear it. Boss, we'll all listen to you. Yang Wei nodded immediately. After all, they all know that. Although we are all together now. However, Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter were very familiar with each other. They will definitely receive extra care. Yang Wei and the others had no objections. Zhou Feng had saved their lives, so they couldn't possibly oppose him over such a trivial matter. It's getting dark, let's eat something first, Zhou Feng said. Soon, several people carried the iron pot out and started a fire underneath it. There were also several water containers in the camp. It was carved directly from a single piece of wood. There are actually many ways to make containers in the wild. However, if you want to use it for a long time, you should still use this clumsy method. Looking at these wooden buckets, Zhou Feng was quite moved. It must have taken a lot of time just to carve these few wooden barrels. It's not just a wooden barrel. There are also many wooden spoons and bowls. After giving the cured meat a quick rinse, cut it into pieces with a dagger. They were thrown into the pot and cooked together with the smoked fish. In addition, Qin Xiaoxue brought several women and found some wild fruits in the surrounding area. There are red ones and green ones, 3 kinds in total. They weren't very big. Are these wild fruits edible? Fan Jian asked skeptically when he saw the wild fruits. After all, it's best not to eat random things in the wild. Yes, they're edible. There are many fruit pits on the ground around here, all from these kinds of wild fruits, Qin Xiaoxue said. Qin Xiaoxue noticed it as soon as she arrived at the camp. There were many fruit pits on the ground around. Wu Wenrong and others had already tested the poison. Aunt Qin, you're amazing. Zhou Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. And he was the first to pick up a wild fruit and take a bite. It's very sour. It also feels a bit astringent. But there were no other strange tastes. We ate some while we were picking them, Bai Qingyan said with a grin. We should be more careful when encountering unfamiliar food in the future, Zhou Feng nodded. The food in the pot was ready very quickly. Zhou Feng took a wooden spoon and served everyone a large bowl. It also has a rich, white broth. Actually, all this broth is just oil from the cured pork. Normally, let alone the broth, many people even dislike cured meat. Some people think it tastes bad, while others think it's too salty. But everyone enjoyed the meal. Finally, they shared all the soup in the pot. The reason is simple. As everyone knows, this is a deserted island. Cured meat is probably the most nutritious thing they can eat. It contains a lot of oil and salt. Therefore, everyone makes a mental suggestion when they eat. For example, some common fruits. However, due to various hype, it has become a representative of high-priced delicacies. Most people who try it say it's good. It's all psychological. There was a TV program abroad that did a test on this topic. Instant noodles are served in Michelin-starred restaurants. Most of the customers gave it very high marks after eating there, because they all felt that this was such a high-class restaurant. The food inside must be high-class. With such expensive ingredients, the taste must be excellent. After eating, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. However, there are exceptions. That's Zhou Feng. While Bai Qingyan went to relieve herself in the grove of trees in the distance. Zhou Feng arrived at the door of Qin Xiaoxue's room. Aunt Qin, there's something I want to talk to you about. Could you come out for a moment? Now. Qin Xiaoxue felt her heart inexplicably racing. Zhou Feng nodded. Xiaofeng, you can say what you want to say here, Qin Xiaoxue said in a voice barely audible. I want to have a proper talk. It won't be convenient once Bai Qingyan comes back. Zhou Feng shook his head. Okay. Qin Xiaoxue stood up. The 2 of them, one in front of the other, arrived at the woods on the other side. This place is several hundred meters away from the camp. Aunt Qin, what about what I told you last time? Have you thought it over? Be my girlfriend, Zhou Feng said, turning his head. Xiaofeng, I think it might be because we suddenly arrived on a deserted island, and your emotions are fluctuating a bit. Think it over carefully, Qin Xiaoxue said slowly. Qin Xiaoxue also thought for a long time about how to answer this question. Aunt Qin, I'm serious. I've liked you for a long time. Zhou Feng stepped forward. They went straight to Qin Xiaoxue's side, with the 2 of them less than a meter apart. Before, Qin Xiaoxue was taken aback. How come she never noticed before? Do you hate me? Zhou Feng asked in a deep voice. How could that be? Qin Xiaoxue immediately shook her head. Qin Xiaoxue, and Zhou Feng's mother are best friends. She watched Zhou Feng grow up, and she likes him very much. I've never disliked it. So you like me? Zhou Feng's eyes lit up with surprise. It's not that it's like that. It's just inappropriate, Qin Xiaoxua said, her gaze unconsciously shifting to the side. Aunt Qin, how will you know it's not suitable if you don't try it with me? Zhou Feng stepped forward and grabbed Qin Xiaoxua's shoulder. This forced Qin Xiaoxua to confront Zhou Feng. Xiaofeng you? The next second, Zhou Feng was right next to him. Qin Xiaoxua felt her mind go blank. This child is so bold. He actually kissed me right away. Even the tongue. But to Qin Xiaoxua's surprise, she didn't refuse at all. Her body went limp, and she collapsed onto Zhou Feng. Qin Xiaoxua didn't know how much time had passed, but she felt like she was suffocating. Then he pounded on Zhou Feng's chest. Zhou Feng then separated, panting heavily. A glistening thread was torn. I'm sorry, Aunt Qin, I got too excited. Zhou Feng's eyes were burning with emotion. He subconsciously licked his lips. Zhou Feng now understands a principle. If you want something, it's best to take the initiative. Qin Xiaoxua's chest was still pounding violently. I don't think I've ever felt this way before. This is the first time. Could it be that she has also fallen for Zhou Feng? But the age gap between the two. Someone's there, Zhou Feng suddenly said. Chapter 26. Someone's there. Is it Qin Yan? Qin Xiaoxua suddenly became nervous. They quickly separated themselves from Zhou Feng by a distance. She assumed it must be by Qin Yan, who noticed that she and Zhou Feng were not there. So they went out to look for it. Qin Xiaoxua didn't know how to explain it if her daughter saw this. Qin Xiaoxua knew that her daughter had always had feelings for Zhou Feng. But what Qin Xiaoxua didn't expect was, Zhou Feng instead pulled her back into his arms. Qin Xiaoxua felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Does this mean Zhou Feng is going to confront his daughter? How would Bai Qingyan view herself? It's not Bai Qingyan, it's a man's footsteps. Zhou Feng squinted and looked in one direction. He heard the sound of his feet stepping on tree branches. That is definitely not an animal. Qin Xiaoxua was taken aback. Man, Fan Jian or Yang Wei. They didn't need to come here. Qin Xiaoxua then realized the direction Zhou Feng was looking. It wasn't during their camp time. Qin Xiaoxua's face turned deathly pale. If anyone comes from that place, they are definitely not one of their companions. Who is it? An unusual silence fell over the room. A few minutes later, Zhou Feng finally spoke. The person is gone. Zhou Feng shook his head, his expression grave. The person is gone? Who is it? Qin Xiaoxua asked hurriedly. I don't know. That guy is pretty careful. Zhou Feng also didn't know if the other party had discovered him. It's not safe here either. Qin Xiaoxua's voice trembled. They thought they had found a safe base. But they hadn't expected there to be other threats around them. There's probably no safe place on this island. Let's go back first. I'll be keeping watch tonight. Zhou Feng squinted. The two quickly returned to the camp. Where did you go? Bai Qingyan was already standing at the door, looking at the two of them strangely. Qin Xiaoxua, haven't thought of a reason yet. Zhou Feng, who was standing next to him, had already answered. I think I just saw a wild boar run by. I'd like Aunt Qin to come with me to take a look, Zhou Feng said. Wild boar? Can you see wild boars this late at night? Bai Qingyan was a little confused. Yes, a very large wild boar passed by, enough to feed us for several days, but it ran too fast. Zhou Feng nodded seriously. What a pity, we could have caught it during the day. Bai Qingyan said with a hint of regret. In Bai Qingyan's mind, I'm already fantasizing about what wild boar meat tastes like. All right, get some rest, Zhou Feng said with a smile. Qin Xiaoxua was immediately at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This silly child actually believed that a wild boar had passed by. Fortunately, my daughter is so confused. I didn't suspect anything, otherwise I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. We're going to rest. Qin Xiaoxua and Bai Qingyan returned to their room. Zhou Feng was not asleep. Instead, they sat at the entrance of the campsite, looking at the starry sky above. Zhou Feng felt a little regretful. I've heard that you can tell where you are by looking at the stars overhead. However, Zhou Feng knew nothing about these things. All they could do was stand there dumbfounded. It wasn't until dawn. Everyone gradually woke up. They all came out of the thatched hut and saw Zhou Feng sitting outside. Boss, you're up so early? Sun Hong asked in surprise. I didn't sleep last night while on watch, and everyone will have to take turns on watch from now on, Zhou Feng said, nodding. However, for others on night watch, they should be assigned to a group of two, to prevent someone from falling asleep due to exhaustion. Zhou Feng himself was different. Although he had stayed up all night, he did not feel tired. Even when the temperature dropped in the latter half of the night, Zhou Feng did not feel cold. As expected of the leader, he sets a good example for us. Fan Jian couldn't help but admire. If it were Manager Gua, he would definitely have arranged for them to go. Zhou Feng, You haven't slept all night. You should go and get some rest, Bai Qingyan said quickly. Okay, I'll rest for a while. Zhou Feng didn't refuse. He turned around and went back into the cabin to rest. When Zhou Feng woke up, it was already noon. He was surprised to discover there were lots of fish and some small shrimp cooking in the pot. Only after Yang Wei's explanation did Zhou Feng understand. It turns out that these were all captured by Fan Jian. When Fan Jian was a child, he loved catching fish and had many ways of doing it. Their fish traps were made by Fan Jian. This morning, Fan Jian made another fish trap and went with Yang Wei to check it out upstream of the stream. We found a place where the river was relatively wide. There are lots of fish and shrimp over there. Every time I set the fish trap, I catch quite a few. Fan Jian, you're pretty good. Zhou Feng patted Fan Jian on the shoulder. I never expected Fan Jian to have this skill. This is just a small trick, nothing compared to how well you, boss, can fish, Fan Jian said, a little embarrassed. He felt that his own tricks were insignificant compared to Zhou Feng's. It would be best if everyone could contribute their own strength, Zhou Feng said sincerely. Otherwise, you're just relying on yourself. It would be very difficult to survive on this deserted island. Sun Hong, Lu Qingqing, and Li Ran, the three women, also found work. They would wake up and wash the dishes and gut the fish. These are all relatively dirty and tiring jobs. Qin Xiaoxue felt much more relaxed now, and she and Bai Qingyan picked wild fruits nearby. When it was time to eat, Zhou Feng tasted the fish soup. Although it has a slightly fishy smell, the flavor is quite strong. It also contains salt. It turns out that Li Ran and the others were in the room yesterday. To be precise, they found a barrel of coarse salt under the stone bed. It must have been made by sun-drying seawater. It's fine for a few people to eat this for a period of time. There's no need to worry about salt for now. Next, I plan to explore the surrounding area, Zhou Feng said while eating fish. Xiaofeng, what are you going to do? Qin Xiaoxue suddenly became nervous. There's danger everywhere around here. Manager Gua and his group were there because they trespassed. He was killed by Wu Wenrong and others. Zhou Feng was very touched to hear how much Qin Xiaoxue cared about him. This proves that my actions last night did not anger Qin Xiaoxue. Thinking of this, Zhou Feng's gaze towards Qin Xiaoxue became intense again. Qin Xiaoxue also felt Zhou Feng's gaze, and her face turned red. Because Qin Xiaoxue understood the meaning behind that gaze. I went to check the surrounding area to avoid encountering danger again, Zhou Feng began to explain. She also recounted that she might have seen strangers last night, although it was just a suspicion. But one thing is certain. There must be other survivors or savages around. They have to be careful to survive. Then Fan Jian and I will go with you. It will be safer for the three of us, Yang Wei said immediately. Chapter 27. Something happened. No, what if the camp is attacked if we all leave? It's hard for those women to protect themselves, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. To put it bluntly, on such a deserted island, women are in high demand. Zhou Feng felt that the other survivors wouldn't respect women as much as they did. They must have already vented their anger. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei subconsciously glanced at Li Ran. The real danger on the island is those natives, Zhou Feng said, squinting. The natives are definitely stronger in combat. The other survivors on the island were insignificant compared to the natives. What worries Zhou Feng even more is, there are even greater dangers on this island. Thinking of this, he unconsciously gripped the pendant inside his collar again. Is there really only one of these pendants? Do other people on the island have this? What if someone else has had their physical fitness enhanced in every way, just like me? Could I be his match? Boss, you've thought a lot through, and you're right. Fan Jian nodded. At the same time, I admire Zhou Feng in my heart. He thought so far ahead. After finishing his meal, Zhou Feng began exploring westward. Based on his previous observations, these people are probably located in the northern middle part of Paradise Island. The advantage of this location is that it is surrounded by abundant resources. However, the downsides are even more obvious. Apart from the beach to the north, the rest of the world is likely to be filled with enemies. In fact, Zhou Feng wanted to explore more than just whether there were any enemies around. He also wanted to find the stone tablet that Ho Chuan had mentioned. However, Zhou Feng didn't dare to go far. I just looked around, but unfortunately I didn't find anything. Over the next few days, with ample food, everyone in the camp became noticeably more cheerful. The biggest changes are seen in Li Ran and Yang Wei. It seems Li Ran's injuries have healed, because the two of them went into the woods last night. When it came out, it seemed even more cloying. However, there was a minor incident. Fan Jian also wanted to pursue Lu Qingqing. However, Lu Qingqing firmly rejected him. Lu Qingqing stated that she has a boyfriend. Fan Jian was embarrassed, yet he wanted to curry favor with Sun Hong. As a result, Sun Hong didn't give Fan Jian a friendly look at all. Both women could tell that Fan Jian just wanted to find a companion on the island. I don't like them at all. Now that food is plentiful, they no longer need to beg anyone. Fan Jian was somewhat helpless about this and could only obediently give up. Zhou Feng also wanted to find an opportunity to meet Qin Xiaoxue alone. However, Qin Xiaoxue has been quite wary these past 2 days, spending most of her time with Bai Qingyan. This left Zhou Feng with little chance. However, he couldn't possibly give up so easily. However, something happened that noon. Fan Jian and Yang Wei went fishing and returned more than an hour later than usual. Moreover, Yang Wei helped Fan Jian back. Fan Jian's face was bruised and swollen, and his head was covered in blood. He seemed completely out of his mind. He fainted as soon as he got back to the camp. Yang Wei wasn't in much better shape either. His body was covered in scars. Yang Wei. Li Ran burst into tears when she saw Yang Wei's appearance. Moreover, she cried so hard that her face was streaked with tears, almost like a heartbroken person. Zhou Feng and the others were quite moved by what they saw. After all, this was the first time they had seen Li Ran cry, and it was clear that Li Ran was genuinely moved. "I'm fine, Fan Jian," Yang Wei said with a worried look. Zhou Feng immediately went forward to check. "They're all superficial injuries. His head is just scratched," Zhou Feng concluded. "And the bleeding has stopped now." Hearing Zhou Feng's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were all startled when they saw Fan Jian's appearance. What exactly happened? Zhou Feng frowned. Yang Wei gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. "We encountered several other survivors upstream. They stole our fish baskets and the fish we had caught, and they even beat us up. Fan Jian did so because he resisted the other party. As a result, he was beaten even worse and almost lost his life." "How many people are on the other side?" Zhou Feng asked. It's worth noting that Yang Wei and Fan Jian both carried spears when they went fishing. 7 or 8 people, they were incredibly domineering. Yang Wei was almost furious. 7 or 8 people. Zhou Feng told Yang Wei not to rush and to slowly explain the situation. The more detailed the better. At the same time, Qin Xiaoxue and the others were asked to prepare lunch, and they would eat the stored food for lunch today. Yang Wei calmed down considerably. I repeated the story again. As usual, the two of them went upstream to fish. We caught quite a few fish and were preparing to head back. Suddenly, 7 or 8 people appeared from the side and surrounded them. They were then given 2 choices. The first thing to do is to join them and go back to their camp. Those men said they were also from the Wanli, and that their camp had everything they needed, including food and women, Yang Wei said slowly. Then why didn't you go? Zhou Feng asked, quite curious. Judging from what they said, there were more people on that side. Boss, you saved our lives. We can't be so shameless as to betray you, can we? Yang Wei said seriously. Yang Wei then showed an embarrassed expression. There's another reason why they don't want to go there. I just don't know if what these guys are saying is true or false. What if they have ill intentions? If the 2 of them went there, they would most likely be treated as laborers or something similar. Zhou Feng didn't expect Yang Wei to be so honest, actually telling the truth. On this deserted island, it's best not to easily trust others. After Yang Wei finished speaking, Fan Jian also woke up. My head is still spinning. Fan Jian was lying on the ground, being kicked in the head relentlessly by several people. That's why the injury was so severe. Sun Hong presented Mu Wan directly to Fan Jian. Don't worry, I'll handle this. I'll go settle accounts with them later, Zhou Feng said to Fan Jian. I was a bit impulsive. Let's not get into a conflict with them. Fan Jian shook his head. The other side has too many people. They encountered 7 or 8 people. Who knows how many more are still in their base. We can help too, but we'll have to wait until Fan Jian and Yang Wei are healed, Lu Qingqing said thoughtfully. Yes, we have too few people right now. Sun Hong nodded in agreement. Go get revenge now? They all felt they were in too much of a hurry. Let's hear what Xiaofeng has to say. Qin Xiaoxue felt that Zhou Feng must have a reason for making this decision. The reason is actually very simple. We are no longer safe, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Is it not safe? Sun Hong was taken aback. That's right, their people are very cunning, and they're very likely being followed. Zhou Feng nodded. That's impossible. We were very careful on our way back, Yang Wei said immediately. Yang Wei even deliberately chose to take a detour. It's to prevent being tracked. No, you've been under surveillance for a long time, Zhou Feng said slowly. Chapter 28 Revenge. They've been under surveillance for a long time? Yang Wei asked in shock. Zhou Feng recounted what he saw that night, including the appearance of people around him. This is also why he decided to have everyone keep watch. Judging from the direction, it's probably a spy sent by that base. Zhou Feng squinted and looked eastward. In other words, we were discovered a long time ago. Yang Wei broke out in a cold sweat. The thought that I might have been under someone else's surveillance these past few days is unbearable. Yang Wei felt himself sweating profusely. They didn't make a move before, most likely because they were wary of Wu Wanrong and his gang. They didn't know that the camp had been taken over, Zhou Feng explained. But this attack was a test. If they don't react at all, then the other side will definitely further invade their territory. Next time, those people might just appear right in front of us, Zhou Feng said slowly. Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing, both women, were deathly pale. They knew very well what would happen if they fell into the hands of those people. The outcome was predictable. It will definitely be extremely tragic. It's very likely that she will suffer the same fate as Li Ran. Zhou Feng, what should we do? Bai Qingyan was also a little anxious. Now that things have come to this, we need to prepare for both possibilities. If things don't go well, we'll have to retreat and abandon this place to go to the cave, Zhou Feng said. Yesterday, Zhou Feng even took some time to visit the cave. Actually, they are only 3 kilometers apart. Some of Zhou Feng's belongings remained in the cave and had not been taken away. This proves that it is still safe over there. Although the cave is rather rudimentary, it's still safe over there, Zhou Feng nodded. Then Zhou Feng instructed several women to prepare some straw ropes and similar items. We need to be able to pack up and take their things with us at any time. Not a single thing was left. Fan Jian and Yang Wei were tasked with guarding the camp, although they were both injured. But in crucial moments, we really can only rely on them to fight for their lives. It's definitely not feasible to have women like Qin Xiaoxua armed and defend themselves. It will only excite the enemy more. This time, Zhou Feng took a spear and carried a bag and went upstream along the river. His backpack was bulging. All of them were stones planted by Zhou Feng. It's quite heavy, at least 30 or 40 pounds. The backpack that Zhou Feng picked up from the muscular man was of good quality. If it were a regular backpack, it would have been crushed by these things long ago. These stones are all Zhou Feng's weapons. In the past few days, Zhou Feng has been practicing his throwing skills. They also killed a few pheasants along the way. He believed in these stones. Even if there are 20 or 30 people on the other side, I can still manage to deal with them. Although it carried a load of several tens of kilograms. However, this had no impact on Zhou Feng. I didn't feel any heaviness at all. In just over half an hour, he arrived at the place where Fan Jian and the others were fishing. From a distance, you could see 3 people using a wooden fish trap to catch fish. There is also a basket made of tree branches in the distance. There must have been quite a few fish inside. Zhou Feng had seen that fish trap before. It belonged to Fan Jian. Hey, that's mine. Zhou Feng arrived at the riverbank and spoke. Upon hearing this, the 3 people immediately turned around. Their faces were filled with terror. But when they saw that only Zhou Feng had come, they realized that he was the only one there. Their faces immediately lit up with smiles. Your stuff? What's your relationship with those 2 good-for-nothings? The tall man said with a grin. At this distance, Zhou Feng could have easily taken care of all 3 of them. He noticed that, in particular, the weapons these 3 men used were actually just sharpened wooden sticks. However, Zhou Feng doesn't want to reveal the weapon he has yet. Where is your boss? I want to see him, Zhou Feng said calmly. Huh, a mere brat wants to see our boss? The man sneered. He came up from the river and stepped in front of Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng could see it more clearly now. This person is at least 1.9 meters tall. I need to talk to your boss, Zhou Feng said. You think you're worthy, the tall man said with a forced smile. Then he suddenly made his move. The fist slammed down hard on Zhou Feng's face. The other 2 men behind them were already ready to watch the show. Because, judging from their appearances, the 2 are vastly different. Zhou Feng couldn't possibly beat the tall man. But just as the tall man threw a punch, Zhou Feng easily dodged it. Then he punched the tall man hard in the stomach. The man felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Clang. The man knelt down and began to retch. But perhaps it's because I didn't eat anything substantial. He could only vomit some yellow fluid. The other 2 were stunned. I never expected Zhou Feng to be so strong. She easily defeated the tall man. Take me to see your boss, Zhou Feng said expressionlessly to the remaining 2. The 2 people exchanged a glance. They all rushed towards Zhou Feng without prior arrangement. If 3 people can't handle one, they won't be able to explain themselves when they go back. The man at the front charged forward, holding a wooden stick in his hand. He aimed at Zhou Feng's chest and thrust his weapon at him. Zhou Feng sneered. He dodged the attack by sidestepping, then grabbed the other person's wrist with one hand. Click! Zhou Feng twisted it forcefully, producing a crisp sound. The man screamed, and the wooden stick fell to the ground. Zhou Feng punched the other man in the chin. The person flew straight out. The last person left looked terrified. Holding the wooden stick, he stood there, at a loss. Clearly, no one expected Zhou Feng to be so strong. Zhou Feng, however, did not let him off the hook. He kicked the man right in the face. Thump. This person also fell to the ground, with a large shoe print on his face. Then blood started flowing down his nose. If you don't want to die, stand up. Zhou Feng sneered. The three hesitated for a while, but eventually got up. But right now, there's not the slightest thought of resistance. Based on the methods Zhou Feng had just demonstrated, they all realized it. Zhou Feng could kill them with ease. They couldn't understand how there could be such a powerful guy. He's even more powerful than their boss. Where are the rest of you? Weren't there 7 or 8 of you when you were beating my friend? Zhou Feng squinted. The 3 people looked at each other, but no one answered. Zhou Feng was also decisive, raising his spear at the first tall man who charged at him. Answer me, or I'll kill you. No, I'll tell you. They've all gone back to the camp. The tall man quickly raised his hand. You've been watching us for a while, haven't you? Zhou Feng asked again. The tall man hesitated for a moment. Chapter 29 Mixed Race Woman. The next second, Zhou Feng punched him in the nose. The tall man stepped back a few paces, covering his nose, which was also covered in blood. You. The tall man was both angry and aggrieved. There are clearly 3 people. As a result, Zhou Feng targeted only him. The tall man looked at the 2 people beside him. Both of them kept their heads down and remained silent. Clearly, even if Zhou Feng were to kill them, they wouldn't react. I'll talk, the tall man said through gritted teeth. He recounted the whole story, just as Zhou Feng had guessed. They had spotted Fan Jian and Yang Wei 2 days ago. I secretly followed them for 2 days. They discovered their activity patterns, which is why they took action. So you know the location of our base now. Zhou Feng squinted. I don't know. There are so many of you. We dare not provoke you. We just want to seize this place. The tall man quickly waved his hands. So many of us. Zhou Feng nodded to himself. It seems these people really did misunderstand. They probably thought they were all Wu Wenrong's men. Take me to see your boss. Zhou Feng said. Follow me. The tall man walked in one direction. You 2 follow him, Zhou Feng said to the 2 men. The remaining 2 immediately followed. Zhou Feng followed behind the 3 of them alone. We walked along the river for more than half an hour, covering a distance of about 1 kilometer. Then, as they passed a tree, they turned right. Zhou Feng discovered that a triangular symbol had been carved on the trunk of the tree. There is another mark on the triangle, indicating the direction they turned. Seeing this, Zhou Feng nodded to himself. These are probably the marks left by this group of people. Avoid getting lost in the jungle. But this also means that as long as we follow these traces, that's how you find their base. After walking for about 10 more minutes, we arrived at an open space. It's only a few hundred meters from the beach. Zhou Feng glanced around and immediately saw a campsite. There are at least a dozen people out there. There are both men and women. They're building fences all around, fences made of tree branches. A large area of land was fenced off. It can prevent some wild animals from entering. However, the houses inside were much simpler. They were all built with tree branches. It was covered with several large palm leaves. It can only keep you warm at night. Want shelter from the wind and rain? That's simply impossible. If it encounters even a slightly heavier rainstorm, it will probably be completely destroyed. However, this is understandable. After all, the clothes worn by these survivors still looked bright and clean. They are clearly survivors from the Wanli. They've only been here for a few days. It's estimated that most of their energy was spent searching for food. There was simply no time to build the house. They were approaching the base. The 3 exchanged a glance, and then simultaneously sprinted towards the base. Enemies! Enemies! The 3 people shouted at the same time. The urgent sound caused an uproar in the camp. Everyone looked on guard. The men, especially those inside the base, all came out carrying wooden sticks. The women, on the other hand, all hid together. They were all trembling with fear. However, there was one exception among these women. This is a woman with wheat-colored skin and a very tall figure. She has a supermodel vibe. Moreover, the woman looked like she was of mixed race. What's going on? The woman frowned. That guy? He's here to cause trouble. The tall man gestured quickly. The other 2 also gestured. The woman's face instantly turned cold. She kicked the tall man hard in the stomach. The tall man screamed and knelt on the ground again. Upon seeing this, Zhou Feng couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Is this woman the leader of the base? Impossible. Although Zhou Feng could tell that this woman had a certain fighting ability, they must have practiced martial arts or something similar. However, judging from this woman's figure, she is definitely not a professional fighter. These people cannot be controlled by violence. The differences between men and women are not just about strength and physique. Who told you to bring him here? Don't you know the consequences? The woman said through gritted teeth. The tall man, was curled up on the ground, barely managing to lift my head. He almost cried. Why am I so unlucky? He was just beaten by Zhou Feng, and now he's being beaten by the boss's sister, Tang Fu. However, what happened next made the tall man breathe a sigh of relief. Because Tang Fu didn't let the other two guys go, they all dealt them a heavy blow. After beating up a few people, Tang Fu finally turned her attention to Zhou Feng. What's your name? Are you also a survivor from the Wanli? Tang Fu asked. Hand him over. Zhou Feng didn't answer, but said coldly. Who is it? Tang Fu asked, puzzled. Clearly, they didn't understand what Zhou Feng meant. Everyone who hit my friend needs to be handed over. I'm going to teach them a lesson, Zhou Feng said. Upon hearing this, several men present laughed. None of them expected the sudden appearance of the young boy. They actually want to teach them a lesson. A bald man stepped forward and began gesturing excitedly. Your two useless friends? I beat them up. One of them was lying on the ground with his head in his hands, and I beat him up badly, the bald man said, getting more and more excited. But the next second, a stone flew over and hit him hard on the shoulder. Click. The bald man screamed in agony. Everyone present fell silent instantly. He stared in shock at the bald man's arm. The bald guy was originally wearing a vest. Now everything is clearly visible. The area hit by the stone swelled up into a large lump. It's very possible that even the bones are broken. If a fracture occurs in this situation, it will be even more difficult. Tang Fu was furious. He stared intently at Zhou Feng. Several people were already impatient. Seeing that Zhou Feng was all alone, they all rushed forward. Zhou Feng was some distance away from these people. He did not flee immediately. Instead, he threw the stone he had prepared earlier forward with all his might. Smack, smack, smack. A few crisp sounds. The first few people who rushed forward fell to the ground. They rolled on the ground, wailing in agony. Everyone else who witnessed this scene couldn't help but gasp in shock. They desperately dodged backward, and no one dared to rush forward anymore. Tang Fu was dumbfounded. I didn't expect the other party to be just one person. That's why their group didn't dare to approach. Chapter 30 One-on-One Duel. Anyone who's not afraid of death can come up and try, but next time I'll smash their head, Zhou Feng said coldly. At the same time, he took out a few more stones from his backpack and held them in his hand. This guy, Tang Fu said, her face turning ugly. They never expected that Zhou Feng was the only one there. That's why so many of them didn't dare to approach. Unfortunately, they had no way to solve the problem. Rush? Judging from Zhou Feng's appearance, he won't be easy to catch up with. We beat up two of you, and now you've beaten up so many of us. Shouldn't we be even? Tang Fu said through gritted teeth. Zhou Feng's gaze fell upon the injured. They were in a much worse situation than Fan Jian. And what about the compensation we'll receive? Zhou Feng asked again. Compensation? Tang Fu was taken aback. With so many of them injured, Zhou Feng actually demanded compensation. You were the ones who started the fight by taking the fish, so it's reasonable for you to compensate us now, Zhou Feng said calmly. Then why did you beat our people so badly? Will you compensate us? Tang Fu suppressed her anger. They asked for it, Zhou Feng sneered. Tang Fu was almost furious. What kind of logic is this? However, Tang Fu quickly calmed down. Because from the very beginning, perhaps there was no reason to it. Might makes right. Just then, a man came out of a thatched hut. Zhou Feng could tell at a glance that this man was also of mixed race. Brother, Tang Fu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the man. What happened? Tang Cheng squinted at Zhou Feng. The people around immediately started offering their explanations. You've got some skills, but if you want compensation, it won't be that simple. Tang Cheng counted on his fingers. It makes a crackling sound. This was clearly a warning to Zhou Feng. Then you will never have a peaceful day. I can make sure you can't even leave the camp. Zhou Feng was not intimidated at all. Tang Cheng looked Zhou Feng up and down and slowly nodded. I believe you have the ability, but I have a suggestion. How about we have a one-on-one duel? If you defeat me, I'll give you compensation. Compensation that will satisfy you. But if you lose, you can join my camp and become my underling. How about that? Tang Cheng is the leader of this camp. Since waking up on the beach with his sister, he has been gathering survivors everywhere. They quickly found dozens of people. This campsite was created. This temporarily solved everyone's food problem. Tang Cheng is a fitness instructor and also an amateur boxer. Therefore, Tang Cheng was very confident. In a place like this, there are few who can rival you. Satisfactory compensation? Let me see what it is. Zhou Feng seemed quite interested in the compensation. Tang Cheng smiled, and then pulled someone out of the thatched hut he had just come from. The man looked to be around 20 years old. She looks very pretty. How about I give you this woman? She's wonderful, Tang Cheng said with a smile. Brother Tang, I don't want to go there, the woman cried out immediately. Snap. Tang Cheng didn't hold back and slapped him across the face. A 5-finger mark appeared on the woman's face. I saved your life. You belong to me, and you have to do whatever I tell you to do. After that slap, the woman dared not cry anymore. She was just still sobbing softly. I'm not interested in your woman. Zhou Feng shook his head. Do you like men? Tang Cheng's expression changed, and he subconsciously took a step back. If the opponent is a homosexual. Tang Cheng also felt very awkward, and even felt that he had been reckless just now. It shouldn't have been suggested that they have a one-on-one fight. I want those things, Zhou Feng said, pointing in a direction. That was a row of shelves. There were 7 or 8 pheasants on the shelf, already skinned and cleaned. And they are all preserved with sea salt. It looks like they're stockpiling food. That's very precious. Tang Fu exclaimed anxiously. They had no tools. Hunting pheasants is very difficult. You can only use simple traps. Heh, more precious than a person? Zhou Feng scoffed. Tang Fu was speechless. Although Tang Fu didn't want to say it, she had to admit it. On this deserted island, perhaps the value of a few pheasants is more important than that of a person. Okay, I agree. Tang Cheng nodded. Just look at Zhou Feng's skill in throwing stones. He can then be certain. As long as Zhou Feng joins his base, that would greatly reduce the difficulty for them to obtain food. There's no need to compete with others for fish. The order to steal the fish was given by Tang Cheng. I just wanted to see how the neighboring base would react. Tang Cheng's spies had already discovered that there were people at the neighboring base. And there are many men. This made Tang Cheng quite wary in the first few days, and he didn't dare to get close to them casually. Only after his base had grown larger in number over the past few days did he dare to go and probe. Of course, Tang Cheng wouldn't have expected this either. He saw Wu Wenrong and others. As for Wu Wenrong and his men, they have all been killed by Zhou Feng. Then let's go. Tang Cheng stepped away from the fence and came to a short distance in front of Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng also put his backpack on the ground. The two approached each other step by step. Seeing that the distance was about the same, Tang Cheng suddenly made his move. He took a step forward and his fist came straight at Zhou Feng's face. They wanted to catch Zhou Feng off guard. At least in terms of momentum, we must gain the upper hand. However, what Tang Cheng did not expect was how fast Zhou Feng was. He easily leaned back and dodged his own fist. A martial arts expert. This guy has boxing experience too? This was Tang Cheng's first thought. Generally speaking, only those who are skilled in martial arts have an unconscious reaction to a punch. This isn't really about responding to each move as it comes. It's simply a muscle reaction. It is the result of years of training. Once you see the fist, you'll know how to dodge it. But Tang Cheng soon realized that he was wrong. Zhou Feng had never trained in boxing. His only advantage was his extremely fast reaction time. Moreover, Zhou Feng's punches lacked any discernible pattern. It's all about speed. But this punch was not only fast, it was also very powerful. Tang Cheng habitually covered his head with his arm. This way, you only need to guard against attacks aimed at the abdomen. However, to Tang Cheng's surprise, Zhou Feng attacked his arms. Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy punches in a row. Tang Cheng felt like his arm was about to break. That power is incredible. Tang Cheng finally decided to take the plunge. He raised his leg and kicked Zhou Feng in the stomach, then prepared to deliver 2 more hook punches. But Zhou Feng didn't budge even after being kicked. Instead, he grabbed Tang Cheng's leg and flipped him to the ground. Tang Cheng landed on the back of his head, feeling a buzzing sound in his head. Chapter 31. Andy agreed. Tang Cheng struggled to get up, but Zhou Feng didn't give him the chance. Instead, he kicked Tang Cheng in the stomach. Now Tang Cheng curled up completely like a shrimp, barely able to protect his head. He's already on the ground, and you still hit him. Don't you have any shame? Tang Fu suddenly became agitated. He roared angrily, his eyes red. He even tried to step forward to help, but was stopped by several people around him. After all, if Tang Fu went forward, it would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. Did you have any shame when you were robbing people? When 7 or 8 people were beating up the 2 of us, did you have any shame? A whole group of people tried to take me down. Have they no shame? We're not in a ring now. What's wrong with me kicking him a couple of times? Zhou Feng finished speaking. He kicked Tang Cheng hard again. Tang Fu's eyes burned with anger, and she felt a surge of frustration. Because, just as Zhou Feng said, they are the ones in the wrong in this matter. I give up. Tang Cheng finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke first. Moreover, Tang Cheng has now figured it out. Zhou Feng is ruthless and heartless. If I don't admit defeat in time, I might really get kicked to death. Bring the things here. Zhou Feng called out to Tang Fu and the others. You guys give him the stuff? Tang Fu said, looking unwilling. Why should we? We're the ones who caught these things. Yes, we haven't eaten a single bite yet. These days we've been eating coconuts and fish all the time. However, the people inside the camp expressed their dissatisfaction. These pheasants are the result of many days of hard work. Anyone who has objections can leave this camp. Tang Fu's icy gaze swept over everyone. Upon hearing Tang Fu's words, these people all lowered their heads. No one dared to say anything more, because they all know very well that in this environment, only by sticking together can we survive better. Although Tang Chung lost this time, he is still a good leader. If they leave the camp, where can they go? There's no better place. Should we set up another camp? That means abandoning what you have now. Give him the things, Tang Chung said in a low voice as he got up after catching his breath. My head still feels a little dizzy. Fortunately, the soil underneath wasn't hard. Otherwise, he might have died. Following Tang Cheng's orders, several people reluctantly began to act. They took a wooden stick and tied all the pheasants to it. Then it was carried over and handed to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng carried the wooden stick all by himself, looking remarkably relaxed. Brother, I stand by what I said before. You're welcome here anytime, Tang Chung said in a deep voice. Not interested. Zhou Feng shook his head, then turned and left. Brother, we're just going to let him go like that. Tang Fu clenched her fists, looking unwilling. What else can we do? Tang Cheng gave a wry smile. We can't afford to start a full-scale war. Zhou Feng alone is already so difficult to deal with. What if we go to war with the other side? Tang Chung was unaware of the severity of the losses. More importantly, Tang Cheng didn't actually know how many people the other side had. That guy. Tang Fu's eyes were full of resentment. Zhou Feng carried the pheasant back to the camp. When I saw the pheasant on Zhou Feng's back, everyone was a little dumbfounded. Where did you get this? Did you catch it? But these are all freshly pickled items. It was compensation from those people, Zhou Feng explained. Compensation? They're actually quite nice people. Bai Qingyan looked at her strangely. How could this be? Xiaofeng, what did you do? Qin Xiaoxue had already figured it out. That's absolutely impossible. The other party gave it to you voluntarily. Zhou Feng recounted what had happened. Boss, you're amazing. Yang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing that. I didn't expect Zhou Feng to be so strong. Thank you so much, boss. Fan Jian was deeply moved. Zhou Feng actually sought revenge for himself. Won't those guys come looking for trouble? Sun Hong asked with some concern. They don't have the guts, but we should be on guard and arrange for them to patrol outside in the future, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Arrange patrols? Everyone was at a loss. There weren't many of them to begin with. There were only 8 people in total. Now we need to gather food and go on patrol. We still have to keep watch tonight. And even when going out to catch fish, we now have to be very careful. We must guard against another attack from the other side. Don't worry, everyone. We have enough food to last for a while, so there's no need to store too much. Your safety is the most important thing right now, Zhou Feng began to reassure everyone. Although I don't know what kind of place this paradise island is. However, it looks like a tropical island, so the temperature shouldn't suddenly drop. If that day ever comes, we'll wait until then to talk about it. Safety is the most important thing right now. Zhou Feng then arranged that from now on, food collection should be done in groups of at least 3 people. As for the patrol duties, I'll leave that to myself for now. However, he believed that those people wouldn't cause any trouble. Dinner consisted of fruit and 2 pheasants. I still made a pot of soup. The pheasants on this island are not very big, weighing less than 2 pounds each. It gets even smaller after the internal organs are removed. 8 people share 2 pheasants, so each person doesn't get much. But this meal was exceptionally enjoyable. After all, he didn't catch the pheasant himself. After finishing their meal, everyone went to bed early. Zhou Feng, Fan Jian, and Sun Hong all had cell phones on them. However, it had long since run out of power and shut down, so it was no longer of any use. If there are no entertainment options, it's easy to fall asleep at night. In addition, he hadn't eaten enough and had worked all day. However, Zhou Feng tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. So they came out of the thatched hut. He looked toward Qin Xiaoxue's room. Bai Qingyan and Sun Hong are on night watch tonight, so they are not in the room. They were on a hillside not far from the camp. The view from here is quite good, allowing you to see the surrounding area. In other words, Qin Xiaoxue is currently all alone in her room. Zhou Feng stood at the doorway of the curtain, hesitating for a long time. Actually, the door curtain is just made of straw mats. There is absolutely no security to speak of. However, it can block the night wind and protect privacy. If you want to go in, you just need to lift the curtain. In the end, Zhou Feng returned to his room. This might be an opportunity to get to know Qin Xiaoxue. But if Qin Xiaoxue continues to reject him, there's nothing he can do. But what Zhou Feng didn't expect was, he had just returned to his room. Then someone pushed the door open and came in. It was Qin Xiaoxue. Aunt Qin. Zhou Feng looked puzzled. Xiaofeng, I've agreed to what you said last time, Qin Xiaoxue said, blushing. Chapter 32. They were caught. Zhou Feng didn't react immediately. What about what we talked about last time? Is it related to food collection? Or is it some kind of job? He realized it. Qin Xiaoshua's visit so late at night was definitely not just for trivial matters. It means becoming his girlfriend. Aunt Qin, really? You'd like to be my girlfriend? Zhou Feng was very excited. He sat up in bed immediately. It's true, but we need to agree on two things. Qin Xiaoshua nodded gently, and then sat down next to Zhou Feng. Aunt Qin, please speak. Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng would definitely grant any request made by Qin Xiaoshua. First of all, we can't let Qin Yin know, Qin Xiaoshua said, blushing. If my daughter knew that I had actually agreed to become Zhou Feng's girlfriend. She didn't even know what expression to use when facing by Qin Yan. No problem. Zhou Feng hesitated for a moment, but nodded nonetheless. The base's location is only so big. If you want to avoid by Qin Yan, it will definitely be very difficult. However, Qin Xiaoshua has now agreed to become his girlfriend. This had already made Zhou Feng extremely excited. What if Qin Xiaoshua changes her mind if she makes other demands? Secondly, we can't have sex. Qin Xiaoshua turned her head away, her voice barely audible. Don't worry, Aunt Qin, I definitely won't force you. Zhou Feng was overjoyed. As long as Qin Xiaoshua agrees to become his girlfriend. That already made Zhou Feng very satisfied. But Aunt Qin, why? Zhou Feng was still a little confused. Why did Qin Xiaoshua suddenly agree to her request? Seeing you leave like this today, I've come to a realization. If you don't come back, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. A person shouldn't live a life without regrets. You've helped me so much, I should give you a chance to. Of course, the most important thing is that I think you're very manly. When Qin Xiaoshua finished speaking these last words, her voice was already very low. Zhou Feng, however, had a smile on his face. In fact, Zhou Feng did not want to take advantage of someone's misfortune. He didn't want to use his survival as leverage to force Qin Xiaoshua to agree to his request. However, he simply couldn't suppress the feelings in his heart. Aunt Qin, don't worry, I won't let you down, I will make you happy. Zhou Feng grasped Qin Xiaoshua's hands, his tone solemn. Tears welled up in Qin Xiaoshua's eyes, who played Xiaofeng. Qin Xiaoshua could truly feel the emotions of the young man in front of her. This was a gaze she had never felt before, a gaze so intense. Qin Xiaoshua didn't have a deep relationship with her ex-husband. The husband is also rather quiet and never expresses his feelings. Aunt Qin, can I kiss you? Zhou Feng stared into Qin Xiaoshua's eyes. Didn't I just say that we can't be related? Qin Xiaoshua was taken aback. A kiss isn't a big deal, is it? Aunt Qin, you didn't say we couldn't kiss, and we already kissed last time, Zhou Feng continued. I'm not ready yet, Qin Xiaoshua said, blushing. But before Qin Xiaoshua could finish speaking, it felt like Zhou Feng was coming right up to me again. Qin Xiaoshua felt her mouth being filled immediately. Even breathing became difficult. But unlike last time, this time Qin Xiaoshua accepted it quickly. She had become addicted to the feeling. But this time is different. Zhou Feng wrapped his arms around his waist, but that wasn't enough. Trying to go up. But that place is. Mom, I'm so hungry. Are there any wild berries left? Just then, Bai Qingyan lifted the curtain and walked in. Qin Xiaoshua just made an excuse to talk to Zhou Feng about something. Then Bai Qingyan saw that Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoshua were sticking together. Qin Xiaoshua immediately pushed Zhou Feng away. What are you doing? Bai Qingyan exclaimed, her eyes wide. Although she didn't see the two kissing. But this action is too ambiguous. Cough cough, nothing. Zhou Feng coughed lightly. In fact, Zhou Feng heard Bai Qingyan's footsteps. However, he didn't take it seriously. I thought it was just someone passing by. But to everyone's surprise, Bai Qingyan walked right in. But this is not bad either. Although Qin Xiaoshua was unwilling to let Bai Qingyan know about their relationship. But Zhou Feng felt that everyone lived together. It will be exposed sooner or later. It would be better to break through this barrier sooner rather than later. Let me take a look at Xiaofeng's scar on his head. Qin Xiaoshua quickly made up an excuse. Look at the scars. In this room, Bai Qingyan asked suspiciously. The moon is nice today, and the visibility outside is very good. But the inside of this thatched hut was pitch black. You can't see anything at all. Furthermore, you should examine scars during the day. Upon seeing Bai Qingyan's suspicion, Qin Xiaoshua immediately elbowed Zhou Feng. He gestured to Zhou Feng to help him cover it up. I was in a bit of pain just now, and Aunt Qin rubbed it for me, Zhou Feng said, holding his head. Headache. Are you sick? Bai Qingyan was also very nervous after hearing this, and immediately placed her hand on Zhou Feng's forehead. It is indeed a bit hot. What should we do? Bai Qingyan was a little anxious. They currently have no medicine. Once you get sick, you can only tough it out. I don't think it's that serious. Zhou Feng scratched his head. Actually, his forehead was quite hot because he had been pressed against Qin Xiaoshua's for too long. Really? Then why do you have a headache? Bai Qingyan asked curiously. It's probably from the wound I got last time. It might be some kind of lingering effect. Zhou Feng offered an excuse. Then you need to be more careful. Bai Qingyan still seemed worried. Zhou Feng made a few more casual remarks before reluctantly leaving the room. If Bai Qingyan hadn't suddenly returned today, I'm sure I'll make it to base. So close. But there will definitely be another chance. The next morning, Fan Jian and Yang Wei did not go out. They were both recovering from their injuries. Yang Wei can also do some odd jobs and help out. However, Fan Jian was more seriously injured, so Zhou Feng let him lie down. Fan Jian was also very moved. I never expected that I could recover from a work injury under these circumstances. Zhou Feng carried a wooden bucket and walked into the woods. The wooden bucket was full of small fish and shrimp. Zhou Feng also planned to find a place to set a trap and see if he could catch some animals. His trap was simple. It's a noose made of rope, one of the simplest and most practical traps. If a small animal's leg gets stuck inside, it can easily get strangled. Along the way, Zhou Feng set traps wherever he saw animal tracks. And there were a few small fish. Soon, the dozen or so rings in his hand were gone. Now we can only try our luck. Just as Zhou Feng was preparing to return, suddenly he heard a scream coming from not far away. Chapter 33 Wild Boar. Zhou Feng immediately figured it out. These aren't people from our camp. Because this wasn't the direction of their camp, but rather the direction of Tang Cheng's group. Are they in trouble? No matter what happened, Zhou Feng planned to go and take a look. Zhou Feng ran swiftly through the jungle. It was quickly clear what had happened. There were 4 people in total, 1 man and 3 women. They were currently facing off against a wild boar. The wild boar was huge, and it looked to weigh at least 200 pounds. It's actually quite impressive that a wild boar can grow to this size. It is already considered to be extremely large. The 2 fangs are very long and have sharp tips. He was staring at the 4 people in front of him, his eyes bloodshot. Zhou Feng recognized him at a glance. That mixed-race beauty, Tang Fu. When Tang Fu saw the wild boar, she also started breathing rapidly. They never expected that just coming out to fetch water would lead them to encounter such a dangerous animal. Calm down, let's think of something, Tang Fu said through gritted teeth, holding up the wooden stick in her hand. The others also had wooden sticks on them. However, upon seeing the enormous wild boar, the 2 girls didn't wait for Tang Fu to finish speaking. He threw down the stick and ran away. You guys, Tang Fu exclaimed anxiously. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, these 2 people would be the first to run away. Let's run too. Another man shouted, then ran in another direction. Although it's us, it's when a man runs alone. Without the slightest hesitation. You bastard. Tang Fu was furious. These 3 guys. Shameless. What made Tang Fu feel even more desperate was that the wild boar did not chase after the 3 people. Instead, he continued to stare at himself. Left with no other choice, Tang Fu turned and ran. But then something even more despairing happened to Tang Fu. The wild boar actually chased after me. Tang Fu almost burst into tears. She doesn't understand. Why are the wild boars following me? Coincidentally, Tang Fu fled in the direction Zhou Feng was. The wild boar was about to charge at Tang Fu's thigh. Tang Fu couldn't help but turn around, revealing a look of horror. If she gets knocked down by a wild boar, she'll definitely die here. Just then, Zhou Feng made his move. He emerged from behind a tree. He thrust his spear at the wild boar. Wild boars have thick skin and meat. Logically speaking, the spear Zhou Feng used was very rudimentary. It is impossible to cause too much harm to wild boars. However, Zhou Feng hit the wild boar in the eye. The tip of the spear pierced directly into the wild boar's eye. The intense pain drove the wild boar to charge at Zhou Feng like a madman. Zhou Feng quickly dodged to the side. However, because he didn't release the spear, he was still knocked to the ground. The wild boar, carrying a spear, fled in one direction. However, the wild boar's judgment seemed to be affected by the fact that one of its eyes had been gouged out. He didn't avoid the tree in front of him at all. It crashed into it hard. Thump! The wild boar was now completely lying on the ground, its body twitching uncontrollably. Soon there was no more movement. Are you alright? Tang Fu asked, looking at Zhou Feng on the ground. Hesitantly, he wondered whether he should reach out and help Zhou Feng up. If Zhou Feng hadn't suddenly appeared, she would be in real trouble right now. But when I think about what Zhou Feng did at the base last time, Tang Fu still harbors a deep grudge against Zhou Feng. The fact that Zhou Feng took away several pheasants dealt a significant blow to Tang Cheng's prestige. While Tang Fu was struggling internally, Zhou Feng had already gotten up. This wild boar is mine. Don't even think about taking it from me. After saying that, Zhou Feng went straight to the wild boar. He didn't know if the wild boar had fainted or was already dead. However, just to be on the safe side, Zhou Feng pulled the spear out of the wild boar's eye socket. Then he took out a dagger and cut the wild boar's neck. They let the wild boar's blood flow freely on the ground. Actually, pig's blood is also a good thing, rich in various vitamins. It can also nourish qi and replenish blood. However, there's no way to process the pig's blood right now, so it's just going to go to waste. Most importantly, bleeding the wild boar reduces its weight. Zhou Feng was planning to take the wild boar back with him later. Tang Fu was almost driven to the point of fainting with anger. I was still thinking about how to express my gratitude. As a result, Zhou Feng suspected that someone was trying to steal his wild boar, especially when he saw Zhou Feng squatting next to the wild boar without even glancing at him. Tang Fu felt a little resentful. In the past, wherever I went, I was always the center of attention. But this guy didn't even look at him. Thank you for that. Tang Fu leaned closer. Zhou Feng ignored Tang Fu and stood up to take off his shirt. What? What are you going to do? Tang Fu was startled and quickly backed away. One hand even secretly reached down to her waist. Tang Fu also had a dagger at her waist, which she used for self-defense. What for? Of course, I don't want to get my clothes dirty. Zhou Feng pouted. He only has this one set of clothes. If it gets covered in blood, I won't be able to wear it later. Clothes are a big problem. It's not just Zhou Feng. Everyone else in the camp was wearing the same clothes. I reckon it won't last very long before it breaks. We need to find alternatives. Zhou Feng wrapped his short-sleeved shirt around his waist and then put his jacket back on. Even if your coat is stained with blood, you can still make do. Then Zhou Feng grabbed the wild boar's hind leg. Seeing this, Tang Fu shook her head inwardly. How could anyone possibly memorize that? You saved me. I can have my brother send some people to help you carry this wild boar, Tang Fu said quickly. This was her way of repaying Zhou Feng, her savior. But what happened next left Tang Fu speechless. Zhou Feng actually flipped over and hoisted the wild boar onto his back. How is this possible? Tang Fu blurted out. This wild boar must weigh over 200 pounds. Zhou Feng carried it on his back. Moreover, Zhou Feng walks very fast. Just how strong is this guy's body? Zhou Feng hadn't walked more than a few steps when he noticed that Tang Fu had actually followed him from behind. What are you trying to do? Zhou Feng turned around helplessly and said irritably. I want to thank you. Tang Fu was a little embarrassed. Thank you? And what about your sincerity? Zhou Feng asked. Sincerity? Tang Fu was taken aback. If you really want to thank me, you should at least offer something in return. You can't just say a few words, Zhou Feng said calmly. Tang Fu was dumbfounded again. I never expected Zhou Feng to be so pragmatic. If it were before, Tang Fu would have given the money long ago. Problems that can be solved with money are not big problems. But now she has nothing. They couldn't very well promise to give Zhou Feng money as a thank you after they left the island. That's just empty promises. If you don't have anything to offer, don't mention gratitude. Zhou Feng said this and turned to leave. Tang Fu was left alone, stomping her feet and sulking. She had never met a man who was so indifferent to her. Just then, a large group of people ran over from a distance. Chapter 34 Clothes. Are you all right? Tang Chung arrived with a group of people. The people who had just fled returned to the camp and told Tang Chung that they had been attacked by wild boars. Now the wild boar is chasing Tang Fu. I'm fine. Tang Fu shook her head. Then he stared coldly at a man in the crowd. That's the man who just abandoned me and ran away. The man immediately lowered his head and dared not utter a sound. It's good that you're all right. Where's the wild boar? Tang Chung asked. Tang Chung brought so many people not only to rescue people. They also planned to take care of the wild boar while they were at it. They killed us because of the guys who came to the camp last time, Tang Fu described the scene. What? He killed the wild boar all by himself, and then carried it away? Tang Chung was shocked. If Tang Fu hadn't said these words, Tang Chung would never have believed them. Moreover, according to the description, the wild boar weighed over 200 jin, approximately 100 kilograms. How could an ordinary person carry it so easily? However, traces of blood can be seen on the ground from time to time. It continues to extend towards the direction of the enemy's base. Never mind. It's good that you're all right. Tang Chung breathed a sigh of relief. It's quite an achievement to survive a wild boar attack. Tang Chung felt a little regretful. If Zhou Feng could join our side, he would definitely be an extremely powerful fighting force. However, upon seeing the bloodstains on the ground, Tang Chung seemed to be deep in thought. When Zhou Feng returned carrying the wild boar, the people in the camp were shocked. Boss, you're amazing, Sun Hong exclaimed. Such a big wild boar. We'll have pork to eat these next few days. Lu Qingqing was also very excited. Although everyone ate cured meat a few days ago, I only ate one piece. I didn't dare eat more. Yang Wei even offered to take charge of dealing with the wild boar. Make sure to waste as little as possible. He's practically a professional in this area. When Zhou Feng put the wild boar down, his back was covered in blood. Xiaofeng, are you alright? Qin Xiaoxue quickly went over to check on him. It's nothing. It's just wild boar blood, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. These clothes are covered in blood. Let me wash them for you. Qin Xiaoxue took Zhou Feng's coat. Watching Qin Xiaoxue's departing figure, Zhou Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Aunt Qin washes her own clothes. They're like real family. Don't just sit there. Go and fetch a few buckets of water, Yang Wei said, calling out to the others. Soon everyone was busy. Even Fan Jian got up and helped Yang Wei with the work. It took more than an hour for the wild boar to be broken down into many pieces. Yang Wei was still quite embarrassed. He indicated that the dagger was too small, which hindered his performance. If you have a kitchen knife, cutting meat is quite quick. Boss, I'll give you this pigskin after I process it. You can use it as a mattress pad tonight. Yang Wei picked up the wild boar skin and said. The wild boar's hide was very thick and covered in blood. You know how to process this wild boar hide? Zhou Feng was surprised. These days, there aren't many people who know this skill. I've seen people work with sheepskin before. The process should be similar, Yang Wei said after a moment's thought. Okay, just give it to me later. Zhou Feng nodded. He decided to give this to Qin Xiaoxue. It's a bit uncomfortable to sleep on just a straw mat at night. Just then, Zhou Feng suddenly stood up and looked west. Fan Jian was the first to notice Zhou Feng's actions, and then he looked over as well. Then, anger appeared on Fan Jian's face. Because 5 people came from over there. Fan Jian remembers one of them. He's one of the guys who hit me last time. This group of people has come knocking. Yang Wei grabbed his spear. Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing did not hide at this time. They all took up arms. The last time they were threatened by Wu Wenrong, they dared not resist. But now I understand. To survive on a deserted island, you must demonstrate your strength. Needless to say, Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan are even more so. The two of them arrived at Zhou Feng's side early on. Zhou Feng then picked up a stone. If the other party has ill intentions, he can make sure none of these people can go back. It's a misunderstanding. There's no need to be so nervous, Tang Chen quickly said. What are you trying to do? Are you looking for trouble? Zhou Feng squinted. No, my brother and I didn't come here to fight. We came to thank you for saving my sister. This is a gift for you. Tang Cheng was pulling something behind him. Zhou Feng then noticed that it was actually a suitcase. What is that? Zhou Feng asked. It's some clothes, Tang Fu replied. Clothing? Sun Hong and the others' eyes lit up. They had been wearing the same clothes for over 10 days. Occasionally, I can wash it, and it dries in just 10 minutes at midday. But it's always incredibly inconvenient. In addition, I have to work every day, so my clothes get all dirty. There is damage in many places. If it gets torn, then it really can only be wrapped in banana leaves. Or you could make a grass skirt or something like that. But there are both men and women in the camp, which is very inconvenient. Clothes? Where did they come from? Zhou Feng asked. Of course we found it on the beach. There are plenty of supplies around where we woke up. Don't you have any here? Tang Cheng's eyes were constantly scanning the camp. When Tang Cheng saw the cured meat and salted fish hanging on the wooden rack, his eyes were full of envy. What Tang Cheng found a little strange was, there seemed to be too few men in this camp. They had approached this area cautiously before. There are more than just 4 people. Tang Cheng could only conclude that the others were not present. Are there still supplies on the beach? This surprised Zhou Feng. This shipwreck is very strange. It didn't look like a shipwreck. Rather, it looked like everyone had vanished from the ship in an instant. Yet supplies still reached the beach. Then why didn't they see it? Maybe they were just unlucky. Bring the suitcase over here. Zhou Feng nodded. Tang Cheng and Tang Fu exchanged a glance. Then the two of them came up to Zhou Feng together. Tang Fu opened the suitcase first. It was packed full, with lots of brand new clothes. They were all folded neatly. At least Zhou Feng and the others each got one set. There shouldn't be any problems. I just don't know if it will fit. Now you'll accept my thanks, won't you? Tang Fu said matter-of-factly. Not bad, worth the same as your life. Zhou Feng nodded. Tang Fu was furious at those words. What does it mean to have the same value as one's own life? This is clearly mocking the idea that one's own life is worthless. There's only this one box of clothes. But what can I do? I can't exactly offer myself in return. Even though he saved her life, Tang Fu still found him extremely annoying. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Tang Cheng, and this is my sister, Tang Fu. Tang Cheng extended his hand to Zhou Feng. Tang Cheng has already figured it out. Zhou Feng was the leader of these people. Chapter 35 Exchange of Intelligence. In Tang Cheng's view, this was only natural. Based on the abilities Zhou Feng has demonstrated. I knew he was no ordinary person. Tang Cheng did not ignore Zhou Feng just because he was young. My name is Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng extended his hand as well. Now that the other party has expressed goodwill, there is no need for him to keep a straight face. We've become friends through a misunderstanding. So how about we talk about cooperation? Tang Cheng smiled slightly. Cooperation? Zhou Feng asked curiously. That's right. We're all Chinese. We can live together on this island, Tang Fu said from the side. Are you Chinese? You don't look like it at all, Bai Qingyan couldn't help but say from the side. After all, you can tell the difference between the Tang siblings just by looking at their skin color. She is of mixed race. We are of mixed race, but we grew up in China. Otherwise we wouldn't speak such fluent Chinese, Tang Cheng explained. Zhou Feng nodded. He had felt from the beginning that these two people did not seem to be pure Han Chinese. Just as I expected. I have no interest in cooperating with you. We have more resources and food than you do. Zhou Feng shook his head. According to Zhou Feng's observations that day, Tang Cheng and his group did not have many resources at their camp. There were about 30 people. However, their food supply was also insufficient. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to steal their fish. Taking a few pheasants from them made those people furious. That's true, Tang Cheng said with a wry smile. The sight of Zhou Feng and his group hanging out to dry with cured meat and smoked fish was enough to make them envious. I don't know how long it will take to collect them. Not to mention, there was also cut-up wild boar meat on the open ground next to it. Looking at the thick layer of fat on it, Tang Cheng felt envious. Preserving fat is important for survival in the wild. However, we can exchange information, Zhou Feng added. That's not bad either. Tang Cheng nodded. In fact, Tang Cheng did not think that he could reach a cooperation agreement with Zhou Feng immediately. Tang Cheng came over simply to show that he meant no harm. Hopefully, the two groups can coexist peacefully from now on. How did you get to this island? Zhou Feng asked. Hearing Zhou Feng ask this question, Tang Cheng smiled. You are indeed a smart man. This is no ordinary shipwreck, Tang Cheng began to recount. Based on the intelligence he gathered, everyone in his camp fell unconscious at almost the same time. When they woke up, they were already on the island. I suspect we may have encountered a supernatural phenomenon, Tang Cheng added. That's pretty much what I guessed. Are there any other suspicious things? For example, anything related to this island? Zhou Feng asked again. This island is enormous, beyond our imagination, and it might be called Paradise Island, Tang Cheng said, squinting. Paradise Island. Fan Jian and the others were all surprised by this title. Zhou Feng did not tell them this news. Zhou Feng also pretended to be surprised, as if he was hearing the title for the first time. Paradise Island? Why is it called that? This isn't paradise at all, Yang Wei asked from the side. At least for them, it felt more like hell. Especially Li Ran next to her. There's a stone tablet not far away that says Island of Paradise on it. Tang Cheng pointed in a direction, indicating that it was under a tree over there. Zhou Feng felt a chill run down his spine and secretly memorized the location. Zhou Feng has been unable to find the stone tablet for the past few days. He even suspected that Ho Chuan was lying to him. But now it seems that the stone tablet is genuine. It's just that I was unlucky and didn't find the right place. The key issue now is that there are other threats on the island, Tang Cheng said slowly. What threat? Zhou Feng asked. There is another base to our west, where there are quite a few foreigners. We've encountered this several times already. The other party isn't very friendly. I estimate that the competition for resources will begin very soon. Tang Cheng's expression was solemn. After saying this, Fan Jian scoffed. You're friendly when you're robbing people? Tang Cheng scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Talking about friendliness on this island is a bit ridiculous. At least we didn't kill anyone, but they really did. We saw them throwing bodies out of the camp. Tang Fu frowned. Discarding a body? It could also be due to illness. Fan Jian shook his head. Although all of them are healthy. But that doesn't mean other people don't get sick. If you go hungry every day, you are very likely to suffer from malnutrition, which will lead to a decline in immunity. That was an illness. Those corpses were tortured to death, Tang Cheng explained. Tortured to death. This reminded Fan Jian and the others of Manager Gua and Wang Jun. Many of the survivors on this island have lost their humanity. Let me share our intelligence as well, Zhou Feng began to recount. Zhou Feng did not tell the truth and revealed what Wu Wenrong and others had done. He simply told Tang Cheng that there were savages on the island. And they are very likely cannibals. Are there savages on this island? Tang Cheng was clearly a little surprised. However, I saw that the savages headed south, so they probably only come here occasionally, Zhou Feng said. But even the occasional appearance of a wild man signifies a fact. That means there are cannibals on the island. Tang Cheng seemed a little heavy-hearted after hearing this. Clearly, the island was more dangerous than he had imagined. Anyway, thank you for saving my sister. But I think our cooperation is more than just exchanging intelligence. I hope you will give this a good consideration. After saying these words, Tang Chung left with Tang Fu and the others. After they had walked away, Bai Qingyan couldn't help but speak. Zhou Feng, I couldn't tell you were lying at all just now. Hee, Tang Qing is the same. Did you guys notice when he was lying? Zhou Feng chuckled. He lied too? Which sentence? Bai Qingyan's eyes widened. Bai Qingyan didn't notice it just now. Which of Tang Qing's statements is problematic? It's about another survivor camp next to them. They must know some specific information, Zhou Feng explained. If these people really don't know anything about that base, then they couldn't possibly know that bodies were being thrown out of that base. They must have been secretly monitoring them for a long time. How can you all be so cunning? Bai Qingyan said angrily. At the same time, I was also a little annoyed. Zhou Feng is the same age as me. Now she seems like an idiot. All right, everyone, let's distribute the clothes now. Zhou Feng took the clothes out of the suitcase one by one. There are quite a few clothes here. Although they were all summer clothes, they were just right for the island. Chapter 36 Stone Tablet. The clothes were laid out one by one in front of everyone. Everyone should pick one set as a backup, Zhou Feng said. The group looked at each other, none of them making a choice first. After all, none of them are qualified. These clothes were given to Zhou Feng by the Tang siblings as a thank you gift. Then I'll divide it up among you. Seeing this, Zhou Feng didn't hold back. They started rummaging through the clothes. I found 2 sets of relatively loose-fitting clothes and gave them to Fan Jian and Yang Wei. Then they gave a set to Sun Hong, Lu Qingqing, and Li Ran, and each of the 3 women received a set. Everyone went back to their rooms to change their clothes. They were fed up with this outfit. The smell was awful. This outfit is interesting, why don't you try it on? Zhou Feng took out a set of clothes and handed them to Bai Qingyan. Is this camouflage? Bai Qingyan was taken aback. This outfit consists of a short-sleeved top and capri pants. It's probably not a standard military uniform. Try it on and see if it fits, Zhou Feng said. In places like deserted islands, camouflage clothing is still very useful. Okay, I'll give it a try. Bai Qingyan nodded. In the end, only Qin Xiaoxue was left. Aunt Qin, please choose one for yourself. Zhou Feng placed the suitcase in front of Qin Xiaoxue. This one will do. Qin Xiaoxue had already set her sights on an outfit. She took out a blue t-shirt and a brown midi skirt. The fabric of this outfit has a rich texture. It suits you perfectly. It would look beautiful on you. Zhou Feng smiled. How annoying. Qin Xiaoxue blushed and then turned to leave. Zhou Feng was taken aback. Then a surge of joy filled his heart. Is Qin Xiaoxue's reaction because she's shy? There were still quite a few clothes left in the box. However, some of the dresses were evening gowns, which were simply unwearable on a deserted island. There are a few pieces of women's underwear, which can be distributed to a few women later. Everyone changed their clothes quickly. Fan Jian and the others went to work. They still had to process the pork. Bai Qingyan skipped and hopped over to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, what do you think of my clothes? Bai Qingyan twirled in front of Zhou Feng. Bai Qingyan was already beautiful, and she was about the same height as Qin Xiaoxue. However, her figure is completely different from Qin Xiaoxue's. They are more slender and elongated, possessing a youthful and beautiful aesthetic. In addition, the camouflage clothing creates a strong contrast. It gives people a very strong visual experience. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Feng nodded. This outfit fits Bai Qingyan perfectly. They can go straight to have their photo shoots done. My judgment is pretty good. Thank you for picking out the clothes for me. Here's a reward for you. Bai Qingyan suddenly moved closer to Zhou Feng. Before Zhou Feng could react, he felt Bai Qingyan's lips brush against his cheek. You? Zhou Feng was a little stunned. I didn't expect Bai Qingyan to do this so suddenly. Hee, I'm going to help with the cooking. We'll be having stewed pork later. Bai Qingyan ran off with a grin. Zhou Feng was left somewhat dumbfounded. Touching her face, she felt a little lost. This little girl. Just then, Qin Xiaoxue also came out of the thatched hut. Zhou Feng's eyes lit up. In his eyes, Qin Xiaoxue's outfit was the most beautiful. The hem of her dress swayed gently, reaching just above her ankles. It possesses a strong feminine beauty. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Xiaoxue's cheeks were still flushed. You're my girlfriend? What's wrong with me looking at you a few times? Zhou Feng said with a smile. Don't let anyone hear this. Qin Xiaoxue lowered her head and ran away. Let's go process the pork together. You all continue with your work. I'm going out for a bit, Zhou Feng said to everyone. Boss, you can go out without worry. Everyone was working, but no one had any complaints. After all, Zhou Feng always brings something with him whenever he comes back. Zhou Feng headed in one direction. The place he was going to was the one Tang Chung had mentioned before. The place where the stone tablet is located. This time, with a clear direction, Zhou Feng walked for less than 20 minutes. He then discovered traces of human footsteps on the ground. Someone must have passed through here. It's just unclear whether these are the footprints of Wu Wenrong and his group, or those of Tang Cheng. Zhou Feng quickly found the stone tablet under a tree. The stone tablet is about 1 meter high and nearly 50 centimeters wide, and its surface is covered with vines. Zhou Feng carefully cleared away the vines from the stone tablet. As the last trace of green slipped from the stone tablet, four ancient, yet powerful Chinese characters gradually emerged. Paradise Island. The 4 characters have smooth strokes and are arranged from top to bottom. Zhou Feng frowned. What exactly is this island? Why is there such a stone tablet with Chinese characters written on it? Apart from these few Chinese characters, there are no other traces on the entire stone tablet. Zhou Feng took out the jade pendant. He couldn't see any connection between the jade pendant and the stone tablet. Then why is Wu Wenrong looking for the pendant? Although this is just Zhou Feng's guess. However, he was almost certain that Wu Wenrong was looking for the pendant. Could it be that Wu Wenrong actually obtained some information through other channels? In reality, it has little to do with this stone tablet. Zhou Feng frowned deeply. The stone tablet appears to be made of ordinary material, probably just rock or something similar. Why would someone put a stone tablet here? Suddenly, an idea popped into Zhou Feng's mind. There was nothing on the surface of the stone tablet. Is there something down there? He began carefully digging at the sand around the stone tablet with his spear. Zhou Feng then discovered that the soil was very loose. It's clear that someone dug it up not long ago. It's possible that it was Wu Wenrong and others. In just over an hour, Zhou Feng had dug a large pit. It is at least 2 meters deep. But to his astonishment, the stone tablet extended downwards. It's like it grew out of the soil. Moreover, the soil underneath is very hard. The spear alone was no longer enough to dig. Left with no other choice, Zhou Feng had to give up. He felt that others had done similar things, but like him, they had all failed. Zhou Feng filled the soil back in. By the time he returned to the camp, it was almost dark. Zhou Feng, you're finally back. When she saw Zhou Feng return, Bai Qingyan jumped up excitedly. Zhou Feng then noticed. The air around the camp smelled of meat. Large chunks of pork floated in the pot, covered with a thick layer of grease. A fire was still burning below. You haven't eaten yet? Zhou Feng asked, somewhat surprised. I was planning to eat, but everyone said they had to wait for you, Bai Qingyan said. A gurgling sound came from inside my stomach. Her face immediately turned red. Zhou Feng smiled upon seeing this. Sorry I got back a little late. Let's all eat together. Zhou Feng sat down first. Sun Hong scooped the first bowl of meat for Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng took a bite and felt it melt in his mouth. The stewed pork smells amazing. The meat is tender yet chewy, and you can feel its delicate texture and freshness with every bite. Although it only contained salt, it was already incredibly delicious. The oil has even infused into the broth. Zhou Feng took a sip and felt a warm sensation in his stomach. Looking around, everyone else was also holding chopsticks, their heads down, focused on eating. We can have 2 more meals tomorrow. I've also marinated the remaining pork, Yang Wei said while eating. If it's not marinated, this meat will probably rot by tomorrow night. What about the internal organs? Zhou Feng asked. Yang Wei felt a little embarrassed upon hearing this. This indicates that those things haven't been dealt with yet. Right now, they have no seasoning. Even if you manage to wash it out, it'll probably be hard to swallow. No need for that. Take it and use it to make a trap for me tomorrow, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Right now, they still prioritize eating fresh meat. All right, Yang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Processing pig offal in this environment is also very troublesome. The next morning, Zhou Feng and Yang Wei entered the jungle. This place is not far from where Manager Guo's body was buried. Yang Wei held his nose the whole way, carrying a wooden bucket in his hand. The wooden bucket contained pig offal and intestines. The 2 of them dug a deep pit in the ground. Then they inserted sharp wooden stakes into it, and then poured the entrails inside. I don't know if I can catch any animals, Yang Wei said, sniffing his hands. I almost threw up. Let's try our luck, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. I want to survive here. We must try every possible means. Just then, Zhou Feng suddenly frowned. He looked into the distance. There were footsteps, and very hurried footsteps. They seemed to be heading towards the camp. Chapter 37 Corpse. What's wrong, boss? Yang Wei also noticed Zhou Feng's unusual reaction. Someone is heading towards our camp. Zhou Feng immediately grabbed his spear and headed in that direction. Yang Wei got anxious when he heard that. There are his women in the camp now. These past few days, Li Ran has shown Yang Wei what it means to be gentle and tender. Zhou Feng rushed to the front. Yang Wei followed behind and saw that Zhou Feng was moving very fast. In Yang Wei's view, he has already surpassed professional athletes. He was also shocked. Who exactly is Zhou Feng? When Yang Wei caught up with Zhou Feng, Zhou Feng was confronting a man. Are you one of Tang Cheng's men? Zhou Feng recognized the man. They must be from Tang Cheng's camp. Something's happened. Something's happened. Help us. The man said, panting heavily. He clearly came here seeking help. What happened? Explain yourself clearly. Zhou Feng frowned. A fight has broken out. We're fighting with those foreigners. The man gestured with his hands. Why did they fight? Someone died over there, and they're insisting we killed him. They're coming to cause trouble for us. The boss told me to call you guys over for help, the man said hurriedly. Yang Wei was displeased upon hearing this. Help? Why should we help you? Yang Wei was still very unhappy about being beaten up last time. There will be benefits. The boss said that as long as you help us, there will be benefits, the man said immediately. Benefit? This piqued Zhou Feng's interest. Then let's go take a look, Zhou Feng said. Even if there were no benefits, Zhou Feng still planned to go and take a look. After all, their bases are so close together. If Tang Cheng and the others are doomed, they're not having a good time either. Those foreigners didn't look like nice guys either. Although Tang Cheng had no conflict with him. But at least Tang Cheng expressed goodwill. You two? Just the two of you? The man was a little dumbfounded. The man came to ask for help. As a result, only 2 people went there. You think it's too little? If you think it's too little, we're not going. Yang Wei sneered. Quite a lot, quite a lot. The man quickly waved his hand. As long as Zhou Feng is willing to go. Zhou Feng's exaggerated combat prowess left a deep impression on their entire camp. Moreover, Zhou Feng is carrying that backpack now, which is definitely full of stones. The man led the way, and Zhou Feng and Yang Wei followed. When they arrived at Tang Cheng and the others' camp, Zhou Feng then saw the 2 sides facing off. Everyone had something like a wooden stick in their hands. However, Tang Cheng's side is at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. They had more than a dozen fewer men than the other side. Zhou Feng's gaze swept over the people in the other camp. Sure enough, I saw 7 or 8 white-skinned foreigners. Apart from that, everyone else was yellow-skinned. It seems that there are both white and Asian people in the other side's camp. The Wanli was a domestic ship, and there weren't many foreigners on board. Most of them were tourists or the like. One of the men was blonde and seemed to be the leader of the group. They are currently negotiating with Tang Cheng. Both of them spoke English and appeared very agitated. Zhou Feng's English wasn't very good, but he could still understand what the 2 people were saying. The white man was questioning Tang Cheng, while Tang Cheng kept trying to explain himself. Why did you only bring 1 person with you? Tang Fu appeared beside Zhou Feng at some point. An expression of disbelief crossed her face. Tang Fu clearly hadn't expected this. Zhou Feng will come with 1 person. You caused trouble, and now you expect our camp to suffer along with you? Zhou Feng rolled his eyes at Tang Fu. We'll give you benefits. Tang Fu bit her lip. What benefits would make us come here and risk our lives? Zhou Feng shrugged. Yang Wei was deeply moved by these words. As expected, the leader they chose was the right one. It was for their lives. But Tang Fu was furious. You're not here to help. What are you doing here? Tang Fu thought that after what happened last time, they were already considered friends. Is that all? This guy probably just came to watch the show. I just came to see what happened. Tell me in detail, Zhou Feng asked. The man who brought them here didn't know much about what had happened. Although Tang Fu was furious, she still told Zhou Feng what had happened. It turns out that this group of foreigners discovered today that one of their members had died outside. It wasn't far from Tang Fu's camp, so they assumed that they were the ones who killed people. They came over with a group of people. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Feng quietly moved closer to Tang Fu. This sudden action startled Tang Fu. She could even hear Zhou Feng breathing. What are they trying to do? Did you do that? Zhou Feng lowered his voice. Of course not. Tang Fu was so angry, she almost fainted. I didn't expect Zhou Feng to think of them this way. It's probably them. They really went all out this time, Yang Wei said, pursing his lips. The body is over there. Why don't you go and take a look yourself? Does it look like something we did? Tang Fu said, pointing in a direction. Zhou Feng and Yang Wei looked over. A body was found between the 2 groups of people. The bodies were covered with leaves, so they couldn't be seen clearly from their position. You stay here. I'll go take a look, Zhou Feng said to Yang Wei, and walked over there. Yang Wei was taken aback. To go see the corpse? Looking at a corpse under these circumstances would be asking for trouble. However, after hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and followed. After all, what if something happens to Zhou Feng? Yang Wei was too ashamed to go back. Even if there are troubles, the 2 of you should share them. Zhou Feng went to the body and removed the leaves from it. When he saw the corpse's face clearly, he gasped in shock. The skull of the corpse was missing, and the brain tissue inside had also vanished. Both legs were cut off, leaving only half a body. The gruesome state of the corpses was chilling. Ugh, ugh. Yang Wei vomited immediately. Even though his hands smelled of internal organs, Yang Wei didn't vomit. But seeing the scene before him, Yang Wei was truly disgusted. I threw up all the pork I ate this morning. A white man turned around and saw this scene, and immediately became furious. I felt insulted. He cursed with words starting with F while swinging his fist at Yang Wei. Zhou Feng roared and rammed into the white man. The white man was completely unprepared and was knocked to the ground by Zhou Feng. But the white man was not willing to give up, and he got up and came towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng showed no mercy. He swung his fist and threw 3 punches in a flash. Every punch lands hard. The white man was completely stunned and his nose started bleeding. The white leader clearly hadn't expected this. His men will suffer a setback at Zhou Feng's hands. Beat him, the white man cursed in English. His men gripped their weapons tightly, ready to charge forward. Wait. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Tang Cheng shouted hurriedly. What misunderstanding? Today we're all fighting to the death. Charles's eyes were practically spitting fire. Originally, one of my own people was killed today. This infuriated Charles. So he immediately took the corpse and went to settle accounts with Tang Cheng and the others. Prior to this, they had a physical altercation over a coconut. I never expected that they would dare to make the first move. Aren't you afraid of dying? You need to know that you have more people on your side. If Charles hadn't been worried about the heavy losses, he would have taken action long ago. But now he's not going to put up with it anymore. This person isn't from our camp. They're from another camp, Tang Cheng quickly explained. At this moment, Tang Cheng felt like crying. The original intention of sending someone to ask Zhou Feng for help was to save face. Unexpectedly, Zhou Feng took the initiative to provoke them. From another camp? Charles looked at him with suspicion. Clearly, Charles was unaware that there were other survivor camps nearby. This person wasn't killed by Tang Cheng and his group, Zhou Feng said. Of course, Zhou Feng was speaking Chinese. To Zhou Feng's surprise, Charles could actually understand Chinese. How do you know? Didn't you say you weren't from this base? Charles squinted and started speaking in Chinese as well. If you look closely, you'll see. The brain tissue and thighs are missing from this corpse. It's obvious it was eaten, Zhou Feng said directly. Use it as food. Everyone present felt nauseous upon hearing this. Although we often see scenes of cannibalism in movies and TV shows. But they all have one thing in common. This is in the case of extreme food shortage. Most of them were trapped in the mountains due to heavy snow or were stranded somewhere. If there's even a little bit of food, no one would do such a thing. After all, cannibalism involves a great deal of psychological pressure. Even if it were absolutely necessary, most modern people would not be willing to do that. That's not necessarily true. Maybe he's just deliberately getting revenge on us. Charles pointed at Tang Cheng, his eyes filled with anger. Chapter 38 Bloodstains. Revenge? Zhou Feng looked at Tang Cheng. It seems that Tang Cheng and Charles's groups already had conflicts before. However, this is only to be expected. Many supplies on the island are limited. If you eat one more bite, I'll eat one less bite. Revenge? I think you orchestrated this whole thing, killing him and bringing him here yourselves. Tang Cheng scoffed. Bastard! Charles exclaimed, his eyes wide. It looked like the two sides were about to start arguing again. Zhou Feng stood between the two people. I have a suggestion, but I don't know if you'd like to hear it, Zhou Feng said. Who do you think you are? Why should we listen to you? Another white man standing next to Charles spoke up. It is also in Chinese. It seems that quite a few of Charles's group members speak Chinese. If you don't want to listen, then fight. Zhou Feng took a step back. They looked like they were watching a good show. Everyone present fell silent. In reality, if a large-scale conflict were truly to break out, it would have already begun. There was no need to wait for Zhou Feng to arrive. There's only one reason why a fight hasn't broken out yet. That is, none of the people around Charles are actually willing to risk their lives. Don't be fooled by their large numbers. But these were all temporary teams. No one wants to risk their life for a dead person, even if they are numerous. If a real fight breaks out, it's inevitable that half of the casualties will be dead or injured. What is your suggestion? Charles naturally understood this as well. Not many people in his camp were willing to fight to the death. But now that someone has died, Charles cannot turn a blind eye. Moreover, Charles was somewhat wary of Zhou Feng. Based on the skills Zhou Feng just displayed, he is equivalent to the fighting power of several people. If we help Tang Cheng and the others later, that's a huge problem. It's simple. Since this person's thigh is missing, let's search the place where his body was found. We might just find out the truth there, Zhou Feng said. Charles frowned upon hearing this. The body was discovered immediately. Charles then brought the body over. They did not search the surrounding area carefully. Okay, let's get this straight first, Tang Cheng said immediately. Seeing the other party's aggressive approach, Tang Cheng didn't want to escalate the conflict. Moreover, Tang Cheng already knew what Zhou Feng suspected. Savage. Maybe it was savages who killed Charles's men. Then they cut off a part of the body to eat. But Tang Chung is very clear right now that even if he reveals the matter of the savages, Charles and his ilk wouldn't believe it either. Then let's go and look for it. Charles nodded slowly. Both sides agreed that each would send 3 people. Zhou Feng only had 1 person on his side. He told Yang Wei to go back first, and then tell Qin Xiaoxue and the others the news. Charles and his entourage led the way. They found the body deep in the jungle, some distance from their base. Brother Zhou Feng, thank you so much this time. Tang Chung seized an opportunity to sidle up to Zhou Feng and said something. It's nothing. I was just saying a few words, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. I'll remember what happened today. Tang Chung patted Zhou Feng on the shoulder and didn't say anything more. It took them about an hour to reach the place where the body was found. Zhou Feng secretly memorized the route. The 3 camps were actually not far apart. Tang Cheng's camp was in the middle, while Charles's camp was further east. But the distance is at most 7 or 8 kilometers. The body was found here, Charles said, pointing to a tree. Zhou Feng looked over. They discovered that there was blood everywhere under the tree. This place is quite far from your camp, isn't it? Zhou Feng said, looking at Tang Cheng. My men have never been here. Tang Cheng shook his head. When Tang Cheng's base members go out, they always go in groups of at least 3. Who else but you? Charles growled in a low voice. Because Tang Cheng and his group were the only people near their camp. Maybe it was someone from your own camp who started this mess due to internal strife, Tang Cheng sneered. It looked like they were about to start arguing again. Wait a minute, Zhou Feng suddenly said. He took a few steps deeper into the jungle and then crouched down. Charles and the others were puzzled as to what Zhou Feng was doing. Zhou Feng brushed aside the leaves on the ground and then picked up some soil with his fingers. It's blood, Charles exclaimed, his eyes wide. On Zhou Feng's fingers was dark red soil. That dark red color is blood. This must be blood from the corpse, Zhou Feng said. However, the body was lying under the tree, so it was impossible for it to have run more than 20 meters away, unless someone deliberately carried the body over from that side. But nobody would do something so pointless. The only explanation is that the blood on the ground came from the corpse's thigh. Furthermore, some people deliberately used leaves to cover up the blood. How did you find the blood? Tang Chung was shocked. Observe, Zhou Feng said casually. Actually, he smelled a faint scent of blood in the air. Of course, Zhou Feng wouldn't tell these people. This is beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Observe. Tang Chung looked puzzled. Tang Chung had been observing for a long time, but he hadn't found anything. Keep following the blood trail. We might find something. Zhou Feng began searching along the scent of blood. Every few meters, traces of blood could be found. After walking about 100 meters, the blood dripped onto the ground, and no one tried to disguise it. And the blood extends into the depths of the jungle. Wait, should we continue walking in? Tang Chung frowned. Of course we have to leave. We haven't found any evidence yet, Charles said in a deep voice. There was only blood on the ground. That's nothing. I'm warning you in advance. We might encounter savages. Tang Chung told him about the savages. What Tang Chung didn't expect was, Charles and the others scoffed. Savages? There's no one on this island. If there were, they would have been discovered long ago. Charles scoffed. Tang Chung was a little helpless. These guys really didn't believe him. It's possible that even now, Charles and his cronies still haven't realized it. This island is strange. Let's go then. Tang Chung winked at the person next to him. These 2 men were Tang Cheng's confidants, and they both nodded slightly. I have already understood what Tang Chung meant. We need to be even more careful from now on. Zhou Feng continued walking along the trail of blood, wanting to see what lay ahead. I have several people around me right now, and this is an opportunity. It's much safer than searching alone. We walked another kilometer or so deeper into the woods. The bloodstains on the ground gradually decreased until they disappeared completely. However, Zhou Feng sensed a strange smell in the air. Chapter 39 Reunion with the Savage. This smell. It looked like something was burnt. After walking several dozen meters, Zhou Feng suddenly stopped. There's something ahead, Zhou Feng whispered as he lay down, hiding behind a bush. Charles and Tang Chung immediately came over. After seeing the scene in front of them clearly, both of them couldn't help but gasp. His face was deathly pale. In the open space ahead, there is a wooden frame. A blazing campfire was burning beneath the frame. Meat was skewered on the rack. To be precise, they are 2 thighs. It was roasted until it was oozing oil and even charred, with oil droplets falling into the campfire below. Make the campfire burn even brighter. God, Charles kept making the sign of the cross on his clothes. He was muttering to himself, all in English. They must be reciting a prayer. Holy crap, there really are savages. Tang Cheng's face also turned grim. although Zhou Feng had mentioned before that there were savages on this island. But Tang Qing only believed it about 70 to 80%. Now that he had witnessed this scene with his own eyes, Tang Qing dared not doubt it anymore. Tang Qing felt a sore throat when he saw the food on the barbecue grill. I feel like throwing up. However, he managed to hold back, but soon discovered a problem. Wait, where's the savage? Tang Qing couldn't help but ask. They only saw a campfire, but not any cannibals. It should be nearby. What do we do now? Zhou Feng turned around and asked. Since that thigh is still on the shelf, this proves that the other party has not gone far. Let's see what's going on. Tang Qing said. Let's leave, Charles said. The two spoke at almost the same time. Then they all frowned in unison. We're about to see who killed your men, and now you want to leave? Tang Qing suppressed his anger. This matter of being wrongly accused is not over yet. Moreover, Tang Qing wanted to see who had started this bonfire. Is he a savage? There are only a few of us. The other side is a bunch of demons. Charles just wants to leave this place now. Even if we're going to come back, we should at least bring more people with us. There's movement. Zhou Feng waved his hand. Upon seeing Zhou Feng's actions, the two immediately shut up. Soon, a sound came from the woods opposite. Two savages emerged from the opposite side. Both savages had animal skins wrapped around their waists and carried spears. But what shocked Zhou Feng and the others was two male corpses were dragging behind them. Judging from the appearance of the two corpses, they were wearing modern clothes. They must also be survivors. The clothes had already been torn. Zhou Feng turned to look at Charles and Tang Qing. Both of them shook their heads. These are not people from their camp. Zhou Feng understood that these must be other survivors. He was just unlucky. He was killed by those two savages. Thinking about this made Zhou Feng even more grateful. Fortunately, when they woke up on the beach, they did not encounter any savages. However, Zhou Feng felt that even if they encountered savages, he had that mysterious jade pendant on him. It can also be used to deal with savages. The two savages did not notice them. Instead, they began to deal with the two corpses. The first step was to use the nearby stones to smash the skull. One of the savages grinned and tasted it with his dirty hands. At this moment, a white man was standing behind Charles. Seeing this, I finally couldn't hold back and vomited. Ugh, no one will blame him. After all, no one could possibly stand seeing this. However, the white man's voice still attracted the attention of the savages. The two savages immediately stood up and made strange noises. Then he charged at them, brandishing his spear. Let's give it our all. Tang Qing stood up immediately. The others also stood up. However, it is quite obvious that they are divided into two groups. To Zhou Feng's surprise, Tang Qing and the others stood with him. It looks like they're just going through the motions together. Only Tang Qing himself knew the truth. Of everyone present, Zhou Feng was the strongest fighter. Of course, we'd stand on Zhou Feng's side. But the two savages remained unmoved when they saw that Zhou Feng and his group consisted of 7 people. There was no fear on his face. Instead, they revealed a sense of excitement and shouted even more joyfully. Just like a hunt. Clearly, they saw Zhou Feng and his group as prey. At such close range, Zhou Feng didn't have time to take out the stone. Instead, he brandished his spear and charged forward. Both sides used spears. However, the spears used by the savages were different. The tip was a sharpened stone. Moreover, it was wrapped with several layers of animal hide. Zhou Feng's spear made contact with his opponent. The sheet metal at the front was bent out of shape. What surprised Zhou Feng even more was that the savage was quite strong. Zhou Feng almost lost control of his spear and dropped it. However, the savage opposite him showed a look of surprise on his dark face. Obviously, no one expected this. The prey before them also possessed such formidable strength. The prey he had hunted before was all very fragile. This is why those two savages dared to charge straight up. The savage's surprise lasted only a moment. Then he thrust the sharp tip of the stone spear fiercely towards Zhou Feng's chest. However, Tang Qing, who was standing nearby, seized the opportunity and stabbed the savage in the thigh with his spear. Tang Qing was very clever. He knew he couldn't hit any vital points. The savage must have been on guard. As expected, the savage felt the pain and his movements slowed down. Zhou Feng seized the opportunity and grabbed the middle of the spear. The savage stared wide-eyed, trying to pull the spear back. But Zhou Feng's strength is greater than his. Give it your all. They dragged the savage over, spear and all. The others seized the opportunity and pierced the savage's chest. The savage never let go of his weapon until his death, his eyes filled with resentment. Zhou Feng looked up at Charles and the others. But they discovered that they had actually been driven back by a savage. One white man had his arm pierced, and it was covered in blood. Not a single person dared to step forward and fight the savages. Instead, This allowed the savages to maintain their advantage. Seeing this, Tang Qing secretly felt fortunate. Fortunately, I chose to stay with Zhou Feng. With Zhou Feng by my side, the safety level has indeed increased significantly. Zhou Feng snatched the stone spear from the savage. Then they headed towards the savage. The savage also noticed that his companion was dead. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and ran. Zhou Feng frowned and immediately gave chase. The savage was very fast in the jungle, but Zhou Feng was even faster. They practically ran. The two people disappeared from Tang Cheng and the other's sight in the blink of an eye, one after the other. "Boss, what do we do?" I asked the subordinate. Tang Cheng hesitated for a moment, then looked at Charles and the others. "Are you going to chase them or not?" Chapter 40 Sun Pattern. There might be other savages. "Let's go back first," Charles said, still shaken. If Zhou Feng hadn't intervened just now, they would probably all die at the hands of the savages. The two sides are not on the same level in terms of combat strength. The other side seemed more like a well-trained soldier. Charles and his men, armed with spears, looked like toys to their opponents. It's precisely because there might be other savages that if we don't silence this savage, we'll all die, Tang Cheng said in a deep voice. Charles was taken aback, then gritted his teeth and nodded. "Chase." Tang Cheng and the others followed in Zhou Feng's direction. After chasing for 700 or 800 meters, they saw Zhou Feng standing under a tree. "Where's the savage? He didn't run away, did he?" Tang Cheng said, panting heavily. "If that savage gets away, there will be endless trouble." "It's up there," Zhou Feng said, pointing upwards. Tang Cheng and the others looked up. They discovered that the savage had actually climbed to the top of the tree. It is at least 10 meters above the ground. They were staring intently at them. The tree trunk is perfectly smooth. How did that guy get up there? In fact, when Zhou Feng caught up, he was also stunned by the savage's speed. That savage was like a gecko. His speed in climbing trees was astonishing. The other party must climb frequently. "What do we do now? Are we just going to keep going like this?" Charles was a bit dumbfounded. This young man has some special skills. Tang Cheng wasn't worried at all. Instead, he smiled. "A unique skill?" Charles and the others didn't quite understand. "I'll give it a try." Zhou Feng took a stone out of his backpack. Your backpack is full of stones," Charles exclaimed in astonishment. Charles had always assumed that Zhou Feng's backpack contained only some tools. Surprisingly, they were all stones. That means Zhou Feng carried a bag of stones with him the whole way. They could even catch up with the savages while carrying this bag of stones. This forced the savages to climb the trees. What terrifying power this is. I just picked them up randomly. Zhou Feng held up the stone and looked at the savage, preparing to take aim. When the savage saw Zhou Feng take out the stone, he also showed a look of fear. Whoosh! Zhou Feng threw the stone with all his might. It struck the savage's arm instantly. Roar! Roar! Squeak! The savage made strange noises after being hit. "Oh no! He must be calling for help," Tang Cheng exclaimed in alarm. Because the sounds of a wild man are definitely not signs of pain. It's definitely calling for help. Zhou Feng had already thrown his second stone. It slammed hard onto the savage's head. The savage was knocked unconscious by the blow and fell from the treetop. Thump! The savage fell from a height of more than 10 meters. When it landed on the ground, blood was flowing from its mouth and nose. "It's definitely dead." Tang Cheng carefully poked it with his spear and finally concluded. Zhou Feng also bent down to examine the savage's corpse. He discovered that the wild man's face and arms were covered with some kind of unknown pigment. It has a sun pattern drawn on it. The savage from earlier also had a sun pattern on his body. This is probably some kind of custom. Zhou Feng had heard that some primitive tribes, and even many countries in Africa, still practice witchcraft. Some people believe that having patterns drawn on their bodies can bring them power. Other extreme cases involve cannibalism. This is somewhat similar to the concept of using form to supplement form. "My name is Charles. What's your name?" Charles approached Zhou Feng. "Zhou Feng. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your help today, we probably would have had some fatalities," Charles said sincerely. Before Zhou Feng could answer, Tang Cheng, who was standing next to him, was already unhappy. "Now you understand, right? I didn't kill your men," Tang Cheng said coldly. "It's a misunderstanding," Charles said, pursing his lips. "Misunderstanding? You think a simple misunderstanding is enough?" Tang Cheng sneered. Charles shrugged, seemingly ignoring Tang Cheng. Anyway, it didn't cause any actual loss. This infuriated Tang Cheng and the others. "Let's dispose of these two savage corpses," Zhou Feng said. "No problem." Charles and Tang both nodded. No one knows whether this savage has any companions nearby. They soon discovered a cliff nearby. Then they pushed the savage's body down. They then returned to the savages' temporary camp. The other bodies were disposed of. They found a place and buried them all. Looking at the meat roasting over the campfire and the survivors whose heads had been smashed, several more people vomited. Charles was among them. But even Tang Chung didn't have time to mock Charles. His stomach was churning. From now on, I think it's necessary for everyone to share information. If someone spots a savage, they should inform people in other camps, Zhou Feng said. I have no objection. Charles nodded. Now, the people in his camp have been killed. This proves that his camp might be the most dangerous. I have no objection either. Tang Ching wasn't in the mood for anything else right now. Charles and I continued arguing. Survival is the most important thing right now. Have you not seen the other two survivors? Zhou Feng asked again. I've never seen it before. Tang Chung confirmed this several times. I've never seen it either, Charles said, shrugging. Since they don't recognize each other, they must be other survivors. They just came from other bases. Whether he was a lone survivor or not, no one knows. The group returned along the same route. They parted ways at a fork in the road. Zhou Feng also noticed this. Charles and others would also leave marks on more conspicuous trees or stones. In the dense jungle, this is almost the only way to tell where the road is. However, Tang Chung and the others used a triangular mark. The area towards the camp is a bit sharper. However, Charles and his group took a simpler and more direct approach, using arrows directly. The direction the arrow points indicates the location of their base. Zhou Feng also took a look and roughly knew where Charles and the others' camp was. After spending this time together, Zhou Feng felt that Charles and the others. He's not that kind of jerk. Otherwise, they would have already started fighting with Tang Chung and the others. Tang Chung and the others said they were inside Charles's camp. There must be another reason why they would throw out a dead body covered in wounds. Brother, how about we go to my camp for a bite to eat? Tang Chung extended an invitation. Maybe next time. I won't go today, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. After all that commotion, it was already dark. During the day, it is already easy to get lost in the jungle. Not to mention at night, there's simply no way back. All right then, I'll treat you well next time you come, Tang Chung said with a hint of regret. Chapter 41 Taking a Bath. If it weren't for Zhou Feng's help this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. If it really turns into a bloody battle, they will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Most importantly, they didn't kill the people. It would be such a shame to be killed because of this. Zhou Feng returned to the camp. Boss, how's the situation over there? Yang Wei was the first to approach. Everyone else was also carrying weapons. They had been waiting. If Zhou Feng needs their help, they will go there immediately. The misunderstanding has been cleared up, but Zhou Feng then recounted the story of the savage. I heard that several unfortunate survivors were killed by savages. Fan Jian and the others all looked grim, even though Zhou Feng had already told them that there were savages around. But hearing it with my own ears now brings a different kind of shock. Seeing that everyone was in low spirits, he comforted them. Don't worry too much. Our camp is still a bit far from the savages, Zhou Feng told everyone. Charles's camp was closer to the cannibals. If the savages were to launch a large-scale attack, Charles and others were the first to suffer. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I ate something for dinner. As darkness was approaching, Zhou Feng returned to his room. Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan arrived in front of Zhou Feng. Xiaofeng, come with us for a bit later, Qin Xiaoxue said. It's already dark. Where are you going? Zhou Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. Go take a shower, Bai Qingyan said. Take a shower? Can't we just do it near the camp? Zhou Feng was taken aback. That's when he noticed. Both women were carrying wooden buckets containing another set of clothes. During this period, they would bathe by fetching water from the stream, then rinse it from beginning to end. As long as you give advance notice, no one will come to check. Just a quick rinse isn't enough. We women need to take a proper bath. Sun Hong and the others found a bathhouse during the day, and they've already been there. If it weren't dark, who would want you to come with us? Bai Qingyan pouted. All right, let's go together. Zhou Feng nodded and stood up. His gaze couldn't help but linger on Qin Xiaoxue for a moment. Qin Xiaoxue also felt Zhou Feng's gaze, and her face turned red. She also rolled her eyes at Zhou Feng. That seems to mean something like, Kid, what mischief are you thinking about? The three people walked side by side. Zhou Feng, aren't you afraid when you face the savages? Bai Qingyan asked curiously. I'm not scared. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and shook his head. He didn't seem to be afraid at all. Why? Bai Qingyan asked, even more curious. I guess I stopped being afraid after killing the first person, Zhou Feng said, scratching his head. Zhou Feng actually thought it was because of the jade pendant. Ever since the mysterious power of that jade pendant entered his body, he changed in many ways. You absolutely mustn't develop any post-traumatic stress disorder in the future, Bai Qingyan said with a worried expression. She heard that many soldiers, after leaving the battlefield, both can experience stress disorder. It's caused by prolonged mental stress. Bai Qingyan felt that Zhou Feng must have been under a lot of pressure during this period. You guys should comfort me then, Zhou Feng said with a smile. If that day ever comes, I will stay with you while you get treatment. Bai Qingyan nodded solemnly. Zhou Feng was a little surprised. I never expected Bai Qingyan to say that. This girl really touched me. It's all right. Xiaofeng wouldn't do that. He's a man you can rely on. Qin Xiaoxue tossed her hair and smiled slightly. Bai Qingyan looked at her mother with a bit of a puzzlement. While they were talking, the group had already traveled about a kilometer from the camp. Right here, Bai Qingyan said, pointing ahead. Zhou Feng looked over. We discovered that this appears to be a branch of a stream. Surprisingly, a pond 7 or 8 meters wide has formed here. Can I take a shower in here? Zhou Feng asked curiously. It's too dark now. He couldn't see the whole pond clearly either. Don't worry. It's all rocks below. There's no danger, and it only goes up to your waist, Bai Qingyan said. Sun Hong and the others had already gone down during the day. All right, you guys go wash up. Zhou Feng nodded. Turn around. Don't look at us. And go away a bit, Bai Qingyan said irritably. They couldn't possibly take a shower in front of Zhou Feng. I almost forgot, Zhou Feng chuckled dryly. He turned around and walked more than 100 meters into the distance. From this position, you can basically see nothing. I saw Zhou Feng leave. Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan quickly dived into the water as well. They all planned to soak a little longer. It's been a long time since I've had a proper shower. Mom, Zhou Feng isn't peeking, is he? Bai Qingyan muttered, looking in Zhou Feng's direction. Probably not. If he wanted to do something bad on this deserted island, we would all be in trouble by now. Qin Xiaoxue was still very confident in Zhou Feng. Moreover, they have been on the island for almost half a month. Even though Zhou Feng confessed his feelings to her many times, he never forced her to do anything. At most, all I want to do is kiss myself. But that doesn't seem right either. Zhou Feng's hands were not still a few times. Actually, there's nothing wrong with just looking at it. Bai Qingyan's voice was very low. She felt that Zhou Feng had been working very hard lately. Giving a small reward wouldn't hurt. Oh. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoxue screamed. What's wrong? Bai Qingyan asked quickly. Snake. Snake. Qin Xiaoxue looked in horror at the creature swimming towards her from the shore. That's a snake. It is about a meter long and is entirely black. It kept flicking its tongue. Qin Xiaoxue kept backing away, but the more anxious she became. The more you do this, the more you feel your feet slipping. When I stepped on the stone, it felt slippery. I barely managed to avoid falling. The snake was already very close to Qin Xiaoxue. Get away. Get away. In her panic, Bai Qingyan could only slap the water. They tried to drive the black snake away. But this did not deter the black snake. Instead, it enraged it. The black snake is even faster. His upper body was already standing upright on the water. It suddenly opened its mouth wide and lunged at Qin Xiaoxue. At that moment, a figure came rushing from a distance. He grabbed the black snake's tail tightly. It was Zhou Feng. The black snake missed its target. But instead of giving up, she curled up backward. She bit down on the back of Zhou Feng's hand. Holy crap! Zhou Feng felt a piercing pain on the back of his hand. Suddenly, he grabbed the black snake by the neck. He threw it at a rock to the side. Bang! The black snake left bloodstains after it hit the rock. After rolling twice on the ground, it fell silent. Chapter 42 Coma. Xiaofeng, are you alright? Qin Xiaoxue disregarded her own situation and rushed towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, originally wanted to say that I was fine. But he had already seen the spot where he had been bitten by the venomous snake. In just a few seconds, it had already turned bluish-black. This is a poisonous snake. What made Zhou Feng both amused and exasperated was, he couldn't help but look at Qin Xiaoxue. This was the first time I had ever seen her upper body. It's truly a beautiful view. Qin Xiaoxue noticed Zhou Feng's gaze and instinctively covered it with her arm. However, it can only barely cover part of the middle. Let's get ashore first, Zhou Feng said, covering the back of his hand. After getting ashore, Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan quickly put on their clothes. Zhou Feng quickly used his clothes to tie his wrists, to prevent toxins from entering the body. But doing so doesn't seem to be working. His arm was covered in bruises. Xiaofeng. Qin Xiaoxue burst into tears. The toxins had clearly entered Zhou Feng's body. Mom, is Zhou Feng all right? Bai Qingyan's face was also filled with fear, and tears welled up in her eyes. Let's go back first and talk about it later, Zhou Feng said through gritted teeth. He could feel his head starting to spin. The three people walked into the camp. After walking only halfway, Zhou Feng felt his strength failing him. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Xiaofeng. Qin Xiaoxiu and knelt down in front of Zhou Feng, already sobbing uncontrollably. Aunt Qin Zhou Feng grabbed Qin Xiaoxiu's hand, feeling his breathing become rapid. What do you want to say? Bai Qingyan was also on the other side. Zhou Feng didn't finish his sentence. I like it. Then everything went black, and I completely lost consciousness. In a daze, Zhou Feng felt that Fan Jian and the others had arrived. He lifted himself up. I don't know how much time has passed. He felt someone using a spoon to feed him water. However, his body did not react at all. My whole body is numb. It was as if the soul was no longer inside the body. Zhou Feng tried hard to open his eyes, but only managed a slit. Through the gap, Zhou Feng saw a blurry figure in front of him. The man tried feeding himself water again with a spoon. The water still slid down her cheeks. So the person hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to take a sip of water. Then I posted it. Zhou Feng sensed that water had come in. He instinctively took large gulps of sucking. The man was clearly a little flustered, not expecting Zhou Feng to be so proactive. However, they were still cooperating with Zhou Feng's actions. They quickly used the same method to feed Zhou Feng water again. After repeating this 4 or 5 times, Zhou Feng became dazed and lost consciousness again. When he finally opened his eyes, the room was completely dark. Zhou Feng's first reaction was that he had gone blind. But Zhou Feng soon breathed a sigh of relief. I realized it wasn't that I couldn't see things, but rather that it was nighttime. He forcefully raised his hand and waved it in front of his eyes. My body seems to have regained a lot of strength. However, just as Zhou Feng lowered his hand, he felt he touched a clump of hair. Someone was lying next to their bed. Zhou Feng's actions also brought those around him to their senses. Xiaofeng, you're awake, Xiaofeng. Qin Xiaoxiu's excited voice came through the phone. Aunt Qin, Zhou Feng, was also pleasantly surprised. He never expected that the person next to him was Qin Xiaoxiu. How are you feeling? Qin Xiaoxiu immediately grabbed Zhou Feng's hand. I feel a little hungry, Zhou Feng said with a wry smile. There's food here. Qin Xiaoxiu immediately took something out from the side and handed it to Zhou Feng. What is this? Zhou Feng asked, holding it in his hand. It felt slippery. He can now roughly see the things in the room. This appears to be a piece of fruit. This is a papaya? Tang Fu sent it over, Qin Xiaoxiu explained. Papa, they actually found a papaya. Papaya production is very high. If there were papaya groves on this island, then there would be no need to worry about the source of food. Zhou Feng took a bite. Papaya has a rich flavor and a strong aroma. It also has plenty of juice. Zhou Feng ate a large piece of papaya in just a few bites. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoxiu gave Zhou Feng 2 more pieces. After Zhou Feng finished eating, Qin Xiaoxiu said with some heartache, You've been unconscious for 3 days, so you can't eat too much. 3 days? I was unconscious for 3 days? Zhou Feng asked in surprise. Yeah, everyone thought you were going to die. The snake that bit you was called a black mamba, Qin Xiaoxiu said. After Zhou Feng fell into a coma, Bai Qingyan went to call Fan Jian and the others over. After Fan Jian and the others carried Zhou Feng back, they went and retrieved the snake. Yang Wei thought the snake looked a lot like a black mamba. Only in this kind of environment. Even those who know which snakes are biting are helpless. There is no hospital here, nor is there any antivenom. They could only watch helplessly as Zhou Feng lay in his hospital bed. Zhou Feng found it a bit strange. Black mamba? Isn't that a snake from the African savannah? How did it end up here? But then I thought about it again. So many strange things happen here. It's just a venomous snake. It's nothing at all. It was terrible at first. Your face turned black, and you even started vomiting blood. Everyone was crying quite sadly, but your complexion started to return to normal starting yesterday. When Qin Xiaoxiu talked about these things, she couldn't help but shed tears again. Seeing this, Zhou Feng felt very sorry for Qin Xiaoxiu and wiped her eyes with his hand. Aunt Qin, don't cry, I'm fine. Zhou Feng grinned. Qin Xiaoxiu nodded gently. Were you the one taking care of me all this time? Zhou Feng asked Qin Xiaoxiu. It's me. That little girl Qin Yin said she would take care of you, but she doesn't know how to take care of people at all. Qin Xiaoxiu gave a wry smile. Qin Xiaoxiu could sense that ever since she came to this island, Bai Qingyan seems to have grown up a lot and wants to take on more responsibility. But in Qin Xiaoxiu's eyes, her daughter is still a child. Was that the water you fed me? Zhou Feng asked softly. Well, that's a special case. Qin Xiaoxiu gently turned her head away. I'm thirsty now. Could you give me some more water? Zhou Feng licked his dry lips. You were able to eat papaya by yourself just now. Please feed me some more. Please. Zhou Feng longed for that taste. Okay. Qin Xiaoxiu did not refuse. She brought her mouth full of water closer. Zhou Feng felt that feeling again. This time, however, he was more proactive. He placed his hand on Qin Xiaoxiu's waist. Qin Xiaoxue did not refuse. Chapter 43 Supplies left behind by the survivors. Qin Xiaoxue kept her arms around Zhou Feng's neck for more than 10 minutes. All right, you should rest a little longer. Qin Xiaoxue suddenly separated and fled the room. Zhou Feng couldn't help but give a wry smile. I looked at my palm. That feel. He wondered when Qin Xiaoxue would agree to his request. However, Zhou Feng also felt tired. He turned over and went back to sleep. When Zhou Feng woke up again, it was already noon. Zhou Feng looked at his bitten right hand. The two shallow teeth marks on top are almost invisible. The surrounding skin looks no different from normal skin. Zhou Feng immediately noticed the stone table next to him. There were several slices of papaya on the table. It must have been Qin Xiaoxue who left it behind, worried that she would go hungry. After Zhou Feng ate the papaya, he lifted the curtain and went outside. The sunlight is very dazzling. Zhou Feng blinked a few times, adjusting his eyes to the sunlight. Boss, you're awake. He really woke up. I told you my mom wasn't hallucinating. Zhou Feng really woke up. Boss, you're amazing. You've just been through hell. When everyone saw Zhou Feng wake up, they all gathered around him. I'm sorry to have worried everyone. I'm fine. Zhou Feng was a little moved when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. They really care about themselves. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't survive being bitten by a poisonous snake. Fan Jian said. That snake was terrifying. It looked frightening. Li Ran nodded in agreement. Although the island is short of supplies. However, they didn't eat the snake. Instead, they simply threw it away. Because nobody knows how to handle venomous snakes. If they were poisoned, the entire army would be wiped out. Zhou Feng actually thought he could survive. It's still related to the jade pendant around her neck. Could it be that I've not only become faster and stronger, but also have enhanced senses? Even the body's immune system has become stronger? But no matter what, this is definitely a good thing. Did anything happen while I was unconscious? Zhou Feng looked around the camp. It seems that nothing has changed. Something's up. A few white men came twice, saying they need to talk to you about something. Yang Wei said. They want to see me about something? Zhou Feng was taken aback. White people. That must be Charles. That's right. We all said you just happened to go out. Yang Wei scratched his head. They didn't dare say that Zhou Feng was poisoned and unconscious. Although those two people seem to be quite friendly. But you can't see into someone's heart. If they all knew that Zhou Feng was poisoned, what would they do? There are now several hundred kilograms of cured meat at their base. And a large quantity of smoked fish. These things on a deserted island are enough to tempt someone to kill. Did they say what it was about? Zhou Feng asked. No. They said they wanted to talk to you in person, and they should come again today, Yang Wei said in a deep voice. Fortunately, Zhou Feng woke up today. Otherwise, Yang Wei and his group wouldn't know what excuse to come up with today. Zhou Feng nodded. Lunch was stewed cured pork with small fish, along with a few pieces of papaya. Finally, I can eat meat again. Bai Qingyan's eyes lit up when she saw the cured meat. Don't you eat meat when I'm not around? Zhou Feng asked curiously. We've been eating papaya for days. Now I feel sick whenever I see papaya, and my mouth tastes like papaya, Bai Qingyan said with a wry smile. Zhou Feng only found out after asking around. It turns out that the day before yesterday, Tang Fu brought people and delivered at least 100 kilograms of papayas. They still haven't finished eating. They have so many papayas. Zhou Feng frowned slightly. This proves that they must have found many papaya trees. When I went to Tongqing's camp the first 2 times, they didn't see any papayas over there. Now, however, we can give them over 100 kilograms. Then Tang Fu wants to see you. What's your relationship? Bai Qingyan suddenly stared at Zhou Feng and asked. Maybe she likes me. I saved her last time, and she wanted to repay me with her body or something. Zhou Feng smiled, then lowered his head and took a sip of soup. That won't do. Bai Qingyan exclaimed anxiously. Zhou Feng looked at Bai Qingyan with some surprise. What's the rush, little girl? Bai Qingyan hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping herself. She absolutely would not allow Tang Fu to steal Zhou Feng away. Just then, a few people walked over from a distance. Brother Zhou Feng, we've been looking for you for ages. It was Charles and others. 5 people came in total, 3 of whom were white. The other 2 people should be Chinese. The one who spoke was Charles. Zhou Feng finished the food in his bowl in a few bites, then stood up. I was away for a couple of days, and I heard you were looking for us. Charles smelled the aroma of cured meat and subconsciously swallowed. The others couldn't help but look at the iron pot sitting on the campfire. The fragrance emanates from inside. However, Zhou Feng did not intend to treat everyone to a meal. After all, this meat is very valuable. They are all saving money on food. That's right, we'd like to discuss a collaboration with you. Charles nodded. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Zhou Feng asked curiously. Tang Cheng had proposed cooperation to me last time. The two camps were to merge, but Zhou Feng refused. Unexpectedly, Charles came over again. Charles glanced at the people behind Zhou Feng and then smiled slightly. This news is quite important, and I'd like to speak with you privately. No problem. Zhou Feng nodded. He then led Charles to the edge of the camp. Speaking here means you don't have to worry about others knowing. Zhou Feng actually found it a bit strange, because Charles should know very well what he's going to say next. Nothing could stop Zhou Feng from telling his companions the news. Could it be that Charles is wary of his own people? Actually, my men found a cave near my camp, and there were lots of supplies inside, Charles said in a low voice. Are there supplies inside the cave? Zhou Feng frowned. How is that possible? That cave is huge. There are really a lot of things inside. I think there might have been survivors on this island before. They collected some supplies and put them in the cave. I don't know why the people disappeared, but the supplies were left behind. Charles gestured as he spoke. His Chinese is not particularly fluent. Therefore, the explanation is relatively slow. Previous survivors. In Zhou Feng's mind, images of Wu Wenrong and others appeared. They arrived on the island 6 months ago. The supplies inside the cave were definitely not placed there by them. Who could it be? Survivors who landed earlier? Zhou Feng remembered the crashed helicopter. There may be more survivors on the island. Since there are many supplies inside the cave, why don't you take them yourself? Zhou Feng asked. Chapter 44 Hunting the Bear. To tell you the truth, it's because there are bears in that cave. And there are 2 bears, one big and one small. Charles didn't hide anything. If it weren't for those 2 bears, they had already taken out the supplies. The mother bear is at her most dangerous when she is with her cubs. Moreover, they rarely stray far from their territory. Bear Zhou Feng frowned. Are there bears on this deserted island? But now he's used to it. Let's hunt bears together. Let's take care of those 2 bears first, and then we'll divide the remaining supplies, Charles continued. How should it be allocated? Zhou Feng asked directly. It's very simple. We'll take 2/3, and you can take 1/3, Charles said in a very generous tone. 1/3? That doesn't make sense. If it's a collaboration, it should be at least half for each person. And how will the bear meat be divided? Zhou Feng shook his head and said. The other party didn't mention the bear meat, clearly intending to keep it all for themselves. Charles gave a wry smile upon hearing Zhou Feng's words. So they began to explain. For this bear hunt, they mobilized more than a dozen people to prepare in advance. Traps have already been dug near the cave. Zhou Feng's task was to lure the bear over. All that matters is that the bear falls into the trap. For Brother Zhou Feng, this is a very simple matter, and you don't need to put in much effort. As for bear meat, with so much food here, you probably don't need it. I have a large number of people on my side, so it's really difficult to allocate them. Charles said a lot. However, they remained adamant and refused to give in. Simple? If it were that simple, would you need to come to me? You've probably tried many times already, and people must have died along the way, Zhou Feng said calmly. Charles was a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Zhou Feng actually figured it out. In fact, they had discovered the cave 7 or 8 days ago. They also carried out 2 trapping schemes. Without exception, they all failed. The trap they dug was several hundred meters away from the cave. When they tried to lure the bear over, they found it very difficult. Because bears can run much faster than they imagined. It's virtually impossible to outrun a bear in the jungle. 3 people died in total on the 2 separate occasions. It's also difficult to dig the trap closer to the cave. Any noise could attract the bear. After witnessing Zhou Feng's strength that day, Charles thought that if it were Zhou Feng, perhaps they can escape the bear's pursuit. That's why he came to see Zhou Feng for 3 consecutive days. Then state your request, Charles said. Let's be fair, half for each of us, and I want half of the bear meat too, Zhou Feng said. Although Zhou Feng said it was fair, it was actually not fair at all. The other party contributed more manpower and resources. Okay, Charles hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The 2 returned to the camp. Zhou Feng called several people over. Charles and the others stood at a distance. I have some things to take care of. Yang Wei and Fan Jian, you 2 stay in the camp. If there's any danger, evacuate immediately, Zhou Feng said. Boss, what are you going to do? Fan Jian couldn't help but ask. Bear hunting. Bear hunt. Everyone was stunned. We must deal with the bear. Although they all knew that Zhou Feng was very strong in combat. He also has a unique skill in throwing stones. But bears have thick skin and tough flesh, so they probably aren't afraid of stones. It will only make the other person angrier. Boss, you've only just recovered. You're going to fight a bear right now? There's no need for us to do that, Yang Wei quickly said. Today their food is plentiful. There's absolutely no need to fight a bear to get that little bit of bear meat. Moreover, I've heard that bear meat can be very fishy if not properly prepared. Zhou Feng has been in a coma for the past few days. They all felt they had lost their leader. I don't know what to do next. Zhou Feng was extremely important to them. There are still some supplies in the cave where the bear lives, mainly for supplies, Zhou Feng explained briefly. Zhou Feng, I'll go with you. Bai Qingyan said immediately. Why are you going to join in the fun? Zhou Feng was both amused and exasperated. In his eyes, Bai Qingyan was just like a girl next door. As long as it doesn't get in the way, it's fine. He actually wanted to go bear hunting with me. Who knows if there's still snake venom in your body? Having more people can help you, otherwise what if you faint again? Bai Qingyan said. Bai Qingyan's words made Zhou Feng nod in agreement. If Bai Qingyan were by my side, she could really be of a lot of help. It was inconvenient for Fan Jian and Yang Wei to leave the base. If he fainted in front of Charles and the others, he couldn't guarantee the consequences. Moreover, if anything unexpected happens, I can protect Bai Qingyan's safety. All right, you can come with me to take a look. Zhou Feng agreed. Bai Qingyan's face lit up with joy. I can help out now. Aunt Qin, I will bring Bai Qingyan back. Zhou Feng looked at Qin Xiaoxua. Yes, you two should both be careful. Qin Xiaoxua nodded. She felt very reassured that her daughter was with Zhou Feng. But when Charles saw Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan appear in front of him, Charles's expression still looked somewhat unnatural. Brother, you only brought one woman with you? Charles said. That's enough, Zhou Feng said. All right then, let's go now. Charles didn't question it any further. The group headed east. Charles gave a detailed explanation on the way. The bear they were going to deal with. Those were two black bears, one large and one small. The larger one is nearly 3 meters tall when it stands up, and it looks extremely fierce. He also has a very short temper. The little bear looks more docile and easier to handle. Zhou Feng's target is to Xiong. Once the bear is lured into the trap, there's no need to worry about it getting out. Will your trap work? Zhou Feng asked. Although bears are enormous, but they are also very agile animals, and they can even climb trees. If it were a regular trap, he would most likely climb out. Then all our previous efforts will be in vain. Don't worry, brother. We've dug a huge pit. Charles gestured with his hands. That pit is at least 5 meters deep. Many sharp wooden stakes have already been driven into the ground. If a bear falls in, it will definitely be seriously injured. There's simply no way they could climb out. And our men are all around with spears. If that bear comes up, we'll just gouge its eyes out, Charles added. With this double insurance, there's nothing to worry about. Zhou Feng nodded upon hearing this. The preparations were indeed very thorough. But if we can't lure the bear over, then it's all just empty talk. Halfway there, Charles sent his men back to the camp to fetch reinforcements. They walked several more kilometers. We arrived at a cliff with a rather steep terrain. That's the cave with supplies. Charles pointed in a direction. Chapter 45 Seduction. Zhou Feng looked in the direction Charles was pointing. It was a cave at the foot of the cliff. It looked much bigger than the one Zhou Feng had found before. They were about 200 meters away. Although it's not clear from here, there are supplies inside. There are signs of human activity, Charles explained from the side. Zhou Feng squinted and looked over. To his surprise, he was able to see clearly what was inside the cave. There were indeed some things scattered on the ground. He saw an iron pot, a kitchen knife, and so on. Most importantly, there seemed to be 2 wooden boxes inside the cave. There must be a lot of things inside. However, Zhou Feng did not voice his surprise. He pretended to be nonchalant. Where is the trap? Zhou Feng asked. On the other side, follow me. Charles walked in another direction. The only reason Zhou Feng was brought here was because there was a cave to be seen here. They soon arrived at the woods below the hillside. There were already more than a dozen men holding spears waiting there. When I saw Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan, they all frowned. Boss, is this the helper you found? A Chinese man couldn't help but ask. His gaze swept over Zhou Feng. They clearly didn't really trust Zhou Feng. You have a problem with that? Why don't you go and lure the bear over? Charles said coldly. That one sentence was enough to shut the man up. After 3 people died, they dared not go up and fight. Brother, don't be offended. They have no idea what you're capable of. Charles chuckled dryly. Zhou Feng waved his hand, not paying any attention. They were simply asking what to do next. Charles and his colleagues have experience in this area. According to their introduction, at this time, the 2 bears are resting inside the cave. Approaching the cave will provoke the mother bear. Then just lure the mother bear here. Although it sounds simple, only the person involved knows the dangers involved. Brother, be prepared. If it really doesn't work out, don't force yourself, Charles said, patting Zhou Feng on the shoulder. There's no need for that. I'll just check the route, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. Well done. In your words, you're a real man, a hero. God will bless you. Charles began to praise. I hope so, Zhou Feng said calmly. If God really works, then they wouldn't have ended up in this place. Zhou Feng checked the route and looked for the best way. It took a little over half an hour to get everything ready. Zhou Feng, you should think this through. At this crucial moment, it was Bai Qingyan who was a little scared. Lure the bear over. Just thinking about it sends chills down your spine. Don't worry, I'm fine, Zhou Feng said, trying to reassure Bai Qingyan. Looking at Zhou Feng's confident smile, Bai Qingyan felt that Zhou Feng had really changed. First, he was bitten by a venomous snake and was unconscious for several days. Now that I'm awake, I'm going to hunt bears again. There wasn't a trace of fear in Zhou Feng. Don't worry, brother, this should be your woman. We'll protect her, Charles said. What? Who is his woman? Bai Qingyan muttered under her breath. Charles didn't hear it at all. Inside his base, the dozen or so female survivors had already been divided up. Anyone with the ability can have one. As for the rest, we could only watch helplessly. Charles knew that things were a little different inside Tang Cheng's base. It seems that every woman has the freedom to choose. Charles believed that the women in Zhou Feng's base must all have some connection with Zhou Feng. After all, Zhou Feng is such a powerful person. It's not surprising that he has several women. Zhou Feng arrived at a spot a few dozen meters from the cave entrance. You can smell a stench from afar. Clearly, the bear defecated at the cave entrance. This smell will keep many animals away. Zhou Feng touched the backpack he was carrying. Besides stones, there was also a dagger inside. But a dagger is probably useless against a bear. If we had a bow and arrows, we could try to hunt bears from a distance. However, it seems that there are no such talents among these survivors. You can craft powerful bows and arrows capable of killing bears. Hey, Zhou Feng made a sound. However, the bear inside the cave did not come out. He didn't even lift his head. Zhou Feng frowned. It's likely due to the actions of Charles and others. This allowed the bear to get used to the presence of humans in its territory. Perhaps in the bear's eyes, they are simply walking prey. But Zhou Feng has plenty of ways. He took a stone out of his backpack and threw it hard into the cave. Thump! A scream of agony suddenly came from inside. I don't know where it hit. The mother bear was enraged and charged straight out of the cave. Then I spotted Zhou Feng standing in the distance. The man and the bear faced off like that. A few seconds later, the mother bear rushed towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng immediately turned and ran. The mother bear moved incredibly fast, completely ignoring the vines on the ground. If Zhou Feng is even slightly careless, one fall could be fatal. However, Zhou Feng did not make such a mistake and quickly distanced himself from the black bear. But what Zhou Feng didn't expect was, when the black bear saw Zhou Feng run away, it actually slowed down and stopped. Zhou Feng immediately understood. The black bear doesn't want to be too far away from its cubs. In addition, his speed was too fast. That's why the black bear gave up. Thinking of this, Zhou Feng simply stopped in his tracks. Instead, they walked towards the black bear. Whoosh! Zhou Feng threw another stone at them. This time, the impact hit the black bear's back. The black bear was provoked again. He turned around and continued chasing after Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng turned and ran. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the location of the trap. Everyone else had already hidden themselves. Zhou Feng leaped over the trap, rolling twice on the ground. The black bear had no idea what this meant. It simply saw its prey lying on the ground. The black bear roared excitedly and continued its pursuit. When the black bear stepped on the camouflaged ground, the enormous body instantly fell in. Roar, roar, roar. Then came the sound of painful screams. Zhou Feng got up and went to the trap. They discovered that the wooden stake had pierced the black bear's abdomen. The black bear died quickly. There was no struggle as expected. Dude, you're amazing. Just then, Charles and the others came out. They all came to the cave entrance to take a look. Chapter 46, The Black Hand. Zhou Feng, you scared me to death just now. Bai Qingyan came out from the side and looked Zhou Feng up and down. When she saw Zhou Feng roll on the ground, her heart jumped into her throat. They thought Zhou Feng had fallen. It was only later that I realized that Zhou Feng was luring the bear. Zhou Feng smiled at Bai Qingyan, indicating that he was all right. He turned to look at Charles and the others. Now that we've dealt with the bear, let's go inside the cave. Zhou Feng was eager to know what was inside the cave, but he hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on Charles's face. Then Charles suddenly reached out and shoved Bai Qingyan hard from behind. Ah! Bai Qingyan exclaimed in surprise. I never expected someone to push me from behind. It looked like Bai Qingyan was about to fall into the trap. Zhou Feng quickly reached out and pulled her back. But the next second, several people were standing next to him. They all pushed towards him. Zhou Feng had one hand holding Bai Qingyan, so she had no way to dodge. They could only fall into the trap along with Bai Qingyan. Bang! Zhou Feng held Bai Qingyan tightly, preventing them from falling onto the black bear's carcass and tumbling down. If it weren't for this black bear carcass, The two of them will be impaled by the wooden stake. Blood, blood. Bai Qingyan raised her hand and found that it was covered in bright red blood. Her body began to tremble involuntarily. Don't worry. This is black bear blood. Zhou Feng grabbed her hand. Just now, Bai Qingyan's hand touched the black bear's face and felt the blood on it. Zhou Feng, why? Bai Qingyan forced herself not to cry. Looking up, all I could see were the shameless smiles of Charles and his accomplices. Charles, what do you mean? Zhou Feng stood up and stared coldly at Charles. I accidentally dropped it, Charles said with a smile. Now pull us up. Zhou Feng said expressionlessly. Charles chuckled without saying a word. The two just stared at each other. Why did you want to harm us? Zhou Feng asked. It's simple. You have food and women in your camp, Charles said, his gaze fixed on Bai Qingyan. On the Wanli cruise ship, the number of men and women was disproportionate. There are naturally fewer female tourists than male tourists. Not to mention, there were also a large number of staff on board. There were about 80 people in Charles's camp. There were only a dozen or so women among them. The quality also varies. However, Charles discovered that there were 5 women in Zhou Feng's camp. And they're all beautiful women. There's still so much meat hanging on the shelves. It's far better than their lives. If Charles hadn't been wary of Zhou Feng's strength, he would have already made his move. Is this why you're going to kill us? Zhou Feng squinted. That's not all. This time, you actually asked for half the bear's worth. That completely enraged me. You asked for this. Charles gritted his teeth. Without me, you wouldn't have been able to deal with this bear at all, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. He didn't ask for a high price. Charles simply doesn't want to give anything in return. I admit that, but unfortunately there are no rules here. Now everything is mine. Charles grinned maliciously. Charles then ignored Zhou Feng. Instead, he looked at the people around him. Come and kill this guy. He can't fight back in the trap. Try not to kill the woman. Everyone can have some fun later, Charles ordered. If Zhou Feng hadn't been pushed into the trap, Charles really wasn't confident he could take drastic measures against Zhou Feng. After all, he had seen Zhou Feng's methods when dealing with the savages last time. That's just too fierce. Even if they had more than a dozen people, they couldn't possibly kill Zhou Feng head-on. Charles estimates that 5 or 6 people will die. People gathered around. But at that moment, they suddenly showed expressions of terror. They saw Zhou Feng suddenly jump up and grab Charles's ankle with one hand. They couldn't believe their eyes. Zhou Feng was able to jump so high even while standing on the soft body of the black bear. This is a 5-meter deep pit. Even with the black bear carcass at Zhou Feng's feet, this jump was still too exaggerated. Charles never expected Zhou Feng to jump so high. He was completely unprepared. He was immediately pulled down by Zhou Feng. Help me, please, Charles exclaimed in terror. Both hands are trying to grab something, but they could only grab a few weeds. The next second, Charles then fell into the deep pit. It crashed heavily onto the black bear. Charles then saw Zhou Feng's cold gaze. Wait a minute, this is a misunderstanding, Charles said. But his hand reached for his waist. Charles had a dagger at his waist. They wanted to strike first to gain the upper hand. But Zhou Feng's hands were already heading towards his face. Charles felt that everything had suddenly slowed down. He could only watch helplessly as Zhou Feng's finger pressed down towards his eye socket. Charles was horrified. They realized what Zhou Feng was about to do. No. Bang. Yeah. Charles let out a painful scream as Zhou Feng forcefully pressed his eyes out of their sockets. Fortunately, this pain did not last long. Click. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Feng snapped Charles's neck. Charles's head was almost turned behind his neck. It's almost 180 degrees. Ah. Bai Qingyan's eyes widened, and she let out a scream. This scene was extremely bloody. At this moment, the people on the trap couldn't help but retreat. No one expected it. Charles actually died. And they died such a tragic death. What surprised them even more was that Zhou Feng leaped into the air. One foot is placed on the edge of the pit, and then force is applied in the opposite direction. 2 jumps and you're out of the trap. Those on top were even more dumbfounded. I never expected that I would be so careless. Zhou Feng actually showed up. They were filled with frustration. If they had surrounded the pit, Zhou Feng would never have been able to climb out so easily. But it's too late to say anything now. Kill him. Kill him. A white man stared intently at Zhou Feng and shouted in broken Chinese. At the same time, he raised his spear and thrust it at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng waved his hand at the white man, his hand holding a handful of dirt. The white man never expected Zhou Feng to pull such a stunt. Sand instantly got into his eyes. Oh. The white man felt a sharp pain in his eye and instinctively closed it. The spear in his hand was snatched away by Zhou Feng. Uft. The spear pierced his chest. Chapter 47 Subjugation. At the same time, several white men around Zhou Feng also lunged at him. Kill this demon. Kill him. We absolutely cannot let them live. The remaining dozen or so Asians instinctively stepped back. Only one Asian man followed the white men and charged at Zhou Feng. But what happened next was something they hadn't expected. There are a large number of people on our side. However, Zhou Feng fought like a war god, retreating as he went. But every time Zhou Feng makes a move, someone falls down. If he were unarmed, Zhou Feng alone could not possibly take on 6 or 7 people at the same time. 2 fists are no match for a 4th move. However, having weapons makes all the difference. These people didn't even have a chance to get close. In the blink of an eye, these people fell one after another. Only one white man remained, holding a spear, but his hands were trembling uncontrollably with fear. Thump! The white man knelt on the ground and dropped the spear he was holding. God, don't kill me, don't kill me. The white man pleaded, speaking only in English. Zhou Feng, expressionless, pierced his neck with a spear. In his mind, a gaunt man appeared. That man had also pleaded with her. Zhou Feng, feeling sorry for him, let him go. As a result, he almost killed me. Zhou Feng will not make that mistake again. The moment the white man made his move, it became a matter of life and death for both sides. The remaining dozen or so Asians looked grim. None of them expected Zhou Feng to be so strong in combat. Everyone exchanged glances, then turned and ran. They wanted to stay away from Zhou Feng, this living devil. Stop right there, Zhou Feng shouted. Most people stood still, shivering. Only 2 people ran into the depths of the dense forest without looking back. They are now too afraid to even return to the camp. She just wanted to disappear from Zhou Feng's sight. Whoosh! Zhou Feng took out 2 stones from his backpack. They were thrown out one after another, and both of them fell to the ground with a thud. One of them had already run more than 100 meters when he was hit on the head by a rock. Go and carry those 2 people over here, Zhou Feng said coldly. There were 9 people left who heard this. He quickly walked towards where the 2 people were. Zhou Feng then turned the spear around and handed it to Bai Qingyan, who was trapped inside the trap. Bai Qingyan's hands were still trembling. After trembling several times, he barely managed to grab the spear. I felt a force coming from above, and I was pulled up. Bai Qingyan remained slumped on the ground. This wasn't the first time Bai Qingyan had witnessed someone die in front of her. But the impact this time was completely different. It's all right, Zhou Feng said, squatting down and putting his arm around Bai Qingyan's shoulder. Zhou Feng, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Bai Qingyan apologized, crying. I've dragged Zhou Feng into this mess. Silly girl, your safety is more important than anything else. Zhou Feng kissed Bai Qingyan's forehead. Bai Qingyan gradually calmed down. Then she wiped away her tears with her hand, forcibly suppressing the urge to continue crying. Now is not the time to be sad. I'm fine. Bai Qingyan took a deep breath. That's good. Zhou Feng nodded and helped Bai Qingyan to her feet. Zhou Feng was actually a little surprised. Bai Qingyan recovered so quickly. If it were an ordinary little girl, she would probably cry for a long time. The other group of people carried the 2 who had escaped back. Are they still alive? Zhou Feng asked, looking at the 2 men. They're all still alive, they're still breathing, someone immediately replied. Kill them, Zhou Feng said calmly. What? These people's eyes widened immediately upon hearing Zhou Feng's words. Disobey my orders, and you will all die. Zhou Feng's gaze was icy. Hearing Zhou Feng's words, these people no longer hesitated. He gritted his teeth and picked up the spear from the ground. He stabbed at the chests of the 2 men. Bai Qingyan subconsciously turned her head away, not wanting to see this bloody scene. Now I'm giving you a chance. Either obey my orders or leave on your own and never appear before me again, Zhou Feng said. We pledge our allegiance to you. We were all forced by Charles. He's like a god in the camp. We can't resist him. These people immediately knelt down on the ground. They dared not gamble on a second option. What if Zhou Feng turned on them and took action? Get up. Tell me about the situation in your camp, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. These people stood up and looked at each other in bewilderment. I don't know how to answer. When did Charles decide to turn against me? Zhou Feng asked. Just now. When the black bear fell in, I'm going to kill you. But Charles should have already told those white men. These white men are his confidants. These people seem to have started talking nonstop. She poured out all her grievances against Charles. According to their introduction, inside the camp, white people were considered superior. You can enjoy more food and choose your women. The dozen or so women in the camp were all divided up among them. They were treated as second-class citizens in the camp. Then why didn't you resist? Zhou Feng frowned. Judging from their appearance, there should be more people of Asian descent in the camp. At the beginning, they had more people. Many of us joined later. The rules have been established, and no one dares to disobey them. Those who resisted have been killed. The voices of these people grew softer and softer as they lowered their heads in shame. Zhou Feng understood now. Why would Tang Xing say that he saw dead people being thrown out of Charles's camp? They were rebels. Zhou Feng was too naive. They thought that by saving Charles and the others from the savages, Charles would show them kindness. Human nature is treacherous. Upon seeing food and women at their base, the other party harbored malicious intentions. Zhou Feng then asked a few more questions. They learned that there were more than 60 people inside the camp. There were 7 or 8 white people among them. There were a dozen or so women left, and more than 30 people of Asian descent. Boss, let's go and take care of all those white guys. They are all Charles's men. They are extremely loyal to Charles. That's right. Kill them all. These people waved their fists and said. Zhou Feng frowned. Although he is now decisive in his actions, he is not a serial killer. Innocent people will not be killed for no reason. Let's see how things go first, Zhou Feng said, squinting. Okay, boss, we'll listen to you. The men nodded. The 3 of you stay here and guard this black bear's carcass. The rest of you come with me, Zhou Feng said. No one should be coming now. The main purpose is to prevent small animals from coming. Zhou Feng then led the group toward Charles's camp. Chapter 48 Disguise. Charles's campsite is near the beach. They chose to set up camp here because there was a shallow beach over there. There are also many fish in the shallows. After walking for more than half an hour, Zhou Feng saw people moving around ahead. This is your camp? There isn't even a decent building. Zhou Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't see any decent buildings. There was only a very simple thatched hut. It's something simply built using banana tree leaves. Just like the house that Qin Xiaoxua built on the beach before. It was very rudimentary. Logically speaking, everyone should have been on the island for at least half a month. At the very least, it needs to provide shelter from the wind and rain. For example, Tang Cheng and his group built quite a few houses. The outside is where we live, and inside there are several wooden houses where Charles and his family live, someone said indignantly. Zhou Feng understood immediately upon hearing this. It turns out that they had spent all their energy building a house for Charles. Then you can continue building houses, Bai Qingyan couldn't help but ask. When it was our turn, Charles said we should start by gathering food. Another man growled in a low voice, clenching his fist. That's because you guys have no backbone, Bai Qingyan said irritably. Hearing Bai Qingyan say this, these people could only lower their heads. No way. Bai Qingyan was telling the truth. There had been some resistance before, but Charles had suppressed them all. They have weapons, several daggers, someone muttered. But no one responded. Zhou Feng nodded upon hearing this. That makes sense now. Why don't these people dare to resist? The people in the other camp saw Zhou Feng and his group coming over. Several people immediately came forward to greet them. You're back. Did you catch the bear? Is there bear meat to eat? Someone asked directly. Most of the people in Charles's camp had only eaten fish and shrimp since arriving on the deserted island. There were also some fruits that were collected. I've never eaten red meat. Everyone was excited to hear that they were going bear hunting today. Call everyone out. I have something to tell you, Zhou Feng said. Who are you? Some people didn't recognize Zhou Feng. I'm relaying a message from Charles. Have everyone come out. Zhou Feng's voice became serious. To relay a message in Charles's place. These people dared not be negligent any longer. They all went into the camp to greet people. Soon, everyone in the camp came out. There were about 50 people. Some others went out to find food, and we can't contact them right now. But in Zhou Feng's view, that was enough. Among these 50-odd people, there were more than a dozen women. There were also about 10 white people. Apart from the white people, the rest of the Asians looked somewhat weak. Where's Charles? A brown-haired white man asked. I've already killed Charles, and now I'm the boss here, Zhou Feng said, looking at the other man. On the way here, Zhou Feng had asked about it carefully. There were also a few men in the camp who were loyal to Charles. This brown-haired white man is one of them. His name is Jack. He is also very fluent in Chinese and is said to be a senior executive of a company in China. Whenever Charles left the camp, Jack was responsible for guarding it. They also beat and scolded these people at will. Zhou Feng's words struck like a thunderbolt. The survivors were instantly thrown into an uproar. You killed Charles. Jack's eyes widened. His gaze swept over the people behind Zhou Feng. When he saw those people standing next to Zhou Feng, he understood. You traitors! Jack roared. Charles overestimated himself. He deserved to die. Who told him to anger Lord Zhou Feng? You have no right to be arrogant now. The people around Zhou Feng shouted. Now that Zhou Feng is backing them up, they have nothing to fear anymore. Moreover, they now have a clear advantage in terms of numbers. Seeing the angry looks in these people's eyes, several white people instinctively gathered together. Now I'm giving you a chance. Stay here and listen to me, or get out of here. Zhou Feng's gaze swept over each of the white men. What will you do to us if we stay? Jack frowned. Just like everyone else, Zhou Feng said calmly. We need to discuss this. Jack's eyes darted around. Then you two discuss it, Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. Jack immediately gathered the remaining white men together and whispered among himself in the distance. Zhou Feng noticed it. Several white people quickly shook their heads, seemingly refusing. But Jack's tone was rather fierce. However, the distance was too great, and Zhou Feng couldn't hear what Jack was saying. Some people still wanted to argue. Shut up, or I'll kill you, Jack growled in a low voice. Zhou Feng overheard this. Soon Jack brought these people to Zhou Feng. We've discussed it. As long as you don't mistreat us, we'll do whatever you say. Jack smiled. Of course not, Zhou Feng replied. My name is Jack, Jack said, stepping forward and extending his hand. Zhou Feng also reached out his hand. Just as the two of them clasped hands, Jack's expression turned fierce. Do it. Jack grabbed Zhou Feng's hand tightly. Then, with his other hand, he pulled a dagger from his waist. It stabbed fiercely towards Zhou Feng's abdomen. At the same time, 3 white men behind Jack attacked simultaneously. One of them also had a dagger. It also came toward Zhou Feng's chest. 2 more pounced on him, trying to grab Zhou Feng's leg. Everyone was stunned. I didn't expect Jack to make a move so suddenly. Apart from one person, that was Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng had long anticipated that Jack wouldn't let the matter rest so easily. In a flash, Zhou Feng's eyes suddenly sharpened. He sidestepped, skillfully avoiding Jack's dagger. At the same time, he swung his other fist and punched Jack in the face. Click! Ah! A scream rang out. Jack's nose was broken, and his face was contorted in pain. The other white man with the dagger had already closed in, but Zhou Feng's movements were as fast as lightning. Zhou Feng grabbed Jack's arm and pulled him along. He used Jack as a shield, putting him in front of him. It met the incoming dagger head-on. With a muffled thud, the dagger embedded itself deeply in Jack's chest. Ugh! Jack stared intently at the white man who had stabbed him to death. His eyes were filled with resentment. He then collapsed heavily to the ground. As for the 2 white men who tried to grab his legs, Zhou Feng leaped into the air, kicking out with both legs in quick succession. It hit the 2 white men squarely in the chest. They fell heavily to the ground like kites with broken strings. Chapter 49 Rules. Only the white man who killed Jack remained, his legs trembling. It was clearly a meticulously planned assassination. For people against one, and they still failed. Kill them, Zhou Feng said coldly. The people behind him then realized what was happening. They all charged forward, brandishing their spears. Don't kill me. It was all Jack's idea. It was all Jack's idea. The white man knelt on the ground and began to beg for mercy. At the same time, in his heart, he had already cursed Jack 1,000 times. What? Killing Zhou Feng would allow us to regain control of the base. This is simply impossible. But his pleas were ineffective, and his body was instantly pierced. Those 2 guys who got kicked by Zhou Feng. They tried to stand up and fight back, but were also surrounded and killed. They didn't even spare Jack's corpse on the ground. Someone specifically applied the extra pressure to the vital areas. Boss, what about the others? Someone raised a spear and aimed it at the remaining 6 white men. The white men were trembling with fear. They didn't make a move. Let them go, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Not all white people were accomplices of Charles and Jack. Moreover, Zhou Feng heard it just now too. These people were also coerced by Jack. Thank you, thank you. These people survived the ordeal, and some even wept with joy. He actually lay on the ground and started crying bitterly. If you don't want to stay here, you can choose to leave, Zhou Feng added. The white men looked at each other in bewilderment. The last white man who could speak Chinese stepped forward. He doesn't look very old, probably not even 30. We choose to stay here. In fact, we disagree with what Charles did. He's a devil. But you're different. You're not like Charles. We're willing to stay here, and we'll listen to you from now on. Zhou Feng later learned his name was Bruce. I also spent 7 or 8 years in China. They work in self-media. However, the videos are all published on external websites. Sharing my life in China. I'm not the kind of person who just tries to gain popularity in the domestic market. Bruce and a few others. Because he refused to associate with Charles, he was ostracized in the camp. However, their compensation is still higher than that of ordinary people. Zhou Feng then looked at the others. The choice is to give them the opportunity to stay or to escape. We'll all stay. These people all spoke up. Especially after witnessing Zhou Feng's strength. Not a single person dared to say no. They were afraid that Zhou Feng would attack them from behind. Zhou Feng, of course, understood this principle as well. Not everyone is willing to follow you. It was mostly out of fear, but he didn't mind. Zhou Feng originally had no intention of recruiting more survivors. But this time, Charles suddenly turned on himself. This made Zhou Feng realize it. Their camp had too few people. Therefore, it is easy to become a piece of meat in the eyes of others. If one's own camp is the same as Tang Cheng's camp, there are at least 50 or 60 people in each. Therefore, Charles would never dare to target their camp under any circumstances. Zhou Feng believed that there must be many other survivor camps in other places. There were even some not far from them. After all, they had never seen the two survivors that the savages killed last time. "Chief, what's your name?" Just then, a woman came over and said something. Zhou Feng sized up the other person. The woman was wearing a sports vest on her upper body. She wore denim shorts, showing off her long, fair legs. What's most striking is her face. Her facial features are very delicate. Zhou Feng just looked very familiar. Internet celebrity face. Bai Qingyan muttered to herself. Zhou Feng then understood why he had this familiar feeling. The woman in front of me had a typical internet celebrity face. Moreover, there are obvious signs of surgery on her face. She is an artificially beautiful woman. Zhou Feng simply disliked these plastic surgery freaks. He prefers the original flavor. "My name is Zhou Feng. How about I become your woman? I'll make you feel very comfortable." The woman leaned closer and gently wrapped her arms around Zhou Feng's arm. He even intentionally let Zhou Feng's arm rub against his body. Bai Qingyan was furious when she saw this. His gaze at the woman was almost spitting fire. If looks could kill, women would have died several times over. Not interested. Zhou Feng pulled his hand away. He then looked at everyone in the camp. "I am not Charles. From now on, all interactions between men and women in the camp must be voluntary. If anyone breaks my rules, these corpses will be their fate." Zhou Feng pointed to the corpse on the ground and said. These words were spoken. The dozen or so women were so excited that they burst into tears. This period was absolutely humiliating and torturous for them. They had absolutely no freedom in front of Charles. It's like cargo. The other men present, except for a few who showed signs of disappointment, all looked disappointed. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief, because they were also worried that Zhou Feng would be like Charles before him. Women were directly assigned. That would make it very difficult for me to find a partner. Unlike now, where everyone competes fairly. "Boss, I like you. Let me be your woman." But the woman was unwilling to give up so easily. She looked at Zhou Feng with a pitiful expression. Her name is Tian Bing, and she used to be Charles's woman. Someone nearby whispered to Zhou Feng, "I'm being introduced to you." Zhou Feng understood. Why is Tian Bing so persistent in wanting to become his woman? It's probably because he used to enjoy free meals while following Charles. It's estimated that it has never gone to find food on its own. "I used to be a live streamer. I can dance and I can sing," Tian Bing said, trying her best to showcase herself. "I've already said I'm not interested." Zhou Feng frowned. Tian Bing was startled. She sensed that Zhou Feng was getting impatient. "If I continue to entangle myself in this, the consequences will likely be dire. Clean up these bodies and bury them somewhere far away," Zhou Feng said, pointing to the corpses on the ground. "So many corpses can't all be thrown into the sea. It would be safer to bury it somewhere. This can prevent the spread of infectious diseases." Immediately, people began to take action. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng led 7 or 8 people back to the location of the trap. The 3 guards who were watching over the trap are still there. When they learned that Zhou Feng had successfully taken control of the camp, they all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, their fates were already intertwined with Zhou Feng's. What Zhou Feng had to do was to cut up the bear meat first. Zhou Feng didn't need to do this himself. Someone went down and took a dagger, cutting the black bear's carcass piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, pieces of black bear meat were hoisted up with ropes. Chapter 50 Dinner Party. All the bear meat was tied up with straw rope. We plan to take it back to the camp later. Zhou Feng arrived near the cave alone. Roar, roar. Zhou Feng made a sound towards the cave. There was no response from inside. So Zhou Feng cautiously went inside and found that the little bear was no longer there. They've most likely run away. The cave smelled terrible, but there was a lot of stuff on the ground. There are obvious signs that humans once lived here. There were straw mats laid out in the room, which should be several beds. Unfortunately, most of the things were trampled and destroyed by the black bear. However, several pots were placed in the corner, and they were intact. 2 kitchen knives lay scattered on the ground beside the iron pot. Zhou Feng's gaze fell on the 2 wooden boxes inside the cave. That's where Zhou Feng's true interest lies. The wooden box is about 1.5 meters high and 2 meters long. These are specialized packing boxes for many sea freight shipments. When Zhou Feng looked over, a look of disappointment immediately appeared on his face. The first box was filled entirely with clothes. But these clothes had almost all turned into cotton wool. And it smelled terrible, so it was impossible to wear. Then Zhou Feng went to the second box and peered inside. Zhou Feng's face lit up with joy. There's a lot of stuff here. The next second, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He discovered that these things were all rotten food scraps. It even contained some cured meat and the like. But it had already gone moldy. People used to live here, but they abandoned it for some reason. Did they leave? Or did they all die? Zhou Feng frowned. Both possibilities exist. Zhou Feng hoped they had found a way to leave the island, instead of being killed by savages or something similar. Zhou Feng looked around the cave again. Based on the remaining traces, this place was inhabited. Zhou Feng searched for a long time. We still found some valuable things. An axe, a hammer, several walks and cleavers. He also found a crevice in the cave wall. I also saw some trinkets. It turned out to be nail clippers and several sewing kits. Zhou Feng simply stuffed it into his pocket. As Zhou Feng left the cave with these items, he felt a bit emotional. Charles probably never dreamed of this. The only valuable things in the cave were these daily necessities. In order to monopolize the daily necessities and bear meat, Charles paid with his life. If he were still alive, he would be filled with deep regret. Zhou Feng arrived at the trap. The bear meat has been almost completely cut up. Leaving behind things like bear heads is something we simply cannot deal with. After learning that this was all there was in the cave, those present were all deeply saddened. Zhou Feng handed these miscellaneous items over to others to carry. Soon the group returned to the camp with the bear meat. Black bears are not the most dangerous animals. In some places, there is a saying that goes, first pig, second bear, third tiger. Of course, this is not because wild boars are more powerful than black bears and tigers. Rather, it's because there are a large number of wild boars. Therefore, wild boars are the most dangerous animals in the mountains and forests. Conversely, the probability of encountering black bears and tigers is much lower. Moreover, black bears have a unique characteristic. They can stand up. That alone puts it ahead of many mammals. When Zhou Feng returned to the camp, it was getting dark. Everyone in the camp has returned, and they all knew that the leader of the camp had changed. Zhou Feng's previous ruthless methods. It still instills fear in many people. However, when they saw that Zhou Feng and his group had returned with bear meat, their eyes lit up. Upon seeing this, Zhou Feng immediately made an announcement. As long as everyone listens to him from now on, let everyone have enough to eat. The survivors present cheered. However, a problem has now been placed in front of Zhou Feng. They now have two camps. One is the place left behind by Wu Wenrong and others, and the other is Charles's camp. He couldn't possibly run back and forth between the two camps. You can only choose one as your campsite. Zhou Feng had actually thought about this problem while he was on the way. They initially stayed away from the beach. It was because they were worried about encountering wild men. Meanwhile, cannibals have appeared in the vicinity of Charles's camp. There were also survivors who were killed. This place is even more dangerous. It's better to go back to our own camp. Moreover, there are no buildings here, only a few wooden houses. It can be removed directly. Go there and rebuild the house. So Zhou Feng gave the order. With all the supplies, everyone moved away. No one disobeyed Zhou Feng's orders. Everyone began packing their things. In any case, this place is just a temporary residence for them. It's just moving to a different location. Dozens of people formed a long procession. When they arrived at Zhou Feng's camp, it was already dark. But as soon as they arrived at the camp, they smelled the aroma of meat. It turned out that Zhou Feng had already arranged for several people to escort Bai Qingyan back to the camp ahead of time. Have Yang Wei and the others bring out all the pork that they marinated earlier. Everything was cooked. Everyone received a small bowl of pork and broth, although the portion was small. However, most of the survivors present had never eaten meat. Now, upon suddenly seeing pork, they even licked the bowl clean. Those without wooden bowls could only watch others eat. They didn't even have time to wash the dishes before rushing to collect their share. They were afraid that if they were late, they wouldn't be able to eat. Everyone line up. Only one serving per person. If I find out anyone eats more than one serving, they can't stay here. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Sun Hong, Lu Qingqing, and Bai Qingyan were also their directing order. Yang Wei and Fan Jian acted as cooks, while Li Ran and Qin Xiaoxua helped out. Where did all these people come from? My pork. Yang Wei looked at the dwindling amount of meat in the pot, his eyes brimming with tears. Seeing Yang Wei muttering to himself, Li Ran leaned close to Yang Wei's ear and said something. All right, this is the boss's order, so don't say another word. Of course I'll listen to the boss, but... Yang Wei gave a wry smile. I just can't bear to part with it. Yang Wei had already planned out how to eat all that pork. It should last for 2 or 3 months. As a result, dozens of people came and finished eating in one night. Now all that's left are some old cured pork hanging there. I doubt they'll even be able to eat 2 meals. Even if we get a lot more bear meat, there are still so many mouths to feed. I definitely won't be able to eat that many meals. What? You have a problem with that? Just then, Zhou Feng walked over with a smile. No, I have no objection. I'll listen to whatever you say, boss, Yang Wei said, waving his hand. Yang Wei is just a chatterbox. He doesn't mean any harm, Li Ran quickly added. Seeing Li Ran protecting him like this, Yang Wei felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Chapter 51 has been discovered. The time we've spent together. Yang Wei truly understood what thoughtfulness meant from Li Ran. Li Ran also confided many secrets to him. The two have already made a private pact to spend their lives together. Hee, if it were me, I'd feel uncomfortable if I did half a day's work and then had the meat given to others to eat, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Yang Wei could only manage a dry laugh. This was his idea, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. But the situation is different now. Charles dared to take drastic measures because he saw that our base had few people. Zhou Feng said seriously. Yang Wei and the others had already heard Bai Qingyan recount the whole story. Even though she knew Zhou Feng was safe while listening to Bai Qingyan's story, she still remembered that Zhou Feng was safe. They were all worried for Zhou Feng. Now that we have more people, anyone who wants to harm us will have to think twice, Zhou Feng said, squinting. Yes, boss, you're right. For our safety, taking out the pork is nothing. Yang Wei nodded emphatically. And the thought of Zhou Feng dying. Charles and his men will surely come over like wolves and tigers. It's hard to imagine what they will encounter then. Yang Wei was determined not to let Li Ran suffer any longer. Pass these words on to Fan Jian and Sun Hong in private, Zhou Feng said, patting Yang Wei on the shoulder. It's better to clarify some things. No problem, Yang Wei replied. Everyone had finished eating. Everyone, please make do under that tree for now. We'll sort out the housing issue tomorrow, Zhou Feng said to the people sitting on the ground. Thank you, boss. It's okay for us. We can make do for as long as we need. As long as there's something to eat, that's fine. These people all spoke up. Previously, at Charles's camp, all they face is exploitation. Housing? I dare not have any expectations at all. I just hope I won't go hungry every day. Soon these people went to tidy up their lodgings for the night. Zhou Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. After such a long day, he was feeling quite tired. So he sat down on the ground to rest. Are you hungry? I don't see you've eaten anything. Just then, Qin Xiaoxue brought over a bowl of meat. Zhou Feng noticed that this was Qin Xiaoxue's own bowl. It was carved by Qin Xiaoxue herself after arriving at this camp. She also carved one for both Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan. Aunt Qin, I had completely forgotten about it until you mentioned it, Zhou Feng said, suddenly remembering. I didn't eat anything last night. I've been busy dealing with all sorts of things. Even when walking on the street, I worry that someone might get lost. Now I can smell the aroma of meat. I then realized that I hadn't eaten anything since the morning. However, what's a bit strange is that Zhou Feng didn't feel weak or anything like that. Zhou Feng took the bowl from Qin Xiaoxue and picked up his chopsticks to eat. If there's one thing the island has in abundance, it's chopsticks. No wonder practicing with chopsticks is a skill that soldiers in every country must learn. Qin Xiaoxue squatted down next to Zhou Feng, looking at him with a smile. This made Zhou Feng a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and wolfed down his food. Eat slowly. You look so anxious. I saved 2 bowls for you. I'll bring them to you right away. Qin Xiaoxue got up and walked into the house. Zhou Feng slowed down. Soon Qin Xiaoxue brought over another bowl of meat. After finishing the meat, Zhou Feng patted his stomach. Aunt Qin, you are so kind to me. I heard from Qingyan that you saved her again this time. Otherwise, she would definitely be dead. Qin Xiaoxue gently shook her head. It's fortunate that Bai Qingyan went with me this time. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Zhou Feng recalled the scene where Charles took action. I'm still sweating profusely even now. If Bai Qingyan weren't there, things might have been a completely different story. Thank you. And please don't call me Aunt Qin anymore, when it's just the two of us. Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend now? Qin Xiaoxue said, blushing. Then what should I call myself? Zhou Feng really hadn't thought of a name yet. Besides Aunt Qin, what else should I call her? I don't know either, Qin Xiaoxue said, just feeling that. Zhou Feng continued to call himself Auntie, which felt a little strange. Then I'll call you Xiaoxue, Zhou Feng said decisively. That's fine too. Qin Xiaoxue nodded gently. It just felt a little strange. After all, Zhou Feng was so much younger than him. Seeing Qin Xiaoxue's flushed face, Zhou Feng suddenly felt his breathing become rapid. Xiaoxue, I want to kiss you. Qin Xiaoxue did not answer, but closed her eyes. Zhou Feng was overjoyed and immediately stuck it on. This time, Qin Xiaoxue took the initiative. Zhou Feng could sense that it was completely different from before. What are you doing? Just then, a voice came from behind. Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue quickly separated. He looked back. It turned out to be Bai Qingyan. Bai Qingyan was also holding a bowl of meat and staring blankly at Zhou Feng. Qin Xiaoxue quickly stood up, wanting to explain. Could it be that something got into your eye again this time? Bai Qingyan asked angrily. Bai Qingyan saw it all clearly just now. The two of them hugged each other. Zhou Feng scratched his head, unsure how to explain. Zhou Feng, you bastard. Bai Qingyan turned and left. Qin Xiaoxue quickly chased after her. Zhou Feng was left standing there, somewhat at a loss. However, he felt that there was nothing wrong with breaking the ice early on. I can't keep carrying Bai Qingyan on my back forever. Now we'll see when Bai Qingyan accepts. Zhou Feng felt it shouldn't take long. After all, Bai Qingyan almost lost her life today. They can all recover quickly. It's a bit of a pity. It's rare to see Qin Xiaoxue being so proactive this time. The next morning, Zhou Feng woke up. He then noticed that everyone else had already woken up. Many people were processing bear meat together. There was also some firewood that had been collected, and so on. Everyone, please stop and listen to me, Zhou Feng said. Everyone stopped what they were doing. All eyes turned to Zhou Feng. Starting today, we will adopt a system of distribution according to work, and we will establish positions. This was what Zhou Feng had decided last night. Seeing that no one spoke, Fan Jian took the initiative to ask, Boss, how exactly is this allocated? Zhou Feng began his introduction. According to the plan he formulated, the people in the camp should be roughly divided into hunting groups, gathering groups, fishing groups, and odd jobs groups. The handyman group was responsible for cooking and other tasks within the camp. Everyone should be allocated according to the results of their labor. I have a question, is this distribution fair? A survivor asked, raising his hand. Chapter 52 Allocation. Zhou Feng looked at the other person. That was an older survivor. He looks to be about 60 years old. There's no fairness here. The less you do, the less food you get, and the lower the quality, Zhou Feng said directly. These words were spoken. Whispers immediately broke out among the crowd, especially the elderly people and the women. They all felt that this method was unfair to them. They simply have no way to compete with those young people. They are too weak in terms of physical strength. But the young people were immediately impressed. They didn't want to support anyone else. Just then, Fan Jian also stood up. This isn't modern society. Everyone is starving. The only way to eat well is to work harder. That's right. Those who don't want to stay here can leave now, Zhou Feng nodded and said. After he said that, no one said anything. Leaving here now would be tantamount to courting death. Even if you can't hunt here, you can still do some odd jobs. If you leave the camp, then you'll have to find your own way to get food. There was simply no other option. Zhou Feng then set up squad leaders. Fan Jian was in charge of the fishing group, and Yang Wei was in charge of the hunting group. Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing were in charge of the data collection team. Qin Xiaoxue and Li Ran were mainly responsible for the miscellaneous work group. They were all Zhou Feng's confidants. No one objected when Zhou Feng made the announcement. Bai Qingyan simply sat on the ground, watching Zhou Feng. He looked like he wanted to say something, but hesitated. It seems to be a protest against why they don't have a position. However, when she noticed Zhou Feng looking at her, she immediately turned her head away. It seems Bai Qingyan is still bothered by what happened last night. She was also sitting quite a distance away from Qin Xiaoxue. Zhou Feng then assigned the dozens of people present to each working group. Anyone who wants to fish can go fishing. Those who wish to hunt may go hunt. If any group is short-handed in the future, Zhou Feng will make adjustments. After the meeting, Zhou Feng instructed the handymen to prepare the bear meat. We're having bear meat for lunch today. The others went to cut down trees and build simple houses. Zhou Feng's axe from yesterday also came in handy. Even with just an axe, it's still much better than using your bare hands. Everyone started cutting down trees and getting familiar with their jobs. Zhou Feng, what am I doing? Bai Qingyan finally couldn't hold back any longer and stormed up to Zhou Feng. When assigning tasks earlier, Zhou Feng did not assign any to Bai Qingyan. Of course you're with Xiaoxue in the odd jobs group, Zhou Feng said. The odd jobs group received the least amount of supplies in the base. Moreover, there are many miscellaneous tasks every day. It looks like they're at a disadvantage. However, the odd jobs group is actually the safest. After all, there is danger in going out on this deserted island. Zhou Feng assigned both Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter to the odd jobs group, partly out of personal motives. You call me Mom Xiaoxue? Bai Qingyan's eyes widened. Yes, she's my girlfriend now. Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng brought up this title on purpose. Anyway, Bai Qingyan realized that she hadn't broken the agreement. When did it start? Bai Qingyan bit her lip. About 4 or 5 days ago. Zhou Feng thought for a moment, and then said, You? Why? Why are you together? Bai Qingyan's eyes were still filled with disbelief. Even though I saw Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue together last night, she couldn't quite believe it either. Bai Qingyan didn't speak to her mother at all last night. She could only approach Zhou Feng and ask him. This must be what happens when feelings reach a certain point, Zhou Feng chuckled dryly. Zhou Feng was too embarrassed to admit that he had liked Qin Xiaoxue for a long time. You bastard. Bai Qingyan cursed and turned to leave. Zhou Feng scratched his head. Judging from Bai Qingyan's expression, she doesn't seem as angry as she was yesterday. Zhou Feng's biggest worry was that Bai Qingyan would refuse to communicate. He turned to look in Qin Xiaoxue's direction. It was discovered that almost all the women around Qin Xiaoxue were surrounding her. Qin Xiaoxue was holding a piece of cloth with a bunch of dark things on it. What are you doing? Zhou Feng walked over and asked curiously. The other women all seemed a little shy when they saw Zhou Feng. This is wood ash. I'm teaching them how to use it. Qin Xiaoxue blushed a little. Why are you making this? Is someone injured? Zhou Feng asked curiously. Wood ash can stop bleeding in the absence of medication. It's about that woman. Qin Xiaoxue coughed lightly. Women's matters? Zhou Feng didn't react for a moment. It's for your period. You can use this when your period comes. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoxue could only be more direct. Zhou Feng then suddenly realized what was going on. Since wood ash can stop bleeding, it can certainly be used during menstruation. Furthermore, wood ash also has antibacterial properties. In a place like a deserted island, it would be perfect. Judging from Qin Xiaoxue's appearance, she must have been using it for quite some time. It is estimated that Sun Hong and others are in the same boat. Zhou Feng was a little annoyed that he hadn't noticed. However, this is understandable. He has many things to think about every day, and it's inevitable that he'll overlook some details. Boss, you really don't understand women. You must have had experience with women. Boss, how about I teach you? The women around him started talking, some even saying their eyes were practically green with envy as they looked at Zhou Feng. Tian Bing, in particular, kept staring at Zhou Feng from within the crowd. Her expression was thoughtful. Stop fooling around. We still have work to do later. Qin Xiaoxue immediately put on a stern face. Seeing Qin Xiaoxue's expression, no one else dared to laugh. Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If he lets these women flirt with him, his authority as the boss will be diminished. The male survivors all knew Zhou Feng's strength and dared not act recklessly in front of him. But these women are different. Zhou Feng couldn't glare at them. Fortunately, there was Qin Xiaoxue. Zhou Feng went to the nearby woods. Everyone was working enthusiastically. Yang Wei led a few people to cut down trees, while the others were building wooden houses. I'll do it. Seeing that Yang Wei and the others were moving slowly, Zhou Feng walked over. He took the axe from one of the men. We came to a tree. The vegetation on this deserted island is very rich, including coconut trees, palm trees, and more than a dozen other species. Zhou Feng did not recognize the tree in front of him. However, the branches are not thick, only about the size of a bowl. However, it grows very tall, reaching 7 or 8 meters. It is a good material for building houses. Zhou Feng raised his axe and swung it down. A deep gash suddenly appeared in the tree trunk. Then Zhou Feng pushed hard, and a tree fell down. As expected of the boss. He's amazing. We just had to use a lot of effort to cut down one tree. Our boss is born with superhuman strength. Those around immediately praised it. Chapter 53 Papaya Grove. Hee, it's nothing, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Continue walking towards the next tree. In less than an hour, he cut down more than 20 trees. There are currently more than 70 people in the camp. Building about 10 shacks should be enough. After all, there's no need to consider conditions right now. As long as it can shelter from the wind and rain, that's fine. Nobody knows how long they'll be able to stay here. Boss, Tang Cheng is here to see you. Someone came from a distance. The people in Charles's camp also knew about Tang Cheng and his group. After all, they almost had a conflict before. Zhou Feng handed the axe to Yang Wei and went to the camp. Tang Cheng was waiting here with 3 or 4 people. Brother, what exactly happened? Tang Cheng asked Zhou Feng upon seeing him. Tang Cheng looked somewhat anxious. Clearly, the merger of Zhou Feng's camp and Charles's camp was something he hadn't anticipated. That guy Charles tried to sabotage me, but I killed him. Zhou Feng didn't hide anything. Upon hearing this, Tang Cheng couldn't help but gasp. Tang Cheng knew all too well the fighting strength on Charles's side. Zhou Feng actually managed to kill Charles. How exactly did they do it? How many people lost their lives during this period? How dangerous could it be? Tang Cheng had actually already taken a look at the people in the camp. I only saw a few white people. The rest must be dead. Thinking of this, Tang Cheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, the conflict with Zhou Feng last time has been resolved. Otherwise, we don't know what the consequences will be. Now that you have so many people in your camp, how about we consider cooperation? Tang Cheng continued. Cooperation? How do we cooperate now? Zhou Feng was quite curious. The last time Tang Cheng proposed merging with me, Zhou Feng refused at that time. Now there seems to be even less reason to cooperate with them. An offensive-defensive alliance. We should form an offensive-defensive alliance. If something happens to either party, the other party must come to their rescue. And we can't forget the intelligence exchange we agreed on before. These were all things Tang Cheng had planned before he arrived. Zhou Feng's base now has a large number of people. There were about 20 more people than me. Tang Cheng wanted to be even more closely associated with Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng is currently weighing the pros and cons. Seeing Zhou Feng's hesitant expression, Tang Cheng couldn't help but speak up. Alliances don't come without a price. I can share a good place with you, Tang Cheng said mysteriously. It's a papaya grove, isn't it? Zhou Feng blurted out. How did you know? Tang Cheng exclaimed in shock. Zhou Feng smiled. In fact, ever since Tang Cheng last gave me so many papayas, Zhou Feng guessed that Tang Cheng must have found a large papaya forest. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so generous. Is the papaya grove large? Zhou Feng asked. Actually, it's not far from here. There are lots of papayas over there. Tang Cheng nodded. In other words, even if you hadn't told me, we would have found out very quickly, Zhou Feng said with a smile. Tang Cheng scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. And that is indeed the case. That papaya grove will definitely be discovered by Zhou Feng and the others sooner or later. If the two sides fight over the papaya grove then, Tang Cheng dared not clash with Zhou Feng. So now, I might as well do someone a favor. Tell Zhou Feng the location of the papaya grove directly. Actually, what I mean by an alliance is that we should protect the papaya forest together and not let other survivors interfere, Tang Cheng said truthfully. Resources like papaya forests. We definitely need to occupy it. It is absolutely impossible to let anyone else get involved. Let's eat something first, then take me to see the papaya grove. Zhou Feng decided to go and take a look first. Okay, Tang Cheng nodded. It's lunchtime now. The bear meat had been cooked for several hours. Zhou Feng invited Tang Cheng and the others to have something to eat together. I've heard bear meat is delicious. I'll try it. Tang Cheng was quite interested. However, Tang Cheng frowned when he took his first bite of bear meat. The bear meat was a bit tough and slightly sour. There was also a fishy smell at the key entrance. Of course, it's not so bad that it's hard to swallow. The taste was really not good. Everyone in the camp was also missing the taste of wild boar meat they had yesterday. That's what makes it delicious. After finishing their meal, Zhou Feng and his group quickly set off. Zhou Feng was certainly not alone. He led Yang Wei and a dozen others, all from the hunting team. After all, he had been ambushed by Charles before. We still need to be more careful going forward. Moreover, Zhou Feng planned to bring back some papayas first. This can greatly alleviate the food problem in the base. Otherwise, relying on what Zhou Feng and his group had accumulated before, it's not even enough to feed dozens of people for a day. Isn't this the place where we found the savages last time? Zhou Feng frowned. It's different. We're about to turn a corner, and these two places are about 1 kilometer apart, Tang Cheng explained. Zhou Feng hadn't expected this. Since his last encounter with the savage, Tang Cheng has actually dared to explore the jungle again. It's easy to understand if you just think about it for a moment. There isn't much food available on the beach. Ultimately, we still have to head deeper into the jungle. Soon Zhou Feng saw a vast expanse of orange-yellow ahead. As they approached, they saw a large papaya grove. There are at least 100 trees here. The treetops were covered with orange-yellow papayas. So many papayas. This should last us a long time. It must weigh at least several thousand kilograms. Yang Wei and the others were overjoyed. With these papayas, one can last a very long time. Some of the papaya trees in the vicinity already showed signs of harvesting. They must have been picked by Tang Cheng and others. However, only a portion of it was removed. Zhou Feng walked to the nearest papaya tree and picked one. The papaya was larger than his palm. He felt that one of these foods should be enough to fill him up, given his appetite. Zhou Feng took a bite. It tastes the same as the last time I had it. The flesh is juicy, sweet, and delicious. Seeing this, Yang Wei and the others couldn't resist picking one and eating it as well. Zhou Feng did not stop them when he saw this. However, from now on, these papayas will belong to the collective and individuals cannot eat them at will. How about it? Isn't this place nice? Actually, there are some other fruit trees on the edge, but there are fewer of them, Tang Cheng explained. How did you find this place? Zhou Feng asked, somewhat curious. It was discovered by one of my men by accident. Tang Cheng chuckled, feeling quite lucky himself. Tang Cheng then inquired about the cooperation between the two parties. No problem, Zhou Feng agreed. That's great. Tang Cheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhou Feng is willing to cooperate, many conflicts can be avoided. Zhou Feng then instructed his men to pick some papayas and take them back. Each person has to carry at least 40 kilograms. No one objected. Those who came out with Zhou Feng were all strong and robust. In addition, both meals consisted of meat. So this weight is not a problem. Tang Cheng and his group did not sit idle. They could not leave empty-handed. They were all picking papayas to take away. Just then, Zhou Feng suddenly heard a noise coming from deep within the papaya forest. Chapter 54 Point System. Zhou Feng frowned and cautiously headed toward the direction of the noise. Zhou Feng. Tang Cheng noticed Zhou Feng's actions. The next second, Zhou Feng pulled someone out from behind a papaya tree. A slightly overweight man. It's you. Zhou Feng frowned. He knew this survivor. Wen Bai Qingyan was captured by the muscular man. Among the muscular men, there was this fat guy. It's been almost a month since we last met. The fat man did look a bit thinner, but not by much. She's on the heavier side. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The fat man knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Zhou Feng. What's going on? Tang Cheng walked over in surprise. His gaze swept over the fat man. It seems that Zhou Feng and the fat man know each other. But the fat man is definitely not one of Zhou Feng's people. I saw this guy when I first arrived on the island. Zhou Feng frowned. He didn't have a good impression of the fat man either. Although the fat man didn't lay a hand on me that night. Instead, he ran away with 3 other women. But the fat man was with the muscular man and the others. I didn't do anything that night. I had just joined them. And then you showed up, the fat man said, tears streaming down his face. My body was trembling uncontrollably. What are you doing here? How have you survived all these days? Zhou Feng grabbed the fat man by the collar. Tear. As a result, Zhou Feng tore the fat man's clothes. The fat man suddenly fell to the ground. Since that night, I've been hiding everywhere. There's plenty of food on this deserted island. I never expected to run into you guys here today. The fat man said, tears streaming down his face. This guy is pretty lucky. He wasn't captured by the savages. Tang Cheng chuckled. Savages? There are savages here. Upon hearing these words, the fat man's expression turned even more terrified. Of course, they love to eat people, especially fat guys like you. You'd be sizzling and dripping with oil when you're roasted. Tang Cheng started scaring the fat man. The fat man's face was deathly pale, and his body was trembling. Everyone burst into laughter upon seeing this. Although they were also afraid of the savages. But it shouldn't be like a fat person. Hearing the name of the savage made me tremble with fear. Brother, what do you think we should do with this guy? Tang Cheng asked Zhou Feng after laughing. What do you suggest we do? Zhou Feng asked. You two seem to have some conflict, but he's still a source of labor. How about I take him back to my camp? Tang Cheng suggested. Now they have papaya groves that provide ample food. So of course, the more people the better. I have no objection. Zhou Feng nodded. Tang Cheng reached out and helped the fat man up, then patted him on the shoulder. How about joining my camp sometime? I guarantee you won't go hungry, though you'll have to reduce your food intake a bit, Tang Cheng said with a smile. Thank you. Thank you. The fat man said, tears streaming down his face. By the way, did you encounter any other survivors? Zhou Feng asked, remembering this. No, I've been alone all this time. The fat man quickly shook his head. Sun Yongwei and the others had picked a large pile of papayas. Tang Cheng also taught them some techniques for transporting papayas. There are many vines around the papaya grove. These vines are very strong. They are all natural ropes. Soon we can weave a large basket and put all the papayas inside. This is how they transport papayas. Yang Wei and the others did not come empty-handed. They also took some tools, but Tang Cheng's method was better. Zhou Feng also carried dozens of kilograms of papayas. If it weren't for concerns about the rope's sturdiness, Zhou Feng could have carried at least 200 pounds. They always saw Zhou Feng carrying a papaya. The others were even more motivated, and everyone tried to memorize as much as possible. When Zhou Feng and the others returned to the camp, upon seeing so many papayas, all the survivors cheered. So much food. You definitely won't have to worry about going hungry for a while. Zhou Feng even vacated 2 rooms specifically for this purpose, to store their supplies. As soon as he put the papaya down, Li Ran came over. Boss, now that we have so many people, I think we should assign everyone a number, Li Ran suggested. Divided numbers? Zhou Feng asked, puzzled. It's like an employee ID number, which makes management easier. Otherwise, we can't even recognize people now, Li Ran explained. The people in the camp were mostly strangers. It's really too difficult to distinguish them by name and appearance. That's a good idea, Zhou Feng said approvingly, looking at Li Ran. Li Ran has considerable management experience. In addition, we should have our own point system, where people can earn points for working every day and then use those points to get food, Li Ran added. Zhou Feng understood. Points are essentially the same as money. Using money is indeed more convenient. They can also trade with each other. Otherwise, just collecting the pay every day would be a problem. We can't be distributing food every day. Let them use points to exchange for better things. This way, any unused points can be retained. Ideally, we would have actual currency, but for now, we can only keep records, Li Ran concluded. There are some notebooks and pens in the camp. The quantity isn't large, but it should last for a while. Then this matter is entrusted to you. You will be responsible for recording the points, and there must be no mistakes. You must sign it every day. Zhou Feng nodded. If there's a problem with the points record, then people will really cause trouble. We must also guard against malicious individuals causing trouble. As for the currency issue, Zhou Feng could only figure out a solution later. What about the odd jobs group? Should we leave Sister Qin to handle it all by herself? Li Ran hadn't forgotten the task Zhou Feng had assigned her. Just have Bai Qingyan come along, Zhou Feng said. Yang Wei, who had been listening for a while, finally gave his opinion. What about the boss? How do we get those points? In this camp, Zhou Feng contributed the most. That should rightfully have the most points. However, Zhou Feng's value seems to be beyond what can be measured by points. Points will also limit what Zhou Feng can do. Suppose Zhou Feng is given a large number of points. This might make other people feel uncomfortable. After all, he worked hard all day, only to find that he didn't even earn a fraction of what Zhou Feng did. That's easy. I don't have any points myself, but I can mobilize all the supplies in the camp, Zhou Feng said directly. It's equivalent to him having special privileges. Points are money, but they're worthless in the face of power. That's a good idea, Yang Wei nodded. The point system was quickly implemented in the camp. Chapter 55 Misunderstanding. The people in the camp had no objections to the point system. On the contrary, they are more accustomed to this distribution system. In addition, everyone was assigned a number, including Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng is, of course, number 1. Qin Xiaoxue is number 2, Bai Qingyan is number 3, and then Fan Jian, Yang Wei, and others. It follows exactly the order in which Zhou Feng encountered the survivors on the deserted island. Some people simply write their phone numbers on their clothes. This makes communication between them much easier. Dinner consisted of papaya, and this meal was free. Starting tomorrow, the point system will be officially implemented. After finishing his meal, Zhou Feng wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Qin Xiaoxue. However, Qin Xiaoxue has been very busy. In addition, Bai Qingyan was also present. Upon seeing Zhou Feng approach, Bai Qingyan glared at him. This made Zhou Feng a little embarrassed. I can only go back inside and lie down for now. With so many people in the camp, keeping watch became much easier. For people can be spared each day to patrol around the camp. Zhou Feng lay in his room for a long time, tossing and turning, but still couldn't fall asleep. His body has changed a lot. A few hours of sleep each day is enough. Zhou Feng took out the pendant from his neck. He still couldn't see anything special about the jade pendant. He picked up the dagger beside him and made a small cut on the back of his hand. He squeezed out a few drops of blood, which fell onto the jade pendant. Fresh blood slid down the jade pendant and onto the ground, but the pendant did not react. Zhou Feng frowned. Perhaps the jade pendant's initial reaction was related to his own blood. However, the blood would then become ineffective. Zhou Feng put the jade pendant away again. Just as Zhou Feng was about to get up and go for a walk outside, suddenly he heard footsteps. Someone had quietly approached his room door. The footsteps were very light. It must have been a woman. Zhou Feng found it a bit strange. Why would someone come into their room at this time? Could it be Qin Xiaoxue? Thinking about this, Zhou Feng felt a little hopeful. The next second, someone pushed open the curtain and walked in. Zhou Feng looked over by the moonlight and saw that it was indeed a woman. What Zhou Feng didn't expect was, the first thing the other person did was to undress. He took off his upper body clothes. Zhou Feng suddenly felt his mouth and throat dry. Could it be that Qin Xiaoxue has come to a realization? Wrong. Zhou Feng suddenly realized that this woman's figure was different from Qin Xiaoxue's. It's not Qin Xiaoxue. The other person pounced on Zhou Feng and landed directly on top of him. Boss, Tianbing. Zhou Feng recognized the voice. I'm so scared here all alone. Can you protect me in the future? Tianbing said, her voice trembling with tears. You get up first. Zhou Feng grabbed the other person's shoulder. But this posture actually made things even more awkward. My vision is blurry. Boss, let me serve you. I'm good at serving people, Tianbing said, her hand pointing downwards. He was trying to provoke Zhou Feng. All right, Zhou Feng showed no mercy this time. He shoved Tianbing away. Tianbing sat down on the ground with a thud, completely bewildered. During the day, after overhearing those people's conversation, and hearing that Zhou Feng might not have ever been with a woman before, Tianbing then had an idea. I feel I can take this opportunity to work hard. As long as she latches onto Zhou Feng, She can get food for free in the camp. No need to worry about going hungry. It was like being next to Charles. What Tianbing didn't expect was Zhou Feng actually rejected him like that. Was it because she wasn't pretty enough? Or did Zhou Feng dislike her? Hurry up and put your clothes on. Zhou Feng picked up the clothes from the ground and threw them to Tianbing. Tianbing hesitated for a moment, but still put the clothes on. I'll pretend this never happened today. If you dare come in again, don't blame me for being rude to you, Zhou Feng said sternly. If Tianbing succeeds today, if that news gets out, who knows how many more people might sneak into Zhou Feng's room at night. Boss, I just want to live. Tianbing stopped at the door and then turned around. Tears streamed down her face. These weren't just acting, they were real tears. We will all survive, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. He didn't know who Tianbing was before. But on this deserted island, many things are beyond one's control. Tianbing nodded gently and turned to leave. However, just as Tianbing stepped out the door, a voice came from outside the door. It was Bai Qingyin's voice. Zhou Feng was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Tianbing ran into Bai Qingyin when she went out. Bai Qingyin shouldn't misunderstand anything, right? What Zhou Feng didn't expect was Bai Qingyin simply lifted the straw curtain and came in. What were you doing with that woman just now? Bai Qingyin asked, hands on her hips. Nothing much. Tianbing just asked me something. Zhou Feng couldn't very well say. Just now, Tianbing made that bold move. Liar, Bai Qingyin exclaimed, her eyes wide. Zhou Feng couldn't refute for a moment. After all, I really wasn't telling the truth. However, Zhou Feng also knew the reason why Bai Qingyin suspected him. It's still because of Qin Xiaoxue. I'm going to tell my mom. Bai Qingyin turned and left. Zhou Feng quickly chased after him. They followed Bai Qingyin into the room. When Qin Xiaoxue saw the two people come in, she quickly sat up. What's wrong? Qin Xiaoxue asked, her voice filled with concern. She thought something had happened. Mom, Zhou Feng is a womanizer. He has women in his room. He's not sincere with you at all. Bai Qingyin immediately complained. Zhou Feng noticed that Qin Xiaoxue looked confused for a moment after hearing these words. He turned to look at himself. Zhou Feng felt a pang of heartache upon seeing this. However, he also felt a touch of joy. This proves that Qin Xiaoxue was genuinely jealous. It's a misunderstanding. Tianbing came to my room. She had something to ask me. We chatted for a few minutes, and then she left, Zhou Feng quickly explained. Is that so? Qin Xiaoxue smiled sweetly. I was just overthinking it. Mom, Zhou Feng is a liar. Don't believe him. Bai Qingyin pouted. Qin Xiaoxue was both amused and exasperated. She knows her own daughter well. Since last night, Bai Qingyin caught herself kissing Zhou Feng. I haven't spoken to myself all day. Now they come to complain to me. It's nothing more than expressing dissatisfaction. If I really wanted to do something, I wouldn't be in the room. I'd definitely be in the woods, Zhou Feng said, scratching his head. That's true, Bai Qingyin said, momentarily speechless. Their houses are arranged in rows next to each other. In addition, the walls are all made of wood, so there is absolutely no privacy to speak of. If Zhou Feng really wanted to do something, it would definitely be in the grove. Wait, didn't you go to the grove? Bai Qingyin's eyes widened. Chapter 56 Gambling. Zhou Feng scratched his head. This is a difficult question to answer. After all, he and Qin Xiaoxue had indeed been to the grove. You really went. Bai Qingyin understood when she saw Zhou Feng's expression. Bai Qingyin had noticed before that her mother was away for quite a long time. But I never considered going in that direction. It's not what you think. We're just going to have a talk, Qin Xiaoxue quickly said, afraid that her daughter would misunderstand. Didn't you do anything? Bai Qingyin asked suspiciously. There's nothing there. You're overthinking it, Qin Xiaoxue insisted. Zhou Feng was a little surprised. I never expected that Qin Xiaoxue would also deceive Bai Qingyin. After all, they had kissed in the woods. But seeing that Qin Xiaoxue had already said that, Zhou Feng quickly added that they hadn't done anything. Mom, what were you thinking? You actually agreed to be Zhou Feng's girlfriend. What are you going to do when you meet Zhou Feng's parents in the future? Bai Qingyin bluntly stated her opinion. Bai Qingyin thought about it all day, but still couldn't understand it. We'll talk about that later. Qin Xiaoxue really hadn't thought about it. She felt that as long as everyone could survive, they could leave the island. Then nothing else matters. Zhou Feng, what are you thinking? Bai Qingyin turned to Zhou Feng and asked. I like Aunt Qin, so of course I want to leave no regrets, Zhou Feng said firmly. But your ages? This was what Bai Qingyin couldn't understand. If you like someone, why worry about external factors? I don't want to regret it in the future. Zhou Feng shook his head. External factors? Bai Qingyin was taken aback, then seemed to be deep in thought. Yes. If you like something, why care about external factors? Bai Qingyan also didn't want to regret it in the future. She glanced at Zhou Feng, then at Qin Xiaoxue. It seems they've made up their minds. All right, you've passed today, but next time there are other women in the room, it won't end so easily. Bai Qingyan's expression softened a bit. When Zhou Feng returned to his room, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Then I realized something seemed off. He was scolded by Bai Qingyan. But then I thought about it again. The unspoken understanding between him and Qin Xiaoxue had finally been revealed. The relationship between the two people will definitely take another step forward. As for Qin Xiaoxue's other condition, isn't that something that was bound to happen sooner or later? The next morning, the camp has begun to operate, and everything seems to be progressing in an orderly manner. However, Yang Wei's hunting team encountered some trouble. After a busy morning, all efforts were in vain. No prey was found. In the end, they could only carry some more papayas back from the papaya grove. Seeing this, Zhou Feng could only comfort everyone. Tell them not to rush. No one is born a hunter. They all require a period of training. They can't keep eating papayas all the time. They also need protein. There will be a time when they can contribute in the future. Hearing Zhou Feng's words of comfort, everyone's expressions relaxed considerably. What they are really worried about is, because he gained nothing, he didn't get any points and went hungry. In the afternoon, Zhou Feng accompanied them on a hunting trip. With Zhou Feng in the team, everything seemed much simpler. Zhou Feng could hear the sounds of small animals from afar, then smash them with stones. After wandering around the area, I caught 7 or 8 pheasants. Moreover, Zhou Feng also managed to get some rings today, which he had previously set aside. They caught 3 rabbits. This amount of food is enough for an evening snack. The hunting team members also witnessed Zhou Feng's strength. They all admired him from the bottom of their hearts. As long as you follow Zhou Feng, you will never go hungry. By dinner time, several pheasants have been stewed into meat, which can be redeemed with points. First come, first served, while supplies last. Even those elderly people could exchange their money for a bowl of chicken soup with 2 pieces of meat. Although the portion is small, it's sufficient to provide adequate nutrition. Those with more points can directly redeem a large bowl of meat. Zhou Feng noticed it. Many people did not come to redeem their currency. They've all accumulated their points. After all, I had just eaten meat for 2 days in a row. I don't crave meat that much. Zhou Feng also told everyone, I will try to prepare some meat broth every day from now on. The broth contains oil, which is very precious to them. The 3 rabbits, however, stayed behind. 1 male and 2 females. Zhou Feng plans to breed them. Rabbits have a very high reproductive rate. Coincidentally, among the survivors was a woman who had owned a pet rabbit. So we entrusted the rabbit to her care. According to the woman, it took the 3 rabbits 7 months. That way, they can reproduce to nearly 100. This is undoubtedly good news. They certainly didn't just catch these 3 rabbits. They could definitely catch more. Unfortunately, rabbits have a low body fat content. However, there are other foods that can provide fat. Fan Jian, on the other hand, had a string of good news. The fishing team's operation went much more smoothly. I brought back more than 20 fish today, as well as a lot of shellfish. If no one redeems these fish, they will be made into smoked fish that day. It can be preserved for a long time. Looking at the abundant food in the camp, the expressions of all the survivors were noticeably more relaxed. The camp was filled with laughter. Even the elderly people who had been worried before showed smiles. As long as current food prices remain unchanged. With the points they've earned so far, they don't need to worry about starving. This is so much better than when I was under Charles. Even the able-bodied men in Charles's camp remained hungry. Just then, Zhou Feng noticed that there were more than a dozen people gathered together. Exclamations of surprise erupted from time to time. Zhou Feng frowned and walked over. He found it by following the crowd. These people are gambling. A group of people were gathered around a relatively smooth stone. There are 3 dice on the stone. They must be gambling with dice. The boss is here. The boss is here. Someone noticed Zhou Feng. The others immediately fell silent. Zhou Feng's gaze fell on a man. The other person looked to be in their 30s and was very thin. The other party, boss, also had a smiling face when he saw Zhou Feng. You organized this gathering? What's your name? Zhou Feng asked. Ahem, my name is Fu Tai. Fu Tai coughed lightly. My gaze instinctively shifted away. You guys play, I'll just watch, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Tai was overjoyed. Since the boss has spoken, let's continue playing. Fu Tai immediately called out to everyone. Zhou Feng quickly figured out the rules of the game. Simply put, each participant takes turns rolling the dice. Whoever has the highest score wins, and whoever has the lowest score loses. The stakes are the points they have. Chapter 57 Cheating. This group of people played from the afternoon until dark. The stakes weren't high, and only 7 or 8 people participated. The unluckiest guy only lost 3 points. It's just the cost of one dinner. They agreed to exchange smoked fish for money when they returned to settle the debt. The crowd gradually dispersed. Futai was about to put the dice away. A pair of hands picked up the dice and examined them closely. Boss, what's wrong? Futai walked over with a fawning smile. I'm in luck today, I won a fish. Zhou Feng smiled. I've always had pretty good luck when it comes to gambling. Futai chuckled dryly. You must be a professional gambler, Zhou Feng knew on the Wanli. There are some professional gamblers who go on cruise ships specifically to gamble. One floor of the Wanli was a dedicated gambling area. It not only offers various entertainment options, but also features bars and stages, among other things. And all of these are legal. Once you enter international waters, no one will care. After all, the Wanliheo was not registered in the country. The journey is long, and many people are willing to play a few rounds. There are also some wealthy businessmen who go there specifically to gamble. Thus, professional gamblers emerged, mingling among these individuals. As expected of the boss, I'm a professional, just trying to make a living, Futai readily admitted. After all, many people know Futai, so hiding it is useless. Where did you get these dice? Zhou Feng asked, fiddling with the dice in his hand. When the accident happened, I think I grabbed some dice before I passed out, and they were still in my hand when I woke up. Futai scratched his head, clearly a little confused. Zhou Feng nodded. He had also heard many people recount what happened before they lost consciousness. They're basically the same. Don't gamble anymore. Don't underestimate it just because it's a bet on dinner. If someone finds out, they'll cut off your hand. Zhou Feng stepped forward and patted Futai on the shoulder. What do you mean, boss? Futai's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Your method is very subtle, and you don't use it every time, but sooner or later it will backfire, won't it? Zhou Feng shook his head. Futai, still wanted to argue. But then Futai saw that Zhou Feng's expression had turned cold. I'm saving you, Zhou Feng said coldly. He observed for a while, and then he saw it clearly. How exactly did Futai cheat? The technique itself isn't new. It's simply about holding the dice in place with your hand before throwing them. It looks like it bounces a few times when you throw it, but it doesn't actually spin at all. On short video platforms, many people are revealing the secrets. This is a common cheating tactic. Futai's brilliance lies in the fact that he doesn't use it every time. Futai usually uses it secretly when other people's points are low. It just barely overpowered the opponent. So after playing for an afternoon, Futai won more than most of the games. I haven't gotten any points like a leopard yet. But nobody's a fool. After a while, someone will definitely notice that something is wrong. Why does Futai keep winning? If anyone discovers Futai's methods, then Futai will be in big trouble. Inside the camp, food is more important than money. I understand. Futai wiped the sweat from his forehead. Futai is now very certain. Zhou Feng must have discovered his own methods. Don't use this thing. Zhou Feng held the dice in his hand. Creak. When he opened his palm, the dice had turned into a pile of plastic. There are 3 iron balls inside as counterweights. Upon seeing this, Futai couldn't help but gasp. Futai knew the quality of the dice. Zhou Feng was actually able to crush it in one go. Thank you so much, boss, for sparing my life. Thank you so much, boss, for sparing my life. Futai belatedly realized what was happening. If Zhou Feng had just exposed him, he would probably be beaten to death by others. It was Zhou Feng who spared him. Get some rest early, and work hard tomorrow. Zhou Feng nodded and let Futai leave. In fact, Zhou Feng didn't object to setting up some small entertainment facilities in the camp. After all, there's a saying, find joy in hardship. But gambling is a completely different matter. If things really get heated, someone could die. Zhou Feng returned to the wooden house. They arrived at Qin Xiaoshue's room. Bai Qingyan was also there, and he kept his eyes fixed on Zhou Feng. This made Zhou Feng a little embarrassed, so he left after chatting for a while. He originally wanted to further develop his relationship with Qin Xiaoshue, but Bai Qingyan was like a giant light bulb. He never left Qin Xiaoshue. Zhou Feng was at a loss for what to do. I can only find another opportunity to talk to Qin Xiaoshue alone next time. The next day, as usual, Yang Wei led his men hunting in the morning and picked papayas in the afternoon. But something happened in the afternoon. Yang Wei and a dozen others rushed back without bringing anything with them. Zhou Feng happened to be inside the camp. Seeing the panicked look on Yang Wei's face, he immediately frowned. What's wrong? Something's happened. Tang Cheng and the others are in trouble, Yang Wei said, panting. What happened to them? When we went to pick papayas, we saw them coming back halfway, and several of them were injured. Yang Wei began to explain. Tang Cheng and his group also had quite a few people picking papayas, about a dozen of them. Their hunting skills are relatively poor. Papaya and fish are their main food sources. Sending so many people at once was also to guard against wild men. If they encounter savages, they will have the ability to resist. But today they didn't encounter any savages. Instead, they met a dozen or so other survivors. Those men had bows and arrows. They attacked Tang Chung and his group as soon as they saw them. 5 or 6 of them died. Even Tang Chung was injured and had to be helped back to the camp. We dare not approach rashly. We can only return first. Yang Wei's expression was solemn. Although Yang Wei and Fan Jian had been beaten by Tang Cheng's men before. But that was ultimately just a minor conflict. It hasn't come to a life-or-death situation yet. However, this time it was different. The group of survivors who suddenly appeared immediately launched an attack. They came with the sole purpose of killing someone. The dozen or so people following Yang Wei looked even more grim. Nobody wants to carry a papaya and risk their life. We need to increase security at the camp today. Take a walk around the area more often. Zhou Feng squinted. It has finally come to the point where we're fighting to the death for food. Regardless of the circumstances of those survivors. Zhou Feng can now be confirmed. They made their sudden move in order to seize the papaya grove. Understood. Yang Wei nodded emphatically. These men were responsible for hunting and fishing in their daily lives. In the event of a conflict, they all understood their responsibilities. We must be at the forefront. You guys come with me. Let's go check on Tang Chung first. Zhou Feng randomly selected a few people. Chapter 58 Commission. Zhou Feng selected 4 people, and Fu Tai happened to be among them. Soon, Zhou Feng led a few people to Tang Chung and the others' camp. When Zhou Feng saw Tang Chung, he couldn't help but gasp. An arrow pierced his left shoulder. There was also purple liquid on his shoulder. I don't know what it was. Zhou Feng was a little worried. It couldn't be some kind of toxin. There must be some highly poisonous plants on this island. Tang Fu, standing beside her, was crying with tears streaming down her face. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Tang Cheng himself was still quite optimistic. However, Tang Cheng's complexion looked a little pale, not as good as he appeared. When Zhou Feng came in, Tang Cheng smiled and was about to say something. Someone had already brought over hot water and wood ash. In this environment, the only option is to clean the wound with boiled hot water. Moreover, the temperature should not be too high. Ideally, it should be the same as body temperature. Zhou Feng and the others left, letting Tang Chung clean his wounds first. Soon, screams began to come from inside. Tang Fu ran out of there crying. This actually surprised Zhou Feng quite a bit. In his memory, Tang Fu was a rather fierce woman. Unexpectedly, Tang Fu burst into tears now that her brother is injured. But upon closer reflection, it becomes clear. Given current medical conditions, it's doubtful whether Tang Chung will even survive this ordeal. In ancient times, many generals who were shot by arrows died instantly. Although modern people have improved their medical knowledge. But the conditions here are just too poor. Another 10 minutes or so passed, and someone called Zhou Feng inside. Zhou Feng told the others to wait outside, and then went into the shack by himself. I saw that Tang Chung had a white cloth wrapped around his shoulder. It should have been sterilized by boiling in water. Tang Cheng's face looked even paler than before. He waved for the others to leave. He left himself and Zhou Feng alone. What exactly happened? Zhou Feng asked, sitting on the stool next to him. It's actually just a larger rock. Tang Chung sighed, his expression no longer as relaxed as it had been in front of Tang Fu. It's clear that Tang Chung is still putting on a facade in front of his sister. He described what had happened. It's similar to what Yang Wei said, but with more details. The other party suddenly appeared and attacked them while they were picking papayas. Tang Chung and his group were completely unaware. 4 people died on the spot, and 2 others were injured like me. Tang Chung gritted his teeth. Clearly, they were unwilling to be outmaneuvered by others. What angered Tang Chung even more was that they had no grudges against each other. The other party suddenly made a move. We're going to kill them. If the other party is also eyeing the papaya grove, then at least there is room for negotiation. Are these arrows poisoned? Zhou Feng asked again. I don't know, but it's very likely the wound will get infected. Tang Chung gave a wry smile. There was a medical student in their camp. Although I'm not a formally licensed doctor, I do know a bit about wound care. That's the wound that the medical student just treated. And tell Tang Chung to be prepared. They don't have antibiotics if they get infected later. Tang Chung might not survive that. Hearing Tang Chung say this, Zhou Feng felt quite heavy-hearted. Their cooperation was going very smoothly. But now Tang Chung has encountered this problem. There's something I want to ask you, Tang Chung said, looking at Zhou Feng. Go ahead and say it, Zhou Feng said, wanting to know what Tang Chung had to say. Take care of my sister. I don't want her to die here too. She has a terrible temper. Many people in the camp have complaints about her, but no one says anything because I'm here. Once I die, Tang Chung said solemnly. Tang Chung, as her older brother, knew exactly what Tang Fu's situation was. I can take her over, Zhou Feng nodded. There's no problem with that. Then I'm relieved. Tang Chung breathed a sigh of relief. I plan to go to the papaya grove to check things out and scout things out, Zhou Feng then said. Tang Chung was taken aback, then said that it was very dangerous. That group of people is very likely still in the papaya grove. They might even set up an ambush, waiting for them to come over. If we don't go over there, their next step is very likely to be to come to our camp, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Tang Chung nodded. I think Zhou Feng's words make sense. The papaya grove is very important. It absolutely must not fall into the enemy's hands. And most importantly, it's no longer just a problem of papaya groves. It's a life or death situation for both sides. The enemy will continue to close in step by step. I'll call a few people over for you. Tang Chung stood up and went outside. Zhou Feng also came out. Tang Chung quickly gathered a few people, all of whom had escaped with him earlier. They all survived by a hair's breadth and were unharmed. Zhou Feng plans to go to the papaya forest. You can go with him, Tang Chung said. These people have already had experience and can be of help. But what Tang Chung didn't expect was, as he finished speaking, immediately, some people objected. Isn't this sending us to our deaths? Boss, we also escaped death. We've narrowly escaped death. We can't let them go again. These people all spoke up. They were clearly unwilling to make the trip again. The enemy outnumbered them and were armed with bows and arrows. If we encounter them again, it will surely mean certain death. Tang Cheng's expression changed. I never expected these people to openly defy my orders. Now that he's injured, his prestige has suffered. All right, since none of you want to go, I'll go with Zhou Feng. Tang Chung nodded slowly. This is the only option we have. Brother, you can't go. Your wound is infected and you can't move. Tang Fu also came over at this moment. Upon hearing her brother say that she was going, her expression instantly changed. That would be tantamount to going to one's death. It's nothing, just a trip. Tang Chung swung his good arm. No, I won't allow you to go. Tang Fu gritted her teeth. Since none of you are going, I'll take a few people with me, Zhou Feng said before he could finish. One person raised their hand. I'll go. I can go. I'm not afraid to go again. Zhou Feng looked over. To my surprise, it turned out to be the fat guy who joined Tang Cheng's camp the day before yesterday. Su Kai, thank you for your hard work. Tang Chung breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. If no one steps forward, then I'll really have to go by myself. I'm going to. Tang Fu bit her lip. You can't go. What does that have to do with you? Tang Chung frowned. Isn't there Zhou Feng? He's really good. Anyway, no matter what you say, I'm definitely going. Tang Fu's expression was firm. Tang Chung gave a bitter smile. She knew her younger sister's temper was flaring up again. I simply couldn't dissuade them. She could only look at Zhou Feng with pleading eyes. Zhou Feng nodded in response. Tang Chung was finally relieved. Soon the group headed towards the papaya grove. Chapter 59 Strange Things. Including Tang Fu and Fatty. Zhou Feng's team now consists of 7 people. Although Zhou Feng remained calm throughout. However, the few people who were with him were still somewhat afraid. After all, they don't have Zhou Feng's fighting power. So he kept asking the fat man who the other person was. Most importantly, they were curious to know how the fat man had gotten his physique. 4 people died and 3 were injured. The fat man was surprisingly unharmed. Upon hearing this question, Su Kai scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. I guess I was just lucky, plus those guys weren't very good with bows and arrows, so they didn't hit me. Several people couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. This guy is really lucky. Su Kai, why do you dare to come with us again? Aren't you afraid of dying? Zhou Feng asked at this moment. Of course I'm terrified, but Tang Chung took me in and even provided me with food. I want to repay his kindness, Su Kai said with a serious expression. Zhou Feng frowned, his gaze fixed on Su Kai. Su Kai was alone in the jungle during this time, but he didn't starve to death. They were grateful because Tang Chung provided them with food. Do I still need to repay a debt of gratitude? A bit strange. Sensing Zhou Feng's gaze, Su Kai gave a dry laugh and turned his head away. He seemed a little guilty. You don't have to do this. Everyone needs to be careful later. Tang Fu was very touched and took the initiative to remind everyone to be careful. Don't scatter later, stay close to me, Zhou Feng said. This way, he can be confident and do his best to protect everyone. The other man had a bow and arrows, and he also had stones in his hand. Generally speaking, bows and arrows are definitely more powerful. But in this kind of wild environment, Zhou Feng didn't believe they could manufacture particularly powerful bows and arrows. It's highly likely that it's rather rough. Its effective range is probably not as far as throwing stones yourself. Moreover, according to Tang Cheng's previous account, those people appeared and got very close. It was just 20 or 30 meters away from them. This is definitely because if the distance is greater, it exceeds the effective range. Yes. Everyone nodded. Tang Fu then moved to Zhou Feng's left. She was practically leaning her whole body against Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng originally wanted to say that it wasn't necessary to do that. However, thinking of Tang Cheng's previous request, Zhou Feng didn't say anything more. Instead, they asked Su Kai for some details. Su Kai's answer was similar to Tang Cheng's. Just as they were a few hundred meters away, about to reach the papaya grove. Wait, my stomach hurts. Su Kai suddenly said. Your stomach hurts. In a place like this. Fu Tai said speechlessly. We're almost there. Why don't you guys go first? Su Kai scratched his head. You little brat. Are you scared? Fu Tai questioned. It's really not that I'm scared. I've just been eating too much papaya these days. Why don't you wait for me? It'll only be 2 minutes at most. Su Kai frowned, looking pained. Then go ahead. Zhou Feng waved his hand. Su Kai felt as if he had been granted a pardon and ran into the woods in a flash. Disappeared. Just then, Fu Tai secretly approached. He pulled Zhou Feng aside and whispered something to him. Boss, there's something wrong with this kid. You noticed it too? Zhou Feng frowned. Su Kai's actions were strange in every way. In our line of work, the most important thing isn't cheating, but reading between the lines. Fu Tai said, still keeping his voice low. The closer they got to the papaya grove, the more vigilant and worried they became. He would glance into the woods every now and then. I'm afraid someone will suddenly jump out and attack me. But Su Kai is different. He keeps glancing at you. Boss, that's a sign of guilt. He's more wary of you than of the hidden enemies. Fu Tai squinted. Fu Tai used to rely on this skill of reading people's expressions to judge their psychological state. In fact, besides frequenting various casinos, occasionally, I also work part-time as a henchman. Double-up henchmen are people who specialize in luring others into a trap and are very good at guessing what the other person is thinking. I understand. Zhou Feng nodded slowly. Zhou Feng had already made this guess. After Fu Tai's reminder, he is now even more certain. There's something wrong with this fat guy. Moreover, from the very beginning, Zhou Feng suspected that Su Kai was not telling the truth. He lived alone on a deserted island for almost a month. This raises suspicions. I'm back. Let's go. Su Kai emerged from the woods. Su Kai, what were you doing just now? Zhou Feng said calmly. I'm going to the restroom, Su Kai said with a dry laugh. Zhou Feng stepped forward and punched Su Kai hard in the stomach. Caught off guard, Su Kai squatted on the ground and began to retch due to the excruciating pain. You? How dare you hit someone? Tang Fu saw this and quickly stepped in front of Zhou Feng to stop him. Tang Fu didn't hear Fu Tai and Zhou Feng's conversation, which was kept quiet from others. So Tang Fu was shocked to see Zhou Feng suddenly make a move. This guy is their mole. He's been passing messages to them, Zhou Feng said slowly. This is the most reasonable explanation. The fat man's initial appearance in the papaya grove was intended to blend in with them. After 2 days of undercover work, they must have already thoroughly investigated the situation at Tanqing's base. The other party didn't appear out of nowhere. Instead, it had been planned for a long time. What? Tang Fu was even more shocked now. He turned to look at Su Kai on the ground. Tang Fu was quite touched when Su Kai said he wanted to repay a debt of gratitude. But now Zhou Feng says, Su Kai was actually an inside man. What evidence do you have? Su Kai clutched his stomach, looking up at Zhou Feng with a fierce glare. Evidence? We'll find the evidence soon enough if we just follow your footprints, Zhou Feng sneered. This guy definitely wasn't going to relieve himself. He was going to deliver a message. It's highly likely that the place Su Kai went to was a prearranged contact point. It's right around the road I usually walk on. Su Kai's expression immediately changed. Just kill this traitor. Skin him alive. At this moment, Fu Tai pulled out a dagger to scare them. Hold his hands and feet down and skin him alive. Zhou Feng nodded. Fu Tai and the others gathered around. No, I'll tell you everything. Su Kai immediately showed a terrified expression and screamed repeatedly. Fu Tai ignored all of that and grabbed Su Kai's head. If you're going to skin someone alive, you have to start with their head, Fu Tai sneered. Medicine. They have medicine in their camp. Antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. Su Kai cried out. Fu Tai only stopped when he heard Su Kai shout out a valuable clue. Their camp. Who are they? How many people are there? And where is the camp? Zhou Feng stepped forward and came to Su Kai's side. They are the ones who attacked Tang Cheng. I was forced into it, Su Kai said, his face extremely grim. Answer my question. Zhou Feng frowned. I don't want to waste time talking to Su Kai. He didn't believe any of these words at all. Forced? Su Kai must have many benefits from doing this. But at that moment, Zhou Feng heard a sound of something cutting through the air. He turned his head abruptly. An arrow was spotted coming from a distance, heading straight for Tang Fu. "Watch out," Zhou Feng shouted. He suddenly pounced on Tang Fu and knocked her down. Tang Fu was stunned, and then felt Zhou Feng press down on her. Chapter 60 Bow and Arrow. Tang Fu was both ashamed and anxious. Especially Zhou Feng's hand. It seemed to have touched something he shouldn't have. She still didn't understand what was going on. She wanted to push Zhou Feng away. It wasn't until Tang Fu saw it that the arrow flew past them and disappeared into the ground. Only then did I realize what had happened. Zhou Feng saved him again. Zhou Feng also quickly got up. He knew he had to retaliate immediately. Otherwise, they would suffer heavy casualties if the enemy got close. Zhou Feng looked in the direction from which the arrow came and clearly saw the other person's appearance. That person was also of Asian descent. The second arrow is being loaded. 5 or 6 people appeared behind him. It's obvious that Su Kai went into the jungle just now. Although I don't know what methods were used, I have already notified the other party. Let them know someone's here. Now these enemies have surrounded us. Just now, when Zhou Feng and the others were interrogating Su Kai screamed. This alerted the enemy that the fat man had been discovered, so they decided to launch an attack. Zhou Feng took out a stone and threw it hard at the other person. The stone didn't hit anyone. Instead, it hit a tree nearby. However, those people were startled and instinctively dodged away. This gave others a chance to catch their breath. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Fu, Fu Tai, and the others hid behind the trees. Whoosh! Several more arrows flew over, all aimed at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng reacted quickly, rolling away to dodge. Several arrows were embedded in the ground beside him, and another arrow flew over his head. Zhou Feng himself was not injured, but a scream came from next to Zhou Feng. "It's Su Kai?" Su Kai had an arrow stuck in his back and was lying on the ground howling in pain. He did not dodge the attack. The last time Su Kai was with Tang Chung and the others, he was able to survive the attack. It's obvious that Su Kai was prepared in advance. This time, Su Kai wasn't so lucky. Moreover, the other party didn't seem to care much about Su Kai's life. Su Kai was not considered at all when the arrow was released. Zhou Feng made his move again. This time he aimed carefully before shooting. It doesn't seem like the way it was done to intimidate the other party just now. Snap! The stone hit one of the people on the head, and blood splattered out. The man instantly collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the others drew their bows and shot arrows again. Several more arrows flew in. Zhou Feng rolled to the side again. Swoosh! 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 Several arrows were stuck in the ground. Zhou Feng made his move again. Another stone flew by, and another person fell to the ground. The other party was taken aback. They clearly hadn't expected that their bows and arrows would be no match for the stone in Zhou Feng's hand. Rush! Someone gave the order. About 10 more people emerged from the woods. It must have been hidden all along. Not all of these people had bows and arrows. A dozen or so men brandishing spears charged toward Zhou Feng. "Let's give it our all." Fu Tai also emerged from behind the tree, brandishing a spear. The others followed suit and came out. Even Tang Fu gritted her teeth and charged out with her spear. Zhou Feng was at the very front. They were met with an attack from 5 or 6 people. Faced with so many spears, Zhou Feng could only fight and retreat. Zhou Feng did not have a spear in his hand, but he has stones. At such close range, stones are even more lethal. As long as it hits the other person. Zhou Feng could hear the sound of bones breaking. A stone hit a person on the head, and the person fell to the ground. And coincidentally, the stone bounced back and hit another person on the head. The man screamed and clutched his head. I felt a sudden dizziness. I tried to stand up, but a strong feeling of dizziness swept over me. Thump! This person also lost his balance, leaned back, and fainted. The other enemies all changed their expressions upon seeing this. I never expected Zhou Feng to be so difficult to deal with. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. The situation is more difficult for others. Even if Fu Tai and his group were facing only one enemy, they were also far from being a match for the other side. These enemies were clearly well-trained and extremely ruthless. On the contrary, Tang Fu has some spirit. Unfazed, he aimed his spear straight for the opponent's vitals. He looked like he was ready to fight to the death. The enemy was so frightened that they retreated repeatedly. Zhou Feng understood when he saw this. Why did Tang Fu insist on coming? She actually wanted to avenge Tang Chung. But Zhou Feng knew this wouldn't last. The key point is that he noticed it. There were 3 more guys in the woods, knocking their bows and preparing to shoot. They were clearly planning a sneak attack. Withdraw, Zhou Feng shouted. Fu Tai, who had just been shouting that he would fight to the death, was the first to back away. The others also retreated. On the contrary, Tang Fu seemed to be in a killing frenzy, as if she wouldn't stop until she killed her enemies. Zhou Feng grabbed her arm and pulled Tang Fu away. The remaining people wanted to catch up. Instead, Zhou Feng threw a stone at them. They had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. After running for a while, they realized that the other person was not following. Zhou Feng and the others then slowed down. That fat bastard. He almost killed us. Fu Tai cursed as he breathed. The others all gave Fu Tai a disapproving look. This guy? When it's time to charge, be the first one up. But when it came to running away, they didn't hesitate at all. We're lucky. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how he died. What are you afraid of? The boss is here. Yeah, if it weren't for the boss's words, we'd probably all be done for. Others chimed in. Although only one of these people had witnessed the scene of Zhou Feng killing Charles. However, news of what happened at that time had already spread throughout the entire base. And it's getting more and more outrageous. Zhou Feng originally planned to defeat them one by one. In their mouths, it became that Zhou Feng single-handedly dealt with more than a dozen people. These people also secretly enjoyed exaggerating Zhou Feng's achievements. This gives them a sense of security. The enemy is not simple, they are well-trained. Although Zhou Feng had fought for a while, he didn't seem to be out of breath at all. The enemy was wearing modern clothes. Moreover, the degree of damage is similar to theirs. Therefore, Zhou Feng was certain that they were also survivors from the Wanli. However, these people have undergone specialized training. This was something Zhou Feng found hard to understand. Why are these people spending their time training for combat, instead of stockpiling food? Zhou Feng, thank you for saving me again, Tang Fu said. She was also panting heavily because she had run a long way. Moreover, Tang Fu's complexion was much worse. Su Kai is an undercover agent. This means that the enemy already knows intelligence about their camp. We know how much fighting power they still have. They could attack at any moment. It's nothing. Zhou Feng waved his hand without saying anything more. Instead, they looked towards the papaya grove. Boss, let's go back and start training too, and try to get some bows and arrows or something, Fu Tai suggested from the side. Now, it's not just Tang Chung and his group that are in danger. Okay, you guys take Tang Fu back first, then go and make the preparations. Zhou Feng nodded. Their camp had enough food to last them 2 or 3 days. The more pressing matter now is to guard against enemy attacks. Boss, what about you? Aren't you going back? Fu Tai was taken aback. Chapter 61, Enemy Territory. I need to go back and take a look, Zhou Feng said, squinting. Boss, going back is too dangerous. There are so many of them. Fu Tai was getting anxious. If something happens to Zhou Feng, they will lose their backbone. I'll go around into the woods. It's safer for me to go alone. If we don't know who they are, we'll be in more danger, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. That's true. Fu Tai thought for a moment and nodded. The enemy now knows about Tang Chung and his team. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. They are now allies with Tang Chung. We can't just watch Tang Chung and the others get into trouble. That would be bad for us too. Zhou Feng, I have something I want to say to you alone, Tang Fu said, biting her lip. Okay. Zhou Feng nodded. The two of them went to the tree next to them. What Su Kai just said. Those people have medicine, antibiotics, and anti-inflammatory drugs, which can save my brother. Tang Fu's eyes immediately reddened. Tang Cheng's situation is very bad now. Once infected, it's very difficult to save someone. Moreover, the arrows were coated with something unknown. Infection is highly probable. Tang Fu came with Zhou Feng this time to avenge Tang Cheng. What Su Kai said may not be true. Zhou Feng shook his head. Su Kai also knew about Tang Cheng's situation, so it's very likely that he deliberately spread false information. They just want to prolong their lives. I know, but even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I want to try. I won't beg you to help me find medicine. But if you have the chance, could you try to find out if the information is true or false? Tang Fu choked up, her voice hoarse. Once the intelligence is confirmed to be true, Tang Fu will risk everything. She also needs to find a way to get the medicine back. No problem. Zhou Feng nodded. It was just something I did casually anyway. I don't know how to thank you enough. I owe you so much. Tang Fu wiped away her tears, trying her best to appear as if she hadn't cried at all. Zhou Feng was also somewhat moved by this scene. Although he didn't have many interactions with Tang Fu. However, judging from Zhou Feng's feelings, Tang Fu is a very strong-willed woman, and he has quite a fiery temper. But in this environment, they had no choice but to bow their heads. After watching Tang Fu and her group leave, Zhou Feng turned his gaze back towards the papaya grove. He turned and entered the nearby bushes, quietly approaching the area. The path Zhou Feng is taking this time is not the one they have trodden before. The ground was covered with vines. However, these were not problems for Zhou Feng at all. Although Zhou Feng took a long detour, it took less than 10 minutes. He then returned to the place where the battle had just taken place. Then Zhou Feng saw that the group of people stayed where they were and did not leave. Several people were on guard, watching their surroundings warily. The rest of the people were digging a hole nearby, presumably intending to bury the body. Zhou Feng bent down and hid in the bushes, counting through the gaps. There were 14 people in total. What bad luck. How could there be such a powerful guy? Old Wang and his men actually had 3 people killed by falling rocks. It's even more powerful than arrows. We were the ones who attacked first, but that person's strength is terrifying. Sukai, why didn't you pass on this information before? The other side has such a powerful guy. The sound of conversation could be heard coming from among those people. Zhou Feng was taken aback. Is the other party asking about Sukai? Does that mean Sukai is still alive? Zhou Feng quietly moved to the side. Then, leaning against a tree, he slowly stood up. Then I understood why I hadn't seen Sukai before. It turned out that Sukai was lying on the ground at this moment. The arrows that were stuck in his body were gone. Sukai's wound was wrapped in white cloth, which was already soaked with blood. Zhou Feng frowned. This guy's got a lot of luck. Surprisingly, he didn't die on the spot. But with injuries like this, things are probably going to be tough for him from now on. That's not someone from the camp, and I don't know anything about him. Sukai's voice came through, and it was indeed somewhat weak. Go tell those things to Boss Fei. We spared your life just so you could explain the intelligence issue, someone sneered. Sukai, on the other hand, seemed to want to defend himself. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Boss Fei. Zhou Feng recognized the voice. This seemed to be the leader of the group. Soon these people packed their things and arrived at the papaya grove. After collecting many papayas, they headed in one direction. These guys really are after the papaya. Zhou Feng muttered to himself, then immediately followed. Although the group was very cautious, the dozen or so people managed to split into 3 teams, one in front and one behind. However, he did not notice that someone was following him. Zhou Feng noticed it very quickly. This group of people was heading southeast. Zhou Feng had never been in that direction before. It seems this paradise island is indeed quite strange. The survivors seem to be scattered everywhere, but they don't even know how big the island is. We walked another 3 kilometers or so. Zhou Feng could already smell the sea breeze. Sure enough, the vegetation ahead decreased significantly, and we were back at the seaside. Zhou Feng secretly did some calculations. This place is not far from Tang Cheng's camp. Just walk along the beach for about 5 kilometers. However, the 2 groups did not meet. This is because there is a cliff more than 10 meters high in the middle of the beach, which divides the terrain. The only way to get to the other side is to either go back the same way or swim across the sea. It's likely that the other party has just explored the papaya forest as well. However, it was soon discovered that the papaya grove had already been harvested. These guys came up with the insidious tactic of sending infiltrators. As for how Sukai got to that camp, it was probably after that day when they escaped that they wandered through the jungle, stopping and starting along the way. I ended up here by sheer chance. Fei Laoda also learned from Sukai that there were survivors here. Zhou Feng did not continue walking with these people, but stayed in the bushes. Because he was lying on the edge of the woods, he could already see the enemy's camp. Zhou Feng frowned as he asked, "Where is this camp located?" The other side's camp is not far from the beach. It is located on a cliff surrounded by reefs, with only one entrance at the front. The surrounding terrain is very high. It looks like a place that's easy to defend but difficult to attack. It will be very difficult to attack this place. However, this campsite has a major problem. It offers neither wind nor sun protection. You can imagine how uncomfortable it would be to live here. Moreover, the construction process is very complicated, requiring the transportation of materials. The buildings inside were quite simple, just shacks. In contrast, Zhou Feng's current camp. It is located next to a hillside, surrounded by trees. The environment is suitable for living. However, it serves no defensive purpose in the event of a conflict. The other side chose to build their camp here. That means that from the very beginning, they were prepared for conflict. This place looks more like a military outpost. This boss Fei is no simpleton. Zhou Feng lay in wait for more than half an hour. Apart from those people carrying Sukai inside, no one else came out. Zhou Feng could only barely see people moving around inside through the exit. Chapter 62, Infiltration. More than half an hour passed. Zhou Feng couldn't tell how many people were in the camp either. However, according to his estimate, the number must be over 100. Zhou Feng frowned as he thought about this. This is a big problem. He originally wanted to catch someone who was alone and get a statement from them. However, the other party did not act alone at all. Occasionally, a few sentries would come out. They always acted in groups of 4 or 5, so Zhou Feng had no chance at all. Seeing that staying any longer would be fruitless, and that it was about to get dark, they realized that staying any longer would be pointless. Zhou Feng prepared to leave first. Suddenly, he heard a noise. A dozen or so people were walking towards the camp in the distance, and there were also cries and shouts. Zhou Feng looked over. The crying and screaming were from several women, their faces filled with terror. The remaining dozen or so men all had smiling faces. He quickly led the women to the camp. The guards were all smiles as they greeted the group. Zhou Feng couldn't hear what they were saying. However, it's probably clear what happened. These women are spoils of war. They either stole them from other camps or encountered survivors by chance. Zhou Feng felt that the latter was more likely, because it wasn't just 1 or 2 people, but 5 women. It must be from another camp. There were more than 2,000 people on the Wanli. If all of them set up camps, Zhou Feng doesn't know how many there would be. Moreover, there were survivors on the island, along with savages and other inhabitants. Watching these people return to the camp, Zhou Feng turned and left. However, he had only walked less than 200 meters. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Zhou Feng frowned. It was getting dark. It's going to rain. I've been on the island for almost a month. I've lost count of how many times it's rained. It rains frequently here, sometimes for several minutes at a time. Sometimes it can download for several hours. The longest it ever rained was half a day. Click. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Soon, large raindrops began to fall. Zhou Feng had no choice but to find a tree to take shelter from the rain. In fact, Zhou Feng felt that with his current physical condition, he wouldn't worry about getting sick even if he got caught in the rain. After all, even a venomous snake couldn't kill him. However, it's easy to get lost in the rain. On his way here, Zhou Feng had already left marks on some trees. His mark was neither a triangle nor an arrow. It's like a few random scribbles. However, Zhou Feng will have a hidden line inside, and the force will be slightly stronger. Only Zhou Feng himself could tell which line represented the direction. It is a type of encrypted code to prevent people from finding their camp by following the markings. Zhou Feng looked up at the gloomy sky and couldn't help but mutter to himself. It seems this rain won't stop anytime soon. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. Heavy rain. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. His gaze fell upon the camp surrounded by reefs. Normally, it would be impossible to get in. But now there is a solution. You can climb up the rocks next to you. Although the reef was more than 10 meters high. However, it's not a difficult task for me now. Give it a try? Zhou Feng emerged from the woods. Normally, it would definitely have been discovered. But now the rain curtain provides natural cover, making Zhou Feng's actions more concealed. He crossed the beach with ease and carefully approached the rocky outcrops by the sea. Zhou Feng only realized this when he arrived here. These rocks were incredibly slippery because of the rain. Some of the rocks were covered with algae. However, having come this far, Zhou Feng did not give up. We should at least give it a try. He carefully observed each rock and finally found a suitable place to stand. It was a protruding reef. Zhou Feng carefully took his first step onto the rock. He then grabbed onto the crevices of the rocks beside him with both hands, barely managing to steady himself. Zhou Feng was then pleasantly surprised to find that the rocks on it were not so smooth after being exposed to the wind and sun. So he climbed upward step by step, the torrential rain constantly washing over his body. After climbing for about 10 meters, Zhou Feng found a relatively flat foothold. With a leap forward, I reached the edge of the camp. Zhou Feng, hiding behind the rocks, could already see the interior of the camp. There are more than a dozen shacks here, cleverly built among the rocks. It saves a lot of materials and is very sturdy. Seeing these shacks, Zhou Feng finally understood. Why did you choose to set up camp here? This is probably one of the reasons for consideration. And from inside these shacks, the light of fire could still be seen. It was clear that someone was making a fire to keep warm. Zhou Feng discovered that there were about 10 people in each shack. As I guessed, there were at least 100 people here. Perhaps because of the rain, there weren't many people talking. The entire camp was unusually quiet. Zhou Feng scanned each of the shacks with his eyes. He soon discovered it in a shack in the distance. With the light coming from inside, it seemed there were only 2 or 3 people. So Zhou Feng carefully approached the edge of the camp. Then I heard voices coming from inside. Please, give me 2 antibiotic pills, or any anti-inflammatory medicine will do. Zhou Feng was startled when he heard those words. This is Su Kai's voice. No way. It's your fault for messing things up. People died on our side. Boss Fei told you to fend for yourself. A somewhat hoarse voice said. He must be a fairly old person. Dr. Wan, please have mercy on me. I beg you. My wound is infected, and I've started to have a fever, Su Kai pleaded. I've already cleaned your wound. There's nothing we can do about your infection. You know those medications have limited dosages, the voice sighed. Zhou Feng understood immediately upon hearing this. It turns out that this shack was specifically for sick people to stay in. Su Kai was shot by an arrow during the day, but he didn't die. However, the wound is now infected. They're seeking a doctor here, and it seemed that Dr. Wan also wanted to help. However, due to Boss Fei's orders, he was powerless to do anything about it. Zhou Feng hadn't expected that there was a doctor in this camp. I don't know if it was a doctor on board the Wanli, or if Dr. Wan just happened to be on the ship for a visit. I feel terrible. I feel terrible. Sukai kept wailing. Sai, you should get some rest. Maybe you'll feel better after a good night's sleep tomorrow. Dr. Wan left these words behind and turned to leave the shack. Sukai was left alone in the room. Zhou Feng watched as Dr. Wan entered a room. After waiting a while, they saw that no one was moving. So Zhou Feng crawled into Sukai's shack. Chapter 63 Medicines. In his dazed state, Sukai saw someone come in. He thought it was Dr. Wan who had returned. Dr. Wan's medicine. Sukai struggled to sit up. Tick-tock, tick-tock. You can see that this person is completely soaked. Rainwater streamed down their trouser legs and onto the ground. Sukai suddenly realized that something was wrong. How did you get in? When Sukai saw Zhou Feng's face, he was even more terrified. Shut up if you don't want to die, Zhou Feng said coldly. Sukai immediately shut his mouth, but his hands still trembled uncontrollably. Where is the medicine? Zhou Feng leaned closer to Sukai and whispered. Sukai's eyes darted around as he said, Here. They just won't tell the truth. Zhou Feng sneered. This guy is a smart man. Don't release the hawk until you see the rabbit. No wonder they dared to go undercover. Tell me the information, and I'll give you some when I find the medicine. Otherwise, you're dead for sure, Zhou Feng threatened. Really? Sukai's eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. Of course. Zhou Feng nodded. Sukai hesitated for a moment, then pointed in a direction. The medicine is over there. In that shack over there. Is that so? Zhou Feng turned and walked in that direction. Just as he lifted the curtain, he suddenly turned around. Just then, they saw Sukai supporting himself on the ground with one hand, trying to get up. What's wrong? Sukai asked with an awkward smile. Hee, you really are cunning. Zhou Feng grinned. I don't quite understand what you mean. Sukai's eyes darted away unconsciously. There's no medicine in that shack. You're trying to trick me into going there so you can call for help, right? Zhou Feng turned around. He realized what Sukai was planning to do. As long as Sukai shouts loudly, everyone will know that an uninvited guest has arrived at the camp. Boss Fei will definitely reward Sukai with medicine, rather than believing in one's own promises. This is Sukai's only way to survive. Because Zhou Feng had no intention of actually giving the medicine to Sukai. Both sides knew the truth. Someone's here. Sukai shouted at the top of his lungs. Sukai didn't want to die here. He wanted to live. And you should live a vibrant life. Fei Laoda even agreed to it. As long as you go undercover, you'll get a reward when you come back. I can use it to buy women and meat. Zhou Feng rushed over in one stride and grabbed Sukai by the neck. Sukai struggled desperately. He tapped Zhou Feng's arm with his hand, but it had no effect whatsoever. A dozen seconds later, Sukai's head lolled to the side and he lost consciousness. Zhou Feng continued to constrict for more than 2 minutes, until he was certain that Sukai had completely stopped breathing. Only then were Sukai's body laid down, and they covered Sukai with the straw mat on the ground. Sukai was disguised as being asleep. Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief after doing all this. Fortunately, the sound of rain outside helped. So Sukai's voice just now didn't attract anyone's attention. Then Zhou Feng looked towards Dr. Wan's room. He was 80% certain that the medicine was in Dr. Wan's room. Otherwise, Sukai wouldn't have pleaded with Dr. Wan just now. Zhou Feng originally wanted to get confirmation from Sukai. As it turns out, Sukai was far too cunning. Now Zhou Feng has no choice but to take a gamble. He lifted the curtain and quietly entered Dr. Wan's shack. Dr. Wan's shack was not far from where Sukai was, only about 10 meters away. There was a shack in between. Zhou Feng squinted and looked over, only to find that Dr. Wan was the only person in his shack. This room is also much smaller than the others. It must be because of Dr. Wan's special status that he was given a private room. The problem is that there are 2 other shacks right next to Dr. Wan's shack. If Zhou Feng rushes in rashly, he might clash with Dr. Wan. Even just the sound of someone speaking, those nearby could immediately react. Force cannot be used. Zhou Feng came up with a solution. Dr. Wan, Sukai's condition is deteriorating. He seems to be dying. Zhou Feng called out from outside in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Dr. Wan sighed. What else could I do? Although Dr. Wan was muttering to himself, he still got up and came out. However, Dr. Wan was then taken aback. They found no one outside, but he still walked towards Sukai's shack. It flashed past Zhou Feng, who was hiding in the shadows. Zhou Feng also got a clear look at Dr. Wan's appearance. His hair and beard were both gray, so he must have been at least 60 years old. Upon seeing Dr. Wan lift the curtain, Zhou Feng quickly entered Dr. Wan's room. His eyes scanned the room. A stone bed covered with some weeds. There was a wooden bowl and a wooden bucket next to it. There was some water inside, which should be drinking water. They're all household items. There it is. Zhou Feng noticed a gray suitcase at the foot of the bed. He immediately stepped forward and took the suitcase from his hands. And after confirming repeatedly that there was nothing else of value in the room. Oh no. Oh no. Su Kai has been murdered. Just then, Dr. Wan finally realized something was wrong. He ran out of the room, waving his arms. Dr. Wan's shouts immediately caused a commotion in the camp. Many people ran out. Then they saw a figure rush out of Dr. Wan's room. She was also carrying a suitcase. They ran straight out of the camp. Everyone was stunned. This person was incredibly fast. Chase them. Hurry up and chase them. A man with a scarred face shouted from the crowd. It was Fei Juanhao, the boss Fei they were talking about. Many people immediately chased after them. But soon they all returned with their heads hanging low. Boss, we can't see anyone at all. That person was too fast. We got lost as soon as we entered the woods. Maybe it's not even human, but a monster on the island. Upon hearing these words, Fei Juanhao's face darkened. They're all a bunch of useless, good-for-nothings. Then Fei Juanhao looked at Dr. Wan. Is the item missing? Fei Juanhao's gaze was icy. All the medicines are missing. It's not my fault. It's not my fault, Dr. Wan stammered. It has nothing to do with you. It's probably that guy from earlier in the day. He's a threat. Fei Juanhao squinted and looked toward the jungle. Tang Fu brought over a basin of hot water and soaked a towel in it. Although it's called a towel, it's actually just a soft piece of clothing. She wrung out the towel and wiped Tang Cheng's forehead. Then he placed his hand on it. Tang Fu's heart sank to the bottom. Her brother's forehead was still burning hot. Her worst fears came true. When Tang Cheng returned in the afternoon, he seemed a little off. Her face was excessively flushed. When it started to rain, Tang Cheng said he wanted to rest for a while. As a result, after falling asleep, he developed a high fever and could not get out of bed. It's been going on for several hours now. Tang Fu had no choice but to wipe her forehead again and again. Without any medication, she could only rely on physical methods to lower her temperature. Chapter 64 Infection. However, Tang Fu knew that physical cooling was the best option in this situation. It didn't have much effect. The real problem is infection. The real problem is the infection in Tang Cheng's body. Zhou Feng. At this crucial moment, Tang Fu's mind was filled with the image of one person. The only hope now is Zhou Feng. Tang Fu hopes Zhou Feng can bring news about the drug. It's already so late. Although the rain had stopped outside, it was almost midnight. Everyone else in the camp had gone to bed early. Tang Fu figured Zhou Feng definitely wouldn't be coming tonight. She has made up her mind. If it gets light, regardless of whether Zhou Feng sends any news or not, she was determined to find the medicine herself. She would do whatever it took to save her brother's life. When Tang Fu was very young, her father abandoned her and her mother. Tang Fu's mother passed away when she was in junior high school. Tang Cheng worked part-time while supporting Tang Fu's schooling. During her university years, Tang Fu worked part-time to support herself and occasionally did some modeling shoots. Only then did the brother and sister's lives gradually get back on track. This time, Tang Fu boarded the Wanli with the money she had saved up. Take Tang Cheng on a trip. But I never expected that these things would happen. It can be said that the current situation is all caused by Tang Fu. But Tang Cheng didn't complain at all. Instead, they comforted themselves, thinking that the others would leave sooner or later. Before she knew it, Tang Fu's tears started flowing again. If Tang Cheng dies, he will have no family left in this world. Just then, there was a noise at the door. Tang Fu quickly wiped away her tears. She didn't want anyone to see her crying. Because she had no parents, Tang Fu always acted very shrewishly. He just wanted to tell others that he was not someone to be trifled with. How is Tang Cheng doing? The person behind him asked. Upon hearing the voice, Tang Fu turned around in disbelief. Zhou Feng, you've arrived. Tang Fu was shocked to discover that the person behind her was Zhou Feng. They actually came so late. Moreover, judging from Zhou Feng's appearance, he was completely soaked. It's likely that they've been walking in the heavy rain the whole time. Tang Fu felt a pang of heartache and gratitude. Zhou Feng was walking in the heavy rain. He must have been rushing over to tell me the information. Thinking of this, Tang Fu felt a lump in her throat. Tears welled up again. However, she gritted her teeth and endured it. Oh no, my brother has a fever, and his wound is showing signs of infection. Tang Fu's voice was still a little choked up. It was only at this moment that Tang Fu noticed. Zhou Feng was even carrying a gray suitcase. The room was dimly lit because there was only a campfire inside. I didn't even notice it just now. Let's see if there's any suitable medicine here. Zhou Feng placed his suitcase on the ground. He then discovered that the suitcase had a combination lock. Zhou Feng tried several combinations of numbers, but none of them worked. I have tools in my camp. I'll go get them right now. Tang Fu remembered something and left the room. Tang Fu quickly ran back. She had a screwdriver in her hand. Zhou Feng took the screwdriver and fiddled with it for a while. Destroy everything, including the lock cylinder. Snap! The suitcase was opened. When Zhou Feng saw what was inside, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. There was a first aid kit inside the suitcase. There were also at least dozens of boxes of medicine of various sizes. Zhou Feng quickly flipped through it. Apart from antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs, there were other medications inside. Other medications include cephalosporins, quick-acting heart medicine, and cold medicine. Let's give him some anti-inflammatory medicine first. Zhou Feng opened one of the boxes and handed over a strip of pills. There are 8 in total. That should be enough. Tang Fu took it and quickly fed it to Tang Cheng with water. Zhou Feng looked at his suitcase, but fell into deep thought. Where did this suitcase come from? It seems very likely that it belongs to Dr. Wan. Could it be that he and Dr. Wan both appeared on the island? That's very likely. At this moment, a question appeared in Zhou Feng's mind. If all of them have appeared on the island, what about the Wanli? Where was the Wanli at this time? Did it continue drifting in the previous sea area, or did it also end up in this strange place? Zhou Feng and his group saw the wreckage of a helicopter in the jungle. Could the Wanli be somewhere as well? Just then, Zhou Feng saw Tang Fu come to his side. Thank you. Tang Fu's tears fell again. This time, she finally couldn't hold back. Tang Fu knew that Zhou Feng could get the medicine. It must have been at the risk of their lives. Even taking anti-inflammatory drugs might not cure him. It all depends on Tang Cheng's own fate. I'm going back now, and I'll send someone over tomorrow morning. Zhou Feng closed his suitcase. It's so late. Don't leave yet. Go to my room and rest for a while, Tang Fu said softly. The firelight made her face appear flushed. I need to go back and check things out, and then tell the people in the camp what I've learned, Zhou Feng said, standing up. He also briefly recounted the enemy's situation to Tang Fu. The other side had a large number of people, probably more than 100. They also robbed people from other camps, treating women as spoils of war. Upon hearing this news, Tang Fu's face also turned pale. Now that the medicine has been lost, the other party will not let it go easily. They probably won't do anything tonight, but we need to be on guard starting tomorrow morning, Zhou Feng instructed before turning and leaving. Seeing that Zhou Feng was really leaving, Tang Fu felt a little empty inside. Wait a minute, Tang Fu called out. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Zhou Feng turned around and asked. Be careful. That was all Tang Fu said in the end. Zhou Feng nodded and disappeared into the night. Tang Fu sighed. She felt a little reluctant when Zhou Feng left. Tang Fu thought this must be because her brother was now in a coma. If Zhou Feng could be here with me. The camp now had a new leader. That must be the reason. Although the heavy rain has stopped, the road is still difficult to walk on. Zhou Feng would occasionally get stuck in some muddy pits. He simply took off his shoes. That's how Zhou Feng traveled all the way here. Every now and then, I can feel a sharp pain in my foot. It was probably scratched by weeds or something. But Zhou Feng didn't care. His current recovery ability is also amazing. Minor wounds can heal completely overnight. When approaching the camp, suddenly, several people emerged from the nearby woods, all carrying spears. Stop right there, or I'll kill you. It's me, Zhou Feng said. By the moonlight, the group realized that it was their leader who had returned. Chapter 65 Foot Washing. Boss, you're finally back. We were all terribly worried. Some people even said you might be dead. These people all breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Feng frowned. I never expected to stay away all night. Someone actually spread rumors. Even if it's just speculation, it can still shake morale. Judging from the reactions of these individuals, Zhou Feng could tell that they were genuinely afraid. How many sentries are there tonight? Zhou Feng asked. There are more than 20. Fu Tai said it was your arrangement, someone replied. It was my arrangement, but there shouldn't be anything going on tonight, so let everyone go home and rest, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Since Zhou Feng has such difficulty walking at night, it's impossible for the enemy to sneak in under the cover of night. We have to wait until the sun comes out tomorrow so that all the water in the jungle will evaporate. Only then will the other party begin to take action. Yes, boss. These people smiled. I was already busy all day. Even after the rain stopped, they still had to go out on night patrol, and everyone was exhausted. Zhou Feng returned to the camp. They discovered that Fan Jian and Yang Wei were not asleep, and there were other people around them. We stayed by the campfire in the middle of the camp. It seems they are prepared to provide support at any moment should anything happen. When they saw Zhou Feng return, the expressions of the group relaxed. Zhou Feng briefly explained the enemy's intelligence. Everyone looked grim. If a conflict were to break out between the two sides, who knows how many people would be killed or injured? Should we negotiate with them and have the papaya forest divided equally among the three camps? Someone couldn't help but say. It's too late to negotiate now, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. If the other party was willing to negotiate from the beginning, that might resolve the dispute. However, Fei Laoda and his gang had no such intention at all. They went all out from the start, wanting to monopolize a large area of papaya groves. The enmity between the two sides has already been established. Then we have no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Boss, we'll listen to you, Fan Jian said in a deep voice. Let's talk about everything tomorrow. Go and get some rest first. Zhou Feng waved his hand. It's really too late now. Everyone got up and prepared to leave. By the way, if anyone spreads rumors or disrupts morale in the camp again, points will be deducted, Zhou Feng added. This is great. Yang Wei clapped his hands in delight. Several people are spreading rumors today that Zhou Feng is definitely not coming back. This infuriated Yang Wei. Everyone wanted to give these guys a good beating. Zhou Feng returned to his room. Change out of your wet clothes. This outfit is so uncomfortable. Just then, Qin Xiaoxue, carrying a wooden bucket, lifted the curtain and walked in. Oh. Qin Xiaoxue gasped in surprise and quickly turned her head away. Zhou Feng felt a little embarrassed and quickly put on clean clothes. Xiaoxue, you're still awake? Zhou Feng scratched his head. You're not back yet, and I can't sleep. You're all covered in dirt and grime. Let me help you clean up, Qin Xiaoxue said with a gentle smile. Zhou Feng chuckled. If Qin Xiaoxue hadn't come today, he really was planning to just sleep anywhere. Qin Xiaoxue wet a towel and was also wearing a soft garment. However, after being cut, it looks like a towel. A man is slovenly without a woman. Qin Xiaoxue muttered to herself as she helped Zhou Feng wipe his face. Who says I don't have a woman? Aren't you my woman now? Zhou Feng felt a sweet warmth in his heart. She's your girlfriend, Qin Xiaoxue said irritably. After all, there's a huge difference between a girlfriend and a woman. It's only a matter of time, Zhou Feng chuckled dryly. All right, time to wash your feet. Qin Xiaoxue placed the wooden tub in front of Zhou Feng. Okay, Zhou Feng took off his shoes. He was barefoot, wearing sneakers, and the socks inside were long since worn out and thrown away. The sneakers are quite sturdy, they've lasted this long. After Zhou Feng put his foot in, he was surprised to find that Qin Xiaoxue had put her hand inside. They actually wanted to wash my feet. I'll do it myself, Zhou Feng blurted out in his haste. Aren't you going to be my man? Are you shy already? Qin Xiaoxue smiled. Shy? Zhou Feng was genuinely a little embarrassed. Moreover, he knew perfectly well just how dirty his feet were. It must be all mud and sand on top. Since Qin Xiaoxue had already said so, Zhou Feng couldn't refuse. Your feet are covered in wounds. Qin Xiaoxue exclaimed in surprise. She noticed that Zhou Feng's feet were covered in wounds. It's hard to imagine how difficult Zhou Feng's journey back must have been. It's nothing serious. My wound is healing quickly, Zhou Feng quickly replied. You've sacrificed so much for this camp, Qin Xiaoxue said, her voice choked with emotion. She gently helped Zhou Feng clean up the mud and sand. I changed the water twice in between. Go and get some rest. No matter what happens, your health is the most important thing. Qin Xiaoxue helped Zhou Feng clean up and then stood up. Xiaoxue, are you leaving? Zhou Feng asked. If I don't leave, am I supposed to sleep here? Qin Xiaoxue smiled. That's not impossible. Stay and keep me company. My bed can fit 2 people, Zhou Feng said shamelessly. Qin Xiaoxue looked at the room next door, a hesitant expression on her face. When she came over to help Zhou Feng tidy up, Bai Qingyan had already gone to bed early. Don't you dare touch me, Qin Xiaoxue said softly. Zhou Feng was stunned and didn't react at first. When he understood what Qin Xiaoxue meant, he was overjoyed. Come on, sleep inside. Zhou Feng patted the person next to him. Sleep inside. Are you afraid I'll run away? Qin Xiaoxue covered her mouth and laughed. Zhou Feng scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Qin Xiaoxue stepped over him and lay down beside him. He saw that Qin Xiaoxue was indeed lying next to him. Zhou Feng felt his heart racing. Although Qin Xiaoxue had slept next to him when they were on the beach before. But that's different. Those things on the beach weren't rooms, but campsites made of a few palm leaves. There is absolutely no privacy whatsoever. Not to mention Bai Qingyan was right there beside her. But now it's different. Now there are only the 2 of them in the room. Xiaoxue, you're so kind. Zhou Feng leaned closer and smelled Qin Xiaoxue's hair. Don't smell it, Qin Xiaoxue said shyly and moved her hair to the other side. After all, given the current conditions, there's no shampoo available. It's good enough if it can be cleaned properly. You can't touch it, and you can't even smell it? Zhou Feng said with a grin. If you really touch it, what can I say? Qin Xiaoxue said, blushing. Chapter 66 Restless Moment. Since Qin Xiaoxue was lying here, she must have been mentally prepared. A spirited young man was standing next to me. How can we make Zhou Feng behave himself? Wouldn't that be even more painful than killing him? As expected, Zhou Feng was overjoyed and immediately reached out to hug himself. Xiaoxue, Zhou Feng said in a low voice. That step isn't right yet. I'm not ready. Can you wait a bit? After all, Qin Xiaoxue hadn't considered becoming boyfriend and girlfriend with Zhou Feng before this. I used to treat Zhou Feng like a child. Who would have thought? Yes, Xiaoxue, I really like you. Zhou Feng expressed his affection. He genuinely likes her. It wasn't just a passing fancy. It is even more important to prove this point. Qin Xiaoxue nodded gently. The next second, I felt Zhou Feng close to me. As expected, they're going to kiss again. Early morning. Zhou Feng stretched and woke up. Qin Xiaoxue, who was next to her, naturally got up early. Zhou Feng smiled as he recalled the tenderness of last night. I wish it could be like this every day. Those two were bound to happen sooner or later. Zhou Feng walked out of the room. He saw Bai Qingyan come out from next door and glare at him. Then he turned and left. Zhou Feng gave a wry smile. It seems Bai Qingyan has discovered that Qin Xiaoxue didn't go back yesterday. But seeing Bai Qingyan, he wasn't as angry as before. This relieved Zhou Feng, because he knew the biggest problem between him and Qin Xiaoxue. It's really about the opinions of those around you. To be more precise, it refers to Bai Qingyan's attitude. If Bai Qingyan weren't on this island, Zhou Feng would be very confident. He and Qin Xiaoxue had already crossed that line long ago. The outcome of their relationship actually depends on when Bai Qingyan accepts it. The food served this morning was still papaya. They only light fires to cook things at noon and in the evening. After all, gathering firewood requires physical strength. Everyone else needs to register and exchange their currency with Li Ran. But Zhou Feng was different. He could just take it directly from the warehouse. Zhou Feng also took a look at the number of papayas. Fortunately, Yang Wei and his team had worked very hard, so the warehouse now has enough food to last for 2 days. Even if papayas are unavailable, we can find other ingredients. There will be no food crisis in the short term. However, we absolutely cannot give up on the papaya grove. Zhou Feng then sent Yang Wei with a few men to Tang Cheng's camp to check on the situation. The safety of the camp is the most important thing right now. The hunting should be put on hold for now. Not long after Yang Wei and his group left, Fan Jian approached Zhou Feng, holding a round object in his hand. It is about 1/2 meter in diameter. Boss, look at what we made. Is this a shield? Zhou Feng took it and examined it. It is woven from fresh rattan. We have a young man in our camp who can weave things with rattan, Fan Jian said excitedly. I've spent my free time these past few days making a lot of handmade items. They even switched their food with the others. Yesterday, Fan Jian learned that the enemy had bows and arrows. He initially wanted to make bows and arrows, but they lacked the necessary expertise. So yesterday, Fan Jian suddenly had a brilliant idea. He wanted to see if he could make a shield. Even if you don't have offensive weapons, a piece of protective gear will do. This morning, the young man finally finished weaving one. Zhou Feng re-examined the shield in his hand. It is very lightweight and easy to carry, although there are gaps between the vines. However, the bows and arrows used by Fei Laoda and his group were not high-end products. They were all sharpened wooden arrowheads. This shield is perfectly capable of blocking it. Even if you're unlucky and your shield gets pierced, it's also impossible for it to hurt the people behind it. Call him over, Zhou Feng said immediately. Soon a young man in his 20s was called over. His name is Shi Haitao. According to Shi Haitao, his grandfather used to do this kind of work. I learned a few tricks when I was a child. However, he didn't find it useful later, so he went out to work. They were crew members on the Wanli. My usual job is to clean the ship's cabins and such. I've heard that this kind of craft is in high demand in many foreign countries, and a single handmade item can sell for tens of thousands of yuan, Fan Jian said curiously. Hey, it's all just hype, a scam. Shi Haitao waved his hand. It's just like how old ladies used to cut paper snowflakes for windows, which were then bought by foreigners at high prices. They all basically follow the same pattern. It's just a scam to offer courses. In the past, almost every village had a few people who knew how to weave rattan. This falls under the category of life skills. Is this easy to learn? Zhou Feng asked first. To write something like mine would take at least several months, and it wouldn't be fast, Shi Haitao said frankly. Zhou Feng felt a little disappointed after hearing this. As expected, this craft is not something that can be mastered so easily. If someone were to help you, how many shields could you weave in a day? Zhou Feng asked again. If we're being a bit rough around the edges, 3 or 4 a morning shouldn't be a problem, Shi Haitao said after thinking for a moment. He spent several hours working on this shield, mainly trying to make it as perfect as possible. Find a few people to assist him. He'll focus on making shields these next few days, Zhou Feng immediately said. This is currently the best defense measure. He also recognized the group of people Zhou Feng encountered yesterday. Those people were not very good at archery. It's all about overwhelming them with sheer numbers. As long as they have shields, they can protect their vital areas. Then we can launch an attack directly. By noon, Shi Haitao had made 4 more shields. These 4 shields are the same size as before. However, the materials used were not as refined, and the gaps were much larger. However, Fan Jian and his team had already come up with a plan for this. Later, we can cover it with another layer of leather or something similar. You can cut the leather off the clothes, since it's very hot on this island anyway. We don't need very thick clothes now. This will further enhance the shield's defensive capabilities. That's a good idea, Zhou Feng nodded. We just came up with this idea by guessing together, Fan Jian chuckled. A few people can come up with a good idea by talking to each other. Yang Wei and a few others returned at that very moment. Tang Cheng has woken up, Yang Wei reported back. When they arrived in the morning, Tang Cheng was still asleep. However, the fever has subsided. I woke up around noon. I also chatted with Yang Wei and the others for quite a while. The gist of it is that they want to find a way to occupy the papaya forest. They might even launch a preemptive attack. Their combined forces outnumbered the enemies. Otherwise, if the other side attacks first, we may be defeated one by one. Zhou Feng nodded upon hearing these words. Tang Cheng's words make some sense. However, Zhou Feng was well aware of Tang Cheng's ulterior motives. Because Tang Cheng's camp is currently under the greatest threat, an attack could occur at any time. Therefore, Tang Cheng was naturally very anxious and hoped to take the initiative. Boss, I don't think the situation at Tang Cheng's camp is good. Those people are getting restless. Yang Wei suddenly leaned close to Zhou Feng and whispered. Chapter 67 is missing. Ready to make a move? Zhou Feng frowned. That's right, I think their morale has already collapsed. Yang Wei nodded. Based on what Yang Wei saw at the camp, the orders issued by Tang Cheng were already being ignored by his subordinates. There was a sense of unease throughout the camp. Several people even secretly asked Yang Wei if they could go to their camp. Hearing Yang Wei say this, Zhou Feng couldn't help but sigh. What was that saying again? When morale is low, it's hard to lead a team. After yesterday's casualties, Tang Cheng's prestige is gradually declining. Moreover, Tang Cheng was in a coma due to infection. Did you agree to those people's demands? Zhou Feng asked. How could I dare to agree without your approval, boss? I can only say that this is beyond my control, and I don't think our camp can have any more people. Yang Wei gave a wry smile. These days, as the leader of the hunting team, Yang Wei has felt the pressure. Even in his dreams, he thinks about how to hunt. If there were a few dozen more mouths. Yang Wei couldn't even imagine it. Zhou Feng nodded. He agreed with this point. More people aren't necessarily better. If so many people are gathered here, it will become increasingly difficult to find food. It would be better to split into 2 camps. The arrival of Tang Cheng's men doesn't necessarily mean they will directly increase our fighting strength. Instead, it suddenly increased the burden a lot. Boss, what do we do? Yang Wei asked. I'll take a few men to Tang Cheng's camp first. You all stay here for now. Zhou Feng still wanted to talk to Tang Cheng personally. Zhou Feng set off with 5 people. Each person was holding a shield. Fu Tai was among them. This guy is pretty smart. It's good to have him around. They were very familiar with the process. It took Zhou Feng and his group a little over an hour to reach Tang Cheng's camp. Zhou Feng noticed it as soon as he entered the camp. The atmosphere inside the camp was a bit strange. It looked lifeless. The people in the camp did not go looking for work. They were all gathered in groups of 3 or 5, whispering among themselves. As soon as Zhou Feng appeared, several people ran over. Brother Zhou Feng, how about we join your camp? Yes, we can all do fishing and other work. We haven't eaten enough. Several people spoke up. My camp is not short of people, and I don't need Tang Cheng's men. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said. Moreover, they were all older than him, yet he still addressed them as Big Brother. This left Zhou Feng speechless. Upon hearing this, the group of people all showed expressions of disappointment. Ignoring the group, Zhou Feng approached the shack. Zhou Feng, you've arrived. Tang Fu happened to come out from inside. When she saw Zhou Feng, her face lit up with surprise. I've come to see Tang Cheng. Zhou Feng nodded. Come in, my brother is inside. Tang Fu warmly invited. You wait for me here, Zhou Feng said to Fu Tai and the others. Then they went inside the shack. Besides Tang Cheng, there was another woman in the room. Zhou Feng had seen her a few times when he came. She was Tang Cheng's woman at the camp. Upon seeing Zhou Feng arrive, the woman quickly retreated. You've come. Thank you so much for the medicine that saved my life. Now my brother and I both owe you our lives. Tang Chung smiled, though his face was still a little pale. How are you feeling? Zhou Feng found a place to sit down. As long as the wound doesn't worsen, there shouldn't be any problems, Tang Chung sighed. He then asked Zhou Feng for his opinion. Should we join forces now and take the initiative? There are 2 questions now. Zhou Feng held up 2 fingers. The first question is about their current weapons. The enemy had bows and arrows, but Tang Chung and his men only had spears. Zhou Feng's side did have shields, but in very small numbers. Most importantly, Zhou Feng and the others still didn't know how many bows and arrows Fei Laoda and his men actually had. 10, 20? We can only try to launch a surprise attack, preferably at night. Tang Chung had clearly already thought about this. At night, visibility is poor, and the effectiveness of bows and arrows is greatly reduced. A sneak attack? Zhou Feng didn't think they could launch a sneak attack on the other side. Fei Laoda's camp was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The second question is about your current condition. How can you possibly follow along now? Zhou Feng asked, looking at Tang Cheng's wound. There were bloodstains seeping through the white cloth. This is a penetrating wound. It won't heal easily. In such an environment, it is possible to recuperate for 10 days or half a month. I have no choice but to take the risk. Tang Chung gave a bitter smile. Why? Zhou Feng felt puzzled. Apart from Tang Fu, the people in the camp had no relation to Tang Chung. You've seen what's happening outside, haven't you? Tang Chung looked out of the base. Zhou Feng nodded. It seems that Tang Chung had already discovered this long ago. Although some people want to leave, there are still some who are willing to listen to me. I promised them that I would bring them back alive. Tang Cheng's expression became serious. Tang Cheng knew he could abandon these people and leave with Tang Fu. But what about my promise? For nearly a month, Tang Chung had been issuing orders. There are still women willing to follow him. Now let Tang Cheng leave like this. He can't do it. Then let's discuss how to deal with the group of people who pay for the services, Zhou Feng said without saying anything more. In some ways, my situation is quite similar to Tang Cheng's. They're kind of like-minded people. What are your men carrying? Tang Cheng noticed. Fu Tai and the others standing outside noticed that they were all holding something in their hands. That's a shield, Zhou Feng said, without finishing his sentence. A disheveled, overweight woman stumbled in. That's right, all the food I hid is gone. The woman looked to be around 30 years old, and she kept crying. Within Tang Cheng's camp, a distribution system was employed. Everyone receives some food every day. Some things that are easy to preserve will be kept. For such an overweight woman, accumulating food is no easy task. Upon hearing this, Tang Cheng frowned. In this situation, if you lose something, there's simply no way to find it. After all, there are no surveillance cameras or anything like that here. And since everyone's food is the same, how can you tell the difference? How much did you lose? Tang Fu, who had been waiting by the door, asked. 2 papayas, a coconut, and a small piece of smoke-dried fish. The woman knew her possessions like the back of her hand. These were all saved from her food rations. For the first few days after arriving on the island, the fat woman didn't eat anything. I felt like I was about to starve to death. This led her to develop the habit of leaving food behind. Do you have anyone you suspect? Tang Cheng asked after thinking for a moment. Chapter 68 Terrified. It must be Tan Liang Liang. She's always been at odds with me, the fat woman shouted. Tan Liang Liang. Tang Cheng frowned. Tan Liang Liang is the person in charge of distributing supplies in the camp. Tang Cheng suspected that Tan Liang Liang might have embezzled funds. But it wouldn't warrant stealing from a fat woman. Just then, another woman rushed into the shack. Stop talking nonsense. When did I take your things? You deliberately gave me a bad papaya last time. You were targeting me. The 2 women pointed at each other's noses and started hurling insults. It seems like they could start fighting at any moment. Zhou Feng was dumbfounded when he saw this. There's simply no way to mediate this kind of thing. Tang Cheng also wore a wry smile. Shut up, all of you, Tang Fu shouted angrily. Hearing Tang Fu's reprimand, the 2 women actually shut up. What's all the noise about? Is this the place for you to argue? You've got some nerve, haven't you? Tang Fu said coldly. My things, the fat woman said softly. If you don't take good care of your own things, who can you blame if they get lost? Who's going to watch your things? Tang Fu said, hands on her hips, looking quite aggressive. The fat woman immediately lowered her head and remained silent. You framed me. Tan Liang Liang immediately became smug. But soon, Tang Fu also poured cold water on her. What are you so arrogant about? Always so haughty. Don't you know how many people in the base have a problem with you? Get back to your jobs. Both of you, get out of here. The 2 women left the room with their heads hanging low. You can't speak softly to them, or you won't get anything done today, Tang Fu said breathlessly. Tang Fu used to argue with people in this manner. When most people encounter Tang Fu, they immediately lose some of their momentum. Tang Fu then realized that Zhou Feng had been watching her the whole time. Why are you looking at me like that? Tang Fu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Was I too shrewish just now? I didn't expect you to be so capable. Zhou Feng didn't think Tang Fu was a shrew. I just think Tang Fu must be a master at management. It can intimidate others. I'm not usually like this. Tang Fu blushed and lowered her head, her hands clasped together. Tang Cheng was somewhat surprised to see this. My younger sister never shows her gentle side in front of anyone. Even when facing her own older brother, she often directly criticizes him. The result was that they treated Zhou Feng this way. Go and get her 2 papayas. It's upsetting to lose something, so take them from my supplies, Tang Cheng said to Tang Fu. Just be a pushover then. Tang Fu pouted and left the room anyway. They must have gone to get something. Let's talk about the shield. I'll go take a look. Tang Cheng was still interested in the shield Zhou Feng had mentioned. The two of them went outside. Zhou Feng gestured for Fu Tai to show Tang Cheng the shield he was holding. Tang Cheng took the shield and examined it, immediately praising it highly. This shield can completely block enemy arrows. Tang Cheng then returned the shield to Fu Tai. Then they inquired about how the shield was made. They learned that even in Zhou Feng's camp, only one person was capable of weaving. Tang Cheng was immediately a little disappointed. This doesn't seem to be something that can be learned easily. He was figuring out how to discuss it with Zhou Feng, as he also wanted some. Then we'll have to buy it. However, since there was no currency on the island, they could only barter. But there was nothing of value in his camp. The other party is not short of food either. Boss, he's gone. He's gone. Several people ran over, panting. What's missing? Explain clearly. Tang Cheng immediately became nervous. Because these people were sent out by him to patrol and guard the area. They approached the camp directly, facing the enemy. Old Qi and Xiao Wang. They said they were going to the toilet, but then they both disappeared. The speaker looked terrified. Disappeared? How is that possible? Have you looked for them? Tang Cheng frowned deeply. We went to look for them and called out for ages, but they still haven't come back. Tang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. In this situation, the people at the base also disappeared. The worst-case scenario had already appeared in his mind. That means the enemy has arrived. Then why did you all come back? Tang Cheng asked anxiously. What if the enemy appears at this time? These people all had their heads hanging down. We're scared, someone muttered quietly. Tang Cheng immediately understood. These people probably guessed it too. Lao Qi and Xiao Wang had disappeared. It's possible they were poisoned. The enemy is getting close. They were afraid of dying, so they ran back. Tang Cheng sighed, somewhat helplessly. After all, fear of death is human nature, and one only has one life. What's more, someone died at the camp yesterday. Now everyone is filled with anxiety. Where did the person go missing? Let's go take a look, Zhou Feng said. It's about 1 kilometer away over there. Someone immediately pointed out the direction to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng looked over there. It was in the direction of the papaya grove. The enemy is also most likely to come from that direction. Come with me, Zhou Feng said to Fu Tai and the others. Boss, we'll do whatever you tell us to do. Fu Tai immediately seized the opportunity to show his loyalty. The others were a little intimidated, but Zhou Feng was there for them. They also became much bolder. We can't just send a few of them. Who wants to come with me? Tang Cheng glanced at the patrolling men. In any case, this is a matter for their camp. However, all the patrolmen avoided Tang Cheng's gaze. They were already terrified of themselves. Boss, I'll go with you. I'll go with you. At worst, we'll fight to the death. It's just a matter of dying. What's there to be afraid of? Exactly. It's better than living in fear, and this wretched island isn't a good place either. Living here is just torture. A dozen or so people in the camp stepped forward. They didn't want to just stay there so pathetically. They looked at the terrified people with disdain. Tang Cheng knew that it was precisely at times like these that things were getting worse. The more we need to unite all forces, the more we must unite. You stay in the camp. If the enemy comes, light the campfire immediately, Tang Cheng said, pointing to the center of the camp. Zhou Feng had already discovered it. In the middle of the camp, there was a large pile of leaves. There was also dry firewood underneath. Now he understood, it was used to send signals. It's somewhat similar to a beacon fire. As soon as you light the firewood below, thick smoke will immediately appear. This is a good idea. However, there is a drawback. It easily reveals the location of the camp. Tang Cheng then went to Tang Fu's side and whispered a few words to her. He must be explaining something. Chapter 69 Life or Death. Tang Fu looked somewhat anxious, clearly not wanting Tang Cheng to make another trip, to prevent the wound from worsening. However, Tang Cheng's attitude was firm, since Zhou Feng was going anyway. He cannot stay in the camp. Tang Fu could only accept it helplessly in the end. Soon the group left the camp. Does your wound hurt? I have some painkillers over there, Zhou Feng asked on the way. Dr. Wan's suitcase also contained some painkillers and other medications. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt that much, Tang Cheng said, waving his still relatively unharmed hand. Zhou Feng nodded. Tang Cheng was indeed a tough guy. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the place where the person went missing. None of those people came with us. How are we supposed to find them? Fu Tai muttered to himself. I was also very dissatisfied with those people. They went into this forest and then disappeared. Tang Cheng had already understood where the two disappeared from. Tang Cheng started to walk inside as he spoke. Wait. Zhou Feng stopped Tang Cheng. What's wrong? Tang Cheng asked, puzzled. It smells bloody, Zhou Feng squinted. The smell of blood. Although Tang Cheng couldn't smell anything, he immediately became nervous. Fu Tai and the others looked around nervously. We don't know where the enemy is. It's not far, it's over there. Zhou Feng pointed in a direction to the side. The group walked deeper into the woods. I walked about 20 meters. Then I saw two corpses in the bushes. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a younger man. Neither of them had any wounds, but his head was covered in blood and gore. Judging from their wounds, it was clear that they were attacked silently. The body was so close. How come your men didn't notice it? They didn't even bother looking for it. Fu Tai couldn't help but complain. Tang Cheng was also a little embarrassed. It seems those people didn't even look for companions. After seeing his companions disappear, he was so frightened that he fled back to the camp. No matter what, Boss Fei and his group are here. Zhou Feng squinted at the marks next to the corpse. There were many footprints, scattered and disorderly. Zhou Feng didn't know how many people Boss Fei had brought this time. Judging by the quantity, it's definitely not small. They arrived so quickly. Tang Cheng's face was extremely grim. They don't have a specific defense plan yet. The enemy had already launched an attack, giving them no chance to catch their breath. Let's get back to the camp first. We can't afford to scatter our forces now, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. In fact, Zhou Feng could understand what Boss Fei was thinking. Those medicines were extremely important to Boss Fei. They definitely want to recoup their losses. Then let's go back first. Tang Cheng nodded. Now that the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light, it's better to stay together. Boss Fei and his gang can't hide forever. They'll make their move sooner or later. Just as Zhou Feng turned to leave, he suddenly heard a faint sound coming from afar. It looked like someone stepped on a stick or something. Something that was about a few dozen meters away. Don't move, Zhou Feng whispered. Everyone was stunned and stopped in their tracks. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The people around Tang Cheng still showed expressions of fear. They were all terrified of a sudden attack, especially since the other side had a bow and arrows. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Zhou Feng listened attentively. Sure enough, there was noise coming from that side, and the sound was getting farther and farther away. Someone is trying to leave quietly. Zhou Feng stomped his foot and sprinted in that direction. Tang Cheng and the others were all taken aback. Follow Zhou Feng. Tang Cheng was the first to catch up. Everyone else followed suit. When they catch up with Zhou Feng was tackling someone to the ground. He was a man who looked to be in his 30s, and his face was filled with terror. He clearly didn't expect to be discovered. At this moment, Zhou Feng's knee was pressing against his neck. It made it difficult for the man to breathe. With just a little effort, Zhou Feng could kill the man. This isn't one of our people. Where did you come from? Did you kill my men? Tang Cheng's anger flared up the moment he saw this person. The man's face turned ashen. I don't know if it was because of fear or lack of oxygen. Speak, Tang Cheng roared fiercely. I didn't kill him. I was just on lookout duty. I can't breathe. The man stammered, tears streaming down his face. Upon seeing this, Zhou Feng stood up first. The man then began to breathe heavily. Where's Boss Fei? Zhou Feng asked the most crucial question directly. The man stammered, his eyes darting away. Upon seeing this, Tang Cheng gave a wink to the person next to him. Two people immediately stepped forward and grabbed the man. Someone kicked him from behind. The man suddenly knelt on the ground. But someone was still holding his arm. If you don't talk, I'll make you wish you were dead. Tang Cheng pulled out a dagger from his pocket. Looking into Tang Cheng's bloodshot eyes, the man was truly terrified. He blurted out everything he knew. After Zhou Feng snatched the medicine yesterday, Boss Fei got anxious. This morning, we assembled half of the camp's fighting force, about 40 people. They're coming this way. We must destroy Tang Cheng's camp. Those two unlucky guys who died were also discovered by accident. After killing them, Boss Fei decided to take a longer route. Avoid the other guards. Strive to eliminate the enemy in one fell swoop. The man himself was left behind to keep watch. If there's any disturbance, go back and report immediately. Fei, The boss left 7 or 8 such undercover sentries along the way. I hid very well, but I didn't expect to be discovered. The man looked up at Zhou Feng, his eyes filled with fear. The man had already guessed that this person was the one who had stolen the medicine last night. He was the dangerous person that Boss Fei mentioned. Upon hearing the man's words, Tang Qing couldn't help but gasp. That Boss Fei is too ruthless. What weapons are you using? How many bows and arrows do you have? Zhou Feng immediately asked, as this was the most crucial question. Most people use spears, and we have 8 bows and arrows, all made by Boss Fei, the man said truthfully. 8 bows and arrows, that's not a large number. The people Zhou Feng encountered before all used bows and arrows. He thought that Fei Laoda's group had a lot of bows and arrows. It seems the situation isn't as serious as it appears now. After all, making bows and arrows is very difficult in a place like this. The materials are not so easy to obtain. I've told you everything. Please let me go. Please let me go. I won't go to Boss Fei. The man began to plead, his body trembling violently with fear. Chapter 70 Signal. Upon seeing this, Tang Qing narrowed his eyes without the slightest hesitation. The dagger in her hand plunged viciously into the man's chest. A lot of blood splattered onto Tang Qing, and there was even blood on his face. It's a matter of life or death right now, Tang Qing said viciously. Those around Tang Qing swallowed hard. They only believed it when they saw someone die in front of them. This is not a civilized society. The island is a law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak. It was a life or death struggle between the two sides. Boss, look behind us, someone suddenly said. Tang Qing turned his head to look, and his expression immediately changed. Thick smoke was already billowing into the sky above the camp. It's a signal. Something's happened at the camp. Tang Qing was the first to run towards the camp. Tang Fu is still over there. He didn't want anything to happen to his sister. The others followed suit. Boss, what do we do? Fu Tai asked at this moment. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Let's follow. Zhou Feng didn't hesitate. If we ignore Tang Qing and the others now, they will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Next, Fei Laoda's target is himself. After all, it was he who had taken his medicine. Boss Fei will absolutely not let this go. Ignoring the pain in his arm, Tang Qing ran wildly. Slow down. By the time you get there, you won't have any strength left. Zhou Feng arrived next to Tang Qing in the blink of an eye. Take it slow, Tang Qing said, though he was unwilling to give up. We slowed down. After all, Zhou Feng was right. If he rushed over without thinking, it would be a disaster. They won't have any fighting power at all then. I'll go check on the situation first. Zhou Feng was full of energy, so he didn't have this worry. He then turned and disappeared into the denser bushes beside him. The weeds here haven't been cleared, making it very difficult to walk. But the distance needs to be even closer. As soon as Zhou Feng arrived around the camp, he saw the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The camp was filled with howls and wailing, and more than a dozen corpses lay on the ground. Several of the corpses had arrows stuck in them. The enemy must have used arrows in their first wave of attacks, and then charged straight in. Tang Fu and the others resisted, their backs against the shack. They were facing more than 30 people. The battle had clearly been going on for several minutes. Tang Qing's camp suffered heavy casualties. Even Tang Fu herself had blood streaming down her thigh. He was wounded by a spear. If it weren't for the narrow terrain, the enemy would have already charged up. However, it's only a matter of time. Seeing this, Zhou Feng immediately took out the prepared stone from his backpack. He threw it at that group of people. Oh! Someone was hit on the arm and screamed in pain. Fei Laoda turned his head and saw a person standing under the trees a few dozen meters away. Although Zhou Feng left very quickly last night. But Boss Fei still remembered that figure. He was now certain that Zhou Feng was the one who stole his medicine yesterday. Zhou Feng spotted Boss Fei immediately. Based on his intuition, Zhou Feng concluded that this was the enemy's leader. The next second, a stone flew towards Boss Fei. Fei Laoda quickly dodged. The stone hit an unlucky guy behind him. Go and kill him, Boss Fei roared, pointing at the people around him. Immediately, more than a dozen people ran towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng continued throwing stones at these people. 3 people fell to the ground immediately. They either got hit on the head or on the knee. The others seemed unafraid, roaring as they charged towards Zhou Feng. These people were getting closer and closer. Although Zhou Feng did not carry a spear, he did have a dagger at his waist. He swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, his eyes cold. When the first enemy thrust at us with a spear, Zhou Feng sidestepped the attack and swung his dagger. Half of the man's hand was cut off. Oh! The enemy clutched his hand and screamed in agony, dropping his spear to the ground. Everyone else who witnessed this scene felt their scalp tingle. Zhou Feng's speed was simply too fast. They didn't even see clearly how Zhou Feng made his move. Zhou Feng. Tang Fu caught sight of Zhou Feng in the chaos of battle and shouted excitedly. The others were also quite excited to see Zhou Feng return. Everyone thought that Tang Cheng and the others had also returned. The atmosphere instantly became lively. Upon seeing this, Fei Laoda frowned, not expecting Zhou Feng to be so difficult to deal with. What are you standing there for? Boss Fei roared, seeing his men not moving. The enemies in front of Zhou Feng gritted their teeth upon hearing these words. He thrust at Zhou Feng again. Zhou Feng threw the dagger directly, stabbing one person in the neck. Then he picked up the spear that had fallen to the ground and continued to fight and retreat. Zhou Feng was originally at the edge of the woods. With trees all around, the enemy had no way to surround Zhou Feng. Instead, Zhou Feng used the terrain to his advantage and killed 3 more people. Seeing that their opponents were so formidable, these people dared not go forward to their deaths. Even with Fei Laoda's frequent urging, they only hesitated and didn't move forward. Now it was Zhou Feng's turn to take the initiative, and he thrust forward with his spear in hand. Zhou Feng had not received any training. However, his speed and strength are unmatched by these people. The spears were as fast as lightning in their eyes. Another person was stabbed in the neck, and blood gushed out. He collapsed helplessly to the ground. Upon seeing this, the remaining people all fled. Zhou Feng continued to chase after him. Just then, an arrow flew in from a distance. The speed and power of the arrows were far greater than those Zhou Feng had encountered before. Zhou Feng was taken aback and dodged to the side. My left arm was still grazed, and a sharp pain shot through me. Another arrow came flying. This time, Zhou Feng hid directly behind a tree. Zhou Feng poked his head out in the direction from which the arrow had come. They discovered that Boss Fei was holding a bow and arrow. It was Boss Fei who had just fired the arrow from behind. This guy, Zhou Feng squinted. Whether it's speed, power, or accuracy, Fei Laoda is completely different from anyone he's met before. Moreover, the arrows are extremely fast, posing a greater threat than throwing stones. Tang Cheng and the others arrived at this time. Charge! Tang Cheng, shield in hand, led the charge. Those following behind also carried shields. Those without shields hid behind these people. Fu Tai was at the very back of the group, and he didn't have a shield. Zhou Feng understood now. It was Fu Tai who gave the shield to Tang Cheng. After all, with so many people acting as human shields, they would definitely be more effective at blocking arrows than the shield made by Tangman. Fei Laoda was also taken aback. I never expected Tang Cheng to have a shield. Several people next to Fei Laoda were carrying bows and arrows, and they all drew their bows and shot arrows. As a result, all the arrows hit the shield. The 2 groups of people clashed. Close combat. Tang Cheng was at the front, frantically waving the dagger in his hand. Chapter 71 Bandaging. Tang Cheng's reckless attitude scared off many people. Especially when they saw more than a dozen people suddenly appear, it was clearly beyond their expectations. I don't know if there will be any reinforcements later. Withdraw, Boss Fei roared, his brow furrowed. The others retreated. When they reached the edge of the camp, they turned and fled into the woods. Don't think you can leave so easily. You're all going to die. Tang Fu charged out, brandishing her spear. But Zhou Feng stopped him. Don't chase after them. Be careful of traps, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. If the enemy sets up an ambush along the way, they will be powerless to resist. So we're just going to let it go like this? So many of us have died, Tang Fu said, her eyes red. There were more than a dozen of their corpses on the ground. However, there were only 7 or 8 enemy corpses. This also includes the ones Zhou Feng just killed. We'll settle this score later. Right now, we need to stabilize the situation, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Tang Fu gritted her teeth, her face still showing resentment. However, Tang Fu noticed it soon after. Zhou Feng's arms were covered in blood. You're injured, Tang Fu exclaimed with concern. Weren't you injured too? Zhou Feng smiled wryly and looked at Tang Fu's thigh. The pants were ripped. Tang Fu looked down and felt a burning pain. However, Tang Fu felt a slight surprise. Zhou Feng actually cares about me so much. Let me bandage you up and stop the bleeding first. Tang Fu looked at Zhou Feng. He took a handkerchief out of his pocket and was about to bandage Zhou Feng's wound. Zhou Feng said he didn't need it. After all, my wound heals very quickly. It will be fine in a day or 2. But Tang Fu was very persistent. At least she can do this much for Zhou Feng. After helping Zhou Feng bandage his wounds, Tang Fu went to treat her own injuries. Tang Cheng began issuing orders. Have others move the body outside first, to prevent the body from rotting and causing disease. Actually, the best way is to burn it. However, burning also requires a lot of wood, and the wood in the camp is very precious. The camp was suddenly attacked. Everyone present was somewhat dazed, and many had not yet come to their senses. Many others were sitting on the ground, their bodies trembling. Only a few people heard Tang Cheng's order and began to act. Zhou Feng counted the people left in the camp. There are only about 60 people left. There were about a dozen women, and the rest were men. However, the able-bodied men suffered heavy casualties, with fewer than 20 remaining. The rest were all elderly, weak, sick, or disabled. Upon seeing this scene, Zhou Feng's heart skipped a beat. This means the situation at the camp will deteriorate further. However, there is an even greater danger at hand. It's still those same guys from Boss Fei. I wonder when they'll make a comeback. Tang Cheng, how are you? Zhou Feng asked as he walked to Tang Cheng's side. He noticed the wound on Tang Cheng's shoulder, from which fresh blood was flowing again. It was clearly caused by using too much force just now, and the wound is very likely to tear again. I'm afraid I'll need to rest for a long time, but we can't worry about that right now. Tang Cheng's face was grim. I do have an idea, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. What idea? Tang Cheng asked Zhou Feng. Migrate. The best solution now is to migrate and leave this place first, Zhou Feng said, expressing his idea. This place has now been discovered by Boss Fei and his men. It's highly likely that Boss Fei and his men will attack again. Even if we leave, where can we go? Tang Cheng sighed. There is simply no suitable place right now. Moreover, if they were to migrate, it would mean abandoning the shacks they had built here. They returned to living a life of hardship and exposure to the elements. Here, Zhou Feng took out a hand-drawn map from his backpack. He pointed to a spot and said, "This is the cave that Zhou Feng encountered before. It provides shelter from the wind and rain, and there is fresh water inside. Although the cave is relatively small, it can comfortably accommodate a dozen or so people. It allows the wounded from this battle to rest inside. Others can sleep next to the rock face for the time being, and start building makeshift houses the next day. Most importantly, it's very close to our camp, less than 3 kilometers away," Zhou Feng added. In this case, if another attack occurs, then both sides can quickly provide support to each other. Tang Cheng looked at the map in Zhou Feng's hand in surprise. Although Tang Cheng also drew a map, it was far less detailed than Zhou Feng's. You can also see some routes and so on Zhou Feng's map. This was the first time Tang Cheng had experienced this firsthand. How close was Fei Laoda's camp to him? I need to ask for everyone's opinion. Tang Cheng frowned. After all, this is a move, which involves walking several kilometers. After Tang Cheng convened the meeting, no one present objected. They all agreed to the plan. They all wanted to leave this place. Some even suggested joining Zhou Feng's camp directly. Many people looked at Zhou Feng with hopeful eyes. They all had the same idea. Everyone clearly saw Zhou Feng's fighting prowess just now. If Zhou Feng were always by my side, that gave them a lot more confidence. Tang Cheng also looked at Zhou Feng. In fact, he had the same thought. I just never had the nerve to say it. I understand everyone's thoughts, but our camp can't accommodate so many people. Zhou Feng simply told the truth. If they all went to their own camps, obtaining food will also become very difficult. Hearing Zhou Feng say that, everyone present looked a little dejected. But don't worry, everyone. I'm now an ally of Tang Cheng, and I'll provide you with food assistance, Zhou Feng assured him. After he said that, the eyes of the crowd lit up a little more. They all began packing their belongings in preparation for migration. Boss, how can you guarantee that you'll provide them with food? While everyone was busy, Fu Tai couldn't help but lean closer to Zhou Feng and say something. What would happen if we didn't give them food? Zhou Feng asked Fu Tai. In a place like this, their lives or deaths have nothing to do with us, Fu Tai muttered. Although Fu Tai also felt that what he said was a bit inhumane. But in the current situation, everyone is only looking out for themselves. Where would they find the energy to care about other people's lives or deaths? They won't starve to death, because they'll join Boss Fei's team before they do, Zhou Feng said slowly. After the battle, just now, Zhou Feng had already figured it out. Boss Fei did not intend to kill everyone in the camp. He definitely wanted to capture Tang Fu and the others alive. This would allow him to increase the population in his camp. Otherwise, if Boss Fei's only purpose was to kill, Tang Fu and the others wouldn't be alive now. Zhou Feng felt that their struggle was very similar to the tribal wars of the past. Chapter 72. What did you do? A key feature of tribal wars is that, in addition to resources, people are also plundered. The enemy's population can be converted into slaves in your own camp. Zhou Feng had witnessed before the scene where Fei Laoda's men abducted several female survivors and brought them back to the camp. He had a guess. It's likely that a hierarchical system is in place within Fei Laoda's camp. The higher the rank, the better the treatment one receives. That's why the men led by Boss Fei were so fearless. Because they are able to enjoy very high treatment. Those people only showed expressions of fear after several of their companions had died. Fu Tai suddenly realized what was happening and broke out in a cold sweat. I hadn't even thought of that. If Tang Qing's camp had been left alone, these people wouldn't have starved to death due to lack of food, because they would do everything they could to survive before they starved to death. They even went to seek refuge with Boss Fei, who had just killed many of their people. That would become a new threat to them. But boss, I have a question, Fu Tai couldn't help but say. If you have any questions, just say them. Zhou Feng smiled, trying to put Fu Tai at ease. Brother Fei's camp has over 100 people, and it's still expanding. What do they eat? Fu Tai frowned. Keep in mind that in their camp, most of the people had to go out to find food. That's barely enough to accumulate a little bit of food. Most of them are things like smoked fish. But what do Fei Laoda and his men eat? It can't be a papaya. Fei Laoda's group discovered the papaya forest much later than they did. Yeah, what do they eat? Zhou Feng muttered to himself. There must be a stable food source. If I can figure this out, I might be able to come up with a way to deal with the paying boss. Tang Cheng and the others quickly packed their things. It mainly consisted of tools and food. Zhou Feng led them for more than an hour until they arrived at the cave he had discovered last time. Upon seeing this place, the people in Tang Qing's camp all nodded. Choosing this place as a base should make things much safer, especially since there's a big slope here. If the enemy charges again, they can look down from their high ground. It has some advantages in terms of terrain. Unfortunately, it's a bit far from the beach. This makes it difficult to obtain food from the beach. However, with Zhou Feng's assurance, they all believe they wouldn't go hungry. There's a helicopter wreckage over there. We could dismantle it. A lot of parts could be made into tools, Zhou Feng said, standing on the hillside and pointing to a spot a few hundred meters away. The metal on the aircraft's outer shell can be polished and made into weapons such as spears. There's helicopter wreckage here. Isn't this a deserted island? Tang Fu was immediately dumbfounded. But then he realized that he had said something wrong. There are wild men here, so it can't really be considered an uninhabited island. No, this place is called Paradise Island, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. Paradise Island? Tang Fu was even more confused. How could this place be considered paradise? It's more like hell. A helicopter is coming, which means someone has been here. Will definitely be discovered sooner or later, Tang Qing shouted excitedly. People around them all looked over. When they learned that there was helicopter wreckage in the woods, they were all very excited. I originally thought this was a place forgotten by the world. Unexpectedly, there were traces of human activity here in the past. The rescue will come sooner or later. Seeing the high spirits of the crowd, Zhou Feng nodded in approval. Tang Qing's move was brilliant. This instantly gave everyone a lot of hope. These people didn't find it strange that the helicopter would crash there. Or perhaps they simply no longer have the energy to think about it. Zhou Feng then told Fu Tai and the others to stay there for the time being. Help them set up camp, etc. Even if attacked, it can hold out for a while. Tang Cheng immediately prepared the beacon fire again. If the camp is attacked, it will be set on fire immediately. Zhou Feng will bring his men over immediately. After making the arrangements, Zhou Feng walked towards the camp alone. As soon as I came out of the woods, I saw Bai Qingyan standing at the edge of the camp. He was gathering firewood with several women. It's time to cook dinner. Although Bai Qingyan was also a manager, she also worked alongside them. There was no condescending attitude about him. Upon seeing Zhou Feng, Bai Qingyan put down what she was doing and came back to work. Zhou Feng, why did you come back alone? Your arm. You're injured. When Bai Qingyan saw Zhou Feng's arm, she immediately became nervous. A piece of cloth was tied to it, and there were bloodstains on the cloth. It's nothing, just a superficial injury, Zhou Feng waved his hand. Actually, the wound on his arm was quite long, more than 10 centimeters long. Wait a minute, this is a woman's handkerchief. Who bandaged you up? Bai Qingyan suddenly frowned. Tang Fu. Zhou Feng scratched his head. Tang Fu, is that the vixen who looks at you with such lustful eyes? Bai Qingyan sneered. When Tang Fu came to the camp last time, Bai Qingyan paid special attention to her. He noticed that Tang Fu kept glancing at Zhou Feng. A vixen? Zhou Feng was a little dumbfounded. How could Tang Fu be associated with a fox spirit, given her fiery temper? You scumbag. I'm telling my mom that you were seen with another woman, arm in arm. Bai Qingyan turned and ran. Zhou Feng got a little anxious and quickly chased after him. He grabbed Bai Qingyan's arm in one go. Don't talk nonsense. He was just bandaging me up, Zhou Feng said irritably. Bandaging? Using a handkerchief, that means she's interested in you. Bai Qingyan pouted. Alright, I'll just give it back to her later. Zhou Feng was a little speechless. I never expected that Bai Qingyan could find something wrong with just bandaging. Give it back to her? You should throw it away. Bai Qingyan was even angrier. MHM. Zhou Feng gave a wry smile. I have a question for you. If you answer it honestly, I'll let you off this time, Bai Qingyan said, narrowing her eyes. Go ahead and ask, Zhou Feng said, somewhat puzzled. I don't know what Bai Qingyan wants to ask. Bai Qingyan looked around and whispered in Zhou Feng's ear. My mom didn't come home last night. What were you doing? We didn't do anything, just chatted. Zhou Feng coughed lightly. I don't believe you. Tell the truth. Bai Qingyan put her hands on her hips, completely disbelieving. This? Zhou Feng scratched his head. How can I tell the truth? You can't exactly say they were hugging and cuddling, and even touching each other. Boss, what's going on? Just then, Yang Wei and Fan Jian and a few others ran over. They spent the whole day in the camp. Upon seeing someone approaching, Bai Qingyan glared at Zhou Feng again before leaving. Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He recounted the whole story to Yang Wei and the others. When they learned that more than a dozen people had died on Tang Cheng's side, their expressions turned solemn. Chapter 73 Unexpected Changes. Boss, what should we do? Should we take the initiative? Fan Jian said in a deep voice. Fan Jian has also found a girlfriend these past 2 days. Regardless of the circumstances, Fan Jian was a core member of the camp. Of course, some women would be willing to get close to Fan Jian. As for the other women in the camp, as long as they could get enough to eat, most of them are still unwilling to find a partner. Everyone wants to wait for rescue so they can return to modern society. The enemy has bows and arrows. We are at a disadvantage now. Zhou Feng shook his head. Unless, as Tang Cheng said, the attack takes place at night. However, the enemy's camp was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Attacking at night is probably not a good idea either. Let's focus on defense first, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Several of Fei's men died this time, so they should be more vigilant. Zhou Feng then asked Fan Jian to select some of the elite troops from the camp. Go to the papaya forest with yourself. While Fei and the others are away, I'll pick a lot more papayas today. We also need to send some to Tang Cheng and the others. There wasn't much food in Tang Cheng's camp. If there is too little food, the camp will be filled with panic. Everyone was a little reluctant when they heard that they would have to do work for others. It's just that no one has said it out loud. After all, this was Zhou Feng's order. Upon seeing this, Zhou Feng explained the stakes involved in the situation. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Helping Tang Cheng and the others is actually helping myself. Otherwise, they will have even more enemies in the future. Today, Tang Cheng and his group are suffering. If I stand idly by, it will be disastrous. Then it will be my turn next time. Boss, we understand. It's just moving some papayas, it's nothing. Boss, we'll do whatever you tell us to do. Everyone chimed in with their opinions. Each person looked at Zhou Feng with a different gaze. They had previously thought that Zhou Feng was very strong in combat. It also contains a lot of wilderness survival knowledge. But they understood after hearing these words. It turned out that Zhou Feng was more meticulous than they had imagined. However, they also felt more at ease. Previously, there was some concern that Zhou Feng was too young and not mature enough in his actions. Now, not only is the camp managed in an orderly manner, but they can also consider all aspects in case of unexpected situations. This time, Zhou Feng brought more than 20 people, which can be said to be most of the elites in the camp. Zhou Feng dared to bring so many people out at once. It's because Boss Fei probably doesn't know the location of his camp yet. Additionally, Zhou Feng's camp also needs papayas. He plans for everyone to carry more this time. After arriving at Tang Cheng's camp, they unloaded half of it. Furthermore, Zhou Feng didn't know if there was an ambush in the papaya forest. Having more people will make things safer. In addition to carrying spears, several of them also carried shields. If Shi Haitao puts in a little more effort, Zhou Feng estimates that he will have more than 20 shields in 3 days. There are enough people equipped. This shield is not only effective against arrows. Fighting each other with spears can also protect vital parts. It took about 2 hours to walk. The group finally arrived at the papaya grove. Upon arriving at the papaya grove, Zhou Feng and the others' expressions changed. These bastards, someone shouted angrily. There were over 100 papaya trees, and all the fruit on the trees was destroyed. All the papayas on top had fallen to the ground, leaving a mess. It was obviously knocked down with a wooden stick. And this is not the end. Even the papayas that have fallen to the ground are still being destroyed. Most of them were smashed to pieces. Only a small number survived. A sweet fragrance permeated the air everywhere. However, since these papayas have fallen to the ground, they won't last long. Ripe papayas can only be kept for 3 to 5 days at most after being picked. These are not yet mature. At most, they will only take 10 days or so. Judging from the extent of the rot in these papayas, they must have been smashed this morning. It's likely that Fei Laoda and his men were attacking Tang Cheng's camp when they went first to the papaya grove and destroyed all the papayas. This is food. Fan Jian clenched his fists, his face full of anger. This was Fan Jian's first time visiting the papaya forest. But what I saw was this tragic scene. This is outrageous. Without papaya, it's like losing a stable food source. These bastards really want to put us in a desperate situation. Zhou Feng squinted his eyes as well. Finding food on the island is already difficult. These guys are so wasteful. However, this only strengthened Zhou Feng's belief. Those guys, like Boss Fei, definitely have a more stable source of food. Otherwise, they wouldn't waste these things. Let's collect what we can eat first. Zhou Feng took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Although everyone was angry, they could only lower their heads and clean the papayas first. In the end, we collected about 600 of them, all of which were intact. These papayas are all relatively small, weighing less than 1,000 kilograms in total. Remember the news that the papaya forest has been destroyed, but don't tell anyone else yet, Zhou Feng said to the group. Now is not the time to reveal this information. It would only cause panic. Everyone nodded in agreement. They soon arrived at Tangqing's camp and unloaded half of the papayas. When Tang Cheng saw the size of the papaya, he realized something was wrong. She quietly pulled Zhou Feng aside. Has something happened at the papaya grove? Tang Cheng asked in a low voice. Because when they picked papayas before, they always gave priority to the larger ones. Those papayas are almost ripe. But the papayas Zhou Feng brought over were all a size smaller. Zhou Feng did not hide anything from Tang Cheng and told him about the papaya forest. Tang Cheng was also furious. They discovered the papaya grove themselves, and there were enough papayas for them to eat for several months. It's all ruined now. Tang Cheng once placed many hopes on the papaya forest. What are you planning to do? Tang Cheng asked through gritted teeth. Even his wounds were throbbing with pain from anger. If he does the first day of the month, I'll do the 15th. I'm going to find out where he got his food from, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. I'll go with you, Tang Cheng said firmly. Zhou Feng glanced at Tang Cheng's shoulder, then shook his head. This indicates that Tang Cheng should rest and recover from his injuries. Otherwise, if the wound continues to get infected, even anti-inflammatory drugs will not be effective. Tang Cheng could only sigh helplessly. Don't tell anyone else about the papaya yet, Zhou Feng advised. The morale of the people in Tang Cheng's camp was already low. If they knew the papaya grove had been destroyed, I wonder what they would do. I understand. Tang Cheng nodded. They then asked Zhou Feng when they would take action. I plan to hurry and go now. Zhou Feng looked in the direction of Fei Laoda and the others' camp. Chapter 74 Food Sources. Tang Cheng didn't know what to say. He can't be of any help right now. Thank you for the papaya thing, brother. Tang Cheng could only pat Zhou Feng on the shoulder and sigh helplessly. All that was left were these intact papayas, yet Zhou Feng still managed to give half of them to himself. Aside from expressing his gratitude, Tang Cheng has nothing else to offer right now. Zhou Feng waved his hand, indicating that Tang Cheng didn't need to say anything. Zhou Feng, how's your wound? Tang Fu came over and asked with concern. My wound is fine. How about yours? Zhou Feng looked at Tang Fu's thigh, which was also wrapped with a strip of cloth. Zhou Feng still had the handkerchief Tang Fu had given him wrapped around his arm. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to take the handkerchief off and return it to Tang Fu. But then I realized that this would expose the abnormality of my body. His wound should have scabbed over by now, and the flesh inside should have healed. It should be back to normal by tomorrow. Moreover, if Bai Qingyan finds out, he will return the handkerchief to Tang Fu. I wonder what else that little girl will say. It's been cleaned up simply. There's not much debris in the wound, so it shouldn't get infected, Tang Fu said softly. If you get infected, take the medicine. If you don't have enough, have someone come to me to get more. Zhou Feng left 8 pills last time. Tang Cheng probably hasn't finished eating yet. Thank you very much. Tang Fu nodded. Tang Cheng's expression remained strange. I finally couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? Tang Fu asked, looking puzzled. Ha ha. You speak so gently. I don't even recognize you anymore. Tang Cheng laughed so hard, he almost choked. Ugh. Tang Fu stormed off in a huff. Zhou Feng scratched his head. He also sensed that Tang Fu's gaze was a little strange. Could it really be, as Bai Qingyan said? Does Tang Fu like herself? Just then, Fan Jian came over and asked when they would be leaving. Zhou Feng said they could go back now. However, Fu Tai and the others still had to stay here, which was also a way to look after each other. After making these arrangements, Zhou Feng headed alone towards Boss Fei's camp. Last time, Zhou Feng entered the enemy camp while it was raining. However, due to the rain, Zhou Feng was unable to clearly see the specific situation of Fei Laoda's camp. I only saw the general outline. This time he did not intend to force his way in. All you need to do is find out where the other person got their food from. When Zhou Feng came last time, many secret codes were left on some trees and rocks. Following the guidance of these coded messages, along with the map, He easily found the same path he had taken last time and arrived near the camp of Boss Fei and his men. It had already gotten dark. There was no movement at Boss Fei's camp. Apart from the guards on patrol outside, there was no one around. Zhou Feng simply climbed up a relatively thick tree and lay down to rest against a branch. Lying on the ground in this environment is too dangerous. If there were any venomous snakes or anything like that, Zhou Feng would probably be done for here. Although his body is able to resist the toxins, but he remained unconscious here for several days. They'll definitely be discovered by Boss Fei and his men. Zhou Feng didn't open his eyes until dawn. I didn't sleep very well that night. They didn't even dare to turn over. However, he doesn't need much sleep to feel refreshed. Zhou Feng stretched and prepared to climb down from the tree. However, he immediately made a discovery. Surprisingly, 40 or 50 people emerged from Fei Laoda's camp. The majority of them are women. Zhou Feng was overjoyed. With so many people out, they must be searching for food. He immediately observed the group's actions. They discovered that they were heading towards the woods to the east. So Zhou Feng quietly climbed down from the tree and followed him. Zhou Feng noticed that the group had walked for about a kilometer before stopping. Then he bent down and looked for something on the ground. Zhou Feng also looked down at his feet. The ground was found to be covered with numerous pits. They must have been dug up before. Could it be? Zhou Feng felt incredulous. He searched on the ground for a while as well. They soon discovered a plant under the tree. They must have slipped through the net. Zhou Feng pulled the plant up. At the base of the plant, there are several fruits with purple skin. The larger ones look about the size of a fist. It's as small as a ping pong ball. However, its shape is not round. It looks more like ginger. Zhou Feng crushed one of them. They're wild potatoes. Zhou Feng's breathing became a little rapid. There are wild potatoes in this forest, and they appear to be numerous. Although wild potatoes look ugly and have purple skin, however, it has a higher nutritional value than potatoes that are currently grown. The main advantage of artificially cultivated potatoes is their higher yield. Zhou Feng now understood completely. Why did Boss Fei and his gang destroy the papaya grove so easily? Because they have simpler and more convenient food sources. This forest is so big, I wonder how many wild potatoes are growing underneath. If I had these potatoes myself, there's absolutely no need to think of other ways to obtain food. The reason why Mr. Fei chose to build his camp among the rocks was that he was not worried about the food source. Humans cannot survive on rabbit meat alone, but you can survive on just potatoes. They probably have a huge amount of potatoes piled up inside the camp alone. These dozens of people can find enough food for the entire camp by going out once a day, and the remaining people can then make other tools. This includes bows and arrows, spears, and other everyday items. Zhou Feng had a bitter smile on his lips. They were working hard over there to find food. It's unbelievable that the survivors here are so lucky. Put these potatoes into your pocket. Zhou Feng then quietly moved to the other side. He wanted to see just how large the wild potato growing area actually was. Zhou Feng walked around the crowd for about a kilometer. Wild potatoes can still be seen on the ground, and they are even becoming more and more abundant. This confirmed to Zhou Feng that there were a large number of wild potatoes here. Moreover, they will be able to cultivate the land themselves in the future. Potatoes are a very resilient species and are relatively easy to grow. Zhou Feng also dug up a lot of potatoes, filling his pockets and backpack. Discard all the prepared stones. Then Zhou Feng turned around and prepared to leave. I plan to go back and tell the news to other people. Zhou Feng plans to gather manpower and launch a surprise attack to seize potatoes tomorrow. The combined strength of their two camps could rival Boss Fei. Moreover, potatoes are not like papayas. They are all buried in the soil. Even if Boss Fei wanted to fight to the death, there was simply no way to destroy these potatoes. I reckon even Boss Fei wouldn't want to part with these potatoes. If everything is destroyed, they will have no food source. Just as Zhou Feng turned around and took a few steps, a woman's voice came from the nearby woods. Stop fooling around. Chapter 75, Wild Potatoes. The sound was soothing and numbing. Zhou Feng frowned upon hearing this. It was a woman's voice. It was just a few dozen meters away, far from where everyone else was. Hee, you only have a chance if you come out, right? A man's voice followed. If Boss Fei finds out, you're dead. The woman's threat was clear. Zhou Feng quietly approached a tree and looked in one direction. I saw a man talking to a woman, and they were pulling and tugging at my hands. The man looked to be under 30 and kept wearing a fawning smile. The woman should be a few years younger and of average appearance. Her figure alone is enough to fascinate many. Why should he interfere in our affairs? The man muttered. But they were clearly too afraid to try it. Rules are rules, and I don't want to be punished. The woman's attitude was indifferent. We're not married, but we've always been in that kind of relationship, the man said, sounding somewhat dissatisfied. Zhou Feng understood now. This man and woman are probably a couple. However, they also had to keep their distance from Fei Laoda's camp. Yeah, you've been refusing to give me a title for all these years. Now you'll just have to put up with it. The woman seemed rather gloating. She even deliberately wiggled a few times in front of the man. Isn't it because you didn't want to get the marriage certificate? Why did you insist on such a high dowry? The man was furious. What's wrong? Did my parents raise me for nothing? The woman said this and walked towards the crowd. The man was furious, but he didn't dare to lay a hand on the victim. He could only watch as the woman left. The man kicked a nearby tree hard, cursing under his breath. What kind of ridiculous rules are these? That bastard Fei. Clearly, the man had a lot of opinions about Boss Fei. How dare you speak ill of Boss Fei? Zhou Feng emerged from behind the tree. I didn't. I was just talking nonsense. The man was clearly terrified and slapped himself twice. Come with me, Zhou Feng snapped. The man followed, trembling. After walking a few hundred meters, the man suddenly realized something was wrong. They were too far from the crowd. According to the rules, everyone must not be too far apart to prevent attacks by wild animals. I only managed to have a few words with my girlfriend when I found the opportunity. You're not the manager of our camp, the man stammered. You guessed right. Zhou Feng turned around. He held a dagger in his hand, its cold gleam striking. However, there are now quite a few nicks and chips on this dagger. Furthermore, there was dark red blood on the handle of the knife, which could not be cleaned off. I don't want to die, please let me go. With a thud, the man knelt directly on the ground. Answer my questions honestly. I'll let you go this time. How many people are in your camp? Zhou Feng bent down. She pressed the dagger against the man's chin. 123 no. It's 115. Several people died yesterday, the man stammered. Zhou Feng nodded to himself. It was pretty much what he had guessed. The quantities are also basically correct. Zhou Feng then asked some more questions, and the man basically told him everything he knew. Sure enough, a hierarchical system was in place in Boss Fei's camp. Fei Laoda divided the personnel into 3 levels. These are the data collection group, the combat group, and the management group. There were about a dozen managers, all of whom were Fei Laoda's confidants. Enjoy the highest level of treatment. There are also exceptional talents like Dr. Wan, who are all considered part of the management team. Secondly, there are the combat team members, who receive second-class treatment. The pay for the data collection team is much lower. We ate potatoes almost every meal, but it was enough to fill us up. Zhou Feng also inquired about the potatoes. Song Min stated that potatoes are not poisonous and can be eaten normally. They ate it for more than half a month. Song Min feels nauseous at the sight of potatoes now. After yesterday's operation, Boss Fei and his men have no plans to launch an attack today. They are rushing to find materials to make bows and arrows. Other types of wood can be easily obtained. The key lies in the material of the bowstring, which their camp currently lacks. Previously, the materials for bows and arrows were made from the nylon ropes inside clothing. But now the nylon ropes inside their clothes have all been removed. Boss Fei plans to hunt some animals and use their sinews as raw materials. How much do you know about Boss Fei? Zhou Feng asked again. He seems to have been a mercenary abroad before, and the scars on his face are from that time. That's all I know. Song Min shook his head. Mercenary. Zhou Feng frowned. No wonder Mr. Fei could make bows and arrows and use them skillfully. He's definitely not a simple person. Was that your girlfriend just now? What's going on between you two? Zhou Feng asked. Song Min's face showed anger again, and he began to explain. According to the rules established by Boss Fei in the camp, relationships between men and women should not be casual. Only those in management positions are entitled to have their own women. An exception would be if any of the survivors were a couple. There were only 3 couples in their camp. Song Min originally wanted to say that he and his girlfriend were husband and wife. They had been living together for 5 or 6 years, almost like a married couple. As a result, his girlfriend directly stated that they were not a couple. This infuriated Song Min. I thought I'd finally have a chance to be intimate with my girlfriend today. Unexpectedly, his girlfriend rejected him outright. Zhou Feng nodded. It seems that the management of Boss Fei's camp is more stringent than I imagined. I've said everything I need to say. Please spare me. Song Min clasped his hands together and began to plead. You can go now. Zhou Feng nodded. Song Min was stunned, feeling incredulous. He never expected that Zhou Feng would actually let him go. He stood up and backed away. After walking for more than 10 meters, Song Min turned around and tried to run away. Wait a minute, Zhou Feng called out. What's wrong? Song Min stammered. They thought Zhou Feng was about to make his move. That's how it's portrayed in movies and TV shows. Don't mention my affairs. You've revealed so many secrets. If Boss Fei finds out, you'll be in big trouble, Zhou Feng warned. I understand, Song Min nodded quickly. Let's go. Song Min quickly disappeared into the woods. Zhou Feng had actually considered killing him to cover it up. But then I thought, what if I killed Song Min? The other party will soon find out that someone is missing. It's equivalent to directly exposing one's whereabouts. It would be better to spare Song Min's life. Song Min certainly wouldn't dare to reveal what happened. Chapter 76 Initiative. Song Min jogged to the edge of the crowd. Where have you been? A man holding a spear frowned. Behind this person was a bow and arrow. He is one of the managers in the camp. I need to go to the toilet, Song Min said breathlessly. Don't go to the toilet while working next time. Get back to work, the manager urged. Yes. Song Min nodded quickly. They started working diligently with their heads down. After the manager left, Song Min wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had only one thought in his mind. He hoped that his leak of information would not be discovered. Otherwise, he would die a terrible death. Zhou Feng returned to the camp and went to the cooking area. There are 2 pots set up here, with firewood already laid out underneath. Qin Xiaoxue and her team are cleaning the ingredients. These are all fish caught from the river. They will be cooked into a soup with spring water later. They add some cured meat or pheasant meat to increase the oil content. For the past few days, my meals, both in the morning and evening, have consisted of papaya. Add some of these things to lunch today. Zhou Feng dumped all the potatoes from his backpack onto the ground. What are these things? Qin Xiaoxue asked, picking up a potato with a puzzled expression. Potatoes, Zhou Feng said. Potatoes? These are potatoes. Qin Xiaoxue exclaimed excitedly. The women nearby also gathered around, looking on with surprise. He picked up a potato from the ground and began to examine it closely. Judging by its appearance alone, it does look a bit like a potato. I've seen purple potatoes before, but these are a little different. These potatoes look a bit ugly. Are they edible? A group of women chattered on. Zhou Feng immediately stated that these potatoes were edible, as someone had already tested them and found them to be poisonous. Qin Xiaoxue immediately began making arrangements. Take out 30 and cut them into small pieces. We'll add them to the pot later. We'll eat the rest slowly. After all, potatoes can be stored for a long time. After assigning tasks, Qin Xiaoxue looked at Zhou Feng with concern. You didn't come back yesterday because you went to look for potatoes? Pretty much. If all goes well, potatoes will become our staple food from now on. Zhou Feng nodded and said, Won't it be dangerous? Qin Xiaoxue didn't seem very happy when she heard the news. Instead, there was more worry in his eyes. Zhou Feng didn't hide anything from Qin Xiaoxue and pulled her aside. He described the location of the potatoes. That was right under the noses of Boss Fei and his gang. They're going to dig potatoes, and they're bound to clash with Boss Fei and his gang. Although Qin Xiaoxue was in charge of logistics, she was aware of what was happening in the camp. You went to such a dangerous place alone again. Qin Xiaoxue frowned and gently bit her lip. Zhou Feng looked around and saw that no one was coming. Everyone was busy with their own things. So he leaned close to Qin Xiaoxue's ear. There's nothing we can do. The papaya forest has been destroyed, and we no longer have a stable source of food, Zhou Feng said in a low voice. What? Qin Xiaoxue's face immediately turned grim as she learned for the first time that the papaya grove had been destroyed. Qin Xiaoxue knew very well that once she lost the papaya. So how much of a blow is this to morale? Don't tell anyone about this, Zhou Feng instructed. At least until we get enough potatoes, we can't let anyone else know. Yes, you've worked so hard. Qin Xiaoxue felt a lump in her throat. It's nothing, it's all about surviving, Zhou Feng said, scratching his head. But he hadn't finished speaking. To his surprise, Qin Xiaoxue lunged at him. Zhou Feng instinctively opened his arms and hugged Qin Xiaoxue. Is it all right? There are so many people around. Zhou Feng couldn't help but ask. He has already noticed. Someone looked over. Some people have already started whispering among themselves. Clearly, none of them expected that Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue had this kind of relationship. Since Qin Yan already knows, I don't care what others think. Qin Xiaoxue just felt heartache. Zhou Feng had to risk his life every day for the camp. Since arriving on this island, it has never stopped. Can I kiss you? Zhou Feng was attracted by Qin Xiaoxue's cheek. No. Qin Xiaoxue shook her head. Zhou Feng hadn't expected Qin Xiaoxue to agree. But what he didn't expect was, Qin Xiaoxue suddenly moved closer to her. With just a light wipe, Qin Xiaoxue turned and ran away. I'm off to get busy with cooking. Zhou Feng was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his lips. He hadn't expected Qin Xiaoxue to do that. She actually took the initiative in front of so many people. It seems that their relationship has taken another step forward since what happened the night before last. Then Zhou Feng saw it. A pair of eyes were staring at him. It is Bai Qing Yan. Bai Qing Yan was holding a pile of firewood, her face dark with anger. They clearly saw what had just happened. When she saw Zhou Feng's gaze, Bai Qingyan turned her head away and started working. Zhou Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt more nervous facing Bai Qingyan than facing an enemy. Lunch is ready. Everyone quickly discovered that there were potatoes in the lunch. They immediately cheered. Potatoes are much more filling than other foods. Zhou Feng even announced that he had discovered an area. There were plenty of potatoes there, enough to feed them for a while. This news was exhilarating to everyone. After lunch, Zhou Feng led about 20 people and set off under the scorching sun. Each person held a spear, and several others also had shields. They soon arrived at Tang Cheng's camp. Today, Tang Cheng's camp is cutting down the surrounding trees to build makeshift shelters to protect them from the wind and rain. Zhou Feng found Tang Cheng and his sister. He took a potato out of his pocket and handed it to Tang Cheng. This indicates that it was found near Fei Laoda's camp. When Tang Cheng saw the potatoes, he suddenly realized what was going on. This is what Boss Fei and the others eat, Tang Cheng said with a hint of jealousy. They had to go through a lot of hardship to find some wild fruit and catch some fish to eat. There were potatoes around the area where this group of guys were gathering. That's right. I plan to take some people to dig some up first. Zhou Feng nodded. If each person can carry about 40 gene of potatoes, then there will be at least 800 gene of potatoes. There were a total of 91 people in his camp. The calculation is based on 1.5 gene per person per day. It consumes about 180 gene, 50 kilograms, a day. That would be enough to feed the people in the camp for 5 or 6 days. Of course, this is under the most ideal circumstances. When it comes time to dig, things might not go so smoothly. There will be many unexpected events. Tang Cheng was also tempted by these words. I'll bring some men with me, Tang Cheng said. Zhou Feng frowned. Tang Cheng's injury requires him to rest and recuperate for a while. Brother, I'll take the men with me. You need to rest now, Tang Fu said. You? Tang Cheng frowned. That place is very dangerous. Tang Cheng still had his own selfish motives. He didn't want his sister to take any risks. With Zhou Feng here, I'll definitely be fine. Tang Fu glanced at Zhou Feng a few times. Chapter 77 Watchman. Tang Cheng nodded. He felt at ease with Zhou Feng around. The key issue is that, apart from Tang Fu, no one else in the camp is willing to step forward. Tang Cheng's camp has fewer than 50 people left. They managed to gather about 10 people. After all, they need to reserve some resources to deal with unforeseen circumstances. However, 10 people are enough. In addition to the 5 people, including Fu Tai, whom Zhou Feng had previously left behind. Their team has nearly 40 people in total. Led by Zhou Feng, the group set off. On the way, Tang Fu moved closer to Zhou Feng. Where's the handkerchief I gave you last time? Tang Fu asked, her gaze fixed on Zhou Feng's arm. She was a little surprised. The skin there looked like it had healed. Tang Fu didn't think much of it. I just felt that Zhou Feng's injury last time only looked scary, but it wasn't actually that serious. I left that in the room, Zhou Feng said, too embarrassed to tell the truth. Although Zhou Feng left the handkerchief in the room, he used it as a rag. Keep it if you like, Tang Fu said softly. Zhou Feng was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Saying I like it? That's definitely not an option. Don't like it? That doesn't seem quite right either. Seeing that Zhou Feng didn't say anything, Tang Fu started to find a topic to talk about. Ask him his age or something. When Tang Fu learned that Zhou Feng had just come of age, she looked surprised. You're 3 or 4 years younger than me. Tang Fu had always thought Zhou Feng was the same age as her brother. She just looks younger. After all, Zhou Feng's composure was even more impressive than her brother's. What's wrong? Do you want me to call you senior? Zhou Feng smiled. No need for that. You can call me sister. Tang Fu covered her mouth and laughed. Never mind. I'll just call you Tang Fu. Zhou Feng simply couldn't bring himself to say it. What's wrong? If you call me sister, I'll protect you after we leave this deserted island. Tang Fu put her arm around Zhou Feng's shoulder. He looked very bold and unrestrained. Let's talk about it when we can leave, Zhou Feng nodded. I saw the two of them with their arms around each other's shoulders. Those following behind unconsciously slowed their pace and kept their distance. It seems like they are deliberately giving them private space. This woman is trying to seduce our boss. She's really scheming, Fu Tai said, curling his lip in disdain. Why are you so scheming? Someone asked curiously. Following the boss will ensure a comfortable life, right? Fu Tai had seen this many times in the camp. Several women were trying their best to impress Zhou Feng. For example, Tian Bing, and so on. That's not necessarily true. Maybe he really likes her. The boss saved this woman several times. Someone shook their head. Anyway, I'll find a chance to remind him that although the boss is very powerful, he may not be good at dealing with women, Fu Tai muttered to himself. On their way forward, they passed through a papaya grove again. They could smell it from afar, even before they got close. Inside the papaya grove, The sweet aroma was even more intense. However, there was a hint of spoilage in the taste. When they arrived at the papaya grove, they saw the papayas that had been smashed. There were many insects crawling on it. Upon seeing this, everyone frowned. These papayas are completely inedible. Some members of the group were unaware that the papaya grove had been destroyed. Everyone looked grim. Zhou Feng did not instruct them to continue to conceal the truth. Because as long as they can dig up potatoes to take back, the papaya grove becomes unimportant. The group continued on their way, bypassing the papaya grove. When Zhou Feng arrived again at the grove of trees not far from Fei Laoda's camp, he first observed it carefully. There doesn't seem to be anyone active in the woods right now. It seems that Boss Fei's men have been out digging potatoes for a long time. When the temperature rises around noon, we will return to the camp. Zhou Feng led his men around to the other side of the woods. Boss Fei's men haven't dug this far yet. It shouldn't be discovered anytime soon that the potatoes have been dug up. Zhou Feng then introduced what wild potatoes look like to everyone. Then, from the crowd, they selected 5 or 6 of the more clever ones. They were responsible for patrolling the area, including Fu Tai, of course. If any of Fei Laodao's men are spotted approaching, immediately notify everyone to retreat. Zhou Feng had even planned the retreat route in advance. And we had already told everyone while we were on the way. It's best to avoid conflict now. Although they had some shields. But that was, after all, passively taking a beating. That would definitely result in casualties within the team, so their losses would be greater. Zhou Feng was on the west side of the woods, about 200 meters away from the crowd. Because this is the direction closest to Boss Fu's camp. More than half an hour passed, and there was still no movement. This relieved Zhou Feng. But at that moment, Fu Tai came over to Zhou Feng's side. What's wrong? Zhou Feng frowned. Boss, I have something to tell you. Be careful of women. In the casinos, women are the ones you can't underestimate, or you'll suffer a great loss. Fu Tai began to mutter. Zhou Feng listened for a long time, his brows furrowed. Fu Tai kept spouting things like, women are the easiest to fake. Finally, Zhou Feng understood what Fu Tai meant. Are you worried that I'll get taken advantage of by Tang Fu? Zhou Feng asked. Boss, that woman is not simple. Fu Tai nodded. Zhou Feng was left speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. All right, I understand. Go and keep watch over the side, Zhou Feng said somewhat helplessly. Fu Tai is quite clever and has a bit of wit. However, this cleverness is often misused. Okay. Fu Tai nodded and turned to leave. Wait. Zhou Feng suddenly called out to him. What's wrong, boss? Fu Tai turned his head. Zhou Feng did not answer, but looked ahead. Fu Tai looked at the direction Zhou Feng was looking with a puzzled expression. He found nothing. Fu Tai noticed that Zhou Feng's expression was solemn. There must be some discovery here. Have everyone retreat. Retreat now. Keep it quiet, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Yes. Fu Tai did not hesitate at all and turned to leave. Since Zhou Feng told them to leave, Fu Tai certainly wouldn't ask any more questions. They just need to follow the plan. Less than a minute after Fu Tai left, a figure appeared running ahead. It's a wild boar. However, 2 arrows were hanging from the wild boar's belly, and blood was gushing from the wounds. The wild boars were getting slower and slower. After passing Zhou Feng by several hundred meters, he collapsed to the ground. It must have been a lung injury, compounded by the intense running. He has now completely stopped breathing. Zhou Feng didn't look at the wild boar, but instead looked in the direction from which it had come. Sure enough, a dozen or so figures soon appeared. Chapter 78 Battle. Zhou Feng noticed it just now. There was movement in the woods ahead. Someone was shouting loudly. Zhou Feng recognized the voice clearly. It was Fei Laoda's voice. They were probably hunting wild boar. Quite coincidentally, the wild boar wandered into the vicinity. Seeing the figure running towards them, Zhou Feng quickly retreated. They arrived at the spot where they had been digging potatoes. But now everyone is gone, leaving only a mess on the ground. Zhou Feng hid in a patch of low bushes. He could have left now. However, Zhou Feng wanted to check the situation and see if Boss Fei and the others would discover this place. It would be even better if they just moved the wild boar away. Then Zhou Feng saw Boss Fei walking over from a distance. In the end, it remained in front of the wild boar. The people around him showered him with praise, calling him a master archer. Such comments include things like, no wonder they're mercenaries. It seems that Boss Fei shot the wild boar himself. Fei seemed quite pleased with the flattery. He ordered his men to butcher the wild boar on the spot. He specifically pointed to several areas, indicating that they needed to be careful there. You mustn't break the tendons inside. Next, all we need to do is take the tendon back and process it, and it can be used as a bowstring. The process is quite complicated and requires drying and hardening. Then the tendons are stripped into thin threads, and the processed tendons are woven or twisted into ropes. This is where it can be used as a bowstring. The process is quite complex, and it's easy to fail if not handled properly. Everyone began to focus on processing the wild boar. For them, tonight is another chance to have an extra meal. Fei Laodao looked around. Huh. Suddenly, Boss Fei frowned. What's wrong, boss? Someone asked from the side. Boss Fei waved his hand, signaling the others to be quiet. He took a few steps and squatted down, touching the soil on the ground. Someone's here. Someone just passed by, Boss Fei said in a deep voice. Everyone else immediately tensed up. They've never been to this place before. What's more, we just passed by. Zhou Feng's heart skipped a beat. What I feared most came to pass. He hadn't expected Boss Fei to be so wary. They were able to find their footprints. Boss Fei looked over and soon discovered traces of potatoes being dug up. Someone discovered our potatoes. And they just left here. Boss Fei gritted his teeth, his face grim. The scar on his face, running from his forehead to his left ear, looked even more grotesque. What do we do? The people around him all looked grim. Potatoes are their most important food source. Now someone else has taken it. Chase them. They haven't gone far, and they're carrying so many potatoes. Boss Fei roared in a low voice. Fei Laodao was able to tell just by looking at how moist the soil was. Those people didn't go very far. Boss Fei pointed in a direction. He had already determined it. The group's escape route. But just then, a stone suddenly flew over from a distance. Whoosh. By the time Boss Fei realized what was happening, it was already too late. He could barely turn his body to the side. His left shoulder was still hit by the rock. Zhou Feng could vaguely hear a clicking sound. But to his surprise, Boss Fei remained completely silent. His face was just much more ferocious. There he is. Kill him. Boss Fei raised his other hand and pointed in Zhou Feng's direction. Zhou Feng then threw his second stone. This time, Boss Fei reacted much faster, rolling on the ground with one hand to dodge. This kind of roll can reduce the area of oneself that is hit. Zhou Feng had used this trick to dodge arrows before. Unfortunately, Zhou Feng had no choice but to stop throwing stones at Boss Fei, because several arrows were flying towards him. The men around Fei Laodao had already begun to draw their bows and shoot arrows. However, there was a big tree right next to Zhou Feng, so he hid behind it. After the first wave of arrows passed, Zhou Feng turned around and disappeared into the woods. However, the direction he fled was different from the direction Fu Tai and the others retreated. That bastard chased after me again. Boss Fei roared, clutching his shoulder. Fei Laodao was unwilling to just swallow this loss in silence. Moreover, Boss Fei has already recognized him. The person who attacked me just now was Zhou Feng. That guy who's gotten himself into trouble several times. More than a dozen people chased after them. Zhou Feng was just too fast. They couldn't find him at all. Soon they all returned with their heads hanging low. Fei Laodao felt helpless. If he hadn't injured his arm, he wouldn't have let Zhou Feng leave so easily. Let's get rid of the wild boar first, Fei Laodao sighed. These people returned to the wild boar. But just then, whoosh, a sound of something cutting through the air. Watch out, old Fei roared. But it was too late. A stone flew over and hit an unlucky guy on the back of the head. The man fell straight down on the wild boar without uttering a sound. Blood gushed from the back of his head. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but gasp. Another stone flew by. One person's knee was hit. Ugh! The man screamed in agony, clutching his knee and rolling around on the ground. One person drew his bow and knocked an arrow, but couldn't see Zhou Feng anywhere. Most of the rest panicked. They all instinctively looked for places to hide. After all, it's everyone's first reaction when danger strikes. It's about protecting yourself. The guy who had drawn his bow and knocked an arrow immediately became Zhou Feng's target. He clearly saw where Zhou Feng was. It was about 50 or 60 meters away from me. But then a stone came flying at us. It hit him squarely in the abdomen. The man felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if his internal organs had shattered. They could only bend over and kneel on the ground. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. With this person injured, the others were even less likely to retaliate. Take the men with you. Retreat. Seeing this, Boss Fei had no choice but to give the order. Except for that guy who was obviously dead. Everyone else was carried away. They scrambled and crawled away from the area. Zhou Feng then emerged from behind a tree. He was also holding a stone in his hand. Just now, Zhou Feng was about to leave, but he quickly noticed something. Throwing stones into the woods yourself is more advantageous than using a bow and arrow, because he can move and hide while simultaneously launching an attack. But archers are different. These people are not very skilled and cannot shoot while moving. It's likely that Boss Fei has also realized this. That's why they hurriedly shouted for people to retreat. Zhou Feng had also considered chasing after them and taking down as many as possible. However, the terrain ahead is much more open, making it less convenient for me to make my move. Then Zhou Feng approached the wild boar. Chapter 79, Unexpected Gain. Zhou Feng first moved the body aside, and then casually patted the other person's pockets. In this environment, every bit of supplies is important. There was an unexpected surprise. The man had a lighter in his pocket, though it was only half filled. However, Zhou Feng still put it in his pocket. I won't be polite with this wild boar. Zhou Feng carried the wild boar on his back. This wild boar was much smaller than the one I hunted last time. It looks like it weighs only about 100 pounds. It was very easy for Zhou Feng. After carrying the wild boar for only a few hundred meters, Zhou Feng saw someone ahead. It was Tang Fu and Fu Tai who arrived with a few people. Zhou Feng, are you alright? Tang Fu was clearly relieved to see Zhou Feng so excited. Why are you here? Zhou Feng frowned. Because it was in accordance with his previous instructions. They should have retreated immediately. They didn't need to wait for us. Fu Tai shrugged helplessly. They had just escaped following Zhou Feng's instructions, taking the preset route. But after walking a short distance, Tang Fu suddenly refused to continue. Tang Fu felt that it must be very dangerous for Zhou Feng to be alone at the rear. You must come back and visit. Fu Tai couldn't let Tang Fu come alone, so he had no choice but to bring a few people with him to chase after her. Of course, these words cannot be explained now. I can only talk to Zhou Feng about it later. Why are you carrying a wild boar? What happened? Tang Fu breathed a sigh of relief and then noticed the wild boar behind Zhou Feng. She was actually a little confused about the situation at hand. The situation is rather complicated. Let's talk as we walk. Zhou Feng walked forward. Although Fei is injured now. However, it cannot be ruled out that they may gather more people to pursue them again. It would be better to leave this area first. On the way, Zhou Feng first asked them how many potatoes they had dug. After all, this is what the operation truly wants. Zhou Feng was somewhat surprised when Fu Tai reported the news. Each of them dug up at least 50 pounds of potatoes, filling their baskets to the brim. It adds up to more than 1,000 kilograms. So fast, Zhou Feng asked. These potatoes are easy to dig, and everyone was working incredibly hard, Tang Fu said from the side. She even smiled and raised her hand for Zhou Feng to see. Zhou Feng noticed that Tang Fu's hands were covered in mud. It seems Tang Fu wasn't idle either. She dug quite a bit along with them. Tang Fu also carried a small basket woven from vines on her back. I estimate he carried over 30 kilograms of potatoes. Zhou Feng could understand why everyone was working so hard. Everyone passed through the papaya grove on their way here and saw that the papayas had been destroyed. Everyone knows how important these potatoes are to the camp. No one slacked off. In addition, potatoes are a very easy food to gather. Half an hour is enough time for them to dig up 50 kilograms. Zhou Feng estimated that if it weren't for Boss Fei and the others suddenly appearing, they can dig even more. Digging too much won't do any good, since it's a journey of several kilometers. They couldn't possibly carry anything too heavy. Zhou Feng, where did you get this wild boar from? Tang Fu asked again. We snatched it from Boss Fei and his gang. Zhou Feng smiled, without giving any specific details. Stolen. Tang Fu was dumbfounded. I wonder if I misheard. Zhou Feng managed to snatch the wild boar from Fei Laoda and his gang all by himself. Tang Fu didn't know how many people Fei Laoda and his group had, but the number of people is definitely quite large. The boss is no ordinary person. Fu Tai's tone was full of admiration. This is also the opinion of the other members of the team. When we dealt with Charles, we showed absolutely no mercy. Charles was asking for it. He actually tried to assassinate the boss. If it weren't for our boss, we don't know how we would have been bullied by those white guys. The people from Zhou Feng's camp in the group started chatting. They had all witnessed firsthand how Zhou Feng had established his authority. No matter how powerful that boss Fei is, he can't possibly be Zhou Feng's match. Tang Fu also knew that Zhou Feng had recruited people from Charles's camp, but she didn't know these details. Listening to these people talking, I found it all very interesting. The people at Tang Fu's camp were also very interested in Zhou Feng's affairs. Fu Tai simply told him everything he knew. This drew gasps of amazement from the people present. When Tang Fu heard how amazing Zhou Feng was, a smile appeared on her lips. I was secretly cheering along with them. The sky gradually darkened. The group finally arrived at the new camp that Tang Cheng and his team had built. As baskets of potatoes were unloaded, the people present erupted in cheers. This is a rare staple food. Moreover, the quantity was large. Their people carried back approximately 400 kilograms. If you mix it with other foods, you can eat it for 7 or 8 days without any problems. Zhou Feng cut off the 2 pigs' forelegs and gave them to Tang Cheng. Tang Cheng felt embarrassed. After all, this was Zhou Feng's own prey. Zhou Feng told him to take it without worry. Eating some meat will help your wound heal faster. Besides Tang Cheng, There were several other wounded soldiers in the camp. They all nearly lost their lives. They also need some nutrition. It was getting late, so Zhou Feng exchanged a few pleasantries and left. Tang Qing noticed that his sister kept watching Zhou Feng's departing figure. Do you like Zhou Feng? Tang Qing teased from the side. Tang Fu nodded gently. Tang Chong was taken aback. He hadn't expected Tang Fu to admit it so readily. He used to joke like that all the time. Tang Fu always retaliated. He has people with him, Tang Chong reminded him. Who? Tang Fu frowned. It should be that little girl. I think her name is by something. Tang Chong also misunderstood. They thought Bai Qingyan was Zhou Feng's girlfriend. Because when Tang Chong took Tang Fu there last time, he saw Bai Qingyan staring at Tang Fu with hostile eyes. If there were no connection, there wouldn't be that expression. She's just a little girl. I'm determined to snatch Zhou Feng away. Tang Fu snorted, her eyes filled with defiance. When Zhou Feng and the others returned to the camp, it was almost dark. However, as soon as I got close, I smelled the aroma of meat. After Zhou Feng and the others put down the supplies, I realized that there had been some gains at the campsite today as well. The trap that Yang Wei and his team had prepared has finally yielded results today. A wild boar fell in, which meant everyone could have an extra meal that night. Eat some of it, and marinate the rest. When everyone saw Zhou Feng carrying another wild boar on his back, they were even more surprised. We've really stirred up a hornet's nest today. Zhou Feng seemed to be deep in thought. There seemed to be quite a few wild boars on this island. There might actually be places where wild boars gather. Chapter 80 Grudge. Of course, Zhou Feng couldn't worry about the wild boar problem at the moment. There's also the threat of Boss Fei right in front of us, and the wild man who could appear at any time. He has absolutely no interest in looking for any wild boar den right now. After putting down the wild boar he was carrying, Zhou Feng prepared to go get something to eat. At this moment, Qin Xiaoxue brought over a basin of water. Wait a minute, let me wipe you clean. You're covered in blood. Qin Xiaoxue came over with a towel. Then I'll have to trouble you. Zhou Feng was a little happy. This feeling is very subtle. It's like having someone take care of you when you come home after a long day of hard work outside. Qin Xiaoxue helped Zhou Feng take off his coat, as she was going to take it to wash later. Then, use a towel to clean Zhou Feng's back. Soon the bucket was filled with blood. Just then, Bai Qingyan passed by. Zhou Feng felt a little embarrassed when Bai Qingyan saw this. To Zhou Feng's surprise, Bai Qingyan didn't glare at him. I only watched it for a few seconds. In the end, he didn't say anything and walked towards the center of the camp. You scared me. I thought Bai Qingyan was angry again. Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Qingyan was a little unhappy when she first found out about us, but she's accepted it now. Why don't you find some time to have a good talk with her? Qin Xiaoxue said while washing the towel. Talk. Zhou Feng was taken aback. Yes, just make things clear. You'll have to get past her eventually. Qin Xiaoxue whispered in Zhou Feng's ear. Zhou Feng nodded. Qin Xiaoxue was right. Bai Qingyan had previously expressed a desire to talk to Zhou Feng. However, Zhou Feng changed the subject. It seems this matter needs to be clarified. It's just that everyone else has to get past the mother-in-law's approval when looking for a girlfriend. Well, that's exactly what happened to me. I actually have to get past my daughter. But if you think about it carefully, aren't all single-parent families like this? Everyone should consider the issue of their children. Qin Xiaoxue probably had this concern all along. If this concern were eliminated, wouldn't that be? Zhou Feng was already looking forward to it. I'll go talk to her later, Zhou Feng agreed. After changing into clean clothes, Zhou Feng first went to the middle of the camp. Qin Xiaoxue had already left pork and potatoes for Zhou Feng. No one said anything when they saw Zhou Feng eating a bowl full of meat. After all, Zhou Feng was the only one in the camp to receive this treatment. Moreover, Zhou Feng's contributions are undeniable, and he deserves all the benefits he can. Zhou Feng saw Li Ran and Yang Wei sitting next to him, so I casually asked about the points everyone had in the camp. Li Ran told Zhou Feng the general situation. Everyone has some points left over. Even the elderly have accumulated some. Food supplies are plentiful and prices are not high. Zhou Feng nodded upon hearing this. Points are now like money. Having money means you won't panic. Everyone has remaining points, which can be redeemed for food at any time. However, when food is really scarce, having points is actually useless. Food prices can be adjusted at any time. But at least for now, it can put everyone's minds at ease. There's one problem. Recording the points is a bit of a hassle, and some people have bad memories, which has caused quite a few conflicts, Yang Wei added from the side, looking somewhat helpless. Li Ran, being a former secretary, is unlikely to make any mistakes. However, other people sometimes misremember my points. There are also some who want to take advantage of the chaos. They insisted that their points were recorded incorrectly and wanted compensation. These past few days, Yang Wei has been arguing with Li Ran quite a bit. In other words, we need actual currency. Zhou Feng understood what Yang Wei meant. Simply writing it down with a pen is actually quite inconvenient. That's right, it would be great if we had actual currency, and it wouldn't be easy to counterfeit. Li Ran nodded in agreement. I'll figure out how to deal with this later. Zhou Feng had actually thought about it before. Use seashells or other objects to leave marks. But these things are all easy to obtain. Moreover, leaving marks makes them easy to counterfeit. At that point, there will be no way to tell the difference between the real and the fake. Some people will take the risk and secretly counterfeit this currency. Zhou Feng lowered his head and took a sip of soup. I noticed someone around me eating meat while silently shedding tears. There are quite a few people like that. Tonight's dinner was plentiful. Wild boar meat is considered a top delicacy on a deserted island. But not to the point that these people were moved to tears. Zhou Feng knew they were all homesick. People tend to be more sentimental when they are full. Zhou Feng also made up his mind. Once we've dealt with the immediate threat, we definitely need to explore this island thoroughly. Let's see if there's any way to leave this paradise island. After finishing his meal, Zhou Feng returned to their row of shacks. They lifted the straw curtain and entered Bai Qingyan and Qin Xiaoxue's room. Bai Qingyan was the only person in the room. Bai Qingyan sat there, fiddling with something in her hands. When Bai Qingyan saw that it was Zhou Feng who had arrived, she said in an annoyed tone, "My mom isn't here, she's in the kitchen." Bai Qingyan thought Zhou Feng had come to see Qin Xiaoxue. The kitchen that Bai Qingyan mentioned. It's actually located in the middle of the camp. 2 stoves were set up over there using stones. "I'm here to see you," Zhou Feng said, leaning closer. Only then could I barely make out that Bai Qingyan was polishing tools. It looks like something like a wooden bowl and a wooden plate. Now that the people in the camp have some free time, they all make their own daily necessities. "What do you want?" Bai Qingyan was taken aback and stopped what she was doing. "I want to talk to you." Zhou Feng sat down on the rock next to him. "You want to talk to me?" Bai Qingyan looked puzzled. "I wonder what Zhou Feng wants from me. It's about Xiaoxue and me. I hope you can understand. I really like her," Zhou Feng said seriously. "Didn't you say that before?" Bai Qingyan frowned. When she caught him in the act last time, Zhou Feng had already expressed his feelings. "I hope to receive your blessing," Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. "Your affairs have nothing to do with me," Bai Qingyan said, turning her head away. He seemed to want to ignore Zhou Feng. "How can we be together without your blessing?" Zhou Feng said earnestly. "You didn't tell me anything at the beginning. You didn't treat me like one of your own at all," Bai Qingyan said angrily. Zhou Feng nodded to himself. As expected, Bai Qingyan still harbored resentment. "If we hadn't come to this island, I probably wouldn't have dared to speak. Do you remember when I was knocked unconscious when I saved you?" Zhou Feng began to recount his story slowly. That near-death experience made him determined to make a decision. To express one's feelings. Chapter 81 Exposure. Of course, Zhou Feng didn't mention the jade pendant. Bai Qingyan listened quietly to Zhou Feng's story. It was the first time she had ever heard Zhou Feng's true thoughts. She initially thought Zhou Feng was just acting on impulse. After all, Bai Qingyan knew very well how beautiful her mother was. But when Bai Qingyan heard Zhou Feng speak his mind, she realized she had been wrong. "I know I may not be good enough for Xiaoxue, but I will treat her with utmost seriousness," Zhou Feng said, his expression becoming particularly earnest at the end. "It seems that if I stop you, I'll become the bad guy," Bai Qingyan muttered to herself, her head down. Actually, Bai Qingyan had never objected to her mother finding another partner. But she never thought of that. This person is actually Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, who grew up with me since I was a child. Your opinion is really important. Zhou Feng stared at Bai Qingyan. Bai Qingyan turned to look at Zhou Feng. She had never seen Zhou Feng so serious before. But this guy is so serious. He actually wanted to be his stepfather. "I have a request." Bai Qingyan sighed. "Go ahead and say it," Zhou Feng nodded. "Don't make my mom sad." Bai Qingyan bit her lip. Zhou Feng immediately replied that there was absolutely no problem. After Zhou Feng left the room, Bai Qingyan sighed. That's not what she actually wanted to say. However, he simply couldn't bring himself to speak to Zhou Feng. "I've made things clear with Bai Qingyan." Zhou Feng came over and told Qin Xiaoxue the news. "That's good." Qin Xiaoxue had actually finished packing up. She was waiting for Zhou Feng to come over. Qin Xiaoxue originally wanted to talk to her daughter herself. She just felt a little embarrassed. "We have no choice but to send Zhou Feng. So, from now on, will we be able to rest in the same room?" Zhou Feng coughed lightly. "Let Qin Yan live alone in a room? That won't do." Qin Xiaoxue immediately shook her head. "That's too unsafe." Qin Xiaoxue was also worried. Zhou Feng scratched his head. "What should we do then? They can't all live together, can they? What difference would that make? I still can't do anything. I can come over and chat with you occasionally." Qin Xiaoxue, of course, saw through Zhou Feng's intentions. Just chatting won't do? Zhou Feng shook his head. Then what else do you want to do? Qin Xiaoxua blushed immediately. Of course she knew what Zhou Feng was thinking. Just like that night. Before she could react, Zhou Feng had already moved closer. Qin Xiaoxua immediately felt a sense of suffocation. This guy? Always so impatient. Next time, make him come slower. However, Qin Xiaoxua also liked it. It was full of youthful energy. A few minutes later, Qin Xiaoxua finally had a chance to catch her breath. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Zhou Feng said softly. Qin Xiaoxua knew exactly what Zhou Feng was thinking. She estimated that the final layer of their relationship would probably be crossed soon. I'm going back to my room first. Qin Xiaoxua pushed Zhou Feng away as if she were running away. Zhou Feng stroked his chin, a smile on his face. He discovered that Qin Xiaoxua was no longer as reserved as she had been at the beginning. She just hugged me too. Perhaps all the two of them need is one chance. The next morning, everyone had just finished breakfast. Everyone started getting busy. Zhou Feng also planned to take a few people to search the east side. Prepare to approach Boss Fei's camp. Let's see if Boss Fei makes any moves. Just then, Fan Jian ran over. Boss, we just caught a shifty-looking guy near the camp. Bring it over. Zhou Feng frowned. Strangers have appeared near the camp. Soon a person was brought over under guard. Zhou Feng sized up the other person. He was a man in his 30s. He looked a bit thin, and his eyes were constantly scanning his surroundings. It does have a somewhat shifty and sneaky look to it. Moreover, Zhou Feng noticed that the other person looked quite energetic, not like someone who had been starving for a long time. This made his heart skip a beat. This is not a lone survivor. Could he be a spy, like Su Kai, trying to infiltrate the camp? Or perhaps they were spies sent by Boss Fei. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding, the man shouted as soon as he saw Zhou Feng. What misunderstanding? Zhou Feng asked. I'm not a spy. I'm here to negotiate. I'm an envoy, the man quickly said. One of Boss Fei's men, huh? Zhou Feng sneered. Although Zhou Feng knew this day would come sooner or later. After all, they left behind quite a few traces along the way. But Zhou Feng didn't expect this day to come so soon. I just dug up a lot of potatoes yesterday. Today, Boss Fei's men came knocking and have already arrived near their camp. That's right. It's Boss Fei. The man nodded and bowed. He has the nerve to negotiate. Fan Jian sneered. Continuing to fight won't benefit anyone. We are all survivors of the Wanli. There's no need to make it a fight to the death. The man coughed. How dare you say that? Fan Jian got angry as soon as he heard this and kicked the man. The camp has been in a state of panic these past few days, all because of these guys. Now this bastard is actually standing on his moral high ground and criticizing them. The man was kicked to the ground and started muttering something, such as the principle of not harming envoys during wartime or the Geneva Conventions. Fan Jian didn't waste words with this man and had the people around him hold him down. They went up and immediately slapped him in the face. The man's face swelled up in no time. Drag him away and beat him severely until he tells the truth. If he doesn't, beat him to death. Zhou Feng waved his hand. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I'll tell you everything. The man immediately pleaded. After all, there's no reason for a man to risk his life to conceal information. Zhou Feng asked several questions in succession, all about Fei Laoda's camp. For example, the number of people and Fei Laoda's identity, etc. All of this information was obtained by Zhou Feng from Song Min. This person's retelling was basically the same as Song Min's, with no errors. He also revealed his name and his true purpose for coming here. The man's name was Jiang Jun, and he did not come alone. Yesterday, Boss Fei sent out a total of 6 people. These 6 people started yesterday evening. They had been searching for traces of Zhou Feng and his group, looking for their camp. They first discovered the new camp where Tang Cheng and his men were located. However, they did not alert the enemy, but continued to search in this direction following the trail. Because Boss Fei has already realized it. Besides Tang Cheng and his group, there was another camp. Sure enough, they found Zhou Feng and his group's residence next. The others had already gone back and told Boss Fei the location of the camp. Jiang Jun was left alone to deliver a message, which is why he was spotted by the sentry. Boss, our location has been exposed. Fan Jian's face was grim. Chapter 82 Negotiation. The discovery of their camp meant they were at risk of being attacked at any moment. The same thing will happen to Tang Cheng's camp. Fan Jian's biggest worry was that Fei Laohui would send people to ambush them in the vicinity. That made it impossible to guard against, so they dared not leave the camp. Zhou Feng waved his hand, indicating that Fan Jian didn't need to continue. He also knew that the discovery of the camp meant that everyone would be in danger at any moment. Right now, we need to figure out why Chiang Kai-shek's army came here. What message did Boss Fei send you to deliver? Zhou Feng asked. Ceasefire. Our boss means a ceasefire between the two sides, Jiang Jun said. Ceasefire? Boss Fei wants to cease hostilities. Zhou Feng was amused. Nobody's a fool. It started when Fei Laodao made the first move and attacked Tang Cheng and his group. This is a life-or-death battle. There was no mention of a ceasefire between the two sides. Zhou Feng guessed it might be because Boss Fei was injured yesterday. He didn't know the extent of Fei Laodao's injuries or how serious they were. However, Boss Fei definitely wants to rest and recuperate, so he wants to delay the process. Yes, if we keep fighting, who knows how many more people will die. It's better to stop the war. Jiang Jun said somewhat timidly. While saying this, he would occasionally glance at Fan Jian. He was afraid that Fan Jian would beat him up again. Since it's a ceasefire, there must be conditions, right? Zhou Feng continued to ask. Our boss wants to talk to you personally, Jiang Jun said, looking at Zhou Feng. Jiang Jun had never met Zhou Feng. However, based on Fei Laodao's description, he had already determined who the person in front of him was. They are the people who pose a huge threat to their camp. Where should we talk? Zhou Feng wanted to know the location. Our boss said you can arrange the venue, and each side will send 10 people, Jiang Jun said. Zhou Feng frowned. Should he arrange the place himself? Okay, I can talk to Boss Fei. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. Boss, those guys are definitely going to try something. You can't take the risk, Fan Jian said quickly. Then Fan Jian looked at Jiang Jun and grabbed the other man's collar. Speak. What tricks are you playing? Fan Jian roared. I don't know what Boss Fei is thinking. I really don't know. Jiang Jun began to beg for mercy. Fan Jian punched Jiang Jun a few more times. However, despite being beaten and screaming in agony, Jiang Jun insisted that he was merely a messenger. All right, no need to interrogate him anymore. Zhou Feng waved his hand. Fan Jian then let go of his hand. Jiang Jun curled up on the ground, groaning continuously. Go back and tell Boss Fei that I'll be waiting for him in the papaya grove this afternoon. If he doesn't show up before dusk, don't even think about negotiating, Zhou Feng said as he approached Jiang Jun. According to Zhou Feng's estimate, once Jiang Jun returns to Fei Laodao's side, it should be around noon by now. Time is running out for Fei Laodao. No problem, I'll definitely pass on the message. Jiang Jun immediately stood up and ran off as fast as he could. That was all an act. Boss, are we just going to let him go like this? He's seen our camp. Fan Jian was a little unwilling. If Chiang Kai-shek's army returns, this will lead to even more leaks of information about the camp. They were lying here last night and have already seen the situation of the camp. Zhou Feng shook his head helplessly. Jiang Jun was discovered in the morning. This does not mean that Jiang Jun only arrived in the morning. This is my fault, Fan Jian said, his face full of remorse. His group was responsible for the safety of the camp yesterday. But someone sneaked over there. Don't blame yourself. The surrounding area is so wide and full of trees, it's impossible to find anyone. Zhou Feng didn't mean to blame Fan Jian. It would be difficult for even a few dozen people to monitor the entire area. Boss, I'll go with you later. Fan Jian volunteered. Zhou Feng nodded, indicating that they would set off shortly. And it's not 10 people, but at least 30. We also need to send someone to inform Tang Cheng and the others. Let them know that their camp has been discovered. Tang Cheng was also instructed to send out at least 10 people. That's practically their entire fighting force. Boss, should we resort to dirty tricks? Fan Jian's eyes lit up, and he gestured. We'll see how things go. If Boss Fei wants to fight us, he'll definitely send out all his forces. Zhou Feng squinted. Then we'll need to deploy at least most of our fighting force. Moreover, Zhou Feng specifically chose the time this afternoon. They simply didn't give Boss Fei any time to prepare. Otherwise, it's very likely that Boss Fei would take advantage of the moment when I left the camp. They led others to attack their own camp. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Fan Jian nodded. More than 30 people were quickly selected. They were all young and strong, carrying simple spears. Everyone carried some food on their backs. Smoked fish and boiled potatoes. There were about 10 people, each holding a shield. Zhou Feng believed that if a conflict broke out with Boss Fei and his group, his side would not lose. However, Zhou Feng did not want to engage in a bloody battle unless absolutely necessary. I don't know how many people will die then. When they arrived at the papaya grove, Tang Cheng also received the news and personally led his men over. Tang Cheng was furious when he saw the terrible state of the papaya grove. So many papayas have rotted. Tang Cheng hurled more than a dozen nasty insults. Are you alright with your injury? Zhou Feng asked Tang Cheng. There's been no pus formation these past 2 days, so there shouldn't be any problems. Besides, even if there were, I would still come to take a look. Tang Cheng gave a helpless, bitter smile. Tang Cheng originally thought that by moving his camp, he could have some peace and quiet for a while. but they didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Tang Cheng then asked Zhou Feng what he planned to do. Should we take care of Boss Fei here? Zhou Feng's answer remained the same. Let's see how things go first. Then Zhou Feng divided the others into 3 teams. A team followed him, waiting here for Boss Fei. The other 2 teams were lying in ambush a few hundred meters away on either side of the papaya grove. If you hear the signal you've given, then come out and fight the other side to the death. The signal Zhou Feng was referring to was that he would shout into the air. The savage who had been chased up a tree by Zhou Feng also tried to roar and make a sound. This is also the most effective method when you're in the woods. Following Zhou Feng's orders, everyone hid themselves. However, Tang Cheng did not hide. He stayed by Zhou Feng's side. Tang Cheng also wanted to know what Boss Fei wanted to say. I can also help out by being there. Several hours passed quickly. We waited until the afternoon, close to dusk. Finally, they saw Boss Fei appear before them with a few men. Chapter 83 Chips. Although Zhou Feng had clashed with Boss Fei several times, but this was the first time I had ever closely examined Boss Fei. He noticed that Fei's injured shoulder was significantly larger than the other side. It's the spot where I threw the stone yesterday. It must be swollen now. The men following behind Fei were also carrying spears. However, none of them carried bows and arrows. It looks like they really are here to negotiate. Fei Laoda and the others stopped about 20 meters away from Zhou Feng. From this position, everyone can hear each other clearly. You've broken the rules. You brought a lot of people, Boss Fei said directly. Tang Cheng frowned, not expecting that Boss Fei had actually noticed that they had secretly brought a lot of people with them. To deal with someone like you, you definitely need to be more prepared, Tang Cheng said with a cold snort. When it comes to rules, it depends on who you're dealing with. When dealing with someone like a paid leader, following the rules will only lead to losses. Do you even have the right to speak here? You've already given yourself away with just a single probing question. Boss Fei revealed a mocking expression. Tang Cheng was taken aback, then realized he had said the wrong thing. Boss Fei had no idea how many people they had brought. They're just trying to scam them. I was easily fooled. I'm sorry, Tang Cheng said apologetically to Zhou Feng beside him. Tang Cheng originally thought he could be of help. Zhou Feng waved his hand, indicating that Tang Cheng didn't need to continue. In fact, Zhou Feng had just been wondering whether Boss Fei had really discovered how many people they had brought. All I can say is that Boss Fei is too cunning. What are you going to talk about? Zhou Feng asked directly. Hee, you're quite good, a formidable figure. What did you do before? Boss Fei grinned, his eyes scanning Zhou Feng. It has nothing to do with you. Zhou Feng shook his head. If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. But I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Fei Juanhao. I used to be a mercenary in Africa. Fei Juanhao introduced himself. There are many foreign legions in Africa, and their financial backers are usually France and Russia. Both sides are trying to maintain their own interests in Africa. These foreign legions appear to be independent and autonomous, but are employed by the power of a certain country. In reality, they are just henchmen of major powers. They often subvert a small country or control a nation. My name is Zhou Feng. I'm not here to chat with you. Zhou Feng also introduced himself. All right, let's get straight to the point. I suggest we all cease hostilities now, Boss Fei said directly. Tang Cheng was indignant. This guy killed so many of his own people. Now you want to cease fire just by opening your mouth? However, because of his mistake earlier, Tang Cheng dared not speak rashly again. They were afraid of causing Zhou Feng more trouble. Why did you stop the war? Is it because you were injured? Zhou Feng looked at Fei Laoda's arm. Haha, that was pretty ruthless. I've only ever seen people use stones as weapons in Africa, Fei joked. However, Fei then shook his arms a few times. This indicates that although he was injured, it was not serious. He wouldn't mind if Zhou Feng wanted to continue fighting. If I want, none of you will leave here alive today, Zhou Feng said calmly. The men behind Boss Fei were all a little nervous. I subconsciously took a few steps back. Only Boss Fei stood there, his face calm and unhurried. If I didn't have some leverage, would I be here negotiating with you? Boss Fei squinted. What are your chips? Zhou Feng asked curiously. In Zhou Feng's opinion, Fei Laoda's most valuable possession was actually the wild potatoes in the forest. However, the wild potato was very close to Boss Fei. But Zhou Feng really wanted to dig potatoes, and even Fei Laoda couldn't stop him. Then let's see whose fist is harder. Have you ever seen a savage? Boss Fei's face darkened considerably. I've met you. Zhou Feng nodded. Not far from my camp, roughly to the southeast, there is a tribe of savages, Boss Fei said, his brows furrowed as he began to recount the story. According to Fei Laoda's description, he didn't know how many people were in that savage tribe. However, I have already had 2 conflicts with them. Each time, the other side appeared in groups of dozens of people. A total of more than a dozen people died. Of course, The savages didn't fare well either, and they also left behind several corpses. Zhou Feng understood a little after hearing this. Why did Mr. Fei choose to build the camp on the rocky reefs by the sea? That place isn't really a good place. However, the safety factor is very high. If you insist on exterminating us, then the savages will target you next. We are only moving towards this side of the island to get further away from the savages. Boss Fei spread his hands. However, when doing this movement, Fei's injured shoulder still looked a little unnatural. You speak so righteously, yet you killed so many of my people and destroyed the papaya forest, all just to stay away from the savages? Tang Cheng could no longer hold back and roared angrily. Are those people your relatives and friends? Boss Fei asked in return. Tang Cheng was taken aback. When Fei saw Tang Cheng's expression, he smiled and continued speaking. Since they weren't your relatives or friends, why are you so agitated? If they're dead, they're dead. Boss Fei looked completely unconcerned. They completely disregarded the lives of other people. Fei Laoda has seen too much death in Africa. Hunger, war, disease. He was already used to it. We're not on the same path as you. Zhou Feng shook his head. Although Zhou Feng also had a ranking of importance in his mind. Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan were definitely at the very front. I believe Tang Cheng feels the same way. Tang Fu is the most important person in his heart. But they wouldn't treat other people's lives like dirt. We're not on the same side, but we're facing the same threat now. If we're wiped out, the savages will definitely target you. In their eyes, we're all invaders. Boss Fei nodded, acknowledging this. Zhou Feng frowned. If things really are as Boss Fei said, there was a gathering place for cannibals near their camp. Moreover, they have already clashed twice. Continuing to fight with Boss Fei would not benefit him either. What evidence do you have to prove that there are savages at your camp? Zhou Feng asked. Fei Laoda gave a wink to the person next to him. The man was carrying a basket woven from vines. Zhou Feng had initially thought that the basket contained food and water, but then the man dropped the contents of the basket onto the ground. Zhou Feng couldn't help but gasp. It was filled with cleaned human bones. Chapter 84 Compromise. Zhou Feng had seen these human bones on the bodies of wild men. Wild men seemed to have a peculiar hobby, carrying these things on their bodies. I don't know if it was their spoils of war or a relative or something. Zhou Feng had heard that some tribes still maintained this tradition. They believed that human bones would give them strength. It's the same as them eating the enemy's corpses. You will also gain the power of the enemy. Of course, there are also many tribes that eat the corpses of their dead members. I believe it will bring peace to the souls of the tribe. But no matter what, these human bones must belong to savages. Only they know how to polish this kind of thing. In addition to the human bones, there were also some other miscellaneous items. Stone axes, stone hammers, and the like. Zhou Feng also noticed that there is a necklace made of some kind of bone. Each bone is carved with a tiny sun pattern. This made Zhou Feng frown. He had seen the sun pattern on another savage before. Is this just a regular tattoo? Or does it have some special meaning? But what is certain now is that these are all things belonging to savages. Fei Laoda probably collected these things in order to figure out the customs of the wild people, and the weapons they use, etc. Well, can we call a truce now? Boss Fei smiled. A ceasefire is possible, but I have two conditions, Zhou Feng said. You can bring it up, Boss Fei nodded. First, we're going to dig potatoes, and you can't stop us. Second, your area of activity cannot extend beyond the papaya grove. These were Zhou Feng's two requirements. Fei Laoda frowned, resting his chin on his hand. He is clearly thinking about it. After a few minutes, Boss Fei slowly spoke. Isn't this a bit unfair? You can come to our territory, but we can't go to yours. Boss Fei said, his tone a little displeased. Yeah, you killed more than a dozen of our people, but we didn't kill any of yours, Tang Cheng sneered. You didn't kill any, but brother Zhou Feng killed quite a few. If he keeps wandering around my camp, I won't be able to sleep at night. Boss Fei looked at Tang Cheng with a hint of contempt. They clearly didn't take Tang Cheng seriously. This is completely different from their attitude towards Zhou Feng. This infuriated Tang Cheng, but he was helpless to do anything about it. These are my conditions. You can choose not to accept them, Zhou Feng said calmly. In that case, I accept both conditions, but I also have my own conditions. Boss Fei nodded. Then Boss Fei made a request. He demanded that Zhou Feng return his medication. Of course, not all of them. Boss Fei knew that was unrealistic. Fei said he needed antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs, as well as nitroglycerin. Because that quick-acting heart-saving pill was Dr. Wan's medicine in the camp. Without that medicine, Dr. Wan could have died at any moment. Zhou Feng agreed. I can give Fei Laoda a box of antibiotics and a box of anti-inflammatory drugs. You can also send someone to deliver all the quick-acting heart medicine to him. These anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics should be used on the wounded in Fei Laoda's camp, including Fei Laoda himself. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Boss Fei smiled slightly. Then, to everyone's surprise, Fei Laoda actually walked right up to Zhou Feng and stretched out a hand. It seems she wants to shake hands with Zhou Feng. Let's skip the handshake. Zhou Feng didn't extend his hand. That would be such a pity. Someone as capable as you could build a kingdom here if we could truly cooperate. Boss Fei's eyes were filled with excitement. Zhou Feng understood the meaning behind Fei Laoda's words. True cooperation. What they are doing now is not cooperation at all, but just a compromise. Boss Fei is injured and doesn't want to cause any conflict with me for the time being. Even if their men were killed yesterday, and they stole the wild boar themselves. Fei Laoda also decided to swallow his anger. To Zhou Feng's surprise, Boss Fei actually wants to build a kingdom here? This guy has such big ambitions. You're overthinking it. I just want to survive and get out of here. Zhou Feng shook his head. Zhou Feng was not interested in any kingdoms, nor had he ever thought about that question. With your strength, surviving is of course not a problem, but do you still think this is an ordinary island after you leave? Boss Fei's eyes were meaningful before he turned and left. Tang Cheng felt a little regretful as he watched Fei Laoda and the others get further and further away. The two sides eventually completed the negotiations. To some extent, Tang Cheng would prefer the negotiations to break down. That way they'd have a reason to kill Boss Fei here. After all, there were more than 40 people on their side. But killing Boss Fei is easy. What will happen to Boss Fei's camp next? Those people will probably be filled with anxiety. To the southeast lies a savage tribe, and to the west, Zhou Feng and his men are watching with predatory eyes. They will definitely scatter and flee at that time. In the future, they will be the ones to face the savages. In comparison, it's better to spare Fei Laoda's life for now. This is actually the best option, letting Fei Laoda and the others face the savages. This is probably why Boss Fei dared to come to negotiate with just a few people. Fei Laoda was fearless and had nothing to fear. On the way back, Zhou Feng seemed to be deep in thought. Zhou Feng kept replaying Fei Laoda's words in his mind. Do you think this is just an ordinary island? It's clear that Boss Fei has also discovered something. But the other party is very tight-lipped. If Zhou Feng wants to get information out of Boss Fei, it won't be that simple. Starting tomorrow, we'll send people out to dig potatoes every day, Zhou Feng said to Tang Cheng. We should take advantage of this time to stock up on food. There are many ways to preserve potatoes. The simplest way is to soak it in salt water, which will prevent it from sprouting. Okay, Tang Cheng nodded. Also, don't let your guard down. Be wary of Boss Fei making a move in secret, Zhou Feng reminded him. Don't worry, I'll always consider him an enemy, Tang Cheng said through gritted teeth. Zhou Feng patted Tang Cheng on the shoulder. By the way, you're not going to go find that savage tribe next, are you? Tang Cheng asked Zhou Feng. After spending this time together, Tang Cheng had come to know Zhou Feng quite well. Now that Zhou Feng knew the location of the savage tribe, they certainly wouldn't just leave it unattended. I will definitely go and take a look. That's right, Boss Fei wasn't telling the truth. Zhou Feng nodded. Given Fei Laoda's cautious nature, how could he not have investigated that savage tribe? They must know the approximate number of people. Even if a conflict breaks out between them, it's possible that Boss Fei went to investigate and was discovered. However, Boss Fei did not reveal this information to them. Chapter 85 Departure. Could this be a trap? That guy deliberately gave us this information to send us to our deaths. Tang Cheng suddenly realized this. Since he could think of it himself, Zhou Feng would go to that savage tribe to check. Then I'm afraid Boss Fei has thought of that too. This information should be true. I'll be more careful, Zhou Feng said after thinking for a moment. The bones that Boss Fei brought out are evidence. If you want more specific information, you have to investigate yourself. After I recover from my injuries, I'll go with you to do things like this in the future. Tang Cheng was holding his breath. He had been feeling incredibly frustrated ever since he got injured. You should focus on healing your injuries first, Zhou Feng said, showing no particular concern. He doesn't lack help right now. Even if Tang Cheng were really by her side, he wouldn't be of much help. By the time Zhou Feng returned to the camp, it was already dark. When they saw that Zhou Feng and the others were completely unharmed, everyone in the camp breathed a sigh of relief. With so many people mobilized at once, they were all worried that it would be a fierce battle. It's already a pleasant surprise that they've returned intact. Dinner was left for them at the camp. After everyone had eaten, Zhou Feng told them to go to rest early. We set off to dig potatoes at daybreak. Take advantage of the current agreement between the two parties. Dig up as many potatoes as possible to store food for a period of time. Zhou Feng returned to the house, his brows furrowed. I've been thinking about the wild man all along. He also had a question in his mind. There are traces of other survivors living on the island. those who arrived on the island long before them, such as the survivors in the caves. The other party left the place as if they had suddenly abandoned the cave. Why are they leaving? Is it because of the savages? Or for some other reason? Just then, Qin Xiaoxua lifted the curtain and walked in. Xiaofeng, I heard you're going to investigate the savage tribe tomorrow? Qin Xiaoxua asked worriedly, her brows furrowed. She had already heard it from others. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Zhou Feng said with a smile. Don't be so reckless. Isn't that tribe far away from us? There are other people in between, Qin Xiaoxua said softly, sitting by Zhou Feng's bedside. Qin Xiaoxua knew that saying this implied that she was asking someone else to take the blame. But that's the truth. She didn't want Zhou Feng to take any risks. Savages have already appeared around us. If we don't investigate this soon, we don't know when we'll be surrounded by savages, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. I just want you to be safe and sound. Qin Xiaoxua tilted her head and leaned on Zhou Feng's shoulder. I will always be by your side. Zhou Feng gently put his arm around her side. The two of them didn't say anything. They just leaned against each other. Zhou Feng suddenly felt that he wished this moment could last forever. Even though we're on a deserted island, I can be with the person I love. That's enough. After an unknown amount of time, the curtain was lifted. Bai Qingyan stood at the door. Qin Xiaoxua immediately sat up straight and tossed her hair. What's up? Zhou Feng said irritably. He was in the middle of contemplating something. Unexpectedly, Bai Qingyan barged in. Let me see what you're doing, Bai Qingyan muttered. What we do is none of your business. Kids shouldn't meddle in adults' affairs. Zhou Feng frowned. You're still an adult. We grew up playing in the mud together. I know all your embarrassing stories. I'm going to tell my mom about them later. Bai Qingyan snorted, looking unconvinced. Zhou Feng was somewhat helpless. After all, Bai Qingyan, that little girl, really knows quite a bit about me. All right. I'm scared of you. Just tell me what you want to do. Zhou Feng could only quickly beg for mercy. Now, he had finally managed to establish himself as a man in Qin Xiaoxua's heart. We can't let things fall apart so easily. I heard you're going to the savage tribe? Bai Qingyan asked. That's right. Zhou Feng nodded. Mom, aren't you going to try to persuade him? It must be very dangerous. What if he gets eaten by wild men? Bai Qingyan's eyes were also filled with worry. I've already tried to persuade her, Qin Xiaoxua said, sounding somewhat helpless. Bai Qingyan could understand from Qin Xiaoxua's reaction. Zhou Feng will definitely insist on going. Why don't you find some helpers? Bai Qingyan actually really wanted to go herself. She felt she could be of help. However, after becoming a burden to Zhou Feng last time, Bai Qingyan was afraid of holding him back again. It's best to go alone, so as not to attract the attention of the savages, and it will be easier for me to escape alone, Zhou Feng explained. Then please be careful. If anything happens to you, my mom will be very sad. Bai Qingyan said this, then lowered the curtain and left the room. This little girl, I think she's worried about you too. Qin Xiaoxua couldn't help but smile. Zhou Feng nodded. He had noticed it too. In fact, Zhou Feng felt that his relationship with Bai Qingyan had always been good. We used to get along well. We were childhood sweethearts. Perhaps it was because of her relationship with Qin Xiaoxua that Bai Qingyan was unable to accept it for the time being. However, he believes that given enough time, so Bai Qingyan can always return to her previous appearance. Then I'll head back first. Qin Xiaoxua stood up to leave. But before she left the room, suddenly, he moved closer to Zhou Feng. A few seconds later, Qin Xiaoxua turned and left. Zhou Feng looked pleasantly surprised. This wasn't the first time Qin Xiaoxua had taken the initiative. He could tell. Since Bai Qingyan expressed that she did not object, Qin Xiaoxua gradually relaxed. Early morning. After breakfast, everyone set off with Zhou Feng. The number of people is the same as yesterday, more than 30. When they passed through the papaya grove, Tang Fu was waiting there with more than 20 people. Several other women in Tang Fu's team also joined in digging potatoes. They are all relatively young. They couldn't carry that many potatoes. But even carrying only a dozen kilograms is far more than the food they can find in the surrounding area. Zhou Feng was not surprised to see that it was Tang Fu who brought people. Given Tang Cheng's current injuries, it's best for him to avoid excessive activity. Moreover, the level of danger in this operation is not high. Boss Fei and his men probably wouldn't launch a sneak attack. The two groups of people came together. I heard you're going to investigate the situation of the savage tribe? Tang Fu immediately came over. That's right. Zhou Feng nodded. How about I go with you? Tang Fu immediately said. Chapter 86 Stubbornness. Don't come and cause trouble. Zhou Feng shook his head. I'm not causing trouble. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a girl. I'm very agile, and I'm also very brave, Tang Fu immediately said. Zhou Feng believed this. When Tang Fu encountered Boss Fei and his group before, she showed no fear at all. Holding a long spear, He dared to stand at the very front. I can handle this myself. It has nothing to do with you. Zhou Feng waved his hand. How can it not be related? Aren't we sharing intelligence? I can't let you risk your life to gather intelligence alone, Tang Fu said righteously. Zhou Feng was a little surprised that Tang Fu would say such a thing. Does your brother agree to let you go? Zhou Feng asked. Of course I agree. Tang Fu nodded immediately. However, Tang Fu's eyes were slightly evasive. Zhou Feng understood immediately. Tang Chung would never agree to his sister going to the territory of some savage tribe. If it's really necessary, Tang Chung will most likely go up himself. It's impossible to let my sister take such a risk. You didn't even bring it up, Zhou Feng said directly. It's the same if I bring it up, my brother can't stop me. Tang Fu pouted, looking defiant. Tang Fu learned last night that Zhou Feng would be going to the territory of the savage tribe. She then had an idea and wanted to come along. As long as you can help Zhou Feng, you will definitely gain some weight in Zhou Feng's heart. However, Tang Fu also knew very well that she couldn't tell her brother about this idea. Otherwise, Tang Chung would definitely refuse. She volunteered to bring people to dig potatoes. Tang Chung then agreed. After all, this wasn't Tang Fu's first time here. You can go back after you dig up the potatoes, Zhou Feng said, both amused and exasperated. Humph, Tang Fu snorted. They did not agree. Instead, they turned to talk about other topics. For example, where Zhou Feng used to go to school, what his hobbies were, etc. Zhou Feng also chatted casually. Anyway, the journey was tough, so having someone to chat with was a good thing. When they arrived in the woods, Zhou Feng then discovered Fei Laoda's men. They had just dug up a lot of wild potatoes and were preparing to go back. They were startled when they saw Zhou Feng and the others appear. Everyone became alert. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng was also somewhat moved. In the current situation, everyone is afraid that the other side might suddenly make a move. Zhou Feng stated that he had no malicious intent and went up to chat with the other party's manager for a few minutes. They were just asking where there were more potatoes. The other party breathed a sigh of relief and told Zhou Feng the truth. There are a lot of wild potatoes in this forest. They only dug out a very small, peripheral part. The rest of the area was covered with wild potatoes. What the managers are unaware of is, Zhou Feng's gaze was actually fixed on the vine baskets behind these people the whole time. It was noticed that these people didn't dig up much. Each person only dug about 20 or 30 kilograms. This proves that there are plenty of wild potatoes in the forest. Fei Laoda and his group did not engage in any rush to harvest or anything like that. Zhou Feng handed over the medicine he had prepared in advance to these people. If he hadn't encountered them, he originally planned to have someone deliver him directly to Boss Fei's camp. After the group left, Zhou Feng's men began to move. They found a spot and started digging. Zhou Feng remained where he was, watching everyone dig potatoes. One should always be wary of others. Although there is no indication that Federer will break the agreement now. However, it's not wrong to be cautious. After digging for more than an hour, almost everyone's basket was full. Zhou Feng told everyone to go back first. He headed southeast. According to Fei Laoda's description, the savage tribe should be in this direction. As Zhou Feng walked, he used a small knife to leave marks on the tree. He usually chooses the thickest tree among the surrounding trees. This makes it very convenient to find. When he felt a little hungry, Zhou Feng took out a smoked fish and a few boiled potatoes from his backpack. They sat down under a tree and started eating. The smoked fish was salted, so it tasted a bit salty. But eating some potatoes would be just right. After taking a few bites, Zhou Feng frowned. He sensed movement in the woods, or perhaps on his way there. So Zhou Feng put the things away. He simply hugged the tree behind him and climbed up in no time. A few minutes later, a figure appeared in the woods holding a spear. When Zhou Feng saw this figure, he was speechless. It's Tang Fu. Even though Tang Fu left with the potato digging team when she was leaving, she was actually walking away. Unexpectedly, they still followed. I guess they came here following the trail I left. In such a dense forest, footprints will not easily disappear. You can catch up by following the vegetation you've stepped on. Strangely, it disappeared. When Tang Fu arrived at the foot of the tree, she couldn't help but mutter a few words. She could no longer see Zhou Feng's footprints. Did we lose them? Tang Fu didn't want to give up so easily. She started looking around. It was quickly discovered that there were also signs of being stepped on the other side. Although it's not very obvious, it looks a bit like being trampled by an animal like a wild boar. However, these are the only clues available in the area. Tang Fu decided to go after them and take the gamble. Zhou Feng was speechless upon seeing this. He lay on the tree for a long time, just wanting to see if Tang Fu could find him. Ultimately, they gave up and left. But to his surprise, Tang Fu actually went down another path. If Tang Fu hadn't left any marks, she would definitely have gotten lost. Even if they leave a mark, they have no knowledge of wilderness survival. They will also lose their way. That would be a dead end. Zhou Feng had no choice but to climb down from the tree. They silently approached Tang Fu from behind. Tang Fu was still focused on looking down at the ground, searching for footprints. I felt a hand pat my shoulder. Ah! Tang Fu screamed. He turned around, grabbed the spear in his hand, and thrust it backward. Zhou Feng reacted quickly and grabbed the spear. Are you trying to kill me? Zhou Feng said irritably. Why are you behind people? Tang Fu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was Zhou Feng. I don't quite understand it either. She had clearly been following Zhou Feng the whole time. Why did Zhou Feng appear behind me in the end? I've been watching you from the tree for ages. How did you get here? Zhou Feng asked. I also need to gather intelligence. I want to see what the savage tribe is like. It just so happens that I'm on the same road as you. This was the reason Tang Fu had already come up with. Then go collect them. Zhou Feng crossed his arms and watched Tang Fu perform. Can I take a break now? Tang Fu retorted, mimicking Zhou Feng's posture. He stood there with his arms crossed. Zhou Feng was somewhat helpless. I'll take you back to the way you were on. Now you should go back quickly. No, I'll follow you. Tang Fu insisted. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Chapter 87 Traces. In the end, Zhou Feng took the initiative to back down. All right, follow me if you want. Zhou Feng continued walking forward. After all, Tang Fu was unwilling to leave, and he couldn't very well knock her unconscious. Don't worry. I won't cause you any trouble. Tang Fu followed with a smile. Why are you following me? What's so interesting about the savage tribe? Zhou Feng couldn't help but ask as he walked forward. I just want to see, Tang Fu stammered. However, Tang Fu then changed the subject. They began by asking Zhou Feng if there were any women in the camp. Why are you so gossipy? Zhou Feng was a little speechless. On the way here, they asked me everything, just like checking someone's household registration. Now he's directly asking himself if he has a woman. Of course there are, right? Someone as capable as you, and the leader of the camp, must have a lot of women throwing themselves at you, right? Tang Fu said, staring into Zhou Feng's eyes. I only have one girlfriend in the camp, Zhou Feng said, somewhat speechless. Just one. Tang Fu's eyes lit up immediately. Tang Fu was a little worried because Zhou Feng was a womanizer. She was actually a little hesitant about whether to get closer to Zhou Feng. Otherwise, even if she really became Zhou Feng's woman, she would just be one of many, and Zhou Feng wouldn't have any feelings for her. But when Tang Fu heard Zhou Feng say there was only one, she was overjoyed. This proves that Zhou Feng is a very devoted person. Your opportunity has arrived. If you ask me any more questions, I'll send you back. Zhou Feng stopped in his tracks. All right, I won't ask any more. Tang Fu smiled. She already had her answer. Tang Fu simply misunderstood. He thought his rival was Bai Qingyan. In her eyes, Bai Qingyan was just a little girl and no match for her at all. It's only a matter of time before she snatches Zhou Feng away from her. Zhou Feng walked very carefully, leaving marks everywhere. Tang Fu saw the messy graffiti and didn't understand what it meant. But since it was left behind by Zhou Feng, it must have a deeper meaning. However, they walked at least 3 or 4 kilometers until dusk. We still haven't seen any trace of the savage tribe. Have we been tricked? There aren't any wild men here at all. Tang Fu couldn't help but ask. That bastard Fei, Zhou Feng frowned. It's quite possible that the direction Fei Laodao pointed out was wrong. To obtain accurate information about the savage tribe, we will probably need to negotiate with Boss Fei again. You have to pay a certain price. Zhou Feng never expected that he would fall for a trick without even realizing it. So what do we do now? Tang Fu asked, looking around. Let's go back first. Zhou Feng shook his head. While we can still walk a bit further back, we'll find a place to rest. This place is so unfamiliar. Nobody knows what kind of threat it might pose. Wait, what's that? Tang Fu suddenly noticed something. After walking about 10 meters, I bent down and picked something up. Zhou Feng went up to take a look and saw that it was a piece of blue cloth. It looks like the sleeve part was forcibly torn off. It was stained with dark red blood, which must have been there for several days. Zhou Feng also noticed that there were many footprints around. People walked by here, and there were a lot of people. Zhou Feng squatted down in front of a footprint. It's a savage, Zhou Feng said slowly. These footprints clearly indicate that the person was barefoot, and many other footprints around them are similar. There really are savages here. Tang Fu gasped in shock. However, she then looked smug. See, I told you I was useful. Zhou Feng nodded, admitting that it wouldn't have been for Tang Fu. This time, I might really miss out. I wonder how much more effort it will take. Now, by simply following these footprints, we can find the other side's camp. It's going to be very dangerous next. Let me take you back first, Zhou Feng said to Tang Fu as he stood up. I'm not here to hold you back. I'm here to help you, Tang Fu said, looking unhappy. All right then. Zhou Feng nodded. Since Tang Fu insisted, He didn't say anything more. Start walking in the direction the footprints led. After walking less than a kilometer, it had become completely dark. Even Zhou Feng had difficulty seeing the footprints under his feet. He came to a tall tree. We'll have to rest here for today. Spend the night in a tree? Tang Fu asked in surprise. It's safer up in the trees, Zhou Feng nodded. It can reduce the risk of being bitten by venomous insects. Okay then, Tang Fu nodded. However, climbing trees was still a bit difficult for Tang Fu. Zhou Feng climbed up first, and then took Tang Fu's hand. Tang Fu tried her best to climb up, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't. Didn't you say you were quick and agile? Zhou Feng was a little speechless. I had told myself beforehand that I wouldn't be a burden. As a result, he couldn't even climb a tree. I said I'm nimble-fingered, not that I'm a monkey, Tang Fu said, sounding a little exasperated. Finally, he simply said that he would just stay down there. Nothing should happen. They used to sleep on palm leaves when they were on the beach. It's safer up in the tree. I'll push you from below. Zhou Feng jumped down from the tree. Okay, Tang Fu nodded. Zhou Feng came down, grabbed Tang Fu's legs, and lifted her up. With a flushed face, Tang Fu finally grabbed the tree trunk and climbed up. But after climbing up, Tang Fu discovered a problem. There's simply no way to sleep here. I could barely cling to the tree branch. It seemed like I would fall if I moved even slightly. If it falls asleep, it will definitely fall. How can we sleep like this? Tang Fu couldn't help but say. Just rest, you'll get used to it. Zhou Feng leaned against a tree branch and slowly closed his eyes. Tang Fu was a little helpless. She still wanted to ask something. Seeing that Zhou Feng had closed his eyes, he could only try it himself. Otherwise, if I continue to bother Zhou Feng, I will definitely be seen as a burden. After trying for a long time, Tang Fu finally found a way to rest. She found it much safer to lie on the tree branch. Although the tree branch is still a bit uncomfortable, it's better than falling down. Sleepiness gradually crept in. Tang Fu yawned and drifted off to sleep. She didn't know when, but she heard Zhou Feng speaking. Moreover, the sound was very urgent. Tang Fu, what's wrong? Tang Fu opened her eyes. Don't make a sound. Don't move. They're here, Zhou Feng said slowly. Them? Tang Fu was taken aback and subconsciously looked down at the tree. Suddenly, she felt as if the blood in her body had turned ice cold. Chapter 88 Hunting. Tang Fu saw a large group of savages approaching from ahead. These people all wore animal skins around their waists and carried stone spears in their hands. Some of them also had bows and arrows on their backs. If Zhou Feng hadn't reminded him early on, if Tang Fu suddenly saw this scene, she would definitely scream. We absolutely cannot let these savages find us now, or they will suffer a terrible fate. These savages did not communicate with each other and were not very fast. The procession quickly passed under the tree. Tang Fu felt a chill run through her body. It was the feeling of brushing past death. Just then, Tang Fu felt Zhou Feng grab her hand. She calmed down considerably immediately. However, seeing the final scene of the group still made Tang Fu tremble. There were several survivors, their limbs bound to thick logs. Like prey, they were carried forward by savages. There were both men and women among them. Tang Fu also noticed that all of these survivors were alive. Some people even let out painful cries. Some people kept shouting for help. However, because the noise was too loud, they would immediately be beaten by the savages. After an unknown amount of time, the savages all disappeared into the night. What are these savages doing capturing people? Tang Fu stammered as she spoke. It must have been a hunt by the savages, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. When Tang Fu heard Zhou Feng's words, she felt short of breath. She even felt nauseous. Tang Fu had heard her brother talk about the savages they had encountered. They would eat the brains of ordinary people. They would also roast and eat parts of their bodies. Those people from earlier will all become food for the savages. However, to the savages, this was just ordinary hunting. What's wrong with you? Zhou Feng noticed Tang Fu's appearance. He reached out and patted Tang Fu on the back. I'm fine. What should we do next? Should we follow them? Tang Fu gently bit her lip. Now that she had come with Zhou Feng, she couldn't possibly regret it. There is no way we can back down now. Okay, let's follow them quietly and take a look. Zhou Feng nodded. Now is the best time to follow these savages to their tribe. After waiting for a few minutes, Tang Fu estimated that the savage should have gone quite far. Just then, Zhou Feng frowned. He gestured for Tang Fu to be quiet. Tang Fu was taken aback and listened carefully as well. She then heard shouts coming from the woods ahead. It appears that there is a fight. Because of the distance, Tang Fu couldn't hear very clearly. You wait here, I'll go check it out. Zhou Feng heard this clearly. There was a battle going on ahead, and people were already screaming. Zhou Feng jumped directly down from the tree. Tang Fu was taken aback. This was a full 5 or 6 meters high. Zhou Feng actually jumped down. She gritted her teeth and jumped down from the tree. However, upon landing, he took a hard fall. What are you doing? Zhou Feng frowned. I'll go help. Tang Fu got up, thankfully without twisting her ankle or anything. It was just a slight pain in her back that made her grimace. It's such a dangerous place. I can't take care of you. Zhou Feng said helplessly. Why is Tang Fu causing trouble everywhere? I can take care of myself. You don't need to. Tang Fu said immediately. Then you'd better be careful. Zhou Feng couldn't care less about Tang Fu. I also began to understand how helpless Tang Cheng felt. No wonder Tang Cheng had a wry smile on his face when Tang Fu was mentioned. Don't worry, Tang Fu nodded. The two walked forward, one in front of the other, crouching low. After walking 300 or 400 meters, Zhou Feng became even more cautious. Tang Fu didn't know what Zhou Feng had discovered, so she bent down even lower. Then Zhou Feng stopped in his tracks. The shouts of battle ahead grew even more intense. Strange, Zhou Feng muttered to himself. What's wrong? Tang Fu peeked out from behind. I want to figure out what's going on. But it was nighttime, and they were in the woods. Tang Fu could only see a pitch-black expanse. The savages are fighting, Zhou Feng said, turning around with a puzzled look on his face. Zhou Feng could already see clearly what was ahead. Two groups of savages are killing each other. Internal strife? That can't be right. Tang Fu was also a little dumbfounded. Even within savage tribes, there are conflicts. There shouldn't be any internal strife here. No, this isn't just one group of savages, it's another group of savages. Zhou Feng finally figured it out. Because he noticed that there were too many people fighting ahead. There were more people than the ones they had just encountered. This proves that another group of savages has joined the battle. It would be best if they fought each other, and it would be best if they all died. Tang Fu couldn't help but say, someone's coming up ahead. Zhou Feng suddenly lowered his body. Tang Fu quickly followed suit and lay down behind Zhou Feng. Sure enough, a few people soon ran over from the front. These people were actually the survivors who had just been tied up and used as food. Their faces were filled with terror as they ran forward as fast as they could. It must have been during the fight among the savages that someone untied the ropes. He let everyone out, but savages were chasing after them. These wild animals were making strange noises, presumably to signal the survivors to stop. However, anyone with a sound mind wouldn't stop now. What could be worse than falling into the hands of savages? What do we do? Tang Fu panicked. These people should know some intelligence, Zhou Feng said, squinting. These survivors were clearly not from Fei Laoda's camp. They must have come from somewhere else. Just then, the savages caught up with the survivors. The person running at the very back was a woman with very beautiful features. I doubt they exercise regularly. At this crucial moment, they fell to the very back of the group. The savage grabbed the woman's hair. The woman screamed and fell backward to the ground. Lily, a man ahead stopped and let out a mournful cry. You can see a continuous stream of savages behind you. The man hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran. Zhang Lily tried to get up from the ground, but she couldn't move at all. The wild man grabbed his hair tightly. Watching her fiancé run away from her, Zhang Lily felt utterly hopeless. I thought I had a chance to escape. I never thought I'd die here anyway, so I might as well have died in the camp. He watched as the savages behind him raised their stone spears. Zhang Lily closed her eyes, waiting for the moment she would be killed. But at this very moment, whoosh, a stone hit the savage's face. The savage released his grip on Zhang Lily and fell straight to the ground. Chapter 89 Courage. Zhang Lily didn't see clearly what happened. She only felt that the strength in her hand had disappeared. Her survival instinct kicked in, and she scrambled to her feet and continued running forward. There weren't many savages who caught up. There were only 6 of them. Clearly, the other savages were fighting. They were only sent out to catch their prey. Zhou Feng solved 4 problems with stones. The remaining 2 savages showed no sign of backing down and charged straight at them. Zhou Feng simply grabbed his dagger and charged out. The savage saw that there was prey that dared to come towards him. So he immediately brandished his stone spear and thrust it at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng met the attack with the dagger in his hand. Clang! A spark appeared on Zhou Feng's dagger, but it vanished in an instant. The savage's stone spear was deflected. However, Zhou Feng's dagger remained as powerful as ever, aimed directly at the savage's neck. Fresh blood gushed out. The savage's neck was slashed open, and blood entered his trachea. The savage suddenly couldn't breathe, and he instinctively clutched his neck. But this was completely ineffective. The combination of blood loss and suffocation caused him to quickly collapse to the ground and begin convulsing. The remaining savage's weapon was a stone axe. He brandished his stone axe and charged toward Zhou Feng. But at that moment, a stone spear thrust out from the side. It pierced the savage's eye directly. The savage screamed and looked around in disbelief. It's Tang Fu. Tang Fu picked up the stone spear that the savage had dropped and took the initiative to attack. Seeing that the savage was still alive, Tang Fu gritted her teeth and stabbed him again. This time, the stab hit the opponent's neck. Moreover, Tang Fu used all her strength to push the savage backward several meters. The savage stumbled and fell to the ground. He could never get up again. I killed him. I killed him. Tang Fu murmured, her hands trembling. Tang Fu found it unbelievable. He had actually killed a savage. You're really amazing, Zhou Feng couldn't help but say. Although Tang Fu's strength is small, her explosive power is not weak. In particular, Tang Fu is very brave and more reliable than many men in critical moments. Really, Tang Fu saw the admiration in Zhou Feng's eyes. The fear that had been in her mind vanished considerably in an instant. Who are you? At this moment, the survivors who had fled all stopped in their tracks. It's not that they didn't want to escape, but now he is almost completely exhausted. They had already been tortured for a long time and had very little strength left. That was entirely because there were wild men chasing us. Now that these savages are dead, they can no longer run. Let's leave here first and talk things out slowly, Zhou Feng said. The sounds of fighting ahead had also subsided considerably. The battle is probably nearing its end. Regardless of who wins, the savage will definitely come looking for the prey. We'll follow you wherever you go, someone immediately said. Everyone else also looked at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng is their savior now. Follow me first. Zhou Feng began to retrace his steps. These people all followed. They didn't know who Zhou Feng was. But now we can only rely on Zhou Feng. Lily, just now Zhang Lily looked at her fiancé Qin Shou, who was leaning closer. You don't need to explain. Zhang Lily shook her head. Don't be angry. I was just scared out of my wits. It's not that I didn't want to save you. Qin Shou quickly explained. I understand. Zhang Lily nodded gently. Most people probably wouldn't be able to save themselves in that situation. Even if they charged over, they would only perish at the hands of the savages. However, Zhang Lily couldn't help but feel a little sad. Before this, Qin Shou had made all sorts of promises to himself. What kind of vows of eternal love are these? But when the time really came, Qin Shou backed down. This made Zhang Lily doubt Qin Shou's previous words. Qin Shou's expression was grim, but he ultimately said nothing. He simply followed silently beside Zhang Lily. Zhou Feng led his men for more than half an hour. They even changed their route midway to ensure that the savages wouldn't easily find them. In the middle of the night, the savages had no way of finding their tracks. Everyone was already too tired to walk any further. Zhou Feng then stopped and gestured for everyone to rest for a while. Everyone leaned against the tree and slumped to the ground. Seeing this, Zhou Feng took out food and water from his backpack. I gave everyone a little bit. Tang Fu also took out her own things, but she still kept some for herself. Those were intended for Zhou Feng and himself. These people wolfed down their food, quickly finishing what they had in their hands. After all, Zhou Feng and Tang Fu didn't bring much with them. Where are you from? Zhou Feng asked directly. These people looked at each other, unsure how to respond. Finally, a middle-aged man spoke up. We are all survivors from the Wanli. Are you too? That's right. Zhou Feng nodded. Upon hearing that Zhou Feng and his group were also from the Wanli, everyone became excited. You also suddenly passed out after the lightning strike and then found yourselves in the woods, the middle-aged man asked, standing up. Inside the woods? Tang Fu was taken aback. Shouldn't they all be on the beach? Why are middle-aged men appearing in the woods? You appeared in the woods? Are you far from the beach? Zhou Feng frowned. Bai Qingyan once said that she woke up in the woods. Yes, we woke up in the woods, and we all think we might have encountered some kind of mysterious event. The middle-aged man nodded heavily. Zhou Feng nodded. It seems there are indeed many inexplicable things on this island. Whether it's the mysterious stone tablet or how they got to this island. Most people have noticed this. What happened next? What happened to you? Zhou Feng continued to ask. The middle-aged man began to tell his story. Since they woke up in the woods, they have encountered many other survivors. A camp of more than 40 people was set up. They were constantly searching for food and a way to leave the island. But just yesterday afternoon, their camp was suddenly attacked by cannibals. Everyone else is dead except us, the middle-aged man said, his face turning grim and his voice becoming broken. They almost immediately collapsed when the savages attacked. Most people knelt down and surrendered. Even so, the savages did not stop killing. They even had a barbecue right there in the campsite. Only these few people were not killed. Instead, they were tied up and taken away. I guess they want to take it back to their tribe to eat, the middle-aged man said. Many people present began to vomit, clearly recalling what they had witnessed at the camp. Chapter 90 Savage Camp. They watched helplessly as their companions were eaten. Upon seeing this, Zhou Feng frowned. Wasting food. What information do you know about the savages? Zhou Feng asked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man shook his head. We hadn't seen any wild men before this, he said with a bitter expression. If they had known there were cannibals nearby, they would have tried to escape long ago. It's simply impossible. They're still in that place. However, we had some people who went missing before. We thought they were lost, but now we think they were probably captured by savages, Qin Shou added from the side. Zhou Feng remembered. When I encountered those two savages in the woods before, the two savages killed several survivors. They might be one of these people's companions. They should be not far apart. Zhou Feng estimated it to be only about 5 kilometers. However, the terrain here is complex, and there are dense forests everywhere. So we didn't run into each other before. Where's your camp? Can you accept us? The middle-aged man asked cautiously. They relied on the food that Zhou Feng and Tang Fu were carrying. A middle-aged person could deduce that the other party must be from a large camp. Moreover, there is plenty of food. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for them to take out food for you. Does your camp accept them? Zhou Feng asked Tang Fu. That might be a bit difficult, Tang Fu said, shaking her head. Last time, an undercover agent was found in the camp, resulting in heavy losses. Some people blame Tang Chung for accepting people of unknown origin without authorization. There's no way to add new faces to the camp in the short term. Then you can go to my camp, Zhou Feng said to the middle-aged man. He can easily add a few more people to his camp right now. If these people don't join Tang Chung and his own camp, they will probably join Boss Face camp. Among these people, the middle-aged man looks the oldest, probably in his 40s. The rest are all young people, which are considered high-quality assets. Thank you, young man. My name is Chun Jin Biao. The middle-aged man introduced himself. Several other people were also introduced. My name is Zhou Feng. My camp has a lot of rules, and only those who follow the rules can join. Zhou Feng introduced himself. My camp? Chun Jin Biao and the others were stunned. Could it be that the leader of the camp was Zhou Feng? That's too young. However, as long as they can survive, they have no other desires. What's more, Zhou Feng saved their lives. The leader of Chun Jin Biao's camp had long been eaten by the savages. They have no backbone at all right now. It's just that Chun Jin Biao is the oldest and took the initiative to step forward. I will definitely follow the rules. Chun Jin Biao said immediately. Others chimed in. Zhou Feng nodded upon seeing this. Tang Fu, you stay here and rest with them while I wait for you. I need to go check on the situation of the savage tribe, Zhou Feng said, turning to Tang Fu. You're still going? Tang Fu exclaimed in surprise. It is precisely at this time that it becomes easier to find their tribe, Zhou Feng nodded. I came out of here to find out where these savages are. If we don't find out the truth, then we've wasted our time. Okay, be careful. Tang Fu's gaze was serious. Since Zhou Feng's tone was so resolute, she didn't say anything more. All I need to do is complete the tasks assigned by Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng retraced his steps, leaving a mark on the tree as he did so. Zhou Feng did not see any wild men chasing after him along the way. It seems these savages, having already fought, no longer have the energy to hunt prey. After walking for about 10 minutes, Zhou Feng arrived at the place where the battle had just taken place. There were many corpses on the ground, about 40 in total. None of them have heads. It was obviously cut off. But Zhou Feng discovered it very quickly. The savages he and Tang Fu had just killed had disappeared. There were drag marks on the ground. They were taken away by someone. Zhou Feng could roughly guess what had happened. It seems the first wave of savages won the battle and took their companions' bodies with them. All that remained here were the corpses of the enemy. They were all beheaded. Zhou Feng couldn't help but gasp. The battles between savages were surprisingly fierce. Those heads were probably taken as spoils of victory. These corpses look horrific. It felt especially eerie at night. Zhou Feng felt a chill run down his spine. However, he still gritted his teeth and examined several corpses. Zhou Feng soon discovered a problem. Some of the bodies were on the arms, and some on the wrists. They all have crescent-shaped tattoos. These tattoos are certainly not the kind of paint tattoos in the modern sense. Some were burns, while others were simply carved with sharp tools. The wound scabbed over and formed a tattoo, which was then covered with some paint. Are these two different kinds of savages, or two different beliefs? Zhou Feng muttered to himself. They worshipped the sun on one side and the moon on the other. The fighting between them was even more intense than when they faced survivors. It has a sense of relentless, unending conflict. This discovery left Zhou Feng with mixed feelings of joy and worry. This proves that there were conflicts among the savages on the island. But it also proved that the situation on the island was far more complex than they had imagined. They are the prey on this island. There are more hunters than they realize. Zhou Feng began to follow the drag marks and walked down into the woods. It's very dark now. However, the marks left by the savages with sun tattoos are more obvious. Besides the marks left by dragging corpses, there was also a strong smell of blood in the air. It took about an hour and a half to walk. Zhou Feng saw flames ahead, and the forest was also at its edge. He crouched down beside the low trees and bent over to look. This is a long mountain range, with the highest peak appearing to be over 200 meters high. Below the mountains, there are many caves. Some of the firelight was coming from inside the cave. There is a large open space below the hillside. There were also fires in the open space. Zhou Feng saw that there were at least 100 wild men moving around here. There must be other savages inside the cave. There must be at least 200 savages living here. On this island, is there only one tribe of savages with sun tattoos? Or are they found in other places as well? Zhou Feng was unsure. At this moment, the savages set up a fire and looked at the tall pile of firewood. They probably intended to burn their companion's body, not eat it. Next to the campfire, there was something that looked like a pile of stones. Zhou Feng didn't realize it at first either. He later realized that they were all heads. Black blood flowed below. Chapter 91: The Troublemaker. Seeing this, Zhou Feng felt a physical aversion. But the savages seemed to have gotten used to it. Zhou Feng also noticed that these wild men actually had a language. When they communicated with each other, they would use syllables that were incomprehensible to them. These syllables are all relatively simple. After observing for more than an hour, Zhou Feng even understood a few simple words. Because communication between these savages is very simple. There was no lengthy explanation. Several large fires had been lit, and the bodies were being burned. An unpleasant smell permeated the air. Flames shot into the sky. The savages knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the corpses. They were all shouting the same word. Kara. Zhou Feng guessed that this was probably from the language of the wild people. The meaning of the sun. Or it could mean the sun god. However, the sun and the sun god should be the same concept to them. Seeing that he had gathered enough intelligence, Zhou Feng cautiously retreated. No savages noticed his presence. After retreating several hundred meters, Zhou Feng began to quickly return. He soon arrived at the place where Tang Fu and the others were. Tang Fu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhou Feng return. Tang Fu and the others hadn't rested at all. They were waiting for Zhou Feng to return. I was also afraid that if I fell asleep, some wild man would catch up with me. Have you found the tribe of the savages? Tang Fu asked, standing up. Found it, let's go. Zhou Feng nodded. Tang Fu immediately understood Zhou Feng's meaning. There were some things he didn't want to say in front of these people. Just like when the papaya grove was destroyed. There's no need to let everyone know. That would only cause panic. Let's wait until dawn before we leave. Right now, we can't even see what's going on in the woods, and the savages haven't caught up with us yet, Qin Shou said. Upon hearing Qin Shou's words, several people were unwilling to get up. They were all exhausted, sleepy, and very hungry. Although Zhou Feng gave them some food, it was far from enough. However, two people immediately stood up, Chen Jinbiao and Zhang Lili. The situation on the island is complicated right now. There's more than just one group of savages. It's better to come here first, Zhou Feng explained. The savages should be resting at this time. They're savages, not Iron Men. They're not that dangerous, are they? Qin Shou muttered. This made Zhou Feng frown. During this time in the camp, Zhou Feng only needed to speak once. Everyone else will carry it out. Even if someone speaks up, it's only to express their doubts. Once Zhou Feng provides the answer, they will all believe his judgment. They really never went against Zhou Feng. This was something Zhou Feng wasn't quite used to at first. If you don't listen to me, you can stay here. Zhou Feng turned and left. Tang Fu immediately followed, with Chun Jinbiao and Zhang Lili close behind. I saw that Zhou Feng had really left. The others panicked and scrambled to their feet. He followed behind Zhou Feng. Qin Shou looked reluctant, but he also followed at the back of the group. However, Qin Shou was still somewhat unconvinced. I actually have to take orders from such a young man. Qin Shou is 28 years old this year, so Zhou Feng must be 7 or 8 years younger than him. Thinking about this made Qin Shou feel a little aggrieved. He quickened his pace and came to Zhang Lili's side. Lily, am I right? It's hard to walk at night. It's better to wait until dawn. If that guy gets lost, we'll all be in big trouble, Qin Shou said in a low voice. Zhang Lili rolled her eyes at him, then said coldly, if you don't want to leave, you can stay. If I stay, who will protect you? Qin Shou said. Zhang Lili just sneered. When the savages stormed into the camp, they hid in a hut. When he saw the savages coming to grab him, Qin Shou was just trembling with fear. Later, battles broke out between the savages. They took the opportunity to escape. Qin Shou didn't pull himself along, but ran ahead alone. He watched himself become the last person in the team. If Zhou Feng hadn't intervened, she would have been killed by the savages long ago. Now Qin Shou actually says he wants to protect himself? After being abandoned time and again, Qin Shou was still able to say these words. Shameless. Lily, who knows what their camp is like, but as long as I'm here, I definitely won't let you suffer any losses, Qin Shou continued to mutter. Zhang Lily felt utterly disgusted and simply quickened her pace to walk to the front of the line. He followed closely beside Zhou Feng. Qin Shou was dumbfounded and dared not go any further. After all, Qin Shou wouldn't dare to mutter these words next to Zhou Feng. Tang Fu, on the contrary, was taken aback. What happened? The woman ran ahead of him. Is this how she starts flirting with Zhou Feng? This won't do. They had only just begun to try and get closer to Zhou Feng, so how could they let someone else beat them to it? Tang Fu didn't want to have another competitor. Tang Fu then stepped forward and pushed Zhang Lily to the back. Zhang Lily didn't think much of it. As long as Qin Shou doesn't bother me now, that's fine. By the time they arrived at Tang Chung and the others' camp, it was already daylight. Tang Chung didn't sleep well all night. He was very worried about Tang Fu's whereabouts. Tang Chung breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Tang Fu return. Zhou Feng told Tang Chung the information he had obtained. Tang Cheng's face instantly turned ugly. There were so many savages so close to them. It's actually only 7 or 8 kilometers. Of course, Fei Laoda's camp was closer to the enemies. It's less than 4 kilometers away. Moreover, Boss Fei and his group have already been discovered. Although if something were to happen, it would definitely be Fei Laoda and his men who would suffer. But next it will definitely be their turn. Worst of all, they still don't know how big the island is. How many savage tribes are there, and where are they located? Zhou Feng could only comfort Tang Chung, saying that things might not be so serious. Chen Jinbiao and the others originally thought this was where they would be staying. Everyone seemed quite satisfied with the place. Unexpectedly, Zhou Feng then informed them that his camp was 3 kilometers away. Tang Chung and his group prepared some potatoes, and after eating them, they were about to set off. Everyone received a bowl of mashed potatoes. However, the mashed potatoes didn't taste particularly good. It's just boiled potatoes, mashed, and a little salt added. This makes it easier to digest. However, for them, it was already considered good food. However, Qin Shou noticed it soon after. Zhou Feng wasn't eating mashed potatoes. Instead, it was a large bowl full of meat. Why does he get to eat so well? Qin Shou pointed at Zhou Feng and shouted indignantly. Chapter 92, Dissatisfaction. Those around him looked at Qin Shou as if he were a fool when they heard this. Especially the people in Tang Cheng's camp. They were all aware of Zhou Feng's strength. They also helped me a lot. If Zhou Feng comes, he should eat mashed potatoes with him too. Only then did they feel sorry. It's just a bowl of meat. What's the big deal? Tang Chung didn't keep the 2 pig legs that Zhou Feng gave him to himself. It was also made into soup for everyone to eat together. What Zhou Feng eats is none of your business. If you don't want to eat, put it down, Tang Fu said coldly. Tang Fu did not have a good impression of Qin Shou. This isn't fair. Don't any of you have any objections? Qin Shou shouted at Chen Jinbiao and the others. Say less and sit down to eat. Chen Jinbiao ate very carefully. Used chopsticks to scrape all the mashed potatoes out of the bowl. These days, it's already a blessing if someone can give you a bite to eat. They have no reason to be picky. What's more, Zhou Feng saved their lives. People like you are just people who get bullied for no reason. Qin Shou sat down angrily. Looking at the mashed potatoes in my hand, they seemed to have no flavor. Chen Jinbiao rolled his eyes at Qin Shou. Qin Shou was a troublemaker back in their camp. They jump out and point fingers at the drop of a hat. I never expected that even after almost losing his life, Qin Shou would still be like this. Chen Jinbiao was making plans in his mind. I must sever all ties with Qin Shou in the future. I can't let this guy drag me down. The group finished eating quickly. They set off again with Zhou Feng. After walking for nearly an hour, we arrived at Zhou Feng's camp. Boss, who are these people? Yang Wei greeted them. He looked puzzled when he saw Chen Jinbiao and the others. The survivors we rescued from the savages have nowhere to go, so they can stay here with us. Explain the rules here to them, Zhou Feng explained. Okay then. Yang Wei nodded readily. Let's arrange for these people to go wash their faces or something first. There's a small river right next to the campsite, so getting water is very convenient. Then Yang Wei returned to Zhou Feng's side. Boss, should we keep an eye on these guys? Yang Wei asked in a low voice. Yang Wei was clearly worried that there were spies from other camps among them. No need. They're no threat, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. These people nearly died at the hands of savages. They couldn't possibly be spies. That's good. Yang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. However, they encountered another problem when it came to allocating the housing. Yang Wei came over and said, That guy named Qin Shou. He wants to stay in a room alone with his fiancée. They didn't want to live in shacks. There are now 2 rows of houses in Zhou Feng's camp. The row is where Wu Wenrong and others left behind. There are 4 shacks in total, all of which are quite sturdy. The remaining row of houses is the one that was recently built. It can only provide shelter from the wind and rain. Moreover, all the rooms are large, shared dormitories. There are no small rooms. There are about 10 people living together. A storage room was partitioned off in the middle. There are no single rooms at all. Tell Qin Shou that he either needs to live with other people or leave this place, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. There are several couples in the camp now, but there are no people living alone at all. Even Li Ran and Yang Wei live separately. Li Ran continued to live with Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing. It was right next to Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan's room. If I sometimes want to be intimate, I always find a secluded place by myself. Okay, Yang Wei nodded. When Qin Shou learned that there were no private rooms available, he immediately looked displeased. Back when they were in their camp, 2 or 3 people would live together. There's no such thing as 10 or so people living in one room. The reason is quite simple. There were no proper shacks in Qin Shou's previous camp. The houses were all simple structures built with palm leaves. It leaks when it rains. Under such conditions, only 2 or 3 people could barely manage to get together. It was lunchtime. Qin Shou was even more dissatisfied. He noticed that many people in the camp were able to exchange for smoked fish, or something like meat broth. However, these newcomers don't have any points at all. The food provided to them was still potatoes. This food was only given to them because they were newcomers. You can only start earning points after you complete the work. They don't treat us like family at all. Qin Shou felt increasingly that the potatoes were hard to swallow, especially when you see some people drinking meat soup with a layer of oil floating on top. Qin Shou's mouth was practically watering. It's good enough that we have something to eat. We just arrived and haven't contributed anything. Chen Jinbiao frowned. You guys just don't know how to fight for yourselves. You'll be eating potatoes for the rest of your lives. Qin Shou looked at Chen Jinbiao and the others with disdain. I feel that these people are not on my side at all. At this moment, Fan Jin walked in and began to make arrangements. After you finish eating, we'll go cut down trees together. As for you women, just follow Qin Xiaoshua's arrangements. Also, you all have your own numbers, so it'll be easier to address each other by numbers. There is no shortage of food in the camp now. Therefore, cutting down trees has become the top priority these past few days. After digging potatoes in the morning, they would go to cut down trees in the afternoon. Because firewood is also an important resource, they need to be cut down in advance and exposed to the sun to allow the moisture inside to evaporate. It will be used for fuel, etc. in the future. Aren't we allowed to rest for a few days? We just barely escaped with our lives. We walked all night, and now our whole body aches. Qin Shou was indeed aching all over. I feel uncomfortable everywhere. If you're not going to do it, then get out. Fan Jian sized up Qin Shou without uttering a single unnecessary word. After all, Qin Shou wasn't missing any limbs, so what right did he have to complain about being tired? When they are busy, they are so tired that they almost collapse. Besides, they have already been given time to rest. Qin Shou immediately fell silent. Qin Shou only started muttering to himself after Fan Jian left. Things like inhumanity and slavery. I wish I hadn't come. But nobody paid any attention to him. Zhou Feng was also having lunch. He rested for a while after he got back. Although I only slept for 3 or 4 hours, I already feel refreshed. Zhou Feng's lunch was unusual. It was potato pancakes. It involves cutting potatoes into strips and frying them in lard until they are golden brown and crispy. One bite reveals a wonderful sense of depth and texture. Qin Xiaoxue prepared 3 specifically for Zhou Feng. Only Zhou Feng in the camp could eat such refined food. Otherwise, if dozens of people have to eat this, a whole day's work wouldn't be enough. There's no need to do any other work. Although it was just potato pancakes, Zhou Feng ate them ravenously. Eat slowly, don't choke. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoxue couldn't help but smile. Chapter 93 Choice. Your pancakes are so delicious. Zhou Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He used to frequently go to Qin Xiaoshua's house for meals. Qin Xiaoshua's cooking skills are superb. Although conditions on the deserted island were harsh, Qin Xiaoxue was trying to find ways to give herself special treatment. Eat slowly if you like it. I'll cook for you from now on. Qin Xiaoxue rested her chin on her hands and smiled. All right then. Zhou Feng felt a sense of warmth. If I could eat Qin Xiaoshue's cooking for the rest of my life, it would be a very happy thing for me. But just then, someone came from a distance. Boss. Zhou Feng looked over and saw it was Bruce, a white man. The white men in the camp were always very well behaved. They also do things conscientiously and honestly. Unlike Charles and his ilk, Bruce and his group didn't want to take sides. Unfortunately, wherever there are people, interest groups will form. Race, country, region, etc. There are always various reasons. Even people from the same village can fight each other because of their different surnames. Both sides are relying entirely on their surnames to form their teams, which makes no sense whatsoever. What's wrong? Is there something you need? Zhou Feng asked. These white men were well-behaved, and Zhou Feng had a good impression of them. I'll talk to you alone, Bruce said, glancing at Qin Xiaoxue beside Zhou Feng. You two can talk, Qin Xiaoxue said, picking up the plate from the floor and standing up. After Qin Xiaoxue left, Zhou Feng asked Bruce what was wrong. Boss, I found something really strange. Bruce leaned closer, looking mysterious. Something strange? Zhou Feng asked, his face full of doubt. It's a stone tablet. It says Paradise Island on it, Bruce said in a low voice. At the same time, he was also looking around. It was as if they were afraid of being overheard. How did you find that stone tablet? Zhou Feng frowned. Boss, do you know that stone tablet? Bruce realized that Zhou Feng had known about the stone tablet for a long time. Bruce quickly began to explain. He used to be a video blogger, and he loved to film scenery. Now we've arrived at a deserted island. After finishing a day's work, he would wander around. I discovered the stone tablet by chance. Boss, why would there be a stone tablet in a place like this? Bruce couldn't help but ask. I don't know, but there's no need for more people to know about this. Zhou Feng shook his head. I understand, and I've made another discovery, Bruce continued. There's more to the story? Zhou Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. That's right. I found a tomb nearby, Bruce said mysteriously. Tomb? There are tombs on this island? Those savages must have used cremation. That grave can only belong to someone else. This suggests that they are very likely people who were stranded on the island. And they arrived very early. Where is it? Zhou Feng asked immediately. It's roughly over there. If the boss wants to know, I can take you there, Bruce said, pointing in a direction. Then let's go take a look. Zhou Feng immediately became interested. Led by Bruce, Zhou Feng walked north for about 2 kilometers. There are vines everywhere, making it difficult to walk. No one has ever walked this way before. The boss is right here, Bruce said, pointing to a mound of earth in front of them. When Zhou Feng went up to take a look, he saw that it was just a relatively high mound of earth. However, it's still noticeable that this mound of earth is somewhat different from the surrounding ground. The weeds on the side should be smaller. But when Zhou Feng got closer and took a look, he immediately frowned. Because there was a large pit right next to the mound of earth. There were human bones scattered around. This tomb has actually been dug up. This is what it looked like when I arrived, Bruce said, scratching his head. Can you tell when this grave was dug up? Zhou Feng was a little speechless. There was nothing around except bones. Probably 3 or 4 months. No longer, Bruce said with certainty. Bruce has done research in this area. 3 or 4 months. Zhou Feng frowned. The degree of decay of these bones indicates that they are many years old. Many areas have been reduced to fragments. He must have been dead for many years. The people who dug up this grave must have been Wu Wenrong and his group. Wu Wenrong has been here for half a year, and he must have explored the entire surrounding area. They even dug up the tomb. In fact, Zhou Feng had always had a question. That is to say, why was Wu Wenrong interested in his jade pendant? Wu Wenrong definitely knows something. It's a pity that Wu Wenrong died too young. Bruce explained from the side that he had already searched the surrounding area. Nothing was left but these bones. However, judging from the bones, Bruce believes that the person in the grave should be male. She should be in her 40s. If you find anything else, remember to tell me, Zhou Feng nodded and said. Zhou Feng had been searching the surrounding area. However, during this time, he never had time to search the surrounding area. No problem, Bruce replied immediately. When the two returned to the edge of the camp, Zhou Feng found the place in complete chaos. Fan Jian and Yang Wei were directing people around, seemingly asking them to come find them. When they saw Zhou Feng, the two of them visibly relaxed. What happened? Zhou Feng asked immediately. It's Boss Fei. Boss Fei sent men. Their camp was attacked by savages. Fan Jian said, pointing to someone next to him. Zhou Feng looked over and saw it was Jiang Jun, who had come last time. Savages. So many savages. Jiang Jun gestured frantically. According to Jiang Jun's description, they discovered at least 70 or 80 savages heading towards the camp. Upon receiving the news, Boss Fei immediately sent people over. You mean, you want us to come and rescue you? Zhou Feng frowned. We are all survivors from the Wanli. If you don't come to our aid, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties this time. Jiang Jun said immediately. Get lost. Are you trying to morally blackmail me again? Yang Wei raised his fist, as if to strike. Jiang Jun quickly covered his head. However, Yang Wei's fist did not come down. Yang Wei was in no mood to pay attention to Jiang Jun. Boss, should we go help? Fan Jian asked anxiously. According to Jiang Jun's words, those savages are probably already at war with Boss Fei and his men. They didn't have much time to hesitate and had to make a choice as soon as possible. They were all frantic when Zhou Feng wasn't at the camp. Only Zhou Feng can make this decision. Help, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. In fact, they didn't have much of a choice from the very beginning. To maximize their own interests, they had no choice but to help Boss Fei and his group. Otherwise, they'll be left facing the savages alone. Chapter 94 Bloodbath. That's right, helping us is helping yourselves, Jiang Jun quickly shouted from the side. Shut up, Zhou Feng snapped. Jiang Jun immediately shut his mouth. Gather 30 capable fighters and come with me. You two stay in the camp, Zhou Feng said to Yang Wei and Fan Jian. There are only about 30 people in the camp who can be considered as combat ready. Yang Wei immediately went to gather manpower. What should we do if we are attacked here? Fan Jian stopped and asked. Although the probability is very small, it is not impossible. Then retreat immediately and don't get entangled with the enemy, Zhou Feng said. Yes. Fan Jian nodded. The 30 people were quickly assembled. Each person held a spear, and half of them held shields. Zhou Feng led them on their journey. Given the distance, Zhou Feng couldn't expect them to run the whole way. Moreover, they were traversing through the woods, which didn't allow for it. Even at the fastest speed, it would take 2 or 3 hours to get there at this rate. Jiang Jun was extremely anxious, constantly muttering that he was going to be late. Fu Tai, I'll go check on the situation first, Zhou Feng said to Fu Tai beside him. Boss, are you going over there first? Fu Tai exclaimed. Zhou Feng didn't answer Fu Tai, but started running instead. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from their sight. What are you waiting for? We can't let the boss be in danger alone, Fu Tai urged. The team's speed also increased a bit. Zhou Feng had taken this route several times. They were already very familiar with the process. Although there were many vines underfoot, they did not hinder Zhou Feng. After running for more than an hour, Zhou Feng still did not feel tired. He has never tested where his limits are. When they emerged from the bushes and saw Boss Fei's camp, Zhou Feng couldn't help but gasp. The scene before me was one of utter chaos. At the entrance to the camp, there were many corpses lying on the ground. Most of them were savages, about 20 or so. Many of the corpses had arrows hanging from them. Only a few bodies belonged to survivors. However, this does not mean that Fei Laoda's people have the upper hand. On the contrary, a large number of savages had already stormed into the camp. Screams could be heard coming from inside. Seeing this, Zhou Feng no longer hesitated. He came to help. Rushing to the camp entrance, Zhou Feng picked up a stone spear next to a corpse. He thrust his weapon toward the last savage. Oh! The savage screamed and turned his head in disbelief. Judging from the savage's shocked expression, he hadn't expected there to be enemies behind him. Zhou Feng let out a loud shout and exerted force with both arms. The stone spear pierced the savage's body, and the savage fell heavily to the ground with the stone spear still attached. The savage's voice caught the attention of the people ahead. 3 savages brandished stone spears and thrust them at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng ducked to avoid the first attack, the spear tip grazing past his abdomen. The second savage's stone spear came right after, sweeping horizontally toward Zhou Feng's face. Zhou Feng bent his knees and leaned back, the spear slightly touching his hair. The third savage's stone spear was already aimed at Zhou Feng's neck. Zhou Feng had already drawn his dagger from his waist and blocked the opponent's stone spear. The dagger vibrated, almost causing Zhou Feng to drop it. But this only lasted for a moment. Zhou Feng then brandished the dagger. The savage's fingers fell to the ground. Ah! A scream followed. Zhou Feng, like a ghost, had already arrived in front of another savage. A cold glint flashed. Blood gushed from the savage's neck. The last savage was left, his face filled with fear. He held the stone spear in both hands in front of him, shouting out a single note. Zhou Feng thought the other party was probably calling for enemies or something. But Zhou Feng didn't give him a chance. They also cut off the other person's fingers, and then their neck. At this moment, the people inside also heard the commotion outside. Hold on. Reinforcements are here, a loud voice shouted. Zhou Feng recognized the voice. It must be Boss Fei's. Then, a burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted in the camp. There should be quite a few people. More savages rushed out of the camp. Zhou Feng immediately picked up the bloodstained stone spear from the ground. Don't be fooled by these wild people. They're still in the Stone Age. However, their stone spears were sharpened to an extremely sharp point, easily piercing the skin. Moreover, the front end is usually bound with animal hide. It was far more powerful than the makeshift spears crafted by the survivors. Faced with these numerous savages, Zhou Feng fought and retreated. We must never give them the chance to surround us. If a treacherous person is eager to get rid of Zhou Feng, they will immediately reveal their weakness. He was fatally struck by Zhou Feng. This enraged the savages, and several of them roared as they charged at Zhou Feng. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Feng turned and ran. He was incredibly fast, giving these savages no chance at all. The savage could not catch up with Zhou Feng and had to stop. But no matter what Zhou Feng says, he will catch up with you again. In just a few rounds, Zhou Feng killed another 5 or 6 savages. The savages in the camp were also forced out by Fei Laoda and his men. Their numbers were not large. Only about 40 were still alive. The number should only be half of the total population. A savage roared. Without the slightest hesitation, the other savages turned and ran into the woods. Zhou Feng noted down the syllable. It must mean retreat. He then looked toward the camp entrance. Fei Laoda and the others also came out. Zhou Feng immediately noticed Boss Fei, whose arm was tied up. He held a stone knife in his other arm, which was probably also a weapon of the savages. There was a lot of blood on him, but it didn't look like it belonged to Boss Fei. They were savages. The others around Boss Fei looked rather miserable. Many of them had wounds. You're the only one who came? Boss Fei looked at Zhou Feng in shock. When Fei heard the commotion outside, he thought a lot of people had arrived. To my surprise, when I came out, there was only Zhou Feng there. They're all behind us. I'll come over here first to provide support. Zhou Feng threw the stone spear on the ground. You dare to make a move when you come alone? Boss Fei's eyes showed even more shock. Then, as if making a decision, Boss Fei slowly nodded. What is your casualty situation? Zhou Feng asked. Come in and see for yourself. Boss Fei turned and went back into the camp. Zhou Feng followed. When Zhou Feng saw the corpses scattered all over the camp, he couldn't help but frown. There were very few cannibal corpses in the camp, only a dozen or so. The rest were all the corpses of survivors, both men and women. There are at least 40 people in total. Chapter 95 Map. Zhou Feng was still inside the corpse when he saw a familiar figure. Dr. Wan. He lay on the ground, a large patch of bright red behind him. His body must have been pierced by a spear. Seeing this, Zhou Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Dr. Wan is a good person. Carrying so much medicine with you while traveling means you must want to help others. It's a pity that this kind of thing happened. The moment the savages stormed the camp, there was nowhere safe to be found. The elderly, the infirm, and the disabled are the most vulnerable groups. What are you planning to do next? Zhou Feng asked Fei Laoda. It's not safe here anymore. I plan to leave with my men, Boss Fei said slowly. Leave? Zhou Feng was taken aback. I didn't expect Boss Fei to be so decisive. They decided to abandon the camp so quickly. Actually, we should have left a long time ago. Boss Fei sighed, looking somewhat annoyed. Where are you planning to go? Zhou Feng asked. How about I join you guys? Boss Fei said, looking at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng frowned. Should we get Fei Laoda and his ilk to join? He felt that even without the appearance of savages, the internal structure would soon collapse. Hee, I was just kidding. Actually, I have a place to go. Boss Fei then laughed. Where? Zhou Feng asked curiously. Boss Fei did not answer immediately, but instead gave instructions to his men. Tell them to organize all the weapons. Also, pack up all the food we have now so it's easy to take it with us later. Upon hearing what Boss Fei said, these people did not hesitate. I immediately started tidying it up. Come with me, Fei Laoda said to Zhou Feng, and then entered a shack. Zhou Feng followed him inside and noticed that the shack was very clean. The room is fully equipped with all the necessary household items. Not only are there wooden basins for washing faces, but also tableware for eating. There was also a table made of stacked stones in the room. That should be Boss Fei's residence. Fei Laoda fumbled around on the straw mat on the bed for a while, and then took out a notebook the size of an A4 sheet of paper. The notebook was laid out on the table. One of the pages prominently features a map. Zhou Feng felt a chill run down his spine and immediately moved closer. This map contains very detailed information. Not only does it have its own camp location, but it also has 2 camps, one in front of the other, in front of Tangcheng. There are also savage tribes. The map was drawn very professionally, and it also showed the general terrain. It's much better than Zhou Feng's simple map. But what truly surprised Zhou Feng was at the edge of the map. Although it's called the edge, that area is actually deeper into the island. They just didn't explore the past. Fei Laoda also marked out a campsite, and it was a very large campsite. There are 4 characters written on it. Central Camp. Where is this place? Zhou Feng blurted out. In fact, Zhou Feng didn't expect Fei Laoda to tell him so simply. After all, Boss Fei is a very calculating person. The savage tribe on the map was the one that Boss Fei pointed out to him last time. The position is quite off. No wonder I couldn't find it after searching for so long. That was something Boss Fei did on purpose. To Zhou Feng's surprise, Boss Fei actually answered. At its peak, the central camp had over 500 people. Later, a conflict broke out, and dozens of people died. Boss Fei began to recount. According to Fei Laoda's description, there were many people in the central camp. There were not only Asians, but also black and white people. There are now a large number of people gathered here, and things are relatively harmonious now. Boss Fei was planning to take his men to that place. How do you know so much detail? Zhou Feng asked, his face full of surprise. According to the information on Fei Laoda's map, that place was at least 20 kilometers away from their camp. This is on an island covered in dense forests. It will take at least 2 days to get there. My men found it, Boss Fei explained. Some time ago, Boss Fei sent out more than a dozen spies. Go and search the surrounding area. Boss Fei agreed to their request, as long as they found valuable information. This would improve their treatment in the camp. They will also be provided with spouses. Su Kai was one of them. He discovered the papaya forest. There was also the camp of Tang Cheng and others. Of these dozen or so people, less than half eventually returned to the camp. 2 men brought back news from the central camp. They spoke with the survivors over there. Having learned the general situation over there, he returned and told Boss Fei everything. Zhou Feng nodded to himself upon hearing this. This Boss Fei has some skills in managing people, which makes his subordinates loyal and devoted to him. There are over 400 people in that camp now. Where did they get so much food? Zhou Feng wondered. The central camp is very large, with abundant resources in the surrounding area, and not everyone gathers together, Boss Fei explained. There were several factions in that camp, and they were all only 1 or 2 kilometers apart. However, they mostly operate in one area, so it is called the central camp. Zhou Feng nodded. If they also have potatoes or papayas over there. During that period, it was able to meet the needs of a large population. Are you sure you want to go there? Zhou Feng asked again. You can't possibly accept me. I can't just stay here and wait to be killed by savages. Boss Fei smiled. Zhou Feng could tell that Boss Fei wasn't just joking. Perhaps Boss Fei really considered joining them. However, their previous conflicts meant they were destined to be on different paths. This is the central camp now. It is indeed the best place for Boss Fei and his men. With a tearing sound, Fei Laoda tore off this page of the map and handed it to Zhou Feng. Here you go with this map, said Boss Fei. You gave it to me? What are you going to do with it? Zhou Feng was taken aback. I've drawn several copies. Boss Fei flipped through his notebook again. Sure enough, there were several maps in the notebook, all of which looked exactly the same. I also have a map. Let's exchange them. Zhou Feng also took out his map. The information recorded on Zhou Feng's map is much less than that recorded on Fei Laoda's map. However, many of these places are not on Fei Laoda's map. Fei immediately took out a pen and improved the map. In this way, a corner of Paradise Island appeared before them. They were located in the north of Paradise Island. The exact size of Paradise Island remains a mystery. Just then, a commotion arose outside. Fu Tai and the others have arrived. Zhou Feng and Boss Fei came out. Boss, we're late. Fu Tai and the others looked grim. Especially when you see so many corpses on the ground. They felt like they were having difficulty breathing. I have never seen so many corpses in my entire life. One can imagine how intense the battle just now must have been. Chapter 96 Central Camp. You've done your best, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Fu Tai and the others' collars were soaked. They also rushed here, but the battle ended too soon. Seeing that they had suffered heavy casualties and were unable to take the camp, the savages retreated. So many savages are trying to wipe out this camp. Fu Tai kicked a savage's corpse on the ground. Zhou Feng had a vague idea in his mind. Why would these savages launch an attack? These savages all worship the Sun Clan. I suspect it's related to the fact that I rescued those survivors last night. Perhaps those savages thought that the survivors had all fled to this camp. By this time, Boss Fei's men had almost finished cleaning up the camp. After this catastrophe, only 50 or 60 people remained in their camp. Everyone, regardless of gender, carried a package on their back. It seems they were prepared to leave at any time. Even the 2 people with multiple injuries were helped away. In fact, Zhou Feng had already realized that the 2 people's injuries were very serious. I'm afraid they won't be able to endure the long journey. But they still chose to go with Boss Fei. Staying here means certain death. We still have some supplies in our camp that we can't take with us. You can take them back later, Boss Fei said, pointing to a shack. That's their warehouse. Okay. Zhou Feng nodded. In fact, besides those supplies, the weapons left behind by the savages were also very important. Stone spears, stone knives, etc. Boss Fei and his men didn't take them all with them. However, not a single bow or arrow was left behind. See you again someday. Boss Fei nodded as well. Then they walked out of the camp. Boss Fei's men all followed. However, when he reached the door, Boss Fei stopped and turned around. Over the years, not many people have been able to hurt me, but you are one of them, Boss Fei said. Fei Laodao felt that if he hadn't been injured, the situation would never have gotten to this point. That's your own fault, Zhou Feng said calmly. Fei Laodao had a bitter smile on his lips. Let me give you one last piece of advice. Although the savages have lost so many people this time, they probably won't attack for the time being. However, you'd better move to the central camp, Fei Laodao reminded him. I'll consider it, Zhou Feng said after thinking for a moment. Boss Fei didn't say anything more and turned to leave. They waited until Boss Fei's men were far away. Fu Taikai couldn't help but come over and ask, Boss, what's the middle camp? This is not the time to talk about this. Take everything you can from here, Zhou Feng ordered. Yes. Everyone immediately got to work. There really were quite a few things in Boss Fei's camp. Besides a large quantity of potatoes, there were also some daily necessities. Everyone returned carrying a lot of things. When Zhou Feng returned to the camp, Yang Wei and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, apart from Zhou Feng, no one else showed any signs of fighting. In addition, they were carrying a lot of supplies. Everyone was a little confused, not knowing what had happened. It's a long story, and there are some things we need to discuss together. Zhou Feng planned to hold a meeting. Soon, everyone in the camp gathered in the open space. They all sat on the ground. Boss, everyone's here, Fan Jian said. Wait a minute, there are still people who haven't arrived yet. Let's wait a bit. Zhou Feng waved his hand. Fan Jian looked puzzled. Everyone in the camp was present. Even Chen Jinbiao and others who had just joined have come over now. Is there anyone else who hasn't arrived yet? On the outskirts of the crowd, Qin Shou muttered to himself. I don't know what they're trying to do. They're probably trying to establish their authority over us. But after Qin Shou finished speaking, no one paid any attention to him. Chen Jinbiao and the others ignored Qin Shou's words. Qin Shou moved a few steps and came to Zhang Lily's side. No matter what happens next, I will protect you, Qin Shou said softly. Zhang Lily turned her head away, ignoring Qin Shou. She was already disappointed in her fiancé. Although Zhang Lily ignored him, Qin Shou still sat down next to her. Soon the person Zhou Feng was waiting for arrived. Tang Cheng and his sister came over with a few people. On the way back, Zhou Feng sent someone to inform Tang Cheng. Tell him to come to his camp. There are important things I need to discuss with him. However, to Zhou Feng's surprise, Tang Cheng brought his sister along as well. Zhou Feng, what happened? Tang Cheng asked. Seeing so many people gathered, Tang Cheng realized that something big had happened. Tang Fu's gaze swept across the crowd. They quickly spotted Bai Qingyan and immediately cast a hostile glance at her. Bai Qingyan also noticed Tang Fu's gaze and immediately frowned. Neither woman flinched in the slightest. Instead, Qin Xiaoxua noticed Bai Qingyan's actions and glanced at Tang Fu. I don't know what conflict the two of them had. Let me tell you about the situation, and I'll tell everyone else as well, Zhou Feng began. From Fei Laodao's plea for help all the way to the events at the central camp. Tang Cheng had just heard that Fei Laodao's camp had been attacked. When he learned that dozens of people had died, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If those savages attack their camp, they will surely die. Boss, is this central camp real? Someone couldn't help but ask. Zhou Feng's words just now made everyone feel a sense of crisis. No one knew when the savages would attack them. They know too little about their surroundings. There are savage tribes to the east, but what about to the west? Are there also tribes of savages? If the events at the central camp are true, that place is relatively safer. There are over 400 people in the camp, which should be enough to withstand an attack from the savages. We can't necessarily completely trust what Boss Fei says. Tang Cheng slowly shook his head. In fact, Zhou Feng had basically come to believe what had happened at the central camp. Zhou Feng could tell that what Fei Laodao said when he left was from the bottom of his heart. The events at the central camp are likely true. Whether it's true or not, I plan to send someone to check it out. Is there anyone willing to go? Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. No one was willing to stand up. It takes almost 2 days to reach the central camp. This journey was too dangerous. I don't know what wild beasts and poisonous insects I might encounter. And there are also savages eyeing us covetously. Although we didn't go directly through the savages' camp, it wasn't too far from there. If captured by savages, they would become their food. Boss, I'm going. Just then, someone stood up and spoke. Chapter 97, Staying Overnight. Everyone looked over. They discovered that the person speaking was Bruce. You're willing to go? Zhou Feng was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, it was Bruce who was willing to step forward at this time. Although Bruce has said that he enjoys exploring, but this is at the risk of one's life. I'm willing to go and see what's going on, Bruce said earnestly. I'll go too. I'll go too. Several other people stepped forward. Two of them were white men, both of whom had a good relationship with Bruce. Surprisingly, Qin Shou actually stood up as well. Chen Jinbiao and the others nearby all cast surprised glances at them. I will provide you with food, and you will also receive extra points when you return. This is all Zhou Feng can offer right now. Boss, you've risked a lot of danger for us. Now it's our turn, Bruce said sincerely. The few white people in the camp did not face discrimination. It's because Zhou Feng didn't consider them as Charles's remnants. There should be people in my camp who are willing to go together, and they can set off together, Tang Chung added from the side. Zhou Feng nodded. If that's the case, then that's for the best. It's safer when there are more people. Zhou Feng then instructed someone to prepare food for Bruce and the others for tomorrow. We'll meet up with Tang Cheng's men early tomorrow morning and set off together. When it was time for dinner, Zhang Lili came to Qin Shou. Why did you volunteer to go to the central camp? Zhang Lili couldn't help but ask. Qin Shou, who is so afraid of death, was actually willing to take the risk. Although Zhang Lili was very dissatisfied with Qin Shou's performance last time. But Qin Shou was, after all, her fiancé, and she couldn't help but ask a few questions. I don't think this place is safe. It's unreliable to let a young man like Zhou Feng be the leader. There are more survivors at the central camp, and that's where we can hold off the savages, Qin Shou explained. Zhang Lili frowned. Regardless, Zhou Feng had saved them from the savages. Qin Shou actually harbored resentment towards Zhou Feng. Moreover, according to Zhang Lili's observation, she found that everyone in the camp respected Zhou Feng very much. She had also heard many stories about Zhou Feng. The camp is not short of food now and can eat its fill. It was entirely because of Zhou Feng's leadership. Qin Shou was clearly dissatisfied with Zhou Feng, yet he still took the risk. You're not planning to go to the central camp and just stay there and not come back, are you? Zhang Lili suddenly realized this. If that's the case, then it can be explained. Why would Qin Shou take the risk? This is not like my fiancé's personality. Upon hearing Zhang Lili's words, a hint of panic flashed across Qin Shou's face. Lili, I absolutely didn't mean that. How could I abandon you? I just wanted to go over there and check on things. Qin Shou quickly put on a smile. You've already abandoned me, Zhang Lili said coldly as she turned and left. Watching Zhang Lili's departing figure, Qin Shou's face turned gloomy. On the other side of the camp, Zhou Feng sat on the open ground, eating what was in his bowl. However, his gaze was fixed on the two people beside him, Bai Qingyan and Tang Fu. Tang Fu didn't leave today, saying she wanted to stay here for the night. I wanted to see what Zhou Feng's camp looked like and learn from his experience. Tang Chung and the others left first. They will send someone over tomorrow to join Bruce and his team. What Zhou Feng didn't expect was, why do Tang Fu and Bai Qingyan both look so hostile? From the moment they sat down to eat, the two of them didn't exchange a single word, but they just stared at each other blankly. Is there a conflict between you two? Zhou Feng couldn't help but ask. No. How could Bai Mimi and I have any conflicts? Tang Fu smiled slightly, her voice very gentle. Zhou Feng felt something was off. This is not Tang Fu's usual self. Tang Fu used to be so carefree. Why is she speaking in such a high-pitched voice now? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Zhou Feng isn't someone you can seduce. Bai Qingyan snorted coldly and laid her cards on the table. This woman. Bai Qingyan felt something was off when she used a handkerchief to bandage Zhou Feng's wound last time. Unexpectedly, Tang Fu has now come to our door. Little sister, you're overthinking it. I just came to check on your camp. Tang Fu denied it. Although Tang Fu has never been in a relationship. However, Tang Fu's best friend from university talked about this topic quite a bit. I want to poach someone's boyfriend. The best approach is to create a rift between them first. Just like many women's best friends, they will advise them to make various demands on their husbands. She tried to find ways to torment her husband. After her husband got impatient and wanted a divorce, her best friend immediately appeared in a submissive and affectionate manner. In stark contrast to women, she could easily win over men. Tang Fu also found this practice distasteful. But she didn't want to give up on Zhou Feng even more. For the sake of love, she would try every possible way to win it over. Green tea bitch. Bai Qingyan curled her lip. Tang Fu immediately put on a wronged look. Ahem, Bai Qingyan, don't go too far with your words. You are still a guest, no matter what. Zhou Feng coughed lightly. You're siding with outsiders. Bai Qingyan's expression became even more displeased. I'm not an outsider. I even went to search the savage camp with Zhou Feng yesterday. I can help. Tang Fu still looked aggrieved. However, these words infuriated Bai Qingyan. Zhou Feng, explain to me why you weren't told about this. Bai Qingyan stood up abruptly and said angrily. Too much has happened. I don't have time to tell you all about it, Zhou Feng said with a wry smile. Zhou Feng just returned this morning with Chen Jinbiao and others. After resting for a while, we went to support Boss Fei and the others at noon. A meeting was held after I returned in the afternoon. I'm so busy I'm dizzy. I don't have time to talk about these things. I'm going to tell my mom. Bai Qingyan stormed off. Upon seeing Bai Qingyan's appearance, Tang Fu couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. That's it. You think you can dominate Zhou Feng with this level of skill? That's way too young. Go find your mother again. They really are just kids. They have to complain about even the smallest things. How could I possibly lose to a girl like that? Tang Fu, what do you mean by this? Zhou Feng looked at Tang Fu beside him with a hint of helplessness. He's figured it out now too. This is not just Bai Qingyan's problem. Tang Fu was also actively provoking them. It doesn't mean anything, Tang Fu said, feigning ignorance. Zhou Feng hesitated for a moment before saying you. But Zhou Feng didn't say it aloud. After all, he couldn't very well ask Tang Fu if she liked him. To be fair, Tang Fu's image would never lack suitors. I like you, Tang Fu said, leaning closer. Chapter 98, I am Zhou Feng's girlfriend. Zhou Feng looked on in astonishment. I never expected that Tang Fu actually thought that way. The next second, Tang Fu moved over. Suddenly, she kissed Zhou Feng on the cheek. Zhou Feng touched his face and was slightly taken aback. Mom, look at them. Bai Qingyan, holding Qin Xiaoshua's hand, is walking towards this side. The two of them then saw Tang Fu sitting intimately next to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng immediately stood up. Zhou Feng was genuinely starting to panic. I never expected that Qin Xiaoshua would see this scene. Zhou Feng, you scumbag, what are you doing? Bai Qingyan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. These words drew the attention of many people around them. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves. What's wrong, boss? What else could have happened? They just got caught flirting. TSK, three women make a drama. They were all just watching the show with amusement. Actually, they were all very surprised. There were quite a few people in the camp who wanted to get close to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, however, always kept his distance. He was just very enthusiastic towards Qin Xiaoshua. The two were dating. Now that they saw Tang Fu, they finally understood. It turns out Zhou Feng had a lover. She's that beautiful woman with a model's figure. They all wanted to see how Zhou Feng would handle the situation. It's a misunderstanding. She just leaned over here, Zhou Feng quickly explained. What's there to explain? You two have been hooking up for ages. Bai Qingyan simply didn't believe it. What a coincidence. He had just brought his mother here when he saw this scene. They must have done this all the time. They just discovered it themselves. And yesterday, we actually spent the whole day together. Who knows what they're all doing? Tang Fu remained silent, only smiling without saying a word. Seeing Bai Qingyan's distrust of Zhou Feng, she was secretly overjoyed. As long as the relationship between two people breaks down, wouldn't that be my opportunity? Xiaoshua isn't like that. You have to believe me. Zhou Feng looked at Qin Xiaoshua. Seeing Zhou Feng's bewildered expression, Qin Xiaoshua burst out laughing. This must be Tang Fu. We've met a few times, but we've never formally introduced ourselves. My name is Qin Xiaoshua, and I'm Zhou Feng's girlfriend. Qin Xiaoshua walked over and extended her hand. Tang Fu was stunned, her face instantly filled with surprise and astonishment. I made a mistake. Bai Qingyan was never Zhou Feng's girlfriend. The beautiful woman in front of him was his real rival. What were I doing before? Hello. Tang Fu paused for a few seconds before thinking of going up to shake hands. You can rest well in our room today. There aren't many people in our room, so there's extra space, Qin Xiaoshua said with a slight smile. Tang Fu was still in shock and hadn't come to her senses. Bai Qingyan smiled victoriously from the side. Tang Fu just made herself really angry. However, in front of Qin Xiaoshua, she was as docile as a lamb. As expected, my mother is the best. Upon seeing Zhou Feng beside her, Bai Qingyan immediately snorted coldly. This Zhou Feng. They don't know how to refuse at all. Today, Tang Fu has appeared out of nowhere. Who knows what other people might appear next? If there are always so many women surrounding you, Zhou Feng will turn into a womanizer sooner or later. Are you really Zhou Feng's girlfriend? Tang Fu couldn't help but ask after she had recovered from her shock. Yes, everyone in the camp knows, Qin Xiaoshua said generously, tossing her hair aside. The two have been publicly acknowledging their relationship for several days now. At first, Qin Xiaoshua felt a little embarrassed. But no one gossiped about it behind my back. Qin Xiaoshua gradually adapted. Moreover, the person in front of you is a competitor. Qin Xiaoshua naturally had to act very generously. Zhou Feng, you. Tang Fu looked at Zhou Feng again, not knowing what to say for a moment. I've already told you I have a girlfriend, Xiaoshua. Zhou Feng put his arm around Qin Xiaoshua's shoulder. These words were also a way of telling Tang Fu that he had someone he liked. Tang Fu seemed a little lost and didn't know what to do for a moment. It gradually got dark. Tang Fu rested in Qin Xiaoxue's room. The next day, when Zhou Feng came out of the room, then I saw Tang Fu holding Qin Xiaoxue's arm, the two of them looking very intimate. This change left Zhou Feng somewhat dumbfounded. He overheard Tang Fu and Qin Xiaoxue chatting last night. However, they were all just everyday family matters. Zhou Feng then fell asleep. Unexpectedly, the two became so close in just one night. Bai Qingyan, however, still looked displeased. What happened? What's wrong with those two? Zhou Feng asked Bai Qingyan, seizing the opportunity. Tang Fu keeps saying she wants to acknowledge her as her sister. This vixen is still not giving up, Bai Qingyan muttered, quite dissatisfied. Bai Qingyan originally thought that Tang Fu would definitely back down. Unexpectedly, Tang Fu still acted enthusiastically. They definitely have ill intentions. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, what are you laughing at, you womanizer? Bai Qingyan's eyes widened immediately. Haha, I'm laughing at you for having an extra aunt, Zhou Feng said, trying to suppress his laughter. But this is just too funny. Bai Qingyan doesn't seem to have noticed yet. Sure enough, Bai Qingyan only realized what was happening after hearing Zhou Feng's words. This woman is taking advantage of me. Bai Qingyan finally came to her senses and stomped her feet in anger. No wonder Tang Fu wanted to acknowledge her mother as her older sister. Zhou Feng quickly slipped away. To avoid Bai Qingyan taking her anger out on me later. Bruce and the others are ready. Each of them carried a lot of food and water, and also carried spears as weapons. When Zhou Feng saw that Qin Shou was also well prepared, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. However, Zhou Feng did not stop Qin Shou from going. After all, there weren't many people who actively sought out the intermediate camp. Tang Cheng also brought his men over, and 5 of them were willing to go. The 2 groups set off quickly. Watching Qin Shou's departing figure, Zhang Lili bit her lip. She wasn't sure whether she should tell Zhou Feng what she was thinking. Qin Shou might not return this time. After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Lili still didn't do it. After all, Qin Shou hasn't done that yet. Over the next few days, Zhou Feng kept a close eye on the movements of the savage tribe. Fortunately, the savage tribe did not, and had no intention of attacking. They didn't even bother to clean up the bodies of their comrades in Fei Laoda's camp. What troubled Zhou Feng was that Tang Fu stayed in his camp the whole time. They just don't want to go back. Chapter 99 Intelligence. Zhou Feng had no choice. He couldn't very well just drive Tang Fu away. There's been an extra big third will like Tang Fu. This forced Zhou Feng to find time to be alone with Qin Xiaoxue. This afternoon, Tang Fu went to take a bath with several women. The place where they went to take a bath was the same place where Zhou Feng was bitten by a snake last time. It has now become a place in the camp where the women wash themselves. Men are not allowed near this area. Moreover, they now travel in groups, with someone specifically watching over them. Before cleaning, we will also specifically check the surrounding area. Are there any venomous snakes or similar creatures? There hasn't been a second person bitten yet. Zhou Feng is the only unlucky one. Although it wasn't dinner time yet, Qin Xiaoxue had already begun arranging the work for the logistics team. Then Qin Xiaoxue saw Zhou Feng wandering around beside her. What's wrong? Qin Xiaoxue asked. I'd like to talk to you alone. Zhou Feng scratched his head. Then let's go to your room. Qin Xiaoxue smiled and walked ahead. Zhou Feng immediately followed behind. The 2 of them went into the room one after the other. As soon as Qin Xiaoxue entered the room, she immediately felt a pair of hands hugging her from behind. Qin Xiaoxue, nicknamed Xiaofeng, blushed immediately. She knew perfectly well what Zhou Feng was thinking. Whenever I have time, I want to hug and cuddle. You're my girlfriend? What's wrong with a hug? Zhou Feng said with a smile. Yes, I'm glad you like it. Qin Xiaoxue turned around and tiptoed closer. A few minutes later, the 2 separated. How does she compare to Tang Fu? Qin Xiaoxue's face was flushed. Every time Zhou Feng was so passionate, she found it hard to breathe. Don't make fun of me. There's really nothing between her and me, Zhou Feng said with a wry smile. You 2 really haven't kissed? Qin Xiaoxue asked seriously. Seeing Qin Xiaoxue like this, Zhou Feng was quite happy. This proves that Qin Xiaoxue was genuinely jealous. They just didn't show it. Really? I swear. Zhou Feng raised his hand. Who made you swear an oath? Qin Xiaoxue smiled and pulled Zhou Feng's hand down. She looked into Zhou Feng's burning gaze and her heart stirred. If you don't fight for the man in front of you, he might really be snatched away by someone else. Thinking about this, Qin Xiaoxue felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. She didn't want that to happen. Qin Xiaoxue, nicknamed Xiaofeng, mustered her courage. Huh? Zhou Feng asked, looking puzzled. Just then, a commotion arose outside. They're back. They're back. Someone shouted from outside. Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue immediately came out of the room. He saw Bruce at first glance. But Bruce was only accompanied by a white man. What about the other two? Zhou Feng asked. Sam was unlucky. He was bitten by a poisonous snake while we were crossing a meadow, and he soon started vomiting blood. Bruce sighed. They didn't encounter savages, but they did encounter poisonous snakes. Being on a deserted island is basically equivalent to a death sentence. Zhou Feng's heart sank when he heard this. If it weren't for my special physical condition, I probably wouldn't be alive today. What about Qin Shou? Yang Wei asked from the side. Upon hearing Qin Shou's name, Bruce immediately swore in English. There's a classic word that starts with the letter B. According to Bruce's description, after walking for 2 days, they finally found the central camp. That very evening, Qin Shou disappeared. Along with Qin Shou, the supplies they were carrying also disappeared. That bastard is shameless, another white man next to him stammered in Chinese. We ended up selling the spears at the market and getting some food before we got back. Otherwise, we might not have made it back. Bruce's eyes were filled with anger. Zhou Feng frowned. Although he felt that Qin Shou had ulterior motives. But I never expected this guy to be so despicable. They stole all of Bruce's and the others' belongings. When Bruce and his men left, they took a lot of dried meat and smoked fish with them. It can last for 7 or 8 days. A market? There's a market over there. Zhou Feng noticed the word. Yes, there are a lot of people over there. There's a very lively market where everyone exchanges goods. Bruce gestured. There is no currency there. Everything is done through barter. The value depends entirely on negotiation between the two parties. Let's find a place to sit down and talk slowly. Zhou Feng also asked Qin Xiaoxue to get some food. Bruce and his men came back after selling weapons. I doubt they ate much. Bruce and his group sat down in the middle of the camp. The two of them drank some water and ate a few bites of food. Bruce then began to recount what he had seen at the central camp. When the people around heard that Bruce had returned, they all gathered around. Everyone wanted to find out what was going on at the central camp. Bruce and his team only stayed for most of the day and didn't gather much information. He rushed back. Firstly, there are indeed a large amount of supplies near the central camp. Although there are many people, they don't need to worry about food and clothing for the time being. A market spontaneously formed over there. There was no currency in the market. It was all about bartering. There's a lot of stuff in that market over there. A lot of stuff from the 1,000 Mile, Bruce said in a deep voice. A lot of stuff from the Wanli? What kind of stuff? Fan Jian asked hurriedly. There's some furniture, some daily necessities, and even some canned flour and the like. Bruce listed off with great familiarity. These are all things he saw at the market. Where did they get these things from? Zhou Feng frowned. Although they appeared on this deserted island. But this was not a shipwreck. Rather, it was an inexplicable, mysterious event. Everyone may have some personal belongings around them. However, not that many supplies appeared. The only explanation is that they found the Wanli. Only in this way can a large amount of supplies be found on the Wanli. Could it be that it's not just them? Even the Wanli has appeared on this island? Or did it sink at the seaside? That can't be. However, Zhou Feng then thought about the jade pendant he was carrying, and the changes that have occurred within myself. None of these can be explained by science. Nothing else seems surprising on the island. I don't know. I've asked a lot of people, but they all act mysterious and are unwilling to tell me easily. Bruce shook his head. It seems that obtaining this information will come at a price. Inside the central camp, it's not just supplies that can be exchanged. Intelligence can also be exchanged. Where are Tang Cheng and his men? Zhou Feng asked again. Chapter 100 Choice. Bruce said that Tang Cheng and his men had also returned. Qin Shou also stole a lot of their supplies. Upon hearing this, Bruce started cursing again. Qin Shou tried to cheat and slack off the whole way, even pretending that he had sprained his ankle. He always walked at the very back of the group, unwilling to take on any danger. Bruce desperately wanted Qin Shou to be the one to die. Zhang Lily had been looking uneasy ever since she saw that Qin Shou hadn't returned. Now hearing what Bruce said, she understood then. It was exactly as she had guessed. Qin Shou used the resources provided by Zhou Feng to reach the central camp. They had no intention of coming back at all. What Zhang Lily didn't expect was that Qin Shou would be so ruthless. They even stole Bruce's and others' things. This also proves that Qin Shou has completely abandoned himself. Lily, don't worry, your fiancé's affairs have nothing to do with you. Just then, someone patted Zhang Lily on the shoulder. It's Li Ran. Zhang Lily nodded a little guiltily. Zhang Lily is feeling very frustrated right now. If only I had told Zhou Feng my conjecture before Qin Shou left. That will definitely not happen. Just as everyone was talking, a guest arrived. Tang Cheng. Tang Cheng came alone this time. He was also carrying a bag, which looked like it contained quite a lot of things. The bandage on Tang Cheng's shoulder had been removed. It seems that Tang Cheng's injuries are basically healed. What's this? Zhou Feng was also a little surprised when he saw Tang Cheng. I've come to seek refuge with you. Tang Cheng chuckled. When Tang Fu heard that her brother had arrived, she ran over as well. Brother, what happened? Tang Fu couldn't help but ask. Because Tang Fu discovered that Tang Cheng also brought his own supplies from the camp. It's a long story. Tang Cheng recounted the events. When those people returned, they told everyone about the situation at the central camp. So some people suggested that they should migrate there. Everyone in the camp immediately agreed. Although the cave was in a good location, the news that there was a savage tribe several kilometers away made it difficult to avoid the danger. The people in the camp were restless, especially after learning that Boss Fei and the others had already left. Even fewer people would want to stay here. They were all afraid of becoming the savages' next target. Their camp had been attacked by Boss Fei's men before. Everyone felt the threat of death. Now everyone wants to go to safer places. But this is just right. I feel much more relaxed now. Tang Cheng's expression was complicated. Managing dozens of people during this period has put Tang Cheng under a lot of pressure. But those people really left on their own. Tang Cheng was very worried. Where's Sister Lan? Didn't she come with you? Tang Fu couldn't help but ask. The Lan Jia that Tang Fu mentioned is the woman Tang Cheng had in the camp. Tang Cheng shook his head, his expression somewhat forlorn. Seeing her brother's appearance, Tang Fu didn't say anything. What are your camp's plans? Is anyone interested in relocating to the central camp? Tang Cheng asked curiously. These words left everyone present looking at each other in bewilderment. They haven't discussed this topic yet. All eyes turned to Zhou Feng. Boss, what do we do? Someone couldn't help but ask. What are your thoughts? Zhou Feng asked, scanning each person present with his gaze. In fact, everyone in the camp had already arrived. But no one spoke. Everyone's expressions were serious. Upon seeing this, Zhou Feng smiled. Don't be nervous, everyone. Just say what you want to say, Zhou Feng said. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, someone spoke up first. I think it's very difficult for us to defend this place. If the savage tribe attacks, we won't be able to hold out. Even Boss Fei's camp couldn't withstand the savages' attack. There are no other survivors around. Should we stay here? Several people spoke up. His words were full of worry. Zhou Feng nodded, understanding their thinking. Now, the survivors in the surrounding area are all going to the central camp one after another. This inevitably makes them feel flustered. After all, humans are social animals and are easily swayed by the crowd. And their concerns are not unfounded. The most important factor in Fei Laoda and his group leaving this place was safety. The central camp may not be safe either. So many survivors gathered together will attract the attention of the cannibals. The journey is quite dangerous. If we are discovered by the savages, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. It's better to stay here. There's no shortage of food here now. Others also voiced their opposition. The two groups started arguing. What if we stay here and get attacked by savages? We still have no clue what's going on at the central camp, and we're already going to abandon it. There are more people over there, so it must be safer. A large number of people does not necessarily mean safety. Didn't there happen an internal conflict before, resulting in dozens of deaths? The argument escalated, and neither side could convince the other, because their concerns are all valid. Stop arguing. Let's hear what the boss has to say. Fan Jian stepped forward and said. Everyone fell silent, watching Zhou Feng quietly. Let me think about it first. Everyone, please disperse, Zhou Feng said after a moment's thought. Whatever decision you make, it will be of great importance. Upon hearing this, everyone dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Only a few people remained by Zhou Feng's side. It was Yang Wei, Fan Jian, Sun Hong, and others. They were among the first few people in the camp by their numbers, and were also the first to follow Zhou Feng. You all go ahead and get busy, Zhou Feng said to the group. Boss, whatever decision you make, we'll follow you, Li Ran said solemnly. If it weren't for Zhou Feng, they would all be dead by now. Zhou Feng nodded without saying anything more. He believed that Yang Wei and his ilk genuinely thought that way. After everyone else had left, Tang Cheng did not leave. After all, Tang Cheng had nowhere else to go. Brother, you must already have an idea, right? Tang Cheng could tell. There was actually no hesitation in Zhou Feng's eyes. Seeing that no one was around, Zhou Feng lowered his voice. Well, actually, there's only one path in front of us, to the central camp. Why? Tang Cheng felt strange. It's a food issue, Zhou Feng began to explain. Potatoes are now a stable food source for their camp. The place where the potatoes were located was too close to the savage tribe. The savage tribe will discover their tracks sooner or later. Chapter 101 The Uninvited Guest. Once they're targeted by the savages, they'll never have a moment's peace. Ultimately, The choice will definitely be to head to the central camp. Zhou Feng felt that Boss Fei must have discovered this back then. That's why I reminded myself that it would be better to get to the central camp as soon as possible. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's analysis, Tang Qing suddenly understood. Just as Zhou Feng said, they didn't have any choice from the beginning. Unless you give up gathering wild potatoes. But no one can give up that stable food source. When food is scarce in the camp, they will definitely take risks. Brother, why didn't you say so earlier? Tang Qing also felt strange. If Zhou Feng already had a conclusion, why didn't he tell everyone? There's no rush. I plan to send some more people over in a few days to ask your people or Boss Fei about the situation, Zhou Feng explained. After those two groups have spent a few days at the central camp, they should have a better understanding of the area. We'll decide later whether to proceed to the central camp. Impressive, truly impressive. Tang Qing couldn't help but exclaim. Don't let Zhou Feng's young age fool you. But his thoughts were remarkably profound. Tang Cheng didn't think that far ahead. If we tell everyone this news now, the camp will definitely be in a state of panic, Zhou Feng added. At the moment, stability is the most important thing in the camp. I can understand why so many people are willing to go with you, Tang Cheng said with emotion. Tang Cheng's prestige in his own camp was nowhere near that of Zhou Feng. What frustrated Tang Cheng the most was, I have also contributed a lot to the camp, but those people were in a critical moment. In the end, I abandoned myself. There are some people, but not all of them. Zhou Feng slowly shook his head. So what can I do in the camp? My shoulder is basically healed. Tang Cheng waved his arm. During this period, Tang Cheng felt like his body was rusting. Then let's go hunting with Yang Wei and the others first, Zhou Feng said after thinking for a moment. Now, Yang Wei and his companions are becoming increasingly skilled at hunting. We caught even more pheasants and rabbits. The number of rabbits being raised at the camp has reached more than 20. Once the population increases, reproduction will be very fast. Okay. Tang Cheng nodded. Tang Cheng is no longer willing to do management work. The daily pressure is too great. He would much rather go hunting. Tang Cheng also had a lot of experience in hunting. Tang Fu also looked for things to do in the camp, and she followed Qin Xiaoxue around. We were jointly responsible for logistical work. Zhou Feng had originally planned to visit the savage tribe again. Let's see if anything changes after the savage tribe suffered such a major loss. The next morning, Zhou Feng was preparing things in his room. This time, he insisted on going alone and refused to let anyone come with him. Yang Wei rushed in. What is it? Zhou Feng asked while sharpening his dagger. His dagger was badly damaged and needed to be sharpened before it could be used. It probably won't last much longer than a few battles. Boss, someone's here, Yang Wei said with a strange expression. Someone's here? Zhou Feng was surprised. Now, there's hardly anyone left around their camp. They said they came from the central camp, and there were 8 of them in total, Yang Wei said, frowning. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng stood up. Central camp. Zhou Feng hasn't sent any people out yet. Unexpectedly, someone from the other side came over on their own initiative. Where is he? Zhou Feng asked. They were just outside the camp, but our men stopped them, Yang Wei quickly said. They didn't know the details of these people's backgrounds and dared not let them in easily. Let's go take a look. Zhou Feng followed Yang Wei. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the camp, Zhou Feng saw several strangers. A considerable number of people had already surrounded them inside the camp. A man who looked to be in his 30s was talking animatedly. When they saw Zhou Feng arrive, everyone made way for him. You must be Zhou Feng, the leader of this camp, the man said, taking the initiative to speak. You know my name? Zhou Feng frowned and looked around. Could it be that someone leaked information about me just now? We didn't say anything. Fu Tai quickly waved his hand. From the very beginning, it was this man who kept talking. They did not tell these people any information about the camp. Tang Qing also felt something was strange. It's amazing that these people knew Zhou Feng's name. Hehe, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Suo, and I'm also a passenger on the Wanli. Li Suo extended his hand and said, without directly answering Zhou Feng's question. Zhou Feng stepped forward and shook hands with the other person. Since the other party has not shown any hostility, we should still give them that much face. What are you doing here? Zhou Feng asked. It's very simple. I'm inviting you to join our team. Li Suo stated his purpose directly. Your team? Zhou Feng frowned. Li Suo smiled slightly and began to explain. According to Li Suo's description, there are several factions in the central camp. Although everyone is maintaining a superficial peace, there is a lot of open and covert struggle. If Zhou Feng and his group join, Li Suo's power will become even greater. There's a saying that goes, many hands make light work. If we combine our strength, we can seize more resources. And if you're willing to come to the central camp, the living conditions will definitely be better than here. We have a lot of supplies on our ship, And we also have specialized doctors. Li Suo spoke eloquently. Tang Cheng, who had been standing nearby, came to Zhou Feng's side and whispered that Li Suo had been promoting this idea all along. Zhou Feng frowned and looked around. Sure enough, I noticed that many people had a sense of eagerness in their eyes. What will happen to us older folks if we go to your camp? An old man asked. Of course we will be taken care of. We have plenty of resources there, including many medicines for the elderly, Li Suo said with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, the elderly people instantly became excited. Besides food, they also had concerns about medicine. Right now, there are only some blood pressure medications available at the camp. Zhou Feng also limited the quantity of these drugs, not providing them indiscriminately. Are there really a lot of supplies over there? Do they have canned goods and flour? Someone asked again. This is the news that Bruce brought earlier. Many people are drooling over these things. Yes, our camp has plenty of these things, enough to supply everyone, Li Suo said, gesturing to the people around him. Two people emptied dozens of cans from the backpacks they were carrying. Everyone around stared wide-eyed at the sight of the canned goods. Anyone who's willing to follow me can take a can of food, Li Suo said, holding up a can. Chapter 102 Breakup. There was a stir among those present. Many eyes were fixed on the cans on the ground. These cans come in all sizes and types. Besides canned meat, there are also some canned vegetables. Even so, some people still unconsciously swallowed. The food in the camp lacked seasoning, so it certainly didn't taste as good as what they had. Seeing this, Li Suo smiled slightly and opened the can directly. This is a can of luncheon meat. Its aroma immediately fills the air. Even so, no one went up to take the canned food. All eyes turned to Zhou Feng, awaiting his reaction. As long as you're willing to join us, with your abilities you'll play an important role in our camp, and your position will definitely be more important than mine in the future. Li Suo also looked at Zhou Feng. Let's discuss it, Zhou Feng said expressionlessly. Of course, no problem. But I should remind everyone that I will be going back this afternoon, so you'd better make a decision quickly. Li Suo nodded. Zhou Feng then instructed Yang Wei to take Li Suo and the others to the camp. They were told to stay in a shack and not to move around freely. The others gathered in the middle of the camp. Zhou Feng, something's not right. He seems very familiar with our camp. Tang Qing leaned close to Zhou Feng's ear, his brows furrowed. Someone leaked the information, Zhou Feng said slowly. You mean someone in the camp has become a traitor? Tang Qing's eyes widened immediately. My mind was racing. If someone leaked information, it would prove that Li Suo and his group didn't just arrive. They have been lurking in the vicinity for a long time. It's Qin Shou, Zhou Feng explained. It's that bastard. Tang Qing finally realized. Tang Qing also knew about Qin Shou's matter. It now seems that Qin Shou has joined Li Suo's camp. They revealed all the intelligence about Zhou Feng's camp. That's why Li Suo and his group knew about the camp situation. Soon everyone in the camp was summoned. Before Zhou Feng could speak, someone around him had already recounted the whole story. Their words revealed their deep longing for the camp that Li Suo had described. Better food, better treatment, and a safer environment. Seeing this, Zhou Feng simply stopped talking. Just ask who wants to go to that camp. You can raise your hand now. Boss, what are you thinking? Someone asked. I'd like to hear everyone's opinions now, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. People started raising their hands. Zhou Feng glanced around and saw that about a third of the people were willing to go to that camp. Many of the remaining people who didn't raise their hands were also looking at themselves. Don't be so polite. Just tell us which camp you want to go to, Zhou Feng said with a smile, trying to lighten the mood. Upon hearing this, more than a dozen people raised their hands. The number of people has basically reached half. If you want to go to that place, I won't stop you. You can leave with Li Suo and the others right now, Zhou Feng said directly. Zhou Feng. Tang Cheng was startled and quickly reminded him. Doesn't this mean the camp will split up next? Zhou Feng waved his hand, indicating that Tang Cheng didn't need to continue. Boss, are you really willing to let us go? Someone stepped forward and asked. Of course, I, Zhou Feng, always keep my word. And even if you leave now, I won't cause you any trouble if we run into each other in the future, Zhou Feng said, nodding. No one doubted Zhou Feng's words. Although Zhou Feng is ruthless when facing enemies. But when he was with these survivors, he was always very gentle. He has never arbitrarily hit or scolded anyone. There was no forced possession of women. It's just that the pay is higher. What about the supplies in the camp? These supplies were collected by everyone together, so we should have a share now, the man continued. That's right. If we're leaving, we should take some things with us. We are just receiving what we deserve, and we have also made contributions. People kept saying it. Hearing these words, Bai Qingyan couldn't help but speak up. Are your contributions as great as Zhou Feng's? Bai Qingyan roared. Without Zhou Feng, this camp would never exist. Even if we didn't contribute as much as Zhou Feng, we still made some contributions, didn't we? Someone shouted. Many others echoed this sentiment. Some people who were unwilling to leave directly cursed back. Stop arguing, Zhou Feng shouted. The scene fell silent instantly. Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. As expected, Zhou Feng still held considerable authority within the camp. This doesn't seem like me. When Tang Qing left the camp, it was in complete chaos. Eventually, everyone started looting, and the camp looked like it had been attacked by bandits. Tang Qing couldn't stop him at all. I know everyone has made contributions, but you can't take these things with you from the shacks. All you can take is some food. Moreover, everyone's contribution is different, so it certainly cannot be divided equally. I have a proposal, and I don't know if everyone agrees with it. Zhou Feng's gaze swept over the crowd. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing these words. Just as Zhou Feng said, although they did a lot of work, much of the achievement was impossible to share. We can't just tear down all the shacks, can we? Boss, you tell us, someone responded. Zhou Feng nodded and continued. Then we'll allocate the points according to each person's remaining points. You can use your points to redeem food at the same price as before. Cured meat and similar items are not on the redemption list. After he finished speaking, many people present frowned. They don't have many points left. Even if you just exchange it for some food, it's not much. Moreover, the most valuable cured meat cannot be exchanged. That's a bit of a loss for me. I have no objection. Anyway, there are more supplies over there, someone said first. The others who wanted to leave all nodded in agreement. Since the other side has more abundant resources, they have no need to fight over anything. So they all nodded in agreement. Li Ran, go and get the points book. If anyone wants to leave, distribute the points to them now, Zhou Feng said to Li Ran beside him. Okay. Li Ran nodded. It took just over an hour to distribute all the supplies. The food options at the campsite were limited, consisting mainly of smoked fish, potatoes, and some fruit. We caught quite a few pheasants before, but we ate them all on the same day. As for the other 20-odd rabbits, it wasn't convenient for these people to take them with them. After the food was distributed, these people followed Li Suo and left. Zhou Feng then gathered the remaining people together. Li Ran counted the quantity. There were originally more than 90 people in the camp. Now only 40-odd remain. Many people raised their hands, but did not express their opinions. However, they went to queue up, took the supplies, and left. Zhou Feng glanced over and saw that they were all familiar faces. Besides the few people who initially followed him, there were also the Tang siblings. Fu Tai, Shi Haitao, Tian Bing, and others. To be honest, there were some people Zhou Feng hadn't expected, such as Tian Bing. Why did she stay here? Chapter 103 Plan. Zhou Feng could understand why Bruce and the other white men stayed behind. They must also be worried about what would happen if they went with Li Suo. Will I be ostracized because of my skin color? At least at Zhou Feng's camp, they don't need to worry about that. Zhou Feng's impression of Tian Bing was still that this woman admired strength. She used to be Charles's woman, and later she tried to get close to him. Tian Bing also noticed Zhou Feng's gaze, and she stood up without hesitation. Boss, the reason I'm with you is simple. I won't be bullied if I'm by your side. I think some modern people are even more bastards than savages. Tian Bing's tone was very firm. The women present all nodded in agreement. At least they could be respected in Zhou Feng's camp. What would happen if we went to other camps? They couldn't even imagine it. They'll probably suffer a terrible fate. The female survivors who left with Li Suo all felt that they would not have a good ending. You'll definitely regret it. When Tian Bing spoke, Chen Jinbiao also stood up. I don't think I can find another person who will come to our rescue from the savages. Our lives were saved by our leader, and we do whatever he tells us to do. Zhou Feng looked at Chen Jinbiao, Zhang Lili, and the others, and nodded. Although among these people, there was a traitor named Qin Shou. However, others were still able to understand the situation. My thinking is much simpler. The boss is such a shrewd person, he must have a backup plan and won't let us get into danger. Fu Tai also stood up and chuckled. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at Zhou Feng. They were all actually quite confused about the future, wondering if staying in this place was really the right thing to do. What should they do if the savages come? I do have an idea, Zhou Feng nodded. Upon hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces instantly relaxed considerably. With so many people leaving the camp, those remaining were inevitably feeling uneasy. But now, seeing Zhou Feng say this, they all felt inexplicably relieved. We'll go to the central camp too, Zhou Feng then said. What? Everyone present was stunned. Unexpectedly, Zhou Feng also suggested going to the central camp. However, joining Li Suo and his group would be tantamount to handing over our fate to others. We have to carve out our own place, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Although Li Sua's words were incredibly impressive, making many people yearn for his camp. However, many people simply don't believe it. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Especially on this deserted island. Brother Zhou Feng, if you were planning to go to the central camp anyway, why didn't you say so earlier? Tang Qing asked, puzzled. As long as Zhou Feng just said he was willing to go to the central camp, then everyone in the camp will definitely go with Zhou Feng. The camp will never split. This is a reduction in burden, easing the strain on our camp, Zhou Feng said slowly. Burden? Many people don't quite understand what this means. I understand. Li Ran's eyes lit up. Yang Wei, standing next to Li Ran, still looked puzzled. The situation was not understood. Those who left this time were the ones who had earned fewer points. They weren't actually very useful in the camp, Li Ran explained immediately, as she was in charge of managing the points. Everyone's points are very clear. The ability to earn points is, to some extent, equivalent to a person's value in the camp. The higher your ability, the more points you can earn in the camp. The corresponding treatment is naturally better. Those who earn fewer points are considered to be of lower quality labor. In some companies, they are among those who are given priority for dismissal. Those who remain in the camp now are all young and strong. So that's how it is. I understand why those people left. They must have felt dissatisfied with the point system. Qin Xiaoxue also seemed to be thinking. In fact, the point system is already a very fair method. Those who are capable will receive more. In the absence of resources, it is impossible to provide the same treatment to those with weaker labor capacity. However, as long as there are differences in treatment, dissatisfaction will arise. Those who left the camp all had these kinds of feelings to some extent. I knew our boss was amazing, thinking so far ahead. Fu Tai said sincerely. On the surface, this was a split, but in reality, it was a reduction in the number of members in the camp. Also, let those people set off first to scout the way for us. Tomorrow morning, we can follow in their footsteps, Zhou Feng added. Now Fu Tai was even more impressed. After hearing what Bruce said, everyone knew that this journey was not safe. If we follow in the footsteps of Li Sua and the others, the risk will be greatly reduced. Everyone get ready. Take everything you can, and we'll set off tomorrow morning, Zhou Feng ordered. Everyone immediately got to work. There are still plenty of supplies in the camp, especially potatoes and daily necessities. Those who left didn't take much with them. They weren't given anything like cured meat. Rabbits are more troublesome. There are now more than 20 rabbits, which are really inconvenient to carry around. In the end, they had no choice but to reluctantly skin and roast the rabbits. Of course, the rabbit skin was kept and can be used to make some handicrafts later. The woman in charge of raising the rabbits saw so many rabbits and slaughtered them all. She even shed tears. Zhou Feng sat on the hillside above the camp, watching the people inside bustling about. What are you thinking about? Qin Xiaoxue walked over and sat down next to Zhou Feng. I'm just feeling a bit sentimental about leaving this place, Zhou Feng said, scratching his head. After all, they built most of the things here themselves. Now we must abandon all of this. There's nothing we can do about it. Qin Xiaoxue tilted her head and leaned against Zhou Feng. But with you by my side, nothing else matters, Zhou Feng said, putting his arm around Qin Xiaoxue's shoulder. Although they ended up stranded on this deserted island. However, Zhou Feng's biggest gain was not the changes that occurred in his body. Instead, it was Qin Xiaoxue. At this moment, Tang Cheng saw Tang Fu in a daze from a distance. His eyes were fixed on one spot. Tang Cheng then followed his sister's gaze. Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue were sitting on the hillside. Tang Cheng gave a wry smile. Upon arriving at the camp, Tang Cheng learned that Zhou Feng's girlfriend was Qin Xiaoxue. Tang Fu had misunderstood everything before. Judging from their current appearance, they're probably in the throes of a passionate romance. Then he looked at his younger sister, who had a jealous expression on her face. Give up. Zhou Feng has someone he likes, Tang Cheng muttered. Give up? I will not give up, Tang Fu said resolutely. You're still not giving up? Tang Cheng was a little dumbfounded. Chapter 104 Burden. Anyway, I won't give up so easily, Tang Fu muttered as she began packing her things. Tang Cheng could only shake his head helplessly. My own younger sister. My parents passed away when I was young, so I learned to be independent at a very young age. You need to have a strong personality. If you want something, you must get it. Don't you dare ruin their relationship, Tang Cheng reminded him from the side. I don't know. Sister Qin is a good person, but what man only likes one person? Tang Fu snorted. Tang Cheng was speechless. Judging from her tone, it seems she's going to pester me relentlessly. Tang Cheng could only hope that nothing too big would happen in the end. Before dark, everyone had finished tidying up. The supplies and daily necessities have all been packed up and can be taken away tomorrow morning. They also cooked a lot of potatoes to eat on the road. The hardest thing wasn't food, it was water. There aren't many containers in the camp that can hold water. There is simply no way to meet the needs of so many people. They also tried making some containers themselves, but the results were unsatisfactory. We can only search for water as we go tomorrow. At this point, everyone realized how wise Zhou Feng's decision was. With those people leading the way, they will surely find a water source. Then I wouldn't need to take any risks. The next morning, the people in the camp had breakfast. The grand procession set off. Each person carried quite a lot of things, all of which were supplies from the camp. However, the items they carried belonged to the camp as a whole, not to them personally. The traces left by Li Suo and others yesterday were very obvious. After all, more than 50 people left the camp, plus Li Suo and his 8 men. That makes a total of over 60 people. Even if they wanted to cover up their whereabouts, it would be very difficult. Zhou Feng and the others followed them. At the same time, Zhou Feng took out his notebook and recorded the route on it. Every now and then, it leaves its mark on some trees. No one knows whether they will ever return here. When it was noon, everyone sat down to rest. I took some potatoes out of my backpack and started eating them. At the same time, Zhou Feng also sent people to search for water sources in the surrounding area. The best course of action is to follow the trails of Li Suo and others. And indeed, they found something while searching. A stream was discovered not far away. In many wilderness survival shows, many people drink water directly from streams. However, he wouldn't do that inside Zhou Feng's camp. Zhou Feng also has knowledge of wilderness survival. If you get infected with parasites here, you will definitely die. They immediately ordered a fire to be set up to boil water. Zhou Feng would rather waste some time than take this risk. Moreover, he wasn't in a hurry to go to the central camp. What takes others 2 days, he can do in 3. Among the supplies everyone carried, the heaviest were the 2 pots that Zhou Feng had brought back from the cave. It takes several people to take turns carrying it. There were also a few lighters in the camp. But even without a lighter, people can now quickly start a fire by rubbing sticks together. After all, everyone knows that lighters will eventually run out of power. We've long since mastered the essential skill of starting a fire in the wild. While everyone was waiting for the water to boil. A corpse. There's a corpse. Fu Tai ran over, his face filled with terror. The body? Where is it? Zhou Feng immediately stood up. Everyone else looked tense as well. I was just using the restroom when I found these 2 bodies over there. They were both people who had left, Fu Tai said, pointing into the distance. Everyone stay here and don't move. Zhou Feng simply gestured for Tang Cheng and the others beside him to come with him. When they arrived at the base of the tree, they indeed found 2 corpses lying in the bushes. Zhou Feng frowned upon seeing the 2 corpses, because these 2 bodies were the oldest people in the camp. It looks like they were here last night. His lips turned dark purple and his skin became pale. There were many signs of rigor mortis on the skin. However, Zhou Feng did not see any obvious injuries on them. However, he soon discovered the cause of death for both men, although neither of them had any visible wounds. However, there was blood stasis inside the nasal cavity and mouth. These 2 people were smothered to death, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Smothered to death? Tang Cheng exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Zhou Feng nodded. Why would anyone kill them for no reason? Tang Cheng found it hard to understand. Both of the elderly people looked to be in their 60s. It poses no threat to anyone. Some people see them as a burden, Zhou Feng said slowly. This is the only explanation. Otherwise, who would lay a hand on the 2 of them? That guy Li Suo, Tang Cheng said, his face contorted with anger. They realized that Li Suo had killed them. Even if it wasn't Li Suo himself who did it, it was one of the people around him. They simply believe that these 2 elderly people are holding things back. Although Tang Cheng felt that these people did not deserve sympathy. He believed even Li Suo's nonsense, he deserved his fate. But this is not a reason for Li Suo to kill people at will. The supplies the 2 people were carrying were also missing. They were probably all taken by Li Suo and the others. Carry the body over there so everyone can see it, Zhou Feng continued. Tang Cheng and Fu Tai both understood Zhou Feng's meaning. It's about letting others see what happened to those who left. The 2 bodies were quickly carried over. When everyone saw the 2 corpses, their faces turned grim. A person who was lively and energetic yesterday is now dead in the blink of an eye. The rest of the people were extremely grateful. Fortunately, I had no choice yesterday and left with Li Suo. The central camp isn't as safe as we think. We need to stick together when we get there. Zhou Feng broke the silence. Judging from the actions of Li Suo and his group, they are not good people. Boss, we'll listen to you. We'll listen to you. Everyone chimed in with their opinions. After everyone replenished their fluids, they rested for more than an hour. Once the sun wasn't so intense, everyone set off again. As for the 2 corpses, drag it into the nearby bushes, and cover it with a thin layer of soil. They can't afford to waste their energy burying the bodies now. This time, everyone's mood was much heavier. However, following in the footsteps of Li Suo and the others, they also found quite a few things. These are all supplies abandoned by people from the old camp. For example, some everyday tools. I guess it was because the journey was too arduous, so it was discarded as a burden. Zhou Feng and his group picked up anything useful. Throw all the useless things on the ground. They walked until it was almost dark, then Zhou Feng and the others found another place to rest. Everyone put down their packages and looked for branches or similar things to put under their bodies. Zhou Feng went to relieve himself in the woods some distance away. He had just turned around when he saw Tang Fu walking towards him. Chapter 105 Attack. Is there something you need? Zhou Feng coughed lightly. Of course I have something good for you, Tang Fu said mysteriously as she leaned closer. What good stuff? Zhou Feng asked, a little puzzled. Hold out your hand, Tang Fu said with a smile. Zhou Feng didn't quite understand, but he still did as he was told and stretched out his hand. Tang Fu grabbed Zhou Feng's hand and stuffed something into his palm. Is this candy? Zhou Feng looked closely at what he was holding. It was a few candies that were neatly packaged. Sugar is definitely a scarce resource in the camp. Yes, seeing how hard you've worked today, you should replenish your energy. Tang Fu nodded. You should keep it, Zhou Feng said with a wry smile. I just want to give the candy back to Tang Fu. But Tang Fu didn't extend her hand at all. This put Zhou Feng in an awkward position. He couldn't very well force it into Tang Fu's hands. Just take it. You're too afraid to take even the smallest thing, Tang Fu teased, then turned and left. All right. Zhou Feng could only put the candy away. What Zhou Feng didn't expect was, just as Tang Fu walked away, Bai Qingyan appeared out of nowhere. They walked towards him menacingly. What did that woman say to you just now? Bai Qingyan asked, hands on her hips, looking accusatory. Tang Fu. She gave me this. Zhou Feng took the candy out of his pocket. Why would she give you this for no reason? Bai Qingyan stared wide-eyed. Zhou Feng shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either. Something must be going on between you. Bai Qingyan simply didn't believe it. Really nothing's wrong. Here, take this. Zhou Feng handed the candy to Bai Qingyan. Bai Qingyan became even more anxious. I don't want her stuff. Are you doing this on purpose? Bai Qingyan felt that Zhou Feng was deliberately trying to annoy her. Zhou Feng was about to say something when he suddenly heard a sound coming from the bushes beside him. Wait. Zhou Feng frowned and gestured for people to be quiet. Are you going to change the subject again? Are you trying to lie to me again? Bai Qingyan thought of the times Zhou Feng had lied to her before. She was furious. That's Zhou Feng. I always think of myself as a child. I won't fall for it again. Danger. Crouch down, Zhou Feng whispered. He even drew a dagger from his waist. Bai Qingyan was taken aback. She felt that Zhou Feng really wasn't joking. I instinctively squatted down. The next second, 4 savages sprang out of the woods ahead. These savages, wielding stone knives, charged towards Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan. Bai Qingyan never expected this. There are wild men around here. Didn't Li Suo and his group already scout the route? If you encounter savages, there will definitely be signs of a battle. Could it be that our group was just unlucky? After Li Suo and the others left, a savage appeared nearby. Looking at Bai Qingyan, who was squatting on the ground, completely terrified. Zhou Feng frowned. It's definitely too late to escape with Bai Qingyan now. They'll definitely catch up with us. We have no choice but to give it our all. So Zhou Feng roared and charged forward with his dagger. The savages were not surprised that Zhou Feng would take the initiative to come forward. They all raised their weapons and slashed at Zhou Feng. Faced with the stone knife aimed at his head, Zhou Feng immediately bent over. The stone knife flew over his head. Zhou Feng lunged forward, his dagger piercing the chest of the first savage. Then Zhou Feng pulled out the dagger, dodging the attack from the second stone knife. The dagger was brandished. Another savage had his wrist slashed. Unable to hold the weapon in his hand, the stone knife fell to the ground. Ah! The savage screamed, clutching his wound with his other hand. But his cry had just been uttered. I felt a chill in my throat and blood rush into my trachea. He collapsed helplessly to the ground. The remaining 2 savages exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with terror. Clearly, no one expected Zhou Feng to be so strong in combat. However, the 2 savages showed no intention of fleeing. Instead, he let out a shout, as if he were praying to the gods. They charged at Zhou Feng again. Zhou Feng flung the dagger in his hand, which pierced a person's left eye, the entire dagger disappearing into the eye. The savage fell straight to the ground. The last savage raised his stone knife and slashed at them. Zhou Feng grabbed the other person's wrist directly. Click! A crisp sound rang out as Zhou Feng forcefully bent her wrist. Zhou Feng clenched his other hand into a fist and slammed it hard into the opponent's face. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. By the time the 5th punch was thrown, the savage was completely unrecognizable. Huff! Zhou Feng gasped for breath. Blood flowed down his fingers. Then he pulled a dagger from another corpse. They ended the life of that unconscious savage to prevent future trouble. Zhou Feng, just now Bai Qingyan's trembling voice came from behind. Bai Qingyan is now filled with regret. I almost messed things up. If it weren't for him, Zhou Feng wouldn't have had to fight these savages to the death. She suspected that Zhou Feng was changing the subject. Seeing Zhou Feng facing 4 savages, Bai Qingyan's heart was in her throat. They were afraid something might happen to Zhou Feng. It's all right, this was just an unexpected situation. Zhou Feng smiled, trying to reassure Bai Qingyan. After all, no one expected that there would be wild men in the nearby woods. Bai Qingyan said, her face full of guilt. She didn't know what to do if something happened to Zhou Feng. Hearing the commotion, Tang Chung led his men over, each carrying a spear. Then I saw several corpses on the ground. There are savages on this road, Tang Chung exclaimed, his face turning pale. They had originally hoped that Li Suo and his group would lead the way. It can help them avoid risks. But unexpectedly, they still encountered wild men on the road. There were no signs of a battle. This suggests that Li Suo and his group most likely did not encounter any wild men. For a moment, they didn't know whether Li Suo and the others were lucky or whether their own luck was just too bad. We can't stay here. There might be other savages around. Have everyone pack up and we'll travel through the night. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. This is the only option we have. Someone immediately went to relay Zhou Feng's order. Zhou Feng then arrived in front of a savage corpse. He noticed a tattoo on the corpse's arm. It was a moon-shaped tattoo. These were not the savages who worshipped the sun that Zhou Feng had encountered before. Instead, there is another group of people who believe in the moon symbol. However, they have one thing in common. They both treat them as prey. Zhou Feng was unsure if there were any savage tribes in the vicinity. But they have to leave now. When Zhou Feng returned to the rest area, everyone had already packed up. Chapter 106 Opportunity. The path in the woods is difficult to walk at night. The men walked at the front and back of the procession, while the women walked in the middle. Beware of cannibals that may appear at any time. The hardest part is finding the footprints. The traces left by Li Suo and others at night were also difficult to see clearly. We kept stopping and starting along the way. After walking for several more hours, Zhou Feng finally told everyone to stop and rest. They were now quite far from where the savages had appeared. After tidying up the ground, everyone went to sleep there. Zhou Feng and the others dared not light a fire, for fear that the light would attract the attention of the savages. Everyone was exhausted from the journey and soon curled up on the ground to sleep. Zhou Feng had just closed his eyes as well. In a daze, I heard footsteps coming from the bushes in the distance. Someone's coming. Zhou Feng immediately woke up, let out a low growl, and got up. He casually picked up the stone knife that was placed next to him. It was taken from next to the savage's corpse by Zhou Feng. Fighting with a dagger is extremely dangerous. It's nowhere near as convenient as a stone knife. However, the stone knife also has an obvious drawback. It is too heavy. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's roar, everyone around immediately opened their eyes. Tang Chung and the others also picked up the weapons nearby and surrounded the women. However, there are exceptions. Tang Fu also picked up her spear and looked around warily. Sure enough, by the light of the moon, everyone saw several people running towards them from the front. Something seems off. This isn't a savage. Tang Chung frowned. They're not savages, they're people from the previous camp, Zhou Feng said slowly. It looks like there are 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. Stop right there, Zhou Feng roared. The group of people stopped abruptly and raised their hands. Boss. It's the boss's voice. It's the boss. We're saved. Boss, are you here to rescue us? These people wept with joy, and some even burst into tears. What's going on with you guys? Zhou Feng asked directly. We all ran away. Li Suo lied to us, one of them said, choking back tears. Explain yourself more clearly. Zhou Feng frowned. A person next to them began to explain. When they set off yesterday, Li Suo was all smiles. But that very night, 2 elderly people died. Li Suo said they were walking too fast and had heart attacks. Actually, we already sensed something was wrong. Li Suo isn't a doctor. How could he know it was a heart attack? And 2 people having heart attacks at once? That's simply impossible. However, no one suspected that Li Suo and his men killed those 2 people, and no one dared to suspect it. Others chimed in with their own comments. But the remaining elderly people disappeared this afternoon, and Li Suo didn't seem to care. Instead, he told us to keep going. Another person stammered. Zhou Feng and Tang Chung exchanged a glance. It's clear that they share the same idea. This must be Li Suo making another move. They actually eliminated all the older members of the team. That's ruthless. They did not find the bodies of the remaining elderly people, presumably because they were hidden in a well-preserved place. So what's going on with you? How did you get out? Zhou Feng asked. Since Li Suo was able to lay a hand on those old men, he's definitely not a good guy. His previous promises were definitely all lies. These people weren't stupid. They waited until they reached the central camp. They might even suffer some inhumane treatment. So he secretly slipped away at night when everyone was resting. But Li Suo and his group were prepared. 2 of them were caught up with. The man looked terrified. How are they? Tang Qing couldn't help but ask. They all shook their heads. They didn't know, and they didn't dare to look back. Boss, we were wrong. Let us come back. Li Suo is a bastard. He lied to us. From now on, we'll still follow you. We'll do anything you ask. These men suddenly knelt on the ground and began to beg. Upon seeing this, many people in the camp frowned. The faces of these people when they left. They remember it all very clearly. They were all clamoring to split up the family. And now they're shamelessly asking to get it back? Moreover, the people in the camp now think that it was a good thing they broke up back then. Some of the disunited people were simply separated and reassigned. What are everyone's opinions? Zhou Feng turned to ask the crowd. The group looked at each other, and no one spoke for a moment. If these 5 people are rejected, then they will probably have no way to survive. Now everyone knows there are savages on the island. A small camp of a few people, once discovered by cannibals. That was just a meal for the savages. Were you telling the truth just now? At this moment, Qin Xiaoxue spoke up. The truth. It's all the truth. We ran back the way we came because we wanted to get back. Please, Sister Qin, give us another chance. These people were all very excited when they saw that it was Qin Xiaoxue who spoke. Everyone knows about the special relationship between Qin Xiaoxue and Zhou Feng. If Qin Xiaoxue can speak up for them, then Zhou Feng is very likely to accept. Everyone makes mistakes, Xiaofeng. Let's give them a chance, Qin Xiaoxue said to Zhou Feng. All right, this is your last chance. Tomorrow morning, give them the heaviest supplies to carry. Zhou Feng nodded and said. In fact, Zhou Feng was just waiting for someone to speak up and plead for them. Although these people have broken up, they are still relatively peaceful. The scene was too ugly if it wasn't done properly. They dared to risk their lives trying to return to camp. This proves that they have already regretted it. However, apart from Qin Xiaoxue, it seemed that no one else understood what he meant. Thank you. These people kowtowed several times before standing up. Everyone, take a rest. You guys come with me. Zhou Feng gestured for the others to rest first. Then he called these people over to the side. Zhou Feng inquired carefully about what they had encountered along the way, and where Li Suo and the others stand in relation to him now. These people told everything they knew. Li Suo instructed them to walk very fast along the way. Many of the daily necessities were left behind by Li Suo. They are currently about 4 or 5 kilometers away from them, but they don't know exactly how far away it is. Did you encounter any wild men on the way? Zhou Feng asked again. No. They all shook their heads. Zhou Feng couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Perhaps they were just unlucky. Boss, what brings you guys here too? Someone couldn't help but ask. They originally planned to return to the camp to find Zhou Feng and the others. Unexpectedly, we ran into them on the way. We're going to the central camp too, Zhou Feng said. What? The group of people were shocked. Chapter 107 Mountains. We have to go now? What if we run into Li Suo and his gang? The men looked grim. Now that you're my people, why would you be afraid of them? Zhou Feng said calmly. Upon hearing this, the group instantly felt more confident. As long as Zhou Feng is here, they have nothing to fear. All right, go back and rest. Zhou Feng waved his hand. The group quickly thanked them and returned to where everyone was resting. The next morning, everyone woke up early. Actually, I didn't sleep well at all last night. However, now is not the time to rest. Reaching the central camp safely is the key. Around noon, they arrived at the campsite where Li Suo and the others had camped the day before. Zhou Feng simply told everyone to rest there. The group of people who came back last night knew that there was clean water nearby, so he led his men to fetch water. Suddenly, someone screamed in agony from not far away. Zhou Feng immediately grabbed his stone knife and rushed over. But they didn't see any wild men. The person who made the sound collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale. Did you see a snake? It scared you. Other people nearby rushed over and started making fun of them. Nana, the person stammered, pointing in a direction. Zhou Feng and the others looked in the direction he pointed. I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. 2 corpses were hanging from a tree nearby. It is about 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Both bodies were covered in wounds. He suffered greatly before his death. It's them, the ones who escaped with us yesterday. Someone recognized the two corpses. Neither of them expected that this would be the consequence of their failed escape. The others immediately became angry as well. Although these people left with Li Suo voluntarily. But they shouldn't have to suffer like this. Put the body down and bury it, Zhou Feng said, frowning. These two corpses served as a warning to Li Suo. It's not just a warning, but also a warning to others who want to escape. It also serves as a warning to those who will walk down this path in the future. Tang Cheng and the others stepped forward and cut down the tree branch from which the corpse was hanging. Remove the vines that are wrapped around it. They dug a shallow hole and buried the body. The atmosphere became much quieter during lunch. Yang Wei took 2 potatoes and sat down next to Zhou Feng. Boss, how about we go back? Yang Wei said cautiously. Go back. Zhou Feng looked at Yang Wei with a puzzled expression. Yes, many people think that way. Yang Wei nodded. Many people now feel that the central camp is not a good place. They should have returned to camp. They didn't dare tell Zhou Feng, so they came to find Yang Wei instead. Speak your mind. Yang Wei also felt that there was some truth to what was said. After all, their camp is still quite safe. I know everyone is a little worried, but we definitely have to go to the central camp. After all, we can't stay in that small camp forever, Zhou Feng explained. They have been on this island for a month now, but there was no rescue in sight. They need to learn more about the island. Only in this way can we live a better life. Staying in the small camp was a dead end. When savages appear in the future, they will have no chance of stopping their attacks. Although the survivors in the central camp were not exactly kind people, but it's still better than facing savages. Those around Zhou Feng nodded in agreement upon hearing these words. After weighing the pros and cons, heading to the central camp was their best option. There are more supplies and more intelligence over there. Zhou Feng then asked them to talk to the others and convey his message. This is more effective than holding a meeting yourself. By the time they set off in the afternoon, everyone's expressions had become much more determined. These hardships are necessary for survival on the island. Even if something terrifying appears, it won't frighten them. However, nothing unexpected happened until noon the next day. They never encountered any more savages or corpses. It's over there. We're almost there. Bruce shouted from a mountain range ahead. Zhou Feng and the others all looked over, and the mountain range stretched for several kilometers. Based on Bruce's previous description, the main camp of the central camp is located in those mountains. The area inside those mountains is vast and accommodates many people. The surrounding area is also rich in supplies. Just as they were getting closer to the mountains, figures appeared in the woods ahead. There were more than a dozen people in total. Some people were carrying spears, while others were carrying bows and arrows. When they saw Zhou Feng and his group, they were very wary. However, there was no intention to attack. When Zhou Feng and his group got closer, they found that these were all unfamiliar faces. I don't know a single person. Cui Le, you're still alive. Suddenly, a woman behind Zhou Feng shouted. She looked very agitated. Xiaoyan, a man holding a bow and arrow, was taken aback. Then a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. The two of them rushed over at the same time and hugged each other tightly. Zhou Feng looked over. He recognized the woman. Her name is Wen Xiaoyan. Wen Xiaoyan is not tall, but she looks like a very gentle girl. She was the woman in charge of raising the rabbits at the camp, and she cried because all the rabbits were killed. Zhou Feng seemed to have heard Qin Xiaoxue mention that quite a few people wanted to pursue Wen Xiaoyan. Wen Xiaoyan rejected them all, because Wen Xiaoyan also has a boyfriend, and they came aboard the Wanli together. The two of them were separated and were not together when they woke up. Wen Xiaoyan also often misses her boyfriend. Xiaoyan, how have you been lately? Are you alright? Cui Le looked at Wen Xiaoyan with a worried expression. I'm fine. I've been doing well lately and haven't been hurt at all. Wen Xiaoyan nodded quickly. I understand what my boyfriend meant. Wen Xiaoyan is from Charles's camp. However, she was considered quite lucky at that time. No one has taken a liking to her. After all, there aren't many men in Charles's camp who can have women. It's good that you're alright. It's good that you're alright. Cui Le breathed a sigh of relief. The man then looked at Zhou Feng and the others. Wen Xiaoyan quickly gave an introduction. This is our camp leader. I was only spared from being bullied because of him, Wen Xiaoyan said, looking at Zhou Feng. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Cui Le, and I'm Wen Xiaoyan's boyfriend. Cui Le took the initiative to come over and shake hands with Zhou Feng. My name is Zhou Feng said. You must have heard the news here, which is why you want to set up camp here, right? Cui Le asked. Chapter 108 Canyon. That's right. But we're new here and unfamiliar with the place, and we don't know the rules. Zhou Feng nodded. Although Bruce had visited once, it was only a brief visit. The specific details of the central camp are not very clear. I hurriedly went back. However, after hearing what Cui Le said, Zhou Feng realized something. I estimate that there have been quite a few people coming to the central camp these past few days. Chui Lu, please help us. Tell us about the situation here, when Xiaoyan said hurriedly. Of course, no problem. I can take you in, and we can talk as we walk. Chui Lu readily agreed. He then gave some instructions to the people around him and returned to Zhou Feng and the others. Chui Lu gave a brief introduction to the situation. There are now approximately 600 survivors at the central camp. They were all stationed around the canyon. Zhou Feng and his group could also find a suitable place to live near the canyon. Everyone was surprised to hear this. According to information I received from Boss Fei a while ago, there are more than 400 people here. Now it has become more than 600. That proves that several more waves of survivors have arrived, not just Boss Fei and his group. There are also people from other places. There were over 2,000 people on the Wanli, and now almost a third of them have arrived. Considering that many people may already be dead, that means half of the surviving people have arrived at this place. Is there still room for us? Zhou Feng asked. Although the canyon is very long, so many people have already come here. It's possible that some people will occupy a large amount of land. No. There's still plenty of open space, Chui Lu explained. Is no one occupying it? Zhou Feng felt strange. Survivors are capable of anything to fight for survival. This has happened before. After a conflict broke out, everyone agreed on a limit on the area that could be occupied based on the number of people. If anyone violates this rule, they will be surrounded and attacked, Chui Lu said with a solemn expression. Zhou Feng remembered what Boss Fei had said before. A conflict broke out at the central camp, resulting in dozens of deaths. This should be the time. What about food? Where do we get food? Tang Chung asked from the side. There are many channels, Chui Lu began to explain. In addition to picking various fruits in the forests surrounding the mountains, there are also plenty of wild potatoes in the woods in the distance. Their most common food is mushrooms from the mountains. The mountains are quite humid and have a lot of wild mushrooms. They've already tried them out and found out which ones are safe to eat. The other types are not edible. There must have been deaths during the mushroom tasting, right? Bai Qingyan asked curiously from the side. Not at all. We feed them rabbits first, Chui Lu said with a smile. Humans would only eat it if rabbits were unharmed by it. However, after saying this, Chui Lu looked at Wen Xiaoyan beside him. He visibly tensed up for a moment. Because Chui Lu knew his girlfriend liked rabbits, and even kept several at home. Many people like to keep rabbits as pets. Chui Lu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Wen Xiaoyan did not react. How many factions did these survivors split into? Zhou Feng asked, finally getting to the answer to a question he had always wanted to know. 7 or 8, it's quite a lot anyway. Chui Lu wasn't sure of the exact number either. Because several groups of people have arrived at the camp in the past few days. Some of them joined other factions directly. Others, however, set up their own businesses. Have you ever heard of Li Suo? Zhou Feng asked again. Li Suo? You know Li Suo? Chui Lu looked surprised. He swindled a lot of people from our camp, Wen Xiaoyu said indignantly. This is rather troublesome. Those people are quite domineering. Chui Lu frowned. Then, based on Chui Li's description, Li Suo's faction was the second largest in the camp. There are about 180 people. Now, if we add to that the people who were swindled from Zhou Feng, that brought the total to over 200, making it the most populous force. No wonder Li Suo brought back a large group of people last night. It turns out they were all from your camp. This is troublesome. Chui Lu sighed. What's the problem? Zhou Feng asked directly. According to the current rules, camps cannot steal people from each other. If you want to get those people back, it's impossible. Chui Lu shook his head. Chui Lu had clearly misunderstood Zhou Feng and the others' meaning. They assumed that Zhou Feng and his group had come to take the person back. We don't plan to take anyone. We just want to stay here, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Those people chose to leave. Apart from the few who ran back halfway, he didn't plan to bring the others back. That would only cause trouble. That's good. Chui Lu nodded. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Along the way, we saw many survivors, many of whom were carrying supplies. By the way, are there any savages around here? Zhou Feng asked. Of course there are. There are savage tribes over there and over there, Chui Lu said, pointing in 2 different directions. Zhou Feng felt a chill run down his spine. The direction Chui Lu was pointing in was not the savage tribe he had previously explored. That proves that there are indeed many savage tribes on the island. At first, there were also savages around, but we dealt with quite a few of them. We haven't seen them recently, but we still need to be careful when going out, Chui Lu reminded. Then Chui Lu led everyone to start climbing the mountain. After walking uphill for more than 10 minutes, we saw a crack in the middle of the mountain. This is the canyon, and there are several exits like this. It contains not only clean water, but also a large number of mushrooms. Several other factions have also chosen to establish themselves there. When Chui Lu led the group past, they indeed saw quite a few people moving around inside. However, I don't recommend living in there. It's too damp in there, Chui Lu explained. Staying for a few days is fine, but problems will definitely arise if it goes on for a long time. Where would be a suitable place? Tang Chung interjected from the side. Chui Lu said he knew a great place suitable for setting up camp and could take them there right now. But on the other side of the mountain. Thank you very much then, Zhou Feng said, expressing his gratitude. You've taken such good care of Xiaoyan. You're my friends, Chui Lu. I'll definitely help you. These were Chui Li's true feelings. During this period, Chui Lu suffered every day. He often wakes up in a fright from his dreams, seeing Wen Xiaoyan being bullied. Now that he knows Wen Xiaoyan is all right, a weight has been lifted from his heart. When Zhou Feng reached the halfway point of the mountain, he looked towards the south. He couldn't help but frown. Chapter 109 Market. Zhou Feng looked over, but all he saw was a dense forest. The other side of the coast is not visible. How big is Paradise Island? They don't even know that yet. It's right there. It's a good spot to set up a camp, but you'll have to build your own houses. Just then, Chui Li's voice rang out from the side. Zhou Feng looked in the direction Chui Li was pointing. There was a recessed clearing at the foot of the mountain on the other side. It is probably several hundred meters long. That place can provide shelter from the wind and rain. Chui Li said that the area was not far from the water source, and there were 2 other campsites within a kilometer. If savages were to appear, then this place would be relatively safe. Zhou Feng and the others began to move forward along the rock wall. We soon arrived at the place Chui Li had mentioned. This is in a better location than my previous campsite, Tang Chung exclaimed. In particular, the surrounding rock walls on both sides can provide wind protection. Everyone, find some things and make a simple place to stay, in case it suddenly rains, Zhou Feng instructed the group. Everyone immediately got to work. I have something to say, Chui Li said, scratching his head, looking a little embarrassed. Do you want to take Wen Xiaoyan away? Zhou Feng knew what Chui Li meant. Yes, that's what I meant. Chui Li nodded quickly. If she's willing, then you should take her away. Zhou Feng had no intention of breaking up the couple. The two were already boyfriend and girlfriend. Now that we've finally reunited, it's only right that we get together. Zhou Feng's camp also had someone like that. Thank you so much. Chui Lexi smiled broadly. He immediately went to find Wen Xiaoyan. Zhou Feng called out to Bruce, who was originally planning to cut down timber. Where is their market? Zhou Feng asked. It should be in that direction, Bruce said, pointing to the other side. Bruce had been here once before, after all. However, he only wandered around the crowded area for a short while before hurrying back. Let's go check out the market, Zhou Feng said. The two walked along the foot of the mountain for more than 10 minutes. We also passed through 2 camps. There didn't seem to be many people in those 2 camps, maybe 30 or 40 people in each. Upon seeing the 2 strangers, they also cast wary glances their way. Fortunately, they did not stop them from crossing their territory. Zhou Feng arrived at the so-called market. This area is actually a large open space at the foot of the mountain. It's a bit like a market in a rural town. Everyone laid out what they wanted to sell on the ground in front of them. Some people also use them to write on stones what they want to sell, etc. These are usually inconvenient to bring over. You should get them from the camp. Street stalls are everywhere. It lacks any planning and appears chaotic and disorganized. Zhou Feng noticed that many of the people selling things here were older survivors. Or women, etc. It's rare to see strong people. But they sell a lot of things. In front of a woman was half a wild boar. The wild boar meat looked fairly fresh. It must have been hunted yesterday. There's no way a woman could hunt a wild boar. Zhou Feng immediately understood. These people are selling things that don't belong to them. It's probably the work of some powerful force behind the scenes. The market wasn't very big, only about 200 meters long. Zhou Feng quickly completed half of the journey. To his disappointment, he did not see any medicine. Clearly, medicine was the most precious resource in the hands of the survivors. It was not put up for sale easily. However, Zhou Feng did see that there were people selling modern goods ahead. Canned goods, flour, tools, etc. So he and Bruce went to a cannery. Zhou Feng squatted down and picked up a can of vegetables, weighing it in his hand. It should be something from the Wanli, the same thing Li Suo took out last time. How much is this? Zhou Feng asked. 3 caddies of fresh meat, without bones, the woman said with a slight smile. That's too expensive. Zhou Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. The can he was holding was small, and its weight was marked as 200 grams. They actually want to exchange it for 3 caddies of meat. You're new here, aren't you? The woman looked Zhou Feng up and down. That's right, we just arrived today. Zhou Feng did not deny it. That's not surprising. Canned food has always been this price, and this kind of meat canned food is even more expensive, the woman said, picking up another can of luncheon meat. She indicated that the canned goods in her hand could be exchanged for 5 pounds of meat. Because canned food can be stored for a long time, it can be a lifesaver in critical moments. Zhou Feng nodded, understanding. Let's say a team of survivors had a good harvest today. They hunted and killed animals such as wild boars or bears. Then we can't finish all the meat at once. They are either cured into bacon or sold. If they can't be sold, they will be exchanged for canned goods. The temperature on the island is very high, and curing bacon is not always successful. In comparison, exchanging it for canned goods is a safer option. Where did you get all these canned goods from? Zhou Feng asked again. Upon hearing this, the woman smiled but did not reply. Obviously, I don't want to answer this question. Zhou Feng didn't press the matter further. The answer was actually quite simple. It was taken from the Wanli. Zhou Feng followed and walked forward, passing each stall one by one. He would always talk to the other party carefully, asking about prices and so on. I quickly learned about the market situation. Although there is no currency here, there is one thing that is hard currency. That's food. Food can be exchanged for anything. It just depends on the quantity. Zhou Feng and his group also have food on hand, a large quantity of potatoes. There's also a small portion of cured meat, which can be exchanged for other items. However, there was nothing in this market that Zhou Feng truly felt he needed. Those tools were quite good, including pliers and so on. But it's not very useful now. Zhou Feng saw many people selling wild boar and rabbit skins. It seems there are quite a few prey around. It is very likely that there is a wild boar colony nearby. Zhou Feng and Bruce walked to the end of the road, where he discovered several more houses. One of them was built with wood and vines. It was very simple. Zhou Feng couldn't help but look over. Are there shops in here too? Zhou Feng asked Bruce beside him. They even prepared a house. I wonder if the things inside will be more upscale. Bruce looked a little embarrassed. Just then, a woman came out of the thatched hut. The woman looked to be in her early 20s and walked straight toward Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was a little surprised. He noticed that the woman was still wearing makeup. Putting on makeup on this deserted island? Is that really necessary? Moreover, the women's attire was very simple, just a swimsuit. Handsome, come in and have some fun, the woman said with a smile, putting her arm around Zhou Feng's. Chapter 1:10 Invitation. Zhou Feng frowned, immediately realizing where he was. I'm not interested. Zhou Feng pulled his hand away. I never expected that there would be such an industry in this central camp. However, it's understandable. Because there were already some people on the Wanli. That's what they do specifically. They were on the ship looking for single men to conduct various transactions. There are no legal issues to worry about on the ship. Now that they've ended up on a deserted island, they're just going back to their old ways. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so skilled, managing to pull people in directly. Even for most women, doing this requires a psychological process. Don't be shy, let's go inside and chat. The woman grabbed Zhou Feng's arm, determined not to let go. Get out, Zhou Feng said coldly. The woman was startled and quickly took a few steps back. Watching Zhou Feng and Bruce walk away, the woman muttered, Who are you trying to scare? I don't need your business. Zhou Feng and Bruce headed towards the camp. They met Chui Lu on the way. Zhou Feng noticed, however, that when Xiaoyan was not with Chui Lu. Why are you alone? Zhou Feng asked curiously. Hearing Zhou Feng ask this question, Chui Lu gave a wry smile. Xiaoyan said she feels safer here with you and asked me to give her a few days to think it over. Chui Lu said, somewhat helplessly. I thought I would finally be able to be with my girlfriend. Unexpectedly, when Xiaoyan didn't leave with me. She's not very familiar with the environment here. She might be more familiar with people in my camp. Give her some time. Zhou Feng nodded, understanding when Xiaoyan's perspective. We encountered so many things and so many dangers along the way. I certainly wouldn't dare to go to a new environment rashly. Yes, that's true. It also proves that she really didn't suffer any losses on your side. Chui Lu was actually quite happy. After all, when Xiaoyan was not harmed. By the way, I saw a lot of supplies from the Wanli ship at the market just now. Where did those supplies come from? Zhou Feng asked. Those selling those supplies are all young Master Jin's men. We don't know where their supplies come from, but they have a lot of them, Chui Lu explained. Then Chui Lu added that Li Suo was one of young Master Jin's underlings. Young Master Jin. Zhou Feng memorized the name. You have conflicts, but don't worry too much. Your camp is far from them, Chui Lu said, pointing to the other side of the mountain. That's where young Master Jin and his group's camp is. Chui Lu also took this into account when introducing the camp. After saying goodbye to Chui Lu, Zhou Feng returned to the camp. Fan Jian and his team had already cut down a lot of timber in the surrounding area, while the others were responsible for building the structure. They were already very familiar with this process. Use vines to bind the wood together and make it into the shape of a tripod. By tying some branches around the house, a simple dwelling is ready. However, these houses are not as good as shacks, and fewer people live in them. There are usually only 3 or 5. However, there aren't many people in the camp right now, so there's no need to build a large shack. Zhou Feng and Bruce also joined the team. With Zhou Feng's help, the tree cutting progressed much faster. By dusk, they had built more than a dozen houses. Even the warehouse was prepared, and all the supplies were put inside. Qin Xiaoxue and her group also set up a stove with stones. We also fetched clean spring water. Dinner was a soup with cured pork and potatoes. We've been walking in the dense forest for quite some time now. Finally, we got to eat something hot. Just as Zhou Feng and the others were eating, Cui Lu arrived again. However, this time Cui Lu wasn't looking for Wen Xiaoyan, but for Zhou Feng. Our leader wants to meet you so we can all get to know each other, Cui Lu said. Okay. Zhou Feng nodded. It's always good to get more information. Zhou Feng followed Cui Lu along the foot of the mountain for more than half an hour. They soon arrived at a camp. Zhou Feng immediately noticed the houses in the camp. These houses are very sturdy. They are made by binding together rows of logs. Then cover the outside with some branches or something similar. All of them are wooden houses. It took much more time and effort than the makeshift houses built by Zhou Feng and his team, but of course, it was also much more comfortable to live in. Cui Lu led Zhou Feng into a wooden house. There were 5 or 6 people sitting on the floor inside the wooden house. Zhou Feng noticed that among the 5 people, there was a white man and a black man. When they saw Zhou Feng enter, the group stood up. The people have arrived, Cui Lu said to a man in his 30s. Welcome to the central camp. My name is Chao Lang, and I'm their chosen leader. Chao Lang looked quite strong and extended his hand. My name is Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng introduced himself. There aren't any chairs here, so everyone can just sit on the floor. Don't mind. Chao Lang sat down first. Seeing this, Zhou Feng also sat down. Chao Lang asked a few simple questions. Where was Zhou Feng's previous camp? Were there any savage tribes around it? What happened, etc.? Zhou Feng answered each question, but his answers were only half true and half false. For example, the direction Zhou Feng told Chao Lang was wrong. Other key issues are also vague. However, Zhou Feng did tell Chao Lang about the situation of the savage tribe. And then there's the story of them encountering savages on the road. Have you noticed? There are 2 kinds of savages on this island, Zhou Feng said. Upon hearing this, Chao Lang and the others shook their heads in confusion. Zhou Feng recounted what he had witnessed, a battle between 2 savages of different faiths. We did discover that these savages worship the sun and the moon, but we've never seen them fighting together, Chao Lang said with a surprised look. This is a major discovery. It is very valuable intelligence. If this can be utilized, the survivors' chances of survival will greatly increase. The others nodded in agreement and exchanged ideas. Zhou Feng noticed the white man and the black man, both of whom understood some basic Chinese. They also seemed very surprised. Brother Zhou Feng, I see that although you are very young, you are quite a character. How about we form an alliance? Chao Lang extended an invitation to Zhou Feng. An alliance? What kind of alliance? Zhou Feng asked directly. After all, there are several types of alliances. An offensive and defensive alliance means that if one side is attacked, the other side must come to its aid. Chao Lang's expression became much more serious. A defensive alliance. Zhou Feng frowned upon hearing these words. Chapter 111 Alliance. It seems that the central camp is only peaceful on the surface, but undercurrents are actually surging. Otherwise, Chao Lang wouldn't have made such a request. Moreover, Zhou Feng realized that Chao Lang had planned to join forces from the very beginning. Only then will they show kindness to themselves. Are there any potential dangers at the central camp now? Zhou Feng began to feign ignorance. Pretend you can't see the current situation at the central camp. Of course, they come from inside the camp. Chao Lang nodded slowly. What? Inside the camp? There's danger inside the camp. Zhou Feng looked surprised. In fact, Zhou Feng already knew. With so many people here, they have been divided into many factions. Sooner or later, problems will arise. It just needs a trigger point. Just over 10 days ago, a battle broke out here, and many people's wounds haven't even healed yet. Everyone remembers this grudge. Chao Lang squinted. I've also heard that there was a conflict here, but what exactly happened? Zhou Feng was also curious about what happened that day. Actually, it's not a secret, Chao Lang began to explain. The reason for that battle was to seize territory. 2 weeks ago, more than 500 survivors had already gathered here. They all gathered here because they heard that there were abundant resources here. Not only are there clean springs here, but there are also mushrooms in the canyon. Every time it rains, a large patch of it grows. It's enough to last a long time. There are also papaya groves and a large number of wild potatoes in the surrounding area. However, problems soon arose due to the large number of people. That is a competition for resources. Some people, taking advantage of their superior numbers, began to seize nearby water sources and supplies, etc. They refused to let others have it, which led to a chaotic battle. There were already various conflicts among them, and they suddenly erupted. The battle lasted for 2 days and 1 night, and dozens of people died before it finally stopped. Because everyone realized that if the fighting continued, that would only result in heavy casualties, so they discussed a ceasefire. No one can forcibly seize the surrounding resources. Whoever gets them keeps them. The conflict was sparked by the fight over resources. They relied on their large numbers to incite public outrage, Chao Lang said, his expression tinged with anger. Zhou Feng nodded. That so-called young Master Jin is definitely not a good person. However, Chao Lang and his ilk were no pushovers either. After all, they are now the second largest force in the central camp. Those who clashed with young Master Jin and his group back then were definitely Chao Lang and his gang. As enemies with a blood feud, they certainly wouldn't say anything nice about each other. In the past 2 days, young Master Jin and his team have gained dozens of new members. A larger number of people means more resources are needed, and conflict will break out sooner or later. Therefore, those of us who are outnumbered should unite even more. Chao Lang continued to explain, while keeping his eyes fixed on Zhou Feng. No problem, we can form a defensive alliance, Zhou Feng agreed. Zhou Feng had no reason to refuse at the moment. If you don't become Chao Lang's friend, you'll definitely become Chao Lang's enemy. At that time, Zhou Feng will have conflicts with both major forces in the camp. They shouldn't even think about staying in the central camp. Seeing Zhou Feng agree so readily, Chao Lang smiled. Is your camp lacking any supplies? If so, just let me know, and I'll help you if I can, Chao Lang said generously. We don't lack supplies for the time being, but I'd like to ask about something. Zhou Feng politely declined. He who takes a bribe is bound to be obligated to do so. What if Chao Lang makes any demands later? I didn't want to refuse. What Zhou Feng wants to know now is where Boss Fei is in the central camp. They must have arrived at the central camp earlier. In addition, there were people from Tang Cheng's previous camp who also arrived here ahead of time. Those two groups. They've merged and are stationed on the west side of the mountains. Chao Lang was very clear about the changes at the central camp. They merged together? This time, Zhou Feng was a little shocked. Boss Fei has attacked those people before. Now they've actually ended up together. I don't know the specifics either. If you're interested, you can go and see for yourself. Chao Lang shook his head. It was already dark when they came out of Chao Lang's camp. Zhou Feng returned to the camp. The people at the camp had already assigned rooms, with one reserved specifically for Zhou Feng. It was right at the very back of the camp, next to where Qin Xiaoxue, Bai Qingyan, and Tang Fu lived. The three of them still lived together. When Zhou Feng returned, many people gathered around him. They wanted to know what news Zhou Feng had obtained. Zhou Feng recounted the events. What? They've teamed up with Boss Fei. Tang Cheng found it utterly incomprehensible upon hearing this. Boss Fei attacked them before. These people have now actually formed a camp with Boss Fei and his group. I plan to go check it out tomorrow, Zhou Feng said. I'll go with you. I also want to see what they're thinking. Tang Cheng, for one, found it hard to understand. There was even a feeling of betrayal. Those guys abandoned themselves and ended up joining Boss Fei. Tang Cheng would only believe it if he saw it with his own eyes. Okay. Zhou Feng nodded. The next day, in the morning, after breakfast, no one in the camp knew what to do. Zhou Feng ordered half of the men to stay in the camp, while the other half went out to gather papayas and mushrooms. There are several papaya groves nearby. Yesterday, Cui Lu told them where the nearest papaya grove was. They were newcomers after all. At least half of the people need to stay in the camp. Zhou Feng, on the other hand, was going to Boss Fei's camp with Tang Cheng. Brother, I want to go too. Tang Fu leaned over. What are you doing here? Tang Cheng asked, somewhat exasperated. There are quite a few people I know at that camp, like Sister Lan and the others. I want to go see what they're up to, Tang Fu said, making up an excuse. Can you just stay in the camp and behave yourself? Tang Cheng sighed. Tang Cheng understood Tang Fu's intentions perfectly well. She just wanted to get closer to Zhou Feng. I also need to ask them where they usually bathe, things that are inconvenient for you to ask, Tang Fu said immediately. Tang Cheng was taken aback. This was indeed a valid reason. If you go, I'll go too. Just then, another woman's clear voice rang out from the side. Zhou Feng and the others looked over and found it was Bai Qingyan. I've been watching them from the sidelines since just now. Chapter 112 Familiar Faces. What are you going to do? Tang Fu frowned. Bai Qingyan has been following her around these past few days, leaving her no time to spend alone with Zhou Feng. Hee, Zhou Feng and I are going for a stroll. What's wrong? You don't like it? Bai Qingyan came over and put her arm around Zhou Feng's arm. Bai Qingyan wanted to take her mother's place and watch over Tang Fu. to prevent Tang Fu from trying to seduce Zhou Feng again. Upon seeing this, Tang Fu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This little girl. She openly and brazenly put her arm around Zhou Feng's arm. You let go. Tang Fu couldn't help but shout. If Qin Xiaoxue were to cling to Zhou Feng's arm, Tang Fu wouldn't have any objections. Bai Qingyan actually came here to join in the fun. I won't let go. Zhou Feng and I are childhood sweethearts. Bai Qingyan's lips curled up, looking completely matter-of-fact. Without saying a word, Tang Fu went over and hugged Zhou Feng's other arm. He even deliberately leaned forward, looking at Bai Qingyan with a provocative gaze. You. Bai Qingyan was furious. All right. If you want to go, let's go together. Zhou Feng quickly pulled his hand away. These two women are quite similar in some ways. However, Bai Qingyan is the type who, once her temper flares up, will fight to the bitter end. Tang Fu, on the other hand, has a different personality. Once she sets her mind on something, she won't let go. When these two people meet, neither of them can convince the other. The four of them left the camp. If Boss Fei merges your people, there should be over 100 of them now, Zhou Feng said to Tang Cheng on the way. Fei Laoda's camp suffered heavy casualties, with only 50-odd men remaining. Tang Cheng's side also had more than 50. Almost, they've become a threat to us again. Tang Cheng clenched his fist. In Tang Cheng's mind, Fei Laoda was a threat. The bigger threat right now is young Master Jin's group, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. The reason is quite simple. Young Master Jin's side had more people, and some even came from his own camp. They have a very good understanding of the intelligence on Zhou Feng's side. That young Master Jin isn't a good person either, Tang Cheng said with a grave expression. I don't think there are many good people among these survivors. Tang Fu said, somewhat frustrated. At least, apart from Zhou Feng, none of the people they encountered were good people. That's not surprising. The people on the Wanli were a mixed bunch. Zhou Feng shrugged. The people on the Wanli could be roughly divided into two categories. One group consists of tourists, and the other group consists of the ship's staff. Tourists come from all over the country, from all sorts of places. The crew wasn't a monolithic group either. Apart from some of the ship's management, the rest are mostly contract workers with contracts lasting a few months. For example, cruise ship crew members and chefs rarely stay in these jobs for long. Even the sailors and engine room workers mostly came from several countries. It's difficult for them to even talk to each other, let alone unite. Even companies from the same company still fight each other. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but interject. Zhou Feng remembered, Manager Gua, Wang Jun, and others. They and Qin Xiaoxue are clearly from the same company. If we can work together from the very beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up losing his life like this. The group chatted as they walked along the foot of the mountain. They soon discovered that there was a large banana grove here. However, most of the banana trees on the outer perimeter had already been picked. However, there were still quite a few people inside. Isn't that old Zhu and the others? Tang Fu suddenly shouted, pointing into the woods. Old Zhu. Tang Cheng was taken aback. Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan also looked into the woods. Zhou Feng also spotted several familiar faces in the woods. They were all from Tang Cheng's camp. However, Bai Qingyan didn't recognize any of them. Old Zhu. Tang Cheng shouted. A commotion broke out in the woods, and soon several people emerged. Each of them carried a basket on their back, filled with the bananas they had picked. When they saw Tang Cheng, their faces were filled with surprise and excitement. Boss, what brings you guys here too? Old Zhu said. Old Zhu was in his 40s and looked rather thin. I used to be a seaman on a ship, doing rather arduous work. I heard you guys have gotten together with Boss Fei? Tang Cheng didn't answer Old Zhu's question. The faces of the group instantly turned awkward. This situation is a bit special. We are indeed now under Boss Fei's command. Old Zhu was a little afraid to look Tang Cheng in the eye. Why? Tang Cheng wanted to know the answer. When we were almost at this mountain range, we happened to run into Boss Fei's men. They led us to the central camp, and Boss Fei made us a lot of promises. We joined without really understanding what was going on, Old Zhu said, scratching his head. Tang Cheng was speechless when he heard what Lao Zhu said. They knew perfectly well what Boss Fei had done, yet they still joined him. Don't you know who Boss Fei is? Tang Fu couldn't help but question. Boss Fei is ruthless to the enemy, but he doesn't harm his own people, and you can eat your fill by following him. Old Zhu stammered, not continuing. Tang Fu understood. Don't be fooled by the fact that Boss Fei attacked their camp and killed many of their men. But none of those who died were their relatives or friends. They didn't hate Boss Fei, they were more afraid of him. Now that they've joined Boss Fei's camp, they actually feel safer. They even started saying nice things about Boss Fei. Is Boss Fei in the camp? Zhou Feng, who hadn't spoken until now, asked. Yes. Our camp is over there, not far away, Old Zhu said, pointing ahead. They took the same route as Zhou Feng and his group. Let's go. Zhou Feng continued walking forward. Although Tang Fu was very angry, she still wanted to continue questioning Lao Zhu and the others. However, she also realized that it was of no use. They had no choice but to continue walking with Zhou Feng and the others. Soon they came across a campsite at the foot of the mountain ahead. Some of the houses in the camp are wooden houses. Others, like them, are relatively simple. Boss Fei arrived 3 or 4 days early, and the project was already built to this extent. Zhou Feng glanced over and saw many familiar faces. They also spotted Zhou Feng and immediately went to report it. Fei Laoda came out of a house. Zhou Feng noticed that this time, Fei Laoda's arm was wrapped in a white medical bandage. He realized it immediately. Boss Fei must have been here, exchanging medicine for it. As expected, you're a smart man, arriving so quickly. Boss Fei didn't show any surprise when he saw Zhou Feng. Chapter 113 The Gift. In Fei Laoda's eyes, there was a sense of it being taken for granted. If you hadn't shared the map with me, I wouldn't have known such a place existed, Zhou Feng said calmly. If you hadn't come to our rescue, we would all have died at the hands of the savages long ago. Come inside and sit down, said Boss Fei, waving his hand. This was clearly a signal to Zhou Feng that he didn't need to continue. They didn't come to reminisce. The group followed Boss Fei into the room. Fei Laoda lived in the best wooden house. There were also some daily necessities in the room. However, the only bed was made of piled stones, with a thick layer of branches on top. There were no stools or anything like that, so everyone sat on the floor. After sitting down, Fei Laoda looked at Tang Cheng. Are you taking your men back? Boss Fei asked directly. Take it back. Tang Cheng was taken aback. Obviously, no one expected Professor Fei to say that. Judging from what Boss Fei said, he could return everyone to himself. You can take your men with you. I haven't mistreated them these past few days. Boss Fei nodded. Tang Cheng looked at Boss Fei in surprise. Is this still Fei Laoda? They're actually willing to return their own people? Keep it for yourself. Tang Cheng shook his head. Tang Cheng and his men had long since parted ways. And he feels pretty good now. Being Zhou Feng's assistant is much easier than being the leader yourself. You don't want any of them? It seems like there are some of your women among them, Boss Fei asked. We've already broken up, Tang Cheng said firmly. Anyway, you're in my camp, so I'll take care of you for now. After saying this, Fei turned to look at Zhou Feng. I heard that half of your camp's people were swindled away. Boss Fei chuckled. You've heard about it too? Zhou Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. Fei then stated that his men had encountered Zhou Feng's camp members nearby. After speaking with the other party, I learned about the situation. Your men are stupid enough to be fooled by a can of food and a few words. Boss Fei's eyes were full of contempt. Moreover, Fei Laoda also heard that those people didn't get the canned food at all. After Li Suo brought them back, he didn't give them anything at all. Now they can't leave and can only work as laborers for young Master Jean. That was their own choice, Zhou Feng said calmly. Yeah, it's good that those idiots are gone. Boss Fei nodded. Those who remain by Zhou Feng's side now are undoubtedly those who absolutely trust him. Has someone contacted you, wanting to form an alliance with you? Zhou Feng asked. Upon hearing this, Boss Fei revealed a mysterious smile. Of course, even with this central camp, things aren't entirely peaceful, right? Boss Fei said with a profound air. It's clear that Boss Fei has also been in contact with other people. We can exchange intelligence, Zhou Feng suggested. But to his surprise, Boss Fei waved his hand dismissively. No exchange is needed, I can tell you directly. Tell us directly, you definitely have ulterior motives. Tang Fu looked at Boss Fei with a wary expression from the moment she entered the room. Tang Fu had never imagined that she would sit calmly with Boss Fei. The last time we met, they were still fighting each other. Fei Laodao merely glanced at Tang Fu, showing no intention of arguing with her. Young Master Jean and Chao Lang's people have all spoken with me. They all want to form a defensive alliance and help me in critical moments. Boss Fei looked at Zhou Feng again. Who did you promise? Zhou Feng asked. Zhou Feng was not surprised by the current situation. Young Master Jean, they have a lot of people, Boss Fei replied. More people means more fighting power. The expressions of the Tang siblings and Bai Qin Yan all changed slightly. That means that if a conflict occurs, they and Boss Fei will be enemies again. It seems you've agreed to Chao Lang's request, Fei Laoda could tell from their reactions. That's right. Zhou Feng nodded. It doesn't really matter who you agree to. Once the fight really starts, that's all that matters. Boss Fei's lips curled up. Clearly, Boss Fei had no intention of keeping his promise. Zhou Feng shared the same idea as Fei Laoda. We can decide based on the situation at that time. They don't need to risk their lives for others. How much do you know about young Master Jean? Zhou Feng asked again. It's said that this young Master Jean is the son of a certain conglomerate. He has more than a dozen loyal bodyguards around him, and it's through these bodyguards that he built his power. Boss Fei's face was full of disdain, because this wasn't done through their own abilities. Now that they're all on a deserted island, are those bodyguards still so loyal to him? Bai Qingyan asked, puzzled. Of course, they all believe that rescue will come sooner or later. As long as they protect young Master Jin's safety, they will be showered with immense wealth. Boss Fei snorted coldly. Zhou Feng could tell from Fei Laoda's attitude. Fei Laoda never believed that any rescue would come. There are too many strange things happening on this island. This is exactly what Zhou Feng thought. Zhou Feng also told Fei Laoda some of the information he knew. There are simply two types of savages, etc. Fei Laoda was also surprised, not expecting that the savages were divided into different camps. When Zhou Feng and the others said they were going to leave, Boss Fei told them to wait a few minutes. Soon, Boss Fei arrived with his men, bringing several items. It's a bow and arrow. Tang Chung exclaimed in surprise. They never expected that Boss Fei would give them a bow and arrow. This is Boss Fei's ultimate weapon. I almost died at the hands of this thing back then. This isn't a bow and arrow, it's a crossbow. Zhou Feng was even more shocked. I never imagined that Boss Fei could not only make bows and arrows, but also crossbows. The bow arm is made from a single piece of carefully polished wood. At both ends of the bow arm, there should be the sinews of wild animals. It's either a wild boar or a bear. The most crucial element is the spring inside the arrow slot, made from iron wire that I don't know where they found it from. It twisted into the shape of a spring, looking quite irregular. However, it is already usable. Crossbows are not only more powerful than bows and arrows, but also more accurate. No level of proficiency is required. These are for you. Boss Fei picked up a crossbow and explained how to use it. Thank you. Zhou Feng knew the value of these crossbows. Moreover, Boss Fei gave him 4 at once. I estimate he doesn't have much in his own camp either. We will have cooperation in the future, and it will be real cooperation. Boss Fei nodded. On the way back, everyone carried a crossbow. Tang Qing's expression was somewhat complicated. Originally, Tang Qing wanted to see if his companions had been bullied. The result was unexpected. Those people seemed quite happy to stay with Boss Fei. Just then, several people ran over from the front. Yang Wei is at the very front. Boss, something bad has happened. Yang Wei shouted, waving his hand. What's wrong? Zhou Feng frowned. Fu Tai has been arrested. Chapter 114 framed. Fu Tai has been arrested? Bai Qingyan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Fu Tai, Yang Wei said breathlessly. They ran all the way here. Speak slowly and clearly, Zhou Feng said. Yang Wei took a few breaths before he began to explain. Just over an hour ago, someone came to the camp and said that Fu Tai cheated while playing cards with them. They've already arrested him and are demanding 50 pounds of meat as ransom. Otherwise, they'll cut off one of Fu Tai's arms. 50 caddies of meat. Zhou Feng frowned. Isn't this asking for the moon? Zhou Feng was well aware of the market prices. 50 jin of meat was a huge sum of money. This is the other party deliberately picking a fight. Why would Fu Tai gamble? Tang Qing found it a bit hard to understand. Tang Qing was unaware that Fu Tai had this hobby in the past. Where is he? Zhou Feng asked. It's inside the canyon. I'll take you there, Yang Wei said quickly. The group quickly found a crevice that allowed them to enter the canyon. This canyon not only has 2 passages at the front and back, but also some gaps in the middle that can be entered. This was also Zhou Feng's first time entering the canyon. It was indeed much more humid here, and a bit stuffy. The ground was covered with moss and many colorful mushrooms. Zhou Feng also saw puddles in the distance. It seems Cui Lu was right. This place is not suitable for long-term residents. After walking for about 10 minutes, the terrain ahead became noticeably higher. There were quite a few people gathered over there, at least 30 or 40. When they saw Zhou Feng and the others arrive, they all made way for them. Zhou Feng saw Fu Tai and tied him up tightly with vines. He sat on the ground looking quite disheveled, his face covered in bruises. He also noticed that there were many gambling paraphernalia around. Playing cards, dice, and even dominoes. This is clearly a small casino. I have no idea where they got these things from. However, their bets consisted entirely of dried meat and some fruit. Zhou Feng saw at least 5 or 6 different kinds of fruit, which showed that the area was indeed rich in produce. Boss, Fu Tai became excited when he saw Zhou Feng. You're Zhou Feng. But at that moment, several people blocked Fu Tai's way. That's right, that's me. Zhou Feng nodded. Your men are dishonest. They cheated while playing cards and won a lot of our stuff. The speaker was a fierce-looking, strong man. There was also a colorful tattoo on his arm. Dong Wei, you're spouting nonsense. When did I cheat? You bunch of bastards are trying to frame me. Fu Tai immediately started cursing. Shut up. Someone immediately slapped Fu Tai across the face. Fu Tai, however, persisted, shouting, "If you're so capable, then kill me. What kind of skill is it to use such underhanded tricks? You're really stubborn," the man suddenly snapped. He raised his hand, ready to hit Fu Tai again. But at that moment, a hand grabbed his arm. "It's Zhou Feng." "Stop," Zhou Feng said coldly. "You?" "Ah." The person tried to pull their hand away, but it didn't budge. Instead, Zhou Feng's hand felt like an iron clamp, and he felt like his arm was about to break. "Umph. Are you here to reason or to fight?" Dong Wei sneered. "Of course I'm here to reason with them." Zhou Feng shook off the man's hand. The man clenched his fists and hid behind Dong Wei with a resentful expression. "We caught this guy cheating on the spot," Dong Wei said, pointing at Fu Tai. According to Dong Wei's description, they were playing Texas Hold'em. However, Fu Tai secretly switched the cards. They discovered on the spot that Fu Tai had several extra cards in his hand. "It wasn't just a few of us who saw it. Everyone saw it, didn't they?" Dong Wei said, looking at the others. "That's right. We all saw it. People with dirty hands should have their fingers cut off." People around them started talking. "This is only one side of the story. Fu Tai, please tell us the situation." Zhou Feng looked at Fu Tai. Upon hearing this, Fu Tai immediately launched into a long monologue. His gaze remained fixed on Dong Wei. According to Fu Tai's description, he was originally out looking for supplies. Unexpectedly, he ran into Dong Wei. Fu Tai and Dong Wei knew each other from when they were on the ship. They were colleagues. They are all professional gamblers. Dong Wei said there was a venue inside the canyon and invited Fu Tai to go play together. "I just got a little itchy and came over, and these guys started cheating on me. They put the cards next to me, and then they accused me of cheating." Fu Tai roared. Zhou Feng understood immediately upon hearing this. This is deliberately targeting Fu Tai. Since Fu Tai knows Dong Wei, he knows that they are in the same industry. Therefore, Fu Tai would not risk cheating on the other party's turf. "Nonsense. So many people saw it. You were the one who cheated." Dong Wei sneered. "Cheating? Then produce the evidence," Zhou Feng said calmly. "So many people saw it, and you still want evidence?" Dong Wei was getting a little impatient. "Yeah, how can I believe you with just words?" Zhou Feng sneered. You won't admit it, will you?" Dong Wei was immediately furious. "They are currently on a deserted island. Where can we find any evidence? There are no surveillance cameras or videos. Since there's no evidence, I'll take him with me." Zhou Feng reached out to untie the ropes binding Fu Tai. "Stop." Dong Wei reached out to grab Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng showed no mercy and turned around to throw a punch. Dong Wei felt a sudden darkness before his eyes as he was struck hard by a punch. Fresh blood was flowing freely. "He dared to lay a hand on me. Hit him." Several people rushed forward. One of them raised his fist and lunged at Zhou Feng's face. But the punch only hit air. Zhou Feng dodged it with ease. Then he kicked the other person in the knee. The man screamed and knelt on the ground. Facing the remaining few people, Zhou Feng dealt with them one punch each. None of these people were able to touch the hem of Zhou Feng's clothes. "Let's fight," Dong Wei roared. He picked up the spear that was lying next to him. Apart from the two who were unable to move, the others also picked up weapons. They look like they're prepared to fight to the death. "Don't move. Whoever moves will die first." Tang Chung roared. "I'll fight you to the death." Dong Wei's face was covered in blood as he gritted his teeth. But when they saw clearly what Tang Chung and the other two were holding, Dong Wei felt a chill run through his body and immediately threw the spear to the ground. Tang Chung and his men all held crossbows, with arrows already nocked. At such close range, it would be shot through immediately. Chapter 115 Snatching People. Most people would remain calm when faced with the threat of death. Dong Wei and others were no exception. The boiling passion just moments ago turned cold in the blink of an eye. Zhou Feng stepped forward and untied Fu Tai's ropes. "Thank you so much, boss." Fu Tai was so excited, he almost cried. Fu Tai hadn't expected Zhou Feng to stand right next to him so readily. Faced with this situation, Fu Tai would normally have been unable to defend himself. There is simply no way to prove one's innocence. However, Zhou Feng did not argue with the other party about the details at all. They took action immediately. "Who hit you?" "Hit them back," Zhou Feng said calmly. "Okay." Fu Tai hesitated at first. However, since it was Zhou Feng's order, he didn't stand on ceremony. Dong Wei and his group all received 2 slaps from Fu Tai. "Fu Tai, you just wait," Dong Wei said through gritted teeth. Having suffered such a loss today, Dong Wei will absolutely not let it go. "Hee, you're one of young Master Jin's men, aren't you?" Zhou Feng squinted at the other person. Dong Wei remained silent. Without wasting words, Tang Chung immediately came over and pressed a crossbow bolt against the opponent's abdomen. "Speak," Tang Chung snapped. "We are young Master Jin's men." Dong Wei swallowed. "Yeah, It was he who sent you to cause us trouble, wasn't it? Zhou Feng sneered. Then I don't know, Dong Wei stammered. Zhou Feng didn't ask any further questions. Judging from Dong Wei's reaction, he had already made a judgment. Walk. Zhou Feng left with a few people. Dong Wei looked grim, and his appearance was quite disheveled. Go and inform young Master Jean that the plan has failed. Meanwhile, on the way back, you were pretty impressive just now. Your hand didn't even shake when you held the crossbow. Zhou Feng looked at Bai Qingyan with some surprise. Zhou Feng was not surprised by Tang Cheng and Tang Fu's behavior just now. I didn't expect that even Bai Qingyan could hold the weapon steady. You should know that Bai Qingyan had never fought before. Of course my hands won't shake, Bai Qingyan said, pouting. He glanced at Tang Fu with a hint of smugness. Although Bai Qingyan had never fought, she had Tang Fu by her side. She would never admit defeat. Brother, how did you determine that those people were sent by young Master Jean? Tang Cheng couldn't help but ask. The reason this group was able to target Fu Tai is because someone leaked information. Dong Wei happens to know Fu Tai and knows what kind of person he is, Zhou Feng said, looking at Fu Tai. Fu Tai lowered his head in shame. If I weren't a gambler, I wouldn't have fallen for it. That's not right. Qin Shou has only been in the camp for a day. How does he know so much? Tang Cheng scratched his head, feeling a little confused. At first, only Qin Shou went, but now there are dozens of people. Zhou Feng shook his head. It's likely that young Master Jean already knows everything that happened at Zhou Feng's camp. Tang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. So young Master Jean was actually after you. Tang Cheng realized. Making trouble for Fu Tai was just a pretext. Yes, they will come again. Zhou Feng nodded slowly. Back at the camp, many people had already picked the fruit. They were all in high spirits, carrying various kinds of fruit on their backs. This indicates that there are plenty of supplies around, and it's not necessary to go very far. You can find many fruit trees within a kilometer or two. The people in the camp were very excited when they heard this. This area is close to the center of the island, so there are plenty of resources here. You've come to the right place. Now you won't have to worry about going hungry. Moreover, there are many people here, so there's no need to worry about savages. Everyone was very excited. Yang Wei came over. Boss, shouldn't we start thinking about hunting? I heard there are quite a few wild boars around here. Yang Wei was already itching to get started. Yang Wei has gained some experience in hunting during this period. Even if we can't catch a wild boar, we can catch some pheasants and rabbits. No rush today. Everyone in the camp, get your weapons ready, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. Why are you taking out weapons? Yang Wei was a little dumbfounded. Welcome our guests, Zhou Feng said calmly. More than an hour later. Sure enough, 50 people arrived at Zhou Feng and his group's camp in a grand procession. Where's Zhou Feng? Tell him to get out here. Dong Wei roared. Yang Wei and the others had been waiting for a long time. More than 20 people stepped forward with weapons in hand. They all stared intently at Dong Wei. Dong Wei was startled and took several steps back. He hadn't expected that these people would all have such fierce eyes. They seemed fearless. Only then did Zhou Feng slowly emerge from the room. Zhou Feng, hand over Fu Tai to me. Dong Wei sneered. Zhou Feng glanced at Dong Wei but completely ignored him. Instead, he looked at the person being surrounded by others in the crowd. The man wasn't very tall, but his clothes were very clean. Her hair was also very neatly styled. Nowadays, there are no professional hairdressing tools on a deserted island. Basically, getting a haircut just means getting it short. There aren't many requirements regarding the hairstyle. Many people simply don't bother with it, let it grow a little bit. Only young Master Jean would still have the time and inclination to style his hair. Young Master Jean was also with a woman in his arms, who was also dressed very neatly. And she was wearing light makeup. They all look slovenly unless you're talking to the people around them. Just looking at these two people, you'd probably think they were on vacation. Zhou Feng, I'm asking you a question, hand over the person to me. Dong Wei became a little anxious when he saw that Zhou Feng was ignoring him. Hand over the person? Why should I hand over the person to you? Zhou Feng said with a smile. Fu Tai cheated openly. And it wasn't just him. You even hit us. We'll settle this score together. Dong Wei's eyes were filled with resentment. If you're so capable, come and arrest them yourself, Zhou Feng sneered. After saying this, everyone in Zhou Feng's camp raised their spears and aimed them at Dong Wei. The 4 crossbows in the camp were also aimed at Dong Wei. Dong Wei's face turned deathly pale. If a conflict were to break out, I would definitely be the first to die. That guy, young Master Jean. Dong Wei quickly hid behind young Master Jean. Young Master Jean frowned, not expecting Zhou Feng to be so forceful. You're not planning to hand him over? Aren't you afraid we'll come up and snatch him? Young Master Jean then looked at Zhou Feng with a provocative gaze. You can try. You have the numbers and can take Fu Tai away, but... Zhou Feng sneered. But what? Young Master Jean frowned. Before that, You were already a corpse. Zhou Feng's gaze was icy. Chapter 116 Professional Bodyguards. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's threat, young Master Jean suddenly started laughing. It was like hearing a joke. Ha ha. Half a day later, young Master Jean finally stopped smiling. I know you're someone important. Your people say you're very capable. But do you know what these people around me do? They are all professional bodyguards. Any one of them could take you down. Young Master Jean opened his arms and said with a smile. Generally speaking, bodyguards are usually hired by various security companies because the price is relatively cheap. But the people around young Master Jean are different. These bodyguards were all hired by young Master Jin's father at a high salary to protect him. The reason is simple. Young Master Jean loves to travel, especially to some dangerous countries. His father only had this one precious son. They spend a lot of money on security, with annual expenditures exceeding 10 million. That is why these bodyguards are so loyal to young Master Jean. Even on a deserted island, they still protected his safety. Really? I don't see any particularly formidable opponents. Zhou Feng shook his head. Young Master Jean frowned, not expecting Zhou Feng to be so stubborn. Go teach him a lesson, young Master Jean casually said, pointing to one of his bodyguards. No problem, young master. The bodyguard immediately stepped forward to the middle of the camp. He struck a professional boxing stance and even threw a few punches into the air. It looks very fast. It's obvious that this bodyguard has received professional boxing training. The bodyguard then provocatively gave Zhou Feng the middle finger. You bastard. Tang Cheng was furious when he saw this and wanted to go up and exchange a few blows with this guy. Tang Cheng had also practiced boxing for a period of time and had some basic combat skills. That's why Tang Cheng proposed a one-on-one fight to Zhou Feng. He's looking for me, not you. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. Zhou Feng stepped in front of Tang Cheng. Tang Cheng was taken aback, then stepped back. In fact, Tang Cheng's arm has basically recovered. Zhou Feng was saving face for himself by saying that. Mom, is Zhou Feng all right? Bai Qingyan asked anxiously, instinctively grabbing Qin Xiaoshua's arm. Although Bai Qingyan had seen Zhou Feng in battle. But this young Master Jean has come with ill intentions. They're clearly here to cause trouble. Xiaofeng knows what he's doing. Qin Xiaoshua was also very worried. However, Qin Xiaoshua also noticed Zhou Feng's gaze. There was not a trace of fear in it. Zhou Feng stepped up to the bodyguard and extended one finger. He made a provocative gesture. The bodyguard stepped forward and charged towards Zhou Feng. A punch came straight at Zhou Feng's face. Zhou Feng dodged to the side, and at the same time, he kicked out with a whip kick. It kicked the bodyguard directly in the shin. The bodyguard felt a sharp pain in his calf, and he was shocked. I didn't expect Zhou Feng's whip kick to be so powerful. I almost lost my footing. But before he could adjust, Zhou Feng's fist had already been thrown. They were both looking at the bodyguard's face. The bodyguard raised his arms to protect his face. Bang! However, Zhou Feng's punch was powerful and heavy, and it only took one punch. The bodyguard felt as if he had been hit by a bull. Click! A crisp sound came from the left arm, followed by a twisted arc. He was abruptly interrupted by Zhou Feng's punch. The bodyguard screamed and fell to his knees. Zhou Feng did not stop there, but instead punched the bodyguard in the face. The bodyguard was hit so hard that his head snapped back, and he fell straight to the ground. Blood was coming from his mouth and nose, and he fainted. Upon seeing this, all of young Master Jin's bodyguards stared wide-eyed. What was happening before their eyes was unbelievable to them. They all knew the bodyguard's abilities. He used to be a professional boxer. They have won numerous international competitions. He simply couldn't become a top boxer, so he had no commercial value. Later, in order to make a living, he had no choice but to become a bodyguard. He's one of the most capable fighters among them. Unexpectedly, Zhou Feng took care of him in just a few moves. Young Master Jean felt embarrassed upon seeing this scene. He had just made some bold statements, but unexpectedly, he was immediately proven wrong. Who's going to go? Kill this guy for me, and I'll give you 100,000. Young Master Jean said to the bodyguards beside him. However, the bodyguards looked at each other, and none of them dared to go up. In the past, they would have fought tooth and nail for this opportunity. It's not just about the money. It's also about gaining young Master Jin's favor. But the situation is different now. If he suffers such a serious injury as the unlucky guy from before, being on a deserted island is tantamount to suicide. They can clearly distinguish whether money or life is more important. What's more, we can't even get this money now. There is no hope until we leave the deserted island. Seeing that no one was willing to go up, young Master Jean became even angrier. He pointed directly at one person and said, "You go." "Yes, young master." The man stepped forward with a stiff upper lip. But this bodyguard wasn't as arrogant as the previous one. Instead, They adopted a cautious stance from the start, carefully approaching Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng followed suit and made the first move. The bodyguard had learned his lesson and avoided a direct confrontation with Zhou Feng. Instead, she bent over and lunged at Zhou Feng, seemingly trying to knock him down. Then ground combat will commence. Since we lack confidence in direct combat, this is the only option we can use. But Zhou Feng reacted even faster. He dodged to the side and grabbed the other person's neck with one hand. Zhou Feng grabbed the wrist of that hand with his other hand and pulled it upwards forcefully. The bodyguard instantly felt suffocated. He frantically swung his fists. The fists kept hitting Zhou Feng's arms, and his legs kept kicking the ground. However, Zhou Feng remained completely still. Instead, the bodyguard's waving motion abruptly stopped a dozen seconds later. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. This is caused by suffocation and lack of oxygen. Zhou Feng released his arm, and the bodyguard collapsed to the ground. This scene made young Master Jin's face turn ugly. He originally thought his bodyguards could easily control Zhou Feng, but I never expected Zhou Feng to be so strong. The reason why young Master Jin sent people to cause trouble for Zhou Feng's camp today was actually because it was people from Zhou Feng's camp who told young Master Jin that Zhou Feng was extremely strong. This immediately made young Master Jin think that if he could recruit Zhou Feng into his camp, that camp will become even stronger. However, Zhou Feng would definitely not agree to it using ordinary methods. Young Master Jin came up with this trick to frame Fu Tai. When I bring my men over, Zhou Feng will definitely back down. Then young Master Jin made another request, to have Zhou Feng join his camp. The previous grievances between the two parties were wiped clean. What young Master Jin didn't expect was that Zhou Feng was terrifyingly strong. They are not afraid of themselves at all. Who else dares to come? Or will you all come at me together? Zhou Feng said coldly. Chapter 117, each with their own ulterior motives. Young Master Jin, this kid is too arrogant. Let's forget about camp rules and go kill him together. Dong Wei shouted from the side. Yeah, this kid dared to offend young Master Jin. I'll make sure he never sees the sun rise again. Anyway, they cheated first and are in the wrong. Even if we have a conflict, the people in the other camps won't say anything. People around them started talking. Judging from their aggressive demeanor, it seemed as if they wanted to flatten this place. Shut up, young Master Jin snapped. Dong Wei and the others immediately shut their mouths. Young Master Jin squinted at Zhou Feng. Young Master Jin is well aware of the current situation, and the people he brought this time are all elites. Destroying this camp would be easy, but it's not necessarily possible to kill Zhou Feng. If Zhou Feng were to escape, the consequences would be dire. You're very clever. We made a mistake this time. Young Master Jin suddenly put on a smiling face. Young Master Jin's change of heart surprised Tang Chung and the others. This guy actually admitted he made a mistake? That's just admitting defeat. Since you admit you made a mistake, what about compensation? Zhou Feng said calmly. Compensation? You beat up so many of us, and you still want compensation. Dong Wei couldn't help but shout. That's all your own doing, Zhou Feng sneered. You. Dong Wei was so angry that he trembled all over. Young Master Jin's voice rang out from the side. No problem. I'll have someone send some supplies over later to apologize. I hope this misunderstanding won't affect our relationship. Young Master Jin stepped forward and extended his hand. Of course not. Zhou Feng nodded and shook hands with the other person. Both of them had ulterior motives. There's something else. Many people in my camp came from your side. If you want them, I'll send them back to you right away, young Master Jin said with a smile. I'm not interested. You can keep it yourself. Zhou Feng shook his head. Someone as capable as you. If only you had gone with Li Sua back then and become my right-hand man, young Master Jin remarked with emotion. Zhou Feng didn't answer this time. He just stared at young Master Jin. Young Master Jin wasn't embarrassed at all and expressed his hope that everyone would get along well in the future. Then he left with his people. Once they were far from Zhou Feng's camp, Dong Wei couldn't help but ask, Young Master Jin, why are you being so polite to that guy? Just kill him. Dong Wei was one of the first people to follow young Master Jin. Knowing young Master Jin's style of doing things, he never hesitates to kill. Why are you so indecisive when facing Zhou Feng now? If you're confident you can go up and kill him, then we'll turn back, young Master Jin sneered. I definitely can't, but there are so many of us here, Dong Wei chuckled dryly. What's the use of having more people? What if Zhou Feng runs away? Young Master Jin shook his head. The campsite is next to the mountains and forests. If Zhou Feng were to venture into the woods, he would be completely lost. Young Master Jin, on the contrary, was constantly on edge on this deserted island. Zhou Feng has a few important women around him, right? We can target them. Use them to threaten Zhou Feng. Dong Wei chuckled. Young Master Jean looked at Dong Wei as if he were a fool. If you make a move on Zhou Feng's woman, do you think he'll just surrender? It will only make him hate me more. Young Master Jean shook his head. For young Master Jean, women were just for fun. He doesn't believe that a woman can be used to threaten a person. Similar scenes only appear in some movies and TV dramas. He risked his life for a woman and ended up getting killed himself. Then what do we do? Dong Wei was a little confused. If you want to take action against someone, you have to make them lower their guard first, young Master Jean said calmly. Young Master Jean and his group had just left. Chao Lang and Cui Lu arrived with several dozen people. According to Chao Lang, he had also heard that young Master Jean had come to cause trouble for Zhou Feng, so they brought people over to help. Upon learning that young Master Jean and the others had already left, Chao Lang immediately expressed his opinion. If young Master Jean and the others come again in the future, they should call me immediately. He'll be there soon. Watching Chao Lang and the others leave, Tang Qing curled his lip. These guys' arrival is quite a coincidence, Tang Qing said with a disdainful look. They clearly suspected that this group of people only came after seeing young Master Jean and the others leave. They probably intend to wait until we start fighting before coming to reap the benefits, Zhou Feng said, seemingly unconcerned. Because he hadn't really expected Chao Lang and the others to come and help him. Why did young Master Jean suddenly back down? Tang Qing scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. This young Master Jean is not simple either, Zhou Feng frowned. Just a moment ago they were fighting to the death, but in the blink of an eye they can greet each other with a smile. Most people can't do this. After Chao Lang's men left, then some familiar faces came over. It was Li Suo and Qin Shou who came with more than 30 people. These people were all once in Zhou Feng's camp. Each of them carried some supplies. This is the compensation from young Master Jean, Li Suo said with a smile. A huge pile of fruit and more than 20 cans of food. There was also a smaller wild boar. Move them all in, Zhou Feng said, pointing to the center of the camp. Since it's free, why not take it? These people moved their belongings to the open space designated by Zhou Feng. No one dared to meet Zhou Feng's gaze. They all instinctively avoided his eyes. It would have been so much better if you had come to the central camp with me back then. I heard you took out several of the young master's bodyguards, Li Suo said as he approached Zhou Feng, trying to get on his good side. Zhou Feng simply couldn't be bothered to talk to Li Suo. Seeing that Zhou Feng was ignoring him, Li Suo could only manage a few dry laughs. Qin Shou had been looking around the camp, and he soon spotted Zhang Lily. Lily, Qin Shou called out, reaching out his hand. Zhang Lily stood at the edge of the crowd, but his face remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Qin Shou became a little anxious upon seeing this, so he stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Lily's arm. Don't touch me, Zhang Lily said with disgust, trying to shake off Qin Shou's hand. Zhang Lily now only feels contempt for Qin Shou. This guy actually betrayed the people in the camp, and he even left himself alone in the camp. Let me explain. I'm now under young Master Jin's command, managing dozens of people. If you're willing to come over. Qin Shou grabbed Zhang Lily's hand tightly. They simply don't intend to let go. Zhang Lily didn't want to look at Qin Shou at all. This guy discussed himself. Get your filthy hands off me. Just then, someone kicked Qin Shou in the waist. It's Tang Fu. Chapter 118 Note. Donnie Yin never forgot the traitor in this camp. It was clearly Zhou Feng who rescued them from the savages. They actually betrayed them. They passed the intelligence to young Master Jean. If Qin Shou hadn't leaked their information, they wouldn't have been tricked into losing half their people. Qin Shou was forced to release Zhang Lily. The kick almost gave him a stitch. You crazy woman. Qin Shou, holding his back and catching his breath, pointed at Tang Fu and cursed. What? You actually call me a crazy woman? Have you forgotten that I gave you food and saved your life from the savages? Tang Fu stared wide-eyed. There are still such shameless people in the world. They have absolutely no sense of gratitude. Before Tang Fu could rush forward, others had already done so. It's Chen Jinbiao. Chen Jinbiao rushed over and punched Qin Shou hard in the face. Traitor, shameless. Chen Jinbiao cursed as he hit him. This guy's existence has really made them all lose face. Qin Shou didn't dare to fight back at all, and in a panic, he hid behind Li Suo. Chen Jinbiao was panting heavily and did not continue the chase. All right. Let's just let bygones be bygones for those unpleasant things from the past, Li Suo said with a smile. You can leave now, Zhou Feng finally said, then turned and left without looking back, returning to the house. Li Suo's face twitched slightly, clearly indicating that he was controlling his emotions. This week, Feng didn't give him any face at all. They've already sent so many supplies, but they haven't even given us a friendly look. However, in the end, Li Suo simply waved his hand, signaling the others to leave with him. Zhou Feng had just sat down when Qin Xiaoxue walked in. Xiaofeng, Take a look at this. Qin Xiaoxue held out her hand and handed Zhou Feng a slip of paper. Who gave it to you? Zhou Feng was taken aback, then took it. They were the people who were moving things earlier. They used to be from our camp, Qin Xiaoxue explained. Zhou Feng nodded, then unfolded the paper. This was torn from a notebook. There were several lines of text written on it. Zhou Feng moved closer, ready to read it. However, Qin Xiaoxue also came over at this moment, and her face was close to Zhou Feng's. She hadn't read the contents of the note either. They handed it directly to Zhou Feng. The note essentially said that these lucky people all regretted leaving Zhou Feng's camp. They are now suffering greatly in young Master Jin's camp. They did the hardest work, but received very little in return. Young Master Jin doesn't provide them with anything each day. They have to gather their own food to fill their stomachs. Moreover, there is a minimum daily limit. A certain amount of food must be collected to be considered qualified. Otherwise, they would be beaten. Now they all regret it and want to go back to Zhou Feng's camp. They begged Zhou Feng to find a way to save them. This young Master Jin is really good at exploiting people. Zhou Feng couldn't help but remark. This strategy guarantees a good harvest regardless of drought or flood. There is absolutely no need to worry about how much food to provide to the people in the camp. Let them find their own food. On the contrary, young Master Jin also had to collect a certain amount of food from these people. Young Master Jin got all the benefits. He didn't have to give anything in return. It's no wonder those people felt dissatisfied, because they belonged to the group that was being exploited while they were in the camp. The only way is to escape young Master Jin's control. However, on this deserted island, it is very difficult for a lone survivor to survive. They will most likely become food for the savages. They simply lack the ability to withstand risks. Young Master Jin is quite ruthless. Judging from his appearance, you would think he is a useless playboy. Qin Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. Who gave you this note? Zhou Feng asked again. Qin Xiaoxue described the person, but she didn't know their name. However, its previous number in the camp was 57. It seems this isn't just his opinion. I'm afraid many people think the same way, Qin Xiaoxue added. Qin Xiaoxue was then very curious about what Zhou Feng would do next. Do nothing, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. Whatever those people went through, it was their choice. Now, Zhou Feng is responsible for the people around him. Zhou Feng has no reason to take any risks for these people. Xiaofeng, I'll support whatever you do. Qin Xiaoxue rested her head on Zhou Feng's shoulder. Qin Xiaoxue was well aware of the current situation and knew she had to make a choice. Zhou Feng gently put his arm around Qin Xiaoxue and then leaned closer. Qin Xiaoxue understood exactly what Zhou Feng wanted to do. She also closed her eyes on her own initiative. A few minutes later, the two finally let go. Qin Xiaoxue blushed. Zhou Feng's hand just now. Xiaofeng, I. Qin Xiaoxue stammered. Xiaoxue, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Zhou Feng thought Qin Xiaoxue had some trouble. After all, they have just arrived in a new place, and there must be many things that are inconvenient for them. Those two requests I made before can now be cancelled. Qin Xiaoxue's voice trailed off. Zhou Feng only heard the first few words, just as he was about to ask more questions. Boss. Yang Wei's voice came from outside. What's wrong? Zhou Feng shouted. We've made a discovery. A major discovery. Yang Wei's voice outside was very excited. Zhou Feng came out and asked Yang Wei what he had discovered. Yang Wei immediately said that he had just seen people from the nearby camp carrying wild boars back. So I went up and chatted with them for a while. After giving the other person some fruit, they told him it was in the woods a few kilometers away from the camp. There are a lot of wild boars over there. That area is also known as Wild Boar Forest, and it is very large. It's no secret at the central camp. Many people know it. Wild boars are mostly hunted from that area. It is said that there are a large number of wild boars inside. However, 7 or 8 people have already been killed by wild boars, Yang Wei added at the end. In that case, let's go take a look. Zhou Feng nodded. Tell Yang Wei to go and call some people over. The number of people doesn't need to be too many. About 10 will be enough. Okay, Yang Wei went off excitedly. Only after watching Yang Wei leave did Qin Xiaoxue come out of the room. Xiaofeng, remember to be careful, Qin Xiaoxue reminded him. Don't worry, we won't force you. Zhou Feng turned around and smiled. They have no shortage of food in their camp now. This time, it's more about checking things out. Qin Xiaoxue looked like she wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. Yang Wei arrived quickly with his men. Including him, there were 10 people in total, each holding a spear. Zhou Feng then went into the warehouse and retrieved a crossbow. The remaining 3 crossbows were left in the camp, just in case. After all, nobody knows if someone else will come to the camp to cause trouble. Upon hearing that wild boars were to be hunted, both Tang Fu and Bai Qingyan were eager to go. Seeing how eagerly the two of them were going to offer their services, Zhou Feng refused them both outright. He knew exactly what those two women were thinking. Chapter 119 Brutality. Zhou Feng now understands Tang Fu's feelings. It's about wanting to get closer to yourself and spend more time with yourself. But Bai Qingyan was just trying to cause trouble. Zhou Feng needed to get down to business and couldn't let those two women cause any more trouble. I didn't bring any with me at all. Instead, he went with Yang Wei and the others towards the wild boar forest. Wild boar forest was still some distance from their camp. It took the group about an hour to enter the wild boar forest. As soon as Zhou Feng entered, he heard shouts coming from afar. It's likely that other survivors were also hunting wild boars. There are quite a lot of people here. It seems we need to go deeper to find wild boars, Yang Wei remarked. Okay, everyone be careful. Zhou Feng nodded. If a wild boar goes berserk, its impact can be very strong. They walked a few hundred meters further. Zhou Feng suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. He bent over and walked more than 20 meters by himself, then slowly pushed aside the bushes in front. Through the gap, Zhou Feng saw 4 wild boars ahead, 1 large and 3 small. The 4 wild boars lowered their heads and ate the weeds in front of them. Purple petals were on those weeds. Zhou Feng recognized the grass. It was likely alfalfa. It is one of the wild boar's favorite foods. Moreover, this plant is found everywhere in this forest. No wonder there are so many wild boars here. It turns out there's plenty of food. In fact, humans can eat this grass in emergency situations. However, it is not recommended to consume too much of it. Yang Wei, hand me the crossbow, Zhou Feng said in a low voice. Yang Wei immediately walked over quietly. He handed the crossbow to Zhou Feng and even loaded the arrows beforehand. Zhou Feng held the crossbow and aimed it at the head of the large wild boar. Whoosh! The crossbow bolts were fired at the wild boar. However, the arrow did not hit a vital spot, but instead grazed the wild boar's back. Make a cut on the back. The wild boar let out a strange cry of pain and then charged in another direction. Yang Wei was dumbfounded, never expecting that Zhou Feng would actually fail. In his mind, Zhou Feng was omnipotent. Run! Zhou Feng shouted. It is unwise to fight a raging wild boar head-on. Yang Wei felt a chill run down his spine and quickly stood up. But at this moment, Zhou Feng stopped. Wait a minute, Zhou Feng called out. Zhou Feng was originally planning to turn around and run away. To their surprise, the wild boar didn't come after them. Instead, they headed towards the bushes on the other side. Yang Wei immediately stopped in his tracks. They soon understood. Why did the wild boar head in that direction? Screams were already coming from the bushes in the distance. Run, a woman's voice shouted. Several women suddenly stood up from the bushes and ran back as fast as they could. I want to get away from this wild boar. But the wild boar had gone berserk and was moving extremely fast. With its big, dark eyes wide open, it chased after him like a madman. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with the last woman. It crashed right into it. At the last moment, the woman lunged to the side. However, the wild boar's sharp tusks still managed to tear open the woman's trouser leg. Blood immediately flowed freely. Moreover, when the wild boar saw the woman fall to the ground, it braked suddenly. After running for more than 10 meters, he abruptly stopped. Instead of chasing after the others, he turned around and pounced on the woman again. At the critical moment, a stone flew over and hit the wild boar on the head. The rock was the size of an egg, and the force it exerted made my chest feel tight. If it were an ordinary person, they would have fainted immediately. However, the wild boar only straightened its body briefly after being hit. He regained his senses in less than a few seconds and continued to lunge at the woman. However, another stone flew by and hit the wild boar's front leg. The wild boar stumbled and rolled to the ground. The person who made the move was, of course, Zhou Feng. Moreover, he wasn't just throwing stones. He had already brought Yang Wei and the others over. Yang Wei made the first move, thrusting his spear towards the wild boar's eyes. The wild boar was lying on the ground and had no way to dodge. The others also joined in, all aiming for the wild boar's belly. There's no thick wild boar hide here. It's very fragile. The wild boar let out several mournful cries. It tried to struggle, but it was no match for the strength of Yang Wei and the others. After struggling for a few moments, it became still. The other 3 smaller wild boars, seeing so many humans appear, were also surprised. It had already screamed and disappeared into the woods. Zhou Feng's gaze fell on the woman lying on the ground. The woman was very beautiful and had short hair. Although it looks a bit messy because of the sweat, it has a unique kind of beauty. Only the right pant leg was torn open, revealing a bright red wound. The woman frowned when she saw Zhou Feng's gaze, then covered her wound with her hand. His gaze remained fixed on Zhou Feng. Are you out of your minds? You almost killed us. Qiu Lin roared. Zhou Feng and the others were taken aback and looked at each other in bewilderment. He had clearly saved her, so why was this woman saying such things? At this moment, the other women also returned. You must be new here. How could you kill a wild boar like this? This wild boar is the prey we've been eyeing. People like you shouldn't be out here harming others. The women all shouted in unison. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei immediately became indignant. We saved her life, and you're making sarcastic remarks here, Yang Wei said, pointing at Xiao Lin on the ground. You're the ones who ruined my life. We were planning to lure the wild boar into the trap. Xiao Lin shouted, her eyes wide. The women around them also started shouting, one after another. After listening for a long time, Zhou Feng finally understood. People used to hunt wild boars at the central camp, but now they mostly use traps. Then lure the wild boar into the trap. This reduces the risk. Moreover, you can obtain a complete wild boar hide. Unlike now, this is the wild boar that Zhou Feng and his group captured. His body was riddled with holes, and most of his skin was wasted. Zhou Feng and the others looked at each other, not expecting that they had actually made a mistake. There's no rule here that says we can only use traps to catch them, and you were the ones who targeted this wild boar first, yet you didn't take any action, Zhou Feng said first. Hearing this, Xiao Lin became even more displeased. He gestured to the person next to him to help him up. You mean you're not going to admit it? Xiao Lin stood up and stared directly at Zhou Feng, her eyes filled with anger. Zhou Feng looked at the other person's calf. The wound wasn't serious. What do you mean by denying it? We were just hunting wild boars. We didn't deliberately target you. Zhou Feng shook his head. I don't care. If you hadn't caused trouble, I wouldn't have gotten hurt. You have to compensate me, Xiao Lin said resolutely. Chapter 1:20 Running. Zhou Feng was speechless. This is happening on a deserted island, and they're pulling this stunt. Yang Wei and the others were also somewhat helpless. What can they do even if they don't offer compensation? You must be new here, not knowing who we are, Xiao Lin said coldly. We are indeed new here. Zhou Feng sized up the other party. He subconsciously felt that these women were probably not Chao Lang's or young Master Jin's people. The opposing camps both have a large number of people, so they won't send women to risk hunting wild boars. My sister, Qiu Shui, is the only doctor in the camp, Xiao Lin said with pride. There's a shortage of medicine in the camp right now, and the doctors aren't doing much of a job, Yang Wei said, pursing his lips. Without medication, doctors can do nothing to help. Zhou Feng remembered the doctor he had met at Fei Laoda's camp. When Su Kai had a persistent high fever, Dr. Wan could only try to lower his temperature physically. Without medication, doctors can only watch helplessly. Moreover, Zhou Feng remembered that Li Suo had once said that there were doctors in the central camp. It now appears that he was not lying. However, this doctor was not from young Master Jin's camp. Humph, my sister can make herbs, so she can cure diseases even when medicine is scarce. Xiao Lin looked at Zhou Feng and the others with a provocative gaze. In this situation, what does a doctor who can cure diseases represent? Zhou Feng and the others were also very clear about this. So what do you mean? Zhou Feng asked. Carry this wild boar back to our camp, then apologize to me, and I'll barely consider it forgiveness, Xiao Lin sneered. If we hadn't intervened, you would be dead by now, Zhou Feng warned. Although Zhou Feng's attack missed, it enraged the wild boar. Send the wild boar to chase after Xiao Lin and the others. But he didn't know beforehand that someone was hiding on the other side of the bushes. Moreover, Xiao Lin and her group were relatively incompetent. That's when the wild boar caught up with them. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state. That's because of you. Are you going to compensate me or not? Xiao Lin persisted. I can't give you this wild boar, Zhou Feng shook his head. These wild boars are the fruits of their labor. How could they be sacrificed just because of a few words? So you just handed over the wild boar to these women? And they also had to carry them to the camp? All right, we've made an enemy of each other. What's your name? Xiao Lin asked, squinting. Zhou Feng. We'll remember you. Let's go, Xiao Lin said. He left with the help of several people. Where did this crazy woman come from? Yang Wei couldn't help but mutter. Zhou Feng also shook his head. This is how you inadvertently become enemies with someone. Qiu Shui? Zhou Feng also noted down the name. This was the only doctor in the camp. Then Zhou Feng asked Yang Wei and the others to clean up the wild boar and carry it back. This wild boar is quite large, weighing at least 200 kilograms. Zhou Feng, meanwhile, took his crossbow and went to hunt the other wild boars. Unfortunately, those little wild boars had long since disappeared. Zhou Feng had no choice but to give up. However, he saw many traces left by wild boars in the wild boar forest. This proves that there are still many wild boars here. Zhou Feng took out his notebook from his backpack. I noted down the location of wild boar forest. His map now has a lot of new content. Many of them are located near the central camp, in areas with resources. Zhou Feng would also make notes on the side. When he returned to the camp, Yang Wei and the others had already carried the wild boar back. Everyone in the camp was very excited when they saw the wild boar. Although young Master Jean sent someone to deliver wild boar meat today, but it was a gift from someone else. The fact that they caught the wild boar themselves means they will be able to catch even more prey in the future. Dinner was ready quickly. Tonight's dinner is wild boar stew with mushrooms. However, the mushrooms they ate were a bright red color. This has caused many people to feel psychologically repulsed. However, the people who harvested the mushrooms said that these mushrooms are edible. Everyone else ate it for half a month and experienced no adverse effects. It is the safest mushroom. Hearing these words, everyone could only overcome their psychological difficulties. Swallow the mushroom. After all, they also need to eat some vegetables. They can't eat fruit and potatoes every day. Fortunately, no one vomited that night. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhou Feng asked everyone to gather together. Starting today, everyone will train every morning, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Train. Those present were completely baffled. That's right, it's training. We'll start with basic physical fitness, and then we'll practice combat skills. Everyone needs to train, Zhou Feng said, glancing at Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan. Is something big about to happen? Bai Qingyan couldn't help but ask. Everyone else also looked worried. I'm afraid something might happen next. Not yet, but just in case, everyone needs to improve their physical fitness, Zhou Feng said. Boss, we'll listen to you. Fan Jin shouted, taking the lead. Improving physical fitness is beneficial for everyone. After all, they are now on a deserted island. Every extra bit of effort provides an extra layer of protection when facing danger. Let's start with running. From now on, men will run 5 kilometers and women 3 kilometers every morning. Zhou Feng pointed out a general area. All the people need to do is run in a circle around this area. They don't need to leave the camp. 5 kilometers is quite difficult for many people. Zhou Feng led the way, but at a slow pace. He didn't feel tired at all, but many others couldn't take it after running 1 lap. I was so tired that I was covered in sweat and panting heavily. My steps were heavy. Many slowed down and were caught up by Zhou Feng. Keep up and don't fall behind, or you'll lose points, Zhou Feng said, patting the person in front of him on the shoulder. Upon hearing that points would be deducted, these people gritted their teeth. I forced myself to keep running. After running 3 kilometers, many women collapsed onto the ground. I was so exhausted I almost died. Don't lie down, get up and walk around a bit. Let your body adjust. Qin Xiaoxue pulled everyone up one by one. Qin Xiaoxue has the best physical condition among women. She is even stronger than many men. Because she used to have a habit of running every day, it was also Qin Xiaoxue's secret to maintaining her figure. The 5-kilometer run ended quickly. Zhou Feng looked at the panting crowd and nodded in satisfaction. We'll continue tomorrow morning, Zhou Feng said. 5 more kilometers, someone couldn't help but groan. They all feel like their legs are made of lead. Sweat more now, so you won't bleed later. We'll increase the dosage in a few days, Zhou Feng said earnestly. He then added that if you don't want to run, you are free to do whatever you want in the morning. I will absolutely not force you. Chapter 121 South Coast. Boss, we're willing to train. That's right, it's all about improving our physical fitness. If we encounter savages in the future, all we need to do is run faster than them. Everyone chimed in with their opinions. Everyone immediately declared that they would definitely persevere. They all knew that Zhou Feng was doing it for their own good. Zhou Feng told everyone to take a rest. Then he came to a house, which was a storeroom. There were several wooden tubs in the room, containing wild boar meat soaking in salt water. This can slow down the decay process. Zhou Feng selected a large piece of pork hind leg meat. It weighs about 10 kilograms. Then he found a basket, carried it on his back, and went to the market. The market was still quite lively. Even at midday, indescribable sounds could still be heard coming from those thatched huts. Zhou Feng went straight to a thin man and sat down. There were many miscellaneous items in front of the man. Nail clippers, mirrors, combs, etc. Friend, what do you want to exchange? The man, still wearing glasses, looked at Zhou Feng with a smile. Intelligence. Zhou Feng pointed to a stone on the ground. The words information for sale were written on it in charcoal. When Zhou Feng came last time, he saw this person selling information. However, Zhou Feng did not bring any supplies with him at that time. Moreover, since they were newcomers, their need for intelligence was not urgent. What information do you want? Some information is very expensive. The man smiled slightly. Without saying a word, Zhou Feng placed the basket in front of him. Upon seeing the wild boar meat, the man's face lit up with delight. At the central camp, Wild boar meat is considered a valuable commodity. Is your intelligence accurate? Zhou Feng asked. Of course it's accurate. For example, I know your name is Zhou Feng, and you just arrived at the camp a few days ago, right? You even had some conflict with young Master Jean. The man revealed a mysterious smile. Zhou Feng was a little surprised, not expecting the man to know his name. Don't be surprised. Gathering intelligence is my profession. I'm an investigative journalist. You can call me Reporter Song. The man still had a smile on his face, but he looked a little weathered. Zhou Feng was a little surprised, not expecting that the person in front of him was actually an investigative reporter. This is a rapidly declining industry. There are many reasons. Simply put, this is a profession with very little spiritual and material reward. Sometimes, the things we investigate at the risk of our lives cannot be reported. Investigative journalists also sell intelligence. Zhou Feng was very curious. I haven't joined any faction. I want to be a chronicler of this event, but I also need to eat. You know, Reporter Song said somewhat awkwardly. Zhou Feng was a little surprised. The reporter in front of me, Song, was all alone. Therefore, it was only natural for him to sell information in exchange for food. One person's strength is ultimately limited. Do you know Qiu Shui? Zhou Feng went straight to the point. Of course I know. She's the only medical staff member in the central camp right now, and she's still a college student, but she knows a lot about herbs. Reporter Song nodded. I want to know all the information about her, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Reporter Song glanced at the wild boar meat in Zhou Feng's basket, then adjusted his glasses. As far as I know, Qiu Shui has a twin sister named Qiu Lin. Reporter Song began to recount. According to Reporter Song's description, the two sisters also traveled on the Wanli ship. Later, after they arrived on the deserted island, they encountered many people. A camp for survivors was set up. But something happened in the camp. The men in the camp tried to lay a hand on the other women, which caused a conflict. Reporter Song shrugged. Obviously, I've seen this kind of thing many times. On this deserted island, human nature is magnified. Qiu Lin stepped forward. She had a fiery personality. They drove the men out of the camp. With the support of others in the camp, Qiu Lin was elected as the leader. Later, they also arrived at the central camp, forming a very rare group of survivors who were all women. However, there were only about 20 people. They often collect medicinal herbs and then process them into medicines for sale, Reporter Song said, pointing to a stall in the distance. Zhou Feng looked over. Over there was a woman setting up a stall, with many plants in front of her that Zhou Feng didn't recognize. There were still quite a few people in front of me asking questions. Zhou Feng nodded to himself. Qiu Lin wasn't lying. Most of the survivors probably have to beg them, because they didn't have any medicine. If you have a headache or fever, you can only ask them for help. Zhou Feng currently has some medicine, but it will surely run out one day. Zhou Feng then inquired about some more information. For example, how many people are currently at the central camp, and how many camps are there? Reporter Song answered all the questions one by one. According to Reporter Song's intelligence, the central camp now has nearly 700 people. They were divided into more than a dozen factions. The largest group is undoubtedly young Master Jean, who now has over 200 people. Those with fewer people numbered only 7 or 8. There are also many survivors like Reporter Song, who are all alone. Reporter Song, where did you get all this information from? Zhou Feng asked curiously. Of course, it's chatting. Many people are very willing to chat, especially after they find out I'm a reporter, Reporter Song explained. Do you have a map? Zhou Feng asked again. Upon hearing this, Reporter Song smiled. This thing is very expensive. With the information we just gathered, this should be enough meat, right? Zhou Feng pointed to the pork in the basket. Of course it's enough. Reporter Song nodded quickly. Then, Reporter Song rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a notebook. After flipping through the pages for a while, Reporter Song finally presented a map to Zhou Feng. Upon seeing this map, Zhou Feng couldn't help but gasp. The amount of information on this hand-drawn map is far greater than what you would find in your own hands. Zhou Feng finally saw the southern coast of the deserted island. Based on the distances recorded on the map, the south coast is far from the central camp. It's about 30 kilometers away. It's a bit further away than the north coast. Zhou Feng also noticed this. A piece of information was marked on the map. Young Master Jean and his group came from the south coast? Zhou Feng asked in surprise. That means the other person has traveled a very long distance. They originally planned to cross the island to see if they could find anything that would allow them to leave, but they were surrounded by savages, which ultimately led them to stay here, Reporter Song explained. You know that too? Zhou Feng couldn't help but ask. I've also spoken with Mr. Jin's people, and that's all the information I have, Reporter Song nodded. Chapter 1, 22 Incident. Do you know where their canned goods come from? Zhou Feng asked. Upon hearing this, Reporter Song looked around. No one paid attention to the two of them. They were both busy with their own things. So Reporter Song lowered his voice and said, "Of course it was from the Wanli." Wanli? Zhou Feng was shocked. Sure enough, someone found the Wanli. But don't get your hopes up. The Wanli has already sunk to the bottom of the sea. These supplies all drifted to the shore and were picked up by young Master Jin and his men. Reporter Song gave a wry smile. Hearing this, Zhou Feng couldn't help but sigh. This young Master Jin is incredibly lucky. No wonder they were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Even in the places where they have awakened, a large amount of supplies can be found. Reporter Song, what's your opinion on this accident? Zhou Feng asked. An accident? This is no accident. We've definitely been involved in a supernatural event. Otherwise, how could we be scattered all over the island? Reporter Song shook his head. Have you heard of any similar accidents before? Zhou Feng asked again. As a journalist, I certainly know more about this. There are many maritime accidents every year, but I've never heard of one where thousands of people go missing. Reporter Song thought for a moment, then shook his head. What about smaller groups? Like 7 or 8 people? Zhou Feng asked again. Wu Wenrong disappeared 6 months ago. That would be too many to even make the news, Reporter Song said with a wry smile. Zhou Feng frowned. It seems we need to combine the intelligence obtained by Reporter Song to analyze their current situation. That's basically impossible. However, one thing is very certain. What they encountered was definitely not an ordinary shipwreck. By the way, why is there no east or west side on this map? Zhou Feng turned his attention back to the map. The terrain on the east and west sides is not shown above, so it cannot be analyzed. The exact size of Paradise Island is still unknown. Even its topography is a mystery. Because no one has explored the past, there are savage tribes on both sides, Reporter Song explained. Zhou Feng is located to the east of Paradise Island, where there is a tribe of savages. They are a race that worships the sun. Where are the savage tribes to the west? Zhou Feng asked, pointing to the map. Reporter Song found it a bit strange. Why is Zhou Feng still so interested in the savage tribe? However, Reporter Song still pointed to the 2 standard locations. This is the location of the savage tribe that the survivors know. One was about 6 or 7 kilometers away from them, and the other was about 5 kilometers away. What do these tribes believe? Zhou Feng asked. Faith. What faith? Reporter Song was completely confused. They were clearly unaware that the savage tribe also had 2 different beliefs. So Zhou Feng explained it again. When I learned that these savages actually had 2 different beliefs. Moreover, when they were enemies. There was a gleam of excitement in Reporter Song's eyes. What are the daily routines of these 2 savages like? What is their history? Reporter Song began to mutter to himself. After Zhou Feng shouted a few words, Reporter Song finally looked up. Sorry, I got a little engrossed. Reporter Song pushed up her glasses, a little embarrassed. Zhou Feng can understand now. Why does Reporter Song no longer join any faction? It's likely that Reporter Song's mind was entirely focused on collecting stories. It won't contribute much to the camp. Zhou Feng said he wanted to record the contents of the map. No problem. Reporter Song nodded. Reporter Song knows that many people also have such a map. This is hardly a secret. Zhou Feng took out a pen and completed the map in his hand. During the interview, Reporter Song kept asking about the wild man. Zhou Feng told him everything he knew. This includes some simple words used by the savages, such as the words sun and retreat. After listening, Reporter Song nodded and wrote it down in her diary. After doing all this, Zhou Feng took out the meat and placed it in front of Reporter Song. Here, take this meat. Thank you. Reporter Song swallowed hard. He hadn't seen any meat in a long time. But I'm taking this. Zhou Feng picked up something from the stall. It was a brand new wooden comb. Okay, whatever. Reporter Song nodded quickly. This piece of meat is extremely valuable. Zhou Feng returned to the camp. Lunchtime has passed. However, Qin Xiaoxue still left him lunch as usual. After Zhou Feng returned, Qin Xiaoxue brought lunch into his room. Are you tired this morning? Zhou Feng asked while eating. My calves are a little sore. I haven't run in a long time. I should get used to it in a couple of days. Qin Xiaoxue sat down next to Zhou Feng. Your calves are sore? Let me give you a massage. Zhou Feng finished his food in a few bites. No need, Qin Xiaoxue said, blushing slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. Zhou Feng, on the other hand, took the initiative and bent down to squat in front of Qin Xiaoxue. Pull up the pant leg, and then reach out to start massaging. Unconsciously, Qin Xiaoxue gripped the wild boar skin spread on the bed. Each press made her feel a little shy. A tingling sensation came from my calves. Is it comfortable? Zhou Feng asked. Qin Xiaoxue's voice was barely audible. In addition to pressing, Zhou Feng also patted the area with his palm from time to time. This can promote blood circulation. Qin Xiaoshua's body gradually relaxed, and she closed her eyes. After more than 10 minutes, Zhou Feng finally stood up. Xiaofeng, thank you. Qin Xiaoshua's face turned completely red. It's nothing, didn't you wash my feet last time? Zhou Feng smiled. That's true. Qin Xiaoshua nodded gently. It's just a calf massage, nothing serious. Moreover, sometimes Zhou Feng's hand. Oh right, I found this at the market. Zhou Feng took out the wooden comb and handed it to Qin Xiaoshua. A comb. Qin Xiaoshua's eyes lit up when she saw the comb, and she took it and couldn't put it down. Having a comb would make hair care much easier in the future. Zhou Feng, on the contrary, felt a little apologetic. It was just a simple comb, yet it was enough to satisfy Qin Xiaoshua. He made up his mind. I will definitely give Qin Xiaoshua something of real value in the future. If I could return to the real world, it would definitely be filled with gold jewelry and designer handbags. Although Zhou Feng knew Qin Xiaoshua's style and that she had never liked these things. But Zhou Feng doesn't know what to give as a gift right now. Boss, someone outside shouted. What is it? Zhou Feng came out. Someone from Chao Lang's side has arrived. Zhou Feng walked out of the room and saw an unfamiliar face standing outside the camp. They must be Chao Lang's men. The other person's forehead was covered in sweat, indicating that they had also run all the way here. Help us. Something terrible has happened. Chapter 123. Something's wrong. What happened? Tell me slowly. Zhou Feng frowned. Could it be that Chao Lang got into a fight with young Master Jin's men? We've only been at the camp for a few days, and this kind of thing has already happened. Cui Lu, something happened to them, the man said haltingly. What happened to Cui Lu? Upon hearing this, Wen Xiaoyun's emotions instantly became agitated. She was a member of the logistics team and stayed at the camp. In the afternoon, they don't need to go out to pick food. Instead, they are responsible for preparing dinner. Preparing food for dozens of people takes a long time. Hearing the commotion outside, Wen Xiaoyun and the others couldn't resist coming out to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, Wen Xiaoyun heard this news. They're surrounded by savages, the man said, his face grim. Explain more clearly. How many people does Cui Lu have? Where are they? And how many savages are there? Zhou Feng frowned. The man gradually explained the situation. It turns out that Cui Lu and the others went to the west side of the central camp this morning. There is a large lake over there. There are quite a few fish in it. Cui Lu and his friends often went there to catch fish. But today, not long after I arrived, many wild men appeared around me. Cui Lu and his men fought and retreated, and are now trapped on a rather steep hillside. The savages couldn't break through for the time being, but it didn't intend to leave, and just hovered around. Our boss has already led over 50 men to provide support. We hope you can lend a hand as well, the man continued. More than 50? Only this many people went. Tang Cheng, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but say. Yang Wei and Fan Jian went hunting in the camp. Tang Cheng was still in the camp. To prevent any incidents from happening at the camp, we can't send too many people, the man explained. Zhou Feng nodded. This was to guard against young Master Jin. Call all the men in the camp over here, Zhou Feng said to Tang Cheng. Tang Cheng immediately began to greet them. However, there weren't many men in their camp to begin with, only about 20 in total. There are only 7 or 8 now. Including Zhou Feng and Tang Cheng, there were less than 10 people. Zhou Feng gave Tang Fu some instructions, asking her to take a few people into the wild boar forest. Call Yang Wei and the others back, and make sure they are careful on the way. The camp cannot currently contain only women and children. Tang Fu nodded seriously. Recently, Tang Fu also discovered that Zhou Feng didn't like to take her along when he was on missions. Then she would complete the task assigned by Zhou Feng. And what about me? What should I do? Bai Qingyan asked from the side. You can stay in the camp and take good care of your mother, Zhou Feng said. Okay. Bai Qingyan felt a little disappointed. Taking care of Qin Xiaoshua himself? It's more like Qin Xiaoshua is taking care of her. I should be able to do more. Boss, please, you must save Cui Lu. When Xiaoyun was already crying anxiously, her eyes filled with tears. I will do my best. Zhou Feng nodded. Then, he led Tang Cheng and the others, following the man's footsteps as they left. They quickly moved away from the central mountain range and headed directly west. Zhou Feng and the others had never been to this place before, but a path had already been trodden out beneath their feet. People must frequently go there to look for supplies. It took about an hour to walk. We saw Chao Lang and his group ahead. When Chao Lang saw Zhou Feng arrive with several people, his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. This was clearly not the number of people Chao Lang had anticipated. Fortunately, the man who had led the way whispered a few words in Chao Lang's ear, helping to explain. This was probably meant to tell Chao Lang that these were all the men in Zhou Feng's camp. Chao Lang's expression softened somewhat. How is the situation now? Zhou Feng asked. The situation is still very bad, Chao Lang sighed. Are Cui Lu and the others over there? Zhou Feng looked towards a spot several hundred meters away. The terrain there is very high, forming a small hill. However, it's not as big as the central camp. Chao Lang nodded, indicating that Cui Lu and the others were over there. When the savages fled, Cui Lu led most of his men to draw their fire. Only then could some people escape and return to the camp to report the news. How many savages are there? Zhou Feng asked again. Chao Lang said he was unaware of the exact number. The savages were hiding in the surrounding woods. They had just tried to launch a full-scale attack. As a result, wild men suddenly appeared from all around, catching Chao Lang and the others off guard. They suffered heavy losses and had no choice but to retreat here. However, the savages did not continue their pursuit. Zhou Feng looked at the people behind Chao Lang. Sure enough, quite a few people had wounds on their bodies. Zhou Feng even noticed that there were blood-stained arrows on the ground. It must have just been pulled off. Do these savages have bows and arrows? Zhou Feng couldn't help but ask. If that's the case, then it's troublesome. Not a bow and arrow, but that kind. Someone gestured. Zhou Feng immediately understood. It's a blowgun. Hunting tools used by tribes in the Amazon River Basin or by Native Americans. However, this weapon has obvious drawbacks. The stability is too poor, and the distance is also relatively short. It is very susceptible to the influence of wind direction. It has very little practical significance. No wonder the arrows on the ground were all very small. However, if the blowgun hits a part of the body such as the eye, it is still very dangerous. Was the arrow poisoned? Zhou Feng asked. No. The man who had been shot shook his head. Neither of them sensed anything unusual. This can be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. What are your plans next? Zhou Feng asked Chao Lang. We can only wait until we've rested well before making another push. Do you have any good ideas? Chao Lang gave a wry smile. I think something's not right now, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head slowly. Something's not right. Chao Lang was taken aback. I don't understand why Zhou Feng said that. Zhou Feng pointed to the hillside a few hundred meters away and explained. Although that place is quite high, it is by no means easy to defend or difficult to attack. If there are many savages around, then they could easily kill Cui Lu and the others. But the savages did not do that. Instead, they lurked in the surrounding area. It was as if they were waiting for them to go up and rescue them. You mean this is a trap set by the savages? Chao Lang found it hard to believe. The people around them all shook their heads. I think Zhou Feng's worries are unnecessary. Savages are human beings too. They just lack knowledge, not intelligence. They are absolutely capable of doing such things. Zhou Feng nodded seriously. Upon hearing this, Chao Lang frowned and began to think. Something's not right, Chao Lang said. His brows furrowed as he looked at the hillside ahead. A few seconds later, Chao Lang's eyes widened suddenly. I see, I understand. Chao Lang exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 124 Attraction. Before Zhou Feng could speak, the people around him couldn't help but ask. Chao Lang immediately responded. They had initially thought they had encountered savages from a camp, because there is a savage tribe not far from the lake. They had previously had some conflicts, resulting in sporadic casualties. But the wild men haven't come back recently. Chao Lang assumed that the other party had given up. In retrospect, those savages did not give up. Instead, they joined forces with savages from another tribe to set a trap. No wonder there are so many savages. It turns out we're facing two tribes. Chao Lang's face turned grim. Chao Lang and his team had previously analyzed the nearest savage camp. The population is probably only around 100 people. Excluding the elderly, women, and children, the fighting force is only about 50 people. But right now, if they unite with another tribe, the number of people must be at least over 100. Chao Lang only brought a few dozen men this time, so of course he was going to suffer a setback. Is there any good way? Tang Cheng, who had been listening for a while, couldn't help but ask. The current situation seems to be a dead end. The best way is to call people from the camp over. Having a numerical advantage is the only way to scare these savages away, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Doesn't that mean we have to ask young Master Jean and his group for help? Chao Lang said with a look of disgust. Zhou Feng could tell from Chao Lang's expression that he disdained to go to young Master Jean. Moreover, even if we find young Master Jean, he probably won't agree to help. However, if young Master Jean doesn't come, even if Chao Lang calls all his own people from the camp over, there was no way to scare these savages away. Let's discuss this together. I refuse to believe there's no other way, Chao Lang said in a deep voice. People around them started offering suggestions. Some even suggested abandoning Cui Lu and his group. Upon hearing this, Chao Lang shook his head. They declared that no matter what, They would rescue Chui Lu and the others today. This surprised Zhou Feng a bit. I didn't expect Chao Lang to be so loyal and sentimental. Is there some special reason behind this? If all else fails, we'll fight. We can't handle savages. Chao Lang roared through gritted teeth. But after he finished speaking, the expressions on everyone's faces turned a little strange. No one wants to risk their life for someone else. I do have an idea, Zhou Feng said. What method? Chao Lang asked immediately. The savages have now surrounded Chui Lu and his men. We need to give them a reason to retreat, Zhou Feng reminded them. What were the reasons for the forced retreat? Everyone looked at each other. Aside from their numerical advantage, they really couldn't think of any other way. It can make the savages retreat on their own initiative. It's actually very simple. We can attack their tribe. Zhou Feng squinted his eyes. Attack the savage tribe. Chao Lang and the others couldn't help but gasp. They had never imagined there was such a way. They have always been the ones being hunted. Now they are actively attacking the savage tribe. That's a good idea. Chao Lang nodded emphatically. Once the savages discover that their tribe has been attacked, they will definitely go back to defend it. Then they can press their advantage and eliminate some of the retreating savages. Who's willing to go? Chao Lang looked around at the people. However, no one spoke up. This is a tribe that went to attack savages. This is something that sounds simple, but it's difficult to do. If we were to be cornered by savages, we would surely die. Moreover, nobody knows how much fighting power is within the savage tribe. If the other side has a large number of people, wouldn't going there be like sending lambs to the slaughter? I can bring people over, Zhou Feng said. Chao Lang was a little embarrassed. After all that fuss, it turned out that apart from Zhou Feng, none of their own people stepped forward. How many people do you need? Chao Lang could only ask Zhou Feng. 5, I guess, Zhou Feng said after a moment's thought. Having too many people isn't good either, as it makes it easier to be discovered halfway through. Adding our own 10 people, 15, would be about right. Chao Lang immediately selected a few of the strongest ones that Zhou Feng could take away. Moreover, some of these people knew the location of the savage tribe. Zhou Feng led these people and set off. Of course, if you want to attack the savage tribe, you'll need to take a longer route to avoid being discovered by those savages. Chao Lang's men led the way, while Zhou Feng and the others followed behind. Tang Qing quietly moved closer to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, why are we doing this job? Tang Qing asked, somewhat puzzled. After all, it wasn't their people who were besieged. Now they are risking their lives to go to the tribe of savages. Compared to staying there and fighting the savages, this is much less risky, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. Going to the savage tribe is less risky? Tang Qing was a little confused. The fact that the savages need to contact other tribes to join the attack proves that there aren't many people in their camp, and they certainly wouldn't dare to come out and pursue them rashly if they were attacked, Zhou Feng explained. Tang Qing suddenly understood after hearing this. Compared to staying there and confronting the savages, this operation was much safer. But how can we lure those savages back later? Tang Qing scratched his head. It's simple, just find a way to set it on fire. Zhou Feng squinted. As long as the savages see smoke coming from the direction of the tribe, they will know what has happened. Tang Qing nodded to himself, his admiration for Zhou Feng growing stronger. We walked through the woods for another hour or so. The person leading the way slowed down considerably. It's just a few dozen meters ahead. There's an open space there, and the savages are stationed there, someone said, pointing ahead. You all wait here. I'll go check on the situation. Zhou Feng bent over and moved lightly. When Zhou Feng reached the bushes, he became even more cautious. He could already hear voices speaking ahead. It's still a very simple syllable. Zhou Feng looked over cautiously. A savage tribe appeared ahead. About 20 meters away from Zhou Feng, there were several wild children playing. Zhou Feng noticed that these savages all had moon tattoos on their bodies. It seems that the savages of this tribe worship the moon. Zhou Feng then turned his attention to what was behind these savages. Over there are rows of stilt houses. Zhou Feng was a little surprised. He hadn't expected these savages to live in such a high-class place. The advantage of stilt houses is that you don't have to worry about poisonous insects. Even now, in many underdeveloped countries, a considerable number of people still live in stilt houses. To Zhou Feng's surprise, he did not see any adult males in the savages' settlement. Almost all of them were women wrapped in animal skins. In addition, there are some elderly people who have difficulty walking. It seems that this time, the savages have truly come out in full force. Click. But at that moment, water droplets fell from the ground next to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng frowned. Does it mean it's raining now? Chapter 125 Arson. Zhou Feng's original plan was to set fire to several of the savages' houses. If it rains now, that house simply couldn't have been set on fire. Wait, this doesn't seem like a raindrop. Zhou Feng looked up. They discovered a young female savage lying on a tree branch about 10 meters above their heads. Judging from their approximate age, the wild men were all rather thin and small. However, Zhou Feng is estimated to be around 10 years old. The savage woman was almost paralyzed with fear. Her body was trembling. Her eyes were filled with large tears, which dripped down her cheeks. Zhou Feng immediately felt a chill run down his spine. I never expected that even though I was being careful, I would still be discovered. I had been paying attention to my surroundings, but I hadn't noticed that there were guests above me. Ah! The wild woman screamed as she made eye contact with Zhou Feng. Then he climbed up from the treetop and jumped to another tree. It leaped 2 or 3 meters and grabbed the trunk of another tree. With another leap, he disappeared from Zhou Feng's sight. Meanwhile, the savage woman was still shouting and yelling. The savage tribe was thrown into chaos in an instant, with shouts echoing everywhere. Those little savages ran straight back to their camp. Seeing this, Zhou Feng knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. We cannot give these savages a chance. Come at me, Zhou Feng shouted. Tang Cheng and his men immediately grabbed their spears and charged from behind. Chao Lang's men were all taken aback. Instead, they remained in the woods, and none of them followed. When the savages saw Zhou Feng and about 10 others appear, they panicked a little. The women and children screamed and ran away. Only a few older savages were making strange noises. Someone was holding a blowgun and attacked Zhou Feng and his group. Tang Cheng raised his crossbow and immediately pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The arrow struck the man in the abdomen, and the savage screamed in agony. He then pulled out the arrow and charged at them, brandishing a stone knife. This ferocious scene left Tang Cheng and the others somewhat dumbfounded. However, the savage hadn't taken more than a few steps when he collapsed straight to the ground. Upon seeing this, the remaining savages all fled. Burn the house down, Zhou Feng shouted. There was a campfire in the open space of the campsite. The top is usually a barbecue grill, where some unknown meats are being grilled. Tang Cheng went straight to the campfire and picked up a burning stick. At the same time, he also smelled the aroma of roasted meat. However, Tang Cheng didn't dare to look closely at what was on the barbecue grill, because he had just glanced at it briefly and it felt familiar. Tang Cheng picked up a wooden stick and began to set fire to the stilt houses. The roofs of the stilted houses are covered with thick weeds, presumably to keep out the rain. Over the years, they have dried out completely and are almost flammable. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 stilt houses were set on fire, accounting for half of them. Withdraw, Zhou Feng ordered again upon seeing the situation. The others followed Zhou Feng and ran into the bushes. Why don't we just burn all these houses down? Tang Cheng asked as he ran. Burn it all. What if we anger those savages? Let's leave them something first. Zhou Feng shook his head. Leave half of the stilt house so they have a place to live. If we burn it all, who knows what those savages will do? They soon saw Chao Lang's men standing in front of them. When they saw Zhou Feng and the others running back, they were all a little embarrassed. These are supposedly carefully selected people, yet not a single one dared to take the job. Tang Cheng couldn't help but mock. Upon hearing Tang Cheng's words, these people quickly offered an explanation. It wasn't that they were afraid to charge forward, but rather that they discovered savages lurking behind them. So we stayed here to cover the rear, to prevent Zhou Feng and his group from being attacked from both sides. Let's retreat. Zhou Feng didn't expose their lies. From the very beginning, Zhou Feng knew that this group of people could not be relied upon. Zhou Feng asked Chao Lang to send a few people over. It was mainly to guide people. In critical moments, you can only rely on your own people. The group returned the way they came. When they returned to their original location, we discovered that the situation here has also changed. The savages had already retreated. They must have seen thick smoke coming from the direction of the tribe, so they ran back to help. Chao Lang and his group just rescued Cui Lu and the others. Zhou Feng noticed that Cui Lu and the others' situation was not optimistic. Many people had bloodstains on their bodies. Cui Lu was even carried away by others. Thank you so much. Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to rescue them so quickly. Upon seeing Zhou Feng, Chao Lang immediately expressed his gratitude. It wasn't Zhou Feng who came up with this idea and risked his life to carry out the rescue. Then they would have no choice but to fight the savages to the death. We are allies now, but these few people we sent out, Zhou Feng squinted. Upon hearing this, those people were on tenterhooks. You guys are pretty clever, Zhou Feng added. Zhou Feng's words put them at ease. They were all afraid that Zhou Feng would report them. She immediately cast a grateful look at Zhou Feng. Of course, they are all people I carefully selected. Chao Lang nodded. Chao Lang probably didn't expect this either. His men didn't dare to follow Zhou Feng into the savage camp. How is Cui Lu doing? Zhou Feng noticed. I'm injured. We'll have to wait until we get back to camp to talk about it, Xiao Lang sighed. By the time the group returned to the central camp, it was already dark. Zhou Feng told Tang Cheng and the others to go back first, while he stayed at Xiao Lang's camp. He then discovered that there were no medicines in Xiao Lang's camp. There were more than a dozen injured people, and they all just received simple bandaging. However, several of them were seriously injured and kept groaning in pain. Don't you have any medicine? Zhou Feng asked. We had some medicine, but we used it all up last time, Xiao Lang sighed. Zhou Feng immediately understood. The last time Xiao Lang mentioned. It must have been the time when the conflict broke out with young Master Jean and the others. But there's still a way. I've already gone to fetch a doctor. He'll be here in a bit, Xiao Lang added. Doctor? Zhou Feng immediately understood. There should only be one doctor left in the camp. Sure enough, 7 or 8 women arrived soon after. Zhou Feng recognized him at a glance. One of them, who was walking a little unsteadily, was Qiu Lin, who had injured her leg yesterday. To Zhou Feng's surprise. Next to Qiu Lin was a woman who looked almost exactly like her. Only the clothes are different. If you only look at the face, you're not looking closely. It's hard to tell that they are two different people. This must be Qiu Lin's younger sister, Qiu Shui. It's you. Qiu Lin immediately spotted Zhou Feng and raised her eyebrows. Chapter 126 Treatment. Qiu Lin looked displeased. Sister. Qiu Shui looked puzzled. He's the one who hurt me yesterday. Qiu Lin glared fiercely at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was speechless. What does it mean to be the person who hurt me yesterday? That was done by a wild boar, okay? This guy is here. We're not going to treat him. Qiu Lin grabbed Qiu Shui and turned to leave. Seeing this, Xiao Lang became a little anxious. You can't leave. We made a promise. Xiao Lang shouted hurriedly. Before returning to the camp, Xiao Lang sent someone to invite Qiu Shui and the others. In the past, whenever someone was injured, Xiao Lang would always send someone to invite Qiu Shui to treat them. Xiao Lang always treated the only doctor in the camp with great courtesy. They may promise to provide a great deal of supplies. This guy stole our wild boar last time. If he doesn't compensate us and apologize, my sister will absolutely not treat you, Qiu Lin said coldly. Sister, let's save people first, Qiu Shui said, pulling Qiu Lin's arm. Although the two are twin sisters. However, Qiu Shui spoke much more gently than Qiu Lin. Moreover, from the moment she entered, Qiu Shui's gaze was fixed on the wounded on the ground. No way. We're not going to be bullied like this. Qiu Lin refused resolutely. Brothers, what's going on here? Xiao Lang looked at Zhou Feng with a puzzled expression. I don't know how Zhou Feng and Qiu Lin got into a conflict. They even stole the other party's wild boar. Xiao Lang felt that Zhou Feng didn't seem like the kind of person who could do such a thing. I'm not from this camp. I'm just here for fun. Can't I even stand here? Zhou Feng said calmly, staring at Qiu Lin. Isn't he one of yours? Qiu Lin then realized the misunderstanding. No. Brother Zhou Feng is a newcomer who arrived a few days ago and hasn't joined my camp. Xiao Lang nodded. I advise you to stay away from this kind of person, Qiu Lin said, her brows still furrowed, clearly annoyed. However, what Qiu Lin did not expect was, Qiu Shui has already begun checking the wounds of the injured. Sigh. Qiu Lin sighed, looking somewhat helpless. They wanted to take this opportunity to make Zhou Feng admit his mistake. Unexpectedly, Qiu Shui had already started treating other people's wounds. This bandage isn't done well. The wound wasn't cleaned properly, Qiu Shui said, already busy at work. They checked each person's wounds one by one. As darkness fell, Qiu Shui had someone place a torch nearby. Zhou Feng noticed that sometimes Qiu Shui would take out some crushed medicinal herbs directly from her backpack, apply it directly to the wound, and then bandage it up. What kind of herbs are these? Zhou Feng asked, leaning closer. Qiu Shui looked up and glanced at Zhou Feng in surprise. Unexpectedly, Zhou Feng came over to inquire. Qiu Shui heard Qiu Lin say yesterday that Zhou Feng is a complete bastard. Overbearing, domineering, and shameless. It's plantain and some sow thistle, which have hemostatic properties. Applying them directly to the wound can promote healing. Qiu Shui answered truthfully. Why are you telling him? Qiu Lin stood directly in front of her sister, glaring angrily at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng shrugged and took a dozen meters back. I found a rock and sat down. Humph. Qiu Lin snorted coldly as Zhou Feng walked away. When Qiu Shui walked up to Cui Lu, her expression instantly turned ugly. Because Cui Li's injuries are not optimistic. There are several knife wounds. The most fatal wound was a stab wound to the abdomen. Although no internal organs were damaged, such a deep wound is very easy to get infected, Qiu Shui said, her face grim. In this environment, there wasn't much Qiu Shui could do. Especially for larger wounds, it is no longer suitable to apply herbs externally. On the contrary, it can easily lead to infection. What should we do then? Chao Lang asked worriedly. We can only take some medicine and it depends on luck. Qiu Shui frowned. Qiu Shui also collected 2 kinds of medicinal herbs that could be taken orally. However, although these medicinal materials have antibacterial effects, it cannot completely replace antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. We must find a way to save his life. He saved my life before. Chao Lang frowned. During the last internal strife at the central camp, Cui Lu saved Chao Lang's life. That's why Chao Lang went to great lengths to rescue Cui Lu and the others this time. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are determined by fate. Cui Lu gave a wry smile. When they encountered the savages, Cui Lu was among the last group to arrive. They had several direct battles with the savages. Cui Lu felt that he was already quite lucky to have survived until now. Cui Lu witnessed several people fall down in front of him. There's something I'd like to ask you for help with. Cui Lu struggled to sit up and looked at Zhou Feng. What is it? Zhou Feng asked. In fact, Zhou Feng had already vaguely guessed it without Cui Lu saying a word. Sure enough, the next second, Cui Lu brought up Wen Xiaoyan. He wanted to see Wen Xiaoyan. No problem, I'll bring her over later. Zhou Feng nodded. After agreeing to Cui Li's request, Zhou Feng returned to the camp. Halfway there, Zhou Feng encountered Wen Xiaoyan. Besides Wen Xiaoyan, there was Tang Cheng, as well as Tang Fu and Bai Qingyan. It turned out that Wen Xiaoyan had already inquired about the news when Tang Cheng and the others returned. Upon learning that Cui Lu was seriously injured, Wen Xiaoyan wanted to go and see what was going on with her boyfriend. Tang Cheng made the decision to take Wen Xiaoyan to see it. Tang Fu and Bai Qingyan also wanted to come along. Tang Cheng had no choice but to take the 2 men with him. When the group met, Zhou Feng briefly explained Cui Li's situation. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, Wen Xiaoyan's face turned deathly pale. I almost lost my balance. Tang Fu quickly caught her, preventing her from falling. Go and take a look. It might not be that serious, Zhou Feng added. Cui Lu should have taken some medicine by now. I want to stay by his side first, Wen Xiaoyan pleaded. Go ahead. Once Cui Lu is feeling better, you can come back if you want, or stay there if you wish. Zhou Feng nodded, not forcing him to. Thank you. Wen Xiaoyan bowed deeply to Zhou Feng. The group escorted Wen Xiaoyan to Chao Lang's camp. On the way back, Tang Fu asked about the savage tribe out of curiosity. Zhou Feng answered each of them. What if those savages retaliate? Bai Qingyan asked with a worried expression. Revenge? We've been enemies for a long time. Zhou Feng gave a wry smile. Even without this incident, the savages would not have let them go. For example, this time they set a trap for Cui Lu and his group. Nobody knows what the savages will do next. Chapter 127 Request. If only there weren't so many savages on this island. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but sigh. To these savages, we are the outsiders. Zhou Feng said with a hint of helplessness. Everyone seemed to be deep in thought, perhaps in the eyes of the savages. They are the real threat. The next morning, as usual, I ran 5 kilometers. However, Zhou Feng did not participate this time, letting them train on their own. He took his axe and went into the woods next to the camp. Find some relatively thick trees and cut off some of the straighter branches. Zhou Feng sat on a rock and began to sharpen the branches with a dagger. With nothing much to do in the morning, he decided to make some spears. First, use a dagger to peel the bark off these branches and remove any excess twigs. Ensure the spear is straight and smooth, and its length is ideally similar to your height. Then carve a shallow groove at one end of the stick. This is a place where you can embed sharp objects. Stones, blades, or metal strips, etc. Nowadays, most people use stone. However, the polishing process takes a long time, so Zhou Feng will focus on making some spears for now. The polishing process can be left to others to do at their own pace. The camp has enough spears. However, having more is never a bad thing. In truly critical moments, even the female members would pick up spears. Just as Zhou Feng was busy, he heard footsteps. Looking up, he saw Wen Xiaoyan cautiously walking towards him. Boss, I need to talk to you about something. Wen Xiaoyan's voice was a little hoarse. Just tell me what it is, Zhou Feng said, stopping what he was doing and looking at Wen Xiaoyan. Wen Xiaoyan's eyes reddened, and she whispered, Cui Lu had a fever late last night. Actually, Zhou Feng had a pretty good idea of what was going on when Wen Xiaoyan appeared here. The other party must have come because of Cui Li's matter. Cui Li's injuries yesterday were not fatal, so Wen Xiaoyan probably didn't come to report Cui Li's death. The only possibility is that Cui Li's wound has become infected. Without medicine, Cui Lu won't make it through. Wen Xiaoyan began to sob softly. Everyone in the camp knew that Zhou Feng had brought back medicine last time. Zhou Feng also took out some medicine for those in the camp who lacked it. Okay, I can give you some anti-inflammatory pills, but whether you can pull through depends on Cui Lu. Zhou Feng nodded. Wen Xiaoyan could hardly believe her ears. She stared blankly at Zhou Feng for a long time before she came to her senses. Thank you, Wen Xiaoyan said, wiping away her tears. Chui Lu wasn't originally from their camp, but he helped us before, so I have no reason to stand by and watch him die. Zhou Feng picked up the things on the ground. He gestured for Wen Xiaoyan to come with him to get the medicine. The two of them returned to the camp, one after the other. The suitcase containing the medicine was in Zhou Feng's room. He went inside and took out one of the boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine. Zhou Feng removed 6 of them and handed them to Wen Xiaoyan. Thank you. Wen Xiaoyan thanked her repeatedly, then hurriedly left with the medicine. After Wen Xiaoyan left, Qin Xiaoxue came in. Xiaoxue, you're the one who told her where I am, right? Zhou Feng already knew. When Wen Xiaoyan returned to the camp, she must have gone to Qin Xiaoxue to cry and complain first. Yes, I think she's getting really anxious. Qin Xiaoxue nodded gently. Then she squatted down next to Zhou Feng and looked at the contents of his suitcase. His brow furrowed slightly. There doesn't seem to be much left in here, Qin Xiaoxue muttered to herself. There aren't many left, but don't worry, I'll leave some medicine for you and buy Qing Yan, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. For Zhou Feng, they are the most important people. The reason I gave the medicine to Wen Xiaoyan today is because medicine is not in short supply. However, if a large-scale conflict breaks out in the camp, with more than a dozen people injured at once, these medicines would be used up in no time. Zhou Feng would not allow Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan to be put in danger. He would keep some medicine no matter what. That's not what I meant. It's too difficult to be in your position, Qin Xiaoxue sighed. There are only so many drug resources available. No matter how it's allocated, it's a choice. Qin Xiaoxue knew that if she were in charge of managing the medication, it would probably all be used up by now. How did Bai Qingyan run today? Zhou Feng changed the subject. Let's make the atmosphere less heavy. She barely managed to keep up, and wouldn't even let me give her a hand. Qin Xiaoxue smiled. Having plenty of physical strength will increase your chances of survival if you encounter danger in the future, Zhou Feng nodded. Will the central camp be in danger? Qin Xiaoxue became nervous upon hearing Zhou Feng's words. I don't know either, but this place certainly won't stay peaceful for long. Zhou Feng shook his head. After chatting for a few more minutes, Qin Xiaoxue said she was going to go and watch over the preparation of lunch. Zhou Feng also came out of the camp. He walked toward Chao Lang's camp. As soon as Zhou Feng arrived at the camp, he saw a figure busy at work. It's Qiu Shui. Qiu Shui moved back and forth between several rooms, presumably taking care of the wounded. Brother, you're here? I've taken care of something for you, Chao Lang said with a smile when he saw Zhou Feng arrive. What's wrong? Zhou Feng asked, surprised. It's about your conflict with Qiu Lin. She has already agreed not to pursue it further. Chao Lang stepped forward and patted Zhou Feng on the shoulder. That woman promised not to pursue the matter? Zhou Feng frowned. Although Zhou Feng only met Qiu Lin twice, Zhou Feng had witnessed Qiu Lin's ruthlessness firsthand. Of course we gave them some benefits. There's no need to get angry with them over some supplies. Her sister is the only doctor in the camp, Chao Lang said with a smile. Zhou Feng nodded without saying anything. He knew that Chao Lang meant well. How is Chui Lu? Zhou Feng asked casually. His condition is not good. He had a high fever yesterday and couldn't speak clearly. There's no medicine available now, Chao Lang sighed. Zhou Feng understood the meaning behind those words. Chao Lang was unaware that Wen Xiaoyan had already brought the medicine. I'll go check on him. Which room is he in? Zhou Feng asked. Chao Lang pointed to a room. Zhou Feng went inside. I saw Chui Lu lying on the bed, with her eyes closed. Wen Xiaoyan was sitting next to her, taking care of her. Before Zhou Feng could even ask a question, Wen Xiaoyan quickly got up and walked over, whispering in Zhou Feng's ear. I didn't tell anyone about the medicine, not even Chui Lu. Zhou Feng nodded, having already understood Wen Xiaoyan's meaning. There's no need for anyone else to know about the medicine. Otherwise, the little medicine Wen Xiaoyan had would definitely cause trouble. Just then, Qiu Shui also entered the room. Chapter 128 Meeting. Qiu Shui was also a little surprised to see Zhou Feng, but she quickly turned her gaze to Wen Xiaoyan. How is he doing? Qiu Shui asked. I woke up once this morning, and then fell asleep again, Wen Xiaoyan said softly. Qiu Shui stepped forward, touched Chui Li's forehead, and then checked the wound. When he wakes up, we'll feed him the medicine we've prepared. After that, we can only rely on luck, Qiu Shui sighed. Yes, thank you. Wen Xiaoyan felt a little guilty. After all, Qiu Shui was so busy, yet she had concealed the fact that she had the drugs. We medical students are here to do this anyway, Qiu Shui said with a smile. I still want to thank you. Wen Xiaoyan knew very well. Even if Qiu Shui ignored Chui Lu, no one would blame her. Your name is Zhou Feng, right? Qiu Shui looked at Zhou Feng again. Zhou Feng was a little puzzled. He didn't expect Xiao Shui to talk to him. I'm so sorry about my sister. She's really hostile towards men right now. Xiao Shui bent down, her face full of apology. It's all right, it's all in the past now, Zhou Feng said with a slight smile. It seems that Xiao Shui must also know what happened. Are there any sick people in your camp? I can go and check on them for you. Xiao Shui tossed her hair. Thank you. There are no patients at the moment, but I will invite you if there are, Zhou Feng said politely. Just then, someone outside called Xiao Shui's name. What is it? Xiao Shui went out. Zhou Feng followed them out. They're young Master Jin's men. Someone on their team got injured today, so they need you to come over. Chao Lang had a faint smile on his face. Okay, I'll go take a look over there first. Zhou Feng, you can find me there if you need anything. If I'm not there, I'll be in our own camp. Xiao Shui turned to Zhou Feng and said, not noticing the expression on Chao Lang's face. After Xiao Shui left, Zhou Feng went up to ask what had happened. This morning, young Master Jin and his men were attacked by savages while hunting. Chao Lang had a gloating expression on his face. Is it serious? Zhou Feng asked. 12 died, and many more were injured. Chao Lang's lips curled up. Zhou Feng frowned. 12 people died. This was probably the deadliest attack in recent times. Even when Chao Lang and his men were besieged yesterday, only 7 of them died. This time, 12 of young Master Jin's men will actually die. Is this the savages' revenge? Zhou Feng suddenly realized. Yesterday they burned down the stilt houses of the savages and even broke into their tribe and killed people. The savages did not give up easily. Their revenge has come today. That's right. None of my men went hunting today. Young Master Jin doesn't know this. Chao Lang sneered. It was essentially young Master Jin and his men who bore the brunt of the savages' wrath. Young Master Jin is a smart man. He'll figure it out, Zhou Feng reminded him. Since Chao Lang knows how many people died in young Master Jin's camp today, young Master Jin can also find out what Chao Lang and the others did yesterday. His men died at the hands of the savages, not at my hands, Chao Lang said nonchalantly. Zhou Feng shook his head inwardly. It seems that Chao Lang and young Master Jin are blood enemies. Sooner or later, a new conflict will break out between the two sides. Zhou Feng then returned to the camp. However, in the afternoon, another familiar face arrived at the camp. It's Li Suo. When Li Suo arrived, the people in the camp didn't give him a friendly look. What do you want? Zhou Feng asked directly. Young Master Jin is holding a meeting and has invited everyone to attend, Li Suo said politely. A meeting? Zhou Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. Li Suo then began to explain. This wasn't the first time such a meeting had been held. There had been 5 or 6 such meetings already. When encountering a major problem or an irreconcilable conflict, meetings will be held. The last time was at the meeting when everyone agreed on the current rules for the central camp. They cannot steal each other's supplies, etc. Where is the meeting being held? Zhou Feng asked. It's right next to the market. Each person can only bring 2 people to the meeting, no more than that, Li Suo said. Otherwise, if the number of people increases, it will be easy for them to start talking at once. Nothing will be reached in the end. Just 2 people? What if you try something underhanded? Tang Cheng scoffed from the side. In Tang Cheng's eyes, Li Suo and his group were capable of anything. You can bring people over and stay on the side, but you can't enter the meeting area, Li Suo explained. This will prevent anyone from actually trying to do something underhanded. Then others can also react. When will the meeting be held? Zhou Feng asked again. Young Master Jin is already waiting over there. We can discuss things once everyone arrives, Li Suo added. Li Su then said that he had a few more people to notify, and then left. Shall we go or not? Tang Qing asked. Of course I went. Zhou Feng nodded. How many people will you bring? The 2 of us are enough. There's no need to bring anyone else, Zhou Feng said after thinking for a moment. Young Master Jin has no reason to attack them. If internal strife were to erupt again now, young Master Jin certainly wouldn't give them any time to prepare. However, the 2 hadn't gone far when someone caught up from behind. It's Tang Fu. I heard what you were saying, and I'm going to join in the fun too, Tang Fu said smugly. She was just pretending to be very busy. They had actually overheard the conversation. Moreover, Tang Fu managed to shake off Bai Qingyan this time, preventing Bai Qingyan from causing trouble. What's so exciting or interesting about this? Zhou Feng said with a hint of helplessness. I'll just take a look. Tang Fu chuckled and deliberately moved closer to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng had no choice but to speed up his pace. The group soon arrived at the market. This was Tang Fu's first time at the market, and she was very interested in everything there. Since the meeting hasn't started yet, let's just take a walk around here, Tang Fu said, pulling Zhou Feng's arm. Ahem, let's take a look then. Zhou Feng calmly withdrew his hand. Tang Fu did not give up and pulled Zhou Feng to another stall. Look, there are quite a few clothes here. Tang Fu picked up a piece of clothing and excitedly held it up. There are practically no new clothes left in Zhou Feng's camp. Many people's clothes were tattered and torn. Of course, the clothes at this stall were also quite worn out. In this situation, having clothes at all is already a blessing. I think this one suits you better. Why don't you try it on? Tang Fu stepped forward and asked Zhou Feng to put it on. These are all clothes worn by the dead, aren't they? Tang Qing couldn't help but say. Chapter 129 Accusations. Tang Qing noticed it. Many of these clothes have holes, but they weren't caused by tearing. It was a penetrating wound. There were also faint red bloodstains on it. What? Dead man's clothes. Tang Fu was startled and quickly let go. What are you afraid of? These clothes have all been boiled. There are no germs at all. The woman selling clothes muttered as she tidied up the clothes. Never mind, never mind. Tang Fu waved her hand and pulled Zhou Feng away. Tang Fu felt that it wasn't time to wear clothes for the dead yet. Zhou Feng looked toward the stall where Reporter Song was. Reporter Song was lying there, resting with her eyes closed. Reporter Song. Zhou Feng greeted her as he walked over. So it's brother Zhou Feng. Upon seeing Zhou Feng, Reporter Song immediately sat up. There's a meeting later, aren't you going? Zhou Feng also sat down next to the stall and started throwing stones. I'm just one person, I don't have that qualification. Reporter Song shrugged. That's quite a pity, Zhou Feng said with a touch of regret. Although Reporter Song is a single person, he is very knowledgeable and experienced. I should be able to offer some suggestions from the sidelines. Could you tell me the contents of the meeting later? I can exchange information with you, Reporter Song said in a low voice. Zhou Feng could tell that Reporter Song really wanted to know. What was being discussed at the meeting? What intelligence do you have now? Zhou Feng asked. No, not now. I told you everything important last time, Reporter Song said, a little embarrassed. Zhou Feng could tell that this Reporter Song didn't have much substance to offer. After all, Reporter Song was alone, and the intelligence she could gather was limited. I'll trade with you when you have the intelligence, Zhou Feng said with a smile. Reporter Song scratched his head, not expecting Zhou Feng to look so young. There's a sense that he's cunning and shrewd. How much is this? Just then, Tang Fu picked up a hair clip from the ground and said. It was a blue hair clip, quite ordinary in design. Are you Zhou Feng's friend? Reporter Song asked. Yes, the kind of relationship we're really close to, Tang Fu said with a smile. Then I'll give it to you, Reporter Song said generously, clearly misunderstanding the relationship between the two. In fact, Reporter Song had been selling these small pieces of jewelry for a long time. They simply can't be sold. Women were already a relatively vulnerable group among the survivors. In addition, many women do not want to dress up nicely in this environment. That would only provoke ill intentions. Thank you. Tang Fu was surprised and immediately took the hair clip in her hand. That's enough. We should go to the meeting. Zhou Feng stood up. He noticed that a number of people were coming from a distance and walking towards the hillside next to him. When the three of them arrived at the hillside, there were already quite a few people there. There were about 30 people, and many more gathered at the foot of the hill. Zhou Feng immediately noticed Boss Fei. Boss Fei and a few others sat down next to young Master Jean. When he saw Zhou Feng, Boss Fei's expression remained completely unchanged. It was as if I didn't know them. Zhou Feng and the others also tacitly refrained from greeting Boss Fei. There are many stones of all sizes on the hillside. Zhou Feng and the others sat down next to Qiaolang. Zhou Feng had already noticed this by now. The people present could be clearly divided into three groups. One is Jin Xiaoye's ally, and the other is Qiaolang's ally. There were also some neutral ones, sitting on the edge of the area. For example, Qiu Lin was with two women, sitting in a relatively central position. Moreover, Zhou Feng noticed that Qiu Lin's gaze was fixed on him. That look was still very unfriendly. Zhou Feng didn't pay much attention to it, but instead looked at young Master Jean. Young Master Jean looked visibly unwell today. Next to young Master Jean were a man and a woman. The woman was the same one Zhou Feng had seen last time. She was sitting next to young Master Jean. She was still dressed in a flamboyant manner. The man was one of the bodyguards. When the bodyguards saw Zhou Feng, they became noticeably more wary. She moved even closer to young Master Jean. Now that almost everyone has arrived, I'll get straight to the point, young Master Jean said. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at young Master Jean. Young Master Jean was equally unceremonious, standing up and glaring at Qiaolang. Qiaolang, what good things did you do yesterday? Young Master Jin's voice was full of anger. Qiaolang was, of course, prepared for this, and slowly began to speak. I don't need to report to you what I've done, Qiaolang said calmly. You attacked the savages' camp yesterday, and today they retaliated. 12 men died in my hunting party, and it's all your fault. Young Master Jean roared. Not to be outdone, Qiaolang also stood up. If you're so capable, Go settle accounts with the savages. What are you yelling at me for here? Chao Lang sneered. Everyone present could hear it. It's clear that Chao Lang is the one with the problem. Why would they attack a cannibal camp for no reason? Young Master Jean just suffered a loss in silence. Let me say something, someone stood up and said. Chao Lang, why did you provoke these savages? Zhou Feng had met this person before. They were stationed right next to his camp, which was also a camp for several dozen people. Of course I didn't provoke the savages. It was the savages who surrounded my people. It was this brother Zhou Feng who helped me out. He went straight to burn down the savage's house. That's how my men managed to escape, but even so, several of them died. Chao Lang patted Zhou Feng on the shoulder and said. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng's face remained expressionless. But in my heart, I was already thinking, cunning. Just a few words were enough to bind her to him. As expected, young Master Jean frowned. Clearly, they were very unhappy that Zhou Feng and Chao Lang were hanging out together. As for the savages' revenge today, I didn't expect that either, and it's not my fault, Chao Lang said, spreading his hands. Everyone probably knew what was going on. However, just as Chao Lang said, this wasn't Chao Lang's doing, so it's really not his fault. Now that things have come to this, I have a suggestion. Young Master Jin's gaze swept over everyone. The gaze lingered on Zhou Feng for a few seconds. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Chao Lang. Now that we've already provoked the savages, let's just wipe out the 2 savage tribes around here. Young Master Jean said coldly. Eradicate the savage tribe. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They never even considered launching a preemptive attack on the savage tribe. This is too dangerous. Ultimately, we are the outsiders, and we should try to avoid conflict with them. These 2 savage tribes together have about 300 people, and their fighting strength is at least 100. Chapter 130 Operation Plan. The crowd was discussing it, but everyone's opinions were pretty much the same. Unwilling to take the initiative. We just ended up on this island, and we shouldn't disrupt the lives of the savages, Xiao Lin said, stepping forward to speak. Fei, who had been silent until now, took the initiative to speak. Right now, it's not that we want to cause trouble, it's that they want to kill us, Boss Fei said. Then we shouldn't use violence either. Xiao Lin glared at Fei Lauda. He was clearly very dissatisfied with what Fei had said. This isn't a question of right or wrong, it's a question of survival. You can talk to me about morality, but can you talk to a savage about it? Boss Fei sneered. You? A violent maniac, Xiao Lin said. He sat down angrily. I see that everyone disagrees, so don't waste your time, Chao Lang said sarcastically to young Master Jean. Is that so? If no one is willing to attack the savage tribe, then I will lead my men away from here, young Master Jean said calmly. This statement was nothing short of a bombshell. This caught everyone present off guard. The fruit around the central camp has been mostly picked, so if we want to get food, we have to go deeper into the surrounding forest. But if the problem of the savages isn't solved, then what happened today will happen again. For the safety of my people, I will not let them take that risk. Young Master Jean explained the pros and cons involved. Zhou Feng frowned. He had to admit that young Master Jean was right. With so many people at the central camp, their activity area will definitely expand to the surrounding areas. Sooner or later, they will clash with the savages. In fact, the attack on Chui Lu and his group by the savages yesterday was a sign. When the savages see that the number of people in the central camp is increasing, they will also choose to attack proactively. Now, everyone is faced with only 2 choices. One was fighting with savages for territory. Another is to seek new living space. Just like what young Master Jean said, we have no choice but to leave this place. If young Master Jean leaves with his men, it will be a blow to the central camp. This weakened their strength. What do you think, brother? Chao Lang asked Zhou Feng in a low voice. Either we fight the savages together, or we leave this place, Zhou Feng replied. Chao Lang nodded. He had thought it through. So Chao Lang stood up on his own initiative. Although there were misunderstandings before, we are all people on the Wanli, and we should unite now. I agree with young Master Jin's opinion, and we should take the initiative. Chao Lang clenched his fists, looking aggressive. With Chao Lang on his side, the others all expressed their support for young Master Jean. After all, Chao Lang and young Master Jean together make up nearly half of the camp's population. Xiao Lin just pursed her lips and didn't say anything. However, her attitude as an individual is no longer important. But how should we proceed? Someone asked. Let me introduce this gentleman next to me. His name is Fei Juanhao. He used to be a mercenary in Africa. I suggest he come up with the battle plan. Young Master Jin's smile returned. Everyone turned their attention to that direction. I have already devised a battle plan. Boss Fei stood up and walked to the center of the group. He held a twig in his hand, and began to draw on the ground. Everyone looked over. It was a simple map. Faye's plan is very simple. We'll start the operation tomorrow morning. Each camp must send a certain proportion of men based on the number of people. They first split into 3 groups and attacked the nearest savage tribe. That is the one that was half burned down by Zhou Feng last time. Then they attacked another savage tribe. Wait a minute, isn't this plan a bit too simplistic? Someone couldn't help but ask. Even the way he looked at Boss Fei was filled with suspicion. Is this really someone who served as a mercenary in Africa? The production plan is far too simplistic. This plan was formulated with everyone's abilities in mind. I could make the plan a bit more complicated, but is everyone here confident in completing it? Boss Fei asked rhetorically. As soon as those words were spoken, the person immediately shut up. The difficulty of implementing a complex plan increases exponentially. Simpler methods are actually easier to implement. These people lack teamwork and find it difficult to complete complex instructions. How should these 3 groups be divided? Who will be in charge? Chao Lang asked the question that concerned him most. It's simple. I'll take the people from my camp. You take the people from your own camp, and let Boss Fei take the rest, young Master Jean said from the side. My camp can send fewer people than you. I want Brother Zhou Feng's men to come with me. Chao Lang had witnessed Zhou Feng's prowess. As long as you act with Zhou Feng, your safety level will definitely be greatly improved. My camp also suffered heavy casualties today, not more than yours, young Master Jean sneered. Judging from young Master Jin's expression, he doesn't want Zhou Feng and Chao Lang to be together. Chao Lang glanced at young Master Jean and finally backed down. After all, young Master Jean got tricked today. There's no need to be so serious about this. However, Chao Lang said that his camp had also suffered casualties yesterday, and he couldn't send many men. Young Master Jean already knew the people in each camp very well. Targets were assigned to everyone. For a camp like Zhou Feng's with more than 50 people, 12 people are needed. Some groups with even fewer members only sent 3 or 4. Of course, young Master Jean himself contributed the most, sending out 70 people. Chao Lang's requirements are less, but he still needs 60 people. The 3rd largest camp in the Central Mountain Range is actually Fei Laoda's. Fei Laoda has absorbed Tang Cheng's former followers, and now has about 100 people. However, there weren't that many men in Fei Laoda's camp who could serve as combatants. So more than 30 people were sent. By the way, Qiulin, you don't need to send anyone. Young Master Jean turned to look at Qiulin. After all, Qiulin's camp was full of women. We don't need your help. I can send 5 people. Qiulin was completely unmoved. Zhou Feng couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. Putting aside the fact that young Master Jean said those words because he wanted to take care of this camp that was full of women, they still wanted to win Qiulin over. At least young Master Jean is right. This operation will not lack a few women. Qiulin, however, insisted on this. He had previously led a group to hunt wild boars. Does Qiulin want to prove that women are no less capable than men? Young Master Jean also looked a bit depressed, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. We'll meet at the foot of the Western Mountains tomorrow morning at daybreak, Boss Fei added as a final touch. The meeting ended. Zhou Feng and the others also headed into the camp. Could there be some kind of conspiracy in this operation? Could Boss Fei and young Master Jean be in cahoots? Tang Xin couldn't help but ask on the way. Chapter 131 Apology. Although Boss Fei gave them 4 crossbow bolts last time. However, Tang Xin still didn't have a good impression of Fei Laoda. It's never wrong to be careful, Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng was also unsure whether young Master Jean was up to any tricks. We can only take it one step at a time. As soon as Zhou Feng returned to the camp, he saw a sharp gaze fixed on him. It is by Qing Yan. Zhou Feng could only pretend he hadn't seen it, and asked Tang Cheng to inform the logistics team. We'll be eating meat tonight, and the portions should be larger. Then Zhou Feng lowered his head and went back into his room. They prepared to continue polishing the spear. He had a premonition. The next period of time will be difficult to remain peaceful. Zhou Feng, what did you take that woman with you to do? Bai Qingyan chased in, questioning him fiercely. I just went to a meeting, Zhou Feng explained as he took out a wooden stick. A meeting? Bai Qingyan asked with a suspicious look. Bai Qingyan was not in the camp when Li Suo came to deliver the message. So I didn't know about this. So Zhou Feng explained the situation. You're going to attack the savage tribe tomorrow. Bai Qingyan's expression changed. Zhou Feng nodded. Is that young Master Jean out of his mind? If he wants to go and die, then he should go by himself. Why drag you all along? Doesn't anyone object? Bai Qingyan held her head, feeling somewhat bewildered. After all, Bai Qingyan hadn't thought that much about it. She just felt it was too dangerous. Zhou Feng patiently explained the pros and cons to Bai Qingyan. Hearing Zhou Feng's words, Bai Qingyan calmed down considerably. But besides attacking the savage tribe, isn't there any other way? Bai Qingyan still felt that this was too dangerous. That's like fighting with savages. Moreover, attacking the enemy's stronghold would definitely make them fight to the death. Not right now. Zhou Feng shook his head. The savages have now begun targeting their hunting parties. If they don't fight back, the savages might appear at the foot of the mountain tomorrow. Zhou Feng, you need to be careful, Bai Qingyan said hesitantly. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Zhou Feng nodded. I can't be of much help either. Bai Qingyan felt very guilty. While I was in the camp, I could only do odd jobs. They couldn't help Zhou Feng at all. Zhou Feng, that hair clip is really pretty. You're here too. Just then, Tang Fu walked in excitedly. Then, upon seeing Bai Qingyan, he feigned surprise. In fact, Tang Fu had noticed it long ago. Bai Qingyan arrived at Zhou Feng's room early. She came in on purpose. A hair clip. Bai Qingyan was taken aback. Then I noticed the blue hair clip in Tang Fu's hair. Is Zhou Feng pretty? Tang Fu asked with a smile, touching her hair clip with one hand. Zhou Feng said, somewhat amused and exasperated. Zhou Feng realized that Tang Fu was doing this on purpose, wanting to show off in front of Bai Qingyan. It's hideous, Bai Qingyan said coldly. Hee, I still like it even if it's ugly. Zhou Feng gave it to me when we went to the market just now. Tang Fu wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Bai Qingyan with a smug expression. Zhou Feng, did you give this to her? Bai Qingyan immediately became anxious. Zhou Feng actually gave Tang Fu something. This wasn't a gift from me. Zhou Feng quickly waved his hand. This was requested by Tang Fu in Reporter's Song. Although it's for my own sake, the difference between the two is huge. Don't be shy, it's nothing to give a hair clip. Didn't you also give Sister Qin a comb? Tang Fu smiled slightly. Zhou Feng was both amused and exasperated. He could detect a hint of sourness in Tang Fu's tone. Zhou Feng, you womanizer. Bai Qingyan was truly furious. As expected, Zhou Feng wasn't just going to a meeting. Did he even go to the market with Tang Fu? They even bought gifts. Bai Qingyan herself had never been to the market. I don't have anything to thank you for. Tang Fu, always eager for a good show, moved closer to Zhou Feng. Before Zhou Feng could react, he felt Tang Fu press close to him. This time it's not just a cheek. A few seconds later, Tang Fu finally let go. Zhou Feng noticed Tang Fu's gaze, which was filled with fervor. Tang Fu is very serious. I have to go to work, Tang Fu said shyly, turning away and leaving the room with her head down. After all, it was her first time too. However, with Tang Fu gone, Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan were left behind, a powder keg. You and her. Do you think I'm invisible? Bai Qingyan pointed at Zhou Feng, her fingers trembling. She's deliberately trying to upset you, didn't you realize? Zhou Feng quickly said. Bai Qingyan had actually figured it out too. Tang Fu's words imply a deliberate attempt to show off. But Bai Qingyan was really furious. You come with me to the market too. I want a present too. Bai Qingyan said through gritted teeth. You want a gift too? Why are you getting involved? Zhou Feng was taken aback. I don't care. If you don't give me a gift, I'll tell on you. Bai Qingyan pouted. Okay, no problem. Zhou Feng immediately gave in. I felt a bit like laughing and crying at the same time. I felt like I was coaxing my daughter when I was with Bai Qingyan. But then I thought about it again. Based on his current relationship with Qin Xiaoxua, they treated Bai Qingyan just like a daughter. Let's go now, Bai Qingyan said angrily. Okay, no problem. Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng went to the warehouse first and took out a piece of cured pork. With this hard currency, you should be able to move freely in the market. Bai Qingyan kept asking along the way what the hair clip was all about. Zhou Feng told Bai Qingyan what had happened. Bai Qingyan was no longer so angry, but she was still resentful. However, by the time they arrived at the market, it was already dusk. Most of the stalls at the market had closed for the day. Even Reporter Song's stall was nowhere to be seen. This made Zhou Feng a little embarrassed. He didn't know where Reporter Song lived. It's probably inside a canyon. But the canyon is so long, we can't exactly go inside to look for someone. There's nothing left. How about we come back tomorrow? Zhou Feng suggested. Okay. Bai Qingyan nodded, though she was a little disappointed. On the way back, Bai Qingyan kept her head down and walked beside Zhou Feng. Just as she was about to return to the camp, she suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Zhou Feng turned around. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so willful and angry, Bai Qingyan said apologetically. Bai Qingyan was really angry with Tang Fu just now. She then asked Zhou Feng to give her a gift as well. But now Bai Qingyan has calmed down and realized that she was a bit too reckless just now. Chapter 132 Battle Preparation. Zhou Feng was a little surprised. He never expected Bai Qingyan to apologize to him. It seems that her experience on the island has matured her a lot. I'm not used to it if you're not angry, Zhou Feng said with a smile. Seeing that Zhou Feng didn't mind, Bai Qingyan felt even more guilty. I don't want any gifts. The greatest gift is that you can come back safely tomorrow, Bai Qingyan said, raising her head with red eyes. Zhou Feng nodded, also a little touched. I never expected Bai Qingyan to say those words. The two returned to the camp, where the aroma of meat filled the air. Everyone was already queuing up with their bowls in hand. I heard they cooked at least 50 pounds of meat today, and we don't need to use points for dinner tonight. I wonder what day it is that they're cooking so much food. Is it the boss's birthday? Maybe it's a wedding banquet. Is the eldest brother getting married? A group of people were chattering away. When they saw Zhou Feng, they all shut their mouths. Zhou Feng was also speechless. The campsite is so small that everyone can hear about any disturbance. He often hears a lot of gossip. After we finish eating, I have something to announce. There's an operation planned for tomorrow, Zhou Feng said, seeing the situation. Is there an operation? Everyone was a little curious. Tang Cheng and Tang Fu did not tell anyone about their attack on the savage tribe. We'll have to wait for Zhou Feng to announce it. After finishing their meal, Zhou Feng told everyone that they would be attacking the savage tribe the next day. To Zhou Feng's surprise, no one showed any resistance. Boss, we'll do whatever you tell us to do. They're just savages. It's not like we haven't encountered them before. As long as I follow the boss, I'm not afraid of anything. The atmosphere among those present was quite lively. Zhou Feng selected the candidates on the spot. They were all relatively young and strong men in the camp. Yang Wei and Fan Jian remained at the camp. Both of them have management experience. If any emergencies occur at the camp, Zhou Feng can confidently entrust them to them. Tang Cheng took the initiative to join the team, and Zhou Feng agreed. The next day, early morning. Before dawn, Qin Xiaoxue and the others got up and started cooking. Thank you for your hard work. Zhou Feng came to Qin Xiaoxue's side. There's nothing hard about it. You just need to be careful and not just keep rushing forward. Qin Xiaoxue's eyes were full of worry. Don't make it sound like a life or death separation. There will be many more such things in the future, Zhou Feng said with a smile. Today is their first time attacking the savages' camp. But Zhou Feng had a premonition that this would definitely not be the last time. I've packed some dry food for you. Remember to eat it on the way, Qin Xiaoxue said, stuffing things into Zhou Feng's backpack. Smoked fish, dried meat, fruit, and boiled quail eggs. Zhou Feng was both amused and exasperated. Qin Xiaoxue seemed to be afraid he would go hungry. Everyone carried dry rations for this mission, but none were as luxurious as Zhou Feng's. With everyone in the camp watching them go, Zhou Feng and his group set off. In addition to each of them carrying a spear, he also carried a shield made of vines on his back. During this time, Shi Haitao was not idle. He spent his free time making shields and handicrafts. There are plenty of shields in the camp. Shi Haitao also wanted to try making armor or something similar from vines. After trying several times, I gave up. Shi Haitao could weave the vines into the shape of armor. However, it is very inconvenient to walk around in after wearing it, as it gets in the way. It is clearly not suitable for fighting in the jungle. However, while the armor didn't work, Shi Haitao made quite a few helmets. Besides vines, there is another very important material used. Coconut shell. Polish the coconut shell and then wrap it with vines. You can wear it on your head. In many island nations, some people use coconut shells as helmets. Some of them have even developed into cultures and traditions. When Zhou Feng and his group appeared at the meeting point, everyone was stunned. Although Zhou Feng and his group were dressed in a way that looked a bit comical. But whether it's the coconut helmet on its head or the shield on its back, everyone else was envious. Their weapons were mostly spears, and they wore virtually no armor. More than how to kill the enemy, most people want to know how to protect their own lives. Brother Zhou Feng, how did you make this shield? And this helmet? Chao Lang stepped forward in amazement. We have someone in our camp who knows how to do handicrafts, and he's the one who makes them all, Zhou Feng explained. Is there a lot? Share some with me. I can trade resources for it, Chao Lang said immediately. Before Zhou Feng could answer, young Master Jean also came over. Your shield is a good thing, can we trade? I have a lot of supplies that other people don't have. Young Master Jean knew very well the value of the shield. When they first arrived on the island, everyone was completely clueless. They knew nothing about survival or combat. Having gone through so much, I've gained some insights into survival and combat. The difference between having armor and not having armor is huge. We don't have many shields in our camp either, so we don't plan to exchange any right now. Zhou Feng simply refused to exchange them with both of them. Although Shi Haitao is now quite adept at making shields. I can make 7 or 8 a day. However, Zhou Feng's camp is not short of supplies. There's no need to exchange shields for them. Especially these things, they must not fall into young Master Jin's hands. Otherwise, it will definitely be a problem in the future. Young Master Jin frowned, looking displeased. All right, everyone's here, let's get moving, Boss Fei said at this moment. Then, Fei took out his notebook, tore off a few pages, and handed them to young Master Jean and Chao Lang respectively. He took out another one and gave it to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng opened it and saw that it contained a battle plan and a map. What about mine? Qiulin shouted at this moment. She discovered that Boss Fei had only given it to a few people. You're a small group, you don't need this. Just follow me, Boss Fei said, glancing at Qiulin. Qiulin glared at him, clearly very angry. All right, there should be a lot of wild creatures or something in that camp. Are you going to kill them too? Qiulin remembered this. Qiulin forgot about this yesterday. Of course not, they won't pose any threat. We'll leave here once they grow up. After all, we're not demons, young Master Jean said, shaking his head. Only after hearing young Master Jin's words did Qiulin's anger seem to lessen somewhat. Then, Boss Fei signaled to everyone that they could set off. The three teams together have nearly 200 people. Many people have come to their senses. Why did Boss Fei divide everyone into 3 teams? Because the commotion involving more than 200 people was simply too great. After leaving the mountains, the team split into 3 groups. How confident are you about this plan? Zhou Feng asked Boss Fei as he came to the front of the group. I'm not very confident. Boss Fei glanced at Zhou Feng, then slowly shook his head. Chapter 133 Unexpected. Not confident. Zhou Feng was a little surprised. These survivors aren't very strong fighters, Boss Fei said, shaking his head. Zhou Feng understood after hearing this. After all, Fei Laoda used to be a mercenary, and his comrades were all people who had risked their lives. Moreover, the environment in Africa is harsh, and conflicts frequently break out there. Fei Laoda must have been through a lot of battles. They definitely wouldn't look down on these ordinary survivors. I've always been curious, what was your previous profession? Boss Fei asked Zhou Feng. He's just an ordinary person. Zhou Feng shrugged. Even among mercenaries, I have never seen anyone as skilled as you. Fei Laoda's eyes were full of admiration. Moreover, there are very few who can hurt him. Is your arm all right? Zhou Feng asked. In fact, Zhou Feng noticed yesterday that the bandage on Fei Laoda's arm had been removed. The swelling has gone down, and the bone should be fine. Boss Fei rarely grinned. Even Fei Laoda didn't expect that he would have a conversation with Zhou Feng like this. Fei Laoda suddenly took a step closer to Zhou Feng and lowered his voice. Be careful of young Master Jean. Is he up to something? Zhou Feng's eyelids twitched. He told me to keep an eye on you, Boss Fei said calmly. Zhou Feng was taken aback. Was he being watched? That's it, Zhou Feng asked. Fei Laoda shook his head. Zhou Feng frowned. Now that Boss Fei had told him everything, that means there's nothing hidden from them. Otherwise, there would be no need for Boss Fei to say it. But did young Master Jean only ask Boss Fei to keep an eye on him? Chao Lang. Young Master Jin's target is Chao Lang. A glint of light flashed in Zhou Feng's eyes. When assigning personnel, Chao Lang wanted to be on his own team. But young Master Jean firmly opposed it. Now he's being watched over by Boss Fei again. Young Master Jin's target was naturally Chao Lang. At the central camp, who does young Master Jean resent the most? Of course it's Chao Lang. Moreover, the two sides had clashed before, and both sides were stained with each other's blood. For now, it's just a matter of maintaining a superficial peace. Young Master Jin's men suffered a loss yesterday. He will definitely try to get revenge on Chao Lang. Is young Master Jean going to make a move against Chao Lang? Zhou Feng asked. Chao Lang now has quite a few people with him. Young Master Jean is unlikely to go so far as to engage in a bloody battle with the other party. Then I don't know. Young Master Jean and I are just business partners. Boss Fei shook his head, not intending to speculate. Zhou Feng sighed, feeling a sense of powerlessness. They are currently on a deserted island, facing various threats. There were savages all around. These people are still scheming against each other. The group traveled for a long time without encountering a single savage. If they hadn't had a map, Zhou Feng would have even wondered if they had gone the wrong way. It's a bit too quiet on this road, Zhou Feng said, looking around. It's a bit too quiet, Fei said, his brow furrowed. As they got closer to the tribal camp, Fei signaled the others to hide. The scheduled start time has not yet arrived. According to the battle plan, they took action precisely at 11 a.m. It's 10 o'clock now. People in all 3 teams were wearing watches. Although watches are not common nowadays. However, it is still loved by many people. For example, young Master Jean wears a watch on his wrist. Needless to say, it is an expensive luxury item. It's something rich people use to decorate themselves. Zhou Feng, you're quite skilled, and you've been to the savage tribe before. Go and investigate the situation, Boss Fei said to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng had originally planned to do the same, but the surrounding environment was strangely quiet. They split into 3 groups because they were worried about encountering savages along the way. Even if one route is blocked, the remaining 2 routes can still attack the enemy's base. Zhou Feng bent over and carefully moved forward. This time, Zhou Feng paid attention to the top of his head, to avoid repeating the mistake of last time due to momentary carelessness. This led to his exposure. Zhou Feng walked very slowly, and it took him more than 10 minutes to reach the edge of the tribe. The closer Zhou Feng got to the tribe, the more his brows furrowed. Quiet. It was so quiet. He quietly peeked out from the bushes and saw the other tribe again. At first glance, the stilt houses were charred and had been reduced to ruins. The remaining stilt houses, however, appeared to be intact. However, strangely enough, there wasn't a single person to be seen in the tribe. Not only were there no people in sight, but the campfires in the open area of the tribe had also gone out. There were even some leftover food pieces on it, all of which were burnt. The savages abandoned the camp. Zhou Feng returned to Boss Fei's side and told everyone the news. The savages are gone. Where did they go? Are they in another tribe? Tang Cheng was also a bit confused. These savages are not simple, Fei Laoda said, his brows furrowed. They must have abandoned this place after it was burned down the day before yesterday, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. So what do we do next? Attack another tribe? Tang Cheng asked. Based on the intelligence they possess, another tribe is not far from here, about 2 kilometers away. The savages are probably already on high alert. Let's wait for the others to arrive, said Boss Fei, shaking his head. According to the original battle plan, the tribe should have been eliminated first. Then they would take action against another tribe. But now the savages of this tribe have all disappeared. They are very likely all in another tribe. This operation is not so simple. Soon, both young Master Jin's men and Chao Lang's men arrived. However, Chao Lang's men were much fewer, only about 10 people. Moreover, they all looked unwell. Where are you all? Where's Chao Lang? Young Master Jin roared angrily when he saw that Chao Lang had only sent so few people. Our boss has been bitten by a venomous snake and his life is in danger. We're withdrawing from this operation, someone said. What? Chao Lang was bitten by a poisonous snake. When Zhou Feng heard the news, his first thought was that he must have misheard. But at this very moment, Chao Lang was bitten by a poisonous snake. What tricks is Chao Lang playing? Is he backing out at the last minute? Young Master Jin sneered. But Zhou Feng noticed it. A faint smile played on young Master Jin's lips. Our boss has already passed out. Let's wait until he wakes up before we talk about it. These people said that, and then turned and left. Before the battle even began, a third of them had already left. If Chao Lang and the others don't come, why should we risk our lives? Exactly. Anyway, there are no savages left in this tribe. Let's go back. If we're going to fight, let's fight together. We're not going to be taken advantage of. Immediately, some people quit on the spot. Chapter 134 Pleading. Many people simply quit. Now that Chao Lang's men have left, their morale is in chaos. Just then, young Master Jin spoke up. I understand what everyone is thinking. Since no one wants to go, I won't force you. Let's just call this trip off. Everyone turned to look at young Master Jin. Many people looked surprised. None of them expected that young Master Jin would give up so decisively. But everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Not having to fight the savages meant that you could save your life. Zhou Feng then realized that young Master Jin had no intention of fighting the savages to the death. Young Master Jin's words are an attempt to win people's hearts. You could tell from the reactions of everyone present. Now that Chao Lang's men have left, they are unwilling to stay here any longer. No one wants to risk their life to benefit someone else. Of course, I'd love to hear Mr. Jin say that. That being said, the threat from the savages still exists. I suggest that we start forming patrol teams now and focus on preventing attacks from the savages, said young Master Jin. He then went on to say that the matter of attacking the savage camp would be discussed again when they returned. Young Master Jin, I support this suggestion. That's right. We'll listen to you. Once we form a patrol team, you can take command, young Master Jin. Everyone chimed in with their opinions. Many people also started criticizing Chao Lang, feeling that he had backed down in the face of battle. Let them fight the savages to the death. Since everyone is so supportive of me, then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll take charge of the patrol team. Don't worry, I have no selfish motives. Everything I do is for everyone's safety. Young Master Jin looked very serious. Zhou Feng frowned. The patrol team seemed to be on the surface. They are responsible for guarding the central camp. Essentially, it was an armed force that brought together most of the camp's strength. If young Master Jin were to take control of this armed force, he would effectively be the leader of the central camp. However, most people now support young Master Jin. There was no point in Zhou Feng intervening at this point. At young Master Jin's command, everyone returned to the camp. On the way back, Zhou Feng and Boss Fei deliberately kept their distance. They walked at the very back of the procession. Back at the central camp, Zhou Feng told the others to go back first. Tang Cheng and I went to Chao Lang's camp immediately. As soon as I arrived at the camp, I saw that everyone here looked worried. It was as if a dark cloud was hanging over everyone's heads. Zhou Feng stepped forward to inquire. They learned that Chao Lang's situation was now very bad. Zhou Feng entered Chao Lang's room. At this moment, Chao Lang was lying unconscious on the bed, his face turning purplish-black. Several people were gathered around. Zhou Feng also saw Cui Lu, who was also standing next to him, clutching his stomach. It seems that Cui Ligeo's fever has subsided. Dr. Chiu isn't here? Zhou Feng asked, looking around. Although Zhou Feng felt that Chao Lang was in a very difficult condition to save. But at least we should invite Chiu Shui to come and take a look. We just got back and went to see Dr. Chiu, someone replied. The person finished speaking. Then someone ran over from a distance. It's terrible. It's terrible. Dr. Chiu's camp has been attacked by savages, the man shouted from outside. What? When everyone came out of the room, they all wondered if they had misheard. Savage attack? What exactly happened? Explain yourself clearly. Cui Lu was a little agitated. When Xiaoyun, who was standing nearby, immediately went to help Cui Lu. When I got there, I discovered that many people had died on the north side of the mountains. I heard that many more had been kidnapped. The man's face turned ashen. Let's go take a look. Zhou Feng immediately said to Tang Cheng. The two headed directly north of the mountain range. You guys follow them and see what's going on over there, Cui Lu said to the people around him. With Chao Lang's fate currently unknown, Cui Lu is the person in charge of the camp. The group immediately followed Zhou Feng. When Zhou Feng arrived at the north side of the mountain range, there were already quite a few people there. This includes young Master Jean and Boss Fei, among others. They all looked ashen-faced. Previously, savages only appeared around the camp. The attack on the camp has already begun. No wonder they didn't encounter any savages along the way today. It's not that the savages disappeared. Instead, it was those savages who took advantage of the fact that they were attacking the tribe. They bypassed the jungle from the northwest and attacked two camps. Some things, once they happen the first time, will happen a second time. It's not safe here anymore. Zhou Feng followed their gaze. There are two survivor camps at the foot of the mountains ahead, now in ruins. There were many corpses on the ground. Zhou Feng spotted a familiar face. It was someone who had been with Boss Fei's group today. They went up to ask what the situation was like. These savages killed more than 20 people, and they kidnapped more than 30 people. The man gritted his teeth. Later, some people managed to escape, and only then did the others realize that the place had been attacked. The central mountain range is so vast that one area was attacked. Others may not be able to notice it immediately. By the time others arrived to provide support, the savages had already retreated. Zhou Feng's heart sank. Those savages must have kidnapped people to use as food. He had seen savages attack a survivor tribe before, and then take the survivors with them. These survivors, to those savages, it's just food. Young Master Jean, my sister isn't dead. She's been captured by savages. Can you go and rescue her? Just then, Xiaolin ran out of the camp. At this moment, Xiaolin no longer had the fierce demeanor she had before. His eyes revealed his panic. Several women followed behind, all of them Xiaolin's people. If they hadn't been with Xiaolin today, they're probably either corpses in the camp or they've been kidnapped. There's nothing I can do about it, young Master Jean said, spreading his hands. My sister is the only doctor in the camp. If something happens to her, who will treat her in the future? Xiaolin said, her eyes red. Xiaolin used to use this phrase to blackmail others. However, this time it didn't work. Everyone knows that doctors are important, but one's own life is even more important. Xiaolin, I gave you chances before. If you had joined my camp back then, this would never have happened today. Young Master Jean shook his head coldly. Xiaolin's heart skipped a beat. Young Master Jean had previously approached the sisters, wanting to invite them to join his camp. He was rejected by both Xiaolin and Xiu Shui. Xiaolin didn't want to join the camp of other men. Xiu Shui didn't want to join because she knew that once she joined young Master Jin's camp. From now on, we can only obey young Master Jin's orders. Chapter 135, Winning Hearts and Minds. Xiu Shui wanted to help everyone in the camp, but they became part of young Master Jin's camp. This means that unless young Master Jin agrees, she can forget about treating other patients. So even though young Master Jin offered very generous terms, they rejected him as well. We're in right now. Xiaolin clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Too late, young Master Jean said calmly. Xiaolin felt a wave of dizziness and almost lost her balance. Are you really just going to stand by and watch me die? My sister has helped you all. Lin finally covered her face and burst into tears. Many people present lowered their heads. They had all received help from Shui. He had also solemnly declared that he would be there if needed to help in any way. They have an unshirkable responsibility. However, Shui and the others have been kidnapped, and their fate is unknown. Send them to the cannibal camp to rescue people? What's the difference between that and sending someone to their death? I'll go. Just then, a voice spoke up. Everyone looked over. To my surprise, the person speaking was Zhou Feng. Lin's eyes widened, her expression filled with shock. If we were to ask who among those present was least likely to save their own sister, that must be Zhou Feng, because they had a conflict before. Xiao Lang provided him with a considerable amount of supplies. Lin then decided to stop arguing with Zhou Feng. Moreover, Shui had never helped anyone in Zhou Feng's camp. At this moment, Zhou Feng actually stepped forward. Brother, don't act impulsively, Tang Cheng whispered to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng gave Tang Cheng a look. Tang Cheng immediately understood that Zhou Feng's actions were definitely not impulsive. It wasn't a case of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. They must have their own plans. You're willing to save my sister? Lin couldn't believe her ears. Lin even suspected that Zhou Feng was trying to make fun of her. That's right, Shui is very important to our camp, and she has helped many people. We shouldn't give up on her so easily. This matter is quite dangerous, so I won't force anyone. Those who want to go with me can come together. Zhou Feng looked dignified and righteous. Sure enough, after hearing these words, several people stood up. Shui has treated my people. I'll go with you. We can't just abandon Shui like this. Upon seeing this, Tang Cheng immediately understood. Zhou Feng is trying to win people over. These few words resonated with many people. Only in this way can we stand on equal footing with young Master Jean. Thank you. Thank you all, Lin said, her voice choked with emotion. She looked at Zhou Feng with even more gratitude. Lin didn't expect that at this moment, it would be Zhou Feng who stood up for her. You thank him? If he hadn't burned down the savages' tribe, the savages wouldn't have attacked our camp at all. Young Master Jean sneered at this moment. Did Zhou Feng burn down the savage tribe? Many people present were unaware of this information. They simply believed that Xiao Lang had attacked the savage camp. It's unbelievable that Zhou Feng was the one who set it on fire. No wonder this guy dared to go to the savages' camp. This kind of person is an unstable factor. It was only natural for him to go and save Shui. He's the one who caused this trouble. People started chattering. Zhou Feng frowned. This young Master Jean is indeed no ordinary person. Just as they were about to win people over, young Master Jean stopped them. Burning the savage tribe is also a counterattack. It was the savages who took the initiative. Time is of the essence. Whoever is willing to come with me, step forward. Zhou Feng did not dwell on this issue any further. He has already made his position clear. As soon as he finished speaking, about 10 people came to Zhou Feng's side. Lin stood beside Zhou Feng without hesitation. Whoever angered the savages led to the attack on the central camp. She doesn't care anymore. Right now, Lin has no choice but to trust Zhou Feng. You're all going to your deaths. You won't be able to save Shui at all. Young Master Jean shook his head. Time is of the essence. Let's set off now. Zhou Feng ignored young Master Jean and looked towards the woods. There must be traces left by savages there. After saying that, Zhou Feng took the lead and walked towards the woods. The others followed. Wait a minute. We still have some food at our camp. Let's go get the supplies. Lin led the group back to the camp. The savages came and went in a hurry, without thoroughly searching Lin and her companion's camp. Some food was left behind. Zhou Feng and the others followed Lin to her camp. Tang Cheng also followed closely behind Zhou Feng, wanting to act together with him. But Zhou Feng turned around and stopped him. Then he whispered a few words in Tang Cheng's ear. Tang Cheng nodded and turned to leave. Zhou Feng's instructions to Tang Cheng were very simple. The first thing to do is to have Tang Cheng return to Xiao Lang's camp and tell Cui Lu to be careful. There might be something fishy about Xiao Lang's poisoning. In addition, we returned to the camp and instructed everyone to be more vigilant. Although Zhou Feng felt that the savage would never return. But it's always good to be careful. Lin took out a lot of portable food from a wooden hut. Let everyone take some as provisions for the journey. Others went up and took some, putting them in their pockets. Zhou Feng was still carrying the backpack he had brought with him when he set off, and the food inside remained untouched. So instead of going up to get the things, he looked at the several women who were busy in the camp. You women don't need to come along, Zhou Feng said. Lin and the others had already been walking with them all morning. They're probably exhausted by now. You don't need to follow them. I'll go with them alone. Lin said to the women around her. We need to follow suit. No need. You guys pack up your things at the campsite. We're moving to live inside the canyon. Qiulin shook her head. It's already very dangerous outside the mountains now. Even if the canyon is not suitable for habitation, this is also the best option right now. Okay. The women nodded. Zhou Feng and his group set off. There were 11 people in total this time. From the moment they entered the jungle, they saw traces left by savages everywhere. Some bushes were still stained with blood. Qiulin became even more anxious upon seeing the blood. They were terrified that their younger sister Qiu Shue's blood might be among these. Zhou Feng, I've heard you're very capable. Are you confident you can rescue my sister? Qiulin couldn't help but walk up to Zhou Feng and ask. Qiulin also heard from Qiaolang that Zhou Feng was very strong. At that time, Qiaolang hoped to let Qiulin know Zhou Feng's strength. This should make Qiulin think more about it. Qiulin scoffed at these words at the time. No matter how powerful Zhou Feng is, he's still just one person. How powerful can it be? But now Qiulin hopes that Zhou Feng is really different from the others. He was able to save his younger sister. No, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. Chapter 136 Help. You're not sure, Qiulin said, getting a little anxious. I never expected Zhou Feng to do this. Then why are you in such a hurry to go with Zhou Feng? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? How many savages do you think there are in their tribe? Zhou Feng asked as he walked, without stopping. In the worst-case scenario, there might be 200 or 300, Qiulin said, her face grim. Because a savage tribe has now been abandoned, it is very likely that those savages merged with another tribe of savages. What they will encounter then will be 2 savage tribes combined. 200 or 300 is already a conservative estimate. The situation could be even worse. That's right. Unless the entire camp is mobilized to rescue Qiu Shui and the others, there's no way to rescue them head-on. Zhou Feng nodded. Qiulin's heart sank. The entire camp was mobilized? She knew it was impossible. Judging from young Master Jin's reaction just now, he was unwilling to come and help. Qiaolang himself is unconscious and his life is in danger. They are even less likely to come and help me. Then you must have a plan, right? Qiulin's gaze was almost filled with despair. She felt that the chances of saving her sister were extremely slim. We can only take it one step at a time. We'll only know if there's a chance once we actually see the situation of the savage tribe, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the others all wore solemn expressions. Sneak into a savage tribe. However, just as Zhou Feng said, he did not see the situation with his own eyes. No one can make any guarantees right now. I won't let you all risk your lives. You can't risk your own lives to save others, Zhou Feng said, turning to look at the crowd. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were reassured to hear those words. They came to help, not to die? Thank you. I was wrong about what happened last time, Qiulin said, bowing her head in apology. When she heard Zhou Feng say that, she felt that what he said made sense. He's a very calm person, not someone who would believe he's been arrested because of his sister. I was a little overwhelmed. Yes, it's your fault. Zhou Feng nodded. Qiulin was a little taken aback. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't Zhou Feng also admit that he made a mistake? As it turned out, this guy actually admitted that it was his fault. Unfortunately, Qiulin has no way to refute this right now. After all, he had just apologized. This guy? However, Qiulin could only think about it in her heart and keep what she wanted to say to herself. Just then, Zhou Feng suddenly stopped. Hide. Zhou Feng immediately ducked into the bushes nearby. Those around were stunned, wondering what had happened. However, they all followed Zhou Feng and hid together. A moment later, a figure appeared from behind them. Many people are very nervous. Could this be a lone savage? But when they saw the person clearly, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be Reporter Song. Reporter Song, what brings you here? Zhou Feng and the others emerged from the bushes. This actually startled Reporter Song. I'll help, Reporter Song then said. Help? Zhou Feng looked surprised. I know you're going to rescue the kidnapped people, so I came to see if I could help. You don't mind having one more person, do you? Reporter Song quickly said. Zhou Feng frowned immediately. You're not just here to help, are you? Zhou Feng said. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, Reporter Song scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. I'm very interested in how the wild tribes live, and I thought I'd come along to see it for myself. Reporter Song could only admit that he had other purposes for coming. However, Reporter Song quickly added that he genuinely wanted to come and help. They were definitely not just there to investigate the cannibal camp. I won't hold anyone back. More people means more strength, so let's do it together. Zhou Feng did not refuse Reporter Song. Don't worry, I'll definitely do my best. Reporter Song nodded quickly. The group walked through the jungle for several hours until dusk. Their spirits rose higher and higher. This means they will soon be approaching the tribe of the savages. Be gentle, Zhou Feng said in a low voice. What's wrong? Qiolin couldn't help but ask. There's movement ahead, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, everyone felt their hearts leap into their throats. Led by Zhou Feng, the people behind him hunched over as they moved forward. Reaching the edge of the woods, they hid in a patch of grass. This time, Zhou Feng paid extra attention to his surroundings to make sure that no wild men were climbing the trees. From their angle, they can already see the scene ahead. From about 100 meters away, the houses of the savage tribe could already be seen. This savage tribe was established with its back to a mountain range. Not only can you see stilt houses in the open space, there are also caves on the hillside, where wild men come and go. There are so many wild men, Reporter Song exclaimed in amazement. They saw a great many savages active in the tribe. And this is definitely not all the savages. Reporter Song kept his eyes fixed on these wild men. In his mind, he had already begun to analyze the living habits of these savages. I couldn't help but feel emotional. If we could leave this island, it would be an absolutely groundbreaking discovery that would shock the world. The two tribes have merged. Zhou Feng frowned. Just as he had guessed, the savages from the previous tribe have all moved here to live. They all share the same faith. Moon totems can be seen in many parts of the tribe. Zhou Feng even saw a moon pattern on the rock wall next to the cave. Why can't I see Qiu Shui and the others? Qiolin looked anxious and her face turned pale. She searched the tribe but couldn't find her sister anywhere. The fact that we haven't seen it is actually the best news, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. Qiolin immediately understood. This means that, at the very least, they did not see the bodies of Qiu Shui and the others. Then there's still a glimmer of hope. So what should we do now? Reporter Song asked from the side. Let's see how things go first, Zhou Feng said slowly. It's not dark yet, so even if you want to sneak in, we should at least wait until it gets dark. Look there. Qiolin suddenly became excited, pointing to the cave below the hillside. Everyone looked over. To their surprise, several savages dragged a man out. Let me go? Let me go. The man kept shouting, which was almost a wail. It's Jiang Cheng. He's from the camp next to ours. Qiulin's voice became excited. Chapter 137 Warrior. Zhou Feng looked towards the cave. Jiang Cheng was brought out from there. That means the kidnapped people are very likely still inside the cave. Ignoring Jiang Cheng's cries, the savages had already led him to the middle of the camp. In the middle of the camp, there was a smooth, large rock, and the savages pressed Jiang Cheng down onto the rock. What are they trying to do? Reporter Song asked anxiously. Zhou Feng remained silent. These people are cannibals. What are they up to? This was already expected. Many savages in the camp gathered around. Jiang Cheng was terrified to the point of turning pale when he saw that he was surrounded by so many savages. My body was trembling uncontrollably. In Jiang Cheng's eyes, these were nothing more than ferocious wild beasts, pleading, "Let me go, let me go." Just then, a savage came out of the stilt house. This wild man was burly and looked to be at least 1.85 meters tall. Most of the wild men were relatively short, generally not exceeding 170 centimeters. But this savage was different. He was much taller. Moreover, he was exceptionally strong, with his arms covered in muscles. What gives people the creeps is, this savage's body was covered in various tattoos. Besides the moon pattern, there are some other symbols whose meanings are unknown. Even his face was covered in tattoos, making it impossible to see his appearance. When this savage appeared, the other savages all readily made way for him. The tattooed savage came up to Jiang Cheng. When Jiang Cheng saw this savage, he was so trembling that he couldn't utter a single word. In Jiang Cheng's eyes, this was a demon. The tattooed savage raised his hands and muttered incantations. After lasting for more than 10 seconds, the tattooed savage clasped his hands together. It slammed down hard into Jiang Cheng's chest. Ugh! Jiang Cheng was hit hard and spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing this, Reporter Song became a little anxious. Brother Zhou Feng, aren't we going to rescue them? Reporter Song asked Zhou Feng. There's no way to save him, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. There were at least 70 or 80 savages in the open space alone. Going to rescue them now would be tantamount to suicide. At that point, no one will be able to leave. Even if Qiu Shui was the one pulled out, she is now facing death. Zhou Feng wouldn't rush up either. Qiolin was even more emotional, but she forced herself not to make a sound. Without realizing it, his hands had already gripped the soil on the ground. She also felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the person brought out this time wasn't her younger sister. And the tattooed savage raised his hands again. The tattooed savage's fist slammed down like a hammer. The surrounding savages immediately heard the sound of bones breaking. One by one, they began to shout excitedly. Encouraged, the tattooed savage smashed down again. Jiangqing has lost all life. The surrounding savages, wielding stone axes, swarmed forward. This was their dinner for the day. Upon witnessing this bloody scene, many people around Zhou Feng turned their heads away. Some people even started to lie on the ground and dry heave. Apart from Zhou Feng, only reporter Song was still keeping an eye on those savages. It seems to be documenting their daily habits. Zhou Feng also noticed. More than 20 savages covered in tattoos appeared in the savage tribe. Although they didn't have as many tattoos as the first savage to appear. However, the number is not small. Moreover, these savages all share a common characteristic. They are significantly taller than ordinary savages. It was as if these savages were the true fighting force in the camp. Zhou Feng suddenly realized something. Could it be that these savages are the real warriors? The savages they encountered before were only responsible for hunting. Besides Jiang Cheng, 3 more people were brought out. Without exception, they were all killed and then dismembered. Now Zhou Feng could see more clearly which cave the kidnapped survivors were in. There are 5 or 6 caves next to the rock wall. Zhou Feng made a gesture, signaling everyone to step back. The group retreated several hundred meters to a tree before daring to catch their breath. Some people knelt on the ground and began to vomit. Although everyone knows that these savages eat people, but very few people have actually seen it. Some people even collapsed to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. You don't seem to be reacting much, reporter Song couldn't help but say, looking at Zhou Feng. I've seen it many times. Zhou Feng shrugged. Zhou Feng was also curious, but reporter Song didn't seem to react much. I've seen a lot of archives before, and even more disgusting ones, reporter Song said with a wry smile. It was getting dark. Let's all eat something and rest for a bit, Zhou Feng said, taking food out of his backpack. However, very few of the people present could actually eat it. Zhou Feng noticed that reporter Song didn't bring much, so he gave him a lot of things. Qiu Lin held a piece of dried meat and forced herself to swallow it while suppressing her nausea. Qiu Lin knew that she needed to conserve her energy at this time. Qiu Shui and the others should be inside the cave. Does anyone have any good ideas? Zhou Feng asked while eating. The group looked at each other, none of them speaking. They risked their lives to rescue Qiu Shui. There is absolutely no fear of death. But given the current situation, there seems to be no way to resolve it. Acting rashly will only lead to certain death. The savage tribe has a large population, and Qiu Shui and the others are imprisoned in a cave, which makes things quite difficult. However, I discovered something. In the end, it was reporter Song who spoke up. He then picked up a tree branch and drew a simple topographical map on the ground. The crowd gathered around, and by the moonlight, they could see that this was a savage tribe. If we can rescue them, we can escape along this route. Reporter Song drew a line. Starting from the cave, all the way to the slope next to it. You can climb up the cliff by going up that slope. Reporter Song said that as long as there are people above to meet them, they can be pulled up with ropes or something similar. Then you can escape down the hillside. The savages were unable to cross the gap immediately, giving them a chance to escape. This escape route is excellent, Qiu Lin said with a wry smile. The key question remains, how do we rescue them? More than 30 people were abducted. Even if a few died, the total number was still around 30. If it were just about rescuing one person, then there might be a chance. It's absolutely impossible for more than 30 people to do something so quietly. Although in Qiu Lin's heart, her younger sister is the most important. But Qiu Lin couldn't bring herself to say it. They urged everyone to focus on saving only their younger sister. It's not that there's no way, Zhou Feng said, squinting his eyes. Chapter 138 Torch. What method? Qiu Lin immediately grabbed Zhou Feng's arm, her emotions running high. Do you know what these savages are most afraid of? Zhou Feng asked. Everyone was taken aback. What are wild men most afraid of? What are these savages afraid of? It's a different kind of wild man. Reporter Song's eyes lit up. That's right. They must be on guard against attacks from another kind of savage all year round. As long as we imitate that other kind of savage, we can make them panic. Zhou Feng nodded heavily. Imitating another kind of savage? We don't look like savages either, someone couldn't help but say. You don't need to look exactly like them. You just need to know their language, Zhou Feng said. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. The language of savages? Do these savages even have a language? Brother Zhou Feng, this is what you mentioned last time. Reporter Song became a little excited. Reporter Song still remembers that last time, Zhou Feng taught him a few simple syllables of the wild man's language. I recorded everything in my notebook. That's right. You don't need to learn any other words, just this one. Zhou Feng demonstrated on the spot. Kara. Zhou Feng uttered a syllable similar to Kara. What does this mean? Qiu Lin asked, looking puzzled. It should be the sun, or the sun god or something like that, Zhou Feng began to explain. Based on Zhou Feng's previous observations. Another group of savages uses this word when fighting or praying. These two groups of savages are mortal enemies. That word would definitely touch a nerve with them. Reporter Song nodded in agreement. When the savages discovered that the enemy was coming to attack, it will definitely be a complete mess. But we only have 11 people in total. Isn't that a bit small? Someone asked. 11 people. They had to go to the other side of the hill to meet the abducted survivors. We also have to pretend to be savages here, which is simply not enough. If young Master Jean had been willing to send someone over, we wouldn't be in this situation. Some people started complaining. That's a hypocritical bastard. He's no good, Xiao Lin said coldly. Xiao Lin had never had a good impression of young Master Jean. Now that young Master Jean has refused to rescue his sister, Xiao Lin is even more upset. There's nothing we can do even if we're few in number. Since we're here, we have to give it our all. Zhou Feng waved his hand. Zhou Feng, what do you say we should do? We'll listen to you, Xiao Lin said, looking at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng is now Xiao Lin's only hope. Zhou Feng then revealed his plan. First, everyone should prepare some torches. Then they planted all the torches around the woods. When it's time to attract attention, light all the torches. At the same time, he shouted Kara to attract the attention of the savages. The number of torches can mislead the savages, making them mistakenly believe that there are many people. There should be at least 30 torches, Zhou Feng said, holding up 3 fingers. But we don't have any materials right now, Reporter Song said, spreading his hands. The torches they need to make must burn for at least several minutes. If you only use vines, it will go out very quickly. We have our own clothes as readily available materials, Zhou Feng said, pointing to his clothes. Everyone suddenly realized. Tear clothes into strips and then wrap them around the torch. It can indeed burn for a period of time. Some people started taking off their coats. Xiao Lin blushed, unsure if she should do the same. That's enough, we don't need so many clothes. Everyone, go find some wooden sticks, preferably as tall as a person. Zhou Feng gestured for everyone to stop. Just wrap it around each torch once. The group immediately began searching the surrounding area. There weren't many suitable wooden sticks on the ground, so they simply used a dagger to cut down tree branches. Zhou Feng then split a cross-shaped groove into the front end of the wooden stick. This allows for better wrapping of the cloth strips. However, it is essential to add some leaves or vines inside. Then wrap the cloth strip around the outside. This way, when the torch is lit, the flames will spread downwards. 30 torches were quickly made. Zhou Feng led his men back to the woods next to the tribe. Under the cover of night, he went outside the bushes and stuck torches into the soil. Each one is less than a meter apart. How long will it take before they are all lit? Zhou Feng had a lighter in his backpack. After doing all this, Zhou Feng looked towards the savage tribe. The savage tribe is much quieter now. Only a few wild men were wandering around outside. The rest were probably resting. A campfire was lit in the open space. Zhou Feng could also faintly smell an oily odor. It's likely that animal fat was added to those campfires. That's why it can burn for such a long time. Zhou Feng led the group and retreated a short distance again. Just leave 3 people here. Whoever has the loudest voice will be the one to light the torches and retreat later, Zhou Feng said, looking at the group. Soon, 3 people volunteered to step forward. Zhou Feng agreed on a secret code with them and handed the lighter to one of them. Then Zhou Feng led the others toward the cliff above the savage tribe. They walked for almost 2 hours before finally arriving at their destination. This was also to avoid being discovered by the savages, so they deliberately took a long detour. Upon arriving at the cliff, Zhou Feng immediately realized a problem. The ground is only a little over 2 meters above this point. There's no need for ropes at all. Anyone with agility can jump right up. This means, once the savages realized this was a diversionary tactic, they were in trouble. There were no enemies attacking at all. Even if the survivors come to rescue the prisoners, the savages will catch up quickly. What should we do? Xiao Lin's face was pale. We can only take it one step at a time. Zhou Feng didn't have any better ideas at the moment. Including Zhou Feng himself, there are only 8 people here. It's impossible to stop the savages. If we can't get into the cave to rescue the people, that's all just empty talk. Are you planning to go down and investigate next? Reporter Song saw through Zhou Feng's next plan. That's right. If there's a chance to save people, I'll signal you. Zhou Feng nodded. Be careful, Reporter Song said solemnly as he stepped forward and patted Zhou Feng on the shoulder. Zhou Feng didn't say anything more, waved his hand, and turned to leave. He bent down, grabbed the cliff face with one hand, and then jumped directly to the ground. The whole process was completely silent. Zhou Feng slowly approached along the rock wall. It was already around midnight. There wasn't a single person moving around in the savage tribe. Only the campfire in the middle of the camp flickered and crackled from time to time. He approached the cave cautiously. Chapter 139 Rescue. Suddenly, footsteps sounded ahead. Zhou Feng immediately lay down on the ground. 3 savages passed by from below the hillside. Zhou Feng frowned, not expecting that there were patrols in the savage tribe at night. Only after the savages disappeared from sight did Zhou Feng cautiously get up. They slowly approached the cave, paying extra attention even to the pebbles under their feet. Zhou Feng arrived at the cave entrance, where a faint light was still emanating from within. So Zhou Feng peeked into the cave. Then he quickly turned around. With just one glance, Zhou Feng had already gleaned a considerable amount of information. The cave is about 2 meters high, and the entrance is more than 5 meters wide. Torches were stuck in the wall, emitting a faint light. What truly surprised Zhou Feng was that the rock wall next to the cave entrance was very smooth. It is not naturally formed. Instead, there are traces of artificial alteration. This cave was likely not originally this big. It was probably carved out by wild men later on. There are 3 forks in the cave entrance, and it is unknown which one the survivors are trapped in. Zhou Feng gently stepped back a few paces. We have no choice but to take a gamble now. Zhou Feng picked up a stone from the ground and threw it towards the cave entrance. Bang! The sound wasn't loud. However, a few savages still came out of the cave to investigate. They looked around but didn't see anything unusual. So they returned to the cave. Zhou Feng was still lying on the ground. However, the place where he was lying was a slope, which was right in the wild man's blind spot. If the savage had taken a few steps forward, he might have found Zhou Feng. The savages never expected that someone would sneak up to the cave entrance. So I just glanced at it and left. During this brief moment, Zhou Feng, who was lying on the ground, got up. They quickly arrived at the cave entrance and peered inside. He saw the savages and entered one of the forks in the road. Zhou Feng is now certain. The survivors were imprisoned at that fork in the road, because the entrance to the cave where the savages rest is never guarded. Only the survivors need to be kept a close watch. After confirming the location, Zhou Feng turned around and went back to the foot of the rock wall. Reporter Song and others were waiting upstairs. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Zhou Feng return. How is the situation? Reporter Song asked. I've roughly located their position. Now it's just a matter of seeing if we can rescue them, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. These words made Xiao Lin extremely excited. Do you need my help? I can go too. Xiao Lin was willing to risk her life for her sister. Having more people won't help. I can manage on my own, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. Xiao Lin looked a little disappointed, and her eyes held a hint of guilt. He was clearly going to save his own sister. But Zhou Feng ended up taking the risk. If I come out with my men later, you guys wait here to meet me. You can send the signal now. Zhou Feng looked up at Reporter Song and the others. Okay, Reporter Song nodded in agreement. He also took out a lighter from his pocket and lit a torch held by someone behind him. The man immediately began waving his torch. Soon, the people in the woods opposite them saw the signal. As agreed, the 3 people on the other side lit their torches. Lights appeared in the woods across the way. Kara, Kara, Kara. At the same time, the 3 of them started shouting at the top of their lungs. The sound wasn't very loud, but it was like a thunderclap. This instantly caused an uproar in the savage tribe. The savages inside the stilt house rushed out. The faces of these savages were filled with terror and anger. Many savages grabbed their weapons and rushed toward the woods. Zhou Feng saw many savage warriors and took the lead in the attack. It roared. Many wild men also came out of the cave. They watched as the savages headed in that direction. Zhou Feng took the opportunity to run into the cave and enter the fork in the road where the savage had just entered. The air inside the cave was damp and smelly. It made Zhou Feng feel an urge to cover his nose. However, he still forced himself to continue and ventured deeper into the cave. After passing through a low entrance, the space ahead suddenly became much wider. The light from the torch. Zhou Feng spotted them immediately, the survivors leaning against the wall. The survivors were all tied together with straw ropes. They were also awakened by the noise outside. Despair, exhaustion, and deep fear filled everyone's faces. The shouts of the savages outside made them uneasy. I wonder what the savage is up to now. Will we need to have an extra meal late at night? Or perhaps some kind of ceremony or ritual? When they saw Zhou Feng, they were also stunned. You're Zhou Feng. Be careful. Xiao Shui recognized Zhou Feng, her face filled with shock. But now is not the time for reminiscing, she cried out in alarm. Because a savage was left inside the cave to guard it. When the savage saw someone enter, he raised his spear and thrust it at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng dodged the attack by sidestepping and kicked the savage in the abdomen. The intense pain caused the savage to clutch his stomach and kneel on the ground. Zhou Feng stepped forward, grabbed the other person's head, and slammed it hard against the rock wall next to him. Bang! Bloodstains were left on the rock face, and the savage lay unconscious on the ground. Then Zhou Feng took out a dagger and began cutting the ropes binding Qiu Shui and the others. These straw ropes are not strong and can be cut very easily. Hurry up and come with me. We don't have much time. After Zhou Feng finished cutting, he turned and walked out of the cave. Upon hearing this, the people all followed. They hadn't eaten or drunk anything all day and were tied together. Many people nearly lost their footing, but the will to survive gave rise to another force within them. They all followed Zhou Feng outside. My foot is injured. Someone help me, a man cried out. Zhou Feng turned around and looked over. The man's left leg was covered in blood, with a wound more than 30 centimeters long running from his knee to his ankle. The bone is visible deep inside. The surrounding meat had turned a ghastly white and was covered in mud and sand. Zhou Feng glanced at it briefly, then turned and left. The wound is so severe that the man has lost the ability to walk. There's simply no way to take it with you. Even if they could take the man away, the best outcome would probably be amputation. Their fate on the deserted island could only be even more tragic. After Zhou Feng left, the others hesitated for a moment. They all followed suit. Even Qiu Shui simply turned her head away, unable to bear looking at the man again. As soon as Zhou Feng arrived at the fork in the road, he saw 3 savages standing there. They must have come out from the cave entrance next to them and heard the noise. When the 3 savages saw Zhou Feng, they were all slightly taken aback. Zhou Feng had already made his move. The dagger in his hand flashed with a cold light in the dim cave. Chapter 140, let's go. With a precise slash, Zhou Feng cut open the neck of a savage. His movements were swift and decisive, and blood splattered all over him. Then Zhou Feng swung his dagger again, and another savage fell to the ground. Ah! Upon seeing this, the 3rd savage let out a terrified cry. He turned around and tried to run away. But Zhou Feng didn't give him a chance at all, and stepped forward in one swift motion. He grabbed the savage by the hair and slashed his neck from behind with a dagger. In the blink of an eye, the 3 savages were all dealt with. Zhou Feng glanced at the other 2 caves. He vaguely heard the sound of children crying. The 2 caves must be inhabited by wild children. They're probably trembling with fear right now. Hurry up, Zhou Feng shouted, and took the lead in running out of the cave. Those behind him found it unbelievable that Zhou Feng had killed 3 savages in an instant by himself. They only came to their senses after hearing Zhou Feng's shout. They all followed. As soon as they ran out of the cave, they were immediately discovered by the savages outside. Come this way. Zhou Feng headed towards the rock wall. The others didn't hesitate and immediately followed. Upon seeing this, the savages cried out, uttering a few words. His tone was full of anger. Meanwhile, the savages who had run into the woods had also realized that something was wrong. Apart from a bunch of torches, there wasn't a single enemy in sight. They've been tricked. The tall, savage warrior turned around angrily. The savage warrior roared, brandishing his stone knife. The wild men in the woods all turned and headed towards Zhou Feng and his group. The savages inside the stilt house also rushed over. This includes some older-looking wild men. They wanted to stop Zhou Feng and the others from leaving. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng and the others had already arrived at the rock wall. The reporter, Song, and others all reached out their hands. Qiu Shui, hurry! Qiu Lin spotted Qiu Shui in the crowd at a glance, and she was so excited that tears almost fell. Sister. Qiu Shui was even more surprised that her sister would come here to rescue her. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people were pulled up. At this moment, savages began to chase after them from behind. The people behind them suddenly panicked and started pushing forward. There was chaos for a moment, and Qiu Shui almost squeezed her way down the hillside. Those in front were squeezed against the rock face and couldn't climb up at all. Qiu Lin was so anxious that she was covered in sweat and wished she could jump down herself. He lifted his younger sister up. Don't rush. I'm behind you. The savages can't get through. Everyone, take 3 steps back. Zhou Feng roared. Upon hearing this, these people turned around. Only then did I realize that Zhou Feng was standing at the very back of the line. Upon seeing Zhou Feng standing at the back, the people behind him immediately took a step back as well. The congestion ahead was immediately relieved. People were pulled up one after another. At this moment, a savage rushed up to Zhou Feng. He brandished his spear and thrust it towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng seized the opportunity and grabbed the middle of the opponent's spear. He grabbed the other person by the back of his hand and kicked him in the chest. The savage was kicked off the hillside and rolled several times. The savages behind them caught up. However, Zhou Feng's spear was fast, accurate, and ruthless. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the necks of several savages. Several more corpses lay on the ground. Upon seeing this, the other savages were too afraid to approach. Zhou Feng, come up here quickly. Reporter Song shouted anxiously. Zhou Feng turned around and found that almost all of the 30-odd people had been pulled up. So he quietly took a few steps back, putting some distance between himself and the savages. Then he turned and ran. He stepped onto the stone wall and leaped into the air. He jumped directly onto the rock face, which was more than 2 meters high. Reporter Song's eyes widened. I didn't expect Zhou Feng to have such a strong jumping ability. The savages caught up and tried to climb up. You guys go first. Hurry up and go. I'll stall for time, Zhou Feng shouted. Let's go. Reporter Song immediately shouted. Now is not the time to hesitate. Only Qiu Lin looked at Zhou Feng, her face full of hesitation. This time, the rescue of Qiu Shui and the others was entirely thanks to Zhou Feng. If anything were to happen to Zhou Feng, Qiu Lin herself wouldn't be able to get over it in her heart. Seeing that her sister hadn't left, Qiu Shui also stood still. Hurry up and move along. What are you two standing there for? Are you out of your minds? Zhou Feng was annoyed when he saw Qiu Lin and Qiu Shui standing there. With every second counting, why are these two sisters standing there like they've gone mad? Walk. Qiu Lin realized what was happening and immediately pulled Qiu Shui down the mountain. She also had a strange feeling in her heart. In the past, if a man had scolded her, she would have. I will definitely yell back. But now, Qiu Lin feels guilty towards Zhou Feng. Watching these people follow Reporter Song and the others down the mountain, Zhou Feng finally turned his attention back to the foot of the hillside. A large group of wild men had gathered at the foot of the hill, but Zhou Feng was there. They simply can't get up here, because this section of the rock face is only 7 or 8 meters long. When a savage tried to climb up, Zhou Feng immediately stabbed his hand with a spear. For a moment, these savages were too afraid to approach. Zhou Feng turned his head and glanced around, but he could no longer see the backs of Reporter Song and the others. Roar! Just then, a deafening roar came from within the savages. Zhou Feng frowned immediately. That was the savage warrior who killed Jiang Cheng. The savage warrior was also staring intently at Zhou Feng. The next second, the savage warrior then threw his spear at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng quickly retreated to avoid it, and the spear slashed past him. However, when the other savages saw this, they all learned this trick. They all threw out their spears. Zhou Feng had to retreat a considerable distance to avoid being pricked like a beehive. At that moment, the savage warrior grabbed the shoulder of the savage in front of him. They forced the other person to kneel down. Then, stepping on the other person's shoulder, he leaped up as well. He stared intently at Zhou Feng with icy eyes, as if he wanted to devour him alive. He then picked up a spear from the ground and roared as he charged toward Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng felt a chill run down his spine, knowing that this savage was not someone to be trifled with. The other party exuded a strong killing intent. He had lost countless men, but now he had nowhere to retreat. Otherwise, hordes of savages would immediately catch up with Qiu Shui and her group. Zhou Feng raised his spear and thrust it at the savage. The savage warrior sidestepped Zhou Feng's attack. At the same time, he swept his spear horizontally with his other hand, the tip of the stone spear aimed at Zhou Feng's face. Zhou Feng reacted just as quickly, taking a step back. The savage warrior suddenly grinned and let out a low growl like a wild beast. The savage warrior flicked his wrist, and the stone spear suddenly changed from a horizontal sweep to a downward slash. The stone blade, like a sharp knife, slashed through Zhou Feng's clothes on his chest. It left a wound about 7 or 8 centimeters long, from which blood immediately flowed freely. Chapter 141 Death. Zhou Feng's eyes widened. He hadn't expected the savage to change tactics midway through the fight. If the opponent's weapon had been any longer, this attack could have seriously injured me. Even death. Zhou Feng realized that he was going to fight this savage warrior with a spear. It's impossible for me to gain the upper hand. He simply threw the spear in his hand directly at the savage warrior. The savage warriors clearly hadn't expected Zhou Feng to lose his only weapon. Caught off guard, the spear grazed his shoulder as it flew past. It left a deep wound. The savage warrior was enraged. The wound on his shoulder only fueled his bloodlust. With another roar, he thrust the spear toward Zhou Feng's chest. It looks like they're going to stab Zhou Feng through. At that moment, Zhou Feng suddenly squatted down. The savage warrior was caught off guard this time, and his spear missed its mark. When he looked at Zhou Feng with a questioning gaze, suddenly, a handful of sand came flying at my face. The savage warrior felt a sharp pain in his eye. I can't open my eyes anymore. He waved his spear wildly, trying to stop Zhou Feng from getting closer. Zhou Feng seized the opportunity and kicked him hard. The savage warrior retreated several meters and fell off the rock face. It crashed down on the savages below. By this time, several more savages had climbed up. More savage warriors are approaching from afar. Zhou Feng picked up 2 spears and disappeared into the woods. The savages caught up from behind. But the first unlucky guy to enter the woods was immediately pierced through the chest by a spear. It fell straight to the ground. The savages all remained where they were, not daring to approach. It was as if there was some terrifying monster lurking in the woods. It took them several tens of seconds to realize what was happening. Zhou Feng has already taken advantage of this time to leave. The savages exchanged glances and cautiously began their pursuit. But late at night, they could no longer find any trace of Zhou Feng. On the other side, Zhou Feng was running through the woods, and after running for more than 10 minutes, survivors have already appeared ahead. When they heard a noise behind them, they were so frightened that their legs almost went weak. These people had no food or water and were exhausted. I barely made it this far thanks to adrenaline. Now I can't hold on any longer. Several people were so exhausted that they collapsed to their knees. Reporter Song and others were on tenterhooks. It's me, Zhou Feng said. Upon hearing this, Reporter Song and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Qiu Lin was overjoyed to hear Zhou Feng's voice. Throughout the journey, Qiu Lin was constantly worried about Zhou Feng, wondering if he could escape successfully. Seeing Zhou Feng return in person, Qiu Lin was overjoyed. But she then discovered that Zhou Feng was covered in blood. There was also a very obvious wound on his body. I'm fine. Now is not the time to rest. I don't know if the savages can catch up, Zhou Feng said to the crowd. We are so tired, someone couldn't help but say. Then let's all help each other walk. Zhou Feng knew that at this moment, they absolutely could not stop. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for these people to get back on their feet. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, people immediately stepped forward to help the exhausted individuals. Reporter Song also shared the food with these people. Let them eat as they walk. Zhou Feng, your wound needs to be bandaged. If it gets infected, it'll be a disaster, Qiu Lin said anxiously. Qiu Lin is not a medical professional, but she has been doing this for some time now. I also learned a lot about medical knowledge from Qiu Shui. Qiu Shui, come over here quickly. Qiu Lin pulled her younger sister over. This minor injury is nothing. Let's leave this place first, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Zhou Feng knew his current physical condition. It can even withstand snake venom, so it won't get infected or anything like that. Moreover, this wound should heal in about 2 days. Why don't you take care of yourself? Qiu Lin said, getting a little anxious. Zhou Feng simply quickened his pace and took the lead in the group. Seeing Zhou Feng like this, Qiu Lin's expression was complicated. Qiu Lin wanted to go up and persuade Zhou Feng, but she had already been rejected twice. If I go up there again, won't Zhou Feng find me too annoying? Qiu Shui, who was standing nearby, noticed the complicated expression on her sister's face. Qiu Shui was a little puzzled. I don't know what's wrong with my sister. After all, in Qiu Shui's memory, Qiu Lin was the kind of person who couldn't hide her feelings. Whatever they think in their hearts, it's all written on their faces. There are actually people making this kind of expression now. Qiu Shui thought it was possible. Too many things had happened today. 31 survivors were captured, including 14 men and 17 women. Zhou Feng found a survivor who looked younger and seemed to still have a lot of energy. He inquired in detail about what had happened. How did the savages appear, and how did you attack their camp? Upon hearing Zhou Feng's question, fear appeared on the survivor's face. However, I still answered them one by one. According to the survivor, the appearance of the wild man was completely unexpected. They went straight to the vicinity of their camp and began a massacre. Many people died on the spot. They had never seen anything like this before, and many of them were too frightened to move. The savages did not exterminate them. Instead, they threatened them with weapons, demanding that they follow them. They didn't dare to resist at all along the way. Several who tried to escape were killed on the spot and eaten. Those savages just. The survivors were pale and trembling. They must have seen something truly horrific. Zhou Feng frowned. Did the savages appear directly near their camp? No one had noticed this before. Keep in mind that this was in broad daylight. There were many survivors around the camp, gathering supplies. The savages must have discovered these survivors. However, instead of alerting the enemy, they directly attacked the 2 camps. These savages acted with meticulous planning. Just then, 3 figures appeared in front of them. They were the 3 who lit torches earlier to lure the savages away. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Zhou Feng and the others. After they lit the torches, they ran away as fast as they could. I didn't dare to look back at all. They didn't even know if Zhou Feng had rescued these people. There was no movement behind them at that moment. The savages probably gave up the chase or lost track of them. However, Zhou Feng did not suggest that everyone take a break. It is only safe once you are inside the camp. The group continued forward step by step. They walked until dawn. That's the campsite. Reporter Song pointed excitedly ahead. They were almost at the foot of the mountain. Before we even reached the foot of the mountain, a group of people came towards us. The person leading the team was Tang Chung. In addition to the dozen or so people in the camp, Tang Chung also had more than 20 people from Chaolang. You're all right. Tang Chung breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Zhou Feng and the others. Why are you here? Zhou Feng asked, puzzled. Everyone in the camp was almost frantic yesterday. We were planning to come find you before dawn, even if it meant going to the savage tribe. Tang Cheng's expression was very serious. This is absolutely not a joke. Zhou Feng was still somewhat moved. He then looked at Chaolang's men. Where are they? Zhou Feng asked. Were they sent by Cui Lu to help? Tang Chung explained. That Chaolang. He passed away yesterday evening. Tang Chung sighed. Joining chapter 142. Cui Lu is now in charge of the camp, but he is also quite badly injured and won't recover anytime soon. Tang Chung sighed. However, as soon as Tang Chung finished speaking, he also noticed the wounds on Zhou Feng's body. You're injured? Tang Chung exclaimed in surprise. You should persuade Zhou Feng. His wound should be cleaned as soon as possible. It can't be delayed any longer. Qiu Lin couldn't help but say from the side. Qiu Lin had been holding these words in all the way. Tang Chung looked at Qiu Lin with some surprise. How could he detect a hint of concern for Zhou Feng in Qiu Lin's words? Let me take a look, Qiu Shui said, stepping forward as well. I'll handle this myself when I get back to camp. You're all tired, go back and rest, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand as he walked towards his camp. Upon seeing this, Tang Chung thanked Cui Li's people. Then he led his men back with Zhou Feng. Do he hate me? Qiu Lin blurted out subconsciously. A little. Qiu Shui thought for a moment and nodded. After all, Zhou Feng's attitude just now was somewhat cold and unapproachable. It's different from when we chatted alone last time. Qiu Shui felt it must be because of the wild boar incident last time. The older sister was in the wrong to begin with, and then she deliberately targeted Zhou Feng. It's only natural that Zhou Feng dislikes his sister. I apologize to him, Qiu Lin said, her eyes looking a little disappointed. Some things can't be solved just by apologizing, Qiu Shui said with a wry smile. Qiu Lin gently bit her lip, looking in the direction Zhou Feng had left. Qiu Lin, we just discussed it and decided to join Zhou Feng's camp. What about you guys? Just then, a sound came from the side. You want to join Zhou Feng's camp? Qiu Lin was taken aback. The remaining survivors all nodded. Yes, half of our camp died, and we simply don't dare to stay there any longer. The threat from the savages is growing, and it's becoming increasingly difficult for small groups to survive. Why don't we join Zhou Feng's side? We all trust him. You guys don't have many people left, right? What are your plans now? Upon hearing these words, Qiu Lin realized. I had never thought about this question before. Since Qiu Shui was arrested, her mind has been completely focused on her younger sister. I didn't think about it much at all. At this time, Qiu Lin's men. Besides the 4 people who had already moved to the canyon, there were 6 others, including Qiu Shui, who were rescued this time. Including Qiu Lin herself, there are exactly 11 people. Given the current situation, the savages have begun attacking the central camp. 11 people simply have no way to protect themselves. It's impossible for them to live in the canyon forever. Let's join Zhou Feng's camp, Qiu Lin blurted out. If that's the case, I'll have a chance to thank Zhou Feng. Yes, we plan to rest for a bit first, and then move all our things from the camp over there, one of the survivors said. Okay, we'll go together then. Qiu Lin nodded. Qiu Lin still had some worries in her heart. What if Zhou Feng doesn't accept me if I bring people with me? She actually felt more at ease when there were many people around. After returning to the camp, Zhou Feng changed out of his bloodstained clothes. I slept in the room for a while. In a daze, I felt something groping at my wound. He instinctively reached out and grabbed it. Xiaofeng. Then I heard Qin Xiaoshui's voice, tinged with pain. Zhou Feng then realized that he had grabbed Qin Xiaoshui's wrist. I'm so sorry, I thought it was some kind of snake or something. Zhou Feng quickly let go of her hand and apologized. You're so strong. Qin Xiaoshua clutched her wrist, tears welling up in her eyes. Qin Xiaoshua just wanted to check on Zhou Feng's wound. But to his surprise, Zhou Feng's hand felt like an iron clamp. Her wrists were a little red and swollen. I'm so sorry, Zhou Feng said, not expecting things to turn out this way. Luckily you grabbed my wrist, otherwise. Qin Xiaoshua blushed as if she had just thought of something. Zhou Feng scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. By the way, why has your wound scabbed over? Qin Xiaoshua quickly changed the subject. She remembered that Zhou Feng had just returned, and she helped him change his clothes. The wound is still visible, but it has scabbed over now. Maybe it's because of different physical constitutions. Zhou Feng casually offered an excuse. The current issue concerns the jade pendant he was wearing. Zhou Feng didn't know what it was either, and it wasn't time to tell Qin Xiaoxue yet. Next time something like this happens, at least bring more people with you, Qin Xiaoxue said, her eyes filled with worry. Zhou Feng knew that Tang Cheng had brought his men over that morning. It was Qin Xiaoxue who arranged it. I imagine Qin Xiaoxue must have been very anxious yesterday. However, she rarely showed this to Zhou Feng. It's about not letting yourself worry. Okay, I'll be more careful next time. Zhou Feng nodded. Looking at Zhou Feng's expression, Qin Xiaoxue couldn't help but shake her head. She knew Zhou Feng was just trying to comfort her. If faced with a situation like yesterday again, Zhou Feng would definitely take the risk again. How did you get this injury? Qin Xiaoxue's gaze returned to Zhou Feng's wound. I couldn't resist reaching out my finger and stroking it. Zhou Feng felt a little itchy. However, he still gave a brief description. When I heard that there were so-called savage warriors in the savage tribe, Qin Xiaoxue was immediately dumbfounded. They'll definitely retaliate. Qin Xiaoxue couldn't help but say. It definitely will. So we need to be even more careful from now on. Zhou Feng's expression was solemn. If there weren't any savages here, we could live here for the rest of our lives, Qin Xiaoxue said, leaning on Zhou Feng's shoulder. Zhou Feng remembered a movie. It's about a wealthy woman and a ship repairman who are stranded on a desert island. Eventually, love blossomed. However, after they were rescued, they eventually returned to their own lives. No matter where we are, I will be with you. Zhou Feng put his arm around Qin Xiaoxue's shoulder, his tone firm. I don't know how much time has passed. There was a noise outside. Boss, someone called out to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue then separated. What's wrong? Zhou Feng came out. A lot of people have arrived, Fan Jian said, pointing to the camp entrance. Zhou Feng saw dozens of people standing there, all of whom were familiar faces. They were basically all people I rescued yesterday. However, besides these people, there were also more than a dozen unfamiliar faces. We want to join your camp, someone stepped forward and said. Are you all planning to join? Zhou Feng noticed the Qiu Lin sisters in the crowd. He set his gaze on Qiu Shui. Even Qiu Shui is willing to join his camp. That would be a huge help. Chapter 143, Qiu Shui's Compromise. You want to join my camp too? Zhou Feng asked the Qiu sisters. I wonder if they're just here to join in the fun. After all, Zhou Feng had heard that Qiu Lin and her group didn't hang out with men. Yes, we want to join too, Qiu Lin said firmly as she stepped forward. Zhou Feng nodded to himself. The attack on Qiu Lin and her group's camp should have made them realize this. Their camp structure was incapable of handling risks. As for the people he rescued, there were those unfamiliar faces that Zhou Feng had never seen before. They probably all heard about how I saved people. That's why I took the initiative to join the camp. These survivors live in small groups, and now they have no place to live at all. Joining my camp is fine, but you must obey my orders and abide by the rules of my camp, Zhou Feng said sternly. If we're going to set rules, we should do it right when these people have just joined. Of course, no problem. We will definitely listen to you. You saved our lives. You gave us all our lives. Many people shouted out, especially those people who were rescued from the cave by Zhou Feng. They were all very emotional. If it weren't for Zhou Feng, they would probably be food for the savages today. I have one condition. Just then, Qiu Shui raised her hand and said, What are the conditions? Zhou Feng looked over. If anyone gets injured in the central camp, I want to do my part. If other camps come to me for help, could I? Qiu Shui bit her lip. That won't do. Everyone in my camp has their own missions. Zhou Feng shook his head and refused before Qiu Shui could finish speaking. Qiu Shui was stunned. Obviously, Zhou Feng refused his request. Zhou Feng is the kind of person who would risk his life to go to a savage tribe for a stranger. I'm just offering this because I want to help others get treatment. Zhou Feng actually refused. This left Qiu Shui somewhat confused. The people in my camp are a unified whole. I cannot sacrifice the interests of others for the sake of one person, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. After he said that, no one present felt offended. They even nodded to themselves in agreement. Besides being grateful to Zhou Feng, they wanted to join Zhou Feng's camp for several reasons. Of course, it's about wanting to be protected. However, in their hearts, they didn't want Zhou Feng to really be some kind of saint. That would definitely harm one's own interests. Qiu Shui, let's join. Don't forget that Zhou Feng saved your life. You should thank him, Qiu Lin whispered in her sister's ear, pulling her arm. Okay, I'll follow the camp rules too. Qiu Shui couldn't refuse her sister. After all, her sister risked her life to rescue her from the savage tribe. Qiu Shui didn't want to upset her sister. Moreover, Qiu Lin had been muttering to herself ever since she returned to the central camp. You need to join Zhou Feng's camp. Qiu Lin used to confidently declare that she would never rely on a man. Now I've forgotten about that too. More than 30 people arrived at once, and the camp's housing was insufficient. Fortunately, everyone in the camp was already quite adept at building shelters. They started working on it that afternoon. These people who joined did not come empty-handed. They all carried a considerable amount of supplies. While everyone at the camp was busy, a familiar face appeared. It was Li Suo. Li Suo brought news that young Master Jean wanted to talk to everyone about forming a patrol team. Young Master Jean invited everyone to his camp this time, and he'll treat everyone to dinner that evening. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. After Li Suo left, Tang Cheng came over and said, "Brother Zhou Feng, are we going to young Master Jin's camp? Will it be dangerous?" Tang Cheng asked anxiously. That young Master Jean is no good person. Chao Lang's death was so suspicious that it was very likely related to young Master Jean. This could very well be a trap. If young Master Jean wanted to pull any tricks, he wouldn't be so blatant, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. It's still too dangerous, Tang Cheng said, already knowing it was pointless. After all, Zhou Feng even dared to go to the savage camp. It's just a trip to young Master Jin's camp, so why would Zhou Feng be afraid? So you're not planning to go out for dinner tonight? Zhou Feng smiled. Just now, when Li Suo was relaying the message, they expressed their welcome to Zhou Feng and his group, clearly trying to reassure him. If you go, I will definitely go with you. Tang Cheng nodded emphatically. Tang Cheng couldn't possibly let Zhou Feng go alone. Zhou Feng quickly set off with his group, which consisted of more than a dozen people. However, he did not go directly to young Master Jin's camp. Instead, they went to Chao Lang's camp first. Chui Li's health was still not very good. He was lying in bed when Zhou Feng arrived. It was with Wen Xiaoyan's help that she was able to sit up and chat with Zhou Feng. From Chui Li, Zhou Feng learned that they had already buried Chao Lang's body. Have you discovered anything unusual about Chao Lang's death? Zhou Feng asked. He left in such a hurry last time that I didn't have time to get to know him. Nothing was found. Chui Li slowly shook his head. Chui Li carefully questioned the people who had been with Chao Lang at the time. Nothing unusual was found along the way. I had just sat down to rest for a few minutes. Chao Lang screamed in pain as he realized he had been bitten by a poisonous snake. The venomous snake was killed on the spot by others and was not brought back. Chui Li has been investigating for the past 2 days, but without any leads. Everything looked like an accident. Did young Master Jean invite you over to discuss the guard team? Zhou Feng changed the subject. Although there was no evidence, Zhou Feng still felt something was amiss. I can't go right now, so I'll arrange for someone else to go and take a look, Chui Li sighed. Now, Chui Li is trying to move as little as possible to recover from his injury. He didn't want to manage the camp, but he couldn't resist the others' unanimous recommendation of him. Because the person Chao Lang trusted most before was Chui Li. Chui Li has always been the number 2 person in the camp. What are your plans? Zhou Feng wanted to know Chui Li's thoughts. Actually, I was just about to send someone to tell you about this. We'll all listen to you. We'll stand with you through thick and thin, Chui Li said solemnly. Listen to me? Zhou Feng was taken aback. I didn't expect Chui Li to say that. I heard you went into the savage tribe to rescue people and fought your way through the savages. Many people in our camp admire you and think you can definitely handle young Master Jean. Chui Li nodded heavily. The people in their camp had a conflict with young Master Jean. They would support anyone who could outmaneuver young Master Jean. Moreover, the story of Zhou Feng's duel with young Master Jin's bodyguard had already spread throughout the entire central camp. Zhou Feng was both amused and exasperated. Did you fight your way through a savage group? I'm not Zhao Zilong. I don't know who's spreading these rumors everywhere. It's really outrageous. Chapter 144 Discussion. These rumors are outrageous, but Zhou Feng doesn't think they're necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes, rumors can boost credibility. Just like many successful people, they like to fabricate some of their early experiences. Things like starting from scratch and not being able to afford food. The goal is to highlight their legendary status, which is, in a way, a form of marketing. That's fine then, I'll make the decision. Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng originally came here to form an alliance with Chui Li. Now he doesn't even need to speak up. Chui Li then brought it up. Then Chui Li asked Wen Xiaoyan to call in someone Zhou Feng had also met before. When Zhou Feng first came, he was right next to Chao Lang. She looks to be in her late 40s, and her skin is a bit dark. Let me introduce him. His name is Wu Hai, and he's a crew member on the Wanli. Chui Li introduced him. Wu Hai greeted Zhou Feng, who looked a bit dull. They don't seem to be very good at dealing with people. Chui Li gave Wu Hai some instructions, and then went to see young Master Jean. All you need to do is agree with Zhou Feng. Okay. Wu Hai nodded simply. Zhou Feng came out of the room and headed towards young Master Jin's camp. He knew where young Master Jin's camp was, but he had never been there. This is their first time here. Young Master Jin's campsite is definitely the best place in the entire central mountain range. It's right at the entrance to the canyon on the south side of the mountain range. The terrain here is quite high, with mountains blocking the view to the west. And what if the camp is attacked? They can go directly into the canyon to take refuge. When Zhou Feng arrived, he saw a very luxurious wooden house. The indoor area is estimated to be at least over 100 square meters. The exterior is constructed entirely of logs as thick as a tiger's mouth. The roof was covered with a thick layer of weeds. I'm guessing this must be young Master Jin's room, Zhou Feng said with a smile. This young Master Jin really knows how to enjoy life. Tang Cheng's lips curled into a sneer. Given the current situation, they still want to build such a luxurious house. These trees all need to be felled one by one, which is time-consuming and laborious. What left Tang Cheng speechless was, there are many houses in this camp, all of which are very simple. However, there was something in the camp that caught Tang Cheng's attention. In the middle of the camp, people were butchering wild boar meat. It looks like a large portion. It must be what young Master Jin used to treat his guests. What made Tang Cheng frown was, he saw some familiar faces. They were all people from Zhou Feng's camp. Tang Cheng felt that these people looked very weak and listless. They were all pale and emaciated. It's likely that things aren't going well for him with young Master Jin. If you think about it carefully, you'll understand. These people will definitely receive the worst treatment when they arrive at the camp. Just then, young Master Jin came out with his men. Welcome, welcome. You're a very distinguished guest. Young Master Jin smiled. I wouldn't call myself a distinguished guest, not as esteemed as you, young Master Jin, Zhou Feng said casually. Young Master Jin understood the teasing in Zhou Feng's words, but his expression remained unchanged. They don't seem to mind. It's not lunchtime yet, and no one else has arrived. How about we go inside and chat for a while? Young Master Jin invited. Okay. Zhou Feng nodded. It seems that young Master Jin wants to talk to me alone. He also wanted to know what young Master Jin was really up to. The two entered the wooden house one after the other. As soon as Zhou Feng entered, he noticed that there was a lot of furniture in the room. A wooden table was placed in the center. There were also a few wooden chairs nearby, which looked quite decent. There should be someone skilled in carpentry in young Master Jin's camp. There was another woman in the room. She's the one who's always been by young Master Jin's side. Please sit down. Young Master Jin took the lead and sat down at the table. Zhou Feng also sat down next to him. The woman brought over a tea set, which was also newly made. I poured a cup of tea for Zhou Feng and young Master Jin. Then she snuggled up next to young Master Jin. Try it. I didn't expect there to be tea trees on this deserted island. Young Master Jin raised his teacup. However, Zhou Feng did not move. He didn't come here for tea. Unexpectedly, on the deserted island, young Master Jin's quality of life was quite high. If conditions allowed, the ground would probably be covered with animal skins. Afraid I'll poison you? Young Master Jin chuckled. Just say what you have to say, Zhou Feng said calmly. Zhou Feng isn't even afraid of snake venom, so how could he possibly be afraid of something in the tea? Young Master Jin took a sip of tea and placed the teacup on the table. You're a smart person, so I'll just say it directly. Right now, the two of us have the highest reputation in the central camp. After Chao Lang died, Cui Lu and his group lost their leader. If the two of us join forces, we can take control of the entire central camp. Young Master Jin said unhurriedly. What's the point of controlling this place? It's a deserted island. Zhou Feng shook his head. Zhou Feng had no intention of becoming king on the deserted island. However, Boss Fei once revealed that he had this idea, because Boss Fei felt that they probably wouldn't be able to leave this place. I do think we'll be able to leave sooner or later, but right now we need to make sure we all survive and live comfortably. Young Master Jin's lips curled up. Then, young Master Jin asked Zhou Feng how he viewed the other survivors. They are the survivors, Zhou Feng said after thinking for a moment. I don't know if it has any other special meaning. They are worker bees. Some are responsible for collecting resources, some for building nests, and some for defending their territory, young Master Jin said calmly. Hearing young Master Jin compare the survivors to worker bees, Zhou Feng understood. This young Master Jin directly categorized the survivors on the Wanli into different levels. In young Master Jin's eyes, all the other survivors were to serve him. And that is indeed the case. So, are you the male bee or the queen bee? Zhou Feng asked with a half-smile. Although Xiongfeng does not participate in labor, he is essentially a tool. It all depends on whether young Master Jin believes he is the queen bee. Hee, I was just using a metaphor. The two of us should be the highest-ranking people in the survivor group. If we join forces, we can control everyone in the central camp and make them serve us willingly. Young Master Jin wasn't angry. Not interested. Zhou Feng shook his head. Zhou Feng had no intention of taking advantage of others. What difference would there be between me and young Master Jean then? Young Master Jean frowned, clearly not expecting Zhou Feng to refuse so quickly. However, we can cooperate. We don't know when the savages will attack. Only by cooperating can we ensure our safety. Otherwise, everyone will be in danger. Zhou Feng changed the subject. Chapter 145 Luxury. Young Master Jean clearly hadn't expected Zhou Feng to be willing to cooperate. The two of them were clearly not getting along just now. If brother Zhou Feng is willing to cooperate, that would be best. I have some ideas, young Master Jean said, revealing his plan. According to his plan, the first step was to count the number of people in the entire central camp. This includes those survivors in groups of 3 or 5, and even those who were alone. Everyone should contribute to the entire central camp. They specially trained a team to fight against the savages. What if the few survivors don't want to join? Zhou Feng knew there were quite a few such people in the central camp. For example, Reporter Song is one of those people. Then we'll just have to ask them to leave. Let them go wherever they want. Young Master Jean said coldly. If someone is not useful to you, just kick them out. Zhou Feng nodded. This was young Master Jin's style. It seems that in young Master Jin's mind, the survivors are divided into 2 types. One type can provide value to oneself, while the other cannot. How many people would be suitable for this team? Zhou Feng asked again. I plan for about 200 people. Young Master Jean held up 2 fingers. 200 people. Zhou Feng frowned immediately. There are still fewer than 700 people in the central camp. It should be more than 600 people. To form a combat force of 200 people, that's equivalent to 1/3 of the total. Moreover, these people are the main force in production. There are quite a few people here. What if there's a shortage of supplies? Zhou Feng asked. So many men were incorporated into the combat units. Many production jobs need to be done by women. This is a very heavy workload. It's simple, just lower the pay of some people so they don't starve, young Master Jean said nonchalantly. This will cause trouble. Zhou Feng frowned. Under such high pressure, morale becomes a major issue. It's very likely that the savages' revenge is yet to come. Panic and conflict will arise within them. We have power in our hands. Why should we be afraid of them resisting? Young Master Jean curled his lip. Zhou Feng remained silent for a few seconds, then finally shook his head. This won't work, it can't last long. Zhou Feng didn't believe this model could continue. And what's your opinion? Young Master Jean picked up his teacup again. 100 people, at most 100 people, Zhou Feng said after thinking for a moment. The patrol team shouldn't have too many people. About 100 should be enough. All of them were selected from young and middle-aged adults. 100 men? They're no match for savages. Young Master Jean frowned. Clearly, this number was too small in young Master Jin's eyes. Their fighting ability was inherently inferior to that of the savages who lived on the island. If a real battle breaks out, it certainly won't just be 100 people, Zhou Feng explained. These 100 people are just the ones responsible for patrolling every day. A new batch of people will be rotated every 2 days. Try to get all the able-bodied young men in the camp involved. The savages really attacked, so these 100 men held them off. The others put down their work and quickly joined the battle. This reduced the burden on the camp. When actual combat occurs, combat strength will also increase. But 100 people is a bit too few. If the savages suddenly attack us, we will suffer heavy losses. Young Master Jean still had some concerns. The last time the savages attacked Qiu Lin and her group's camp, they did so without a sound. That's simple too. We can expand the perimeter, Zhou Feng said. Young Master Jean looked at Zhou Feng with suspicion and asked, expand the perimeter of the cordon? But Zhou Feng just said that we can't let too many people leave production. Why expand the security perimeter in a place as large as the central camp? How many people would that require? Build a watchtower, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. A watchtower? Young Master Jin's eyes lit up. Why didn't I think of that? If there were watchtowers, there would be very few people needed to patrol. Simply building watchtowers around some central mountain ranges is enough to monitor the surrounding area. A single savage is difficult to spot. However, the savages will launch a large-scale attack, just like last time. It would be difficult to hide it from others. As expected of brother Zhou Feng, this idea is brilliant. Young Master Jean couldn't help but exclaim. In addition, we should hold meetings frequently to mediate conflicts within the camp, Zhou Feng added. Yes, it's time to select a few representatives. Young Master Jean nodded. Just then, a commotion arose outside. It seems everyone else has arrived. Young Master Jean and Zhou Feng walked out of the room. Sure enough, quite a few people had already arrived outside. Zhou Feng glanced around and saw familiar faces everywhere. The same people who attended the meeting last time, including Boss Fei. Everyone was slightly surprised to see Zhou Feng and young Master Jean come out of the room. Dinner is almost ready. Let's eat and talk, young Master Jean said with a smile. Today, young Master Jean has prepared barbecue for everyone. The pork, which had been washed earlier, had been skewered into large pieces with wooden sticks. Roast them over a campfire. Those wooden sticks were all soaked in water. Whole pork ribs were also roasting over the campfire, sizzling and dripping with oil. Oil droplets fell into the fire, making the bonfire burn even brighter. Seeing this, Zhou Feng couldn't help but frown. This way of eating is such a waste. It wastes both oil and firewood. The meat in Zhou Feng's camp is all used to make meat soup. All the oil is in the soup. There were quite a few people in young Master Jin's camp, and they all looked malnourished. But young Master Jin is still so wasteful. However, this was Jin Xiao's own business, and Zhou Feng was too lazy to say anything more. The group quickly sat down on the ground, and someone placed a large leaf in front of them as a serving dish. It was topped with meat skewers, as well as grilled mushrooms and other things. There was also rabbit meat, roast chicken, and so on, after Zhou Feng arrived on the deserted island. I have never eaten such a sumptuous meal before. And among the camp leaders like Zhou Feng and Fei Laoda, they even received a rib. There was even dipping sauce on the side. It is a mixture of salt and some powder. Zhou Feng tasted it. It was a bit spicy. The taste is still pretty good. I don't know where young Master Jin and his group got it from. What was even more surprising was that someone soon poured them a drink. It's fruit wine. It tastes sweet with a faint alcohol flavor. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. This young Master Jin really knows how to enjoy life. He even brews wine under these circumstances. While everyone was eating, young Master Jin stepped forward and explained Zhou Feng and his plan. He also specifically emphasized that Zhou Feng and he formulated it together. Please feel free to share any opinions you may have, young Master Jin added at the end. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this. Neither of them expected that Zhou Feng and young Master Jin had already made an agreement in advance. Chapter 146 Transmission. Now everyone knows it's at the central camp. Besides young Master Jin, the person with the highest prestige is Zhou Feng. What these two people decided is basically a fact. Then their opinions are actually not important. This is just going through the motions. However, the group still offered some minor suggestions and added some details. Then it settled. How about we hold a meeting at my camp every 2 days from now on? I'll still host everyone then, young Master Jin said, squinting his eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng understood. Why did young Master Jin specifically invite everyone to his camp for a meal? So that's what they were planning. This makes it seem like young Master Jin is the leader of the central camp. Subtly, everyone will gradually come to accept this fact. No one raised any objections. After all, if you can get free barbecue all the time, it doesn't matter where the meeting is held. Everyone, please eat and drink well today. Don't be shy. I'm not a stingy person. Young Master Jin nodded in satisfaction. Another batch of meat skewers is ready. Young Master Jin's men took the meat skewers and began distributing them to everyone. Zhou Feng noticed that the man who handed him the meat skewers looked very familiar. It used to belong to their own camp. However, the other person kept their head down and didn't dare to look at them at all. He simply placed the meat skewers in front of Zhou Feng, then lowered his head and left. But at this very moment, Zhou Feng suddenly noticed that a crumpled piece of paper, about the size of a fingernail, was hidden under the wooden stick. He calmly crumpled the paper in his hand. He casually picked up a meat skewer, the movement very discreet. However, Zhou Feng soon discovered this. A pair of eyes were staring at him from across the room. They clearly noticed Zhou Feng's subtle actions. It's Boss Fei. However, Boss Fei's face remained expressionless, as if he hadn't noticed anything. Zhou Feng acted as if nothing had happened. Soon everyone had almost finished eating. Moreover, they discussed how to allocate manpower during the meal. Each camp sent a certain number of people, totaling over 100. Then they rotate every 2 days. On the way back, Tang Qing couldn't help but say, "This young Master Jin is quite generous. In order to win people's hearts, he at least brought out a whole wild boar to entertain everyone." Tang Cheng had already done the calculation. There are more than 30 people who came today. I ate quite a lot in total. Young Master Jin isn't being generous. No matter how much we eat, he won't eat a single bite less, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. Tang Qing listened to these words thoughtfully and quickly understood. Within young Master Jin's camp, there is a clear hierarchy. Moreover, the bodyguards around young Master Jin are also well treated. They wouldn't object even if they saw Zhou Feng and the others eating meat heartily. Only those at the very bottom of the camp, those who need to pay for supplies every day. That's why they hate each other so much. They work hard every day, but they are not entitled to enjoy these things. Tang Chung saw that many people in young Master Jin's camp had expressions of dissatisfaction. Zhou Feng reached into his pocket and pulled out the crumpled piece of paper from before. Zhou Feng quietly unfolded the crumpled paper in his palm and discovered that it was a note. He only glanced at it a few times before he understood what was on it. It roughly means the person who writes the note. A spy was discovered in Chui Li's camp. He was a man with tattoos covering his entire left arm. The person who wrote the note had seen Li Suo and this man talking furtively. I vaguely heard the word snake. After reading it, Zhou Feng quickly crumpled the paper into a ball again. I put it back into my pocket. Tang Chung, who was standing next to Zhou Feng, did not notice Zhou Feng's subtle actions. As Zhou Feng walked, he pondered whether the contents of the note were true or false. He tried hard to recall the person who had passed him the note. I really don't remember it. I wasn't an important figure in the camp before. As for the other party's motives, they are not hard to guess. It's nothing more than dissatisfaction with young Master Jin's exploitation. Or perhaps they long to one day return to their own camp. So they risked passing intelligence onto themselves. The key question is whether this intelligence is true. Was it a scheme by young Master Jin? Or a test of himself? The note also specifically mentioned snakes. It seemed to be implying that Chao Lang's death was related to this tattooed man. However, Zhou Feng felt that it was unlikely that this intelligence was a trap. Even if I get infected, what can I do? It will not cause any harm to yourself. Zhou Feng looked at Wu Hai beside him, wanting to ask a question. Is there a tattooed man in the enemy's camp? However, after thinking about it, Zhou Feng ultimately decided not to speak. Now is not the time to alert the enemy. This matter can only be told to one person, and that is Cui Lo. At a fork in the road, Zhou Feng and the others parted ways with Wu Hai. Then return to your own camp. The next morning, after a quick breakfast, Tang Chung set off with a dozen or so people. Starting today, the patrol team will begin performing its duties. Meanwhile, the others in the camp began their usual morning run. Those who just joined the camp yesterday were a bit dumbfounded. I didn't expect there to be this activity at Zhou Feng's camp in the morning. They were all panting heavily from exhaustion. The others in the camp have gradually adapted to this rhythm. Running wasn't that strenuous. Seeing this, the newly joined survivors were all envious. They certainly understood what having plenty of physical strength meant. Those who came from savage tribes, in particular, understand this. If only I had been strong when the savages attacked. They wouldn't be caught by the savages at all. They could escape immediately. Everyone gritted their teeth and persevered to finish the run. Both Qiu Lin and Qiu Shui had fine beads of sweat on their foreheads. Her cheeks were flushed. They supported each other as they ran the last bit of distance. Both of them were exhausted and sat on the ground, panting. Just then, Zhou Feng walked over. Seeing Zhou Feng approach, Qiu Lin unconsciously tidied her messy hair with both hands. She tried to tuck her disheveled hair behind her ears. I turned my head away instinctively, but she couldn't help but steal glances at Zhou Feng, trying to see his reaction. Qiu Shui, from now on you'll be in charge of medical care at the camp. We'll build you a special infirmary later. Zhou Feng didn't even pay attention to Qiu Lin, but spoke directly to Qiu Shui. Will this work? Qiu Shui asked with delight. She had assumed that she would be working like everyone else in the camp, because most people are like that. But unexpectedly, I was able to return to my old profession. It wasn't that Qiu Shui was unwilling to do those chores, but rather that she felt she had medical knowledge after all. It would be such a waste not to use this area. Chapter 147 Doubt. Yes, there are more people in the camp now, so we need to improve medical conditions to prevent an outbreak of infectious diseases, Zhou Feng nodded and said. Previously, they didn't have this option, so they could only pay more attention to personal hygiene. Now that there's a doctor in the camp, of course we need to set up a medical clinic. If you need anything else, you can go to Fan Jian or Yang Wei and ask them to arrange manpower for you, such as gathering herbs, Zhou Feng added. Now, the allocation of manpower within the camp is all handled by them. Zhou Feng didn't concern himself with the details. Qiu Shui nodded. Zhou Feng gave a few more instructions, then turned and left. Looking at Zhou Feng's retreating figure, Qiu Shui couldn't help but feel a little admiration. With just a few words, Zhou Feng arranged everything perfectly. She couldn't help but look at her older sister beside her. When Qiu Lin was in charge of their camp, it was a complete mess. Sister, you have a fever. Qiu Shui noticed at this moment that Qiu Lin's face was unusually flushed. She reached out and touched Qiu Lin's forehead. I'm fine, I just ran around too much. Qiu Lin blocked her sister's hand. She was also a little confused. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've been feeling confused and disoriented all along. More than a kilometer outside the camp, in the woods, Zhou Feng led 7 or 8 people to build a watchtower. According to the discussion last night, 8 such watchtowers will be built. Zhou Feng is in charge of building too. It is very difficult to build a watchtower out of thin air. However, there is an easier way. Build it based on a tree. All you need to do is build a stable tree house in the tree. But you must choose the taller tree. This ensures a wide field of vision. Zhou Feng and his team worked all morning and finally completed the construction of 2 watchtowers. Meanwhile, some food was prepared inside the watchtower. The most important thing about the watchtower was the discovery of the cannibals. How to quickly deliver messages. Using smoke to send messages is a good method. But how to start a fire quickly is a problem. There aren't enough lighters in the camp, so we can put them on the watchtower. Although many people have found flint in the central mountain range, it can be used to start a fire. However, flint is difficult to use for starting a fire, and in an emergency, it may be impossible to start a fire. Moreover, lighting a fire on the watchtower would only burn the watchtower down as well. If the intelligence is wrong, a watchtower will be lost. So yesterday, everyone discussed and came up with a very quick method. That is, using red cloth as a warning. Wherever the wild man is spotted, a red cloth will be raised. The people in the camp will find it very quickly. Red cloth is also the easiest thing to obtain inside the camp. There are plenty of fabrics of this color in the camp, and you can also dye them with some other materials. Zhou Feng returned to the camp at noon and ate something. Then he carried his suitcase and went to a newly built wooden house. This is the medical room. There was a simple bed inside, and a lot of medicinal herbs were piled up next to it. Many of them are sun-dried. Qiu Shui collected these some time ago. When Zhou Feng arrived, Qiu Shui was there alone. Qiu Shui was quite busy all morning. After everyone learned that there was a doctor in the camp, many people came to see her for treatment. This actually put a lot of pressure on Qiu Shui. She actually didn't have much experience in treating patients. Most of her knowledge was theoretical. At this point, there was no other option but to bite the bullet and go for it. Come with me to Chui Li's place later, Zhou Feng said. Go over there. Qiu Shui was taken aback. Okay, go check on Chui Li. Zhou Feng nodded. It's just a facade. Zhou Feng actually wanted to verify the intelligence. Is there a tattooed man in Chui Li's camp? Okay, I have some herbs here, Qiu Shui said, starting to organize the herbs behind her. No need. I already gave him anti-inflammatory medicine, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Anti-inflammatory drugs. No wonder, Qiu Shui said with an I see expression. She also knew that Chui Li's condition had improved a lot. I initially thought it was the herbs I had given them last time that had worked. Unexpectedly, it was because of the anti-inflammatory medication. There are still some medications left. You'll be in charge of distributing them from now on. Try to use them sparingly. Zhou Feng opened the suitcase in his hand. Of course, Zhou Feng didn't take out all of them. He also left a few boxes of medicine for Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan. Qiu Shui was very excited when she saw the medicine in the suitcase. She hadn't expected that Zhou Feng had so many medicines. Where did these medicines come from? Are they emergency supplies on the ship? Qiu Shui couldn't help but ask. It was carried by a doctor surnamed Wan, Zhou Feng explained. Qiu Shui clearly did not recognize the doctor surnamed Wan, but she felt a little sentimental. If that Dr. Wan were still alive, he could definitely save many people. However, Qiu Shui later stated that these medications were too expensive. On a deserted island today, it's more attractive than gold. It's safer to keep it in Zhou Feng's room. She can go and get it when she needs it. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, no one dares to enter their own room without permission. After putting the medicine back, Zhou Feng left with Qiu Shui. They soon arrived at Chui Li's camp. Chui Li's complexion looked a bit healthier than yesterday. Qiu Shui examined Chui Li's wound. How is it? When Xiaoyun asked nervously from the side. There's no pus or inflammation, but you should still rest as much as possible, Qiu Shui said. Hearing this, when Xiaoyun breathed a sigh of relief. You guys go out first. I want to talk to Chui Lu alone, Zhou Feng said to them. The two turned and went outside the room. Is there something wrong? Chui Li's expression turned serious. Does anyone in your camp have a full-sleeve tattoo? Zhou Feng asked, describing the situation. Yuan Long. Chui Li blurted out. There is such a person in the camp. After all, a full-sleeve tattoo is a very rare feature. How is Yuan Long usually? Zhou Feng asked. Usually? He's a bit arrogant usually, and the people in the camp don't really like him, Chui Li said after thinking for a moment. What was Yuan Long doing when Chao Lang died? Zhou Feng asked seriously. Seeing Zhou Feng's expression, Chui Li knew that things were not simple. Yuan Long is quite skilled, and Chao Lang has always kept Yuan Long by his side, Chui Li said, squinting. Then, as if he had just thought of something, Chui Li suddenly slapped his thigh. This aggravated his wound, causing him to grimace. I remember now. Yuan Long once said that his hobby was raising snakes. Chui Li had heard this more than once. Yuan Long used to boast that he knew a lot about all kinds of venomous snakes. I was bitten twice before. However, Yuan Long behaved very strangely after Chao Lang was injured this time. They didn't offer any professional opinions at all. Chapter 148 Yuan Long. That bastard. Chui Lu gritted his teeth. Chui Lu greatly respected Chao Lang, ever since he appeared on the deserted island. Chao Lang was their leader. Now that he has learned that Chao Lang may have been killed by his own people, Chui Lu finds it hard to accept. What angered Chui Lu the most was Chao Lang also took good care of Yuan Long in the camp. In the past, when Yuan Long had conflicts with others, Chao Lang would always help resolve them. And then what happened? Yuan Long actually betrayed Chao Lang. Why is that? Where is Yuan Longren? Zhou Feng asked. He went on patrol today. Chui Li's eyes were practically spitting fire. Chui Li didn't even know what would happen if Yuan Long were in front of him. What he will do? Find a way to call him back, Zhou Feng said, squinting. It is highly likely that Yuan Long was the murderer of Chao Lang. We need to find a way to confirm this fact. Let's see if Chao Lang's death is related to young Master Jean. If it really was young Master Jean who made the move, then the situation would be different. Zhou Feng had a feeling that he might be the next target. Chui Li nodded slowly. Chui Lu also planned to avenge Chao Lang, not wanting Chao Lang to die in such an unclear and unjust way. However, according to the patrol team's requirements, they must be on standby for 48 hours. We would rest together every night. To prevent cannibals from attacking at night, Chui Lu pondered what reason to use to call Yuan Long back. Only then can Yuan Long not be suspicious. Just then, when Xiaoyan rushed in. Boss, Tang Cheng came running over to find you. Tang Cheng. Zhou Feng frowned. Tang Cheng actually found this place. There must be something important going on. Zhou Feng immediately came out of the room. Sure enough, Tang Cheng was standing outside. Something terrible has happened. Someone has been killed by savages. Tang Cheng's face was grim. Zhou Feng frowned. The savages did come, and they came so quickly. How many savages are coming? From which direction? Zhou Feng asked. What puzzled him was why the central mountain range was so quiet. Because according to their previous reservation, once a watchtower spots traces of the savages, the first thing it does is raise a red cloth. Then, after seeing the signal, someone will specifically knock on something that can make a sound. Let everyone know that the savages have arrived. But Zhou Feng couldn't hear anything at all. We didn't see any wild men. We only found a corpse in the northwest direction, Tang Cheng quickly explained. Zhou Feng found it a bit strange. No wild man found. They only found the corpses of those killed by savages. Does this mean the savages did not choose to launch a large-scale attack? Let's put what happened earlier aside for now. I'll go check over there first. Zhou Feng turned to look at Chui Lu. Chui Lu also came out of the room. Okay. Chui Lu nodded. Central mountain range, forest to the northwest. Zhou Feng followed Tang Cheng here and saw the corpse that had been killed by the savages. There were 3 people in total. The 3 corpses were hanging from the tree, looking gruesome. He was tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. Some of his organs were missing. Judging from the appearance of the body, it must have been dead for several hours. When Zhou Feng arrived, a group of people were already standing there. Fei Laoda, Li Suo, and others, along with some patrol team members. On the way, Tang Cheng explained everything to Zhou Feng. The body was discovered by someone passing by and was reported to the patrol team. Upon learning the news, Tang Cheng rushed to find Zhou Feng. He learned from the camp that Zhou Feng had gone to Chui Li's place, so he went there without stopping. These savages are beasts. This is definitely a warning to us. If I have the chance, I'll definitely wipe them all out. Li Suo was furious and kept cursing. Is this one of his men? Zhou Feng asked Tang Cheng in a low voice. No way, Tang Cheng said, shaking his head. People from young Master Jin's camp were present when the body was first discovered. They all said they didn't know these people. These people must be a small group. Fei's voice came from the side. Boss Fei had already investigated everything before Tang Cheng left. Isn't young Master Jin reorganizing his clique and getting them all into the patrol team? Zhou Feng frowned. They probably haven't been notified. They're probably collecting supplies. Fei Laoda offered his analysis, though he had only arrived a few minutes earlier than Zhou Feng. Then Boss Fei ordered his men to put the bodies down. He began to examine it. Zhou Feng also went over and squatted down next to Boss Fei. Apart from the 2 of them, there weren't many people who came up, only 7 or 8. Although nowadays everyone has seen dead people to some extent, they're already immune. Even such a gruesome death can still make one feel nauseous. Many people just watch from afar. After examining one of the corpses, Boss Fei frowned deeply. Something's not right, Fei said in a low voice. It was clearly being addressed to Zhou Feng. What's wrong? Zhou Feng was taken aback. This wasn't killed by savages. Savages would leave shards when they chop bones with stone axes. Boss Fei pointed to the corpse's abdominal cavity. The broken ribs there had clean edges. Zhou Feng was shocked. If that's the case, then it proves that the body was deliberately mutilated in this way. Fei Laodao pointed to several other places. The wounds here are also very strange, and don't seem to have been caused by savage weapons. This is what the killer wanted to cover up. The other party just didn't expect that Boss Fei had this kind of knowledge. I recognized it at first glance. Otherwise, no one else would have noticed such a detail. Zhou Feng had felt something was off ever since he saw the body. Based on his understanding of savages, he knew they wouldn't torture a corpse like that, because it's completely unnecessary. To the savages, they were prey, who would torture their prey by hanging them from a tree. It's meaningless. What happened to this corpse? Tang Qing also heard what Fei Laodao said. Tang Qing couldn't hear it very clearly, but judging from their expressions, Tang Qing felt that they must have made some major discovery. So even though Tang Qing didn't like Fei Laodao, he couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. It's just that the savages are a bit too brutal, Zhou Feng said, turning around. This information cannot be disseminated yet. However, he already had someone he suspected in his heart. Just then, Zhou Feng suddenly noticed something. There was a person behind Tang Qing. The short, bald man had tattoos all over one arm. It's Yuan Long. Zhou Feng was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Yuan Long to be here. Yuan Long noticed it too, and Zhou Feng turned his head. His expression changed slightly, as if he had done something wrong. Zhou Feng noticed Yuan Long's actions, which seemed a bit strange. At this moment, Yuan Long was half squatting on the ground. He had a backpack slung over his shoulder. Yuan Long unbuttoned one of the backpack buttons and reached one hand inside. It looked like they were about to take something out. Chapter 149 Viper. There's something in the backpack. Perhaps he noticed that Zhou Feng was staring at him. Yuan Long's face suddenly contorted into a ferocious expression. It was as if they had made up their minds. He suddenly pulled his hand out of his backpack. It turned out to be a black, venomous snake. Southern spiny snake. Also known as the death snake, it is one of the most venomous snakes among all snake species. The snake's mouth was tied with a straw rope. Yuan Long grabbed the snake by its vital spot and moved with lightning speed. The snake's head moved closer to Zhou Feng. At the same time, he tore the straw rope with his other hand. A venomous snake that has been restrained for so long is already in a state of high tension. Suddenly, I was able to move. Naturally, it opened its mouth and came at Zhou Feng. There's a snake. Yuan Long roared and retreated swiftly. Zhou Feng could already see the snake's sharp teeth. It has begun to ooze venom. In a flash, Zhou Feng suddenly raised his hand and slapped the snake's head. The venomous snake rolled over and landed next to Boss Fei. When Fei Laodao saw the southern thorn snake, his expression changed. I immediately felt a chill run down my spine. There is no antivenom on this island. Being bitten by one will certainly result in death. Back then, Boss Fei was a mercenary in Africa. The biggest threat is not those enemies. Instead, it was various diseases and poisonous insects. At this moment, the venomous snake rolled twice on the ground and then lunged at Boss Fei again. Just then, a dagger flew over. It pierced the snake's head and pinned it firmly to the ground. The snake's body continued to writhe. Thank you so much. Boss Fei was still a little shaken. After all, Boss Fei had just narrowly escaped death. Where did this poisonous snake come from? Tang Qing was also startled. On this deserted island, several people died from snake bites. Everyone was very cautious. I usually look at the ground unconsciously. How did such a black snake suddenly appear? Zhou Feng had already stood up and was staring intently at Yuan Long. Yuan Long's face turned deathly pale. Zhou Feng had seen everything he had just done clearly. Yuan Long, wanted to make excuses. But then I realized that making excuses was useless. He turned and ran. But Zhou Feng was not about to give him a chance, and caught up with Yuan Long in just a few steps. He kicked Yuan Long hard in the shin from behind. Yuan Long screamed, and then knelt on the ground. Zhou Feng stepped forward, grabbed Yuan Long's heavily tattooed arm, and twisted it behind his back. Click! Oh! A sharp pain shot through him, and Yuan Long screamed in agony. Someone couldn't help but speak up about Brother Zhou Feng. They are people from Chui Li's camp. None of them knew why Zhou Feng would suddenly attack Yuan Long. Yuan Long was the first to spot the venomous snake, let alone just those few. Even Tang Qing was a little confused. However, Tang Qing knew that Zhou Feng must have had a reason for doing this. Let Zhou Feng speak first. Tang Qing shouted. This guy took the snake out of his backpack, Zhou Feng said, squinting. I don't know what you're talking about, Yuan Long denied outright. Zhou Feng sneered. He applied force again with his hand. Yuan Long screamed again, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. but he stubbornly refused to admit it. Fei Laodao walked over and ripped the backpack off Yuan Long's body. Hee, there's nothing in there. Yuan Long insisted immediately. I did nothing. In any case, only Zhou Feng saw all of this. Everyone, take a look. There's a stench of poisonous snakes. Boss Fei opened his backpack. Someone leaned closer to smell it and immediately felt like vomiting. I reckon the snake had been inside the backpack for quite a while. Who gave you permission to assassinate Zhou Feng? Then Boss Fei approached Yuan Long. Fei Laodao also realized it. The venomous snake wasn't coming for him, but for Zhou Feng. However, Fei was still very grateful to Zhou Feng. After all, he and Zhou Feng were so close. Who can guarantee that after that venomous snake bit Zhou Feng, it won't turn on him? I don't know what you're talking about, Yuan Long insisted, still determined to deny it. Too late. Boss Fei sneered. Then he pulled a dagger out of his pocket. If you commit suicide the moment things are exposed, you might still be able to keep the secret. But now that you're in my hands, I have 1,000 ways to make you talk. You might even beg me to kill you. A cold glint flashed in Fei Laodao's eyes. These mercenaries are not protected by the Geneva Conventions. Once captured by the enemy, they are often treated in the most cruel ways. The enemy hates mercenaries like them the most. Because they have no honor, they fight only for money. Upon hearing Fei Laodao's words, Yuan Long's pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes were filled with fear. She subconsciously looked in Li Sua's direction, her lips trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Boss Fei was already squatting in front of Yuan Long. A flash of cold light. A wound several centimeters long immediately appeared on Yuan Long's tattooed arm that Zhou Feng had grabbed. Fresh blood was flowing freely. This time, Yuan Long refrained from shouting. Is that all? Yuan Long wanted to mock Fei Laodao instead. But then Yuan Long saw it. Fei Laodao pulled a handful of white granules from his backpack. Upon seeing these particles, Yuan Long felt his legs go weak. This is sea salt. Without saying a word, Fei Laodao directly applied salt to Yuan Long's wound. The moment the salt seeped into the wound, a heart-wrenching scream rang out. Yuan Long's face contorted in a grimace, and his skin visibly flushed red. Those around who witnessed this scene instinctively felt a chill run down their spines and straight to the top of their heads. What made them feel a chill run down their spines was Fei Laodao's expression was indifferent, as if he were doing something completely ordinary. He continued to squeeze the sea salt into Yuan Long's wound. My hands were covered in blood. They stopped after a while. Zhou Feng held on to Yuan Long tightly. You could still feel Yuan Long struggling desperately, clearly in excruciating pain. Speak. Why did you harm me? Did Chaolang's death have anything to do with you? Zhou Feng roared. Yuan Long swallowed, his lips trembling. He seemed to be contemplating whether or not he should speak up. If you don't talk, you'll die a horrible death. Zhou Feng said coldly. Fei Laodao started fiddling with the dagger again, gesturing at Yuan Long's body. They seemed to be looking for their next target. Yuan Long suddenly looked up and gazed in the direction of the crowd. Li Sua, help me, Yuan Long pleaded. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were all stunned. They all looked towards Li Sua. At this critical juncture, Yuan Long actually asked Li Sua for help? What is the relationship between Yuan Long and Li Sua? Chapter 150 Sophistry. Everyone had the same question in their minds. What is the relationship between Yuan Long and Li Sua? Li Sua's expression also changed, and he quickly walked over. Yuan Long, how could you be so foolish? Li Sua shook his head and sighed as he walked away. Seeing Li Sua approaching, Yuan Long's expression relaxed considerably. It was like seeing a savior. But you two should also listen to me. This method of torture is not acceptable, Li Sua continued. Yuan Long breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Li Sua's words. He was truly afraid of Boss Fei's methods. What Yuan Long didn't expect was, just as Li Sua approached him, he suddenly drew a dagger from his waist. He stabbed Yuan Long directly and viciously into the neck, causing blood to flow freely. Ugh, you. Yuan Long struggled to lift his head. His gaze was fixed on Li Sua, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. Blood flowed like a burst dam, quickly staining his shirt. Li Sua's face was cold, and his eyes showed no emotion whatsoever. Zhou Feng frowned and released his grip. Thump! Yuan Long lay on the ground, struggling to reach out a hand to Li Sua. Finally, it drooped limply, its eyes beginning to glaze over. Why did you kill him to silence him? Zhou Feng stepped forward and grabbed Li Sua by the neck. Misunderstanding. I didn't kill him to cover it up. Li Sua quickly raised his hands. The daggers all fell to the ground. Misunderstanding. Zhou Feng sneered. There's no misunderstanding. It was clearly Yuan Long who couldn't take it anymore, and then asked Li Sua for help. This indicates that the two people knew each other before. According to the intelligence Zhou Feng obtained, it seems that the assassination was carried out using poisonous snakes. It was Li Suo who planned it all along. Having successfully dealt with Chao Lang, their target has now become themselves. Zhou Feng even thought that the three corpses on the ground. It's very likely that Li Suo and his group did it. I have a grudge against Yuan Long. This guy is going to make false accusations and frame me, Li Suo shouted. Zhou Feng squinted at you. It must be admitted that Li Suo is a very cunning guy. Now they're actually turning around and framing a dead man like Yuan Long. After all, Yuan Long couldn't possibly speak at this moment. You didn't have to kill him right away. This is clearly murder to silence him. Tang Cheng couldn't help but shout from the side. Upon hearing Tang Cheng's words, Zhou Feng frowned. In the current situation, we cannot give Li Suo a chance to make excuses. As expected, Li Suo's lips curled into a smile. Everyone knows that Yuan Long and I are not in the same group. How could I possibly have any contact with him? Li Suo shouted. Yes, this must be Yuan Long trying to frame us. You're all too impatient. When you're being tortured like this, what can't you say? Hasn't this happened countless times throughout history? Brother Li is eliminating a threat in advance to prevent him from making false accusations. Li Suo's men all shouted. The others present also felt that what he said made sense. Even Chui Li's men remained silent. Because neither of them had met Yuan Long and Li Suo and had any connection with each other. I don't know what's going on. Moreover, Yuan Long died very quickly. Whether Chao Lang was killed or not, he never managed to get the answer out of his own mouth. Can you release me now, or are you planning to torture me as well? Li Suo sneered. Let him go. Just then, Boss Fei spoke up. Zhou Feng released his grip. Li Suo took a step back and breathed a sigh of relief. Then I straightened my collar. Yuan Long attacked you behind your backs, so there's no need for you to take your anger out on me. I killed this guy to protect myself. Everyone knows we have a conflict with Chao Lang's people. How could I possibly have any contact with him? He just wants to use someone else to do his dirty work, Li Suo said with a smile. Many people around nodded in agreement. In the past, when internal strife occurred at the central camp, the main people involved in the conflicts were those who were involved in the conflicts. It's young Master Jin and Chao Lang. It is entirely possible that Yuan Long would frame Li Suo. All right, I think it was all a misunderstanding. It's mainly because I acted too rashly, Boss Fei said. Well, it's good that the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Li Su grinned. He also went up and patted Boss Fei's arm. Everyone, please stop gathering here. If the savages appear, we won't even have time to react. Let's all go back to the central mountain range now, Boss Fei said to the group. He then said that his men would stay behind and bury the bodies on the ground. Then I'll leave to you. Let's go now. Upon hearing this, Li Suo quickly led the others away. Apart from a few of Fei Laoda's confidants, the people present were all. Only Zhou Feng and Tang Cheng remained. Are we just going to let him go like that? Tang Cheng was getting a little anxious, glaring fiercely at Boss Fei. Do you want to live here, or die? Boss Fei stared at Tang Cheng and said, What do you mean? Tang Cheng frowned. Zhou Feng understands what I mean. Boss Fei looked at Zhou Feng. It was clearly Zhou Feng's turn to explain. After all, there was a conflict between Fei Laoda and Tang Cheng. Boss Fei knew that Tang Cheng wouldn't believe anything he said. The savages are our biggest threat. If we rashly clash with young Master Jin and his group now, it will inevitably lead to a repeat of what happened before, Zhou Feng began to explain. The last time the central camp was embroiled in a turf war, dozens of people died. If a conflict breaks out this time, the casualties will definitely be greater than last time. The infighting among the survivors only weakens their own strength. In the future, their ability to defend against savages will be even weaker. Hearing these words, Tang Cheng was speechless. The last time Zhou Feng and Fei Laoda started peace talks was also because of the threat from the savages. Now that they are facing this situation again, it's no wonder they made the exact same choice. Moreover, Tang Cheng has now realized this as well. Li Suojian was left behind. But what do we do next? Li Suo is just a tool. The real master behind him is young Master Jin. Are you going to turn against young Master Jin right now? You're not ready for a full-scale war with young Master Jin either. This requires thorough preparation, Boss Fei added. Tang Cheng's expression turned even uglier. Now that war has broken out, young Master Jin's side has a large number of people. And in their camp, there were newcomers as well. There are only a little over 90 people now. Of those, only half were men. There are over 100 men on young Master Jin's side. If a fight really breaks out, the only people we can count on are Chui Lu and his gang. But now that Chao Lang, the most prestigious man, is dead, Chui Lu may not be able to mobilize the entire camp to wage a full-scale war against young Master Jin and his group. Young Master Jin's threats and inducements could easily turn many people against him. After all, even Yuan Long could be turned against them. So we're just supposed to suffer in silence? Tang Cheng said indignantly. Of course not. If he makes underhanded moves, so can we. Zhou Feng squinted. Chapter 151 Hidden Dangers. Zhou Feng, you have a solution. Tang Cheng's face lit up with joy. Young Master Jin's repeated actions displeased Tang Cheng. They were even more worried that if they weren't careful, Zhou Feng might also fall victim to it. If young Master Jin can assassinate once, he will do it again. However, after Tang Cheng finished speaking, he realized that Boss Fei and his men were standing right next to him. He heard everything the two of them said. Seeing Tang Cheng's gaze, Boss Fei waved his hand. He ordered his men to dispose of the body before turning to look at them. Don't worry, my men are very tight-lipped. They won't tell anyone, said Boss Fei. Tang Cheng believed this. Because, as Zhou Feng had said before, Fei Laoda's management style was different. His subordinates were all a little afraid of him. They would never leak the information to young Master Jin. It wouldn't do them any good. On the contrary, it would offend Boss Fei. That could cost you your life. Just say what you want to say. I can give you some advice. Boss Fei showed no intention of leaving. You're on our side? Tang Cheng realized this now. Boss Fei is on their side. We delivered crossbows to them before, and now we have to analyze the situation for them. On this deserted island, only Zhou Feng is qualified to cooperate with me. Boss Fei had long since made this decision in his heart. From the moment Zhou Feng launched a solo attack on the savages to rescue them, Fei Laodao then regarded Zhou Feng as someone he could trust. Do you know what young Master Jin is most afraid of? Zhou Feng asked, looking at the two of them. Savages. Tang Cheng thought for a moment. No, what young Master Jin fears most is his subordinates, Boss Fei said calmly. That's right. Zhou Feng nodded. Seeing that Tang Cheng was still a little confused, Zhou Feng began to explain. There are many dissatisfied people in young Master Jin's camp. They are all people at the very bottom of society. They work hard every day, but have to give a large portion of their earnings as offerings. I left very little behind. They did the most work in the camp, but received very few resources. On the contrary, it was young Master Jin and his trusted bodyguards. There are also thugs like Li Suo and Dong Wei. They didn't have to work at all in the camp, yet they ate better than those who did. In this situation, dissatisfaction will certainly increase. Since there are such hidden dangers, why does young Master Jin continue with this system? Tang Cheng asked, his face full of doubt. Shouldn't it be corrected? It's simple. He wants to win over the people around him. Zhou Feng shrugged. The reason why those people around young Master Jin chose to follow him. Besides the promise from young Master Jin that they would receive a large sum of money after leaving the deserted island. Another reason is that they can enjoy superior treatment. If following young Master Jin didn't offer these benefits, many people would probably choose to leave. Tang Cheng nodded slowly. Now he finally understood. Since there are hidden dangers within him, we can start from that point, Zhou Feng sneered. It's time for young Master Jin to pay the price. Li Suo led his men back to the camp quickly. They hurried to the side of the wooden house. Several people were guarding the wooden house. They are all young Master Jin's bodyguards. Seeing that it was Li Suo who came, they did not try to stop him. Li Suo took a deep breath before shouting. Young Master Jin, I have something to report to you. Come in. Li Suo pushed open the door and saw young Master Jin sitting in a recliner. The woman behind him was massaging young Master Jin's back. Yuan Long is dead. He messed things up. Li Suo's face was grim. The assassination failed. Upon hearing this, young Master Jin immediately signaled the woman behind him to stop. Li Suo recounted what had happened, especially when he mentioned that he killed Yuan Long. He further stated that he acted decisively, believing that Yuan Long's survival posed a threat to young Master Jin. So I took action in advance. At that time, I was willing to risk everything, even my life, to prevent that good-for-nothing Yuan Long from threatening young Master Jin, Li Suo said with great enthusiasm. But the next second, the teacup flew over his head. Li Suo was so frightened that he quickly ducked down, thus avoiding being hit. Idiot! Young Master Jin roared in fury. Li Suo, wanted to explain. That idiot Yuan Long. He ruined such a good opportunity. Good riddance. There's no need for such trash to live. Young Master Jin cursed angrily. And he pushed everything on the table next to him onto the ground. Fortunately, they were all made of wood and did not break. Li Suo breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that young Master Jin wasn't cursing him. After venting his anger, young Master Jin looked at Li Suo again. You did a good job, it's just a pity. You clearly lured Zhou Feng away. Young Master Jin shook his head, somewhat regretfully. Those 3 corpses were what young Master Jin ordered Li Suo and his men to do. Those 3 people had already had conflicts with young Master Jin's men. Young Master Jin killed 3 people this time and framed the savage. It's about creating panic. This made everyone in the camp feel insecure. Only by attaching oneself to the greatest power can one obtain safety. So who is the biggest power? Of course, it's young Master Jin. However, young Master Jin had no choice but to do this. Yesterday, he learned that Xiao Lin and her sister, along with many others, had joined Zhou Feng's camp. Zhou Feng's influence has grown considerably. Once Zhou Feng and Cui Lu joined forces, their power would instantly overwhelm him. Young Master Jin had no choice but to resort to drastic measures. Moreover, in young Master Jin's view, doing so would also benefit the survivors. It can raise the alert level of the people in the camp, so that they wouldn't all think the savages wouldn't attack again. Eliminating Zhou Feng is young Master Jin's second goal. Let Yuan Long use the same methods he used to kill Chao Lang to kill Zhou Feng as well. Even the poisonous snakes were captured by their people and given to Yuan Long. Although it sounds strange that people in the camp have been bitten by venomous snakes one after another, without concrete evidence, no one can accuse young Master Jin. Even if everyone knows the truth, it doesn't matter. On the contrary, many people are afraid of young Master Jin, fearing that they will be the next one. I will never dare to go against young Master Jin again. So what do we do next? Zhou Feng definitely won't let this go. That guy Zhou Feng is not easy to deal with. Li Suo had seen this clearly back then. The venomous snake in Yuan Long's hand was very close to Zhou Feng. Li Suo almost thought that Yuan Long was about to succeed. But he didn't expect that. Zhou Feng's skills were so good that he managed to knock the poisonous snake to the side. Let's take it one step at a time. Young Master Jin slowly shook his head. Young Master Jin currently has no further plans. I feel like there's something fishy about this. Something's not quite right. Li Suo quietly took a step closer and said in a low voice. What's strange? Young Master Jin frowned in confusion. Chapter 152 Zhang Lily. Li Suo kept his eyes on Yuan Long the whole time. He thinks back on it now. Zhou Feng turned around and saw Yuan Long behind him, so he became very wary. Yuan Long only chose to take action out of desperation. You mean there's a spy in the camp? Passing messages to Zhou Feng, young Master Jin's face darkened immediately. It's very possible that there are dozens of people in our camp who were originally Zhou Feng's men, Li Suo reminded them. Young Master Jin frowned deeply. Young Master Jin felt a little regretful. I knew at the time that there was a large number of survivors in the camp. He then had the idea of luring people over. Young Master Jin had done this kind of thing before, first promising all sorts of benefits. Once people actually get to the camp, it's a completely different story. This is actually a common tactic used by many companies. When recruiting employees, they promised very high salaries. Once you actually start working there, the situation is completely different. But young Master Jin didn't expect Zhou Feng to be such a troublesome guy. Make arrangements to keep a close watch on these people, young Master Jin said coldly. Okay. Li Suo nodded quickly. And Qin Shou, he should also be kept under surveillance. Qin Shou? It can't be that bad. Li Suo couldn't help but say. If those who came from Zhou Feng's camp were to say that they had abandoned Zhou Feng, so Qin Shou was someone who betrayed Zhou Feng. This kind of traitor is the least trustworthy, young Master Jin sneered. Yes. Li Suo didn't dare to say anything more. In Zhou Feng's camp, more than 20 people emerged from the woods, both men and women. Each person carried a basket of bananas on their back. There aren't many banana trees left over there, so next time we'll probably have to go further away. If we go any further, we'll be getting close to the wild boar forest, and I'm a little afraid of wild boars. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us together. Exactly. If wild boars come, we can have an extra meal. Everyone was chatting and laughing. Zhang Lily put the bananas she was carrying on her back on the ground. Okay, that's enough. I've recorded the points for you. Li Ran glanced at it, and then took out her notebook to write it down. After I finished writing it, I showed it to Zhang Lily. Yes, no problem. Zhang Lily nodded. She now has more than 20 points. They were already planning what they could exchange for next. The camp is currently well stocked with supplies. There is enough food every day. Then let's go exchange some daily necessities. You can now exchange daily necessities at the camp, all of which are handmade by Shi Haitao. It's been very sunny these past few days, and Zhang Lily has gotten quite a tan. She really liked a straw hat woven from tree branches. It is also the most popular handicraft in the camp. Zhang Lily, come with me. Just then, Qin Xiaoxue walked over. Zhang Lily nodded. I followed Qin Xiaoxue for a while. The two arrived at Zhou Feng's room. Go inside. Zhou Feng wants to talk to you about something. After saying this, Qin Xiaoxue turned around and went to do her work. Without hesitation, Zhang Lily pushed open the door and went inside. If you go to another man's room, Zhang Lili will definitely be very vigilant. Everyone in the camp knew that Zhou Feng wasn't that kind of person. However, this was the first time Zhang Lili had come to Zhou Feng's room. She was a little surprised. Zhou Feng's room looked rather shabby. It's just that it looks bigger. Inside, there was just a bed and a round wooden table. Simple water cups and other items were placed on it. There were a few small wooden stools nearby. There are 3 people in Zhang Lili's room, and they have more kinds of daily necessities than here. Please sit wherever you like, Zhou Feng said. Zhang Lili nodded, and then sat down on the small stool next to her. You've worked hard. Have some water first. Zhou Feng picked up the kettle and poured Zhang Lili a glass of water. This kettle is also made of wood, and its appearance is rather rough. Zhang Lili was indeed a little thirsty, so she picked up her water glass and drank it all in one gulp. She felt a little embarrassed after finishing the drink. I think I was a bit too rude. But then I thought, it's not so bad on a deserted island. It's a miracle that everyone can survive. Who cares about personal image anymore? How have you been at the camp lately? Zhou Feng poured Zhang Lili another glass of water. This place is quite nice, Zhang Lili said quickly. Zhang Lili wasn't just being polite. With so many people at the central camp, people from different camps will run into each other. People would interact with each other, and some would even sit down and chat. Zhang Lili had also heard about the situation at many other camps. In her opinion, nothing could compare to life here. Because other camps all have some degree of exploitation issues. No other camp has such a fair distribution system as Zhou Feng's camp. There are even quite a few people making indirect inquiries. They wanted to join their camp. Qin Shou is your fiancé, right? Zhou Feng asked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lili's heart skipped a beat. I suddenly became nervous. She had been keeping Qin Shou's matter to herself for a long time. Zhang Lili was surprised that Zhou Feng would start asking questions after such a long time. I should have reported it back then, Zhang Lili stammered. Zhou Feng frowned slightly. He originally asked Zhang Lili to come over because he wanted her to do something for him. Listen to what Zhang Lili said. Is there any hidden secret here? I knew Qin Shou might not come back, but I didn't expect that bastard would sell out all the camp's intelligence to young Master Jin. Zhang Lili bit her lip. He recounted the events in fits and starts. From the very beginning, Qin Shou was dissatisfied with the camp assignments and wanted to leave. Zhang Lili now understands. This is not Qin Shou's dissatisfaction with the camp allocation at all. This is already quite fair. Rather, it was simply that Qin Shou himself didn't have any special privileges. I was just guessing. I didn't expect he really didn't come back. Zhang Lili gripped her trouser legs with both hands, her fingertips turning white. This matter had been on her mind for a long time. Now that she's finally said it, Zhang Lili feels a sense of relief. But she had no idea what fate awaited her next. So that's what it was about. You should have reported it. Zhou Feng nodded slowly. Zhou Feng had noticed that Qin Shou was not entirely honest. However, Zhou Feng did not expect that these things would happen next. Zhang Lili probably didn't expect this would cause a split in the camp. I can accept punishment. I'll do anything you want. Just don't kick me out of the camp, Zhang Lili said, her voice trembling with tears. So what's your opinion of Qin Shou now? Zhou Feng asked, knowing that the two were, after all, a couple. They were almost about to get married. He's a bastard. I have nothing to do with him anymore. I even hate him a little, Zhang Lili said every time she thought of Qin Shou. They all hated him so much they gritted their teeth. Zhou Feng nodded, satisfied with Zhang Lili's reaction. There's something I need you to do. Chapter 153 Schemes. At dusk, most of the survivors have returned to camp to rest. But many people are still busy in the woods. If we don't dig enough potatoes today, we'll be punished when we get back, Qin Shou muttered to himself as he paced back and forth. Those around him looked up at Qin Shou upon hearing these words. His eyes were full of resentment. That lackey, someone couldn't help but mutter. There were more than 50 people present. They were all once members of Zhou Feng's camp. Now everything is under Qin Shou's management, and he is responsible for collecting food every day. They had long harbored resentment towards this place. Li Sua has not kept any of his promises. I can only work as a laborer here. And you can't just quit at will. Whoever accepts them is essentially stealing young Master Jin's man, violating the rules set by the central camp. What are you looking at me for? Blame the savages. If it weren't for the savages, we wouldn't have needed to form patrol teams, and your workload wouldn't have increased. You must work hard to support the patrol team. They risk their lives against the savages for you. Qin Shi continued speaking with righteous indignation. Upon hearing these words, everyone's faces showed anger. They are the ones who are being exploited. Judging from Qin Shou's words, it seemed as if they were the ones who had gotten the better deal. It's still better to follow Zhou Feng, sigh. Someone sighed heavily. No one echoed this sentiment. Everyone felt a deep sense of regret, But there was no going back now. This was their own choice, and now they can only grit their teeth and bear it. Qinshu smiled as he saw the expressions on these people's faces. He certainly knew what these people were thinking. A bunch of idiots. Fortunately, I was smart enough to make the right choice at the crucial moment. He decisively sold out information and obtained benefits from young Master Jean. Unlike these people, I don't have to work hard just to survive. They're just too stupid. They deserve to be exploited now. Just then, Qinshu suddenly noticed. Several people passed by not far ahead. Qinshu recognized her immediately. His fiancée, Zhang Lily, was also inside. Lily. Qinshu was extremely excited and ran over quickly. What are you doing? Tang Fu stood in front of Zhang Lily, hands on her hips. Upon seeing this woman, Qinshu immediately frowned. Qinshu knew that Tang Fu was not someone to be trifled with. I want to say a few words to Lily, Qinshu said, looking at Zhang Lily. He felt that Zhang Lily had changed a lot since he hadn't seen her for several days. His skin also turned wheat-colored. However, Qinshu didn't care what Zhang Lily looked like. What he wanted was to marry Zhang Lily. They are colleagues at work. Qinshu noticed Zhang Lily when he joined the company. It wasn't just because Zhang Lily was beautiful, but also because she was the boss's only daughter. As long as you become Zhang Lily's husband, a company worth tens of millions in the future will definitely be mine. Qinshu then launched an offensive. He cleverly disguised himself and deceived Zhang Lily. The two of them had reached the point of discussing marriage. But I never expected this unexpected turn of events. But Qinshu couldn't just give up on Zhang Lily so easily. Once he can leave this place, he wants to marry a rich man. This might be the only opportunity I'll ever have in my entire life. You don't deserve it, Tang Fu sneered. Qinshu's face was grim. But at this very moment, Tang Fu, let me speak to him alone for a few minutes, Zhang Lily said softly. All right. We'll wait for you over there. Tang Fu nodded and led the group a short distance forward. Qinshu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If Tang Fu insisted on stopping him, he really had no way to do anything about it. Lily, let me explain, I didn't really abandon you. Qinshu immediately began to argue. During this time, Qinshu had been thinking about how to clear his name of his past actions. He found a suitable reason. Qinshu came here to reserve a spot for Zhang Lily in advance. What Qinshu didn't expect was that he hadn't finished speaking. Zhang Lily interrupted him. Qinshu, you don't need to say anything. I misunderstood you before. You really think so? Qinshu was overjoyed. Qinshu never expected that Zhang Lily would figure it out on her own. We definitely need to get back to normal life. So much has happened during this time, and you must be under a lot of psychological pressure, Zhang Lily said softly. Yes. Qinshu nodded quickly, to show that this is how they are. At the same time, I was secretly delighted. Qinshu didn't know why Zhang Lily would think that way, but he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he wouldn't have to try to find excuses. You've lost weight lately from overwork. Take these and eat them, Zhang Lily said, handing Qinshu something wrapped in a large leaf. Qinshu took it and then opened the leaf to take a look. His eyes lit up immediately. These are potato pancakes fried in lard. A fragrant aroma wafted over. Although Qinshu was a manager, he was actually in young Master Jin's camp. We can't get our hands on these highly processed foods either. I'm leaving now. Let's talk again next time. Zhang Lily turned and left. Okay, I'll come see you next time and bring you something. Qinshu waved quickly. Then Qinshu couldn't wait any longer and tore off a piece of potato pancake and stuffed it into his mouth. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It smells amazing. There were a total of 6 potato pancakes. Qinshu ate 2 pieces and felt full. By the time Qinshu led his men back to the camp, it was already dark. Qinshu and his men handed over the food. I was just about to go back to rest. Several people appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Qinshu instinctively hid the potato pancake behind his back. Qinshu, what's that in your hand? Li Suo asked with a smile. Oh, these are potato pancakes my fiancé gave me. Qinshu could only helplessly take them out. Such a good thing. Let's share it with everyone. Li Suo smiled so much that his eyes almost squinted into slits. Hearing Li Suo say that, Qinshu could only manage a forced smile. He handed over the potato pancake he was holding. But in Qinshu's heart, he had cursed Li Suo countless times. Li Suo was clearly receiving much better treatment than him in the camp. They still coveted their own things. Your fiancé is in Zhou Feng's camp, right? Li Suo took out a potato pancake and unwrapped the leaves that were wrapped around it. Instead of eating it immediately, he examined it carefully. They even tore the potato pancakes apart. Qinshu's eyelids twitched when he saw this. I was almost bursting with anger. What are they doing? Wasting food? Yes, I happened to run into her today. But Qinshu still suppressed his anger and said. Qinshu was suddenly taken aback. because he saw Li Suo pull a crumpled piece of paper out of a potato pancake. Hee, Qinsho, what is this? Li Suo said with a forced smile. Chapter 154 Alarm. This, I don't know what this is either. Qinsho felt a wave of dizziness and almost lost his balance. How come there's a note inside a potato pancake? Was it put in by accident? Or perhaps Zhang Lily wanted to convey some message to her. Why didn't you just say so earlier? Just then, Qinsho suddenly noticed. The people around Li Suo had already surrounded him. Don't know? Then I'll read it to you. Li Suo sneered. He unfolded the note and then read it aloud. The information about Yuan Long is correct. Your request has been fulfilled. I hope you can provide more valuable information. Li Suo's tone became colder as he read to the end. Sure enough, there was a traitor in the camp. It's that guy, Qinsho. What does this mean? Qinsho was completely bewildered. Qinsho did not know Yuan Long, let alone that Yuan Long had been killed today. What do you mean by accurate intelligence? No rush, we can talk slowly. Li Suo gave him a look. Several people nearby immediately stepped forward and restrained Qinsho. A setup. This is a setup. Qinsho finally realized what was happening. Someone is framing me. It's Zhang Lily. No, it's Zhou Feng behind the scenes. Setup? If I hadn't discovered what was inside this potato pancake today, we'd still be completely in the dark. Li Suo's face was contorted with rage, his teeth clenched. If it weren't for this guy leaking information, Zhou Feng is definitely going to die today. Then no one in the central camp could rival young Master Jin. Moreover, Li Suo never suspected that Qinsho had any problems. If it weren't for today, Li Suo would have secretly sent people to monitor Qinsho. They won't find out about this yet. I'm innocent. I'm truly innocent. Qinsho cried out. The noise Qinsho made also attracted the attention of those around him. When they saw that it was Qinsho speaking, they realized that someone from Zhou Feng's camp had come. They were all gloating. We're just waiting to see what happens. Young Master Jin arrived very soon. Young Master Jin was also decisive in dealing with the traitors in the camp. One word, fight. Qinsho couldn't hold on any longer. He simply couldn't take it anymore. She had to admit that she was secretly communicating with Zhou Feng. What benefits did Zhou Feng give you? Young Master Jin asked curiously. He made me the number 2 person in the camp, Qinsho said, his voice trembling with tears as he fabricated a reason. You think you're worthy, young Master Jin said with a mocking smile. Then they had a wooden frame built at the entrance of the camp. Tie Qinsho to it. Listen carefully. No one is allowed to give him food or water. Let him starve to death. This is the price of being a traitor. I know there are many people who are on good terms with Zhou Feng. If they dare to tip him off, they will suffer the same fate as Qinsho. Young Master Jin roared at everyone present. Their gazes then turned to those who had come from Zhou Feng's camp. At first, I was gloating. Now everyone's face was deathly pale, and they were filled with fear. They all realized how important they were to young Master Jin. Perhaps they are all traitors. After all, even someone like Qinsho didn't gain young Master Jin's trust. They all saw Qinsho being tortured very clearly. This is absolutely a case of being forced to confess. How could Zhou Feng possibly let Qinsho become the number 2? What will happen if they stay here? All right, everyone go back and rest. Young Master Jin waved his hand. With the help of a beautiful woman beside him, he prepared to return to the house. But at this very moment, suddenly everyone heard a strange sound coming from afar. Thump thump, thump, thump thump, thump. It seemed like someone was vigorously banging on something. Because it was nighttime, the sound traveled further. Dong Wei was the first to react and immediately shouted. It's a signal. The watchtower's signal. The savages are coming. During the day, the watchtower used flags to send signals. At night, the sound travels even further. So they tapped the coconut shells with sticks, and the sound reached their ears. Now, if the sound is 2 short and 1 long, it means the savages have arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone in the camp panicked instantly. Because the watchtower that sounded the alarm was nearby, Zhou Feng was originally lying in the room. He also heard the warning sounds, so he immediately came out of the room. Besides Zhou Feng, a few other people also ran out. However, they are quite far away, and none of them dared to be sure. Boss, did you hear that? Fu Tai asked, scratching his head. I heard it. It's from Boss Jin's camp. This time, someone attacked from the southwest. Zhou Feng nodded slowly. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, everyone present instantly tensed up. This was indeed not their misperception. Wild men really have come. Quick, let's go provide support. Someone was about to go back into the room to get their spear. Wait a minute, Fu Tai snapped. The man paused, then stopped. His face was full of confusion. The boss hasn't issued any orders yet. What's the rush? Fu Tai frowned. The man then realized that he had been too reckless. The voices of several people had already woken up everyone else in the camp. They all ran out one by one. All women, pack your things and get into the canyon. Yang Wei and Fan Jian, you take a few men and protect their safety. And all the other men, get out of here. Zhou Feng then issued the order. The atmosphere at the camp became heavy, and everyone began to get busy. But at that moment, Fu Tai approached Zhou Feng. Boss, should we slow down a bit? Fu Tai said in a low voice. Slow down. Zhou Feng looked at Fu Tai. Anyway, the savages are attacking young Master Jin's camp, so let them hold them off for now. Fu Tai squinted. Zhou Feng remained expressionless. So Fu Tai quickly began to explain. It's that guy, young Master Jin, who always resorts to underhanded tactics. You can't blame them for being ruthless now. It would be best to let the savages rush into young Master Jin's camp and kill him. Once and for all. Don't forget the patrol team. They should have gone to provide support as well. Tang Chung and the others are still inside, Zhou Feng reminded them. Fu Tai then remembered that there was still the patrol team to deal with. If they don't go now, the patrol team only had 100 people. If the savages send out a large number of people, they will definitely all be killed by the savages. I was reckless, Fu Tai realized. Now is not the time to think about these things. Defending against the savages is the top priority. Go and provide support first, Zhou Feng ordered. The group headed towards young Master Jin's camp. How many savages came this time? They were still completely baffled as to its scale. The group moved very quickly. They were getting closer and closer to young Master Jin's camp. Zhou Feng was at the forefront. Suddenly, he noticed that there were people running in their direction ahead as well. The man was clearly frightened by Zhou Feng and his group. In a panic, he tried to change direction, but tripped over a stone. He fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 155 Crisis. Under the moonlight, Zhou Feng could finally see that this was Reporter Song. Zhou Feng, you scare me to death. I thought it was a wild man. Reporter Song slumped to the ground, looking terrified. How did you get here from over there? What's the situation now? How many savages are here? Zhou Feng frowned. Zhou Feng remembered that Reporter Song was also a member of the patrol team. Lone members like Reporter Song were incorporated into the patrol team. Savages, many savage patrols have been scattered. I ran over from that side, Reporter Song said, his face extremely grim. Do you have a rough estimate of how many savages there are? Zhou Feng pressed. I don't know. A huge group suddenly appeared. I don't know the exact number. Reporter Song swallowed hard. Zhou Feng frowned. The numbers are too vague. He knew that Reporter Song was not a coward. Otherwise, they wouldn't have followed me to the savage tribe before. Even Reporter Song is so flustered now. This proves that the situation is indeed very critical. Where are Tang Chung and the others? Zhou Feng wanted to know their whereabouts. There are too many savages. They're trapped on that hillside over there, near the market. Reporter Song immediately pointed in a direction. Let's go, Zhou Feng said, turning to the others. Are you going over there? Reporter Song exclaimed. My men can't just die like that. Zhou Feng had already taken the lead and headed in the direction that Reporter Song was pointing. Everyone else followed suit. Reporter Song was taken aback and immediately followed. He himself is not a coward. Reporter Song was also aware that if he became a deserter, how will we continue to live here in the future? If they are expelled, their fate is self-evident. Zhou Feng and the others ran another 100 meters or so. Then, several savages carrying spears appeared ahead. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Feng brandished his spear and charged forward. The savage also spotted Zhou Feng and let out an excited roar. They were as excited as if they had spotted prey. However, Zhou Feng was not the prey, but the Grim Reaper. Zhou Feng's spear was both accurate and ruthless, and his attacks were as fast as lightning. The first savage who came towards them was stabbed in the abdomen. Then the second blow was to the chest. The savage fell backward to the ground. A savage roared behind him and continued to attack Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng swung his spear, striking the opponent's spear. The savage felt a tremendous force coming from him, and the spear in his hand vibrated. Even with his strength, he couldn't grasp it. The spear was knocked away to the side. The next second, the savage lost his weapon. His neck was pierced by a spear. Fresh blood gushed out. Zhou Feng killed 2 savages in quick succession as soon as he made his move. This greatly boosted the morale of Fu Tai and the others who followed behind. Besides running, they did other things during this time. In his spare time, he also practices with a spear. They didn't use any fancy tricks. They just needed to practice the stabbing motion. However, when they arrived, the remaining savages realized the situation was not good. They all turned and ran. Seeing that even the savages were afraid and ran away, Fu Tai and the others became even more excited. This savage is still human after all. He's not unafraid of death. How could Zhou Feng let these savages leave so easily? He threw the spear in his hand directly, piercing a savage in the back. The other person screamed and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Fu Tai and the others also threw out their spears. Their accuracy was much worse, but the distance wasn't far to begin with. The two savages only ran about 10 meters away. Even with over 30 spearmen, the remaining two savages were still riddled with thorns. Zhou Feng stepped forward and pulled the spear from the savage's corpse. Everyone be careful from now on. There are more and more savages, Zhou Feng said to the group. He also noticed that Reporter Song was following behind. Boss, we'll just follow you all the way, Fu Tai shouted, taking the lead. The others nodded in agreement. In their hearts, Zhou Feng was like a god of war. As long as you follow Zhou Feng, there's nothing to be afraid of. Zhou Feng nodded and looked at the corpses on the ground. None of the corpses had large tattoos. There are moon patterns on the neck and shoulders. They are not savage warriors. They were just ordinary savages. Zhou Feng continued heading towards the market. They encountered a small group of savages on the way, but as soon as they saw Zhou Feng and his group, this is the end for these savages. More than 10 minutes later, Zhou Feng could see over the hillside. The savages and the patrol team got into a fight. There are at least several dozen wild men. Zhou Feng was immediately drawn to a tall, wild man. The savage's figure was very familiar. It's the same savage who fought Zhou Feng last time. At this moment, the other side kept roaring, probably commanding the other savages. They launched an attack up the hillside. The patrol team was stuck on the hillside and couldn't get down at all. Many corpses were already left on the ground. Most of them were patrol teams. Clearly, their several attempts to break through the encirclement all failed. The savages were not in a hurry to swarm and eliminate them. Instead, they kept throwing stones at them to exhaust their energy. Someone was hit on the head by a rock and bled profusely. Upon seeing this scene, Zhou Feng's heart skipped a beat. These savages were far less ignorant than they imagined. Although these people eat people, but they cherish their lives. If these savages swarm in now, they could easily wipe out the patrol. However, this will also result in significant casualties for them. Because the patrol team was located in a position that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. In addition, it's nighttime, so visibility is poor. The attacking side is at a great disadvantage. So they didn't do that, and instead kept wearing down the patrols. Finally, the patrol team had only two choices. One option is to remain in place and slowly die, while the other is to take the initiative. Of course, they should be waiting for reinforcements now. What made Zhou Feng frown deeply was, logically speaking, Cui Lu and young Master Jin's camps are closer to here. However, now apart from them, neither of the people from either camp came to their aid. What's going on? Did they also encounter an attack by savages? Or some other unexpected situation? Boss, what do we do now? Fu Tai asked, leaning over. Given the current situation, we have no choice but to take a gamble, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. There's no better way right now. Then let's fight. Fu Tai also became determined. Let's fight, the others roared through gritted teeth. Even Reporter Song had already picked up the savage's spear and roared in anger. Reporter Song understands now. Why did these people still dare to advance when faced with savages? It's because Zhou Feng is here. Zhou Feng was the first to charge towards the savages. These savages never expected so many people to appear from the side. For a moment, everyone was a little flustered. The savage warrior looked over and immediately spotted Zhou Feng. The savage warrior raised his hands high and uttered a single syllable. Eniti. Chapter 156 Desperate. The savage warrior then started chattering away. He was probably commanding a group of savages. Half of the savages turned around and charged towards Zhou Feng and his group. The savage warrior, wielding a stone knife, charged to the front. Eniti. Zhou Feng had heard this word from these savages more than once. He should now be able to confirm that this is what the moon or the moon god meant. The savage warrior's eyes blazed with fury. They were fixated on Zhou Feng, seemingly determined to tear him to pieces. The savage warriors would not be satisfied. Zhou Feng also charged towards the savage warrior. The two people bumped into each other first. The savage warrior held his stone knife high, the blood still fresh on it. It slashed down fiercely at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng charged forward with his spear. The stone knife and the spear collided, producing a spark. Zhou Feng's expression changed slightly. The tip of his spear was originally inlaid with the blade of a dagger. After being struck by the stone knife, the blade was knocked away. Clang. It makes a crisp sound. The weapons on both sides are not in the same class. The savage warrior's lips curled up, clearly having noticed this as well. The stone knife immediately changed to a horizontal sweep, aiming for Zhou Feng's waist. Zhou Feng could only step back to temporarily avoid the attack. The savage warrior's offensive showed no signs of stopping. He switched to wielding the knife with both hands and slashed at Zhou Feng repeatedly. Zhou Feng only had a stick left in his hand. If he used the stick to block the stone knife, it will probably be cut off immediately. The stone knife in the savage warrior's hand looked very heavy. It can be easily wielded by barbarian warriors. Others also clashed with the savages. Surprisingly, the survivors were on the side with the advantage. It's not just because of their previous training. Fu Tai and the others were noticeably taller than these savages. With their height and wingspan, they have a greater attack range. Several savages immediately screamed as they were stabbed. Moreover, the people behind Zhou Feng were also carrying 2 crossbows. The remaining 2 crossbows were carried by Yang Wei and Fan Jian. They needed weapons to protect the other women in the camp. With each twang of the bowstring, a savage fell to the ground. However, this period of good fortune did not last long, because among the savages were several warriors who were armed with stone knives or stone hammers. Their combat skills are far superior to those of ordinary savages and even stronger than those of survivors. Soon, survivors were killed by the savage warriors. The patrol team trapped on the hillside also noticed that someone was coming to their aid. They rushed down and launched an attack, fighting fiercely with the savages. Seeing this, Zhou Feng was extremely anxious. He turned his gaze to his opponent and roared, "Kara!" Upon hearing Zhou Feng shout that word, the savage warrior was enraged. His facial expression became even more ferocious. "Eniti!" The savage warrior roared, seemingly challenging Zhou Feng. The stone knife swung at Zhou Feng even faster. Just then, Zhou Feng suddenly squatted down on the ground. The savage warrior remembered that last time his eyes were hit by sand. It took him 2 whole days to recover. They came to seek revenge immediately. So the savage warrior instinctively took a step back to cover his eyes. However, the savage warrior realized what was happening as soon as he made the move. Now they are standing on a rock face. There is no sand at all. I've been tricked. Sure enough, when he moved his hand away, Zhou Feng's spear pierced his own chest. Of course, there's no blade in front. Now only the spear shaft remains. Otherwise, he would have died from that one blow. Oh. Zhou Feng exerted all his strength and thrust forward fiercely. The savage warrior's expression changed. The force was so strong that the skin was pierced. Under immense force, the spear shaft bent into a large arc. The savage warrior was forced back several steps and only managed to stand still after letting out an angry roar. The two were deadlocked. Zhou Feng suddenly released his grip and withdrew his strength, causing the savage warrior to stagger forward and fall to the ground due to inertia. The stone knife flew out of his hand and landed with a thud on a rock not far away. A few sparks flew up. Zhou Feng lunged forward and used his right arm to strangle the savage warrior's neck. The other arm passes under the savage warrior's neck, forming a clasp with his right arm. The whole body leans back. A guillotine lock that is not a standard technique. The savage warrior roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot. They don't seem to intend to give in easily. They reached out and grabbed Zhou Feng's arms with both hands. Several bloody marks were left on Zhou Feng's arm. However, just a few seconds later, the savage warrior's eyes rolled back and he passed out. Just then, Zhou Feng heard the sound of wind in his ear. He rolled to the side, and a stone knife flashed past him. Zhou Feng got up and took a look. 2 savage warriors have already arrived. They made strange noises. Upon hearing this, the other savages quickly distanced themselves from the survivors. It wasn't just them, even the savages on the hillside. All the savages fought and retreated, then ran down the hillside. They disappeared into the woods. The savage warrior who had been strangled unconscious by Zhou Feng was also taken away. "Boss, aren't we going to chase after him?" Fu Tai and the others asked hastily when they saw that Zhou Feng hadn't moved. "We can't chase them. We don't know what's going on yet." Zhou Feng stared at the woods and slowly shook his head. Those savages in the forest are even more powerful in combat. After all, they have always lived here. Why did the savages suddenly run away? Some people wondered. They don't want to fight. Zhou Feng shook his head. "Don't you want to fight?" The people around him found it hard to understand. "If you were hunting, would you fight your prey to the death?" Zhou Feng asked, looking at the crowd. Everyone was taken aback, then slowly shook their heads. If they were hunting, they would certainly want to protect themselves as well. The savages are hunting now. The thought of this made everyone feel a little sad. After all, no one wants to be prey. Moreover, they fought with all their might when facing savages. For the survivors, this was a matter of life and death. As a result, the savages treated them like a dish. "What about the casualties?" Zhou Feng asked. "Oh no, 3 are dead, and there's still 1 left," Fu Tai said, his face grim. Zhou Feng followed Fu Tai's gaze. There was a person lying on the ground, surrounded by several people. Zhou Feng immediately stepped forward to check. When Zhou Feng saw the man's injuries, his heart skipped a beat. This person had a large hole in his abdomen, and the ground was covered in blood. His breathing was weak, and his lips were pale. When he saw Zhou Feng coming over, he forced a smile. "Boss, is there anything else you want to say?" Zhou Feng squatted down in front of him and said in a low voice. "There's nothing to say. We were just unlucky to run into something like this," the other person said with a wry smile. The man coughed twice. The wound bled profusely again. Then his head lolled to the side, and he fell silent. Zhou Feng sighed, then stood up. He made up his mind. From now on, everyone in the camp should write a will. If they are able to leave this place in the future, it's also good to give the letter to your family. Just then, Tang Cheng and the others ran over from a distance. Chapter 157 Abandonment. "How are you all doing? What about the others?" Zhou Feng glanced at the people behind Tang Cheng. "There are approximately 40 people. My own people are all in there, and there are other people whose situation is more complicated. There are people from Chui Li's group, and there are people from young Master Jin's group. There are also a few smaller campsites. Don't even mention it." Tang Cheng was immediately furious. He recounted what had happened. When they heard the warning sounds, they went to provide support. They encountered savages halfway there. Tang Cheng led his men and charged forward to fight the enemy. However, many people ran away immediately, with no intention of fighting the savages. When Tang Cheng turned around, he found that there was no one behind him. They tried to run away, but it was too late. The savages had already caught up with them. They had to fight and retreat at the same time, and finally reached the hillside. They managed to hold out for a while thanks to the terrain. More than a dozen people died while we were escaping, and a few more died on the hillside. Tang Cheng cursed. Zhou Feng looked at the people behind Tang Cheng. It seems that most of the people Tang Cheng took from the camp are still there. Our men are fast, Tang Cheng then explained. Those people all looked relieved. Fortunately, they had all trained beforehand and were in good physical condition. Although they can't outrun wild men. But all you need to do is run faster than the other survivors. "Do you know the exact number of wild men?" Zhou Feng asked. Zhou Feng felt that the savages he had just seen were definitely not the total number. "I don't know, but the savages did split up, and some went to young Master Jin's camp," Tang Cheng explained. "Let's go take a look." Zhou Feng led his men towards young Master Jin's camp. Young Master Jin's camp was not far from the market, less than a kilometer away. When they arrived, they found the place in complete disarray. The area around young Master Jin's camp was littered with corpses. At least 30 people died. Most of them were survivors, with only a few savages. "Where are they?" Futai couldn't help but ask. Apart from the corpses, there wasn't a single person in sight. Zhou Feng frowned. Judging from this, it's highly likely that young Master Jin will be unable to withstand the savages' attack and will have to retreat. Their camp, apart from those who joined the patrol team. There should be at least 100 people now, but the current number doesn't match up. "Do you know where young Master Jin might have gone?" Zhou Feng turned to ask the people behind Tang Cheng. Those people were all from young Master Jin's camp. "We don't know either." They all shook their heads. They didn't understand how the camp had become like this. "Look around for footprints." Zhou Feng lowered his head and began searching for traces. "At this point, we can only rely on the footprints to make a judgment. Footprints are hard to find under the moonlight. But with so many people like young Master Jin, finding him shouldn't be that difficult." Boss. Just then, a dozen or so people emerged from the nearby woods. The expressions on their faces were as if they had survived a catastrophe. Zhou Feng recognized these people. They were from his old camp. "Do you know what happened?" Zhou Feng asked immediately. "Young Master Jin has run away. There were too many savages. They couldn't defeat them, so they ran away. They ran south." Everyone answered hastily, as if they wanted to impress Zhou Feng. "What about the savage?" Zhou Feng asked again. These people gave their answers all at once. Zhou Feng frowned and told them to speak slowly. Finally, he understood. They did not know the exact number of the wild men, but there are at least 70 or 80 of them. These savages are extremely powerful fighters. They rushed into the camp immediately. Those who remained at the camp initially fought back fiercely. However, more than a dozen of them were quickly killed by the savages. What made them even more desperate was, seeing that something was wrong, young Master Jin led a group of people away. The remaining people were too slow and were all caught up by the savages. Those who resisted were killed, while the rest knelt on the ground begging for mercy. The savages abducted at least 40 people and left. Of course, there were others like them who ran into the woods and hid. It's hard to spot in the woods late at night. Especially when hidden in bushes, they are very difficult to spot at night. They didn't come out until they saw Zhou Feng and the others appear. "The savages went in that direction," someone said, pointing west. Let's go rescue them first, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Otherwise, once those people are taken to the savage tribe, rescue is no longer an option. The savages will surely learn their lesson. Boss, we'll listen to you. We'll do whatever you tell us to do. Saving people is the priority. The fewer people there are in the camp, the harder it will be to deal with the savages. Everyone nodded in agreement. They also knew that the number of survivors could not be reduced any further. Otherwise, everyone's situation will become even more dangerous. And what about you? Zhou Feng asked the patrol team members who weren't from his own camp. These people all expressed that they were willing to follow Zhou Feng's orders. It wasn't just because Zhou Feng had just rescued them. Rather, they've already figured it out. In this camp, the only person they could count on was Zhou Feng. No one else can be relied on, especially young Master Jean. None of them expected that when they returned, they would find that the camp had been breached. We're going too, boss. We can also lend a hand. Please give us a chance. The dozen or so people who emerged from the woods spoke one after another. Zhou Feng's face remained expressionless. These people panicked and immediately knelt on the ground. Zhou Feng's gaze swept over these people. Then he looked at Fu Tai. Fu Tai immediately realized what was going on. Boss, let's give them a chance. Let them fight the savages together. It's better than them dying out there, Fu Tai said quickly. Yes, it's worth it for us to fight these savages to the death. These people immediately began to plead. Okay, come with me. Zhou Feng nodded. These people breathed a sigh of relief. They picked up the weapons that had fallen to the ground and followed Zhou Feng and the others westward. They had only walked a few hundred meters when another group of people came towards them. Chui Lu is leading the way. You could see bandages wrapped around Chui Li's clothes. It seems that Chui Li's injuries haven't healed yet. This time, I barely managed to bring people out as well. Zhou Feng immediately stepped forward and exchanged information with Chui Lu and the others. They learned that they had just been fighting savages. However, they encountered only a small number of cannibals, about 20 in total. The other party didn't confront them directly and ran into the woods. Chui Lu and his group chased for a long time, but they couldn't catch up. Then they planned to come to young Master Jin's camp to check out the situation. Let's save them first. There's no time to lose. Chui Lu also learned from Zhou Feng that many people had been kidnapped. Chui Lu immediately made his own judgment. The two groups joined forces and followed the savages' tracks. Chapter 158 Settling Accounts. Proceed along the woods to the west. The traces of the savages are more obvious here. Many bushes along the road were flattened. They chased for several hundred meters and saw several corpses along the way. They were probably people who wanted to escape and resist, but were killed on the spot by the savages. After chasing for another kilometer or so, we could see people ahead. The savages had no idea that they would be pursued. Without hesitation, they left the kidnapped people behind. Then they all disappeared into the woods. When Zhou Feng and his group arrived, they saw about 40 people. They were strung together with rope. When they saw that the people who came were survivors, they all collapsed to the ground. Untie their ropes, Zhou Feng said to Fu Tai. Fu Tai immediately took out his dagger and cut the straw ropes binding these people. We're looking in the direction the savages went. Zhou Feng frowned slightly. The organizational skills of these savages far exceeded his imagination. They actually split into several small teams, each attacking different locations. Moreover, the rules must have been set long ago. If the situation turns unfavorable, retreat immediately and never linger in battle. This is certainly not the savages' final attack. It's probably just the beginning. Zhou Feng, can we join you? That bastard young Master Jean is going to get us killed. We're on your side. Let's go back and kill that bastard together. Those who were rescued all began to plead. The mere mention of young Master Jean only fueled their anger. If young Master Jean and his group hadn't escaped, they might have been able to withstand the savages' attack. The result was a complete and utter defeat. The defenses crumbled immediately. Seeing this, Zhou Feng knew he had achieved his goal. Boss, what should we do with this bastard? Just then, Fu Tai dragged someone over. Zhou Feng looked over and found that it was actually Qin Shou. At this moment, Qin Shou had bruises and swelling all over his body, with not a single unscathed spot. This puzzled Zhou Feng. How did the savage manage to beat up Qin Shou? Did this guy anger the savages? But although savages eat people, they don't seem to have the habit of beating people. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Qin Shou knelt down on the ground and begged. Qin Shou felt that his fate was going to be full of twists and turns tonight. First, he was tortured by young Master Jean as if he were a spy. He felt he was doomed to die. Unexpectedly, savages attacked that night. Qin Shou felt that his chance to survive had come, and he tried to escape in the chaos. As a result, Qin Shou was tied up too tightly and was unable to break free of the ropes binding him. They were kidnapped by savages. Qin Shou thought he was doomed, but unexpectedly, he was saved by Zhou Feng and the others. However, the repeated escapes rekindled a glimmer of hope in Qin Shou's heart. Maybe I'm the chosen one, destined to survive. Kill him. There's no need to keep a traitor like him alive. He didn't hold back in saying bad things about you, boss, while he was in the camp. This guy is even more despicable than young Master Jean. He's always bullying people by taking advantage of his power. Those who had been separated from Zhou Feng's camp were now practically spitting fire in their eyes. He wished he were a savage and could devour Qin Shou right now. Qin Shou was a little dumbfounded, not expecting that the people around him were so hostile towards him. I had no choice, Qin Shou stammered, trying to argue. Forced to do it? That's no excuse for you to become a traitor, Zhou Feng said coldly. There was such a traitor in his camp. Those who left after being misled by Li Suo. It's at most just a separation. When Qin Shou looked up at Zhou Feng, he felt a chill run down his spine. You can join my camp, including those who left before, Zhou Feng said, his gaze sweeping over the others present. Seeing that look in their eyes, these people couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. But you must remember what happens to traitors. Zhou Feng grabbed Qin Shou by the neck. He lifted him high with one hand. Qin Shou felt short of breath and struggled desperately. But soon his face turned a deep liver color. My body started to tremble involuntarily. Seeing this, everyone present held their breath. The look in his eyes as he looked at Zhou Feng also carried a hint of fear. They didn't realize what was happening until Zhou Feng threw Qin Shou's body on the ground. We'd love to join. These people were shocked by Zhou Feng's methods. However, they did not feel that Zhou Feng had gone too far. They all knew what kind of scoundrel Qin Shou was. Moreover, this guy is a traitor in Zhou Feng's camp. This is probably how it will end. Zhou Feng, we should deal with young Master Jean now, Cui Lu said through gritted teeth. The savages have now temporarily retreated. Young Master Jin's men suffered heavy losses, and so many of them defected and joined Zhou Feng's camp. Now is their chance, the best chance to deal with young Master Jean. Yes, it's time to settle accounts with him. Zhou Feng nodded. The group returned to the central mountain range and arrived at young Master Jin's camp. At this time, a large number of people had gathered here. Most of them were people who fled because savages broke in. After seeing the savages disappear, they all returned one by one. But Zhou Feng soon discovered. Young Master Jean was not among these people. It's not just that there's no young Master Jean. Young Master Jin's bodyguards and lackeys like Dong Wei were also absent. Could it be that young Master Jean has sensed something and knows that he is about to make a move against him? Zhou Feng immediately asked these people if they knew where young Master Jean was now. They all shook their heads. Just then, Boss Fei arrived with his men. Many of the men around Boss Fei were carrying crossbows. There looked like there are more than a dozen. Many people were filled with envy upon seeing these crossbows. It was no secret in the camp that Fei Laoda could make crossbows. However, none of them expected that there were so many crossbows in Fei's camp. The man who looked after Fei had some blood on him. This would tell us that they must have encountered savages as well. No need to look for young Master Jean anymore. He's run away, Boss Fei said directly. Ran away? Where did they run off to? Zhou Feng frowned. The others looked even more puzzled. My men saw them. About 50 of them have left the central mountain range and entered the forest, Boss Fei said, pointing south. Hearing this, Zhou Feng understood that Boss Fei must have been monitoring young Master Jean all along. Young Master Jean and his group retreated south, which was the same information Zhou Feng had received earlier. Zhou Feng had initially thought that they were merely temporarily avoiding direct confrontation. They were just trying to escape the savages. Unexpectedly, they left the central mountain range directly. I think I know what they're going to do, a woman suddenly said timidly, raising her hand. Chapter 159 Playing the Sly. Zhou Feng looked at the woman who had spoken. She was around 30 years old and had an average appearance. He also looks a bit thin. Do you know what's going on? Zhou Feng asked, looking at the other person. When I was working before, I think I heard young Master Jean and a few bodyguards mention that if they couldn't stop the savages' attack, they would go back to the southern coast. The woman used to work in logistics at the camp. Sometimes they would bring food to young Master Jin's room. The woman overheard Mr. Jean talking to several bodyguards yesterday. Zhou Feng then remembered. Young Master Jean and his group came from the southern coast. They arrived at the central camp, intending to explore the island. See if there are any indigenous people on this island who could help them leave. Surprisingly, there were indigenous people among them. These indigenous people simply used them as food. Young Master Jean probably already discussed it with his people. If the camp is in crisis, abandon the place immediately. Young Master Jean and his group lived on the southern coastline for a period of time. It's quite possible that there are still camps remaining over there. There might not be any savage tribes around, making it even safer. That young Master Jean ran fast enough. Chui Lu gritted his teeth, indignant. Young Master Jean and his group have now gone to the southern coastline. It's difficult to catch up with them. Moreover, the central camp has suffered countless losses after this attack by the savages. They simply didn't have the energy to chase after young Master Jean. As long as he's still on this island, this isn't over, Zhou Feng said, squinting. So what do we do next? Zhou Feng, just tell us. We'll listen to you now. Chui Lu unconsciously clutched his stomach. After such a night of turmoil, Chui Lu felt his wounds throbbing again. Yes, we'll listen to you now. Zhou Feng, you'll be the boss of the Central Mountain Range. Anyone who objects will be kicked out. Only you can help us defend against the savages. We can't rely on anyone else. People around them started talking. Upon seeing this, even Boss Fei spoke up. Zhou Feng, I support you too. Zhou Feng looked around and then slowly nodded. With the support of these people, that's enough. Go check the other survivor camps to see if any have been attacked and gather some intelligence, Zhou Feng ordered. Now we need to assess the extent of damage to the camp. Zhou Feng then reminded everyone not to act alone, to prevent any lone savages from escaping. In addition, Zhou Feng arranged for some people to begin disposing of the corpses at young Master Jin's camp. Everyone got busy. With so many corpses on the ground, the only solution is to dig a large pit and bury them, then sprinkle wood ash on top. The people in the camp had become somewhat numb from moving the corpses. This was something unthinkable in the past. But they are not afraid now. Even when they see some gruesome corpses, they don't react much. At this moment, Zhou Feng and his men were searching the warehouse of young Master Jin's camp. There were 2 large shacks containing the camp supplies. However, after searching for a long time, the group of people were filled with disappointment. It's all gone, a lot of things are gone. Young Master Jean took many important things with him, including canned food and tools. There are only some fruits and potatoes left. There used to be many good things in this shack. Some of them were brought over from the southern coast by young Master Jean and his group. But now they've all been taken away. It's clear that these people were prepared. We should have packed everything much earlier. Zhou Feng also felt a little regretful. However, the camp is not short of food at the moment, so it's not a big deal. The camp was not cleared up until dawn. Everyone was exhausted. However, there were also some unexpected gains. Young Master Jean and his group still had some things they didn't take with them. Several suitcases were found in young Master Jin's room. All the clothes inside are brand new. Nowadays, everyone knows how important clothes are. The clothes on those corpses should be stripped off beforehand. Nowadays, people don't feel awkward wearing clothes meant for the dead. Environment can change a person. In the past, when people ate, there was a bug in their food. It's so disgusting it'll probably make you want to vomit. Nowadays, if there are insects in the food, everyone pretends not to see them. Just pick them out. Some people even think these are high in protein and will eat them directly. It was only when everyone opened the boxes that they discovered all the clothes belonged to women. Everyone understood why no one had taken the clothes. Food is definitely more important than these women's clothes. Moreover, not many women were taken away by young Master Jean and his group. There were only about 10 of them. People gradually arrived at young Master Jin's camp to report the news. Based on this information, Zhou Feng finally understood what had happened last night. The savages attacked from the southwest, and their numbers were estimated to be over 100. The primary target is young Master Jin's camp. To Zhou Feng's surprise, the person who sent the signal from the watchtower last night is still alive. After sending the signal, he hid in another tree. They didn't come out until dawn, after confirming there were no savages below. However, the person on this watchtower belongs to young Master Jean. He was dumbfounded when he saw young Master Jean running away with his men. In addition to young Master Jin's camp being attacked, Boss Fei's camp was also attacked. They just didn't have as many people as young Master Jin's camp. Moreover, after several savages were killed by a volley of crossbow bolts, they all retreated. There are 2 small camps that haven't been attacked, and they haven't brought anyone out to help either, Tang Cheng said indignantly. These 2 small camps each have 40 or 50 people, which is considered a relatively large number among the camps. It is second only to a few major powers. According to their original defensive plan, once an attack by savages is detected, a certain number of combat troops should be dispatched. The rest of the people can hide in the canyon. However, not a single person from either of the 2 camps was sent out. Instead, they were all hidden inside the canyon. Where is he now? Zhou Feng frowned. We're still inside the canyon, Tang Cheng said, pointing in the direction of the canyon. Nowadays, the people at Zhou Feng's camp are all staying in the canyon all night. Let's go take a look. Zhou Feng's face turned gloomy. Everyone else was also indignant. After all, they risked their lives last night. but some people are still trying to be clever. Led by Zhou Feng, the group entered the canyon. We soon arrived at the central area of the canyon. More than 400 people gathered here, including Qin Xiaoxue and her group. When Qin Xiaoxue and the others saw that Zhou Feng and the others were all right, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Fu wanted to come closer and say something more. However, they also noticed that Zhou Feng and his group looked unfriendly. He simply nodded to himself and then walked up to a group of people. Chapter 160 Backlash. When they saw Zhou Feng and the others arrive, they all lowered their heads. Cheng Yuan, Wang Cheng, you two come out here, Zhou Feng said coldly. Two people emerged from the crowd. They were the leaders of these two camps. Cheng Yuan and Wang Cheng are both in their 40s. Both of them exuded a shrewdness. Zhou Feng had met them a few times, so he knew their names. Why are you hiding here instead of dealing with the savages? Zhou Feng asked, squinting. Perhaps sensing this, Zhou Feng's tone became unfriendly. They both gave a dry laugh. We don't have many people in our camp, so we can't spare any manpower, Cheng Yuan said with a fawning smile. Zhou Feng snorted coldly. Is this even a reason? Tang Qing couldn't help but start cursing. We just agreed on this 2 days ago. You should send at least 10 people. Now you're saying you don't have enough people in your camp. Tang Qing's eyes were practically spitting fire. These people did not raise any objections when the agreement was made. When the savages actually came, they hid here. Let others fight. We can't do anything about it. Everyone was terrified when the savages came, and there's no way to manage them. Wang Cheng spread his hands, looking like a dead pig that doesn't care about boiling water. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yuan quickly nodded, indicating that it wasn't that he was unwilling to bring people over. Instead, it was the people in their camp who were all ordinary people before. They never fought with savages. This is the first time I've encountered something like this, and I don't know what to do. It's understandable, and I hope everyone will give them a chance. The two of them spoke in a very dignified and respectable manner. It seems like they did nothing wrong. Since you can't manage your own people, then let them choose new people, Zhou Feng said coldly. Fine, I've wanted to quit for a long time. This job doesn't pay well, and it's a lot of trouble. The two nodded quickly, their faces showing relief. They even urged the people in their camp to quickly elect a new leader. However, the people in their camp did not react. They remained silent. Because everyone knows very well that this time, if it weren't for Cheng Yuan and Wang Cheng, they were just about to fight the savages to the death. Now it's the two of them who have withstood the pressure. Since you're unwilling to select anyone, the central camp doesn't welcome you now. Leave, Zhou Feng said calmly. After he said that, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then panicked expressions appeared on their faces. Leave the central camp? Where can they go? The supplies in other places are far less abundant than here. Moreover, if they encounter savages, their small numbers simply won't be able to handle them. Sooner or later, they'll just be a meal for the savages. You, what right do you have to let us leave? Cheng Yuan was getting a little anxious. Unexpectedly, Zhou Feng actually kicked them out. That's right. Young Master Jean is the boss here. You have no right to speak. Wang Cheng's face also fell. The two of them had actually discussed it beforehand. They knew that undercurrents were now running deep in the central camp. Young Master Jean and Zhou Feng are secretly vying for power. They can play both sides and gain their own benefits from it. Now Zhou Feng is on the opposite side from them. Young Master Jean will definitely try to win them over. As for their failure to join forces to fight the savages as agreed, it's really no big deal. As long as they stand on Young Master Jin's side, Young Master Jean will naturally help them. Young Master Jean has already left. You can still catch up with him now, Tang Cheng sneered. What? Young Master Jean is gone. Cheng Yuan's expression changed. They dare to be so arrogant because they rely on Young Master Jean. Young Master Jean has already left. They ran even more decisively than the others. And look at the people around Zhou Feng. With Cui Lu and Boss Fei, they both have a large number of subordinates. It seems everyone is on Zhou Feng's side. Now, Zhou Feng is the one who calls the shots at the central camp. Now please leave. Go now, Zhou Feng said. Fu Tai, Tang Cheng, and the others all gathered around. Especially Fei Laodao's men. They simply knocked their crossbows and aimed them at the men. This left all the dozens of people dumbfounded. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Feng actually meant it. If they dared to resist, they would probably be riddled with bullets. We were wrong. We were really wrong. If the savages come again, we'll definitely be at the forefront. Wang Qing changed his tone and quickly pleaded. Next time, you won't have a next chance. Zhou Feng waved his hand. People gathered around him from behind. It looks like they're preparing to take action and drive them away. It was them. They told us we didn't have to go. That's right. They said we should leave the dangerous work to others, and once most of the others are dead, no one will dare to do anything to us. We all really wanted to go up and help. At this moment, many people stood up and criticized Wang Cheng and Cheng Yan. Both of them became agitated upon hearing this accusation. None of you said a word back then, but now you're all standing up? Cheng Yan was furious. Cheng Yan and Wang Cheng both had their own ulterior motives. I feel the camp is in such a mess right now. Chao Lang died under mysterious circumstances. They did not want to become victims of the struggle. In this situation, preserving strength is the most important thing. So when they heard the warning sounds, they did not go to deal with the savages. Instead, they immediately led the others and hid in the canyon. No one else had any objections at the time. Now they've stepped forward and turned around to bite them. You're the boss, what can we say? We thought you were taking us to fight the savages, but who knew you'd run into the canyon? You were just telling us not to worry, that there wouldn't be any problems. The people in both camps were very uneasy while they were in the canyon. This is not because they did not deal with the savages and feel guilty. Rather, they didn't know what was happening outside or whether the savages would rush in. Cheng Yan and Wang Cheng both reassured them not to worry. Even if savages rushed in, they could escape immediately. With so many survivors here, there's no way to capture all the cannibals. Those around them were also furious when they heard these words. I never imagined these people could be so shameless. They're all hiding inside, trying to use them as shields. Now I'm giving you a choice. Either elect a new leader or stay with them, Zhou Feng said to the group. Once these people started talking, they stopped pretending to be dead. Soon, two people stepped forward and expressed their willingness to replace Cheng Yan and Wang Cheng. From now on, I will obey Zhou Feng's orders and will never dare to have any ulterior motives again. Cheng Yan and Wang Cheng were dumbfounded. They never imagined that they would be abandoned so quickly. Chapter 161 Methods. You ungrateful wretches. I'm the one who saved you. If it weren't for us, many of you would be corpses by now. The two of them couldn't help but start cursing. These people ran in without saying a word. Now that they're in trouble, they've sold them off. These people did not answer. They simply remained indifferent. Do you know how many people died in this camp? Zhou Feng asked. Both of them were taken aback. His gaze immediately darted away. Zhou Feng and his group were all covered in blood. Some people also had wounds on their bodies. It must have been a bloody battle. However, they did not feel guilty. On the contrary, I feel very fortunate. Fortunately, I didn't go to help, otherwise I would have been the one who got hurt. It could even be fatal. Desertification in the face of battle, disrupting morale. What do you think I should do with you? Zhou Feng's tone grew increasingly cold. Let's leave. Cheng Yan sensed the hostility in Zhou Feng's tone and said through gritted teeth. Yes, let's leave. Wang Cheng also sensed that the situation was hopeless. No one is on their side. Leave? Ask the dead if they'd let you leave, Zhou Feng sneered. Now it's impossible for them to leave. These two people have no one left to support them. Upon hearing this, the two of them felt a chill run through their bodies. What? What are you going to do? Cheng Yan's voice trembled. Tie them up, Zhou Feng ordered. Tang Cheng, Fu Tai, and several others rushed forward immediately. They had been waiting for Zhou Feng's orders for a long time. Cheng Yan and Wang Cheng turned around and tried to run away, but Fei's men blocked their way. The two immediately knelt on the ground and began to beg for mercy. However, Tang Cheng and his men showed no mercy, grabbing their arms and twisting them backward. Their heads were pressed to the ground, leaving them to scream in agony. The camp suffered heavy losses today. At least 50 or 60 people died, and some others are missing. Zhou Feng turned to look at the others in the canyon. Most of the people in the central camp are staying here. However, the numbers still don't match. Zhou Feng suspected that the savages had indeed abducted some people, but the number was relatively small. These two people disregarded the lives of others for their own benefit, and they will be punished today. Zhou Feng's gaze swept over the crowd. Then he looked at Boss Fei. They asked Boss Fei what to do if such a person appeared in his camp. Our camp is under unified command. People who betray their comrades will only have one fate. Boss Fei made a throat-slitting gesture. This was a rule that Fei Laoda set from the very beginning. You can't kill us. What right do you have? Cheng Yan suddenly roared. You're not judges. What gives you the right to convict us? Wang Cheng shouted back. They believed they were innocent. Use a rope. Zhou Feng waved his hand expressionlessly. Someone brought over a rope and strangled the two people from behind. In full view of everyone, the two people died quickly. No one dared to breathe. They all realized that Zhou Feng was serious this time. Zhou Feng then signaled to drag the two bodies out and clean them up. Everyone, I now elect Zhou Feng as the leader of the central camp. Cui Lu suddenly spoke up at this moment. Many people present were taken aback, not expecting Cui Lu to say such a thing. Now that young Master Jean has run away, Cui Li's camp has the largest number of people. Of course, These people didn't know about the people left behind by young Master Jin. They have already joined Zhou Feng's forces. In fact, Zhou Feng already had the most men in the central camp. I agree too, Boss Fei added. Many people followed suit and agreed. They didn't object. In fact, they were looking forward to it. After all, everyone knows about Zhou Feng's deeds. I visited a savage tribe before to rescue the kidnapped survivors. Now, the central mountain range has been attacked by wild men. Young Master Jin ran away. Zhou Feng, however, was busy organizing manpower and trying to turn the tide. If it weren't for Zhou Feng, the losses would have been even more severe. Now the central camp has a true leader who can coordinate all forces. They were relieved. Moreover, Zhou Feng's order to kill those two people just now has won the approval of many people. If at this point, everyone still cannot work together to deal with the savages, sooner or later they'll all end up as food for the savages. I agree too. Even Xiao Lin raised her hand. Seeing everyone's reaction, Zhou Feng nodded. He immediately indicated that the central camp would undergo changes from this point forward. The first thing is to relocate the places where everyone lives. It used to be too scattered. At that time, there had been no conflict between them and the savages. In addition, there was mutual distrust. Therefore, the campsites chosen were all relatively far away. However, this attack by the savages exposed the drawbacks. It's incredibly difficult for them to support each other. It would be better if everyone lived closer together, making it easier to provide support. Hearing Zhou Feng's words, everyone nodded in agreement. They were also afraid of the savages' next attack, and no one knew when it would come. It is indeed safer if everyone is closer together. Zhou Feng immediately divided it up. From now on, we will center around young Master Jin's camp. The other survivors lived in the surrounding area, preferably within a kilometer of each other, because young Master Jin's campsite is in the best location. Moreover, the entrance to the canyon is not far away. In the event of a battle, women can bring supplies into the canyon. But young Master Jin's camp was attacked. Someone couldn't help but say, "Does that mean if we move to another place, the savages will stop attacking?" Zhou Feng countered. The other party was immediately speechless. As long as they remain in the central mountain range, the savages will surely find them. But some people still feel that everyone lives so close together. It will be much more difficult to obtain food in the future. People need to go further, which sounds more dangerous. However, some people later said that this was a price that had to be accepted. There are very few things in the world that are perfect in every way. After making the arrangements, Zhou Feng had everyone begin moving. We'll try to live together as soon as possible. Just as everyone was getting busy, Fu Tai came over. "Boss, I found something interesting," Fu Tai said mysteriously. "What is it?" Zhou Feng asked, a little curious. Fu Tai chuckled, and then took out two small boxes from behind him. I shook it with my hand, and it made a gurgling sound inside. Fu Tai then opened one of the boxes. Zhou Feng leaned over to take a look and immediately frowned. The things inside are actually casino chips. "I found it over there," Fu Tai said, pointing to the rock face beside him. Chapter 162 Currency. Zhou Feng then remembered. The place where these survivors gathered today was once their gambling den. These gambling tools are worthless and are usually just left here. This thing can replace points and serve as the currency for our camp, Fu Tai reminded him. Upon hearing Fu Tai's words, Zhou Feng's eyes lit up. He took another look at the chips. There were probably several hundred of them. And most importantly, the numbers on these chips are different. 1, 2, 10, 20, 25, 50, etc. The largest reached 10,000. "Are all the chips here? Are there any elsewhere?" Zhou Feng asked. "They're definitely all here." Fu Tai nodded quickly. There were also a lot of gambling equipment on the other side of the rock face. People who like to gamble usually leave their things there. There are only 2 boxes of chips in total, and it looks like it hasn't been opened yet. After all, we don't need chips anymore. However, ever since I suffered a setback here last time, Fu Tai never came again. "Take this first, and bring it back to the camp later." Zhou Feng nodded. Using these chips as currency is indeed a good idea. The most crucial point is that it cannot be copied. Once we've tallied the quantities, we can distribute them. First, distribute smaller amounts of chips. Use a larger amount when you don't have enough. "Okay." Fu Tai nodded quickly. "Don't keep it to yourself," Zhou Feng then reminded him. "I definitely won't." Fu Tai immediately assured him. Although these chips are taken, they can be used as currency. However, there weren't many supplies to exchange in the camp. Even if someone were to hoard chips, they could only exchange them for some food at most. But one cannot become extremely wealthy or powerful. If he were discovered, Fu Tai knew he would be beaten to death by the others. Zhou Feng and his group also left the central camp. They arrived at young Master Jin's camp. Zhou Feng has already decided to relocate the entire family here, as the housing here is of better quality. Moreover, they have more houses than they do. Some of them are in poor condition, they just need some reinforcement. They simply demolish the houses in Zhou Feng's camp and move the timber over. This is the busiest time in the camp. It's Jiushua. Those wounded in the battle lined up here to have their wounds bandaged. For minor injuries, Jiushua would apply herbal remedies to the wounds. For more severe cases, add some anti-inflammatory drugs. However, Jiushua did not tell the patients that she had medicine on her. Otherwise, once they find out there's medicine, these people will definitely fight over it. Qiolin was also helping her sister. The two sisters were extremely busy. Boss, you can have young Master Jin's room. It's a pretty luxurious place. Just then, Fan Jian ran over and said, "It's bad luck to live here. Let's keep it as a warehouse." Zhou Feng glanced at young Master Jin's room. The room was well built and could provide shelter from the wind and rain. It would be just right to use it as a warehouse. Then we'll build you a bigger one, Fan Jian said with a mysterious smile. There's no need for that, Zhou Feng said, not having any particular requirements regarding where he would stay. As long as I can rest, that's fine. No, boss, I'll build one for you over there. It'll not only keep you out of the wind and rain, but it'll also be soundproof. Then it'll be much more convenient for you and Sister Qin. Fan Jian kept giving Zhou Feng meaningful glances. Zhou Feng understood immediately upon seeing that look. So that's what Fan Jian meant. Don't worry, boss, it'll be finished today. Fan Jian got busy with his work. There are still a lot of supplies that need to be moved from their original camp. Zhou Feng then went to check out other places. The place where Cui Lu and the others lived was not far from Zhou Feng's current camp. It's about 1 kilometer away. They wouldn't need to move away from the camp. However, a watchtower was under construction at the time. According to Cui Lu, they planned to build 2 more watchtowers. It extends all the way to a point about 3 kilometers deep in the forest. Once traces of wild men are discovered, an early warning can be issued. This provides an extra layer of protection. After looking around, Zhou Feng went to Boss Fei's camp. Fei Laoda moved to a location not far from Zhou Feng's camp, only about 500 meters away. But Zhou Feng learned some news while he was there. Fei Laoda has left. To be precise, it should be that Boss Fei is now leading his men. Follow the route taken by young Master Jin and his group to find their trail. Zhou Feng knew this was definitely dangerous. Given how cunning young Master Jin is, he will definitely be on guard. There might be traps or something similar left on the road. However, since it was Boss Fei who personally led the chase, he must have been confident. I'm afraid Boss Fei has thought of this as well. However, Boss Fei still chose to track down young Master Jin. Because young Master Jin is still a threat. Zhou Feng also told the people at Fei Laoda's camp, if they have any problems, they can come to me. These people all said that Boss Fei said the same thing when he left. Fei Laoda trusted Zhou Feng with confidence in entrusting the camp to him. Besides these 2 camps, Zhou Feng has now merged the former camps of Chengyan and Wang Cheng into one. They will also form a new camp. In addition, there were those survivors from before, in groups of 3 or 5. Now they all have to choose to merge into a camp. Otherwise, the central camp will not welcome them. Zhou Feng wanted a unified whole. Only a unified force can deal with the savages. By the time Zhou Feng returned, it was already afternoon. They discovered that a larger house had been built right next to young Master Jin's house. It looks much sturdier than young Master Jin's house. The materials used should be of higher quality. Boss, how's it going? We've moved all of young Master Jin's furniture in for you. Fan Jian said confidently. Wouldn't it be great to build a few more houses with these materials? Zhou Feng was naturally very satisfied with the house. That just seems a bit wasteful. Boss, you've risked your life so much. This is only to be expected, Fan Jian said sincerely. It wasn't just Fan Jian. Many people in the camp thought the same way. They saw everything Zhou Feng did clearly. Hearing Fan Jian say that, Zhou Feng didn't say anything more. Often, accepting everything allows you to better control others. Just like ancient generals, not every one of them ate and lived with his soldiers. For example, Huitsubing. He carried 10 cartloads of wine and meat with him, which went bad, but he didn't share them with his subordinates. Because the quantity is too small, it is impossible to distribute it to everyone. Then we might as well not separate it all. To avoid undermining morale due to unfairness. Others wouldn't care about these things as long as they could win battles by following Huitsubing. Now, these survivors can deal with the savages as long as they follow Zhou Feng. They certainly don't care what Zhou Feng enjoys. Zhou Feng pushed open the door and went inside. I noticed several familiar faces in the room. Qin Xiaoxue, by Qing Yan, and Tang Fu. Chapter 163 Discovery. What are you doing here? Zhou Feng asked, looking at the group. Of course I'm packing your things. You think we're here to chat? Bai Qingyan pouted. Thank you for your hard work. Zhou Feng grinned. Zhou Feng also noticed that the room was very clean. The ground had just been watered, so there was hardly any dust. The furniture that was moved in has all been wiped clean. It was tidied up very carefully. I didn't clean much when I was at home. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but mutter. Of course, Bai Qingyan had changed a lot during this time. She's not the little girl who only knew how to play anymore. She has matured a lot. The thought of cleaning for Zhou Feng made her feel uneasy. Then you can leave. Sister Qin and I can tidy up here, Tang Fu said with a smile. You're the one who should leave. My mom and I came here to clean up. Why are you making a mess of things? Bai Qingyan immediately retorted. Let me help. Do you even know how to tidy up? Don't tire Sister Qin out. Tang Fu retorted sharply. Bai Qingyan's eyes widened, and she put her hands on her hips. Tang Fu is making herself angry again. Upon seeing this, Zhou Feng almost burst out laughing. Tang Fu is truly Bai Qingyan's nemesis. Bai Qingyan is no match for her at all. All right. The room is very clean now. You guys should rest for a while. Zhou Feng couldn't just watch them bicker, so he started to change the subject. Zhou Feng didn't have any high requirements for the room. By the way, Zhou Feng, I saw several suitcases in young Master Jin's room, all filled with clothes, Tang Fu said expectantly. Tang Fu usually has 2 sets of clothes, and she has been wearing both for more than half a month. The clothes weren't badly worn. Tang Fu is the type of person who can't resist beautiful clothes. She really wanted to get herself a new outfit. We'll distribute them to the people in the camp later, but you can choose a few items first, Zhou Feng said, nodding. There's no point in keeping these clothes. Let's distribute them to everyone first. If we ever lack clothing in the future, we'll just wear animal skins like savages. Great. I'll go check it out. Tang Fu couldn't wait to go to the warehouse next door. I'll choose first, Bai Qingyan retorted, not to be outdone. He immediately followed. Only Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue remained in the room. Xiaoxue, Fan Jian, and the others built a pretty big house, Zhou Feng coughed. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoxue stepped forward and approached Zhou Feng. From today onwards, I will live here and take care of you, Qin Xiaoxue said softly. Zhou Feng didn't expect Qin Xiaoxue to agree so readily. What about Bai Qingyan? Zhou Feng knew that Qin Xiaoxue always cared a lot about Bai Qingyan's opinion. She's quite supportive of us now. Isn't she even helping us clean up? Qin Xiaoxue said with a smile. Zhou Feng was taken aback. It seems that Qin Xiaoxue must have already spoken to Bai Qingyan about it beforehand. Bai Qingyan did not object. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to help clean up. Your arm. Qin Xiaoxue suddenly noticed it too. Zhou Feng has some scars on his arms. It's nothing, just a minor issue, Zhou Feng said, looking at the wound on his arm. They were all captured by that savage warrior. I'm so glad you're all right. Qin Xiaoxue felt heartbroken looking at Zhou Feng's wounds and couldn't help but hug him. Zhou Feng lowered his head and moved closer. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the two separated. Qin Xiaoxue blushed and put her hands on Zhou Feng's neck. Mom, I picked out 2 outfits for you. What do you think of these 2? Bai Qingyan's voice came from outside as she walked into the room. Why is this guy always causing trouble? Zhou Feng was both amused and exasperated. What do you want to do in broad daylight? There's plenty of time later, Qin Xiaoxue said softly. Zhou Feng nodded. That's true. If they lived together, they would certainly have plenty of time. Just then, Bai Qingyan walked in carrying 2 pieces of clothing. These clothes, they're not suitable for me to wear. Qin Xiaoxue was slightly taken aback when she saw the clothes. These are actually 2 backless evening gowns. How could this kind of clothing be suitable for wearing on a desert island? Those clothes are considered good among those. Most of them are like this, Bai Qingyan said with a hint of helplessness. Bai Qingyan originally wanted to find one as well, but there was simply no one suitable for her. I'll think of a way to change it later. Qin Xiaoxue gave a wry smile. Anyway, I definitely can't wear these clothes normally. No wonder these clothes didn't move. Zhou Feng could understand. When Zhou Feng and the others found these clothes, they did not open them to check. After all that, none of them were suitable to wear. But suddenly Zhou Feng's eyes lit up. He had never seen Qin Xiaoxue wearing these clothes. Because Qin Xiaoxue usually dresses very casually at home. So Zhou Feng leaned close to Qin Xiaoxue's ear and whispered something. Qin Xiaoxue also blushed. I'll try it tonight. What are you talking about? Bai Qingyan asked. It's nothing. Go do your thing, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Do you treat me like a child? Bai Qingyan snapped angrily. This is what Bai Qingyan can't stand the most. No. I was just saying it's almost time to make dinner, Zhou Feng coughed. If Bai Qingyan gets angry, she's not easy to appease. It's time to make dinner. We're having an extra meal tonight, Qin Xiaoxue chimed in. Then, arm in arm with Bai Qingyan, they went to meet her. Zhou Feng also came out of the room. Then I saw Tang Fu come out from over there, sighing. Those clothes are unwearable. Let's keep it for now. It'll definitely come in handy later, Zhou Feng said casually. Tang Fu was a little disappointed, as she had originally wanted to change her clothes. Maybe it can attract Zhou Feng's attention. Just then, Tang Fu saw her brother return with more than a dozen people. Tang Cheng was slightly taken aback when he saw the new house. However, he soon realized that it was meant for Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, I've made a discovery, Tang Cheng said as he ran over. What discovery? Zhou Feng had previously sent Tang Cheng with a dozen or so men. Follow the footprints of the retreating savages and have them search the area with crossbows. Let's see if we find anything. If you encounter a wild man, do not confront him directly. Use crossbow bolts to force the enemy back, then retreat. We found a body, but it wasn't taken by savages, Tang Cheng explained. Is he a survivor? Zhou Feng frowned. There are still quite a few survivors missing. Even after counting the number of people, more than 20 were still missing. Besides those captured by savages, some probably ran into the forest. Unfortunately, an accident occurred. No, it's not a survivor. It's a body that's been dead for a long time. Chapter 164 The Taste. Not a survivor? Then not a savage either. Zhou Feng's heart skipped a beat. If it were a savage, Tang Qing wouldn't need to come specifically to report to him. No. Tang Qing shook his head. Where is it? Zhou Feng asked immediately. Zhou Feng had a guess in his mind. It is very likely that they were survivors who arrived on the island earlier. There are traces left by Wu Wenrong and his comrades in the cave. And that crashed helicopter. All of this proves that there have been many footprints on this island. It's about 2 kilometers to the west, Tang Cheng explained. They went along the way to check for clues. No valuable clues were obtained. Just as they returned, they unexpectedly discovered the body. Tang Cheng stated that they did not touch the body. Instead, they left 2 people behind to keep watch. Let's go take a look now, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Everyone knew that there were savage tribes to the west, so people rarely went to the west before. Only Cui Lu and his group went to catch fish in that lake before. As a result, a conflict actually occurred with the savages. It's not dusk yet, there's still time to go. The group had just left the camp. Zhou Feng looked back and saw Tang Fu following at the very back. Why did you follow me? Zhou Feng asked, somewhat helplessly. Let's go and see. It's not dangerous. If we really encounter savages, I can even help them. Tang Fu had already disappeared from somewhere. He found a long spear and held it in his hand. You're no use here. It would be better to replace you with Qiu Shui. Zhou Feng shook his head. Qiu Shui has medical knowledge and can help examine the corpse. Qiu Shui is too busy right now. She also has to change the dressings for the injured. Otherwise, Zhou Feng would have wanted to, so he went and called Qiu Shui over. Upon hearing this, Tang Fu was a little displeased. Let's hurry up and not waste any more time. Maybe I can be of some help. Girls are much more perceptive than you. Tang Fu couldn't help but mutter to herself. Qiu Shui. Why did Zhou Feng mention her name? Does this mean I have a competitor? No. Tang Fu was already figuring out how to stop Qiu Shui from getting close to Zhou Feng. Then let's go. Zhou Feng didn't stop him. You can't exactly act like the boss to Tang Fu. And just like Tang Fu said, she might be able to help. After walking for more than half an hour, they arrived at the place Tang Cheng had mentioned. 2 people had been guarding this place. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Zhou Feng and the others arrive. Where's the body? Zhou Feng looked around. No bodies were found. This is just an ordinary forest. Up there, Tang Cheng said, pointing to the tree. Zhou Feng looked up and saw a corpse lying on a tree branch. The other person's clothes had faded. She was wearing a pair of black boots. Because the tree branch was quite long and wide, the body was able to stay upright while propped up on it. At Zhou Feng's signal, someone went up and took the body down. This body doesn't seem to have been dead for very long, maybe a few months at most, Tang Cheng said, enduring the nauseating smell of the corpse as he went forward to examine it. The corpse emitted an indescribable stench, and its flesh was being gnawed away by mosquitoes. He hasn't been dead for long, and the cause of death is probably here. Zhou Feng held up a tree branch and pointed to the corpse's chest. The ribs were exposed to the air and had cracks. A knife wound? Or something like an impact? Zhou Feng was confused. However, he guessed that the person was probably fleeing for their life. It hid in a tree while hiding from others, and eventually died. Tang Qing nodded, agreeing with Zhou Feng's analysis. Was this person hiding from savages, or something else? That's not necessarily true. Tang Fu, didn't you come to help? Why are you standing so far away? Zhou Feng turned around and said to Tang Fu, who was hiding behind him. Tang Fu went up and took a look at the body when it was put down. The corpse looked rather gruesome. The areas where she had been bitten by insects made her scalp tingle. But now that Zhou Feng was making fun of her, Tang Fu had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward. since it was my own initiative to come here. I'm coming right now. Tang Fu pinched her nose and stepped forward. Seeing the corpse again still made her stomach churn. But Tang Fu knows she can't escape right now. Otherwise, Zhou Feng definitely wouldn't take her out anymore. Did you find anything? Zhou Feng asked. I don't think I'm anything special, Tang Fu stammered. Check the body's pockets and see if there's anything of value inside, Zhou Feng said, pointing to the body's pockets. What? I'll check this pocket. Tang Fu was immediately dumbfounded. If she were asked to examine someone who had just died, Tang Fu wouldn't hesitate. She was used to seeing blood. But now they're making them search the corpse's pockets. The smell alone is unbearable. Yes, didn't you say you were meticulous? Zhou Feng said with a half-smile. Zhou Feng wanted to make Tang Fu give up. Following along is not a fun thing. Fine, I'll do it. Tang Fu gritted her teeth. He reached straight in and rummaged through the body's pockets. There's no need for that, Zhou Feng said, not expecting Tang Fu to actually do it. Even if you were to attack, you could simply use a branch to pry it open. I'm not going to hold you back, Tang Fu said firmly. Zhou Feng sighed. Tang Fu's temper was flaring up. He truly fears neither heaven nor earth. But Tang Fu quickly let out a scream. Her hand touched the pocket, and a few bugs scurried out. Zhou Feng originally thought that Tang Fu would definitely give up, because Tang Fu's face had turned deathly pale. But Tang Fu gritted her teeth and continued searching. Soon, Tang Fu took out the contents of several pockets. Those around who witnessed this couldn't help but admire it. This Tang Fu is really bold. Even Tang Chung was surprised, as he had thought Tang Fu had given up halfway through. I never expected that I would persevere to the end. However, none of the things found had any special value. It's just some simple personal items, like pens and lighters. There is no information about this person. The most valuable item was a multi-tool knife found at the waist of the corpse. Zhou Feng checked it and found that there were not many signs of use. This proves that the person didn't have many opportunities to use the knife while he was alive. Go back. Don't let the matter of the corpse leak out. Zhou Feng stood up and put away his utility knife. Yes. Everyone nodded. The mere presence of the savages is already a significant problem. By the time everyone returned to camp, it was almost dark. Tang Fu wanted to go find water to wash her hands immediately. There was no soap in the camp, so they had to use sand and moss. However, Tang Fu estimated that no matter what she did, this smell won't dissipate for several days. Where have you been? You took her out again, but you didn't take me with you. Bai Qingyan stood at the camp gate with a displeased expression. Zhou Feng held his forehead. Sure enough, trouble has struck again. I wasn't going out alone with Tang Fu. There were so many people around. What else can we do? Want to know what we're going to do? I'll tell you slowly, Tang Fu said with a mischievous smile, stepping forward and grabbing Bai Qingyan's hand. Chapter 165 The Fire of Love. Bai Qingyan was stunned and a little at a loss. When did Tang Fu become so enthusiastic? Bai Qingyan was still a little unaccustomed to it. However, soon after, Bai Qingyan's screams echoed through the camp. Ugh, why does it smell so bad? Did Tang Fu not wash her hands after using the toilet? My hands. I'm going to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Tang Fu's cheerful laughter rang out. Tonight's dinner was quite lavish. It's wild boar stew with potatoes and some fruit for dessert. Many people in young Master Jin's camp hadn't eaten pork for a long time. Under young Master Jin's rule, pork could only be consumed by him and his close associates. In addition, there are strong laborers, such as hunting teams, etc. We can enjoy some occasionally. Those at the very bottom of society can't even afford pork. Even if there is extra pork in the camp, it cannot be eaten all at once. Young Master Jin wouldn't distribute this pork to his subordinates either. Instead, they would take them to the market to sell. Many people get teary-eyed when they eat pork, especially those who were originally separated from Zhou Feng's camp. They used to follow Zhou Feng to the north of the island, where they could occasionally eat pork. But after arriving here, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Each of them made a vow in their hearts. No matter what happens next, they will never again talk about breaking up. Zhou Feng, also carrying a bowl, found a place to sit in an open area of the camp. Qin Xiaoxua followed and sat down next to him. How is Zhang Lily? Have you talked to her? Zhou Feng asked while eating. We've talked to her, and she said Qin Shou deserved what he got, Qin Xiaoxua said softly. There's nothing we can do about it, Zhou Feng sighed. Zhou Feng didn't regret killing that bastard Qin Shou. He was just a little sentimental. Now that I'm in this position, I have to make choices for the future of the camp. If someone like Qin Shou were still alive, the damage he would cause would be enormous. Wang Cheng and Chung Yan are the same. Perhaps the two of them were simply afraid of death and dared not fight the savages. However, if the two people's shameless actions do not receive the punishment they deserve, the next time the savages come, No one in the camp will put up a fight. You did everything right. Qin Xiaoxue said with certainty when she saw Zhou Feng sigh. Xiaoxue, as long as I have your approval, that's enough. Zhou Feng smiled slightly. The person he cared about most was Qin Xiaoxue. In my heart, you've always been a pillar of strength, and you're my man. Qin Xiaoxue said earnestly. This made Zhou Feng scratch his head a little embarrassed. Then Qin Xiaoxue leaned closer and whispered, I'm going back to my room now. Don't forget what you said during the day. I'll change my clothes and show them to you later. Qin Xiaoxue's cheeks were flushed. She then stood up and left. Zhou Feng was overjoyed. I didn't expect Qin Xiaoxue to have remembered all this. He finished his food in a few bites and then followed them. Back inside the cabin, Qin Xiaoxue was already sitting there. This wooden house not only has a door curtain, but also a wooden board inside. You can simply block the doorway with a wooden board and prop a stick up inside. When Zhou Feng came in, he had already propped up the stick. It's already dark, and the room is quite dim. However, Zhou Feng noticed that Qin Xiaoxue had changed into a blue evening gown. Zhou Feng, nicknamed Xiaoxue, swallowed hard. Do you like it? Qin Xiaoxue stood up and then spun around. I like it. Zhou Feng nodded emphatically. If you like it, I'll let you wear it every day from now on. Qin Xiaoxue said with a slight smile. I could look at it every day and never get tired of it, Zhou Feng said sincerely. He was telling the truth. Now that Xiao Feng and Qin Yin don't object to the two of us, it's the same as our previous agreement, Qin Xiaoxue said, biting her lip. Zhou Feng was taken aback, then realized what Qin Xiaoxue meant. You mean? Yes, you can do whatever you want. Qin Xiaoxue nodded gently. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng immediately stepped forward. He hugged Qin Xiaoxue. Are you really sure about this? I'm happy to be your woman, Qin Xiaoxue said, expressing her feelings. Zhou Feng couldn't resist and went straight over. But this time was different. His hands became even more unrestrained. Exploring at random, Qin Xiaoxue was exceptionally proactive this time as well. Soon, two passionate hearts were drawn together. Zhou Feng opened his eyes in the early morning. Qin Xiaoxue rested her head on her arm. Zhou Feng unconsciously lowered his head and leaned closer. Qin Xiaoxue also hugged Zhou Feng. The two separated shortly afterward. Okay, I'll go check it out right away. Qin Xiaoxue started getting dressed. She felt Zhou Feng's gaze, and her cheeks still flushed slightly. In Zhou Feng's view, this is a beautiful sight, and he should be able to enjoy it often in the future. Qin Xiaoxue tidied herself up, then pushed open the door and went out. Zhou Feng stretched and came out a moment later. After a quick breakfast, Zhou Feng called Fu Tai and a few others over. Boss, where are we going? Fu Taixing asked eagerly. Let's go explore the savage tribe. Zhou Feng squinted. Savage tribe. Fu Tai's face immediately turned ugly. Fu Tai thought it was something good. I never imagined it would be so dangerous. We're just going to cause some trouble. It won't be that dangerous, Zhou Feng explained. Zhou Feng had no intention of fighting the savage tribe to the death this time. Just to bother you? Fu Tai asked, puzzled. Zhou Feng gave a brief explanation. Right now, they are being attacked by savages, while they rarely attack the savages. Next, we must make the savages feel threatened as well. This will allow them to focus some of their energy on defense. This can relieve their stress. That's right. What's that saying again? A phrase popped into Fu Tai's mind. However, due to his low level of education, Fu Tai couldn't recall it for a long time. If Ko can go, so can I, Zhou Feng reminded him. Yes, that's it. Let them know how powerful we are, that we're not the kind of people who just give up. Fu Tai nodded quickly. Find a few clever ones who can run fast and not get caught by the savages easily. Zhou Feng patted Fu Tai on the shoulder. As long as you're with the boss, it's not that dangerous. Fu Tai grinned. Soon Fu Tai found 7 or 8 people, all of whom were young and strong. But just as Zhou Feng was about to leave, someone ran over. It's Shi Haitao. Boss, look what I made for you. Shi Haitao held a long spear in his hand. Zhou Feng was immediately drawn to the spear. This spear is made of wood, which makes it look quite unique. It is dark red with irregular patterns and spots. At first glance, it might be mistaken for a venomous snake. Above the spear shaft, a dagger was embedded. The straw rope was wrapped several times and looked like it was coated with grease. This is snakewood, Shi Haitao exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 166 The Figure. According to Shi Haitao, this snakewood is extremely hard. It is one of the hardest types of wood in the world. The people at the camp accidentally discovered a snakewood tree in the woods. Because the wood had a beautiful grain, I cut off a section and brought it back. Shi Haitao recognized this type of wood, so he asked the other party for it. Now it has been specially made into a long spear. This is a good thing. Zhou Feng took the spear from Shi Haitao. It is much heavier than ordinary wood. Sure Haitao then began to explain. Even in an emergency, the spearhead may be damaged. Its sharp tip can also cause injury. Thank you for your trouble. Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng's spear broke during his last desperate fight with that savage warrior. This time, the situation will definitely not repeat itself, just like last time. Actually, I should have finished polishing this weapon earlier. Sure Haitao felt a little guilty. The night before last, he fought alongside Zhou Feng on the hillside. I witnessed firsthand that Zhou Feng's spear was damaged. After returning, I worked overtime to finish the snakewood spear. It's not too late now. Zhou Feng smiled and patted Sure Haitao on the shoulder. I also gave Sure Haitao a few compliments. After all, Zhou Feng himself did not make this request. It was Sure Haitao who took the initiative to do it. Holding the new spear, Zhou Feng led his men away from the camp. However, just as they left the camp, a familiar face came towards them. Brother Zhou Feng, I just happened to have something to discuss with you. Reporter Song rushed over. What is it? Zhou Feng and the others stopped in their tracks. I want to join your camp. Reporter Song scratched his head a little awkwardly. Now, lone survivors are no longer allowed in the central camp. I can no longer stay here and enjoy the protection of others without paying any price. They only had two options: join any camp. The other option is to leave this place. Where Reporter Song originally lived, there were still a few survivors in small groups. Now, those people are all choosing to join other camps. So Reporter Song went to find Zhou Feng. No problem, as long as you follow the rules of my camp. Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng now welcomes all survivors who want to join him. From now on, I'll follow your instructions. Reporter Song breathed a sigh of relief. They then learned that Zhou Feng and his group were heading to the savage tribe. Reporter Song immediately expressed that he also wanted to go along. Then let's go together. Zhou Feng still appreciated Reporter Song. During the last rescue of Qiu Shui, Reporter Song was a great help. The group quickly left the central mountain range. On the way, Zhou Feng also asked Reporter Song if he knew any information about other people on the island. Are you referring to the other survivors from the Wanli? Reporter Song scratched his head. There were more than 2,000 people on the Wanli. Zhou Feng has seen less than half of them so far. Of course, he also felt that many survivors were probably already dead. But there must be many survivors whose whereabouts are now unknown. No, I'm talking about the people who ended up on this island for various reasons, Zhou Feng explained. I don't know. I've never heard of any information about that. Reporter Song looked confused. However, Reporter Song was very interested in this information. They kept pressing Zhou Feng to see if he knew anything about this. Zhou Feng only stated that he had seen traces of someone having lived there. They did not reveal what had happened to Wu Wenrong and the others. Soon they arrived at the tribe that had been abandoned by the savages. They did not encounter any savages along the way. Just like last time, no one lived in this tribe. It seems the savages have completely abandoned this place. Since there are no savages here, let's go in and look around. Maybe we can find some supplies or something, Fu Tai suggested. Reporter Song chimed in, agreeing that Fu Tai's suggestion was good. Incidentally, Reporter Song can also record the living habits of the wild man. Be careful once you're inside, and try not to separate, Zhou Feng reminded everyone. After all, this place used to be the territory of savages. You might discover something. The group entered the tribe of wild men. The campfire in the tribe had long since gone out. The food that was originally roasting on top has turned into charcoal. What a pity, if only I still had my camera, Reporter Song said with a touch of regret. If you were to film the scene of this tribe, you would definitely win an award. The visual impact is stunning. These are all genuine. Reporter Song knows many unscrupulous reporters who do this in order to film such scenes. Those were all staged photos that cost money. Even if it's not staged, it still faces immense moral condemnation. Especially that famous photograph of a starving Sudan. A vulture stood behind a little girl, waiting for her to die. According to the photographer, he simply chased away the vultures. No assistance was provided to the children. Because of the circumstances at the time, there was nothing he could do. But after the photo won the award, an endless barrage of criticism came crashing down on it. The photographer chose to end his life shortly after winning the award. However, in the current environment, taking these photos does not incur moral condemnation. Boss, these things should all be tools, right? Fu Tai said this after entering a stilt house. Zhou Feng went inside and found that there were many items hanging there. They were all made of various stone knives, stone hammers, and so on. But they were all very small, clearly not meant for combat. It's used as a household item, for things like cutting meat. Zhou Feng picked up a stone knife that was about 10 centimeters long. The tip of the knife was stained with dark red stains, which must have been blood. This stone is not an ordinary stone either. It is significantly harder. Fu Tai picked up a few small stone knives and put them in the backpack he was carrying. Fu Tai, you took this too. Someone nearby couldn't help but complain. Don't waste it, we can use it later. Fu Tai said cheerfully. They still use daggers to cut meat in their camp. However, if we stay on this island forever, our tools will eventually break down. Maybe it just had human flesh cut in there, the other person warned. It's okay, a wash will do. Why worry about this now? Fu Tai said dismissively. Nowadays, people don't have so many rules. Boss! Boss! Just then, someone outside suddenly shouted. Zhou Feng darted outside in one step. Someone's there? Someone's there, someone shouted, pointing towards the woods. Zhou Feng glanced over. A figure was spotted running into the woods. That woman ran out of this house. She's not a savage, another person shouted. Without hesitation, Zhou Feng immediately gave chase. Chapter 167 Women. What do we do? Reporter Song panicked when she saw this scene. Follow them, Fu Tai said, carrying his spear as he chased after them. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng was moving very fast and could already see the back of the person in front of him. It was a woman dressed in animal skins. However, their skin wasn't the dark black of a savage, but white. Seeing that the distance was sufficient, Zhou Feng was able to pounce on her like a woman. But at that moment, the woman suddenly turned around. She pulled out a dagger made of bone. It slashed towards Zhou Feng's neck. Zhou Feng was prepared. He grabbed the woman's wrist and twisted it forcefully. The woman groaned in pain, and the dagger fell to the ground. Zhou Feng then firmly pinned the woman to the ground. The woman then roared and struggled violently. He was clearly unwilling to accept it. However, Zhou Feng's hand was like an iron clamp, preventing her from moving an inch. Instead, she grimaced in pain. Zhou Feng then had time to get a good look at the woman's face. The other person had blonde hair, fair skin, and a high nose bridge. She looks about 18 or 19 years old and is very beautiful. However, the fact that this woman was wearing a savage's animal skin puzzled Zhou Feng. He searched the man, but found no other weapons. Who are you? Where are you from? Zhou Feng then asked. The woman stared intently at him, motionless. Zhou Feng repeated it in English. The woman still didn't react at all. This made Zhou Feng frown. Does this woman not understand English? Zhou Feng could only grab the woman's hand and pull her up from the ground. But just as the woman bent down to stand up, she suddenly hugged Zhou Feng with her other hand. It looks like they want to knock Zhou Feng down. Zhou Feng hadn't expected this woman to be so fierce. However, since the other party was currently unarmed, Zhou Feng was not worried. He stood still, motionless. No matter how hard the woman tried, she couldn't make Zhou Feng move an inch. What Zhou Feng didn't expect was that the woman saw that she couldn't fall on him. It actually opened its mouth and bit his hand. Zhou Feng was caught off guard when his hand was bitten. He then felt a sharp pain. Judging from the woman's expression, she really wanted to bite his hand through. Zhou Feng slapped the woman on the back of the head. The woman fainted immediately and collapsed to the ground. Zhou Feng looked at the back of his hand. There were several teeth marks on it. Some of them had already oozed blood. This crazy woman, Zhou Feng muttered to himself. It seems like there's absolutely no way to communicate. Zhou Feng took out a rope from his backpack and tied the crazy woman up. Just then, Fu Tai and the others caught up. They were a little stunned when they realized it was a white woman. How did this woman get out of the savage's room? Someone couldn't help but ask. She's wearing animal skins. Could she be a savage? Savages don't seem to have this skin color. It might be albinism or something. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Let's go back and search those stilt houses first, Zhou Feng said, hoisting the madwoman onto his shoulder. The group returned to the savage tribe. They searched every stilt house. This time, no one was found hiding. However, animal skins worn by savages were found in some of the rooms. It's exactly the same as what's on the crazy woman. Zhou Feng figured the madwoman's animal hide must have been found inside the house. But why did she appear in the abandoned camp of the savages? Where did it come from? It seems we can only wait until the woman wakes up to find the answer. These animal hides shouldn't be wasted right now. Zhou Feng ordered his men to take all the animal hides back. They can be used as long as they are cleaned. The group gained a lot from this trip, so Zhou Feng decided to return via the same route. After returning to the camp, Zhou Feng put the crazy woman down. Many people were quite surprised when they saw Zhou Feng carrying someone back. What's going on? Tang Fu immediately came over to ask. The situation is rather complicated. Find a room and lock her up first. Remember to tie her up. We'll talk to her again when she wakes up. Zhou Feng also told Tang Fu and the others to be careful. This crazy woman bites. It would be bad if I got infected. Tang Fu immediately nodded seriously. They called 2 women over and carried the crazy woman away. They found an empty shack and locked him up. There are still quite a few vacant rooms in the camp. They are all places with relatively poor environments. The people from Zhou Feng's camp arrived, but they didn't want to stay in these places. Let's just build a new one. Just after Zhou Feng finished arranging this matter, he saw Boss Fei in the camp. Zhou Feng nodded to Fei Laoda and then gestured for him to come into his room. Any discoveries? Have you found young Master Jean and the others? Zhou Feng asked after sitting down. We lost them. Boss Fei sat down as well, then slowly shook his head. Lost them? Zhou Feng was taken aback. I never expected that Boss Fei would still lose track of him. It rained last night, so we didn't find any trace of them, Boss Fei explained. Moreover, Boss Fei and his group didn't bring much with them, so they came back. Zhou Feng then remembered that it happened late last night. It rained for a while. However, I do know something about the southern coastline that young Master Jean and his group are heading to, Boss Fei then said. This information was obtained by people around Boss Fei and young Master Jean some time ago. At that time, Fei Laoda was ostensibly an ally of Jin Xiaoya. He gained a lot of their trust. So I know some details. The southern coastline is about 15 kilometers away from here. It will take 2 days to get there. It took young Master Jean and his group 2 days to arrive. What intelligence? Zhou Feng asked casually. I once chatted with one of young Master Jin's men and learned some information, Boss Fei said mysteriously. What intelligence? Zhou Feng immediately became interested. The Wanli is sunk on the seabed near the southern coastline, Boss Fei said in a deep voice. I've also found out about this information. Zhou Feng nodded slowly. Zhou Feng learned this information from Reporter Song. However, Zhou Feng had never been alone with Boss Fei before, and the two had not exchanged information. Someone wants to salvage something from the Wanli, Fei Laoda said, squinting. Salvage? Who's salvaging it? Can they even get it up? Zhou Feng genuinely didn't know this information. Zhou Feng still didn't understand how the Wanli sank into the water. They encountered no ordinary shipwreck. It was a mysterious event. As far as I know, it's the captain and his men, the captain of the Wanli. He has many men under his command, Boss Fei explained. Zhou Feng really knew absolutely nothing about the captain of the Wanli. After all, they're just here for sightseeing. The Wanli had a lot of supplies that drifted to the coastline, and most of them were taken away by the captain, Fei Laoda added. Chapter 168 True or False? The Wanli ship carries a large amount of supplies. Everything was packed in boxes and boxes. Not all of those wooden crates sank to the bottom of the sea with the Wanli. Some drifted to the coastline. The canned food that young Master Jean and his friends got was from that time. Moreover, what young Master Jean got was only a small portion. The majority was taken by the captain's men, Boss Fei continued. Young Master Jean and his group are quite numerous. Why would they suffer such a loss? Zhou Feng was somewhat surprised. The group of bodyguards around young Master Jean are quite capable. Ordinary people are no match for them. The captain's side has more men, and the captain has a gun, Boss Fei's eyes sharpened. Having guns on this island would mean something entirely different. There are guns on the Wanli? Zhou Feng had never expected this. What's so strange about that? Some cruise ships allow captains to carry firearms, Boss Fei explained. Of course, this is a very rare case. Moreover, the captain is the only one who can be armed. Ordinary passengers are absolutely not allowed to carry firearms. What if we encounter pirates or something? They usually use high-pressure water cannons on the ship to deal with it. Some cruise ships hire security companies' vessels to accompany them in the vicinity. They will carry a lot of weapons. However, the Wanli sailing area did not pass through pirate zones. Therefore, this type of vessel was not hired. Zhou Feng nodded, understanding what the captain was thinking. Why not give young Master Jean face? Because this accident was so mysterious. Based on the captain's experience, he will probably be able to figure it out quickly. This is not an ordinary accident. Otherwise, the rescue would have arrived long ago. No matter what conditions young Master Jean offers, they can only be guarantees for what happens after he leaves the island. The captain ignored them. Just being able to survive is already a blessing. How far is the Wanli from the coastline? Can it salvage anything? Zhou Feng was a little skeptical. If the ship is sunk very deep, it's impossible to salvage anything. Then I don't know. Boss Fei shook his head. The boss wasn't even clear about the specific information fee. If they do manage to salvage any supplies, could we trade them for food? Zhou Feng suggested. Someone needs to go and investigate the situation and talk to them, said Boss Fei. I'll ask around the camp later if anyone's willing to go, Zhou Feng nodded. This job is extremely dangerous, and young Master Jean is on the southern coast. If someone interferes, things will get complicated. I'll go, Boss Fei said directly. You're going? Are you sure you can do it? Zhou Feng asked, somewhat surprised. I never expected that Boss Fei would be willing to make this trip. I'm afraid I'm the most suitable one. Boss Fei nodded. In fact, Zhou Feng also knew that Fei Laodao was the most suitable person to go on this trip. Fei's background as a mercenary made him far superior to others. I don't quite understand, Zhou Feng said, still somewhat puzzled. Why was Boss Fei so decisive in wanting to cooperate with me? Before Zhou Feng could even finish speaking, Boss Fei already knew what he meant. I don't think we can leave this island. We'll be living here from now on, and you're the most suitable leader, Boss Fei said sincerely. Zhou Feng was silent for a moment before speaking. I believe that once we figure out the secrets of this island, we will be able to leave sooner or later. Just then, Tang Fu's voice came from outside. Zhou Feng, that woman has woken up, Tang Fu shouted. Zhou Feng stood up abruptly and walked towards the door. Woman? What woman? Boss Fei followed after him with a puzzled look on his face. Zhou Feng briefly explained the situation. Boss Fei also found it strange. Because the area within a few kilometers of the central camp had already been explored. There are no other survivor camps left. Where did this woman come from? The only explanation is that it came from either the east or the west, or even further away. They currently have no idea about the situation on either the east or west side of the island. Even the exact distance between the two sides was not determined. Zhou Feng had a premonition that there were more secrets and dangers in both directions. They followed Tang Fu to the room where the madwoman was imprisoned. By this time, a large crowd had gathered around the room. Everyone disperse, disperse, go about your own business, Tang Fu shouted to the crowd. These people turned around and saw that Zhou Feng had arrived. They immediately dispersed. Zhou Feng entered the shack and immediately saw the madwoman. At this moment, the madwoman's eyes revealed fear and unease as she hid in the far corner of the room. There were two other people in the room, the Chiu sisters. What are you doing here? Zhou Feng asked casually. I heard they brought someone back. We're here to help. Chiu Lin's gaze was somewhat evasive. Chiu Shui, on the other hand, was very generous and said that she had taken advantage of the moment when the crazy woman was unconscious. I went over and checked it out. It was discovered that this woman had likely been suffering from malnutrition for a long time. Fortunately, there are no infectious diseases or the like. Is she really crazy, or is she faking it? Zhou Feng asked the crucial question. I don't know either. Chiu Shui wasn't very confident either. After all, there are no instruments available to perform the examination. Chiu Shui is not a neurologist, so she can only make a rough guess. I have a way to verify whether she really can understand us or has gone mad, Boss Fei said. What method? Zhou Feng asked, quite curious. Is this some kind of torture? Chiu Lin immediately tensed up. She had also heard others in the camp mention Boss Fei. Previously, it was mercenaries who carried out the attacks, and they were extremely ruthless. Waterboarding. Boss Fei squinted. Waterboarding, isn't that a bit cruel? It will cause irreversible damage. Chiu Shui was also a little panicked. Waterboarding is a form of torture that many torturers prefer to use. It may not appear to cause any harm, but the victim will suffer immense pain. In some cases, it can cause permanent damage to the brain and lungs. The operation could also lead to the death of the victim. Is there any other way? Zhou Feng asked. There are milder options, like sleep deprivation, Fei said, shrugging. Simply keep the other person awake for extended periods of time. In just a few days, the crazy woman will be exhausted, both physically and mentally. No matter what state it is in, it cannot be sustained. Zhou Feng glanced at the crazy woman squatting in the corner. They still looked uneasy and afraid. Upon seeing Zhou Feng's gaze, a hint of fear was revealed. It's clear she has a psychological trauma related to Zhou Feng. Then let's try keeping her awake and see what we can get out of her, Zhou Feng nodded. This method, while cruel, is much better than waterboarding. Zhou Feng arranged for several people to take turns guarding the madwoman. But something happened that very night. Chapter 169 Qin Xiaoshui's Thoughts. It was evening, and it was already dark. However, there was still a campfire burning inside the camp. A large crowd had gathered around. Boss, it's him. If I hadn't heard the noise inside, who knows what he would have done? Fu Tai said angrily. A man knelt on the ground, his head hanging low. Zhou Feng stood expressionless in front of the man. He already knew what had happened. The man in front of me is the one who's in charge of watching over the crazy woman tonight. Originally, a man's duty was to keep a crazy woman from sleeping. But late at night, the man couldn't restrain himself. Perhaps he saw that the crazy woman was actually very beautiful, so he couldn't help but take action. Fu Tai happened to be passing by when he overheard it. Boss, I was just momentarily bewitched. I didn't do anything yet, and she bit me instead. The man raised his arm. A piece of flesh was bitten off from the top. Everyone who saw this scene could imagine it. What a fierce conflict broke out in the room. In other words, you've already admitted it, Zhou Feng said coldly. She's not normal, she's crazy, the man stammered. A madman? A madman can break the camp rules, Tang Fu said from the side, her eyes practically spitting fire. This kind of thing absolutely must not happen in the camp. And bullying a madman. That's even more outrageous. The entire central camp doesn't welcome you. You should leave, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Expulsion from the camp was the second worst punishment after execution. It's tough being a lone survivor, trying to survive alone on a deserted island. I haven't actually done it yet. I was just about to make a move when that madman grabbed me. The man panicked and began to argue. It's because you didn't actually do anything. If you had actually done something, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhou Feng shook his head. The man saw that no matter how much he begged for mercy, Zhou Feng remained unmoved. He immediately flew into a rage, stood up, pointed at Zhou Feng, and roared. You have several women around you. Of course you don't care. You have no idea what our needs are. Zhou Feng frowned. Several women? That's a bit unfair. I don't think I have several women. It's just Qin Xiaoxue. That's the boss's skill. Someone's willing. If you're not capable, blame yourself, Fu Tai said sternly from the side. Of course I can't compare to Zhou Feng, but we can't just sit here and do nothing, the man said indignantly. They keep talking about us, trying to resonate with others. However, no one was standing next to him. Stop pretending. You've been to those places quite a bit, haven't you? You used up the food you redeemed with points there. Fu Tai sneered. Although Fu Tai did not explain it clearly. However, everyone understands the meaning. The place that Fu Tai was referring to. These are the women who used to perform ancient professions in the markets. They've moved to a different place, but they're still doing the same thing. Quite a few people still visit. Zhou Feng knew about this, but he didn't stop it. After all, Zhou Feng's job is to ensure everyone's food and safety. Besides these, there are many other things that Zhou Feng has no way to manage. The man was speechless for a moment. The prepared arguments are now useless. Don't let anyone find out you're still near the central camp, Zhou Feng said before turning and leaving. The man looked terrified as he remembered the people Zhou Feng had executed. If I were to reappear, I'd probably end up the same way. Fu Tai immediately led his men to drive the man out of the camp. Zhou Feng did not return to his room, but instead went to the place where the madwoman was being held. The madwoman remained huddled in the corner, just as before. Although it was nighttime, the madwoman had clearly noticed. The person standing at the door was Zhou Feng. She was still somewhat evasive and fearful. How could such a beautiful girl turn out like this? Qin Xiaoxue sighed from the side. I don't know what must have happened. Zhou Feng shook his head. The woman looked at him with the exact same expression as before. It doesn't seem like an act. It's just the true inner state of this crazy woman. Let's not disturb her sleep. Let her rest too, Zhou Feng said, turning to Fu Tai. Aren't we going to interrogate them? Fu Tai asked, somewhat puzzled. Could it be that what just happened made Zhou Feng soften his heart? She does have some mental issues, but someone still needs to watch over her. Zhou Feng is now quite certain that this white girl isn't faking it. Zhou Feng trusted his intuition. Okay, I'll arrange 2 reliable ones. Fu Tai nodded emphatically. There are now nearly 200 people in Zhou Feng's camp. The previous management team alone seemed insufficient. Therefore, Fu Tai and Tang Qing now also have some power. Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue returned to their room. That man just now, Qin Xiaoxue asked, her expression somewhat worried. He's talking nonsense. I don't have that many women. I only have you, Xiaoxue. Zhou Feng smiled and hugged Qin Xiaoxue. Without realizing it, my hands started to explore. Qin Xiaoxue blushed. It seems that Zhou Feng has become increasingly impatient since yesterday. That's not what I meant. Wouldn't letting him go pose any threat. Qin Xiaoxue still remembered. There have been traitors in the camp. It's all right. There's no threat, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. The person who was released was a new member of Zhou Feng's camp. Moreover, the intelligence about their own camp is no longer a secret. Young Master Jin and his group knew, as did many other people. As for retaliation, Zhou Feng wasn't worried at all. I have already given the order, and the other side will not dare to stay in this camp. Could you please stop talking and hitting me at the same time? Qin Xiaoxue said, feeling a little helpless but also a little sweet inside. She could feel Zhou Feng's enthusiasm for her. Especially last night, Zhou Feng was full of energy. You're my woman. What's wrong with me touching you? Zhou Feng chuckled and picked Qin Xiaoxue up. They went straight to the bed. But what that man said wasn't wrong either. You can have several women, Qin Xiaoxue said softly. What? Zhou Feng wondered if he had misheard. I don't mind, Qin Xiaoxue added. Zhou Feng was taken aback, feeling somewhat confused. Xiaoxue? What do you mean? Zhou Feng frowned. Think about it. I'm a woman who has given birth. You, a grown man, would definitely be at a disadvantage if you were with me. So if you find a few more, I wouldn't mind, Qin Xiaoxue said very seriously. I don't think you look like you've had a child, Zhou Feng said, scratching his head. Qin Xiaoxue immediately realized what Zhou Feng meant. Her cheeks immediately turned red. Chapter 170 Savage. But Qin Xiaoxue still sat up. I'm very serious. Qin Xiaoxue looked into Zhou Feng's eyes. Zhou Feng looked at Qin Xiaoxue and suddenly understood. I won't be taken away by other women, Zhou Feng said, voicing Qin Xiaoxue's worries. Before Qin Xiaoxue could say anything more, Zhou Feng pressed himself against her. Qin Xiaoxue was immediately overwhelmed by Zhou Feng's enthusiasm. However, she was still a little confused. Zhou Feng's infatuation with himself might simply stem from a long-held aspiration. If Zhou Feng had another woman, he might realize this. Qin Xiaoxue was unsure what Zhou Feng would do then. However, what if Zhou Feng really did experience other women? Then why don't you leave me? Having a man who loves her like this, she would be content for the rest of her life. The next day, Fei Laoda sent someone to tell Zhou Feng that he had set off with more than a dozen men. This time they brought a lot of supplies, as well as crossbows. Even if you encounter savages on the road, you can ensure your safety. We must go to the southern coastline and find out the situation. Zhou Feng continued leading his men to explore the direction of the savage tribe. Just like last time, Zhou Feng and his group did not encounter any wild men this time. They quickly found their way to the vicinity of the savage tribe. However, this time it was different from the last time they came to rescue people. Zhou Feng was discovered by the savages before he even got close to the savage tribe. As the cannibals sounded the alarm, many cannibals ran out of the camp. Zhou Feng and his group immediately retreated. Fortunately, the savages did not continue the pursuit, presumably because they were worried about an ambush. They ran for nearly 2 kilometers before seeing the wild man and stopped chasing him. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seems these savages are on guard. Tang Qing came out with Zhou Feng today. Tang Cheng preferred to come out rather than stay in the camp. Because there's always something messy going on inside the camp. This is a good thing. We can't always be living in fear, Zhou Feng nodded and said. Let the savages taste this flavor too. But how did the savages find us? Tang Qing asked, puzzled. They were very cautious. Before they could even reach the savage tribe, they were discovered. There are wild men in the trees too, Zhou Feng said, pointing to the sky above. In fact, Zhou Feng was wary of the trees when he approached the savage tribe. But the savage was disguised too well. With so many trees around, it's hard to spot them at first glance. Then this is going to be difficult. Tang Qing frowned. Wild men grow up in the jungle from a young age, making them more adaptable to their environment. It could probably stay in a tree for a whole day without moving and have no problem. We can only try to find a solution slowly and clear out the savage scouts first. Zhou Feng knew he couldn't rush things. Just then, he suddenly frowned. He looked towards the east, his expression becoming serious. What's wrong? Tang Qing noticed that Zhou Feng looked a little strange. There's some noise over there. There are a lot of people. Zhou Feng's face was full of doubt. Someone's here. Tang Cheng was taken aback. There shouldn't be anything in that direction. Now Zhou Feng says there are many people. Are they pursuers from a savage tribe? Have they gone the wrong way? Someone said. No, they don't seem to be looking for us. They're more like they're heading to a savage tribe, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Zhou Feng then signaled to the others to find a place to hide. Although those people aren't heading this way, it's best not to reveal our presence now. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Feng headed alone toward the source of the sound. After walking more than 100 meters, he bent down and approached the bushes in front of him. Then, he cautiously peered through the crack. Savage. A huge number of savages. There were at least 70 or 80 of them, and each of these savages was armed. They looked aggressive and menacing. Moreover, Zhou Feng noticed that there were also savage warriors among these savages. There were also more than a dozen savage warriors. They were all covered in tattoos and wielded stone axes or stone hammers. They headed towards the direction of the savage tribe. The first thought that came to Zhou Feng's mind. What were these savages doing just now? They're only returning to camp now. Hunting? It doesn't seem like it. They were not carrying any prey. But Zhou Feng soon realized that something was wrong with these savages. The tattoos on the savages were strikingly sun-shaped. This is a different kind of savage. The savages in the tribe ahead do not share a faith. Are the Sun Clan savages now heading to the Moon Clan savages tribe? This is definitely not a visit. Zhou Feng still remembers the last time he witnessed 2 tribes fighting each other in the woods. That time, it was an attack by the Moon Clan savages, and the 2 sides fought to the death. The Sun Clan savages did not spot Zhou Feng hidden in the bushes in the distance, and continued onward. After Zhou Feng waited for them to pass, he returned to Tang Cheng and the others. What happened? When Tang Cheng and the others saw Zhou Feng return, They all emerged from the bushes. There might be a war between the savages. Zhou Feng's expression was strange. A melee? Tang Cheng and the others were even more shocked. Zhou Feng recounted what he had seen. So what should we do? Shouldn't we do something? Tang Cheng felt this was an opportunity. When conflicts arise among the savages, they cannot simply stand by and watch. Go check out the situation, but be careful not to get yourself into trouble. Zhou Feng also had this plan. After all, such a scene is a rare sight. Zhou Feng also wanted to observe how these two savages fought. Last time, it was late at night, and Zhou Feng also rescued Zhang Lili, Chen Jinbiao, and others. There was no time to observe the battle scenes of the savages. This is a rare opportunity. No one knows how many savages live on this island. How many savage tribes are there? How many battles have they fought against each other? Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. If things get bad, just run. Zhou Feng and his group continued their journey towards the savage tribe. This time, even before getting close, they could already hear shouts of battle coming from ahead. Clearly, the two groups of savages had already clashed in the jungle. When Zhou Feng and the others caught up, they saw more than a dozen corpses on the ground. They all appear to be scouts of the Moon Clan. They probably never expected to encounter the Sun Clan. At this time, the Sun Clan had already invaded the tribe's territory. When Zhou Feng and the others followed, they saw that the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle. What immense hatred this is. Even the elderly, women, and children were involved. I'm afraid their entire clan will be wiped out if they don't go up there. Good riddance. It would be best if they were all wiped out. Tang Cheng and the others spoke one after another. Regardless of the reason why the savages started fighting. This is good news for them. Chapter 171 Popularization. Zhou Feng's gaze was drawn to one person. It was that tallest savage warrior, the one he had fought before. At this moment, the savage warrior, holding a stone axe, continued to roar. He was probably directing the other savages. While giving orders, the savage warriors also charged ahead, wielding stone axes. With each swing, a Sun Clan savage fell. Zhou Feng was quite impressed by what he saw. This savage warrior always led from the front in every battle. He even thought that this savage warrior must be the tribal chief of this savage, or a similar role, the kind that gives orders. Soon, a warrior from the Sun Clan, wielding a stone hammer, went to meet them. The two savages began to fight. However, in the end, the Moon Clan savage warriors were still superior. He chopped the other man's neck off with an axe. The savage warrior stepped on the enemy's corpse and roared to the sky. The other savages seemed greatly encouraged by this sight. Their morale soared. Moreover, their numbers were already greater than those of the Sun Clan savages. Soon the Sun Clan savages were at a disadvantage and began to retreat while fighting. At least 20 of their own men's corpses were left on the ground. Of course, the Moon Clan savages didn't fare any better. Even more people died. As the battle drew to a close, Zhou Feng and the others quickly retreated. The Sun Clan savages quickly left the savage tribe's territory. We started to return along the same route. Zhou Feng was stunned by the conflict. He simply couldn't understand what these Sun Clan savages were up to. It's like they came specifically to cause trouble. There was no other objective. The only goal was to kill the enemy savages. It doesn't seem like savages attacked the survivors. They were most likely hunting. However, battles between savages seem more like an attempt to wipe out the other's population. And so many corpses were left behind. It's not like giving these savages food. However, in such hot weather, the body will decompose quickly. The Moon Clan savages also had no way to utilize it. You guys go back first. I need to see where this savage tribe is located, Zhou Feng said to Tang Cheng and the others. We must find out where these savages came from. Let's go with you, Tang Cheng said, wanting to offer his help. No need. I can handle this by myself. Besides, I just need to find out where they are, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. More people would only get in the way. Even if Tang Cheng and the others came, they wouldn't be able to help much. Okay, let's go back first. Tang Cheng nodded and didn't say anything more. He left with the others. Zhou Feng followed the group of savages alone. Some of these savages were seriously injured. Bloodstains could be seen on the road. Zhou Feng followed the trail of blood and chased after it. They walked until it was almost dark before the group of savages finally returned to their tribe. When Zhou Feng saw the savage camp, his heart skipped a beat. Because this place is not far from my previous camp in the north of the island. It's about 10 kilometers away. Zhou Feng had been exploring the east and discovered a savage tribe. Actually, there are also savage tribes to his southwest. The two sides simply had no interaction. Zhou Feng is now thankful that the island is big enough. He secretly observed the tribe, which numbered around 200 or 300. This puzzled Zhou Feng. How many savage habitats are there on this island? How many savages are there? By the time Zhou Feng returned to the central mountain range, it was completely dark. However, quite a few people are still waiting for Zhou Feng. They all breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Zhou Feng was safe and sound. Zhou Feng also briefly explained the matter of the savage tribe to everyone. At least for the time being, the savages should not launch an attack. After all, they also suffered heavy losses. Upon hearing this news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What they feared most was that these savages would attack again. Now we can finally have some peace and quiet for a while. It was getting late, so Zhou Feng told everyone to get some rest. Over the next few days, everything was normal at the central camp, except that someone found a dead body in the woods. They were the people Zhou Feng had expelled a few days ago. The man did not go far from the central camp, but lived in a nearby grove of banana trees. They also built a very simple shelter. However, the shelter was attacked by wild boars, and the man's body was gnawed beyond recognition. No one sympathized with the man's plight. This is the fate a man deserves. What surprised Zhou Feng the most was the central camp. Those are the chips. The use of chips as currency quickly became widespread throughout the central camp. People from other camps were willing to accept this currency when making transactions. As long as Zhou Feng's camp exists, this currency will have value. You can exchange food and other daily necessities with Zhou Feng. You can even use chips to exchange for medicinal herbs from Qiushui. The original market has been cancelled. Now, Zhou Feng's camp has become a place for people to trade. Moreover, according to Zhou Feng's observation, the number of chips has remained stable. There has been no overabundance. In other words, no one else uses this currency. In addition to harvesting, Zhou Feng also started having people try planting crops. For example, wild potatoes are a food that is easy to grow. They specifically found a large open space near the camp. Simply cut the potatoes into chunks and bury them in the soil. Generally, it takes about 3 months to harvest. Although it took a long time, it was seen by other survivors. The hope of continuing to live here. In addition, the plan to raise rabbits is progressing smoothly. After this period of time, there are already more than a dozen pairs of rabbits. When Xiaoyan has gone to Cui Li's camp and has been by Cui Li's side. However, she had already told Bai Qingyan all about how to raise rabbits. Bai Qingyan is now in charge of taking care of the rabbits. That afternoon, Zhou Feng returned from outside with his men. With nothing else to do, he went to the room where rabbits were raised. Many of the rabbit cages here are specially made. As soon as Zhou Feng entered, he saw Bai Qingyan putting a small rabbit in a cage. "What are you doing?" Zhou Feng asked casually. "Separate the rabbits. They don't usually like living together, otherwise they'll fight," Bai Qingyan said seriously. Hearing this made Zhou Feng laugh. He kept bending forward and backward. "What are you laughing at? This is what Sister Wen told me." Bai Qingyan's eyes widened immediately, feeling that Zhou Feng was mocking her. "I think you and Tang Fu are like two rabbits. They'll fight when they're together." Zhou Feng couldn't help but laugh because he was thinking of these two people. "She's a rabbit? She's a vixen," Bai Qingyan said angrily. Chapter 172 Detention. "What kind of rabbit is she?" "She's a vixen. Always trying to seduce you," Bai Qingyan snorted. Then, as if she had thought of something, Bai Qingyan stared intently at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng felt a little uneasy under their gaze. "What's wrong?" Zhou Feng asked directly. You live with my mom. How is that?" Bai Qingyan stammered, unsure of what words to use to describe it. Bai Qingyan is currently living with Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing. "How about it? Just like a newlywed couple," Zhou Feng said, scratching his head and giving a slightly embarrassed smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyan blushed. As expected, the two of them reached this point. Bai Qingyan already knew this would happen from the moment she agreed to let Qin Xiaoxue and Zhou Feng live together. However, she still found it hard to imagine this scene. After all, Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue are both very special people to Bai Qingyan. "Qingyan, I want to thank you for agreeing to be with Xiaoxue. You must have struggled with that decision in your heart," Zhou Feng said seriously. "As long as you're happy, I can't be the bad guy," Bai Qingyan said, lowering her head. She didn't know why, but she just felt like crying. Click. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Zhou Feng was taken aback, so he quickly stepped forward. "Why are you crying?" Zhou Feng asked, grabbing Bai Qingyan's shoulder. "I got sand in my eyes." Bai Qingyan wiped away her tears and said with a pout. Zhou Feng was both amused and exasperated. Is it possible for there to be sand in this room? He felt that Bai Qingyan was worried that he would take Qin Xiaoxue away. Many children from single-parent families have this problem. "Don't worry, I'll be a good stepfather." Zhou Feng gently stroked Bai Qingyan's head. You still want me to call you dad?" Bai Qingyan suddenly became anxious. The two of them used to be childhood sweethearts, and now he's making me call him dad. "I won't insist. You can call me uncle if you want." Zhou Feng didn't have any such requirements. Of course, it would be even better if Bai Qingyan were willing. You're a bastard. How could Bai Qingyan possibly say that? He punched Zhou Feng directly in the chest. However, Bai Qingyan's punches were no different from tickling Zhou Feng. Sigh, being a stepfather isn't easy. Zhou Feng shook his head helplessly. Who told you to be my stepfather? Bai Qingyan was so angry, she almost fainted. All right, then calling me brother is fine too, Zhou Feng said. Elder brother? Bai Qingyan was speechless. Wouldn't that make things even more chaotic? If someone who didn't know the situation heard this, they might think it was something else entirely. Yang Wei and the others found honey in the woods. I already told them to have someone bring you some. Zhou Feng patted Bai Qingyan's head again, then turned and left. Bai Qingyan felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing these words. Although everyone must follow the rules in the camp, everyone earns points based on their contributions. Now it's time to distribute chips. However, Zhou Feng was an exception. He also frequently took care of himself and his mother. Only, Bai Qingyan looked at Zhou Feng's back and still felt a little sad. Zhou Feng left the room and went to the infirmary. Both Qiulin's sisters were here at this time. Now, the two of them are in charge of the infirmary. One person simply can't handle it all. And what if, like last time, a battle breaks out with savages? We'll need to send more people over to help. Boss, you're here. Qiu Shui smiled slightly when she saw Zhou Feng. Qiulin, on the other hand, seemed a little hesitant to meet Zhou Feng's gaze, pretending to be busy in the back. How's the situation? Do you have enough herbs? Zhou Feng asked. We have enough simple medicinal herbs now, but they can only treat a limited number of diseases, Qiu Shui said with a hint of regret. Now, when the people in the camp go out to collect materials, if I see any herbs, I'll bring them back immediately. But Qiu Shui wanted to find more medicinal herbs, and she felt that there must be some on this island. She then shared this idea with Zhou Feng. Then next time you have time, you can go with the hunters to some farther places and bring back any medicinal herbs you find. Zhou Feng nodded and said. Hunting groups usually go to farther places and can find more medicinal herbs. There was no other way but to have Qiu Shui go find it herself. After all, most people simply cannot distinguish the differences between the weeds on the ground. Zhou Feng then glanced at Qiulin again. Why does your sister always avoid me whenever she sees me? Zhou Feng leaned closer and whispered. Zhou Feng felt that there should be no more conflicts between him and Qiulin now. She's just shy, Qiu Shui said with a meaningful expression. Qiu Shui had already figured it out. Her sister had fallen for Zhou Feng. However, Qiulin has always had a strong personality and used to look down on men. Now I suddenly realize that I've fallen for a man. I have absolutely no idea what to do. Moreover, after the two sisters joined the camp, they discovered that Zhou Feng had a woman by his side. This left Qiulin even more at a loss. Zhou Feng nodded. So that's how it is. Qiulin, you can come to me if you need anything. Zhou Feng called out to Qiulin inside the room. Qiulin was surprised that Zhou Feng would speak to her, so she quickly turned her head around. Huh? Qiulin was a little flustered and could only nod subconsciously. Zhou Feng waved and turned to leave. Qiu Shui was both amused and exasperated by what she saw. Sis, try to be normal. Qiu Shui had never seen her sister like this before. What's wrong with me? Qiulin could only force herself to tell a lie. Seeing this, Qiu Shui could only shake her head helplessly. This first time my sister has developed feelings for her man, it seems, is destined to end without fruition. Who told her to fall for an impossible man? We'll see when Qiulin can move on. Qiu Shui knew that people like her older sister, who had little experience in relationships, were different. That's probably very difficult. Just as Zhou Feng was about to go to other places to wander around, several people came up to him. They're all phase men. Now, there's a new market right next to Zhou Feng's camp, so there are a lot of people coming and going from other camps. These people looked anxious, clearly indicating that something urgent had happened. As expected, these people immediately told Zhou Feng some news. Fei Laoda went to the southern coastline, but now he's been detained. What? Who detained him? Zhou Feng frowned. Is that young Master Jean? However, Boss Fei and young Master Jean did not break off their relationship. Young Master Jean should have no reason to detain Boss Fei. Then there's only one other person left. That captain. It was that captain. He detained half the men and released the other half to relay a message. Sure enough, what these people said next confirmed Zhou Feng's guess. Why did he detain Boss Fei? Zhou Feng frowned. These people recounted what had happened. Chapter 173 The Captain. When Fei Laoda and his men reached the southern coastline, they encountered the captain's men. The other party immediately detained Boss Fei and his men. We had barely reached the woods when we were surrounded by the captain's men. More than 50 people suddenly appeared on the other side. Boss Fei told us not to confront the enemy head-on, and to just give up the fight. One person began to explain. He was one of the people who went with Boss Fei. There were 8 people in total, including Fei Laoda and himself, and 4 of them were released. Then we were locked up. Boss Fei was taken out alone, and they said the captain wanted to see him. The man continued. After waiting for a long time, Fei Laoda still didn't return. Instead, the 4 of them were released and allowed to return to deliver a message to Zhou Feng. The captain said he wanted to get to know you and become friends, the man said, scratching his head. Let's be friends. Zhou Feng frowned. The captain must have known about his intelligence. However, he did not believe that it was Fei Laoda who leaked it. It's very likely that young Master Jean leaked it. Since young Master Jean has returned to the southern coastline, he is very likely to have information about this area. They told the captain everything. Have you never seen Boss Fei again? Zhou Feng asked. These people all shook their heads, indicating that they also wanted to see Boss Fei. But those people never gave me a chance to meet them. Zhou Feng asked some more questions, such as how many people were on the ship. When asked about the situation at the camp, the group shook their heads. All they knew was that the captain's camp was not far from the shore. As for how many people were in the camp, they had no idea. I was immediately detained upon arrival, but I did see quite a few people. I understand. You should go back and rest first. I'll have someone come find you later. Zhou Feng nodded slowly. Zhou Feng is now basically certain that Boss Fei has been detained. But what exactly did the captain mean? Zhou Feng hasn't figured it out yet. Will you be coming over? Someone asked cautiously. Let me think about it. Zhou Feng did not answer directly. If you're not coming, we're planning to go rescue them together. The other person clenched their fist. Zhou Feng was a little surprised. I never expected these people to have this plan. It seems that Boss Fei treats those around him well. After these people left, Zhou Feng immediately sent someone to call Cui Lu over. He also specifically instructed Cui Lu to bring Wu Hai along. When Cui Lu brought Wu Hai to Zhou Feng's room, 5 or 6 people had already gathered in the room. Cui Lu glanced over and saw that they were all familiar faces. Teng Cheng, Yang Wei, Fan Jian, and others. What surprised Cui Lu the most was how big the house was. It is also divided into a living room and a bedroom. It's estimated to be the largest in the entire central camp. However, Cui Lu felt no jealousy whatsoever. This was the treatment Zhou Feng deserved. Zhou Feng invited Cui Lu and Wu Hai to sit down. How are you feeling? Zhou Feng asked after the 2 of them sat down. Much better. The wound is no longer a problem. Cui Lu nodded. After so much rest and recuperation, he can move around without any problems. However, it is also important to avoid further injury. Wu Hai, how much do you know about the captain of the Wanli? Zhou Feng asked, looking at Wu Hai. As Cui Lu mentioned before, Wu Hai was a crew member on the Wanli. Wu Hai should know something about it. Captain? I don't know much about him. We've only spoken a few times. Wu Hai stammered. Zhou Feng could tell that Wu Hai was a little nervous, so he told him to relax. I was just chatting. Zhou Feng then asked questions one by one. They quickly obtained information about the captain from Wu Hai. The captain of the Wanli cruise ship is a rare Chinese captain. Because the captains on cruise ships are usually foreigners. They are usually citizens of traditional maritime powers with decades of experience. However, with the rise of the Chinese cruise market, some captains of Chinese nationality have emerged. The captain's name is Ding Li Kai, and he is in his 40s. Of course, Wu Hai later stated that Ding Li Kai was able to become the captain. It was because the Wanli was a ship registered in Hong Kong that it had a captain of Chinese nationality. Most of the crew members on board were of Chinese nationality. Many of them don't speak English. There were plenty of service staff from places like the Philippines and India. As for Ding Li Kai's personality and usual style, Wu Hai didn't know. He was just an ordinary crew member and had little opportunity to come into contact with Ding Li Kai. But there weren't many people on the ship before, so they talked badly about Ding Li Kai. The public opinion is fairly good. Ding Li Kai also doesn't have any of those messy rumors. Unlike many ships, the captain doesn't have a lot of power. It's quite normal for them to bully female waitresses. After Zhou Feng finished asking his questions, Cui Lu finally couldn't help but ask one as well. What exactly happened? Cui Lu noticed the other people in the room, all of whom had solemn expressions. Tang Cheng recounted the events. Cui Lu was also surprised to hear that Fei Laoda had been detained. Because Cui Lu also knew that Boss Fei was a formidable character. The captain is no ordinary man for being able to detain Boss Fei. I plan to go there, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. What? Cui Lu was taken aback. Although Ding Li Kai used to have a fairly good reputation. But now that we're stranded on a desert island, we've seen too many people change. Nobody knows what Ding Li Kai has become now. It would be too risky for Zhou Feng to go there now. Cui Lu glanced at the person next to Zhou Feng, who seemed to already know the news. Actually, before Cui Lu arrived, Zhou Feng had already discussed it with Tang Cheng and the others. Tang Cheng and the others did not recommend that Zhou Feng go on this trip. It might just be some kind of trap. Making friends? Is there such a way to make friends? They've even managed to keep Boss Fei under their control. However, Zhou Feng felt it was necessary to make this trip. The reason is actually quite simple. It's for the central camp. Now there are wild men in several directions. Although the nearest savage tribe suffered heavy losses in an attack by another savage tribe, it is unlikely that an attack will be launched here in the short term. But the threat from the savages remains, because Zhou Feng and his group still knew too little about the wild men. If they can't hold this place, then Zhou Feng and the others need to find a place to retreat. The northern coast where Zhou Feng used to live is definitely not an option, as there are many savages there. The best option right now is the southern coastline. After all, we are all survivors. In addition, the captain and his men were still salvaging items from the Wanli. I wonder what the situation is like now. Chapter 174 Countermeasures. Even if Fei Laoda doesn't go, Zhou Feng will find a way to send someone. But right now, Boss Fei is being detained, and Ding Li Kai has specifically asked me to go there. Then Zhou Feng will have to go there himself. But Ding Li Kai and his men have detained Boss Fei, which is equivalent to holding him hostage. Brother Zhou Feng, if you go, you'll be in a very passive position, Cui Lu reminded him. I've already made preparations for that, Zhou Feng said, squinting. Southern coastline, night. Huang Chao leaned against a big tree and yawned, feeling a wave of drowsiness washing over him. He instinctively reached into his pocket, rummaging around for a pack of cigarettes. Light one up to perk yourself up. When Huang Chao discovered that his pockets were empty, he realized that he hadn't smoked in a long time. This made Huang Chao, a heavy smoker, feel very uncomfortable. He could only pick a blade of grass from the side and chew it in his mouth. The bitter taste spread, making Huang Chao feel even worse. He couldn't help but stretch, trying to clear his head. Keeping watch at night is tough, Huang Chao muttered. In the past, when I was on night watch, I could manage to get through the night by sleeping for a while. But these past few days, the captain has specifically ordered everyone to be more alert. If anyone is caught slacking off during night watch, they will be punished. Fortunately, it was already late at night, and dawn would break soon. It doesn't need to be maintained for a long time. Just then, Huang Chao suddenly felt a slight movement behind him. Before he could turn around, suddenly a hand appeared from behind and covered his mouth. Her other arm wrapped around his neck. Wah! Huang Chao struggled desperately. But I couldn't break free at all, and even breathing became difficult. Just then, a few more people appeared nearby. Don't make a sound. Making a sound means death. Someone pressed a knife against Huang Chao's abdomen. Huang Chao immediately felt his legs go weak and could only nod frantically. The person behind him let go, allowing Huang Chao to catch his breath. Then the man holding the dagger continued to press against Huang Chao's lower back. Walk! The other party forced Huang Chao to walk deeper into the woods. Huang Chao's face was grim, and he was struggling internally. He didn't know what to do. Why shout it out at this moment? To attract other people's attention and let them know someone is coming? Then I will surely die? Should we wait and see how things go? While hesitating, Huang Chao realized that he had followed these people several hundred meters away. Huang Chao was stunned when he saw the scene before him. There were already 7 or 8 people sitting here, all of them tied up. They were all guards around. When they saw Huang Chao, they all hung their heads. Huang Chao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, there have already been several unlucky people here. It seems I'm not the first one. Moreover, everyone was quite afraid of dying, and no one shouted out to warn them. After all, one's own life is the most important thing. Sit down. The person behind Huang Chao gave him a push. Huang Chao sat obediently on the ground. Then someone took out straw rope and tied Huang Chao up as well. Is the number of people about enough? Tang Qing said to Zhou Feng. Yes, that's about it. Zhou Feng nodded and said. Zhou Feng's method for dealing with Boss Fei's detention was actually quite simple. You do the first day of the month, I'll do the 15th. Since Ding Li Kai can take hostages, Zhou Feng can do the same. This demonstrates Zhou Feng's attitude. He will not surrender easily. Should we interrogate him further? Tang Cheng glanced at Huang Chao. They interrogated all the people they had captured. We now know the specific details of Ding Li Kai's camp. There are many people here, more than 500 in total. It is a very large camp. Moreover, Ding Li Kai was searching for survivors in the surrounding area, accepting all who came. Ding Li Kai accepts anyone willing to join the camp. Zhou Feng was also very surprised when he learned of this information, because there are only about 600 people in the central mountain range now, although Zhou Feng is now the boss. However, it was actually a combination of several camps. But Ding Likai alone managed to gather so many people. Of course, what Zhou Feng wanted to know most was about salvaging the Wanli supplies. However, not many of these people know this. Because Ding Likai led a group of people specifically to salvage the items. Apart from Ding Likai's confidants, no one knows the specifics. But every now and then, supplies are actually salvaged. However, not many of them are actually usable. Let's ask, Zhou Feng nodded. Tang Cheng immediately took a knife and approached Huang Chao. I repeated the questions I had asked before. It's nothing more than how many people are in the camp. Huang Chao glanced at the other people. Those people all had their heads down. Huang Chao immediately understood that these people had leaked the information. So Huang Chao told him everything he knew in detail. You're honest. Tang Cheng nodded. The intelligence they obtained had all been repeatedly verified. Just then, the sky began to lighten. Go find Ding Likai and tell him that Zhou Feng has arrived. Invite these friends to a picnic and invite him to come along. But we can't bring too many people. 5 or 6 is enough, but we have to bring Boss Fei along. Zhou Feng looked at Huang Chao and said. Huang Chao was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Feng to call him out by name. Someone nearby untied the ropes from him. Should I go? Huang Chao still couldn't believe it and asked, pointing to himself. It's you. Zhou Feng nodded. Huang Chao felt as if he had been granted a pardon and scrambled towards the camp. We only have about 20 people here. What should we do if Ding Likai comes with a large group of people? Tang Cheng asked with a worried expression. Although Zhou Feng's plan was good, they did manage to take some people hostage. But I'm afraid Ding Likai might back down. Take direct action against them. One word. Retreat, Zhou Feng said slowly. If Ding Likai really intends to take action against them. For now, the only option is to retreat. That's the only way. Tang Cheng nodded. After all, these people had come to the other side's territory. They were already at a disadvantage. Moreover, Ding Likai also had a gun in his hand. They have already confirmed this information with the people who were arrested. Ding Likai really did have a pistol in his hand. He also once used this pistol to shoot and kill a brown bear that wandered into the vicinity of the camp. As for what happened after their retreat, what will happen to Fei and his men? They won't be able to care about these things then. Zhou Feng and his group waited for about half an hour. Footsteps could be heard ahead. However, there were only a few people. However, when the other party appeared in front of them, Zhou Feng, Tang Cheng, and the others couldn't help but look surprised. Boss Fei. The person who arrived was none other than Boss Fei, and Boss Fei brought with him 3 of his trusted confidants. Chapter 175 Sincerity. Tang Cheng looked behind Fei Laoda. They discovered that apart from Boss Fei and his group, there were no other people following behind them. What's going on? Didn't the captain and his men come along? Don't they need hostages? Aren't they afraid they'll leave with Boss Fei? When he saw Zhou Feng and Tang Cheng, Boss Fei smiled, which was uncommon for him. I didn't expect you all to come. Boss Fei's gaze swept over Zhou Feng and the others. What's going on with you? Aren't you being held in custody? Zhou Feng asked. He didn't see anyone else behind Boss Fei. It's a bit complicated. The captain didn't imprison me. He just wouldn't let me go back. Boss Fei shrugged. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng and the others were completely bewildered. Fei Laoda immediately began to explain. They were spotted by informants on their way here. They were surrounded as soon as they approached the coastline. Next, Fei Laoda was brought in front of Ding Likai. The captain is very interested in you and wants to cooperate with you, but he plans to test you first, Boss Fei continued. Ding Likai deliberately detained Fei Laoda and the others, sending the remaining half of them back to report. I just wanted to see how Zhou Feng would react. Will they come to rescue Boss Fei? Fei Laoda was actually quite curious about this, and now he knows the answer. How did he know about Zhou Feng? Did you tell him? Tang Cheng looked at Boss Fei with suspicion. It's young Master Jean. They're also in the captain's camp, Boss Fei explained. Young Master Jean? Don't they have a conflict? Zhou Feng remembered what Boss Fei had said. Young Master Jean once fought with Ding Likai and his group for supplies. The two sides had a very unpleasant argument. Young Master Jean bowed his head and admitted his mistake. It was young Master Jean who wanted to take more than his share, and there were no casualties on either side. These things were only cleared up after Boss Fei arrived. So what does Ding Likai mean right now? Zhou Feng asked. Since the other side only allowed Boss Fei and 3 others to return, they must have had a reason. The captain still wants to talk about cooperation. He said he doesn't like picnics and invited you to the campsite instead, Boss Fei chuckled. Obviously, Fei Laoda also knew about Zhou Feng's invitation to Ding Likai for a picnic. Then let's go. Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng. Tang Cheng's expression changed slightly. If this is a trap, then they've walked right into it. The other party is sincere, and we have no conflict. Ding Likai probably doesn't want a few hundred more enemies, Zhou Feng said. Tang Cheng then realized that Zhou Feng had already thought things through. Just as Zhou Feng said, the captain had no reason to attack them. The two sides currently have no conflict of interest, and their camps are not even in the same area. Instead, they have a common enemy. I also suggest we go and talk to them, Fei Lao nodded and said. Release them all. Zhou Feng looked at the people who were tied up on the ground. Tang Cheng stepped forward and released them all. The group followed Boss Fei and walked towards the coast. Zhou Feng soon saw a huge camp ahead. It's only a few hundred meters from the sea, and you can smell the waves right there. Inside, there are dozens of houses, some large and some small, arranged densely. What surprised him even more was that there was a fence around the camp. The entire camp was surrounded. Zhou Feng knew very well how much effort it would take to build such a fence. He had also planned to build a fence around his camp. Even a simple fence can keep out some wild animals. But I eventually gave up. The houses in the camp also looked quite sturdy. They must have put a lot of effort into this. The fence had only one exit, where some guards stood. When they saw Boss Fei and the others, they nodded to them. Are these the captain's guests? Someone asked. That's right, they just arrived today, and the captain is waiting for them inside, Boss Fei replied. Then let's go in. The other person nodded. Zhou Feng and the others followed Boss Fei and continued walking into the camp. The people he had arrested were now standing at the camp entrance. No body search, and we don't need to put down our weapons. Zhou Feng asked curiously. Zhou Feng is still holding that specially made snake-patterned wooden spear in his hand. Tang Cheng and the others were also carrying weapons, and some even had crossbows on their backs. No need, but fighting and injuring people are not allowed in the camp, Boss Fei reminded. Zhou Feng nodded slowly. Captain Ding seems to be very confident. We are not worried about them bringing weapons into this place. This is also a sign of sincerity. This is understandable, though. What weapon can compare to firearms? Zhou Feng, look. Just then, Tang Cheng suddenly pointed in a direction. Zhou Feng looked over and immediately recognized him as someone he knew. Dongwei. Dongwei was gambling with a group of people inside the camp. They were shouting and yelling there, looking very energetic. Gambling so early in the morning? Zhou Feng frowned when he saw this. It's not surprising, they do this every day. Boss Fei shook his head. Zhou Feng found it a bit hard to understand. Could it be that the rules in this camp are actually so lax? You can do this kind of thing in broad daylight. Isn't anyone going to do anything about this? If this goes on every day, it'll cause trouble, Tang Cheng couldn't help but say. There are at least 20 or 30 people gathered over their gambling. They were all young and middle-aged adults. These are all important sources of labor. Instead of gathering food, they gambled over there. The layout of this camp is a bit complicated. I'll tell you later. We've arrived. Boss Fei looked ahead. Zhou Feng noticed a very large house in front of him. It's about the same size as my own place. Welcome, my guest. I am Ding Li Kai, the captain of the Wanli. Ding Li Kai stood at the door of the room with a smile on his face. Zhou Feng then remembered that he had met Ding Li Kai before. On the very first night aboard the cruise ship, a welcome banquet was held. However, Zhou Feng and the others had no interest in drinking and went back to their rooms after finishing their meal. I heard that Ding Li Kai also interacted with other guests, and the atmosphere was very pleasant. And it was the same as the last cocktail party. Ding Li Kai was still wearing his sailor uniform today, but he didn't look as well as last time. However, compared to the group of people around him, Ding Li Kai still looked the most energetic. Zhou Feng even noticed that Ding Li Kai had shaved his beard very cleanly. Most of the male survivors today do not shave. Anyway, it doesn't affect my daily life. Zhou Feng would occasionally scrape with a dagger, because sometimes a light kiss would prick Qin Xiaoxua. Ding Li Kai is different. He has been carefully pruned. At the same time, Zhou Feng also noticed that there was another person next to Ding Li Kai. Young Master Jean. Young Master Jean was also staring at Zhou Feng, and the two locked eyes. Chapter 176 Proposal. Young Master Jean snorted coldly, clearly still harboring hostility towards Zhou Feng. Of course, Zhou Feng didn't give him a friendly look either. The conflict between the two has now become public. There's no need for anyone to keep things to themselves. I know you have a conflict, but we're all in the same boat right now. Why don't we go inside and talk it out? Ding Li Kai noticed this and said to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng nodded. He left the others at the door and went inside with Boss Fei and Tang Cheng. The room has a large oval table, which is more than 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. A chair was placed next to it. Zhou Feng immediately recognized that these were all from the Wanli. It must have drifted to the seaside. There must be plenty of these things in the camp. Zhou Feng was somewhat moved. The survivors on the southern coastline were much luckier. At least we can find some readily available items. Please make yourself at home. Ding Li Kai took the first seat at the head of the round table. Young Master Jean and a few others sat on the left. They all seemed to be important figures within the camp. Zhou Feng and his group naturally sat on the right. First of all, I want to express my gratitude. You arrested my people but didn't kill them, Ding Likai said with a slight smile. They were the ones who cooperated, Zhou Feng said calmly. In fact, Zhou Feng never intended to kill anyone from the beginning. After all, at that time he thought that Boss Fei was still a hostage. If someone dies, the other party will definitely retaliate. Hearing the teasing tone in Zhou Feng's voice, Ding Likai was not angry. I invited you here because I genuinely intend to make friends, Ding Likai said, trying to sound sincere. That's what I meant too, Zhou Feng nodded and said. As for the conflict between you and young Master Jean, I know it's complicated and difficult to resolve, but how about you two maintain peace for now? Ding Likai looked at young Master Jean and then at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng snorted coldly. How is that possible? He and young Master Jean have a life-or-death relationship. That guy tried to assassinate our boss. Could you tolerate that? Tang Cheng noticed Zhou Feng's attitude and banged on the table beside him. What evidence do you have that I wanted to assassinate Zhou Feng? Young Master Jean leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. He acted like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. You. Tang Cheng was furious. This guy was scared away by the savages. He's a complete coward. They're still so arrogant here. We don't need evidence, Zhou Feng said slowly, staring at young Master Jean. I won't even debate this topic with young Master Jean. Young Master Jean felt a little uneasy under Zhou Feng's gaze and looked to Ding Likai for help. Right now, we all have one common goal, to leave this island alive. We should work towards this goal first. As for your personal grudges, how about we deal with them later? Ding Likai immediately responded. Do you still think we can leave this island? Zhou Feng said calmly. They have been on this island for about 2 months now. There was absolutely no sign of rescue efforts. Moreover, the island they are on is very large and should be quite obvious on a map. But rescue has still not arrived. This only proves that the rescue team never found them. The Wanli had a total of 2,834 people, including the crew and passengers. With so many people missing, I believe this has now become headline news all over the world. Many countries will definitely be involved in the search, and we will be rescued sooner or later. Ding Likai's tone was exceptionally firm. In the past, such incidents have made headlines in many countries. It became a hot topic. But the incident we encountered was not a normal shipwreck. Zhou Feng shrugged. There are too many strange things about this accident. Zhou Feng believed that Ding Likai had already figured it out. What we've encountered this time is rather strange. But that doesn't mean we should give up. We can still actively seek help, Ding Likai said in a deep voice. Actively seek help? How do we call for help? Zhou Feng asked curiously. Do you know APERB? It's an emergency radio beacon, Ding Likai asked. Zhou Feng shook his head. So Ding Likai immediately began to explain. This is something that is installed on ocean-going ships. In case of an accident involving the ship, when radio and satellite phones become unusable, especially in the event of a devastating accident, such as a ship sinking, emergency radio beacons became a lifesaver. This device will automatically float to the surface and send out a distress signal. Of course, it can also be triggered manually. According to what you said, this thing should have been triggered long ago. Zhou Feng frowned. The Wanli is currently submerged underwater. Logically, that should be the case, Ding Likai nodded. This indicates that one was installed on the deck of the Wanli ship, as well as at the stern. The Wanli has now completely sunk into the sea. Emergency radio positioning should have surfaced long ago, and coordinates should have been transmitted. But we've been waiting for over a month and haven't received any rescue. There's only one possibility. That means we're no longer in the area where the accident happened. We've probably ended up in another place for some reason. However, there is an emergency radio signal inside the Wanli. Once we find that, we can send a signal. Ding Likai knew everything about the ship. There was also an emergency radio signal inside the cabin, which was what he was looking for. Zhou Feng, however, did not think so. Even if an emergency radio position is found and a distress signal is sent, it will still be difficult to find a suitable radio signal. Will rescue really come? He looked at Boss Fei beside him. Boss Fei shook his head with a very slight shake, clearly not believing it either. To find this thing, we must continue salvaging the Wanli. So I have a suggestion, Ding Likai continued. As long as Zhou Feng agrees to the terms with young Master Jean, the two sides will maintain peace for the time being. Next, Ding Likai will invite Zhou Feng to help salvage the supplies from the Wanli. And according to what was salvaged, Zhou Feng was given some items. What do you think? My suggestion is pretty good, isn't it? Ding Likai looked at Zhou Feng confidently. I think Zhou Feng will definitely agree to this request. Ding Likai had already figured it out. Zhou Feng and Fei Laoda came here for the things on the Wanli. How much have you retrieved so far? Was the retrieval difficult? Zhou Feng asked directly. Zhou Feng wasn't interested in the radio positioning, but he was very interested in the supplies on the Wanli. But if you can't get anything out of it, then it's just an empty promise. I can take you to the warehouse later. We've got a lot. Even if we can't find the radio location, you won't lose out just from the salvage operation, Ding Likai said with a slight smile. Chapter 177 Fighting. Okay, I accept the proposal. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and nodded. In the current situation, Zhou Feng can't really do anything to young Master Jean. The other party is now under Ding Likai's protection. Unless we start a full-scale war with Ding Likai right now. Of course, Zhou Feng had no intention of letting young Master Jean off the hook either. The two of them will settle accounts sooner or later. Young Master Jean understood this perfectly and kept a close watch on Zhou Feng. Just then, someone ran into the room. Captain, something terrible has happened. There's a fight outside. A fight? Who? Ding Likai frowned. It's that guy Bell again, over at the store. The other person said with a hint of helplessness. That bastard. Ding Likai seemed a little annoyed and immediately stood up and walked outside. Young Master Jean and the others quickly followed. Seeing this, Zhou Feng also stood up and walked out of the room together. There are shops here? Zhou Feng asked Fei Laoda, who was standing next to him, in surprise. Boss Fei immediately explained that there were some things for sale in the camp. Most of them are salvage supplies. All the profits belong to Ding Likai. Do they have currency? Tang Qing asked curiously. No, now it's all about bartering. I think we used to use some kind of seashell with special markings engraved on it, but people quickly copied it, so it was discontinued. Boss Fei shook his head. Hearing what Fei said, Zhou Feng couldn't help but frown. Based on Fei Laoda's description, it seems like the camp management is a bit chaotic. Zhou Feng soon noticed a group of people gathered in front of him. When they saw Ding Likai, they all made way for him. In the middle of the crowd, a burly white man was beating up another brown-skinned man. The white man was very tall, at least 1.9 meters. His body was bulging with muscles, and his skin was flushed with excitement. The brown-skinned man was already lying on the ground. But the burly man didn't let him go and continued to hit his face. The brown-skinned man was unconscious, his face covered in blood. Bell, stop! Ding Likai shouted angrily in English. Bell turned around and saw that it was Ding Likai and stood up with a smile. Blood dripped from his hands onto the sand, clearly belonging to a victim. A woman was immediately standing next to him, already crying her eyes out. As soon as Bell left, she immediately threw herself onto the man. Captain, you've come at just the right time. This guy attacked me first. I was acting in self-defense, Bell said, pointing to the unconscious man on the ground. Ding Likai's face darkened. This isn't the first time Bell has done this. Every time, they would find an excuse to fight. It was you. It was you who touched me inappropriately, which is why my husband pushed you. The woman looked up, her face covered in tears. The woman and the man both had the same brown skin tone. They spoke entirely in English. Yeah, I just happened to be passing by and bumped into you. How can you say I touched you inappropriately? Bell spread his hands, a lewd expression on his face. However, everyone present could see that it was Bell who deliberately stirred up trouble. This isn't the first or second time you've done something like this. What exactly are you trying to do? Ding Likai's face was grim. Hey, it's not like I'm the one starting trouble. I haven't violated any camp rules. Does that mean I can't fight back if he hits me? Bell said with a chuckle. Fei Laoda began to explain to Zhou Feng. He had heard of Bell's name during his time at the camp. The opponent is a heavyweight boxer who is reportedly aiming for the championship belt. This is the golden period of one's career. I was just on vacation. I never expected to get involved in something like this. Ding Likai was having a lot of headaches because they were always picking fights in the camp. Shouldn't this kind of person be dealt with? Zhou Feng felt strange. Such destabilizing factors should have been expelled from the camp long ago. Staying in the camp would be a disaster. The camp's organizational structure is very loose, and Ding Likai doesn't seem to want to take any tough measures. Boss Fei frowned. Zhou Feng felt something was off. In this environment, without strong measures, there will be a lot of trouble at the camp. Zhou Feng thought Ding Likai seemed rather shrewd. Why would you want to accommodate someone like Bear Grylls in a camp? They even accepted people like young Master Jean. In Zhou Feng's view, all of these are potential risks. Bell, if you're looking for a fighter, I have a suitable opponent here. At that moment, young Master Jean said in English. Those bodyguards around you are no match for me at all, Bell sneered. Bale is a heavyweight boxer, and so are the bodyguards around young Master Kim. They're not even in the same league. Not to mention that Bell is one of the best among them. He can kill his opponent in the ring. No, I'm talking about him. He's much better than my bodyguard, young Master Jean said, pointing at Zhou Feng. Belle stared at Zhou Feng for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha, I'll punch him to death. Belle laughed so hard, he could barely stand up straight. Then you can give it a try, Zhou Feng said calmly. Zhou Feng. Ding Li Kai was surprised that Zhou Feng would say that. This is clearly a provocation from young Master Jin. Captain, he brought it up himself. According to the camp rules, we can have a fight. Belle chuckled and twisted his neck. It makes a creaking sound. Zhou Feng, you can refuse now. Ding Li Kai could only say, looking at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng did not answer, but instead tossed the spear in his hand to Tang Cheng. He took a few steps forward and came to stand in front of Bane. However, the two people look very different. Those around him also found it hard to understand why this young man dared to challenge Bane. Weren't you curious about Zhou Feng's strength? Now you can take a look, Boss Fei said from the side. Upon hearing this, Ding Li Kai slowly nodded. He first heard Zhou Feng's name from young Master Jin. According to young Master Jin's description, a bastard named Zhou Feng appeared in the central camp. That bastard used underhanded tactics to get rid of me. Now, young Master Jin has no choice but to come and seek refuge with me. However, Ding Li Kai didn't believe young Master Jin's words at all. He knew young Master Jin too well. He never tells the truth. It wasn't until he met Boss Fei that Ding Li Kai learned about Zhou Feng's situation from him. Now that Ding Li Kai heard what Fei said, he also wanted to know, what exactly is Zhou Feng's strength? Is it really, as Fei Laoda said, that it has exceeded the limits of the human body? If that's the case, then he'll be even more confident about the salvage operation. Kid, do you know how many kilograms of force my punch has? Bane looked at Zhou Feng with disdain. Chapter 178, Establishing Authority. Bane gestured with his fist in front of Zhou Feng. His fist was covered in blood. Bane wasn't angry that Zhou Feng didn't react. Instead, he started introducing himself. Did you know? My right fist can deliver 800 kilograms of force, which is on par with Tyson's. Bane said proudly. Are you done talking? Do you want to waste any more time? Zhou Feng said calmly. Bane was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Feng to be so calm. He showed no fear whatsoever when facing himself. He glanced at young Master Jin subconsciously. As young Master Jin just said, Zhou Feng is more capable than his bodyguard. Bane initially thought that young Master Jin was joking. However, judging from Zhou Feng's current reaction, this may be true. The kid in front of me has some skill. Thinking of this, Bane's gaze became serious. Let me see what you've got. Bane took a step back and assumed a boxing stance. No matter what special methods Zhou Feng might have, Bane did not believe he would lose. By the way, what if I accidentally kill him? Zhou Feng turned to Ding Li Kai and asked. Zhou Feng had almost forgotten about this. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's response, the people around him burst into laughter. What if this kid says he'll kill Bane? I think he's out of his mind. It's one thing to challenge Bane, but to ask a question like that is another. If he can kill Bane, then I can take on a bear one-on-one. Bane originally did not speak Chinese. However, during the long stay at the camp, most of the people around me were Chinese. Bane has also learned some Chinese and can understand what Zhou Feng means. Kid, if you can kill me, no one will hold you accountable, Bane sneered. These are the rules of the camp. If two people decide to resolve the issue by fighting, no one else will care. Ding Li Kai nodded as well. Then I'm relieved. I don't need to worry about going too far. Zhou Feng looked back at Bane. But that also means I can kill you today, and it won't matter. Bane sneered in return. Then he started swaying from side to side, which was Bane testing Zhou Feng with his gait. At the same time, he stared intently into Zhou Feng's eyes. However, to Bane's surprise, Zhou Feng stood still and did not move. This puzzled Bane. Does this guy actually know how to fight? Bane threw the first punch, a probing jab. Just as Bane's fist was about to touch Zhou Feng dodged the attack by moving backward. Bane was taken aback. Because Bane discovered something, Zhou Feng didn't dodge the moment he threw the punch. Instead, he dodged only after he had clearly seen through his own punching pattern. In other words, this was not a subconscious reaction. It was entirely based on one's own speed. How is that possible? Bane swung his fist again, aiming for Zhou Feng's jaw. This time, Zhou Feng did not choose to dodge, but instead met the attack with a punch of his own. Bang! When their fists collided, Bane felt as if he had hit a block of iron. The shock made his fist go numb. Before he could recover, Zhou Feng's fist came again. In his haste, Bane could only barely use his arms to shield himself. A fist came crashing down. Bane was still jolted back several steps by the enormous impact. His face turned pale instantly. This is impossible, Bane gasped, staring at Zhou Feng in disbelief. How heavy is this guy's punch? At least Bane had never seen a guy with such heavy punches. Moreover, Zhou Feng's muscles don't appear to be particularly well developed. Zhou Feng gave Bane no chance to catch his breath and swung his fist again. Bane dared not confront Zhou Feng head-on and could only try to block his attacks, then look for an opportunity to make a move. But after a few punches from Zhou Feng, Bane couldn't take it anymore. Finally, Zhou Feng landed a punch on Bane's abdomen. Bane groaned and knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach. Zhou Feng delivered another right hook, sending Bane flying and crashing to the ground. He completely lost consciousness. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They originally thought that Zhou Feng would be torn to pieces by Bane. Unexpectedly, Zhou Feng was the final victor. Moreover, Zhou Feng doesn't seem to have any sophisticated fighting skills. He only uses the simplest moves. But Bane simply couldn't handle it. Everyone was stunned. Young Master Jin's face turned even uglier. The reason young Master Jin said those words to Bane was to attract hatred. This caused a conflict between Bane and Zhou Feng. Young Master Jin never expected that Zhou Feng would actually dare to fight Bane. They've even won now. Tang Chung was filled with admiration upon seeing this scene. He now understood why Zhou Feng had challenged Bane. The point is to establish authority in front of these people. Let them know that they are not to be trifled with either. Truly impressive, Ding Likai couldn't help but exclaim. At first, Ding Likai also thought that Fei Laodao was exaggerating. But now it seems that Fei Laodao was not exaggerating at all. Zhou Feng is no ordinary person. By the way, aren't we going to check out the warehouse? Zhou Feng said. Storehouse. Ding Likai had almost forgotten about this. Let's go take a look at the warehouse. Ding Likai nodded. Then he instructed the people around him to carry Bane back to his room. The group soon arrived at the warehouse. The warehouse was just a large shack, without any walls around it. There were several people guarding the area. As soon as Zhou Feng arrived, he was drawn to the contents of the warehouse. At a glance, you can see a lot of suitcases. They should all be passengers on the ship. Other items include plastic buckets, iron pots, life jackets, and so on. Zhou Feng even saw a guitar. These are only a portion. Much of it has already been used, Ding Likai explained from the side. Zhou Feng nodded. He knew, of course, that this was only a part of it. It might even be just some odds and ends here. The truly valuable things are stored elsewhere. For example, medicines and canned goods. The place where these things are stored will definitely be safer. Instead of piling them up here. Zhou Feng also noticed some metal in the corner. Some of them are likely parts from the ship. With a little polishing, it can be used as a weapon or tool. Zhou Feng understood now. Why were Ding Likai and his group able to enclose the camp with a fence? Because they have tools, it is very convenient for them to cut down trees. Unlike Zhou Feng and his group, who only had one axe in their camp. A lot of these things weren't salvaged, were they? Zhou Feng asked Ding Likai. Upon hearing this, Ding Likai smiled. That's right, most of them drifted ashore, but we've salvaged quite a lot. However, if we want to salvage even more, perhaps we can only rely on you. Ding Likai's expression turned serious. Chapter 179 Coach Lon. Me? Zhou Feng frowned. Although Zhou Feng can swim, he has never tried diving. The situation is rather complicated. Let's sit down and talk. You haven't eaten anything either, have you? Ding Likai said. At Ding Likai's invitation, Zhou Feng and the others returned to the conference room. However, young Master Jin did not come along this time. But there was another person in the room, a slender and beautiful woman. She has a beautiful face and a well-proportioned figure. He smiled slightly at Zhou Feng and the others. She sat next to Ding Likai, but the two were quite far apart. It's clearly not that kind of relationship. Soon someone brought over the food. It was heated canned food, along with some fruit and grilled fish. Tang Chung and the others did not expect that Ding Likai would be so generous. They all started to become quite informal with each other. The food inside the cans looked normal and had not been contaminated by seawater. I heard that the food stored on cruise ships is sealed in plastic. During the meal, Ding Likai explained the situation to Zhou Feng. The Wanli shipwreck is currently located in shallow waters not far away. It's about 70 meters deep and about 2 nautical miles from here. Zhou Feng nodded. If it's 2 nautical miles, that should be a distance of more than 3 kilometers. The differences in seabed topography are enormous depending on the geographical location. In some areas, the water depth can exceed 1,000 meters just a few kilometers from the coastline. However, in some places, even at a distance of over 200 kilometers, the water depth may still be within 200 meters. We have a few people in our camp who can dive, but they can't go down because they don't have oxygen tanks and can't get into the cabin. We need people who can go down. Ding Likai looked at Zhou Feng. Clearly, they were placing their hopes on Zhou Feng. Wait a minute. That's 70 meters underwater. Can a human go down there without equipment? Tang Qing couldn't help but ask. You can get down. Just then, the beautiful woman who had been sitting next to Ding Likai spoke up. Upon seeing this, Ding Likai introduced the beautiful woman, saying her name was Lan Qinya. He is a professional diving instructor. He is also the best swimmer in the camp and has the most professional knowledge. Lan Qinya began her explanation. She said that someone once set a world record by diving 113 meters in one go. Moreover, some top divers can hold their breath underwater for more than 10 minutes. Of course, the actual diving time is usually controlled to around 3 or 4 minutes. Although there are no oxygen tanks in the camp right now, there are diving suits and fins. Someone once dived to a depth of over 200 meters using only flippers as an aid. However, because auxiliary equipment was used, it cannot be considered a world record. But it also proves one thing, given their current conditions. There was a real opportunity to get inside the Wanli. With your physical abilities, I believe you'll be able to give it a try after just a few days of training, Ding Likai added. This is why Ding Likai wanted to cooperate with Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, forget it, this is too dangerous, Tang Cheng said, shaking his head. Tang Cheng believed that Zhou Feng could handle any situation, no matter how difficult, on land. But this is underwater. If something unexpected happens, then we can only leave it to fate. Tang Cheng also knew some basic knowledge. The deeper you dive, the greater the pressure you experience. They don't need to take that risk now. There's really no need for that, Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng wanted the supplies on the ship. He originally thought that he could find a lot of supplies by going into the sea to salvage. However, it now seems that this matter is too difficult. Moreover, Zhou Feng always believed that even if they did find the radio beacon, there is no possibility of rescue coming. Only Ding Likai saw this as a lifeline. Upon seeing Zhou Feng and Tang Cheng's attitude, Ding Likai frowned deeply. As long as you master the method, it's not as scary as you imagine. I can guide you through the whole process, Lan Qinya said earnestly. Why don't you guys try it yourselves? Tang Cheng immediately curled his lip. There are hundreds of people in this camp, and they still can't do it. Now they're being asked to take the risk. We've tried to train quite a few people, but the results haven't been good. In fact, many professions depend on talent, Ding Likai said with a hint of helplessness. If their people could do it, Ding Likai wouldn't need to come to Zhou Feng. Ding Likai looked at Zhou Feng again. We cannot cooperate on this matter, Zhou Feng refused directly. Even if you master the skills to dive underwater, he could try to salvage supplies from the sunken ship all by himself. That's just a drop in the ocean. Even if there are still some places inside the shipwreck, there may still be some air. It's impossible for Zhou Feng to move too much stuff. Moreover, they also have to share the profits with Ding Likai and his group. Although they haven't discussed how to distribute the salvage supplies yet. But it's impossible for me to take the lion's share. After all, this is Ding Likai's territory, and the other party is also providing equipment. Ding Likai frowned, his expression darkening considerably. If everyone could go back, you could leave this place too, but aren't you all going to try? How can you be so selfish? Lan Qinya couldn't help but say at this moment, her tone becoming impatient. Hearing Lan Qinya's words, Zhou Feng and his group almost burst out laughing. This woman has actually started using moral blackmail. Unfortunately, everyone here has been through the brink of death several times, so they're not susceptible to this kind of thing. You should find someone else, Zhou Feng said calmly. You? I don't think you have the ability either, Lan Qinya said angrily. Zhou Feng remained unmoved by Lan Qinya's provocation. To think you can fool yourself like that is incredibly naive. I have a suggestion. You've had a long and tiring journey. Why don't you rest here for a couple of days, and we can discuss things slowly, Ding Likai said. He can provide accommodation for Zhou Feng and the others. If Zhou Feng and his group want to leave, they can leave at any time. Okay. Zhou Feng and the others exchanged glances and then nodded. Zhou Feng was actually quite curious about this place. Moreover, he did not gather enough intelligence. Coach Lan, you'll accompany Zhou Feng and introduce the camp to them, Ding Likai said, turning to Lan Qinya. You want me to stay with you? Lan Qinya's expression was very unhappy. Zhou Feng's rejection clearly disappointed her. Ding Likai stood up and gestured for Lan Qinya to come out with him. Helpless, Lan Qinya had no choice but to leave the room. Zhou Feng, I didn't know the captain had this plan either, Fei Lauda said at this moment. If Boss Fei knew how difficult the salvage operation would be. Moreover, this task is thankless and exhausting. I had already refused on Zhou Feng's behalf. Chapter 180 Experiment. If we take all the profits, we could try it, but for now, let's forget about it, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Then we'll see if there's an opportunity in the future, Fei nodded slowly. You all go out into the camp for a bit and gather some intelligence, Zhou Feng said to the others in the room. My choice to stay here is certainly not to continue discussing things with Ding Likai. Instead, they wanted to gather intelligence about the area. This trip can't be in vain. We need to at least figure out what's going on here. Yes, boss, they all nodded. But be careful. Remember we're on someone else's turf, Zhou Feng warned. Is the captain going to pull some tricks? Tang Cheng was a little worried. Ding Likai's expression wasn't very pleasant when they rejected him. Be careful. We'll go back in a couple of days. Zhou Feng nodded. Just then, Lan Qinya walked in alone. The captain has some business to attend to. I'll stay with you for now, Lan Qinya said, her expression still a little gloomy. He was clearly not satisfied with this job. We've just finished eating. Could you show us where we can rest? Zhou Feng asked. Come with me. Led by Lan Qinya, Zhou Feng and the others arrived at the western corner of the camp. There is a row of houses here, and they look fairly clean. Lan Qinya began to introduce it. There were many houses built initially, so this place has been empty ever since. It's for the survivors who joined later, and it's only been for the last half-month or so. No new survivors joined. Of course, people like young Master Jean don't count. That's the entertainment area. If there's anything you'd like to do, you can go there, Lan Qinya said, pointing in a direction. An entertainment area? There's an entertainment area here. Zhou Feng was a little surprised. With so many people in the camp, of course they need some entertainment, Lan Qinya nodded. What kind of things are there? Zhou Feng asked, even more curious. Hearing this, Lan Qinya was speechless. He meant that if Zhou Feng wanted to know, he should go and see for himself. She had no interest in explaining. Zhou Feng immediately understood that the entertainment area probably meant that. He could understand. After all, what kind of entertainment is there on this island? Besides gambling, it's all about women. Can we pay for food here? Tang Cheng asked from the side. Sure, meat is the most valuable. As long as you bring out dried meat or something, women will come up to you. Lan Qinya said expressionlessly. Clearly, Lan Qinya also scoffed at this kind of deal. Is there any place in the camp that we can't go? Zhou Feng continued to ask. Of course, you can't just go into other people's houses, or you'll be mistaken for a thief, Lan Qinya explained. There had been a theft at the camp before, and that's how this rule came about. Zhou Feng, let's go check out the situation, Tang Cheng said. Okay. Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng knew that Tang Cheng and his group weren't there for fun, but to gather intelligence. Watching Tang Cheng, Fei Laoda, and the others leave, Lan Qinya immediately looked at them with disdain. We just arrived at the camp, and we're already in a hurry to go to that kind of place. He's clearly not a good person. Aren't you going? Lan Qinya looked at Zhou Feng with the same gaze. Where did the captain go? Zhou Feng did not answer this question. Something happened, and he went to handle it. Lan Qinya's face was expressionless. However, he still looked down on Zhou Feng in his heart. They even changed the subject? What are you pretending for? With his subordinates acting like that, how noble can Zhou Feng, the boss, be? If the captain hadn't told me to spend more time with Zhou Feng, let's see if we can persuade Zhou Feng to give diving a try. She simply didn't want to pay any attention to Zhou Feng and his group. If we find the radio beacon, everyone will have hope of getting back. Zhou Feng and the others actually refused outright. How long can you hold your breath? Zhou Feng asked curiously. The longest is 7 minutes. Lan Qinya tossed her hair, looking very proud. 7 minutes? Didn't you say you could hold your breath for 10 minutes at most? Looks like you're not exactly a professional. Zhou Feng's expression was a little disappointed. When Zhou Feng questioned her expertise, Lan Qinya became anxious. That's the very top tier. There aren't many people in that field. Lan Qinya is already considered very good in her profession. Moreover, she is a woman. And 10 minutes isn't the longest. The world record is 24 minutes and 33 seconds. The diving athlete inhaled pure oxygen beforehand to increase the amount of oxygen in his body. Also, try to slow down your heart rate to reduce oxygen consumption. They had been training repeatedly for a long time before breaking the record. Allow the body to gradually adapt to this oxygen-deficient state. Of course, Lan Qinya didn't say it out loud. She felt that this would only make Zhou Feng, an amateur, look down on her even more. If I were to start training from scratch, how long would it take me to reach your level? Zhou Feng asked again. It depends on your talent. If you have high talent, you can do it in a few days, Lan Qinya said irritably. Then I'd like to give it a try. Zhou Feng had never actually tried holding his breath before. His body is now completely different from what it used to be. Strength, speed, energy, and resistance are all enhanced. Even its regenerative abilities are exceptionally terrifying. Zhou Feng also wanted to know how long he could hold his breath. Is it possible to break through the limits of the human body? Hearing Zhou Feng say this, Lan Qinya was a little excited. Regardless of why Zhou Feng wanted to try it. This is an opportunity. Lan Qinya also wanted to see if Zhou Feng had any talent in this area. If Zhou Feng didn't have this talent at all, she could also persuade the captain to give up sooner. Then I'll take you to try it out, Lan Qinya said immediately. Do you want to go to the beach? Zhou Feng asked. No need for all that trouble. Just come to my place. I'll find you a basin to try. Lan Qinya gestured for Zhou Feng to follow her. They soon arrived at the other side of the camp. There are hardly any men here. Everyone around is a woman. When Lan Qinya appeared, some people even joked about it. Coach Lan, where did you find such a handsome boyfriend? I've never seen him before. I thought you weren't planning on finding a man, but it turns out you've got your eye on some young guys. Tell us about it later. Several women who seemed to know Lan Qinya quite well made teasing remarks. He's not my boyfriend. The captain found him to learn to scuba dive. Lan Qinya could only explain helplessly. However, the people around her were more inclined to believe that Lan Qinya had found a man. Chapter 181, Holding Your Breath. Lan Qinya, of course, knew what these people were thinking. They're just idle gossiping. She didn't continue arguing with these people, but turned to look at Zhou Feng. Wait here for a moment, Lan Qinya said, then went into a nearby wooden hut. Soon a blue plastic basin filled with water was brought out from inside. Lan Qinya placed the basin of water on a wooden shelf next to her. This indicates that the water is clean, and Zhou Feng can use this to test it. Come on, let me see how long you can hold your breath. Lan Qinya was already ready to watch the show. For an average person, holding their breath for a maximum of 2 minutes is the limit. Holding your breath for a long time requires more than just lung capacity. There are certain techniques involved. Then I'll give it a try. Zhou Feng took a deep breath and then buried his head in the basin of water. Upon seeing this, Lan Qinya's lips curled into a smile. As expected, Zhou Feng had no knowledge of these techniques at all. Before holding your breath, you must take several deep breaths to clear the carbon dioxide from your lungs. Zhou Fengguang's method of entering the water was completely amateurish. In addition, you need to control your breathing rhythm in the water and use abdominal contraction to exhale. At the same time, heart rate and other factors need to be controlled. It's not as simple as just holding it in. Lan Qinya was already prepared to see Zhou Feng make a fool of himself. There were also many women nearby, all casting curious glances their way. Lan Qinya doesn't have a watch, but she is, after all, a professional diving instructor. I have also done this kind of breath-holding training many times. I've long been used to silently reciting numbers in my mind, with an error of less than a second in a minute. Lan Qinya quickly counted to 2 minutes, and was surprised to find that Zhou Feng hadn't made a sound at all. He simply held onto the wooden frame with both hands, and then buried his head inside. There wasn't even a breath. This guy? He must have trained before. Lan Qinya couldn't help but have doubts in her heart. However, Zhou Feng's performance showed that he was a complete novice. Could it be that Zhou Feng has already drowned? There have been instances of diving instructors dying unexpectedly while holding their breath. But that was in the swimming pool. The diving instructor held his breath for too long and lost control of his body. They couldn't even send out a distress signal. There were people filming him nearby, unaware that he was already drowning. But right now, Zhou Feng's head is just sitting in a basin of water. It's simply impossible for him to drown. As time went on, Lan Qinya had already counted to the 4th minute. She finally couldn't resist and stepped forward, grabbing Zhou Feng's arm and pulling him up. Are you all right? Lan Qinya asked, a little flustered. If Zhou Feng dies here, she will have no way to explain it. Phew, I'm fine. How long has it been? Zhou Feng took a few breaths of fresh air. Actually, he didn't feel any discomfort when he was holding his breath. He has persevered until now, relying solely on the breath he has held in his mouth. Moreover, Zhou Feng felt that if Lan Qinya didn't stop him, he should be able to hold on for a few more minutes without any problem. When Zhou Feng emerged from the water, the women around him applauded. They hadn't expected Zhou Feng to be able to hold his breath for so long. You used to know how to hold your breath, right? Are you kidding me? Lan Qinya's face instantly darkened. Can an average person, without any training, hold their breath for 4 minutes without reacting? That's simply impossible. Why would I lie to you? I wanted to learn from you. Zhou Feng spread his hands. I haven't studied it myself. The women around them joined in the commotion. Coach Lan, he doesn't seem like a scumbag. He won't lie to you. If you don't like him, just introduce him to me. Even if he's a jerk, I won't mind. Don't wrongly accuse him. These women were all speaking up for Zhou Feng. Lan Qinya frowned slightly, recalling Zhou Feng's breath-holding behavior just now. Could it be that I really misread it? Zhou Feng wasn't deceiving himself. There are too many people here. Let's go to the room. Lan Qinya carried the plastic basin back to the room. Zhou Feng followed. The room wasn't big. There was only a bed in the corner. There was a bucket and a suitcase in the middle. There are also some simple daily necessities. You live here alone? Zhou Feng asked, looking around the room. I guess so. The captain arranged it for me. Lan Qinya nodded. Then she asked Zhou Feng again if he had ever learned how to hold his breath. Zhou Feng, of course, still denied it. All right, I'll teach you how to hold your breath, then you can try it. Lan Qinya told Zhou Feng some techniques. Zhou Feng hadn't expected there to be so many techniques for holding your breath. It seems Ding Li Kai was right. Lan Qinya is indeed a professional. Try it again this time. Lan Qinya placed the basin on top of the suitcase. Zhou Feng took several deep breaths to expel the carbon dioxide from his lungs. Then he plunged his head into the basin. At the same time, following Lan Qinya's teachings, he deliberately lowered his heart rate. Sure enough, Zhou Feng felt much more relaxed this time than before. Moreover, Zhou Feng was silently counting the time in his mind. He held it in for 9 minutes before he started to feel uncomfortable. Following the techniques Lan Qinya just mentioned, I am far from reaching my limit. However, he still lifted his head and pretended to have difficulty breathing. After all, Zhou Feng had no need to expose his abilities in front of Lan Qinya. 9 minutes. You can hold it in for 9 minutes. Lan Qinya's face was full of disbelief. She had never heard of a beginner being able to hold their breath for 9 minutes. If Zhou Feng trains, his dive time will be no less than 5 minutes. Because you need to do activities underwater, it's not just about holding your breath. 9 minutes? I feel like I've reached my limit, Zhou Feng said, panting. With a little training, you can definitely infiltrate the Wanli. Lan Qinya excitedly grabbed Zhou Feng's arm. Do you really believe that finding the radio beacon will bring rescue? Zhou Feng stared into Lan Qinya's eyes. Lan Qinya was slightly taken aback, her expression dimming. But soon a light appeared in her eyes. The captain said this is the only way to get us out of here. Nobody wants to stay here forever, right? Lan Qinya's tone was firm, and she subconsciously clenched her fists. Zhou Feng could only sigh when he saw Lan Qinya's appearance. He's figured it out now. These people were treating the radio position beacon as a lifeline. They pinned their hopes on something that was almost impossible. However, Zhou Feng could understand. Many people probably cannot accept the fact that they may have to spend their whole lives on the island. As soon as Zhou Feng thought of this, a figure appeared in his mind. Chapter 182 Finding Trouble. Qin Xiaoxue. If Qin Xiaoxue isn't here, Zhou Feng is probably feeling lost right now, wondering what his purpose is on the island. He felt that Lan Qinya's mental state was somewhat dangerous at the moment. Once she realized that no rescue was coming. I wonder if I'll break down emotionally. Think about it again. You really can do it. Lan Qinya was still holding Zhou Feng's shoulder, her emotions running high. I'll think about it some more. Zhou Feng nodded. Of course, this was just a perfunctory response. Let's go to the beach then. I'll teach you how to scuba dive right now. Lan Qinya took it seriously and immediately opened her suitcase. Zhou Feng looked over and saw that it was probably a diving suit inside. It may have drifted to the seaside. It's a pity they didn't have oxygen tanks, otherwise they would have already infiltrated the Wanli. Locate the radio beacon. Then they will realize that it was all in vain. I'm not ready yet. Let's talk about it later, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. Lan Qinya was taken aback and then felt a little disappointed. Let's go look around somewhere else. Zhou Feng had already left the room. Lan Qinya bit her lip and then followed. Zhou Feng is her only hope right now. She can only hope that he will change his mind. Over the next few days, Zhou Feng and Lan Qinya explored the campsite. Zhou Feng figured out how the camp operated. But the result surprised him. Because the atmosphere at this campsite was far too relaxed. Everyone in the camp can do whatever they want. Even if you just lie in the camp every day, it's fine. Of course, Ding Li Kai wouldn't provide them with food under these circumstances. Food needs to be obtained by everyone. Currently, their camp mainly obtains food through gathering, hunting, and fishing. Fishing accounts for the majority of the profits. Because the surrounding area is shallow water, fishing is relatively easy. Hunting only accounts for a small part, and only a few people can do it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng frowned. Whether you eat your fill or go hungry each day depends entirely on your own abilities. Doesn't that mean there are many small groups in the camp? Zhou Feng asked as he walked. Many people do not have the ability to survive in the wild. They wanted to fill their stomachs. The only way is to depend on others. This makes it easy for small groups of more than 10 people to form in the camp. That's right. Lan Qinya nodded. Then these people will frequently clash over food, Zhou Feng frowned. With so many small groups, there are bound to be various conflicts. With the captain here, and he set some rules, they don't dare to mess around now, Lan Qinya said confidently. Hearing Lan Qinya say that, Zhou Feng knew what she meant. After all, the captain has a gun, which means he has absolute say here. I just don't dare to do anything reckless right now. This proves that this place must have been very chaotic before. Where do you usually get your food from? Zhou Feng asked curiously. The captain provided it to me, Lan Qinya explained. Zhou Feng nodded, understanding. It seems that Ding Li Kai also has his own group under his command. Moreover, this group must be very large, probably the largest in the camp. Their usual job is to salvage various supplies. They then use these salvaged supplies to trade for food from other people. Ding Likai is not responsible for the food for everyone in the entire camp. All he needs to do is maintain his authority within the camp. Therefore, Ding Likai welcomed all new survivors without exception. No matter how many people there are, he doesn't need to worry about food. There appear to be over 500 people in the camp. In reality, it's a disorganized mess. After spending most of the day wandering around, Zhou Feng returned to his residence. Tang Cheng and the others have already returned and are staying in their rooms. Lan Xinyao waved goodbye to Zhou Feng and turned to leave. Boss, does this woman like you? The way I look at her has changed. He looked so unhappy this morning. How come he's changed now? The boss has a knack for dealing with women. The other people in the room started making fun of him. They had all seen how unhappy Lan Xinyao looked that morning. It's like he's become a completely different person. How's the intelligence you've gathered going? Zhou Feng asked as he sat down. Tang Cheng and the others put away their smiles and began to report. They have gathered a lot of intelligence. They not only learned about the survival strategies of the camp, but also where food could be found. There are papaya groves and banana groves nearby. There is no food crisis at present. Moreover, Tang Cheng and his team obtained the information that Zhou Feng was most interested in. There are 6 larger groups in this camp. The number of members is around several dozen. The largest of them, of course, is the one led by Ding Likai. Most of them were ship's employees, and some were young adults. They occupy most of the camp's resources. Moreover, whether it's supplies found on the beach or salvaged from the sea, everything was under Ding Likai's control. Does Ding Likai have any objections to what he's doing? Zhou Feng frowned. There were some people who objected before. Tang Cheng grinned. Is it young Master Jean and his group? Zhou Feng immediately understood. That's right. Young Master Jean once tried to seize supplies from the captain and his men, but he gave up in the end. Tang Cheng looked gloating. Tang Cheng was clearly very pleased that young Master Jean had suffered a setback here. Just then, Boss Fei suddenly stood up. Zhou Feng, something's up, Boss Fei said in a low voice. Zhou Feng then noticed that there were many people standing outside the house. They were obviously targeting them. What do you want? Zhou Feng pushed open the door and came out. His gaze swept over the group of people. Zhou Feng noticed that most of these people were white. There were also several black people mixed in. Who killed Bane? Step forward, a white man shouted in English. Bane is dead. Tang Cheng and the others were all taken aback and looked at each other in bewilderment. They all thought Bane was only seriously injured, but they never expected that he would be killed by Zhou Feng. But just thinking about the scene of the two of them fighting, especially the punch that hit Bane in the temple, probably few people could withstand that. I killed him, Zhou Feng said calmly as he stepped forward. Zhou Feng looked the white man up and down. The opponent wasn't as strong as Bane. He was just an average-sized person. However, he has quite a few tattoos on his body. Especially on the arm, there is a very obvious skull. The white man was also sizing up Zhou Feng. You? The white man looked at him with suspicion. Although he had heard what the man who killed Bane was like, but seeing it with his own eyes now, he still finds it hard to believe. Chapter 183 Deterrence. If you're not convinced, you can come up and try. Zhou Feng flexed his wrists and stared at the white man. Who knows what shameless tricks you used? I'm not as stupid as Bane. I won't fight you alone, but you have to leave your life here today. The white man had no intention of fighting Zhou Feng one-on-one. As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind him picked up their weapons. Bart, what are you doing? Just then, Ding Likai and his men walked over from a distance. Captain, he killed my men. Bart roared viciously. They were fighting one-on-one, which didn't violate any camp rules. Bane agreed to it at the time, but he was just too weak. I've already told you that. Ding Likai had left in the morning on urgent business to deal with Bane's matter. After Bane was carried back to his room, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Ding Likai also found someone in the camp who had some medical knowledge to take a look. The other party suggested it might be a brain hemorrhage. He didn't last long before he completely stopped breathing. Bart was not in the camp at the time. He had gone out hunting with his men. Ding Likai also told Bart's people what had happened. Bane brought this on himself. He has only himself to blame. But Ding Likai did not expect this. Bart had just returned to the camp when he arrived with his men. Captain, this guy isn't one of our camp's people. How can you treat him according to our camp's rules? Bart shouted, pointing at Zhou Feng. Ding Likai was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that. Upon seeing this, the people around also began to shout. Yeah, this guy isn't from the camp. How dare he kill Bane? He should pay with his life. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Some of them spoke in English, while others spoke in Chinese. Upon seeing this, Boss Fei frowned. This situation is not good. Why don't we strike first? Boss Fei whispered in Zhou Feng's ear. Let's see how things go first. If it doesn't work out, Zhou Feng gestured with a chop to the neck. Fei nodded slowly, having already understood Zhou Feng's meaning. At that point, we'll have no choice but to fight tooth and nail. We must find a way to survive. Fortunately, the people in this camp are not a monolithic group. It's just that people like Bart are jumping out to target them. Others might not be willing to fight them to the death. They still have a great chance to break out. We witnessed Bane and Zhou Feng's situation together, and Bane agreed to the terms. Now that Bane is dead, it was his own doing to bring about his own death. There's nothing to argue about here. You can all leave, Ding Li Kai said with a stern face. However, Bart just sneered. Captain, we said before that if anyone in the camp was killed by outsiders, we would all stand together against the enemy. Bart stared intently at Ding Li Kai. As I just said, this matter is in accordance with the rules. Ding Li Kai met Bart's gaze directly. The atmosphere was tense and ready to fight. Ding Li Kai, don't bully me like this, Bart roared, calling out Ding Li Kai's Chinese name. If you're not satisfied, you can leave here, Ding Li Kai said calmly. You, Bart exclaimed in a panic. Carrying the weapon in his hand, he walked towards Zhou Feng. But Bart saw it the next second. Ding Li Kai pulled a pistol from his waist. The dark muzzle of a gun was pointed at him. Stop, Ding Li Kai said coldly. Bart's expression changed slightly, but he gritted his teeth and continued forward. Seeing this, the others behind them followed suit. Bang! Ding Li Kai raised his hand and fired a shot directly into the air. The gunshots weren't loud, but this time everyone stopped in their tracks. The Bane affair is over. Anyone who tries to stir up trouble with this matter again should not blame me for being impolite, Ding Li Kai said expressionlessly. Let's go, Bart roared in frustration. He left after saying that, and the others followed suit. Upon seeing this, Zhou Feng frowned. On the surface, it seems that Bart came to cause trouble for him. In reality, they were targeting Ding Li Kai. It seems that Bart and Ding Li Kai had a conflict a long time ago. However, Bane's affair became the catalyst. Zhou Feng and his group were drawn into the center of the vortex. He's using a Glock pistol, and the magazine can hold 15 9mm bullets, Boss Fei said from the side, referring to Ding Li Kai's pistol model. This pistol is also compatible with larger magazines and is the best-selling pistol in the United States. They are very common in the market. Zhou Feng nodded. He knew nothing about firearms. I'm not a military enthusiast myself. However, Boss Fei is an expert in this field. 15 bullets. No wonder no one dared to disobey Ding Li Kai's orders. If Ding Li Kai had actually fired the shot, Bart would have been certain to die. Don't worry about them causing trouble. I'll arrange for people to protect you later, Ding Li Kai said to Zhou Feng after putting away his pistol. Yes, thank you for your help. Zhou Feng nodded. I heard about your situation from Lan Qinya, and I'd like to talk to you again, just the two of us this time. Ding Li Kai emphasized the word two of us. Okay, Zhou Feng agreed. He felt that Ding Li Kai definitely had something to say to him this time. This time, Zhou Feng came to Ding Li Kai's residence. This house looks no different from other people's houses. They were all very simple wooden houses. However, it's much larger inside, and there's a lot of furniture inside. The table, cabinets, and beds were all from the Wanli. Zhou Feng even saw 2 sofas. Please have a seat, Ding Li Kai said. Zhou Feng didn't stand on ceremony and sat down on one of the sofas. Ding Li Kai took out a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses from the cabinet next to him. After opening the bottle, I poured a glass for Zhou Feng first. These wines are all sealed and have not been contaminated by seawater. Ding Li Kai then poured himself a glass and took a sip. Zhou Feng took a sip and then placed the glass on the table. I heard from Lan Qinya that you have a real talent for holding your breath. Ding Li Kai also put down his wine glass. It's all right, Zhou Feng nodded. Hee, she was quite surprised. It wasn't just okay. Ding Li Kai smiled slightly. Just say what you have to say. Zhou Feng leaned back to make himself more comfortable. Seeing Zhou Feng's decisiveness, Ding Li Kai couldn't help but nod. When I was Zhou Feng's age, I was nowhere near as experienced. Then I'll be blunt. What do you want in return for you to dive down into the Wanli? Ding Li Kai said in a deep voice. Chapter 184 Bullets. I don't do things that are meaningless, Zhou Feng said with a slight smile. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, Ding Li Kai couldn't help but shake his head. You're definitely a smart person, not easily fooled, Ding Li Kai sighed. Zhou Feng took another sip of wine, appearing completely calm on the surface. However, he also felt some inner turmoil. Because of the meaning behind Ding Li Kai's words. It seems that Captain Ding is hiding something. The radio position beacon thing is fake, right? Zhou Feng stated directly. This is very likely the thing that Ding Li Kai has been hiding all along. According to Zhou Feng's observation, Ding Li Kai is a smart man. Moreover, He is a captain with extensive seafaring experience. They couldn't be unaware of their current predicament. Radio position beacons are ineffective. After all, that thing also sends out signals. And where they are now, is it possible for people outside to receive the signal? This is all a problem. That's right, it's fake. Ding Likai slowly nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Feng hadn't expected Ding Likai to admit it so readily. I had no choice but to do this, Ding Likai said with a helpless expression before beginning his explanation. The reason why he did that. Upon arriving on the island, Ding Likai began gathering the survivors around him. At that time, Ding Likai felt that the accident was very strange. But he still treated it as a normal accident. They wanted to try to save more survivors. Because I am the captain, it is my responsibility, and who doesn't want to be a hero? Ding Likai continued. He assured the survivors that they would definitely be able to leave the island alive. Many people believe in him. In addition to his status as Captain Ding Likai, he was immediately elected as the leader here. As the days went by, Ding Likai soon realized that something was wrong. They have lived on the island for so long. Why haven't rescuers arrived yet? Moreover, the people in the camp began to get restless. Every day, people are questioning Ding Likai. The captain's position brought Ding Likai convenience and gave him natural prestige. Everyone was willing to listen to him. However, this is a double-edged sword, and some people have questioned the cause of the ship sinking. It was all caused by Ding Likai. After all, he is the captain. In addition, Ding Likai remains silent about the cause of the accident. Many survivors suspect that Ding Likai is the culprit. So, to reassure the others, I made up a reason, which was a radio beacon, to tell them that as long as they found it, rescue would come. After saying this, Ding Likai took a big gulp of wine. It's like trying to numb yourself. And then you unexpectedly discovered the shipwreck? Zhou Feng asked. That's right, we have some lifeboats in our camp. Ding Likai gave a wry smile. Because many of the supplies on the Wanli were drifted to a fixed beach. Therefore, some people speculated that the Wanli might be in the vicinity. They analyzed the direction of the ocean currents, and then went out to sea in a lifeboat to search for it. Of course, the lifeboats are out of fuel, so they can only use oars. However, these conditions actually led them to discover the Wanli. You could say they were just incredibly lucky, Ding Likai said with a hint of helplessness. Originally, this was just an excuse Ding Likai came up with to give everyone hope. Who would have thought that they would actually discover the shipwreck? Ding Likai learned of the news. They immediately fabricated a reason, claiming that the radio beacon on board the ship might have fallen into another sea area. That's why the rescue didn't arrive. But there's another one inside the cabin. We just need to find that radio beacon. They can still be saved. It's just that not many people believe it anymore. Zhou Feng could find loopholes in Ding Likai's words. After all, radio beacons will automatically surface and emit signals as soon as a ship sinks. Now that the Wanli has been found, Ding Likai says it might be that the radio beacon drifted to other sea areas. There are too many suspicious points in what he said. Not many people believe it anymore. Ding Likai nodded slowly. He fabricated one lie, but then had to use more lies to cover it up. Then why do you still want to go inside the Wanli? Zhou Feng asked. Could it be for the supplies inside? Zhou Feng thought this was unlikely, unless there were some emergency medications inside. Gun. There are 3 more handguns in my room, along with some bullets, Ding Likai said in a low voice. Zhou Feng had no idea that this was what Ding Likai was looking for. Moreover, there were actually 3 guns in Ding Likai's room. Adding the one he was carrying, that makes a total of 4. It's unclear whether Ding Likai's interest in guns stems from a liking for them or some other reason. Don't you have a gun now? Zhou Feng asked, frowning. After all, there's not much difference between 1 gun and 4 guns in Ding Likai's hands. Ding Likai gave a wry smile and took out the pistol from his waist. Remove the magazine and eject the bullets. Then place it on the table. There were 3 bullets in total. When Zhou Feng saw the 3 bullets, he understood why Ding Likai wanted him to go to his room. Once these 3 bullets are used up, that's when Ding Likai's trouble began. Ding Likai had been deceiving the other survivors. This could still be considered a white lie. However, Ding Likai and his cronies have long monopolized the supplies on the beach. Other groups were very dissatisfied. People like Bart probably already harbored resentment. Once it's discovered that Ding Likai has only a few bullets left, he'll be like a tiger with its teeth pulled. There will definitely be internal strife in the camp. If you can get into the Wanli and find my room, I can give you a gun and 15 bullets. Ding Likai finally offered his bargaining chip. I want 2 guns, and I'll leave you 15 bullets, Zhou Feng said. What? Ding Likai wondered if he had misheard. Zhou Feng actually wanted to take the majority of the profits for himself. You'll be responsible for providing intelligence and equipment, but there's little risk involved. I could lose my life if I go into the sea to salvage. This allocation is reasonable. Zhou Feng knew what Ding Li Kai could provide. It's nothing more than swimming equipment and the interior of the Wanli. But that's 70 meters below the seabed. A slight mistake could cost you your life. Moreover, without scuba gear, one wants to explore inside. There must be a prerequisite. That means there will still be residual air inside the Wanli. When a ship sinks, some air remains in some enclosed spaces. Without this premise, everything is in vain. After all, it's impossible for Zhou Feng to explore the entire Wanli in one go. He still needed to breathe during the process. There are just too many unstable factors. It's very likely that all that effort will be in vain, and you might even lose your life. Chapter 185 Concessions. Zhou Feng's asking price is very reasonable. Ding Li Kai simply frowned. Brother Zhou Feng, this is too little profit for me. This is just a transaction. If Captain Ding feels the offer isn't right, we can terminate the deal. That way, no one will lose out. Zhou Feng also picked up his wine glass and slowly began to sip the red wine. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry about this matter. Ding Li Kai's expression kept changing. Ding Li Kai now knew, of course, that Zhou Feng in front of him was not in a hurry. But I can't wait any longer. Once he runs out of bullets, they will lose their deterrent effect inside the camp. If Zhou Feng leaves in a couple of days, he will hardly have a second chance. Aside from Zhou Feng, Ding Li Kai felt he couldn't possibly meet another person he could go into the water with. Those in the camp who can swim have already tried it all. Lankinia has the best water resistance, but it still falls far short of the standard. I need 30 bullets, Ding Li Kai said in a deep voice. This was his final limit. 15 bullets were too few. How many bullets are in your room? Zhou Feng asked. There should be around 60 bullets, Ding Li Kai thought for a moment. Ding Li Kai couldn't remember the exact numbers, but it is certainly no less than that number. Deal. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. Ding Li Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Although it wasn't what he expected, Zhou Feng finally agreed. Ding Li Kai took out a notebook. When it was spread out on the table, it was clearly a floor plan of the Wanli ship. Ding Li Kai began to explain to Zhou Feng. All Zhou Feng had to do was get into the captain's cabin. Their men were unable to dive into the Wanli. The maximum depth that can be reached is over 40 meters, which is already unbearable. It's not just a matter of holding your breath. The water pressure underwater is also immense. Their bodies couldn't handle it. They felt dizzy and had tinnitus. Perhaps they were worried that saying this would make Zhou Feng back down. Ding Li Kai then quickly stated that Zhou Feng's physical condition was absolutely fine. After all, the world record is over 100 meters. Moreover, Zhou Feng was wearing flippers and a wetsuit, which made the task much easier. Ding Li Kai's team made several dives, which weren't entirely ineffective. They have already observed the current status of the Wanli. At this moment, the ship is vertically positioned on the seabed. As long as you follow this floor plan, you can easily find my room, Ding Li Kai said, pointing to a spot on the floor plan. The captain's cabin is next to the bridge. In case of any unexpected event, the captain can go to the bridge immediately to handle it. How did the Wanli sink? Zhou Feng asked curiously. Even a sunken ship wouldn't look like this. I don't know either. I've never encountered this situation before, Ding Li Kai said, spreading his hands. Ding Li Kai didn't know why the Wanli was here. Zhou Feng then inquired about some more details. For example, where the guns are kept. Ding Li Kai said there was no need to worry, as the briefcase where he stored his guns was waterproof. There won't be any problems with the contents. The two agreed that Zhou Feng would start trying to go into the water the next morning. Let's practice diving first. We aim to begin attempting to enter the Wanli within a few days. By the time Zhou Feng came out of Ding Li Kai's room, it was already dark. Zhou Feng noticed at a glance that Lan Qinya was lingering outside the room. Clearly, Lan Qinya also knew that Zhou Feng and Ding Li Kai were discussing the matter. Coach Lan, starting tomorrow you will teach Zhou Feng how to swim, Ding Li Kai said to Lan Qinya. Zhou Feng, you agreed. Lan Qinya was very excited. Zhou Feng nodded. Looking at the excited Lan Qinya in front of him, Zhou Feng felt a little emotional. Lan Qinya is the kind of person who completely trusts Ding Li Kai. He firmly believed that he could still leave the island. I wonder how Lan Qinya will react when she finds out the truth. How about we go tomorrow morning? Lan Qinya couldn't wait. If it weren't so late, she would have even wanted to teach Zhou Feng how to scuba dive right now. Okay, Zhou Feng agreed. I'll have someone take you back, so no one will cause you trouble along the way. Ding Li Kai arranged for a few people to take Zhou Feng back. Sure enough, on his way back, Zhou Feng saw several white men squatting in his usual route. They were all looking at him with ill intent. Zhou Feng ignored these people and returned to his residence. At that moment, there were 7 or 8 people standing guard outside the house. Each of them was holding a spear. When Zhou Feng returned to his room, There were two other people waiting for him, Tang Cheng and Fei Laoda. On the table was the dinner they had left for Zhou Feng. It was also sent by Ding Li Kai. After Zhou Feng sat down, he began to eat without any hesitation. What did the captain talk to you about? Tang Cheng asked. Zhou Feng lowered his voice and recounted what had happened. What? Ding Li Kai. When Tang Cheng heard that there was no such thing as a radio position beacon at all, Tang Cheng almost shouted it out. This Ding Li Kai, he's deceiving everyone. Keep your voice down, Fei Laoda reminded him. Tang Cheng then realized that there were quite a few people standing outside. Tang Cheng immediately shut his mouth. I stood up and looked outside through the gaps in the wood. They discovered that everyone outside was gathered together chatting, and no one was paying attention to what was happening inside the room. Tang Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't say anything. However, Tang Cheng had not anticipated Ding Li Kai's true intentions. This guy has been deceiving most of the people in the camp all along. Zhou Feng, are you really planning to dive into the Wanli and find those guns? Tang Cheng sat down again and lowered his voice. Tang Cheng felt that guns were very important. But this is just too risky. You can give it a try, Zhou Feng nodded. What if Ding Li Kai tries to sabotage you after you retrieve the gun? Tang Cheng was very worried. After all, the other side had a gun. We'll be going to the salvage site in a lifeboat. You can all come along. We'll each contribute half of our men to prevent Ding Li Kai from firing a shot. Zhou Feng had already planned this out, although he didn't know that there were several lifeboats in the camp. However, Tang Cheng and Fei Laoda will only need to travel on the same ship as Ding Li Kai. If Ding Li Kai tries any tricks, they can strike first. However, the space in the lifeboat is limited. Zhou Feng didn't believe Ding Li Kai would take such a risk. It would be a death throes. Yes, we can just ask him to take out the bullet then. Boss Fei nodded. That way there's nothing to worry about. By the way, have you gathered any information about the savages? Zhou Feng had wanted to ask that afternoon. Chapter 186 Roadblock. During the day, Bart and others appeared, interrupting Zhou Feng's question. Right now, he wants to know what's going on here. Did they have any conflict with the wild men? That's exactly what I was about to say. They didn't encounter a large group of savages, Tang Cheng said immediately. No. Zhou Feng was taken aback. That's right. Only scattered traces of savages were found in the surrounding area. About a dozen people are missing, and no one has searched for any savage tribes nearby. Tang Cheng spread his hands, quite helplessly. Savages are the survivors and the greatest threat. But the people in this camp nowadays don't take the savages seriously. Or rather, no one was willing to take the risk of gathering intelligence on the savages. The organization of this camp is too loose. Boss Fei shook his head, looking disappointed. In Fei Laoda's opinion, the advantage of this camp was that it had a large number of people. However, a true leader is lacking. Ding Li Kai is a qualified captain. However, Ding Li Kai is not suitable for managing the camp like this. If attacked by savages, this place will likely suffer heavy losses. The fact that nothing major has happened at the camp can only be attributed to Ding Li Kai's good luck. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Get some rest. Zhou Feng waved his hand. It's already dark outside. They only slept for the first half of the night last night. Zhou Feng himself wasn't sleepy, but Tang Cheng had already been feeling drowsy for a while. He saw Tang Cheng in several times. The three of them quickly went to rest. I don't know how much time has passed. Suddenly a sound came from afar. Bang! Zhou Feng, who was in his sleep, suddenly turned over and sat up. Boss Fei next to him was the same, moving incredibly fast. The two looked at each other. It was gunshots. Boss Fei knew what Zhou Feng wanted to ask. At Ding Li Kai's place. Zhou Feng frowned. In the middle of the night, Ding Li Kai actually fired a shot. What unexpected situation forced Ding Li Kai to fire his gun? Bang! Bang! Two more gunshots rang out afterward. Zhou Feng's eyelids twitched. Ding Li Kai not only fired a shot, but he fired 3 shots in succession. The gun was empty. Tang Cheng also got up. He too had been awakened by the gunshots. What happened? Tang Cheng asked hurriedly. I don't know. Let's go out and take a look. Zhou Feng immediately left the room. Ding Li Kai had originally arranged for people to keep watch outside. As gunfire erupted, these people rushed toward the sound of gunfire. Boss, what do we do? At this moment, the people in the surrounding rooms had also run out. Including the few people led by Boss Fei, there were more than 20 in total. Something must have gone wrong. We can't stay here anymore. Zhou Feng shook his head. Ding Li Kai emptied his pistol, which meant he had revealed all his cards. The prognosis is now likely grim. Zhou Feng thought the most likely culprit was Bart and his group. They had long had conflicts with Ding Li Kai. Today, Ding Li Kai aimed a gun at him again, and he probably doesn't want to endure it any longer. The best course of action now is to leave this place of trouble. What about the salvage operation? Tang Chung asked from the side. Let's talk about it later, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Anyway, the shipwreck is there, so you can go there anytime. At this moment, shouts of battle could be heard in the distance. Let's leave this place of trouble first. The group immediately headed north along the road towards the camp. There was a fence over there. However, it could only stop wild beasts. For the survivors, it was easy to climb over. Meanwhile, the camp was in complete chaos. Everyone heard the gunshot. Many people peeked out, looking outside with expressions of horror. Some people also tried to run towards where Ding Li Kai and the others were. I want to see what's going on. However, most people still obediently stayed in their rooms. Although the current situation is unclear, people subconsciously believe that they are safer in their own rooms. Just a few dozen meters after Zhou Feng and his group walked. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of us, blocking the road. They didn't seem inclined to move aside. Zhou Feng frowned, then turned his head away. Then they discovered that another group of people had appeared behind them, blocking the way as well. They were trapped between the two rows of wooden houses. What do you mean? Zhou Feng asked, looking at the other party. He didn't know any of these people. They had no prior conflicts, but now they've been blocked. Zhou Feng, is it? You're not getting past here today. Someone sneered. Make your move, Zhou Feng said in a low voice. Boss Fei raised his crossbow. Whoosh. The crossbow bolt struck the man directly in the abdomen. Ah! The man screamed and knelt on the ground. The people behind him were all stunned. I didn't expect Zhou Feng and his group to be so decisive in their actions. The men next to Boss Fei didn't hesitate at all. He fired his crossbow. In the blink of an eye, 3 more people fell to the ground. This place is already very narrow, only 5 or 6 meters wide. Dozens of people huddled together again. There was absolutely no chance to dodge. What made them even more uneasy was that Zhou Feng actually rushed forward first. They clearly have the larger numbers. Zhou Feng gripped the snake-patterned wooden spear and thrust it at the person blocking his way. When these people saw Zhou Feng charging over, none of them dared to fight him head-on. They all wanted to turn around and run away. Although everyone was a survivor stranded on a desert island. But these people's hands were not stained with the blood of their own kind. They also had little combat experience. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people fell down. Those people behind Zhou Feng and his group saw them rushing forward. They all chased after them. But the next second, several people fell to the crossbow bolts. Fei and his men had already knocked their crossbows again and turned them to face backward. Come on if you're not afraid of death, Boss Fei roared. These people all stopped in their tracks, and none of them dared to step forward. They were all intimidated by Boss Fei. The road ahead of Zhou Feng and his group is now completely clear. The people who had been blocking the way all scattered and fled. Only a few corpses remained on the ground. These people were originally a mob. Zhou Feng grabbed one of the people who was trying to escape. When the other person turned around and saw that it was Zhou Feng, their whole body went limp. I was so scared that I almost knelt down. Every time Zhou Feng swung his spear, someone lost their life. In their eyes, they were nothing short of demons. It was Zhou Feng who lifted him by the shoulder, preventing him from falling to the ground. Who sent you here? Zhou Feng demanded. I don't know. Under the moonlight, the other person's face was deathly pale. Zhou Feng frowned. Seeing Zhou Feng unleash his killing intent, the man was so frightened that his teeth were chattering. Then he suddenly remembered something. Chapter 187 Retreat. Young Master Jean. Our boss has met with young Master Jean. The man quickly revealed what he knew. During the day, he saw young Master Jean come to their residence. He muttered to himself in the room for a long time before finally leaving. Something happened at the camp tonight. This man wouldn't believe it if you said it had nothing to do with young Master Jean. Your boss? Zhou Feng asked, puzzled. That's the one who was talking to you just now? He's dead now, the man said, pointing to the corpse in the distance. Zhou Feng glanced at the corpse. It was no longer moving. What else do you know? Zhou Feng asked again. I really don't know anything. Please let me go, the man pleaded, his eyes filled with fear. Zhou Feng released his grip, and the man scrambled away. Meanwhile, behind Zhou Feng and his group were the people. They all disappeared in a flash. No one dared to step forward and challenge the crossbow bolts in Boss Fei's hands. That's suicide. This was actually young Master Jin's doing. Tang Chung had also heard the conversation. Tang Chung had no idea that young Master Jean was involved behind the scenes. He had just thought that Bart was behind it all. Zhou Feng, if we don't deal with this young Master Jean, he'll be a big problem sooner or later, Boss Fei said. Everyone thought that young Master Jean would behave himself after arriving here. But little did they expect that young Master Jean was up to no good behind their backs. It's time to take care of him, Zhou Feng nodded and said. Even if Boss Fei didn't say anything, he still planned to do it. Ding Likai's chances of survival are currently slim. If young Master Jean becomes the controller of this camp, the consequences will be dire. The question now is, where is this guy? Tang Qing looked around. It's so late at night. We have no idea where young Master Jean is. Since young Master Jean sent people to block us, he probably doesn't want us to go and support Ding Likai. Zhou Feng immediately made the judgment. Young Master Jean definitely wants to deal with Ding Likai first, and then deal with them. Moreover, this wasn't just young Master Jin's conspiracy. It must also be related to that Bart. Let's go check out Ding Likai's place. Zhou Feng immediately ran in that direction. Without the slightest hesitation, the others followed Zhou Feng. They were not far apart. When they were halfway there, the sounds of fighting ahead were already very clear. Some people even fled in the opposite direction. Upon seeing Zhou Feng and his group, these people were so frightened that they changed direction. Fei Laoda stepped forward and grabbed one of them. After asking some questions, sure enough, I learned that fighting had already broken out up ahead. They are Bart and young Master Jin's men. A chaotic battle broke out between them and Ding Likai's men. How is Ding Likai? Boss Fei continued to ask. No, I don't know, the man said, shaking his head in fright. They had no idea what was going on ahead. No matter what the situation is ahead, find young Master Jean first, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Ding Likai's life or death has nothing to do with them. But today, young Master Jin's life or death is closely related to them. Zhou Feng and the others continued forward. Soon they saw a chaotic battle taking place on the street ahead. Everyone was in a bloodthirsty frenzy, and there were many corpses on the ground. How can you tell the difference? Tang Chung was dumbfounded when he saw this. It must be late at night now. You can see shadowy figures in the moonlight, but you can't make out their faces at all. Even Zhou Feng could only barely make out the few white people on the outermost edge. Let's see how things go first. Zhou Feng's gaze swept across the group of people. We want to find out where young Master Jean is. However, Zhou Feng didn't have time to find his target. Instead, someone discovered them. They're the outsiders. Kill them. More than 20 people turned around and rushed towards Zhou Feng and his group. Zhou Feng sneered. This makes things much more convenient. They don't need to choose their opponents. These people come to them on their own. Zhou Feng was the first to go forward. Tang Chung and his men followed. Zhou Feng was only 2 meters away from the nearest person in front of him. He made the first move. The spear pierced through fiercely. The white man at the front realized the situation was dire. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The spear pierced his chest, and the spearhead, stained with blood, emerged from his back. The white man screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. The people behind him were startled. I didn't expect Zhou Feng to act so decisively and to kill me with a single blow. What terrified them even more was what happened next. Zhou Feng let out a loud shout and tightened his grip. They actually managed to lift the white man up more than a meter off the ground. The white man was not quite dead yet. He was only feeling excruciating pain. He gripped the spear with both hands, struggling to break free. However, this only leads to more intense pain. The next second, Zhou Feng brandished his spear. They simply tossed the body over. It hit 2 unlucky guys instantly. Tang Chung and his men also charged in from behind. In the blink of an eye, the 2 unlucky guys on the ground were turned into a hornet's nest. The white people were stunned. None of them expected that Zhou Feng and his group were so strong in combat. Moreover, when he took action, he did not hesitate for a moment. Zhou Feng didn't stop at all. The spear pierced another person's neck. The man let out a terrible scream. His death was extremely gruesome. Upon seeing this, the white people instinctively stepped back. They realized that the 2 sides were not on the same level in terms of combat capabilities. The other party was clearly trained. Even if they were armed, they wouldn't be a match for Zhou Feng and his group. What they didn't know was, the people Tang Chung brought with him were not only trained. He even fought with savages. At this moment, every time Tang Chung and his men made a move, they were determined to fight to the death with their opponents. These white people backed down. However, Zhou Feng and his group did not intend to let them go and continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people fell down. These white men could no longer hold on and ran backward one by one. However, they hadn't run very far. An angry voice roared. Halt! Anyone who retreats will die. Zhou Feng saw the person who was speaking. It was Barth. At this moment, Bart was holding a dagger, and his body was covered in blood. The skull tattoo was also covered in bloodstains, making it look even more gruesome. But those white people were already terrified by Zhou Feng and his group. They still didn't stop. At that moment, Bart grabbed a white man who was trying to escape. He grabbed the other person by the neck. The dagger sliced across his neck, and blood gushed out. The man was desperately clutching his neck, his expression ferocious. but his trachea had been severed, and he was unable to make any sound. Bart released his grip. The person collapsed to the ground and began to convulse. Attack! Bart roared, pointing his dagger at Zhou Feng. Seeing this, none of the other white people dared to retreat any further. We had no choice but to bite the bullet and charge forward. Chapter 188 Acquaintances. Kill them. Go. Don't be afraid. There are many of us. These people embolden themselves. However fierce they may appear, it doesn't matter. In Zhou Feng's eyes, these people were still a rabble. There was no murderous intent in their eyes. They were nothing like savages. In the blink of an eye, the first few who charged forward were killed, and they couldn't even harm any of Zhou Feng's people. This has a lot to do with the terrain. Originally, everyone was in the passageway between the two rows of wooden houses. The only option is to confront them head-on. Zhou Feng was at the very front, preventing the white men from making a move. Get them! Bart was getting anxious when he saw this. They kept urging the others. However, several more people fell to the ground. Upon seeing this, the remaining people all turned and ran. Bart killed 2 more people, but it was too late. Some people climbed onto the nearby wooden house and scaled it to escape. Seeing that the situation was not good, Bart also turned around and left. Bart ran away. This sudden situation caught everyone off guard. Bart's men saw that their boss had run away, so they all turned and fled for their lives. Many people were left behind, all looking at Zhou Feng and the others with fear on their faces. They are all Ding Li Kai's people. At this moment, it was uncertain which side Zhou Feng and the others were on. However, since Zhou Feng and the others attacked Bart, they should not have had any ill intentions towards them. However, if something seems amiss, they would run away immediately. What happened? Where is Captain Ding? Zhou Feng put away his spear. Seeing this, the people breathed a sigh of relief. We don't know either, someone said, shaking their head. Don't you know? Isn't this Captain Ding's residence? Zhou Feng looked at the house next door. Zhou Feng had come during the day. He couldn't possibly be mistaken. By the time we arrived, there was no one left, another person explained. They came here to provide support after hearing the gunfire. But Ding Li Kai was not seen. They bumped into Bart and his group. Upon seeing this, Bart and his men immediately launched an attack on them. Didn't you see Captain Ding's body? Zhou Feng asked again. These people all shook their heads. They indicated that they did not see the captain's body. Zhou Feng originally thought that Ding Li Kai was likely in grave danger. However, it seems that the situation is still uncertain. The captain and the others probably ran in that direction. I just saw a lot of people heading that way. Someone pointed towards the jungle to the north. Zhou Feng noticed that just now. Bart was also running in that direction. Go. Chase after them. Zhou Feng led his men and gave chase. Zhou Feng. Those guys haven't followed us. Tang Qing quickly noticed this. Ignore them. Zhou Feng shook his head. Those people were terrified and dared not fight anymore. This wasn't the first time Zhou Feng had seen something like this. Zhou Feng and his group soon saw that a large section of the fence in front of them had been destroyed. Someone must have rushed out. There were also many corpses next to the fence. There's one here who's still alive. Boss Fei discovered that one of them was seriously injured and lying on the ground. Judging from the other person's skin, they should be from Southeast Asia. There was a hideous wound on his abdomen. Fei Laoda stepped forward and asked if he knew where Ding Li Kai had gone. Water. The other person's voice was hoarse. Fei took out the water he carried with him and fed the other person a sip. They attacked us suddenly. There were too many of us. The captain led us to retreat, the man said, barely raising his finger to point in the direction beyond the fence. I just said those few words and my brain went numb. He fell to the side. However, Zhou Feng and the others already understood what the man meant. It must have been young Master Jean and Bart who led their men and suddenly attacked Ding Li Kai and his group. Ding Li Kai fired several shots but couldn't force them to retreat, so he had no choice but to flee. They've already run outside the camp. Dead. Boss Fei shook his head. Keep chasing, but be careful. Don't get separated. Zhou Feng, carrying his spear, ran out of the camp. Everyone followed. The camp was built on the edge of a dense forest, in a place with relatively few trees. They squeezed through the fence and entered the dense forest. I've only been running for a few minutes. Zhou Feng waved his hand, signaling the others to slow down. Because he heard someone talking ahead. Could it be that we'll end up finding Captain Ding? Let's hope we're not that unlucky. It's too dangerous to be out so late at night. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble. Stop talking nonsense. Don't let young Master Jean hear us. Let's just take our time and do our work slowly. Tang Cheng and the others all looked puzzled. They didn't know why Zhou Feng stopped, and they didn't hear a sound. Tang Cheng couldn't help but ask if he had discovered something. Hee, I found an old friend. Zhou Feng grinned. He then gestured to Tang Cheng and Boss Fei, and led his men around from the side. Soon, the people in front were surrounded by Zhou Feng and his group. Li Suo, long time no see. Zhou Feng walked out with a smile. Li Suo was walking through the woods with 7 or 8 people. I never expected Zhou Feng would suddenly appear from behind. Zhou Feng. Li Suo's expression changed. He took off running immediately. He left everyone around him dumbfounded. I never expected that bastard Li Suo would suddenly run away. This is clearly leaving them to face Zhou Feng. But Li Suo didn't run more than a few steps. Tang Cheng, Fei Laoda, and the others had already surrounded them. Upon seeing this, Li Suo's face turned deathly pale. Young Master Jean clearly said that he had already found someone to hold off Zhou Feng and his group. Why is Zhou Feng still here now? Is something urgent? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Zhou Feng still had a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. Li Suo swallowed hard, knowing that today was likely to be a bad day. If I fall into Zhou Feng's hands, I will definitely not have a good ending. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Please don't kill me. Li Suo suddenly knelt on the ground and began to beg for mercy. Seeing this, the others also knelt down and begged for mercy. What exactly happened tonight? Why did young Master Jean attack Captain Ding? Zhou Feng asked directly. Li Suo recounted the whole story from the beginning. It turns out that ever since Boss Fei arrived at the camp, young Master Jean has been restless. I think Zhou Feng will definitely come over next. They'll hold me accountable later. So young Master Jean decided to strike first. He went to persuade Bart to join him in the fight. Together they overthrew Ding Li Kai. Both of them were dissatisfied with Ding Li Kai's management of the camp. But Bart remained hesitant. He didn't make up his mind to fight Ding Li Kai to the death. But Bane's death this morning became the trigger. Chapter 189 Struggle. Bane is the most capable fighter under Bart's command. In the past, whenever Bart had any trouble, Bane was always the first to rush to his aid. As a result, Bane has now been killed by Zhou Feng. Moreover, Ding Li Kai's attempt to protect Zhou Feng was something Bart could no longer tolerate. Finally, I made up my mind. We must join forces with young Master Jean to overthrow Ding Li Kai. In the middle of the night, they launched a surprise attack on Ding Li Kai. Young Master Jean contacted not only Bane, but also 2 other small groups. However, those 2 groups were unwilling to fight Ding Li Kai to the death. They only wanted to divide up the supplies that Ding Li Kai had monopolized. Young Master Jean then assigned them simple tasks. That is to block Zhou Feng. At this point, Li Suo looked up at Zhou Feng. Li Suo couldn't understand what had happened. The group of people couldn't stop Zhou Feng. And why was I so unlucky that Zhou Feng had to appear in front of me? Go on, Zhou Feng urged. Li Suo glanced around and realized there was no chance of escape. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue speaking. Ding Li Kai noticed an attack and fired a shot into the air as a deterrent. But young Master Jean had already given the order. Even if you hear gunshots, you must not retreat. Anyway, with so many of them, they can get there before Ding Li Kai runs out of bullets. Then subdue the other party. But they didn't expect that Ding Li Kai would run out of bullets after firing only 3 shots. He led his men into the woods, and young Master Jean instructed them to search in shifts. Li Suo paused after saying this. Where is young Master Jean? Zhou Feng asked. I don't know, Li Suo said, his eyes darting around. What about Captain Ding? I don't know either. Li Suo shook his head again. Didn't you just say you'd found Captain Ding's whereabouts? Zhou Feng sneered. He overheard their conversation, and that's how he discovered Ding Li Kai's whereabouts. I just don't want to go up there and risk my life. You have to promise not to kill me. Let me go. Li Suo swallowed hard. Li Suo now wants to use this intelligence to try and gain a chance at survival. What Li Suo didn't expect was Zhou Feng hadn't spoken yet. Someone nearby simply revealed this information. We just heard some noise ahead. We also saw footprints on the ground. Ding Li Kai and the others are probably up there. Young Master Jean started searching from that direction after entering the woods. The man revealed the locations of Ding Li Kai and young Master Jean. Li Suo suddenly became anxious. This intelligence was his only hope for survival. This person actually beat me to it. A look of resentment flashed across Li Suo's face. His hand stealthily reached for his waist, and the next second, he drew a dagger. He suddenly sprang up and stabbed the man next to him several times in the back. Brothers, let's fight. If we fight, there's still a chance to survive. Li Suo stood up and roared. Seeing this, the others also got up from the ground. Pick up the weapon that you just threw aside. The next second, a crossbow bolt was fired. Li Suo's abdomen was pierced, and he endured the excruciating pain as he turned to run away. But Tang Cheng's spear had already pierced through, embedding itself in Li Suo's back. Li Suo lay on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. But it gradually lost its vitality. Some of the remaining people were trying to resist. Some even knelt down and begged for mercy. However, it was all too late. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Feng left no one alive. Should we go find young Master Jin or Ding Li Kai? Boss Fei asked. Let's go find Ding Li Kai first, Zhou Feng said after thinking for a moment. All they know right now is where young Master Jin entered the woods, but the exact location is unknown. It would be better to find Ding Li Kai first. The group headed in one direction. Meanwhile, on the other side of the woods, a group of people are walking slowly, carefully examining the footprints around them. Still haven't found Ding Li Kai? Bart's face was full of impatience. This forest is too big. Young Master Jin shook his head beside him. Upon hearing what young Master Jin said, Bart immediately became anxious. If I'd known you guys were such useless trash, I should have been the one chasing after them, and you guys could have stayed behind and taken care of those guys, Bart muttered. Young Master Jin frowned. He hadn't expected the plan to go wrong. Ding Li Kai actually got away, but that idiot Bart kept cursing and swearing. This made young Master Jin even more unhappy. If you weren't trash, how did you manage to scare Zhou Feng away? Young Master Jin sneered. Deep down, young Master Jin was well aware of Zhou Feng's strength. That's why young Master Jin sent others to deal with Zhou Feng. Let others become scapegoats. But what young Master Jin didn't expect was that the group of people couldn't even stop Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng caught up so quickly. However, to young Master Jin's displeasure, Bart actually mocked him. Those people are no ordinary people. Bart immediately deflated. I already warned you to be careful of Zhou Feng, but you were too careless. Young Master Jin shook his head. All right. Let's all stop arguing. Your men haven't caught up with Ding Li Kai either. What are we going to do now? Bart simply stood there and spread his hands. They haven't found any trace of Ding Li Kai since the beginning of this period. Moreover, young Master Jin sent out several groups of people to search the surrounding area. There was still no movement. Young Master Jin looked up at the sky. A touch of orange-red has already appeared on the horizon. The sun will probably rise soon. Let's go? Let's go back to the camp, young Master Jin said after thinking for a moment. Back to camp. We haven't even killed Ding Li Kai yet. Bart couldn't help but shout. As long as we control the camp, Ding Li Kai's life or death is not important. He relies on that pistol. Now that his gun is out of bullets, do we still need to be afraid of him? Young Master Jin sneered. Nowadays, whoever has the biggest fist has the power to control the narrative. Now, with their own people and Bart's people combined, they hold an absolute advantage. Many of Ding Li Kai's confidants have already died. There's simply no way to compete with them. What about Zhou Feng? Bart still felt lingering fear of Zhou Feng. Bart originally thought that Zhou Feng could kill Bane. It was Bane's carelessness, because Bane always believed that no one in the camp was his match. But now it seems that Zhou Feng is indeed difficult to deal with. If we encounter him, we must do everything in our power to kill him and leave no future trouble. Young Master Jin's eyes were fierce. No problem. We'll all come together then. But young Master Jin, don't forget what you promised me, Bart reminded him. Don't worry. Half of the supplies and women in the camp are yours. Also, if we can leave the island, I'll send you money so you can live a life of comfort for the rest of your days. Young Master Jin nodded. Bart immediately grinned. Chapter 190 Escape. There are a few women I've been eyeing for a long time, but I've never been able to touch them, Bart said with a lewd grin. Seeing Bart's appearance, young Master Jin felt contempt. Supplies? Women? Bart's men have suffered heavy casualties. At least half of them are gone. How can I compete with myself now? Wanting half the supplies and women is truly wishful thinking. Want so much without the ability? I'm not a philanthropist myself. As for the money promised to Bart after leaving the island, that would be nothing but an empty promise. Will he give Bart money after he leaves this place? Bart decided to go to jail first. Young Master Jin knew some information about Bart. This guy is a complete scumbag, and he also has gang connections. He committed a crime in his previous country and took a job as a seaman to evade capture. On the ship, I made friends with some like-minded people. After being stranded on a deserted island, he refused to obey Ding Li Kai's orders. He recruited some white people to form a small group with him. They often bullied the other people in the camp. However, young Master Jin has no plans to turn against Bart at this time. This guy hasn't been squeezed dry yet. He hasn't been exploited to the last bit of value. Send the signal, young Master Jin said, turning to the people behind him. Someone took out a piece of wood about the size of a palm, with many small holes on it. This is actually a homemade musical instrument. The person blew air into it. Cluck, 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 cluck. Soon, sounds similar to bird calls came from the woods. Two short and one long note. The rhythm is very clear. This is the method that young Master Jin came up with to pass messages in the woods. Sure enough, People quickly gathered around young Master Jean. They were not far apart to begin with, only a few hundred meters apart. Why hasn't Li Suo arrived yet? Young Master Jean soon realized that Li Suo and his group were missing. Could something have gone wrong? Never mind, let's go back to camp first, young Master Jean immediately decided. No matter what Li Suo and his group have encountered, now is not the time to go find them. For now, we should focus on controlling the camp. But just as young Master Jean was about to leave, young Master Jean, we have something to say to you, one of the bodyguards said. What do you want to say? Young Master Jean frowned. We've been protecting you for a long time since we arrived on this deserted island. Upon hearing this, young Master Jin's heart skipped a beat. These bodyguards were his trusted confidants. Now these bodyguards actually have objections. Young Master Jean knew that all he could offer them now was empty promises. Obviously, this method stops working after a while. I am very grateful for your efforts, and my father will be even more grateful in the future. You all know that I am his only son. Young Master Jean smiled. The implication was that they would be given more money. Young Master Jean has no other way to appease these people now. We didn't mean anything by it. We just didn't want to fight Zhou Feng to the death. That guy is stronger than a human, the bodyguard continued. They all saw clearly when Zhou Feng killed Bane during the day. These bodyguards originally thought that Zhou Feng was no match for Bane. The two people's weights are too different. They're not even in the same league. Bane should be able to take care of Zhou Feng as easily as crushing a chick. But Zhou Feng beat Bane to death without lifting a finger. They had also heard about it. In the central mountain range, Zhou Feng led his men to defend against the savages' attack. He has become the leader there. Upon hearing what the bodyguard said, young Master Jin's face darkened. Now his own men are unwilling to fight Zhou Feng to the death? What if we run into Zhou Feng later? Young Master Jin has already slunk back from the central mountain range. I don't want to run away a second time. Young Master Jin, you. Bart also suppressed his smile. If young Master Jin's men start fighting amongst themselves, Bart knows he won't benefit from it either. Listen to me first. Young Master Jin tried to reassure everyone. Let them know the necessity of dealing with Zhou Feng. Whoosh. Suddenly, an arrow flew past him. It was almost touching young Master Jin's forehead. It hit a large tree next to it. Young Master Jin. Two people immediately surrounded young Master Jin. These bodyguards simply didn't want to fight Zhou Feng to the death, as they would likely be the ones to lose their lives. They are still willing to protect young Master Jin. After all, it has been protected for so long, and the cost of burying it would be huge. Moreover, by following young Master Jin, they were able to enjoy superior treatment. The others looked in the direction from which the arrows came. As expected, Zhou Feng and his men charged forward, spears in hand. This scene completely terrified young Master Jin. He then realized that he had made a mistake. Sound should not be used as a signal. As a result, Zhou Feng and his group were attracted here. Don't be afraid. We outnumber you. Let's fight. Charge. Bart roared. There were more than 20 people with Bart. Upon hearing Bart's order, these men gritted their teeth and charged forward. Because they all know how serious the consequences are for disobeying orders. Bart had a gang background. They are extremely ruthless towards their own people. Young Master Jin, let's go quickly. The bodyguards grabbed young Master Jin and ran. They had absolutely no intention of fighting Zhou Feng to the death. Yes. Young Master Jin nodded as well. When I actually saw Zhou Feng leading his men to attack, young Master Jin chickened out too. He could command from afar, but when it came to actually facing Zhou Feng, young Master Jin, in particular, noticed Zhou Feng's gaze. They're after me. If I don't take this opportunity to escape, I might never have another chance. Bart heard a noise behind him. He turned around and saw that young Master Jin had run away with his men. Phew, Bart cursed. These people are absolutely shameless and bastards. They're still working their hardest on their own. Young Master Jin actually ran away. Bart didn't hesitate and turned to run. The others saw Bart run away. Without further hesitation, they scattered and fled. Only a few unlucky guys who charged at the very front have been killed by Zhou Feng and his men. Sorry, I messed up. I didn't kill young Master Jin, Boss Fei said as he came to Zhou Feng's side. The one who just shot the crossbow bolt at young Master Jin was Boss Fei. It's okay, I'll go after them. Zhou Feng waved his hand, showing no intention of blaming Boss Fei. Given the distance, it's normal to miss. Zhou Feng headed in the direction where young Master Jin had fled. However, Zhou Feng returned very soon. Didn't catch up? Boss Fei was also surprised. They split up and left? I don't know their exact locations. Zhou Feng shook his head. He randomly followed a line of footprints and found himself among several of young Master Jin's men. They weren't even security guards. So what do we do next? Tang Qing asked. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng looked at the person standing next to Tang Cheng. Captain Ding, what are you planning to do next? Chapter 191 Reconstruction. I don't know what to do either. Should we go back to the camp? Ding Likai looked confused. If Zhou Feng hadn't found them in the woods, Ding Likai had no idea where he was going. You should stabilize the situation first and prevent a bigger riot from breaking out in the camp, Boss Fei said, frowning. Yes, let's go back first. Ding Likai nodded quickly. The group headed towards the camp. On the way, Ding Likai kept thanking Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng also learned what had happened back then. Young Master Jean and Bart, along with their men, launched a clandestine attack. As it turned out, Ding Likai's men discovered it in advance. Ding Likai immediately chose to fire. But he didn't expect that even firing his gun wouldn't deter these people. Faced with overwhelming force, Ding Likai had no choice but to retreat with his men. Some were unable to leave in time, while others had just arrived as reinforcements. Then a conflict broke out with Bart. I wonder how many people died this time. Ding Likai's face was grim. Zhou Feng didn't say anything when he saw this. This was all to be expected. Ding Likai's methods of managing the camp were terrible. Zhou Feng, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have trusted young Master Jean. Ding Likai clenched his fist as he brought up the matter. He disregarded past grievances and allowed young Master Jean to return to the camp. He originally thought that young Master Jean would behave himself this time. Little did they expect that young Master Jean had no good intentions from the very beginning. I was too confident. They thought that with a gun in hand, everyone would obediently follow their orders. Let's not talk about this anymore. No matter how much we say, young Master Jean will still run away. Zhou Feng shook his head. Upon hearing this, Ding Likai also sighed. The group returned to the camp. It was already dawn, but the camp was unusually quiet. If it weren't for the numerous corpses on the ground, it wouldn't prove what happened last night. Anyone would probably think it was just a peaceful morning. However, once inside the camp, Ding Likai realized something was wrong. The camp was in a mess, with many houses destroyed. Various supplies were scattered all over the ground. There was clearly a riot. Ding Likai gave the order to gather everyone in the center of the camp. When everyone gathered together, Ding Likai realized that something was wrong. Including them, there were only a little over 300 people left. Even excluding young Master Jean and Bart's men, there are those who died in yesterday's conflict. There should be at least 400 more people. More than 100 people have disappeared. At this point, someone came to report that they had discovered that all the supplies stored in the warehouse had been looted. What's going on? Ding Likai asked, his eyes wide. Someone in the crowd immediately told Ding Likai what had happened. It turns out that ever since they all left the camp, two groups then began looting the camp's supplies. They stole a lot of things and then ran away. The two groups that went to ambush Zhou Feng felt they couldn't stay in the camp any longer. How much stuff is left in the warehouse? Ding Likai's face was extremely grim. The captain's canned goods and such are mostly gone. Only some fruit is left. These bastards. Ding Likai never expected this. Some people will take advantage of the chaos. Are there really that many people in the camp who are dissatisfied with me? Ding Likai couldn't help but look at the remaining people. And who can guarantee that the rest of these people will be willing to obey his leadership? Ding Likai felt a tremendous sense of frustration. In the past, when they were on the ship, the crew members obeyed his orders. No one ever dared to object because they would lose their jobs. But the situation is different now. These people have no worries and are not afraid of any consequences. There is no order on this island. Let everyone deal with the bodies first. The weather is too hot to leave the bodies in the camp, Zhou Feng said from the side. Yes. Ding Likai had almost forgotten that. They quickly arranged for everyone to get to work. Then Ding Likai looked at Zhou Feng and asked what to do next. You don't know what to do, Tang Cheng said, somewhat speechless. Is this still a camp leader? However, Tang Cheng could understand. With so many things happening tonight, Ding Likai is probably a little dazed. They never even considered what would happen if internal strife broke out in the camp. Of course, we need to reassure them first. Tell them that we will increase the camp's productivity and improve everyone's living conditions. Then they will be willing to stay here, Zhou Feng said directly. Yes, you're right. Ding Likai nodded repeatedly after hearing this. The priority now is to stabilize the situation for the others in the camp. Let them see that there is still hope here. The camp system should also be changed so that everyone can participate in production, so that they can be a cohesive unit, Zhou Feng added. The biggest problem here is that the structure is too loose. This has led to the formation of various interest groups. Only when everyone's interests align with the camp's interests can we unite as one. You have quite a few people over there too. How does your camp operate? Ding Likai planned to simply copy their methods. Tang Cheng, you tell him, Zhou Feng said to Tang Cheng. Okay. Tang Cheng nodded. But before Tang Qing could speak, Boss Fei arrived with a few men. Ding Likai noticed that Boss Fei had brought a woman over. He couldn't help but frown. Although Ding Likai was well aware that his management of the camp was chaotic, but at least the women in the camp were not subjected to coercion. What if Boss Fei is interested in this woman right now? However, the next second, Fei Laodao's words dispelled Ding Likai's doubts. She's young Master Jin's woman, and she's been hiding in the room, Boss Fei said, pointing at the woman. Zhou Feng looked at the woman. Actually, Zhou Feng and the woman had met several times. The previous times, this woman always dressed very brightly and wore makeup. This time she was dressed very casually, looking like an ordinary woman. Young Master Jin did not take this woman with him when he made his move. They probably arranged for her to wait in the room. Zhou Feng was actually a little puzzled as to why Boss Fei had brought this woman along. Tell me, where is young Master Jin? Boss Fei said. I don't know. I don't know where they went. The woman shook her head, her eyes filled with fear. Tang Qing frowned when he saw this. Even they didn't know where young Master Jin had gone. How could this woman, who was staying in the camp, possibly know? Fei Laoda took out a dagger and held it to the woman's face. The icy touch made the woman's body tremble uncontrollably. I'll give you 3 seconds, or I'll disfigure you. 3. I'll talk. They should be inside the cave, the woman immediately confessed. Chapter 192 Seizure. Tang Qingdu was dumbfounded. I never expected this woman to actually know the whereabouts of young Master Jin and the others. Where's the cave located? Boss Fei continued to ask. The woman pointed in a direction. This indicates that young Master Jin was already prepared. A lot of supplies were stored there in advance. They treated that place as a shelter. Moreover, not many people know the exact location except for young Master Jin and a few of his most trusted bodyguards. In addition to myself. How did you find out? Tang Qing looked at Fei Laoda in shock. I don't know how Boss Fei found out about this. Boss Fei began to explain. When young Master Jin and his group left from the central mountain range. However, they carried a lot of supplies. However, Boss Fei discovered that when young Master Jin and his group were staying in the camp, there were no supplies in the room. Boss Fei also asked other people when young Master Jin and his group arrived. I didn't bring much with me. Therefore, Boss Fei concluded that young Master Jin must have hidden those supplies in advance. There is a backup shelter. If an accident happens, I will definitely go to that shelter. Take us there now, Zhou Feng said, squinting. Long nights bring many dreams. Zhou Feng didn't want to miss this opportunity. You must guarantee my safety. Although the woman was still afraid, her expression was firm. Fine, I can let you go, Zhou Feng agreed. I'll take you there. The woman nodded. Zhou Feng asked Tang Qing to stay and share some of Ding Likai's management experience. You can just take the others with you. Should we follow the rules of our camp? Tang Qing asked. Yes, we'll do it your way. Ding Likai nodded quickly. Zhou Feng called to the others and set off with the woman. The cave where young Master Jin is hiding is not far from here. On the way, Zhou Feng learned the woman's name. Her name is Lin Yue. She used to be a minor internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of followers. Several months ago, after young Master Jin became her top male fan, she stayed by his side. This was the first time the two of them had gone out together. Lin Yue was also very upset. She hasn't gotten much benefit from young Master Jin yet. And that's how this happened. I inexplicably appeared in this place. Although she followed young Master Jin, Lin Yue didn't suffer much. But if it weren't for young Master Jin, she wouldn't have encountered this situation at all. Lin Yue felt no gratitude at all. Now, it's only natural to decisively betray young Master Jin. It's over there. After walking for more than an hour, Lin Yue pointed ahead, indicating that there was a hidden cave at the foot of that hillside. Young Master Jin and the others also discovered it by accident. Be gentle, Zhou Feng whispered. At the same time, have 2 people stay here and watch over Lin Yue. They headed towards the cave. Zhou Feng and Fei Laoda walked at the front, their backs bent. Be careful, there might be traps on the ground, Boss Fei warned. If Boss Fei were stationed in a place like this, he would definitely have set up traps around it. However, as it turns out, Boss Fei was overthinking it. Zhou Feng and his group followed the woods and soon approached the cave. There were absolutely no traps along the way. The cave is located below the rock wall, and the entrance is surrounded by vines. Even young Master Jin and his group cut down tree branches to block the view. It's really hard to spot unless you look closely. But just as Zhou Feng and his group continued to approach, someone's here. Someone's coming. Someone suddenly shouted from ahead. Zhou Feng looked up and saw several people above the cliff. These guys must be the lookouts. From Zhou Feng's perspective, they couldn't see the people above, but the other party could see them. There weren't many trees around the cave, and they had now been exposed. Superior. Zhou Feng made a decisive move and immediately rushed forward. When they reached within 20 meters of the cave entrance, someone rushed out of the cave. These people had bloodshot eyes. They had clearly been sleeping inside. Upon seeing Zhou Feng and his group, they all chose to flee. Even though they had a numerical advantage, they didn't dare to fight Zhou Feng and his group to the death. Young Master Jean. Zhou Feng spotted young Master Jean at a glance among these people. Young Master Jean was mingling in the crowd, looking quite disheveled. Hearing Zhou Feng calling his name, he couldn't help but turn around and look. He discovered that Zhou Feng was already chasing after him with a spear in hand. You block him, young Master Jean said to the people around him. But none of the bodyguards are paying any attention to him now. This time, they are too close to protect young Master Jean's safety. My own life is the most important thing. Bart. Young Master Jean saw Bart run past him. He grabbed Barto's arm. Bart immediately punched young Master Jean in the face. Pain. Young Master Jean had never felt such pain before. No one has ever dared to hit him since he was a child. Seeing that young Master Jean wouldn't let go, Bart threw a hard punch at him. This time, it hit young Master Jean's nose. Young Master Jean felt dizzy and let go of Bart's hand. Young Master Jean, you can stay here by yourself. Bart turned and ran. Don't go. I'll give you money. I'll give you 10 million. I'll give you 100 million. Young Master Jean said before he could finish. A sharp pain shot through my back. Young Master Jean looked down and saw the spearhead emerging from his abdomen. Young Master Jean barely managed to turn his neck and saw Zhou Feng's expressionless face. Zhou Feng drew his spear. With a thud, young Master Jean collapsed to the ground. Besides young Master Jean, there were more than 20 corpses on the ground. They were all people who didn't have time to escape. There were also a dozen or so that disappeared into the woods. Fei and his men chased after them for a while, and then quickly returned. This indicates that only a few were dealt with. Most of them fled. It's all right, they can't cause any trouble. Zhou Feng waved his hand. Then they walked into the cave. The cave entrance is small, but the space inside is quite large. It is over 3 meters high and more than 10 meters deep. The ground was littered with branches and clothes. Young Master Jean and the others must have been resting here. But unexpectedly, he was killed by himself. To Zhou Feng's surprise, there were several simple wooden boxes at the very back of the cave. They are all handmade, presumably for ease of transport. Zhou Feng went up to take a look and saw that it was full of canned food. This trip was worthwhile. There are at least 300 cans of food here, which is all of young Master Jin's possessions, Boss Fei exclaimed. There were also some other items, including many daily necessities. These are all things that survivors need. Take it all back. This is what we seized, Zhou Feng said. Upon hearing this, everyone beamed with joy. This trip was worthwhile. Not only did we solve the problem with young Master Jean, but we also gained so many canned goods. The group searched the corpse's pockets again and took away anything usable. They quickly returned to the camp. Ding Li Kai didn't say anything when he saw that Zhou Feng had brought back so many supplies. Instead, they brought up another matter. Salvage the Wanli. Chapter 193 Dive. Brother Zhou Feng, can we expedite this? Ding Li Kai adopted a very humble attitude. It was almost a pleading attitude. Zhou Feng knew that Ding Li Kai was out of bullets. They must be extremely anxious. Okay, I can try diving today. Zhou Feng nodded. Having dealt with young Master Jean, Zhou Feng didn't intend to waste any more time here. There weren't many secrets about the southern camp either. Thank you. Ding Li Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Ding Li Kai quickly called Lan Qinya over. When Zhou Feng saw Lan Qinya, he sensed that she wasn't in a good state. She looked a bit haggard. Zhou Feng asked Ding Li Kai a question from the side. Ding Li Kai said with some helplessness that something also happened last night in the rows of houses where the women lived. Some of those who escaped from the camp wanted to go over there and snatch women to take with them. Lan Qinya and the others were quite frightened. Some people even tried to force their way into Lan Qinya's room. Fortunately, these people eventually gave up. Lan Qinya and the others narrowly escaped disaster. You should go back and get some rest, Zhou Feng said as he approached Lan Qinya. Given the current situation, it would be best for Lan Qinya to rest more. No, weren't you going to learn to scuba dive? Let's go now? The sooner you learn, the sooner the rescue team can arrive, Lan Qinya said quickly. Seeing Lan Qinya's expression, Zhou Feng could only sigh helplessly. He had no idea how Lan Qinya would react after learning the truth. However, that's something Ding Li Kai needs to explain. It has nothing to do with me. Let's go then. Zhou Feng nodded. Let's go to the nearshore area first, and I'll teach you some basic knowledge. Lan Qinya led Zhou Feng to the camp first and brought the suitcase containing the diving suit. Then the two of them went to the beach. 2 lifeboats were tied to a coconut tree next to the beach. Lan Qinya opened her suitcase. The purpose of the equipment and how to wear it were explained in detail. If I had a gas cylinder, I would have given it a shot, Lan Qinya said, somewhat unwilling to give up. Zhou Feng could tell that Lan Qinya was telling the truth. Let's go to a deeper area first, so you can test your limits, Lan Qinya said to Zhou Feng. Okay. Zhou Feng nodded. The two men pushed one of the lifeboats out. When the water reached their waists, the two jumped into the lifeboat together. He then took out the oars from the boat and began to row vigorously. Soon the two were more than a kilometer away from the beach. It's quite deep here, why don't you try it first? Lan Qinya said, looking around. Then I'll just wear the goggles. Zhou Feng picked up the goggles and put them on his head. Anyway, it's just a trial, so there's no need to carry so much equipment. You'd better wear them all. With flippers, you can swim faster and get used to it sooner, Lan Qinya said. Okay. Zhou Feng didn't insist anymore. Lan Qinya stepped forward and helped Zhou Feng put on his equipment. Finally, I checked everything again. However, when she saw Zhou Feng throw the dagger he was carrying into the cabin, he quickly bent down and picked up the dagger. You must take this with you when you go into the water. Lan Qinya handed the dagger to Zhou Feng. For shark protection, Zhou Feng took the dagger and smiled. If you encounter a shark, you probably won't have much of a chance to fight back. This is actually used to cut seaweed, Lan Qinya explained. If you get tangled in seaweed, a dagger can come in handy. Of course, there are other situations where it can be used. You need to be careful and don't try to push your limits, Lan Qinya reminded her. Okay, I've got it. Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng took a few deep breaths to clear the carbon dioxide from his lungs. Once he felt his body was ready, he went into the water. Although he was wearing goggles, he still felt that everything in front of him was pitch black. The visible distance wasn't very far, only about 20 meters. According to the knowledge that Lan Qinya had previously explained to Zhou Feng, people will feel uncomfortable when they first dive. You may experience tinnitus, headaches, and other symptoms. However, Zhou Feng now felt that he had descended at least 30 meters, and there was still no reaction. There were no uncomfortable physical reactions. Most importantly, Zhou Feng did not suffer from strenuous activity. I felt like I couldn't keep going. Zhou Feng quickly reached the bottom. The light gradually dimmed here, but it wasn't completely dark. Instead, it's a deep blue-green hue, with the seabed consisting of various reefs and sandy areas. Zhou Feng spotted some marine life. One of the lobsters moved quickly after seeing Zhou Feng. It hid inside a coral nearby. Zhou Feng went around to the side of the coral, from where he could see the lobster's back. He reached right in and grabbed the lobster's back shell. He yanked the lobster up. Zhou Feng then slowly rose to the surface. Diving to this depth puts a lot of pressure on the body. It will compress various organs in the body, including blood vessels. If it rises too quickly, blood vessels and internal organs will rupture. Rising slowly can relieve this pressure. When Zhou Feng surfaced, he found himself tens of meters away from the lifeboat. Zhou Feng. Lan Qinya's face was full of worry. She specifically asked Ding Li Kai for a mechanical watch. Lan Qinya checked the time just now, and Zhou Feng had been submerged for 6 minutes. For someone new to diving, that's way too long. Moreover, Zhou Feng did not bring any oxygen cylinders. Even after seeing Zhou Feng come up, Lan Qinya was still worried about his health and whether he might have any problems. I'm fine. Zhou Feng swam over and threw the lobster into the cabin. Lan Qinya was taken aback. Why did Zhou Feng bring back a lobster? She quickly pulled Zhou Feng up before asking about the lobster. We caught it on the seabed. It was a treat for lunch, Zhou Feng said casually. You can dive down to the seabed. Lan Qinya was immediately dumbfounded. Although the water here isn't very deep, it's at least 50 meters deep. Zhou Feng was actually able to reach the seabed. This isn't too difficult, is it? Zhou Feng nodded. At least his body showed no reaction whatsoever. But at this moment, Lan Qinya came over anxiously, staring into his own eyes. What's wrong? Zhou Feng asked. Are you really all right? Lan Qinya asked, observing Zhou Feng's eyes. If you have low blood pressure, your eyes will become bloodshot. I'm really fine, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Lan Qinya breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Zhou Feng really didn't react at all. I've never heard of anyone with a body like yours. How did you manage to do it? Lan Qinya couldn't help but ask. Chapter 194 Collapse. For professional divers, diving to 50 meters is pretty much the limit. Of course, the world record holder for the 100-meter dash is a special exception. Although she wasn't carrying any equipment, Lan Qinya remained suspicious. Did they use any other special methods? I guess it's because of his talent. When can we officially start salvaging it? Zhou Feng shrugged. Are you sure you want it now? Lan Qinya asked. Yes, I think it's fine. Zhou Feng nodded. Then we need to find the captain and make thorough preparations for the official salvage. The two returned to the shore. Zhou Feng carried the lobster back to the camp. He gave it to the person in charge of cooking and asked them to take care of it. When Ding Likai learned that Zhou Feng could go to salvage the items that afternoon, he was overjoyed. He said he would arrange for someone to go to the site to retrieve the items. Captain, you're going too? Lan Qinya asked in surprise. Unexpectedly, Ding Likai planned to go there in person. Well, Brother Zhou Feng is taking such a big risk, of course I have to go and see, Ding Likai stammered. Zhou Feng smiled upon seeing this. Everyone understands Ding Likai's intentions. It's just a concern that after the guns are retrieved, he'll just keep it all to himself. Then let's set off in a bit. Zhou Feng nodded. I'm going to get something to eat first. Lan Qinya was also quite hungry. After watching Lan Qinya leave the room, Ding Likai sighed. I regret it a little. I shouldn't have lied to everyone. I should have told them a long time ago that there was no chance of rescue. Ding Likai couldn't help but sigh when he saw how concerned Lan Qinya was. So how do you plan to tell her? Zhou Feng asked. Let's keep it a secret for now. We can't exactly tell them we don't have a radio beacon. Ding Likai hadn't decided yet. Anyway, Zhou Feng will definitely leave once he retrieves the gun. At that time, no one will be able to infiltrate the Wanli again. But just then, a sound came from outside the door. What? Captain, what did you say? Ding Likai turned his head and looked over, his expression immediately turning somewhat unpleasant. It's Lan Qinya. Lan Qinya had already left, but then she remembered something. They wanted Ding Likai to prepare a safety rope. After all, it was too dangerous for Zhou Feng to dive. Ideally, you should prepare a safety rope and calculate the time in advance. When Zhou Feng was about to reach his limit, he took the initiative to pull him up. Lan Qinya returned to her room to ask. But unexpectedly, he overheard a conversation between two people. Is there no way to rescue us? Is the radio beacon fake? Lan Qinya's face turned pale as she leaned against the door frame. To tell you the truth, there is no radio beacon in my room. Zhou Feng went to help me find something else. Seeing that Lan Qinya had already discovered it, Ding Likai decided not to hide it anymore. Are you lying to me? Lan Qinya's body trembled uncontrollably. I just wanted to give everyone hope, Ding Likai explained. Lan Qinya clearly did not accept this explanation, her grip on the door frame tightening. The knuckles started to turn white. Bastard. Lan Qinya squeezed out the two words from her throat. Then she turned to look at Zhou Feng. Liar. Lan Qinya cursed, then turned and ran. Zhou Feng and Ding Likai were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Sorry, brother, but don't worry, we can salvage it even without Lan Qinya, Ding Likai assured him. All right then. Zhou Feng nodded. However, they had just finished eating. From the direction of the beach, a wisp of black smoke could be seen rising into the air. Everyone in the camp was puzzled. How could someone have started a fire over there? In the past, people would often light bonfires and create thick smoke. They wanted to send a signal to see if any rescue was coming. But all of this was in vain. Over time, everyone gave up. Something's wrong. Zhou Feng frowned as he looked towards the beach. Ding Likai was still a little puzzled, wondering what was wrong with Zhou Feng. However, the next second, Ding Likai's heart skipped a beat. The direction of the black smoke was towards the location where the rescue boat was tied. Could it be Lan Qinya? Ding Likai's expression changed drastically. When they arrived on the beach, all I saw was a pile of ruins. Both rescue boats have been burned. Zhou Feng remembered that Lan Qinya had previously placed all her equipment on the rescue boat. It now appears that they perished together in the fire. Lan Qinya stood to the side, expressionless. Do you even know what you've done? Ding Likai was furious at the sight and yelled at Lan Qinya. Suddenly, Lan Qinya squatted down and started crying. I want to go home. I want to go home. I heard Lan Qinya crying. Ding Likai fell silent. He knew that Lan Qinya's family situation was not good. My father works away from home, and my mother has been ill for many years. They all relied on Lan Qinya's salary as a subsidy. Lan Qinya has always worked very hard in order to earn more money. She can't go home now. My parents' lives will probably become even more difficult. Sigh. Ding Likai felt a headache coming on. The rescue boats and equipment have been burned. The difficulty of salvaging the Wanli has increased dramatically. There is almost no hope. What do you plan to do with her? Zhou Feng asked from the side. Ding Likai's expression shifted between light and dark, but he finally sighed. It's all my fault. I should have told everyone the truth. Ding Likai knew the source of the problem. He had given the people in the camp too much hope. Especially Lan Qinya. I was busy with all the preparations for the diving trip, only to find out that I had been deceived. I will tell everyone the truth. Those who want to stay and follow me can stay, and those who don't can leave. Ding Likai made up his mind. Hearing this, Zhou Feng understood. Ding Likai has no intention of pursuing the matter further. Since there was no way to salvage it, Zhou Feng prepared to leave. When they left, Ding Likai and his men escorted them for a distance. He also expressed his hope that everyone would keep in touch frequently in the future. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. Because we've already walked this road once. Therefore, it only took Zhou Feng and his group a little over a day to return to the central camp. Seeing that nothing had changed in the camp, Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He came back in such a hurry. I'm just worried that something might happen. However, Zhou Feng's previous judgment was correct. The Moon Clan savage tribe suffered heavy casualties. There was no attack in the short term. When they saw Zhou Feng and the others return, many people in the camp came to greet them. When Zhou Feng saw Qin Xiaoxue, he couldn't help but step forward and hug her. Qin Xiaoxue, nicknamed Xiaofeng, had tears welling up in her eyes. Zhou Feng has been gone for 6 or 7 days. This was the longest they had been apart since arriving on the deserted island. Zhou Feng was also very moved. Qin Xiaoxue used too much force, which caused him to react. Fortunately, Qin Xiaoxue noticed this as well, and they separated, blushing. To the surprise of both of them, Tang Fu also pounced on them. Zhou Feng, Chapter 195 Painting. Zhou Feng was a little dumbfounded and quickly raised his hands. He gave Qin Xiaoxue a meaningful look. That means they didn't touch anything. There was absolutely no attempt to take advantage of the situation. Tang Fu has been quite worried these past few days too. Qin Xiaoxue smiled, not angry at all. Tang Fu's lips curled up slightly when she heard Qin Xiaoxue's words. Since Qin Xiaoxue didn't object, he might as well hug her a little longer. Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue were hugging for quite a long time just now. But at that moment, Tang Fu suddenly realized. Zhou Feng seems a bit off. Could it be? Tang Fu, it's time to let go, Zhou Feng said with a dry cough. What's wrong? Are you reacting to me? Tang Fu whispered with a mischievous smile in Zhou Feng's ear. Zhou Feng sensed that Tang Fu was deliberately pushing forward. Stop messing around. Zhou Feng couldn't very well just push Tang Fu away. All right, I'll let you off this time. Tang Fu left with a smile. But as she turned around, she deliberately made a gesture with her hand. She could clearly feel that Zhou Feng was indeed reacting. Zhou Feng was speechless. That Tang Fu is really bold. With so many people around, they still dare to make dirty moves. Then Zhou Feng saw that Bai Qingyan was also about to pounce on him. Wait, let's not hug anymore. Zhou Feng quickly reached out and stopped Bai Qingyan. Who wants to hug you? Bai Qingyan's face instantly turned ugly. I had originally planned to come up and hug Zhou Feng. She was also very worried about Zhou Feng. Besides, if Tang Fu can be hugged, what's wrong with hugging her yourself? But she didn't expect Zhou Feng to have such an aloof attitude. She was very worried during the time Zhou Feng was away. That's good. Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief. I'm going to play with Sophia, Bai Qingyan said with a dark face, turning around and leaving. Sophia? Zhou Feng looked puzzled. Sophia? Are there any women with that name in the camp? There were white women in Zhou Feng's camp. Zhou Feng doesn't recall anyone named Sophia. Could it be from a Southeast Asian country? Many Southeast Asian countries today are experiencing significant cultural infiltration. Many people simply have Western names. Has anything happened at the camp lately? Have any savages come? Zhou Feng decided to stop thinking about it, and instead asked the others. No savages have appeared. Everything is normal. We also sent people to patrol the area, but we didn't find any trace of the savages. Fan Jian and Yang Wei quickly said. That's good. Zhou Feng nodded. Boss, are all these supplies from the southern coastline? Are there a lot of supplies there? Are they all from the Wanli? Yang Wei had noticed this long ago. The people behind Zhou Feng were carrying supplies. The others were also very excited. If they could utilize the supplies on the ship, they could solve a lot of problems. It's a long story. We can't count on them. I'll tell you all about it later. Zhou Feng shook his head. But at that moment, Zhou Feng caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. That was Bai Qingyan and a white girl standing together at the door of a wooden house. Zhou Feng was suddenly stunned. That white girl, isn't she the crazy woman I arrested last time? Now, that crazy woman is not only not locked up, but she seems to be able to move around freely. What's wrong with her? Zhou Feng asked, pointing at the crazy woman. Sophia? She's been much more stable lately. We've observed her for a long time and confirmed that she's not aggressive. We've let her roam free for a few days now, and she won't run away. Qin Xiaoxue explained from the side. Emotionally stable? Able to communicate with her? How did you know her name is Sophia? Zhou Feng had always thought so. This crazy woman is not simple. She was clearly not a survivor from the Wanli, nor could she be a savage from the island. The only explanation is that she also ended up on the desert island for some reason. We can't communicate with her yet. Sophia is the name Qingyan gave her, and we can't keep calling her a crazy woman. Qin Xiaoxue also looked at Bai Qingyan and Sophia. Sophia held a tree branch in her hand and occasionally grinned foolishly at Bai Qingyan. Zhou Feng also noticed this. What is she doing? Zhou Feng asked. It looks like she's drawing, Qin Xiaoxua said after thinking for a moment. Draw? You all go ahead and get busy. Zhou Feng gestured for the others to go about their tasks. Then he came to Bai Qingyan and Sophia. After not seeing each other for a few days, Sophia was completely different from before. My face is much cleaner, and my hair has been styled. Sophia noticed someone approaching and looked up. Her somewhat bewildered face immediately turned terrified upon seeing Zhou Feng. He quickly stood up and ran back into the house behind him. What's wrong with her? Zhou Feng asked, taken aback. Didn't they say Sophia's mental state was much more stable? You scared her, Bai Qingyan said irritably. I didn't do anything, Zhou Feng said innocently, spreading his hands. You arrested her back then? She must have been traumatized. I guess she'll be fine after seeing you a few more times, Bai Qingyan said. It seems you know her quite well. Zhou Feng seemed intrigued. But at that moment, Zhou Feng noticed something. The drawing that Sophia left on the ground just now. It looks messy and disorganized, like random scribbles. However, Zhou Feng discovered it. The drawing on the ground looks like a building. It should be a house. Next to the house, there are long strips. It looks like a person? What is she drawing? Can you tell? Zhou Feng asked, pointing to the drawing on the ground. It's just doodles, random scribbles. She draws things randomly every day, Bai Qingyan said, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng realized that he might have been overthinking things. But at that moment, Bai Qingyan also let out a surprised exclamation. It's a bit strange, her drawings seem to be somewhat similar every day. Thinking of this, Bai Qingyan pulled Zhou Feng to the back of the room. This indicates that there are also paintings by Sophia here. Zhou Feng looked over and saw that these things appeared to be in a mess. The general outline is the same as what was on the ground just now. Moreover, you can see not only buildings, but also people here. You can even see the mountains and forests in the painting. Zhou Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Without a doubt, this must be somewhere on the island. Can you communicate with Sophia? Zhou Feng asked, grabbing Bai Qingyan's shoulder. She can't speak. Bai Qingyan rarely saw Zhou Feng so serious, and subconsciously shook her head. Bai Qingyan tried both Chinese and English. But Sophia didn't react. She just stared at him with a silly grin. Can she understand simple gestures? Zhou Feng gestured with his hand. Some of them are simple and easy to understand, Bai Qingyan explained. It won't work for anything slightly more complicated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng had an idea. He took out his notebook from his backpack and started drawing on it. Chapter 196 Meekness. Bai Qingyan leaned closer and immediately widened her eyes. Where is this place? Bai Qingyan asked curiously. It's the place that Sophia drew, Zhou Feng explained. Upon closer inspection, Bai Qingyan discovered that Zhou Feng had drawn it in his notebook. There are indeed many similarities between it and the drawing Sophia made on the ground. Zhou Feng's paintings, however, appear more detailed. Bai Qingyan could clearly see the complete terrain and buildings. This was presented on Zhou Feng's notebook. It was in a valley, and there were houses everywhere. There were many people around. Zhou Feng's drawing skills are mediocre, but his work is much clearer than Sophia's. Come in with me. Zhou Feng, carrying his notebook, entered Sophia's room. This is the same place where Zhou Feng imprisoned her last time. However, Zhou Feng noticed that the room was very clean. Sophia huddled in the corner. She seemed a little afraid when she saw Zhou Feng come in. The body shrank even more. How can I make her less afraid of me? Zhou Feng asked, scratching his head. There's no way to communicate like this. Of course I have a way. Bai Qingyan snorted. Zhou Feng could tell that Bai Qingyan sounded a little unhappy. It's obviously about the hug we just had. I apologize for what happened earlier. Now you can tell me, right? Zhou Feng coughed lightly. And what about your compensation? Bai Qingyan asked, hands on her hips. What compensation? Zhou Feng was taken aback. Hold me. Bai Qingyan smiled, waiting for Zhou Feng to take the initiative. Zhou Feng was both amused and exasperated. He went up and hugged Bai Qingyan. Bai Qingyan then smiled. Let me tell you, there's a secret to getting closer to Sophia. Give her delicious food. Bai Qingyan said smugly. This is also the secret that Bai Qingyan discovered. If you give Sophia something delicious, she will become much more docile. So that's how it is. Zhou Feng immediately left the room and went into the warehouse. The person guarding the warehouse was Li Ran. She was also responsible for recording the quantity of supplies in the warehouse and exchanging supplies, etc. This job isn't usually tiring, but it's very tedious. Boss. Li Ran immediately stood up when she saw Zhou Feng. Have all the canned goods been moved over? Zhou Feng asked. Yes, they've all been registered. There are a total of 310 and 320, including canned luncheon meat. Li Ran thought Zhou Feng was there to check the accounts, so she started counting. Normally, Qin Xiaoxua would do this. Now that there are more people in the camp, there are more things to do. Qin Xiaoxue was no longer in charge of cooking. Lu Qingqing and Sun Hong took over the responsibility. Qin Xiaoxue was specifically responsible for patrolling, which was equivalent to being the supervisor in the camp. "Give me 2 cans of luncheon meat," Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Li Ran immediately rummaged through the contents and took out 2 cans of luncheon meat for Zhou Feng. Then I wrote it down in another notebook. Zhou Feng took the can of luncheon meat and returned to Zophia's room. Luncheon meat. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but swallow when she saw the luncheon meat. Although meat is now available in the camp. However, in terms of taste and other aspects, it is nowhere near as good as luncheon meat. Zhou Feng opened one of the boxes and handed it to Bai Qingyan. "Eat up," Zhou Feng said. "Can I eat whatever I want?" Bai Qingyan was still a little hesitant to reach out. After all, canned food is a very precious commodity. They only had a little bit before, which was given to them by young Master Jean as compensation. The empty cans can also be used to store other things. "If you like them, I'll get you a few more later," Zhou Feng said with a smile. "Forget it. My mom will nag me again." Bai Qingyan thought for a moment and shook her head. Because Qin Xiaoxue always told her that she shouldn't take advantage of Zhou Feng's concern to do anything inappropriate. It will affect the stability of the camp. But now that the can is already opened, Bai Qingyan won't be polite. Use the can lid to cut off a piece of luncheon meat. When it was put into the mouth, the aroma immediately filled the air. Bai Qingyan chewed it carefully before swallowing it. She then realized that Zhou Feng had been watching her the whole time. Bai Qingyan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He cut off another piece and held it to Zhou Feng's mouth. "Eat up," Bai Qingyan said, blushing. On their way back, Zhou Feng and his group ate quite a lot of canned food. However, seeing Bai Qingyan feeding him, he didn't refuse and ate it directly. Zhou Feng suddenly realized. Zofia had quietly crawled over without anyone noticing. She moved closer to Bai Qingyan. He kept swallowing, looking very hungry. Bai Qingyan immediately gave her a large piece as well. Zofia took it with her hand and put it in her mouth. However, she ate very quickly, swallowing her food in just a few bites. Then he looked at Bai Qingyan with a pitiful expression. "It's your turn to feed them this time," Bai Qingyan said to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng opened the second can. He also cut off a piece with the lid and handed it to Zofia. Zofia began to appear very fearful. He cautiously reached out to test the waters. After realizing that Zhou Feng meant no harm, they immediately took the luncheon meat away. Then he took a step back before putting it in his mouth. Zhou Feng was both amused and exasperated by what he saw. This is just like a small animal. However, after repeating it a few times, Zofia was no longer so afraid of Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was even able to reach out and pat her head a few times. "See, I told you so," Bai Qingyan said proudly from the side. Because that's how she got close to Zofia. Zhou Feng immediately took out his notebook. Then it was placed in front of Zofia. When Zofia saw the drawing, she was slightly taken aback. Zhou Feng gestured for Bai Qingyan to bring Zofia out. The 3 of them arrived at the spot where Zofia had been drawing. Zhou Feng pointed to the building on the ground, then pointed to the words on his notebook. After going back and forth a few times, Zofia seemed to understand. Zofia would nod when the drawing in the notebook matched the drawing on the floor. When things are different, Zofia shakes her head. Zhou Feng kept making changes. Soon, a revised painting was presented to them. "Are the things depicted here real?" Bai Qingyan asked, her eyes wide. "It should be right." Zhou Feng nodded slowly. "How is this possible? Is this an island? How can there be such a large complex of buildings?" Bai Qingyan was still incredulous. Because of what Zhou Feng depicted in his painting. It is in a valley depression where houses are everywhere. There are at least hundreds of them, densely packed together. They were all built inside the valley. All of them are stilt houses. What shocked Bai Qingyan even more was that these stilt houses were all surrounded by walls. With so many stilt houses, how many people live inside? Chapter 197 changes. Zhou Feng also frowned. Such a huge campsite. So many stilt houses. How many people are in here? Where is this? Is this the camp of the savages? Bai Qingyan asked, grabbing Zofia's arm, her voice trembling with emotion. Zofia looked completely bewildered upon hearing this. Clearly, they didn't know what Bai Qingyan meant. Bai Qingyan could only start gesturing with her hands. First point to the drawing in the notebook, then point in the surrounding directions. Zofia seemed to understand now. Then Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan saw her point and walk around in circles. But the next second, Zofia's expression became even more bewildered. Seeing this, Zhou Feng was speechless. It was clear that Zofia knew Bai Qingyan and wanted to ask about the location of the camp. But she doesn't know the exact location yet. Given Zofia's current mental state, we need to help her figure out which way to go. There are some difficulties. Think about it again. Bai Qingyan tried several more times. This only made Zofia more anxious, and her emotions became somewhat unstable. He kept scratching his head with his hands. All right, don't force her. Zhou Feng gestured for Bai Qingyan to stop. Otherwise, if this continues, Zofia will probably break down first. This intelligence is very important. Bai Qingyan also realized this. What does it mean if there's such a large savage camp on this island? There could very well be thousands of savages inside. Once they launch an attack, the central camp will have no chance of holding them off. It was the end of the world for the survivors. I know it's important, but we can't rush to ask. We need to be patient, Zhou Feng advised. Upon hearing these words, Bai Qingyan realized that she had been too rash. I'm sorry, Zofia. Bai Qingyan gently patted Zofia's back. As expected, Zofia's emotions stabilized considerably. Zhou Feng encouraged Bai Qingyan to interact more with Zofia. Perhaps Zofia's mental state is better. That would allow them to reveal more information. In addition, Zhou Feng told Bai Qingyan not to reveal this information. If others were to find out now, it would only cause panic. Yes, I understand. Bai Qingyan nodded, her expression becoming much more serious. I know this matter is of great importance. However, this also made Bai Qingyan a little excited. Since arriving on the deserted island, she felt like a burden. It's not helpful at all. However, if we can figure out where Zofia drew the picture, that would definitely help Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng went to other people's camps and talked with the camp leaders. They also learned that Zhou Feng had gone to the southern camp. Everyone wanted to know what the situation was like over there, and whether they could make use of the supplies from the sunken ship, and whether there is a way to get them off the island. Zhou Feng told them directly that there was no way to solve the problem at the moment. The ship's emergency radio beacon also failed to function. There's no one else to rely on now. They have to figure out how to survive on the island on their own. As for what will happen in the future, no one can guarantee anything. Hearing Zhou Feng say this, these people could only sigh. I'm just a little disappointed. She didn't change like Lan Qinya, experiencing an emotional breakdown. After all, they didn't have much hope in the first place. By the time Zhou Feng returned to the camp, it was already dark. He went back into his room. Seeing Qin Xiaoxue fiddling with the things on the table, he immediately went over to her. So impatient. Qin Xiaoxue felt Zhou Feng get close and her face immediately turned red. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, Zhou Feng chuckled. Who's newly married to you? Qin Xiaoxue asked shyly. How about I call you my wife from now on? Zhou Feng's hands had already started to explore. Wife. Zhou Feng clearly felt Qin Xiaoxue's body tremble slightly. I hate it. Qin Xiaoxue's voice was even softer. Qin Xiaoxue sensed that Zhou Feng's actions were becoming increasingly audacious. She quickly ran to the side. He gestured for Zhou Feng to sit down and have something to eat. I've been saving dinner for him. Looking at the dinner on the table, there was a whole bowl of fish soup. There was also some fruit inside to remove the fishy smell. Zhou Feng was still somewhat emotional. We've been eating dry rations while traveling these past 2 days. After finishing what was in his bowl, he discovered that Qin Xiaoxue was already lying in the room next door. I'm here. Zhou Feng chuckled again and crawled inside. Keep your voice down. Okay. The next day, when Zhou Feng woke up in the morning, he went to check on Zofia again. They discovered that Bai Qingyan was already in Zofia's room. He later learned that Bai Qingyan had not left yesterday. I stayed with Zofia last night. Be careful, she might have an attack at any time, Zhou Feng warned. Zhou Feng still remembered that he was bitten by Zofia last time. Moreover, this woman is incredibly strong when she goes berserk. Bai Qingyan is definitely no match for him. It's all right, she can't condemn me all at once. I'll just call for help when the time comes. Bai Qingyan didn't seem to care. Did she reveal any information? Zhou Feng asked. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyan immediately took out the map that Zhou Feng had drawn yesterday. Another pattern has been added to the map. This is the Moon Clan. Zhou Feng immediately understood. That's right, this is the camp of the Moon Clan. Bai Qingyan nodded. However, Bai Qingyan later stated that she did not yet know the exact location. Zhou Feng frowned deeply. Such a large camp, I wonder where it is located. The scale was unlike anything he had ever seen before. How many savages are there here? If those savages attack them, it seems that Zhou Feng and his group only have one option left, to escape. His gaze returned to Zofia. I wonder what connection Zofia has with this savage camp. Thump thump, thump thump thump, thump. Suddenly, a sound came from afar. Zhou Feng immediately ran out of the room. Sure enough, many people in the camp showed expressions of fear. They all knew what the alarm meant. The savages are coming. Boss, it's in that direction, Fu Tai said, pointing west. The sound was coming from the watchtower over there. Zhou Feng's heart sank. The last time the savages attacked, they attacked from that direction. Could it be that they've come again this time? How many savages are there this time? Zhou Feng has been very worried ever since he saw Zophia's painting. What if the savages of that huge tribe unite with the savages of another tribe? What if they attack us? Of course, these thoughts only flashed through Zhou Feng's mind. Right now, we still need to ascertain the enemy's intelligence. Grab your weapons and follow me. The rest of you, retreat into the canyon, Zhou Feng ordered. But at that moment, the voice suddenly changed. Chapter 198 Survivors. This wasn't the first time the group had encountered an attack by savages. They were all already very familiar with the process. They all began to pack their things. However, at this moment they also heard the warning sounds change. It went from 2 long and 1 short to 3 long. Thump, thump, thump. This isn't a savage, we've discovered survivors. Fu Tai exclaimed in surprise. There are different signals when cannibals and survivors are discovered. It must have been the watchtower staff who noticed the commotion. At first, they thought they were savages, but later they found out they were survivors. So the alert was modified. If you were just a survivor, there is no need to make a big fuss about hiding. So Zhou Feng told the others that they didn't need to carry supplies into the canyon. However, we should also be careful and vigilant. Zhou Feng then led his men westward toward the mountains. Under normal circumstances, if a few lone survivors are found, no alarm will be raised. There must be some special circumstances. When they arrived, the patrol team had already come. It wasn't just the patrol team members. Chui Lu, Fei Laoda, and several other people from the camps all rushed over with their men. The previous scenario of everyone fleeing for their lives did not repeat itself. Boss, we've surrounded them. A patrolman ran over to report. Are they survivors? How many? Zhou Feng asked. There were about 200 people. What? Zhou Feng immediately wondered if he had misheard. More than 200 survivors? How could so many survivors have come to the central mountain range? Where were these survivors before? What kind of life do they live in? Where are they? Zhou Feng asked. It's over there. Zhou Feng followed the patrol team to the foot of the mountain. Here we saw the patrol team members, face to face with a group of people. There weren't many patrolmen, only about 50. But there were more than 200 people facing them. Many of them were also carrying weapons such as spears. However, there was no tense atmosphere between the two sides, and they were both quite restrained. When Zhou Feng and his group arrived, their side had more people. Where are you from? Who is your team leader? Zhou Feng glanced at the group and said. These survivors all looked pale and emaciated. I guess things haven't been going well for them lately. I am their team leader, and I would like to speak with your team leader. A middle-aged man stepped forward and spoke. Zhou Feng sized up the other person. He seemed unremarkable. She appeared to be around 40 years old and had a smile on her face. He's the kind of middle-aged man who wouldn't attract attention if you threw him into a crowd. Just tell me. I'm the boss here. My name is Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng said his name. The middle-aged man was taken aback, clearly not expecting Zhou Feng to be so young. It turns out he's the person in charge here. My name is Gao Mo. You can call me Lao Gao if you like. Everyone trusts me, so they elected me as the team leader, Gao Mo said with a smile. Where did you come from, and why did you come to this place? Zhou Feng nodded and continued to ask. Upon hearing this, Gao Mo did not rush to answer. You can get information from us, but we need to exchange it, Gao Mo proposed. Exchange? Exchange intelligence. Zhou Feng frowned. Zhou Feng was not unwilling to make the exchange. Instead, these people trespassed on our territory and made demands. Clearly, they don't take me seriously. That's right, and besides intelligence, we also want food, and we need to tell us where there's a clean water source nearby. Gao Mo said this without changing his expression, without blushing or skipping a beat. You guys are shameless, asking us for water and food. Fu Tai immediately became furious. Everyone else also had angry expressions on their faces. Only recently, as things have stabilized at the camp, have we finally managed to fill our stomachs. How could we possibly give food to these people so easily? Moreover, as time went on, it became increasingly difficult for them to obtain food. The surrounding fruit orchards have been almost completely harvested. We can only continue exploring into the distance. The potatoes that have been planted are far from ripe. It will take at least several months. Gathering food is not only physically demanding, but also life-threatening. You may encounter venomous snakes while collecting them. Hunting might actually result in being injured by the prey. There were several people in the camp who had been injured by wild boars. Hee, we're all very hungry now. We can't all starve to death, can we? Gao Mo showed no fear in the face of Fu Tai and the others' anger. If you want food, go get it yourself. There's a papaya grove over there, with plenty of papayas, Zhou Feng said, pointing in a direction behind him. Thank you very much. Let's go. Gao Mo prepared to lead his men towards the papaya grove. Wait a minute. Zhou Feng blocked their way. What do you mean? Gao Mo sensed that Zhou Feng's tone was off, and the smile on his face finally disappeared. I've given you some information. Shouldn't you also tell me where you came from and why you're here? Zhou Feng said calmly. Gao Mo glanced at the people behind Zhou Feng, although those people were not pointing weapons at them. However, they had already quietly moved forward and surrounded them. Of course, we came from the west. We couldn't survive there, so we had to migrate here. Gao Mo nodded and bowed. His attitude became very humble again. Isn't that obvious? Everyone knows you're from the west. Fu Tai felt like he'd been tricked by Gao Mo. From the very beginning, the other party did not want to reveal any information. And he always has that fake, insincere smile. I provided you with information too. You can't be so unreasonable, can you? Gao Mo spread his hands, looking very innocent. It was as if Zhou Feng and others were coercing him. I'm not negotiating with you, nor am I trying to reason with you. If you're not willing to tell me the information, then get out of my way, Zhou Feng said coldly. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, Gao Mo's expression finally turned ugly. Clearly, they hadn't expected Zhou Feng to speak so rudely. This isn't your territory either. Isn't this a deserted island? And you're not a savage. Why should we leave? Are you going to be so unreasonable? Those behind Gao Mo shouted indignantly. Zhou Feng remained expressionless upon hearing these accusations. His gaze swept over these people. However, no one dared to meet Zhou Feng's gaze. Those who dared to look Zhou Feng in the eye quickly turned their heads away instinctively. Chapter 199 Lies. I'll say it again. Tell me everything you know, or get out of here and don't let me see you again, Zhou Feng said coldly. Although Zhou Feng said that, he had already made up his mind. Since these people have come to our territory, they should at least divulge some information. Don't think you can just leave so easily. Zhou Feng decided to observe the other party's reaction. If they don't cooperate, then we'll just break off all relations on the spot. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's threat, Gao Mo immediately let out a few dry laughs. We are all survivors from the Wanli. There's absolutely no need to make things so tense. If you want to know more details, that's no problem at all. Gao Mo rubbed his hands together and then began to describe. According to Gao Mo's description, their previous camp was not far from here. It's about 12 or 13 kilometers to the west. However, they were attacked by savages and had to flee. I came here by chance. Please forgive me if I have offended you in any way. Please let us stay here for a while, at least to stock up on some food and such. Otherwise, if we are forced to leave now, it would be pushing us toward our doom. Gao Mo kept his back bent very low as he said these words. His attitude became very humble again. How many savages did you encounter? Where is their tribe located? Zhou Feng did not intend to let these people pass so easily. We don't know the exact number of wild men. Who would have thought there would be wild men around here? We've never encountered wild men before. Gao Mo spread his hands and began to explain at length. According to Gao Mo's description, they had never encountered any cannibals near their camp before. In the past few days, several people have gone missing outside the camp. They then realized that these people had all been eaten by savages. So he was terrified. That's why I came here. Hearing Gao Mo's words, Zhou Feng frowned. More than 10 kilometers away from them. But they didn't encounter any wild men. Do you have a drawn map? Zhou Feng continued to ask. Map? No. Why would we draw a map? Gao Mo shook his head. Zhou Feng was speechless. We didn't get any information from these guys. Fu Tai, take some men and lead them into the papaya grove. Make sure they don't get lost and wander around, Zhou Feng said, turning to Fu Tai. Understood. Fu Tai nodded heavily. Especially Zhou Feng's words, don't let them run around. It was clearly meant to make him keep an eye on these guys. We can't let them move around freely. You can stay here for a long time. There's an abandoned camp over there. You can clean it up and rest there. The place Zhou Feng was referring to was their old camp. Since Zhou Feng and the others moved to young Master Jin's camp, that place is now abandoned. Although a lot of timber was moved here, quite a few things were still left behind. With a little tidying up, it's ready to live in. It's better than sleeping in a tree. Thank you so much. Let's go. Gao Mo called to the people behind him and left with Fu Tai. More than 200 people marched in a large procession toward the woods to the east. What do you think? Zhou Feng looked at Fei Laoda and Cui Lu and the others. Aren't they a little too lucky? They didn't encounter any savages? That's unlikely, Cui Lu couldn't help but say. Cui Lu felt that Gao Mo was full of lies and didn't tell a single truth. And he always has a fake smile. He's not sincere at all. But such a lie is easy to expose. There are more than 200 of them. They can't be a monolithic group. Tang Cheng also felt there was a problem, but he thought the other party wouldn't lie like that. Gao Mo seems like a smart man. He wouldn't be so foolish. It's impossible that the 200-plus survivors were lying along with them. Since Gao Mo dares to say that, he's not worried about being exposed. Zhou Feng had already figured it out. The reason why Gao Mo dared to say that. Why? Tang Chung asked hurriedly. Gao Mo isn't alone. He must have some trusted confidants around him who possess the real intelligence and aren't worried about leaks, Zhou Feng explained. Tang Chung then suddenly realized what was going on. Just like Zhou Feng, he also had some trusted confidants. There are many things that are not told to ordinary survivors. Because it's unnecessary, it can only cause instability in the camp. Shouldn't we get rid of this Gao Mo, who's acting so suspiciously? Chui Lu frowned. I am very worried that Gao Mo will become a destabilizing factor in the central camp. Even if he has problems, we can still win over the other survivors, Zhou Feng said slowly. The threat from the savages remains. Zhou Feng even felt there was more. There is a savage tribe of about 1,000 people on the island. Zhou Feng hasn't told everyone this information yet. After all, this is a painting by Zofia, and it hasn't been verified yet. To speak rashly would only shake people's spirits. After all, everything in the camp is now moving in a positive direction. I'll be in charge of monitoring them, said Boss Fei, who had been silent all along. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Zhou Feng nodded. He still trusted Fei Laoda quite a bit. Sometimes two people think the same way. Zhou Feng returned to the camp, where everything had returned to normal. They learned that it wasn't savages who had attacked them. Instead, a group of survivors appeared here, and everyone was in high spirits. I've been on the island for over 2 months now. I never expected to run into them again. There were many survivors on the Wanli. There are still many survivors, but no one knows where the rest are. But what Zhou Feng didn't expect was, they returned to the camp and had lunch. Several hours later, the alarm sounded again. Thump thump, thump thump thump, thump. Moreover, it wasn't just one watchtower that sounded the alarm. Soon, alarms sounded from 2 or 3 watchtowers. This time it's true, it's a savage. Zhou Feng issued another order. He led some of the able-bodied men with him, while the rest sought refuge in the canyon. Zhou Feng led his men toward the direction from which the alarm had been issued. Why are there savages again? Tang Chung ran alongside Zhou Feng, looking puzzled. According to their previous analysis, the Moon Clan savage tribe had suffered heavy losses. They shouldn't launch another attack anytime soon. It was Gao Mo and his people who led them here. It's very likely that it's not that savage tribe, but another group of savages. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. What? Tang Cheng's expression changed slightly. He had cursed Gao Mo and his group of people countless times in his heart. Luring the savages here is just asking for trouble. Tang Cheng even suspected that the other party did it on purpose. Chapter 200 Eye Contact. Another savage tribe? Are there any savage tribes around here? Tang Cheng's face was grim. Zhou Feng couldn't afford to explain and could only go to provide support first. When they came to the foot of the western mountain again, the patrolmen had already begun fighting with the savages. Dozens of savages emerged from the forest, each carrying a stone spear and a stone axe. And a steady stream of savages emerged from the forest. However, the survivors still have the upper hand. Because apart from the patrol team, Chui Lu and others who were relatively close by had already arrived. They joined the battle together. Most people held vines as shields. Having a shield and not having a shield are two completely different things. Holding a shield prevents the savages from having a chance to attack. Zhou Feng, carrying a spear, charged to the front. The spear in his hand was like a death scythe, and in the blink of an eye, he killed 4 savages. Those around them cheered when they saw this. Their morale soared. They all started working incredibly hard. In the blink of an eye, the savages were driven back a great distance. While fighting the savages, Zhou Feng also observed them. He did not see any savage warriors. Those charging at the forefront were all ordinary savages. He doesn't have many tattoos. However, Zhou Feng could see the moon pattern. Clearly, these savages were all members of the Moon Clan. Seeing this, Zhou Feng already had a guess. This group of savages was probably not the same group as last time. If it's that batch, there will definitely be savage warriors coming. Ordinary savages are no match for Zhou Feng. Soon, several more savages died at Zhou Feng's hands. Seeing how strong Zhou Feng was, the savages hesitated. A savage roared from somewhere, and the other savages all took a few steps back. Then they turned and ran, all retreating back into the woods. Chase! Zhou Feng shouted. Chasing after a cannibal in the woods is extremely unwise. After all, the wild man has lived here since he was a child. However, there was a reason why Zhou Feng ordered a pursuit. He wanted to make these savages understand. The central mountains were not their hunting grounds. Only by inflicting heavy losses on them and letting them know the consequences of attacking this place can we truly make them understand. This instilled fear in the hearts of the savages. Coming here comes at a price. You'll lose your life. when they saw Zhou Feng and the others chasing into the jungle. There were quite a few savages inside, and they began to turn and attack. A savage wielding a stone axe challenged Zhou Feng. It kept making strange noises. Zhou Feng could only understand the word "need." It's likely that this savage was calling out the name of the moon to bolster his courage. However, Zhou Feng, wielding a spear, moved with agility. In his opinion, the savage was moving too slowly. If he were a savage warrior, he might be able to put up a fight against Zhou Feng. Ordinary savages are Zhou Feng's prey. He swung his gun at the savage's eyes. The savage instinctively tried to dodge. But Zhou Feng was just fainting. The spear changed direction in midair. It pierced the savage's abdomen. The savage let out a painful howl and threw the stone axe in his hand at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng dodged the axe with a slight sway. The stone struck a tree behind and became embedded in its trunk. Zhou Feng drew his spear and stabbed the savage in the neck again. Thump! The savage was stabbed in the neck, blood gushed out, and he collapsed to the ground. On his deathbed, his eyes were filled with resentment. The other savages behind them looked on with fear. He subconsciously took a few steps back, trying to distance himself from Zhou Feng. In what seemed like an instant, one of their companions fell to the ground. They couldn't even see Zhou Feng's movements clearly. At that moment, a savage called out again. It was clearly a signal for them to retreat. The savages turned and ran, not daring to linger. Kill a few of these savages, Zhou Feng roared. Upon hearing this, everyone else seemed to be injected with adrenaline. They all chased after the savage. Kill a few savages. This was unthinkable in the past. At that time, the savages were like ghosts to them. However, they have now witnessed firsthand how vulnerable the savage is in front of Zhou Feng. These savages are human beings, not monsters. Zhou Feng was the first to be affected. Several more savages perished under Zhou Feng's spear. Zhou Feng chased for several hundred meters before finally stopping. The snakewood spear was already stained with blood. The savages ahead had begun to scatter, fleeing into the depths of the forest. Continuing the pursuit would only result in taking down one or two at most. No matter where these savages came from, Zhou Feng estimated that they should have learned their lesson this time. However, Zhou Feng was also aware of the possibility of these savages retaliating. The next attack will certainly be more intense than this one. But just as Zhou Feng turned around, he suddenly stopped. Their gazes were fixed on a figure in the forest ahead. The figure was different from others, even though it was also wearing animal skins. However, the other person had white skin and light brown hair. The man had been hiding behind a tree, with only half of his body exposed, looking in our direction. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. The man turned and ran. Stop! Zhou Feng shouted immediately. They chased after that person. Chui Lu, Tang Cheng, and the others behind him were all taken aback. They all thought that Zhou Feng had given up on pursuing the matter. Unexpectedly, Zhou Feng chased after him again. Why are you still shouting stop? Can the savages understand it? Of course, they wouldn't let Zhou Feng go after them alone. They all followed. Zhou Feng quickly lost track of them. Although Zhou Feng was very fast, that guy knew the jungle very well. They turned left and right in the woods and soon disappeared from sight. In the end, Zhou Feng had no choice but to give up, as he could no longer find out which direction the guy had run off in. Zhou Feng, what are you chasing? Tang Cheng and the others ran over, panting heavily. They all admired Zhou Feng. He ran like crazy the whole way, but his breathing didn't change at all. Of course, Tang Cheng and the others were already used to it. Nothing. I just wanted to kill one more savage. Zhou Feng slowly shook his head. In the end, they didn't reveal what had happened with the white man. Zhou Feng was certain he hadn't misread it. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Who exactly is that guy? Why was he in the savages group? Moreover, the other savages did not seem to regard him as prey or an enemy. Are they survivors from the Wanli? Zhou Feng disagreed. It's quite possible that guy came to the island before. What a pity. We failed to catch that guy. He must know a lot of secrets. Dispose of the savage's body and also take stock of the casualties, Zhou Feng said to those around him. Now is not the time to tell this information to others.